My name is Fu Xue, and I just turned 18 this year. As a time traveler, my life can be described as a mess. In his previous life, he experienced a high school that was a nightmare for ordinary people, where he stayed up late to study and did a lot of exercises, but the final result was mediocre. In this life, he traveled to a world where martial arts was respected. I thought my life was finally coming to a climax, but in the end, the sky fell on me. High school students here not only have to study cultural courses, but also martial arts. That's fine, but the martial arts course accounts for as much as 60% of the score. This is not just physical training, it is real training. If you are not careful, you will be beaten and lie on the bed to recover over the weekend. Who can stand it? As a result, high school life became my second round of hell. Every week, I would train until my body was sore and then face the next higher intensity training. Although my physique is a little stronger than that of ordinary people due to the halo of a time traveler, facing classmates with strong martial arts ethics, I can only survive and rely on some little cleverness to barely keep up with the progress. To be fair, I am actually a pretty girl, but in this high-pressure environment, who would still want to fall in love? Campus romance here is directly suppressed to extinction by the pressure of the martial arts exam. In order to avoid becoming a lion at the bottom of society, I bit the bullet and applied for Tianwu University, the top university in Dasha. This is the Tsinghua and Peking University of the martial arts world. If you fail to pass the entrance exam, ordinary martial arts schools are basically equivalent to working in Huangpu. The future of ordinary people is already there. They can only do dangerous tasks for the rest of their lives and earn a little hard-earned money to support their families. In order not to leave any regrets for myself, I took a gamble. With a gamble, the bicycle became a motorcycle. On the day of the college entrance examination, my life finally had a turnaround. A magical system, the high-energy entry system, was suddenly bound to me. Yes, this system sounds powerful, but it actually put me in underage protection mode right at the beginning. It also coldly counted down 10 minutes in my ear, saying that the system will be loaded soon. This made me, who was already nervous enough, explode. Why is there a minor detection when loading a system? 10 minutes later, the system finally came online. I was shocked when I saw it. The system gave me several skills, all of which were red quality. It sounded great, but each skill had a weird side effect. For example, good friends can make everyone like to be my friend, but I will have an appetite for these friends. There is also book fragrance, which makes me remember everything I read, but the knowledge may be distorted. Another example is over-insight, which allows me to see through all the truth, but I will see some things I shouldn't see. After reading it, I just want to say one thing. Is this system cheating me? Finally, I gritted my teeth and chose book fragrance. After all, this skill has great growth potential. As long as you read more books, your future is limitless. Just like that, with the book fragrance entry, I walked into the Tianwu University martial arts examination room. The examiner was a ruthless person named Gu Rui. Not only was she recognized as a top expert by the alumni, she was also a cold-faced beauty known for her strictness. After the exam started, more than 300 candidates were crushed one by one, and some couldn't even last for a minute. However, I staged a stunning reversal in this high-pressure Shura field. Thanks to the system, I accidentally learned a skill called Lion Ape Slash from a street martial arts book. This skill may seem ordinary, but the way it is performed is peculiar and strange. I have to crawl on the ground in a centipede-like posture and then attack the enemy unexpectedly. Can you imagine a beautiful girl suddenly crawling on the ground and wriggling like a centipede? All the candidates in the audience were stunned, and even the examiner Gu Rui showed a surprised expression. But it was this strange fighting method that allowed me to seize Gu Rui's weakness, successfully put the sword against her throat, and win the challenge. There was an uproar in the examination room. No one expected that this thin and ordinary-looking girl could perform so well in such a high-pressure environment. This exam also opened a new chapter in my life. Tianwu University opened its doors to me, new tasks in the system began to load, and I also realized that the side effects of bookishness were far more dangerous than I had imagined. Chapter 5. In the reception room of Tianwu University, I was kicking stones outside the door idly. Inside the room, Liu Beibei, a reporter from the education channel, was trying to persuade Dean Mengzi. Leader, please be flexible. We are affiliated with CCTV. We have strong professional ethics and will never leak any information. Liu Beibei took a sip of mineral water and looked like he was going to persist. No. Dean Mengzi didn't even raise his head. His tone was as cold as ice. The person hasn't entered our school yet. What if he is intercepted by other schools? I almost laughed out loud when I heard this. I have heard about the professors at Imperial University snatching students away. It seems that these senior officials are also on guard against them. But looking at Liu Beibei's face, she was probably about to vomit her gallbladder. She almost raised her hand and swore that she would be struck by lightning. Then I'll just take a look and make a rough draft. I'll send it out when you approve it. Is that okay? Liu Beibei begged. Dean Ming pondered for a moment and seemed to think that this request was reasonable. He nodded and said, then take a look. But I can tell you that this child will definitely be a master in the future and may even inherit my mantle. Master of the generation? Inherit your mantle? Liu Beibei was stunned and quickly took out a pen to take notes frantically. You have such a high opinion of a freshman? Of course. Dean Ming said it calmly, but I couldn't help but feel elated. Hey, it seems that I have really done something great this time. Soon, the projector lit up, and the person who appeared on the screen was none other than myself. When I slid on the ground in the centipede style, Liu Beibei's eyes widened, and he said with a breath of cold air, what kind of posture is this? Has the current martial arts developed to this level of gods and demons dancing wildly? What do you think? Dean Ming replied calmly, but with a hint of pride that could not be concealed. Liu Beibei was speechless for a moment, her eyes flickered, and she probably began to think about the lethality of this news. When I got home and opened the door, I heard my mother Lu Xiufan's voice. You, be careful when you work. You have to take good care of it this time, and don't move around. I looked up and saw my father Fu Dahai lying on the sofa, shirtless, with his back wrapped like a dumpling, smoking a cigarette and laughing. This little injury is nothing. Besides, if the girl really gets into college, the expenses will be huge, and I will have to support her with all my strength. You got into college? Mom looked up suddenly and saw me, with a hint of nervousness on her face. Fu Xue, you're back so soon. How are you doing? I shook my head and didn't answer. I stared at the bruise on my dad's back for 2 seconds and said, let's go to the hospital. The wound is all bruised. It's okay, just a minor injury. Dad laughed, put out his cigarette, turned around and asked me, tell me, how did you do in the exam? When my mother heard this, she immediately pretended to change the subject casually. Are you hungry? There's meat stewing in the pot. I'll bring you a bowl. I smiled helplessly. No need to change the subject, Mom. I passed? Really passed? Tianwu University? My mother was stunned for a moment. Her eyes lit up. Well, I barely passed. I put my hands on my hips and smiled proudly. Although it's a little harder than I thought, it's not a big problem. Okay. Dad slapped his thigh, smiling. Let's celebrate at Juxiangju tomorrow. Juxiangju is the largest restaurant here. A meal of beast meat costs tens of thousands of yuan at least. I waved my hand quickly. Save this meal for now. My senior sister has something to ask me tomorrow. You're busy right after the exam? Mom frowned, looking distressed. This is too tiring. What do you know? Dad waved his hand and took over the conversation. Once you enter the warrior university, you will be a professional warrior. How can you have a day off? With our girl's level, it is a sure thing for her to become a second-level warrior. Come on, if you hadn't focused on martial arts back then, you would have reached the second level long ago. I joked. Dad laughed. Don't blame me, blame your mom. She's so pretty. When I saw her, I couldn't practice martial arts anymore. When my mother heard this, her face immediately turned red, and she ran into the kitchen in shame. I'll go serve the dishes. You two can blow slowly. Chapter 6. The next day, I stood in front of Rui Martial Arts School and was stunned. The place my mobile navigation took me to was actually this huge building that almost occupied the entire street. The soundproofing outside the martial arts hall is very good. You can see people practicing boxing inside through the glass, but you can't hear any sound at all. It is so quiet as if there is no one there. The recruitment poster posted at the door was too eye-catching. Garden owner Gu Mingqing, a 5th-level warrior, skilled in mixed martial arts, Benjiquan, and Yang family spear, and won the 3rd place in the 76th Dasha star. A 5th-level warrior, that's a being above level 50. According to official data, a punch can have a force of over 100,000 kilograms and a speed of up to 247 meters per second. I silently looked at my thin arms. I thought if I got hit, they would turn into biscuits. I wish I was that rich. I looked at this martial arts hall which was comparable to a commercial complex and was almost drooling with envy. Rich woman, I'm hungry. I want to eat. I took back my sigh, held the black card given by Gu Rui, pushed the door and walked in with mixed feelings. The lady at the front desk was very young, in her early 20s, and had a very sweet smile. She looked at me and asked softly, "Hello, are you going to sign up for the martial arts college entrance examination class?" "No." I shook my head and handed over the black card. "Gurui asked me to come." She suddenly realized what I said and smiled softer. It turned out to be classmate Fu Xue. "The eldest lady told me to come." She adjusted the camera and said, "Look here. I'll bind your membership card to you." After taking the photo, the lady handed me the card and said, "You can choose any training room within the 9th row and use the facilities there freely. If you need to replenish your equipment, just call me." "Thank you. I'll just take a look." I took the card and nodded. The environment inside the gym opened my eyes. The 2 rows of training rooms were all luxuriously equipped, and there was even a complete indoor test track. It's not the kind that's just covered with rubber, but the professional kind. The maintenance cost of the equipment under the runway alone is sky high. It's simply inhumane. But I'm not here to test these data today. The system has already clearly marked them for me. What I'm more concerned about is the collection of books here. The prices of martial arts circulating in the market are ridiculously high, with the starting price being tens of thousands for some inferior ones, while the slightly better ones soar to astronomical figures. I know in my heart that without books, even if I have the book Fragrance entry, it's useless. Most of the martial arts on the bookshelf are F level and E level, corresponding to the skills that can be used by first level and second level warriors. I picked up a book called Nyoman Quan at random and swiped the black card on the device next to the bookshelf. The process was that simple. The next second, a recording came from the bookshelf. "Ms. Fu, you have borrowed the F-level martial arts, Nyoman Fist. This is a strength-building method suitable for warriors who want to increase their strength." The introduction was quite detailed, but I didn't take it too seriously. I just wanted to try out the effects of book Fragrance as soon as possible. After turning the pages of the book, the weird scene of the centipede crawling out did not appear like last time. Instead, I could feel that the pages in my hands were breathing rhythmically. It felt a bit like holding a beating heart. After a few minutes, the book returned to calm, and I breathed a sigh of relief. "You are reading Nyoman Fist, F level, and have learned the skill, Blood Power, B level. Not bad, not bad." I wiped the sweat off my forehead, but I was muttering in my heart. This martial arts book actually allowed me to directly learn a B-level skill. Maybe it's because I was lucky and didn't trigger the so-called distortion probability? When I opened the system panel, I saw that my strength had increased directly from 320 kilograms to 449 kilograms, almost reaching the watershed of a first-level warrior. 1,000 kilograms club. I'm almost there. But are these powers really created out of thin air? Or are they already in my body, and the blood power just optimizes my power output? Thinking about the centipede-turned-word incident, I felt that everything was possible. I have to test my fist strength. I clenched my fist and walked towards the fist strength meter in the hall. As soon as I got there, I heard 2 guys discussing, "Brother Lou, are you on drugs? How did you hit 500 kilograms? Go away. A decent person like me, how can I do such sneaky things? When you pass puberty, your strength will naturally increase." I almost laughed out loud when I heard this. Isn't this common sense in the martial arts circle? But the school never taught it, probably because they were afraid that someone would abuse growth hormone after hearing it. After the 2 of them left, I pressed the reset button and flexed my wrist. I tried a straight punch first. I punched him. 447.8 kilograms. Not enough. Try the perfect basic boxing hook. By the way, let's see how useful blood power is. I stood firm, took a deep breath, and my blood rushed to my head. My whole body felt like it was on fire. When I threw my fist, a flash of red light even appeared in front of my eyes. Bang! The number on the screen jumped to 4 digits. 1,020.9 kilograms. Hey, I finally made it through this hurdle. I looked at the number on the screen and closed my fist with satisfaction. Chapter 7. Looking at the 4-digit number popping up on the punching force meter, I let out a breath and felt the blood in my body was still boiling. The moment the fist is thrown out, it feels incredibly good, but immediately afterwards, there is a feeling of emptiness that surges from deep in the bone marrow, dry and rough, as if it has been hollowed out. However, now I have more confidence to complete the system task. It's stable. Of course, I never planned to risk my life from the beginning to the end. What if something went wrong and I had no chance of survival? It would be better to just open the good friend entry. After getting the black card of Rui Martial Arts School, I don't even need to worry about the backup plan. Now I just need to find a martial arts book as my ultimate move and do it directly. Gurgle, my stomach growled in response. Glancing at the restaurant next to me, I rubbed my stomach silently. I felt good about boxing, but I still needed to eat. I had just laid down in the training room when the door was pushed open. Creaky. The door opened and Gu Rui stood there, meeting my lazy eyes. She was obviously stunned for a moment, took 2 steps back, and then reached out and knocked on the door 3 times, with a hint of seriousness between her eyebrows. Come in. I sat up from the push-up machine a little awkwardly. Sorry to have kept you waiting, she walked in with an apologetic look on her face. I still have to supervise the exam for 7 days, so I can only come to see you when I have time. It's okay. I'm fine too. The environment of the martial arts gym is pretty good, much better than the simple facilities in the school. I waved my hands, secretly sighing in my heart that this rich woman is really rich. Gu Rui nodded, and his tone turned serious. I came to you to invite you to join my team and participate in the Warrior College League in 3 months. The league rewards are very generous, and the winning team will be eligible for the talent training camp. The training camp is jointly created by major universities and the military, and the resources and guidance are first class. Entering a year in advance will be a qualitative change in your improvement. After hearing what she said, I was a little stunned. Genius training camp? Military resources? It does sound good, but me? Representing Tianwu University in the league? I was a little unbelievable, but I haven't officially enrolled yet. How could that be? You will be enrolled in 2 months. She seemed puzzled by my reaction and tilted her head slightly. I was speechless for a moment and could only ask again, if I don't participate, will my black card be taken back? Of course not, Gu Rui shook her head. The black card is the reward for defeating me. Besides, I invited you to join the team because you have enough potential. As for the sparring, it is just to facilitate better coordination in the future. I silently glanced at the black card in my hand and suddenly felt it was a little hot. Once was not enough. This woman actually wanted to continue to hit me. Well, that doesn't sound bad. There's really no reason to refuse. I shrugged and gave a helpless smile. There was almost no change on her face, but I could clearly feel that she was relieved and in a much more relaxed mood. But there is one more thing. It is best to break through to the first-level warrior within 3 months. Amateur and formal warriors are 2 completely different realms. Once you cross this watershed, your strength will improve much faster. She paused and pointed to a corner of the training room. Look, there is a virtual competition cabin over there. You can input your own data to compete. It is not much different from reality, and you don't have to worry about getting injured. Listening to her many instructions, my head is almost crooked. Miss Gu looks aloof, but is she actually a chatterbox? By the way, where's Xiao Luo? Gu Rui finally realized something was wrong, frowned and looked around. Wasn't she following me just now? Here. A muffled voice came from outside the door. Gu Xiaoluo's head popped out from behind the door, a small part, her black eyes rolling around, and met my gaze. Is this your sister? I perked up and stared at the little head with sparkling eyes. Her name is Gu Xiaoluo, and she's a little shy. Gu Rui raised her hand and rubbed Xiaoluo's head. Be good. Go say hello to Sister Fu. Gu Xiaoluo shrank back behind the door. No, I don't want to. That's easy. I raised the corner of my mouth, patted my chest, and said enthusiastically, just ask her to come and play with me more often. I especially like children. Chapter 8. Ms. Fu, you have borrowed the F-level martial arts breaking water sword technique. This is a sword technique that combines both hardness and softness, suitable for martial artists with flexible bodies. After borrowing dozens of martial arts books in one breath, I carried them back to training room number 7. Open the first book and the system prompts. You read Broken Water Sword Technique, F level, and have learned the skill, Blood Mist Rain Sword, C level. You read Blowing Wind Palm, F level, and have learned the skill, Yin Feng Palm, D level. You have read Leaf Step, F level, and have learned the skill, Skull Crushing Kick Technique, B plus level. An hour later, I stretched lazily, almost sweating profusely. The more books I read, the faster my skills improve, my strength increases rapidly, and the tension gradually dissipates. Although there may be strange things in the books, as long as I don't get too obsessed, they are basically not a threat to me. After twisting my neck, I opened the system panel. Expanding character panel, name, Fu Xue age, 18 life level 9.5 strength, 541 kilogram speed, 14.9 meters per second mental strength, level 15.5 combat power, not yet ranked, no rating item, book fragrance, red. That's about it for now. Once the system task is completed and you get the refresh card, you can rush to level 10. I nodded with satisfaction. My eyes swept across the training room, and finally stopped at the virtual warehouse in the corner. Guru E had mentioned the arena, and I also wanted to try the ladder mode of the virtual arena to see how strong I was. After reading the instruction manual several times, I placed the neural connector on my temple and slowly lay down in the virtual cabin. What I saw was a clean, unreal white space with several virtual rooms standing in it. When I got closer, I saw their names written on the doors: Beat Saber, Virtual Arena, VR Girlfriend? I froze for a moment, my hand somehow already touching the door handle, but I pulled it back with difficulty, thinking to myself, I'm here to exercise, not to mess around. I walked towards the door of the virtual arena and pushed it gently. Suddenly, a magnificent ancient Roman arena appeared in front of me, and the audience was shouting loudly, "Winner! Qiu Yu Ming Ming!" Isn't this the competition that the news said, where the champion was directly recruited by the military district? I looked up at the arena throne and couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Even if it was just the champion of a virtual arena, to be the #1 warrior, it was definitely not an ordinary person. Welcome to the virtual arena. As a new user, please read the user agreement. Agree. Scanning and uploading body data. Detected warrior level, 9.5. Please enter ID. I touched my hair and thought, snowflakes is good, simple and direct. Snowflakes, welcome to the virtual arena. Have fun, .. After entering the arena, I was too lazy to look at those entertainment modes and directly clicked on the ladder mode. The ladder mode is full of the most intense struggle. It is detected that you are a level 9.5 warrior. The black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum ranks have been unlocked for you. A gold rank will earn you a 100,000 yuan reward, and a platinum rank will earn you a 1 million yuan reward. You can also redeem your ladder points for martial arts. Fight, and then surpass. I quickly glanced at it and clicked Start Matching. A few seconds later, match successful. On the other side of the arena stood a man holding a 9-toothed rake. I frowned. Isn't this weapon too rustic? Give up. I won't take the points from a newbie. The man opposite waved his hand, with a tone of conferring alms like a great master. I raised my eyebrows and replied coldly, no need. You can eat it if you win. You are still stubborn. Don't blame me for being rude. He grinned and got into position, looking like a veteran. Come on. I turned the Fong Tian Hua Ji in my hand a few times. The halberd shadow drew an arc, and I hooked my finger coldly. Chapter 9. The look in my sister's eyes is like looking at garbage. I'm so excited. Brother Pig, I've never begged anyone in my life. Can you please play this game slower? Zhuge Wei's live broadcast room was instantly flooded with comments, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. He rubbed his brows and said speechlessly, Okay, I'll try my best. But don't let it go too obviously. In case you little black people report me, I'll be banned for 3 days again. After saying that, he stomped his foot on the floor, and a roar suddenly sounded in the arena. A white shadow flashed by in an instant and rushed straight towards me. I stood still, just twisting my neck and slightly squinting my eyes, accurately capturing his every move. The rake was almost at my face, but my heartbeat was as steady as the surface of the water. Just as the rake was about to fall, I attacked. The Fong Tian Hua Ji swung over my head, stirring up a white vortex in the air. The tip of the halberd smashed down with a gust of wind, and the force was so great that it almost tore the floor apart. Chi! The sound of the air being torn apart by the halberd tip exploded. Zhuge Wei was stunned, and the whole person was directly fixed on the spot. Before he could react, the scene in front of him turned black and white. There was an uproar in the live broadcast room. What? Brother Zhu was killed in 1 second? The game of the God Generals is confirmed. Marshal Tianpong has fallen. The rich man gave away a plane for free. The show is awesome. Zhuge Wei was embarrassed and angrily retorted, What the hell? Did anyone see how she made the move? If you didn't see it clearly, don't talk nonsense here. He clicked off the point loss notification and continued to match while gritting his teeth. One more round. I don't believe that anyone who takes it seriously will be afraid of anyone else. A few seconds later, the match was successful. When I saw the familiar figure on the other side, I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows and stab the Fong Tian Hua Ji into the ground. Why are you here again? The chubby man opposite froze, then gritted his teeth and said, The last game was just a warm-up. I'll play seriously with you this time. He took out a silver spear and danced with it, looking determined to win. I just laughed, threw the halberd aside, and started with my bare hands. You go first? The barrage exploded instantly. Crazy. Sister is really crazy. Empty-handed. Sister, Put away your arrogance, please. Brother Zhu, stay calm. You must not embarrass yourself this time. Zhuge Wei was also furious, and he cursed with gnashing teeth. Do you really look down on me? Fine. I'll teach you a lesson. He moved, and the tip of the gun stabbed towards me with a sharp cold light. When it reached me, the tip of the gun suddenly trembled, and silver flowers bloomed in the air. The gun is afraid of the head shaking. This is the proof of the perfection of the gun technique. The smaller the circle shaken by the gun tip, the stronger the power. He obviously used all his strength in this move. Unfortunately, for me, it all seemed like a slow-motion replay. My spine twisted slightly, and my body quickly lowered, almost sliding along the ground, just avoiding the gunshot. As I turned around, I punched out with my right fist, as powerful as a bell. Bang! The fist hit his shoulder. The bone caved in instantly. Blood spurted out of his shoulder. He flew backwards more than 10 meters as if hit by a cannonball, and fell heavily to the ground. Before he could get up, I had already caught up with him, tapping the ground with my toes, as light as a dragonfly touching the water. But the cracks left on the ground showed how terrifying the power hidden under this lightness was. Before he could react, I raised my leg high and slammed it hard into his side. Skull-crushing kick? He raised his gun to block, but the silver gun broke directly under my leg force, and the fragments flew away with blood mist. He was kicked to the ground again, fell heavily on the edge of the arena, and didn't get up for a long time. The comments were also completely blown up. Fuck. Valkyrie. This sister is so scary. That last kick was like teleportation. I thought the live broadcast was stuck. Will Brother Zhu be psychologically traumatized by being kicked out? Zhuge Wei stared at the screen in silence, his expression a little dull. He scratched his head, forced a smile, turned off the score loss prompt, and placed his finger on the continue game button, but hesitated to click it. After a moment, he sighed, she is indeed a bit strong. Forget it, let's wait and not let her eat my share anymore. Chapter 10. Something is wrong? I went too far. Whether it was smashing the opponent into a pancake or using a skull-crushing kick to kill him, this behavior was somehow cruel. Although novels and movies always say that there is no distinction between good and evil in martial arts, what about the martial arts I am learning now? Every move and every form of them is aimed at killing, bloody and cruel, and even makes me feel an indescribable sense of strangeness. I am not the kind of person who can completely not care about other people's life or death, but now, I no longer care about how others die. Like a little kid with a weapon, I looked at my hands, unable to suppress the chill in my heart. If I were to spar with someone in real life, like Guru Yi, and I got carried away like I am now, I don't even dare to imagine what the consequences would be. I clenched my fists and tried to calm myself down. The trace of restraint in my mind finally emerged. Unrestrained learning of martial arts has begun to affect my personality and mentality. But even if I realize it, I won't stop. This world is too dangerous, with beasts everywhere, and even in society there are many people who break the law with force. If I don't want to be beaten to death, I have to become stronger. Beating others to death? That depends on whether I am strong enough. I sighed and whispered to myself, when the time comes, I will know how to stop the urge to kill. At this moment, my friend list suddenly flashed wildly. I was stunned for a moment, clicked it, and found that a lot of people had sent me friend requests. At first I thought the other party was not convinced and wanted to add me as a friend to argue with me. But when I clicked on it, I saw all the messages were full of flattery. Valkyrie. Sister is the queen of the only pig farm in Black Iron. Pig Hammer Immortal. Awesome. What the hell are those last two? I was completely puzzled. Just as he was speechless, a new friend request suddenly popped up. The applicant was Zhuge Wei. I'm the main contributor. Please give me some face and add me as a friend. I raised an eyebrow, nodded my agreement, and replied, why? Want to continue the fight? He was silent for a while, then sent a few messages. No? I think you are pretty good, so I want to collaborate with you and play some PvE. PvE? Well, it's either PK or exploration mode, the kind where you play dungeons together. He added quickly. Okay. I thought about it and agreed. Soon, a mission invitation popped up. Mission, May Peak, difficulty, easy, introduction. This is the first battle between warriors and earth beasts. The scene is bloody and tragic. I clicked accept, and the screen changed, and Zhuge Wei appeared beside me. He was still holding the 9-toothed rake in his hand, looking quite proud. Easy difficulty? I asked him. He was stunned for a moment, with a strange expression. Did you just play the virtual arena? Yeah, I just played it today. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but after pausing for a few seconds, he squeezed out a sentence. I'm afraid it's too difficult for you to pass, so I tried the simple ones first. I glanced at him and felt that there was something wrong with what he said, but I didn't say much. Okay. The scene flashed, and we appeared in a dark forest. The sky was overcast, thunder roared, silver lightning rolled between the clouds, and the air was filled with thick moisture. I looked down at the soft soil beneath my feet. The footprints on the ground were surprisingly large and webbed, about 5 or 6 times the size of my feet. Taking a deep breath, I tightly grasped the Feng Tianhua Ji and walked towards the sound of flowing water coming from not far away. Hey, sister, don't walk around. This is the monster's lair. Zhuge Wei's voice came from behind. I turned my head to look at him, ignored him, and continued walking forward. Soon, I came to a waterfall. The water splashed, and the raindrops mixed with the smell of mud rushed towards me, fell on my face, and slid down my neck into my collar. At this moment, the water below the waterfall suddenly began to fluctuate violently. A group of half-human, half-fish beasts slowly stood up from the water, their gills opening and closing, and their sharp claws reflecting cold light. They stared at me intently, their eyes full of cold-blooded murderous intent. Hey, I told you not to run around. Zhuge Wei's voice came from afar. He hurriedly caught up, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. It's over. You've summoned all the monsters out of the lair. I tightly gripped the Feng Tianhua Ji, swept my cold eyes over the beasts, and raised a sneer at the corner of my mouth. Chapter 11. These half-human, half-fish beasts hunched over with their fat and bloated bodies. Their light green pupils flickered slightly in the rain, like fireflies wetted by raindrops. Above their heads, an information sign soon appeared. Freshwater Fish Go Swarm, LV-15. Aquatic Combat Adaptation, LV-2. I glanced at the logo and was not surprised, but Zhuge Wei was already having a headache. He held his forehead and said in a rather desperate tone, "Fighting this kind of monster in the rain is a big problem." I turned my head and looked at him, as if he was talking to himself. These monsters usually need to return to the water to breathe, but on rainy days they don't need to return to breathe like humans, and they have stronger physical fitness than humans. He hesitated to speak, but I roughly understood what he was worried about. His expression confirmed one thing for me. This man was afraid of death. When you die, your equipment will drop. My 9-toothed rake is custom-made. It costs tens of thousands. Zhuge Wei gritted his teeth and muttered softly, "Wait and don't move. I'll kill him." I picked up the Feng Tianhua Ji and walked straight forward. What do you mean? Zhuge Wei was a little dissatisfied when he heard this. Do you think I, Zhuge Wei, would run away? Even if I die here, I will not take a step back. I stopped and turned to look at him. He had a serious expression, his lips tightly pursed, and he stood straighter than anyone else. Oh. I nodded and said nothing more. I just raised my halberd and pointed it at the group of fish ghosts. It's up to you. I continued walking forward, stepping over the muddy ground, the rain hitting my shoulders, splashing tiny drops of water. I wiped my face casually with my collar, thought for a moment, and added, "By the way, I don't plan to leave my body intact." Zhuge Wei was slightly stunned, as if he didn't hear clearly. What? I mean, they don't have to leave their bodies intact, right? I said without turning my head. He was stunned for 2 seconds. No need. I smiled and said, then I will definitely win. The next moment, I suddenly exerted force on my feet, and my body turned into a residual shadow and leaped up, appearing directly above the heads of the group of fish ghosts. Bang! The Feng Tianhua Ji was swung down suddenly. The air was directly torn apart, and the rain curtain was instantly broken up by this blow, splashing everywhere like waves hitting reefs. I heard Zhuge Wei's breath coming from behind me, so fast. I glanced at the group of monsters in front of me. A hint of coldness flashed in my eyes, and I continued to swing the halberd. Every strike was not wasted. Zhuge Wei finally moved. He clenched his rake tightly and rushed into the group of fish ghosts with a stiff expression, but his movements were so slow that it made people anxious. He seemed to want to conserve his physical strength and tried to accurately calculate the force of each attack. The key is to fight a protracted war, he muttered quietly while swinging the rake hard. I was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and just focused on dealing with the enemy in front of me. The rain was getting heavier, and the fish ghosts looked more threatening under the cover of rain. Blood flowed on the ground, and after being washed away by the rain, it formed patches of red mud. My feet stepped on the broken fish scales, and every step made a crunching sound. Soon, my movements gradually slowed down. My panting gradually became heavier, and I looked up at the group of fish ghosts in front of me. I estimated that there were still 20 to 30 of them wandering around. Their movements became cautious, as if they were testing my limits. There are 29 left, I said softly, turning to look at Fu Xue. He was stunned for a moment, a little confused. What do you mean? I clenched my halberd tightly, raised the corners of my mouth slightly, and said in a calm and low voice, "Count these 29. Boom! The painted halberd smashed hard into the ground. The air wave caused the ground to sink a layer, and the group of monsters were shaken. But there was no fatal injury. The halberd fell to the ground. My hands were shaking, and I slumped down. Fu Xue stared at me blankly, his mouth twitching slightly. Is this your plan to kill them all? I ignored him, propped up my halberd and barely stood up, looking back at the group of fish ghosts. Just then, I heard a strange sound. Plop! Turning my eyes to the river bank, the soil began to collapse in large chunks. Chapter 12. The speed of the soil collapse was beyond my imagination. Like a domino effect, the entire area within a radius of dozens of meters soon sank. The ground, which had been muddied by the rain, had completely turned into rolling mud. The violent torrent of water carried mud, stones, and branches around, and every inch of it was filled with deadly force. The freshwater fish ghosts sensed something was wrong, howled miserably, and fled in all directions. Unfortunately, their webbed feet were not suitable for running on the ground, and they fell into the tumbling water one by one, becoming complete victims of the turbulence. Plop, plop. Hearing these sounds, I raised my eyebrows slightly, and there was a subtle joy in my heart. Their screams seemed like some kind of irony, which was particularly funny. After a moment, the system prompt box popped up. May Peak E Part 1, completed, clearance time. 49 minutes and 26 seconds. You have obtained 479 merit points in this scene, and can use the clearance certificate to exchange for items in May Peak Part 1 at a discount. As soon as I glanced at these prompts, I heard Fu Xue let out a hiss, and his eyes almost popped out. Is there a way to clear a level this way? His voice was filled with disbelief. Did you gain a third eye by playing this game? I raised my hands nonchalantly and brushed off the rain on my shoulders. The result of this round was not perfect, but it was enough for me. On the other hand, Fu Xue, although he spoke tough, did not even dare to refute at this moment. It was obvious that he was completely shocked. He stared at the clearance record for a few seconds, then muttered in a low voice, "Awesome, really awesome. I've been playing for so long, and today I finally met a genius boy." But after saying this, he stopped talking. He was probably afraid that if he spoke again, he would be slapped in the face by the flag he set. 666. Brother Pig won without doing anything. Poor Pig, his gaming career has completely gone astray since today. The Valkyrie is really strong. I have nothing to say. He glanced at the comments and was about to say something, but his nose started to itch and he sneezed. After squatting for a long time, the muddy water on the ground was really creepy. What is your life level? Fu Xue suddenly asked, with envy and some relief on his face, as if he had accepted the reality of being beaten. 9.5 level. I replied casually. The barrage of comments immediately exploded. 9.5 level? She's talking about 9.5 level? Brother Xu, what do you think of this level 13? It's hard to bear, man. This level 9.5 is a bit too much. I feel like I'm also level 9.5. Fu Xue's expression froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. Sister, stop teasing me. I didn't lie to you. Impossible. If you were level 9.5, I would eat a ton of shit right now. He said it in a firm tone, with a look of disbelief on his face. I blinked, too lazy to explain, and directly called up my system settings to make my life level public. Soon, a bright 9.5 number appeared above my head. The surroundings were completely quiet, and the barrage of comments also stopped for a moment. Only dense question marks and unbelievable filled the screen. Fu Xue stared at the number above my head, and his whole body froze as if he had been struck by lightning. He opened his mouth and suddenly sat down on his buttocks, pounding his fists into the mud. You have a mouth, right? Ask your mother's chicken. I was startled, took 2 steps back, and asked cautiously, Are you okay? It's okay. Fu Xue sniffed, his eyes red. Rain slid down his face, and he didn't know whether it was rain or tears. It's too difficult. Damn, this game is too difficult. He howled and cried particularly miserably. I stood aside, feeling somewhat guilty. His behavior made me seem like a bully. Come to think of it, this guy is really miserable. I beat him twice in the arena, and he was completely crushed in the dungeon, and he didn't even get any good equipment. The most important thing is that he still thinks that he, at level 13, should be able to beat me, who is at level 9.5. The current situation is really devastating for him. It seems that I am really strong. I clenched my fists, sighed in a low voice, and then looked at Zhuge Wei's back as he logged off, with a few complicated emotions welling up in my heart. Beep, beep, the system message sounded again. I opened the message bar and planned to clear it and play 2 more ladder matches. I should have practiced enough for today. Just then, a colorful private message from an ID called Crow caught my attention. You played very well. Are you interested in participating in a spectator match? The prize money is very generous, ranging from tens of thousands to 2 million. ? I sent a question mark in reply. The other party quickly replied, there are clients who like to watch players like you who fight hard and cleanly. The more exaggerated the better, and the money is paid generously. Black boxing? Coliseum is more accurate, but black boxing also exists. Are you interested? I frowned. The other party's tone was straightforward, but not aggressive. I pondered for a moment and typed back, are there any F-level Earth Beasts? If you dare to fight, we have A-level ones available. Crow replied quickly, with a firm attitude. A-level Earth Beast? I sneered, thinking that the other party's words were pure bragging. But raising a few low-level Earth Beasts as fighting objects is something that can be done in reality. I didn't rush to agree, and I quickly weighed the risks and benefits in my mind. If I go to the wild to track Earth Beasts, it is indeed easy to encounter uncertain dangers. If I am unlucky and encounter a high-level Earth Beast, my life may be over. This Coliseum model may not seem bright, but it is much safer than the wild. After all, they want to make money, so they won't let me get into trouble easily. At least not while I'm still valuable. I can try, but I'm not bound by any contract. I replied. Okay, 1732XXXXXX, this is the contact number. Contact me after you go offline, and someone will connect you. Crow didn't say anything else after dropping the number. Chapter 13 Address. When the phone was connected, I said directly, wow, little girl, you are very proactive. I just called you, and you called me back. I heard Crow's slightly teasing voice from the other end of the phone, which made me frown. Address. My tone became a little colder, and I didn't want to waste time talking to him. Don't be impatient. Even if I tell you now, the competition still needs time to arrange. We can take advantage of this time to chat and leave a good impression. His voice was frivolous and self-righteous. My first impression of you is that you're crazy. I pursed my lips and couldn't help but complain. Also, can you fix your mixing of Chinese and English? Are you a part-time rapper? There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, with only the sound of his breathing coming through the receiver. I laughed inwardly, thinking that this guy must have been so upset by my criticism that he couldn't even take it anymore. Oh, okay, Crow chuckled, his tone finally becoming a little more normal. Tianhe City, how to power plant on Clinching Street. Before 1 p.m. tomorrow, find the elevator there and take it to the -3rd floor. I wrote down the address and hung up the phone. As I put down the phone, I suddenly realized something. I should have used a virtual number before calling. Unfortunately, it was too late. On the other end of the phone, Crow smiled and put down the phone, lazily leaning on the sofa, her cheongsam outlining a lazy posture. She whispered to herself, interesting little sister, quite straightforward. The next day, I took a bus to Clinching Street. There were not many people on the bus, and 2 elementary school students were discussing a card game enthusiastically. Look, I got a 7th level warrior flashcard. That's nothing. Look at my ultimate warrior card. The prototype is the #1 warrior in Dasha. Using guns is boring. The sword is cool. Listening to their argument, I leaned against the window and chuckled. If I had to choose, I would definitely choose a katana that looks like a spear, which is a truly cool weapon. When we arrived at Clinching Street, there were even fewer people on the bus. There were few people here, and the low-frequency, buzzing sound from the power plant not far away was particularly harsh. This was obviously not a place suitable for living. I turned into an alley and took out the clothes I had prepared in advance from my backpack and changed. The baseball cap was pulled down to cover my hair, and the black mask covered my face, simple and practical. I looked up at the screen of my phone to make sure that even acquaintances wouldn't be able to recognize me before I walked towards the entrance of the power plant. In the security room at the door, a middle-aged security guard stared at me suspiciously, walked out quickly, holding an electric baton in his hand. What are you doing? Are you trying to steal the wires? I was almost choked by his words and adjusted the brim of my hat. I'm here to sign up for a competition. What competition? I've never heard of it. He looked me up and down and still stood blocking the door. Lao Lu, let her in. A burly man walked out of the power plant. He had dark skin and a suit that was so tight that it looked like it would burst at any time. He nodded at the security guard, turned and looked at me. Come with me. Are you Crow? I asked him, looking up. Just call me Black Bear. He glanced at me and grinned. Crow is not in Tianhe City, so I will take care of you for the next few days. It's rare to see someone as young as you. I'm short of money. I made up an excuse. Black Bear nodded, didn't ask any more questions, and took me to the elevator of the power plant. As the elevator slowly descended, the low-frequency buzzing sound around me gradually disappeared, and my ears finally became quiet. The air on the third floor below ground was a little chilly, and the air conditioner was turned on very high. I subconsciously shrank my neck. Black Bear pointed to the locker room on the side and said, You can change your clothes if you feel it's necessary. However, considering your age and the high school student outfit, don't change. It will attract more attention when you enter the venue. The more explosive points you have, the more money you can make. I raised my eyebrows slightly and said nothing. I understood what he meant. The audience here didn't understand martial arts at all. They didn't want skills, but bloody excitement. Rather than strength, they wanted to see some superficial gimmicks. Continuing to walk inside, a woman in a bikini walked out from the door of the lounge. I glanced over it and had to admit that it was indeed eye-catching. A few steps further in, the air was filled with the smell of sweat and a strong odor of blood. The moment I entered the home court, the scene in front of me made me frown slightly. In the iron cage, a man was riding on another boxer and punching wildly. Every punch brought blood, and the ground had already been stained dark red with blood. People in the audience excitedly shouted, Beat him to death, and be more ruthless. And some even threw a stack of banknotes directly into the iron cage. This atmosphere made me feel uncomfortable instinctively, and I don't like this kind of violent carnival. 2 hours later, someone tapped me on the shoulder. Black Bear whispered, It's your turn. Go in through the small door over there. I pressed my baseball cap, took a deep breath, and walked into the small door in the direction he pointed. What came into view was a black-striped and white-spotted tiger locked in an iron cage. It growled, a deafening roar came from its throat, and saliva hung on its sharp teeth. The audience around was excited. Little girl, take off your hat and show us your face. Ha ha ha, I'll give you 50,000, little sister. Take off your mask too. The banknotes were thrown at my feet and piled up into a small pile. I looked down at the money and my eyes instantly turned cold. These people only treat human life as a joke, and money is just a tool to add fun to them. I bent down, picked up the money on the ground, and threw it back at the crowd. This money? Even a dog wouldn't make it. I said coldly, tightened my Fong Tian Hua Ji in my hand, and looked straight at the tiger. Chapter 14, Are You Well Educated? The black bear folded his arms, and a hint of admiration appeared in his calm pupils. Look at this girl's arrogant look. Does she resemble our boss's previous demeanor? The two boxers who had fought blood all over the ring before came over arm in arm, and the one who was less injured said jokingly. The one with a bruised face shook his head. What are you talking about? Our boss is very friendly. That's called, that's called, proud of the frost and the snow. Fuck, you seem cultured now, right? The one who spoke first punched him twice in the stomach, as if in a joking manner. Black Bear had his back turned and didn't know what expression was on his face. He only heard a steady voice coming from the front. Lu-san, was the black cat well fed yesterday? The black cat is the black-spotted tiger on the stage. I can't say he's a veteran actor. I can only say that after being fed, his condition has become a bit bad. Rather than directly hunting contestants for food, it prefers to fight with the mentality of digesting food. Even if there is real danger, it can be seen in advance. With Black Bear, a level 27 second-order warrior, standing by, almost nothing will go wrong. I'm doing my job. Lu-san opened his mouth and pulled the wound on his face, and said bitterly, Are you still worried? Is there anyone in this base who is more reliable than me? Boss, when will it be Dasha's turn to get beaten? It's really too much for you to always pick on an honest man like me. Black Bear, he will be exposed if he goes up there. Thank you for your hard work. That can't be helped. Those who are capable should do more work. Lu-san lowered his head and smiled embarrassedly, then walked forward and stretched his head to look at the noise in the audience stands. Instead of being dull, the atmosphere became even more heated. It's more exciting to look at it with such arrogance. Ha ha, look. Here comes a girl with guts. How can this little money be enough to show off? It's so vulgar to show money. Girls of this age like jewelry. Hurry up, keep throwing. If you get bitten to death by the black tiger, you won't have a chance anymore. Look at this scene. I've never seen such an explosion in my 7 years of fighting. Lu San exclaimed in amazement. It really makes sense that a character with a proud genius would be more attractive. As for why it is just a character setting, whose precious and talented girl comes here to fight dirty boxing? Boss, can this girl beat the black cat? Lu San said eagerly. It should be possible. Black Bear, who always speaks decisively, hesitated a little. Crow said that she was born to work for us. Okay, boss, I'll give you the whole job. Ding. All the long LED tubes installed in the gaps of the ceiling went out, and the entire venue suddenly fell into darkness. The sudden change was like pouring a bucket of water on a flame, and the originally enthusiastic voices involuntarily became lower. Fu Xue clenched her fists and looked up in confusion. What the hell? There will be a power outage, even if it is built under a power plant? A sudden sound came from the darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to solemnly introduce the challenger of Black Tiger Ah Fu. Fu Xue frowned, feeling a little ominous. However, after 18 years of compulsory education, her mind involuntarily tilted to the other side. Lady didn't become plural. She muttered. Ding! The spotlight suddenly hit Fu Xue's feet. Fu Xue was stunned for a moment. She reflexively raised her hand to her forehead to block out the glaring light. After a while, she realized that she was actually wearing a hat. She has unknown strength, no combat record, and no idea of her origins. A 3-0 girl. The audience in the auditorium was stunned. It is true that listening to your words is better than speaking to you alone. 3-0 girl? Fu Xue's small eyes, which could not be opened, were filled with great doubts. No, buddy? Please don't use words randomly when you hear them, just to show that you are very cultured. Besides, I should be here to fight beasts, not to participate in dancing with the universe, right? She is going to challenge. Lu San dragged out his words very long. Ding! The spotlight suddenly hit the cage. The black tiger was stimulated by the intense light. It paced in the cage with its sharp teeth showing, looking a little irritable. It weighs 570 kilograms and is 3.2 meters long. With an unbeaten record of 22 wins and 3 draws, he is a beast among beasts, with an average game duration of only 5 minutes. The uncrowned king of first-level earth beasts from the Siberian frozen soil. Black Tiger Ah Fu. It's to become a dead soul caught in the sharp teeth. Or he showed his brilliant strength and became the star of the Black Bear venue. Lu San's voice was low for a moment, but then it suddenly became passionate. Let's wait and see. The atmosphere in the audience was ignited again, and cheers were overwhelming all around. Kill, kill, kill. Open it quickly. I can't wait any longer. Buy me 500 bets of Black Tiger. I want it now. As the words fell, the lights in the entire conference hall lit up. Click, click, click. The sound of chains colliding could be heard intermittently, and the cage that trapped the black tiger was gradually pulled up. The iron net for blocking was slowly rising at the edge of the Coliseum. Lu San turned off the microphone, turned around and asked for credit with a smile on his face. How is it, boss? The turnover of the gambling game will at least triple. We can't play this game anymore. Black Bear's face was solemn. Before Lu San could ask any more questions, he explained, the black cat was frightened. He clearly saw that when the spotlight suddenly hit the black cat, all its muscles tensed up instantly. This? Lu San was startled, and the expression on his face triggered his pain nerves, causing him to throb in pain for a moment. Boss, if we don't fight now, our venue will be finished. Rich masters are very difficult to serve. Their venue was already inferior to other places, and now it might collapse after what happened. Lu San now had a bitter smile on his face. He was actually putting himself on the fire. It has to stop. Black Bear said firmly. She is so young, and she came here to make money. Do you want her to pay with her life? Lu San knew Black Bear's character very well, otherwise he wouldn't have followed him around like a loyal follower. He sighed and did not refute, but said guiltily, Boss, if the venue is short of money, I have made a lot of money in the past few years. Dasha, who was stunned, also said, Brother, I also made a lot of money, although not as much as third brother. But if you want it, just take it. Black Bear took a deep breath and looked towards the center of the Coliseum again. The girl was standing there clueless. He gritted his teeth and couldn't make up his mind, but he could accept starting over. But what about the dozens of brothers following behind him? After working for several years, you get nothing except a lot of injuries? Black Bear took off his tight suit and threw it on the sofa. His strong muscles made his shirt bulge. I will keep her. He took a deep breath, tensed his muscles, stared at the field, and muttered to himself. Chapter 15 Mission completed. As the cage was fully opened, the nearly 600-kilogram black spotted tiger was fully revealed in front of Fu Xue. Its eyes were fixed on Fu Xue. As it paced, its thick pads of flesh fell to the ground, kicking up pieces of dust. An overwhelming sense of oppression came towards it, as expected of the king of beasts. Fu Xue couldn't help but breathe lighter. As both are first-level earth beasts, this one, Black Tiger Fu, alone gives off a more oppressive feeling than a group of mermaids in the game combined. A very clear fact emerged in her mind. It turns out that if you're killed, you will die. Fu Xue's mouth twitched. She wanted to laugh, but she suppressed it. Although the probability was very low, this was a beast that could definitely kill her. She came here with the determination to kill it. Even before this, Fu Xue had never killed a chicken before. To practice martial arts, you must first practice 3 parts of evil spirit. Fu Xue clenched her fists until they creaked, raised her head and looked into the bloodshot eyes of the beast, her face grim. But I am full of evil energy right now. Pong. A cloud of dust suddenly rose up under Fu Xue's feet. The baseball cap on her head was blown back by the strong wind pressure, revealing the bun on her head. The black tiger felt threatened, and slowly crouched down and growled. Seeing that Fu Xue's speed did not slow down, it bared its fangs, kicked its hind legs hard, and appeared a few meters away in the next second. A light breeze blew in the fully enclosed venue. Below, there were almost 2 dust-colored wind columns across the center of the Coliseum. Pa, pa, pa. All this dirt is scraped into my mouth? Is the black tiger so strong? Why didn't we discover it before? This little girl wouldn't really die here, would she? Great, great. This is exactly the kind of scene I want to see. The black bear standing on the platform's pupils shrank. So fast. The black tiger is fine. After all, it is an earth beast that has the combat power of the first-level peak after adulthood. But how old is this girl to have the speed to match it? At this speed, if he delayed for a moment, the 2 sides would collide head-on. As you can imagine, it was an egg and stone situation. No matter what, the sizes of the 2 were completely unequal, one weighing nearly half a ton, and the other only half a ton. The black bear didn't hesitate at all. He raised his arms to block in front of him and rushed towards the glass window on the platform. Boom! Everyone in the audience looked up and saw a black tower-like figure jumping down from the sky, leaving behind a pile of debris. On the nearly 8-meter-high platform, the black bear made almost no effort to relieve the force. It went straight to the middle of the 2 wind pillars and stretched out its arms to the left and right. Someone in the audience immediately said something dissatisfied. What's going on? Why did another one suddenly appear? Oh, that's Black Bear, the owner of the venue. He probably saw that the situation was not good and came down to save the situation. Fuck, that's a bummer. Fuck you, Black Bear. Give me your money back. Why did he suddenly jump down? Fu Xue frowned. She didn't know what Black Bear was thinking. She only knew that her system tasks seemed to be disrupted. If I give up this time, will I have another chance next time? After all, she had kicked back the money thrown by the audience, and her unhappiness was almost written in her actions. She was just short of giving everyone the middle finger on the spot. In a flash, Fu Xue didn't have much time to think. Staring at the black palm as big as a palm leaf fan not far ahead, her pupils suddenly shrank into needle points. Fu Xue's original plan was to quickly approach the black tiger, and then use her flexible body to fight in close combat to avoid harm from its sharp claws. But since someone is here to mess things up, then she could only give up her previous idea, choose the most direct method to win with one strike. That is, bump into it. Boom. Fu Xue's speed increased again. Quick. Faster. Fastest. The invisible air was split into 2 by her, making a sharp sound of wind. Black Bear's attention was all on Black Tiger. In his opinion, if Fu Xue saw him standing in the middle, she would definitely understand what he was going to do, and her normal first reaction would be to slow down. As for the black tiger, it's a little hard to say. It may be that it breaks because it has some old feelings for its owner, or it may be that it is frightened again and its wild nature emerges. But at the moment, the black tiger did not make any movement, but instead there was a loud explosion behind him. This means that Fu Xue not only did not slow down, but even accelerated. What? This conclusion shocked him. Is this girl crazy? How could she make such a choice? He turned around in astonishment, and the hand close to Fu Xue fell as fast as lightning, with 5 fingers forming claws in an attempt to stop Fu Xue. But it was still a beat late. Fu Xue bent down and crawled under his arm. Black Bear even saw her cold and focused eyes sparkling at that moment. Boom! A loud bang suddenly exploded behind him. His heart stopped, and he could hardly bear to look back. But considering that there might be a chance of rescue, Black Bear still looked over with hope, but the result left him stunned. Fu Xue was not knocked back, which caused his hand that was grabbing in the air to be empty. But what surprised him even more was that Fu Xue defied the black tiger's pounce and crashed headfirst into its belly. Then, knock it back. Boom! Fu Xue pressed the black tiger under her body and used it as a cushion, then slammed it hard to the ground. Only a few cracking sounds were heard, and the bones of its 2 hind legs that touched the ground first were completely crushed under the huge force. Fu Xue clung tightly to the black tiger's back, her slender arms tightly gripping its neck. But when the tiger struggled, its spine hit her chest like a hammer, and she was caught off guard and almost vomited blood. To be honest, she had no idea how Hu had managed to turn around and move his feet downward despite her constraints. Is this the talent of cats? So terrifying. Fu Xue suppressed the sweetness in her throat and grabbed its neck in anger. Then she released one arm and clenched her fist to hit it hard on the head. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the black tiger, who had been struggling fiercely, fell asleep immediately. Fu Xue jumped off the tiger's back and almost vomited when she saw the wound she had caused. Woo! The black tiger whined in pain. One side of its head flattened. One of its originally ferocious pupils was squeezed out, its prickly tongue hung out of its mouth, and its breathing was extremely heavy. Rest in peace. Fu Xue muttered to herself, then bent down, grabbed the fluffy fur on the big tiger's head with both hands, and twisted it. Completed mission. Try your hand at it. Obtain. Refresh card ×2. Fixed card ×1. Chapter 16. Changes in Martial Arts. Just as Fu Xue clapped her hands and prepared to leave, a regular rhythm suddenly sounded in her ears. She was stunned for a moment and touched her chest in confusion. My heartbeat is obviously very fast. Where does this slow heartbeat come from? Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom. My heart is beating faster and faster. In just a few seconds, it seemed as if he went through the entire process from death struggle to resuscitation. Just then the system made a beeping sound. There is a golden house in the book. Read The Great Dream of Heaven to increase your mental strength to level 20. Reward. Optional entry gift pack. Is there a problem with the book I brought with me? Fu Xue frowned. She can still deal with monsters from E-level martial arts, but she is not prepared to face the second-level monsters born from F-level martial arts. Fu Xue no longer hesitated and didn't care about other people's opinions. He took 2 steps at a time and arrived in front of the dead tiger while the black bear looked hesitantly at him. Then he formed his 5 fingers into claws and dug into its belly fiercely. Chi! Blood suddenly gushed out like a fountain from the blood vessels that were still beating, dyeing Fu Xue's entire body deep red. The whole audience was silent. Even the audience who enjoyed watching blood splattering vomited because of the sight. Even though he was held in her hand, his heart was still beating very fast, as if it were a living thing. Don't act like a demon now that you're dead. Fu Xue sneered, then squeezed her hands hard. Pong. Blood flowers appeared. Vomit. Most of the audience couldn't help but vomit. Fu Xue was too frightened to care about the nausea. Instead, she just turned pale, shook her hands calmly and started to leave. Lu San, who had just rushed down, had a pale face. In fact, when the black bear jumped down from the platform, he and Dasha had already been rushing here. Who knew I would see this scene when I came down? Oh shit, what kind of hell is this Hellblood demon? You've come to the wrong place, sis. We are just doing underground boxing here, not a slaughterhouse. When Lu Sin realized that Fu Xue was walking towards him, he froze instantly, and even his usually eloquent words seemed to be a little unskillful. The strong smell of blood passed over the noses of the 2 men. Lu San and Dasha gasped for air. Although she hadn't made any movement, they felt as if they had been dead for several days. Big fool. Third brother. Oh, this is so scary. I want to go home. The 2 of them were trembling like quails. Their calves were numb, and they couldn't take a single step. A huge shadow enveloped the 2 of them, and the black bear's frowning black face appeared in front of them, and the 2 of them suddenly felt a sense of security. Boss, she won't kill you. but will kill me? Lu San asked fearfully. Brother, she won't kill the third brother. Of course I'm not scared. Lu San showed a smile that was uglier than crying. I just don't want to die without a complete body. The black bear took a deep breath, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Who on earth did the crow push over here? It's okay, I'm here. He didn't show any worry and said, we'll close the museum for now, and you two should get ready, because we'll have a lot to deal with today. What a hassle. Fu Xue threw the blood-soaked clothes into the corner, then walked into the bathroom carrying her own clothes. Before I even walked in, I heard laughter coming from inside. Why are you shy? I'm not shy at all. You're so pretty, everyone has seen you. Come on, let me rub your back. Go away, you female hooligan. Humph. Yeah, that's quite something. I haven't rubbed a naked body yet. Let me have a look. Pada. Fu Xue pushed the door open and walked in. The two women who were playing turned around at the same time, their eyes becoming dull. There was a strange man standing at the door, covered in blood, and he even had to wear a blood-stained mask when entering the bathroom. Fu Xue ignored the two of them, or rather, she ran into the shower cubicle shyly. She had been bathing at home since she was a child, except for a few times when she was taken to a public bathhouse by her mother when she was a child. Pooh. After calming down for a moment, she took off the mask on her face and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. She hung her clothes on the partition and then turned the shower head on to the maximum. Walala. The water droplets washed away the blood on her body, and the huge bathroom was dyed bright red by the blood flowing from her cubicle. The two women looked at each other and saw their own pale faces in each other's eyes, and they shuddered suddenly. He didn't even bother to rush his head or rub his back, but just trotted out. Fu Xue lowered her head and held the wall with one hand. Her hair was placed in front of her body as usual, and blood kept dripping down. Why? She was confused. Why did the books suddenly move in rhythm? Are there any books in this world that can be read without opening them? Or is it easy to trigger the book fragrance, as long as you keep it around for a long time? I can't figure it out. Sighing, Fu Xue picked up the soap and began to rub the sticky blood off her body. I can't reveal my address anyway. I'm going to buy some clothes first and then go to a few more stops. Fu Xue slowly recalled the spy drama she had watched. She suddenly thought of the fifth-level warrior, Gu Mingxing, posted at the entrance of Rui Martial Arts School. Rui Martial Arts School should be guarded by very powerful warriors. I will stay with them for a few days first. I hope they can help me drive away all the people who follow me. Fu Xue said in a low voice. She didn't want to bring any trouble to her family. Inside the conference office, Black Bear looked at the bill and took out a cigarette, but after thinking for a while, he put it back. 30 stacks of banknotes were piled on his desk. Lu San, give these 300,000 to the girl later. Why am I the one going again? Lu San turned pale when he heard that, but then he opened his eyes wide and asked, 300,000? How can it be so high? I only got 80,000 after getting beaten up like that. The 200,000 is compensation for her, said Black Bear. Lu San was silent. He had originally wanted to strongly protest and ask someone else to deliver the money, but now he had no choice but to deliver it himself. Ding-ling-ling. Black Bear's phone lit up, revealing a lock-screen photo of a beautiful woman. He smiled slightly and pressed the answer button, and Crow's unfocused voice came out. Yo bro, how about the person I recommended? You should have made a lot of money, right? TSK, I'm not talking about you. Most people have consciences. Conscientious clients will give agents like us a little tip. I lost more than 3 million. A first-level Earth Beast is not so easy to catch. It can be said that Fu Xue killed their future lobby manager. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Oh, when will you transfer my 30,000 yuan referral fee to me? Chapter 17. No, why? Shaoling, do you know the kid outside? He's wrapped up tightly. What is he doing at our door? A trainer in sportswear tapped lightly on the front desk. I'm not sure. How about you ask Coach Yang? Zhou Shaoling raised her head and took a few looks, and felt that the man looked familiar. In front of Rui Martial Arts School, Fu Xue the dog looked around furtively. There should be no one following us, right? I have to rely on navigation to get back. I don't believe you won't get dizzy. Fu Xue's expression under the mask was a little smug. I have a very good grasp of anti-reconnaissance awareness. She shook the rather heavy money in her backpack and couldn't help laughing under her mask. The 300,000 yuan of funds instantly made her go from being penniless to having some assets. Underground boxing is really profitable, Fu Xue said with some envy in her tone. 300,000 per game. She can play at least 10 games of this kind a day, 30 days a month. Holy crap, 90 million a month. The number that was close to a small goal made her heart flutter. It's just that the audience was too rude. It was like watching a monkey, and they mistreat their employees. It's not a good place. The right thing to do is to make a quick buck and run. Thinking of the employee who stuttered a little, had a bruised face and a fawning expression, Fu Xue shook her head slightly. Alas, black boxing turns people into ghosts. She no longer dwelled on this matter, but slowly pushed open the door and entered Rui Martial Arts School. Coach Yang, who was leaning against the front desk, sniffed gently. His forehead suddenly wrinkled deeply, his body tensed up, and he took a defensive posture in a covert manner. What a strong smell of blood. Who knew that the sneaky girl would be so stunned by the first word she said? The other party said in a clear voice, Sister Lingling, I want to break through to the first level of warrior. Can you help me apply for a coach? Zhou Shaoling blinked, paused for a moment, and recognized the other person. She was a little confused as to why the girl who had been so outgoing before suddenly changed her style and dressed in such a pure prison style. But he still said with a smile on his face, No problem, I will help you choose a senior coach. By the way, could you please, Sister Lingling, get me a change of clothes? Fu Xue glanced at Coach Yang who was standing next to her, and said shyly, I? Zhou Shaoling understood instantly, Don't worry. Go wait in the training room first. I'll be there soon. Fu Xue whispered, Thank you. Seeing Fu Xue walking away, Coach Yang let out a breath and said to Zhou Shaoling, Be careful, this child smells very bloody. Zhou Shaoling rolled her eyes at him and walked out from the front desk. Men, don't ask about this nonsense. Coach Yang couldn't help but have a question mark pop up in his head. After all, he is 40 years old and has no doubts. As for not being able to understand what this little girl said, there was such a strong smell of blood. If it was really her period, she would swallow 2 kilograms of sanitary napkins. Fu Xue changed into the martial arts uniform Zhou Shaoling brought her. The clothes are loose and comfortable. The whole thing is white with some slight red patterns, which makes it look less monotonous. The words Rui Martial Arts School, printed on the chest, look somewhat 3D. I feel like I shouldn't wear shoes when wearing this kind of clothes. Fu Xue lowered her head and moved her round little toes, pulling the corners of her mouth and whispering, Open the panel. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Life level, 9.9. Strength, 612 kilograms. Speed, 16.1 meters per second. Mental strength, 15.5. Combat power, not yet ranked, no evaluation. Entry, book fragrance, red. System backpack, refresh card ×2, fixed card ×1. It's only one step away. Fu Xue's expression was somewhat excited. As long as she could break through one level, she would be able to obtain another entry. Relying on the reward card given for completing the task, if she is not too shy, her strength will see another huge increase. The next step is to improve my strength as soon as possible, to a level that can deal with monsters in the second level martial arts, and then increase my mental strength to level 20. It's hard to say about the former, but improving mental strength is a bit difficult. She just enjoyed the benefit of having a spiritual power that is slightly stronger than that of a normal person, which is derived from the combined spiritual power of 2 lifetimes. Otherwise, he would probably be at the ordinary level of level 8 or 9. Fu Xue took the time to glance at the book on the table, feeling a little curious. What level of martial arts skills would cause the system to issue a special task? Regardless of the vision at that time, or what, it proves that this is a rather extraordinary martial art. She thought about it, and searched on the Warrior Forum. This place is generally used for warriors to communicate, but basically they are all small warriors who are just slacking off. Of course, there are some real big guys here. The information that comes out of the search is basically complaints like, What rubbish, I can't understand it. Come on, 99 new girls are using the great dream of heaven and earth for themselves. Damn, what a loss. Fu Xue was unwilling to give up and searched on Baidu again. The first related post made her stunned. Do you think that when people sleep, their consciousness will go to other places? When a person dies, it is just a dream. Fu Xue couldn't help but nodded in agreement after reading it. The unusual movements that occurred after Black Tiger's death do match up. After clicking in, she saw the 3 big characters of the bar name above the post, and her whole body almost broke. Must be mentally retarded. Forget it. Fu Xue silently turned off the phone. Let's go ask the martial arts coach first. If he doesn't know either, then we can just take our time. Following the signs in the martial arts gym, she walked into the largest training room. The training room was almost the same size as a basketball court. A dozen children wearing the same martial arts uniforms as Fu Xue and about her age were waiting inside. "Oh, why do we have to practice more? I can't stand it anymore," a yellow-haired man complained. "Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best, brother." The muscular man wearing thick glasses interrupted. "If I hadn't worked hard before, I might not have been able to get into Tianwu University under Miss Gu's guidance. I hope Miss Gu isn't the examiner when I apply for the exam." When the others heard this, they all showed envy on their faces. "Awesome. Tianwu University is considered the top 2. Professional warriors will not have to worry about finding a job once they graduate. I'd better try it at Rui Martial Arts School first." The man with glasses pushed his glasses. Many people around showed contempt on their faces. Who doesn't like Gu Rui, a wealthy, approachable, and beautiful woman? But you really dare to think so? Fu Xue stood quietly aside and raised her eyebrows. Evaluation. He is crazy about wanting to live off his wife. I'm just thinking about it. You really dare to do that? She snorted in her heart. Just as I was thinking about it, a middle-aged woman with gray hair walked in. The few people who were originally talking suddenly stopped laughing and stood at attention. She nodded to everyone and said directly, "You are all warriors who are preparing to break through to the first level. I called you here to let you watch for yourself how to break through to the first level. Fu Xue, please stand in the middle first." She waved at Fu Xue, and then said after seeing Fu Xue in place, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Mu Xianghui, and you can call me Coach Mu." She spoke very impatiently, and Fu Xue opened her mouth but had almost no chance to interrupt. The man with glasses was stunned when he heard this familiar name. He was deeply impressed by the name Fu Xue. After all, she was the only candidate who passed the first half of Tianwu University. He took a closer look at the girl standing in the middle and found that it was indeed her. "I didn't expect that she was also in Rui Martial Arts School. How come I haven't seen her before?" The man with glasses thought about it and could only treat it as if she had no presence before. He raised his glasses and laughed. "You're lucky. You bet on Gu Rui to be the examiner." He had to admit that when he was in the martial arts school, Gu Rui would occasionally come to teach him a few moves, which gave him an advantage during the exam. But no matter how you look at it, he relied on his own strength to get through the test, which was completely different from people like Fu Xue who took the wrong path. Fu Xue's hard power is definitely not high, which most candidates can see. Many candidates even criticized her on the forum. It is believed that she is not very capable and was able to enter Tianwu University only because of the unorthodox methods she learned since childhood. If this precedent is allowed, there will definitely be many people in the future who will try to use this method to get into Tianwu University. The man with glasses usually just glanced at the treadmill leisurely and did not participate in the conversation. But he also thought so in his heart. After all, he had been admitted to Tianwu University. Wouldn't it lower his academic qualifications if someone sneaked in? No, she is about to break through to the first level, he suddenly realized. The man with glasses was a little defensive. "I practice 18 hours a day. Why the hell do I get that?" Chapter 18 Extraction Entries. Take a deep breath, calm down, and feel the blood flowing slowly through your body. Coach Mu gently pinched Fu Xue's wrist, and a warm air spread from her wrist to her limbs. With the central air conditioning at 26 degrees Celsius indoors, Fu Xue stood there with beads of sweat appearing on her forehead for no apparent reason. Fu Xue closed her eyes slightly. Her heart was like a powerful water pump, and every time it pushed out the blood it flushed her lungs. "How do you feel?" Coach Mu asked in a slow voice. "I can feel my body more." Fu Xue seemed to be talking nonsense, but in fact, this was indeed how she felt. When you are an amateur martial artist, your strength will grow and your body will become lighter and lighter. Only when one reaches the realm of a first-level warrior will a sense of weight gradually emerge that returns to simplicity. Just as Gu Rui said, there is an indescribable different feeling after entering the first level of warrior. It was like suddenly stepping onto solid ground from weightlessness, with my body locked in chains, yet at the same time feeling a sense of relief. The 5 internal organs in the human body store our essence, qi, blood, body fluids, and spirit, so they are called the 5 spirit organs. The first level is not only a threshold for warriors, but also an extremely difficult road of training. From now on, you must not only strengthen your 5 bodies, but also nourish your 5 internal organs. Coach Mu's face was as serious as ever. The first step is to connect the heart and lungs, commonly known as fire refining gold. When a thin layer of qi and blood appears on the surface of the body, it means that the breakthrough to the first level has been successful. Everyone should try not to advance privately. Seeking help like Fu Xue is the right choice. After failure, there is a considerable period of decline in qi and blood. Coach Mu stretched out his hand towards Fu Xue as he spoke, and finally stopped about 10 centimeters away, with a look of surprise on his face. It succeeded more than once, and the qi and blood are so strong? The yellow-haired student asked in confusion. To this position, teacher? He felt that it was very thin. Perhaps not as thin as a fingernail, but it couldn't be that thick. Under normal circumstances, it is 1 to 3 centimeters. If it is accumulated over time, it will also be between 3 and 7 centimeters. Coach Mu withdrew his hand, his eyes still filled with surprise. Coach Mu, is her level very high? The man with glasses finally couldn't help asking. Very high. After thinking for a while, Coach Mu gave an explanation. Her cardiopulmonary system should be very strong. Fuck. The man with glasses couldn't help but curse inwardly. Starting today, I'm going to practice for 20 hours every day. When I run, I'll use a hand grip strengthener, and when I pull up, I'll practice contracting my anus. Fu Xue opened her eyes and let out a breath. Before I had time to look at the system prompt, I heard Coach Mu say, yes, at this stage, nurturing is more important than training. When you get home, you can follow the official account of Rui Martial Arts School, which has a rough recipe. Just follow it and eat it. Remember to go to the Warrior Association to register for the test. Only after you have the certificate can you be considered a real warrior. When Fu Xue's clear mind had just absorbed the information in these 2 sentences, she turned back and saw Coach Mu had already walked into the corridor. Are you in a hurry to get off work? Fu Xue twitched her lips and hurriedly chased after him. Coach Mu, wait a minute, I have a question. The figure in front reflexively jogged 2 steps forward, then slowly stopped. What a real worker. Coach Mu, I saw a book called The Great Dream of Heaven in the library. I read it several times but still found it very obscure and difficult to understand. Fu Xue said. She found an excuse and directly borrowed the comments from the internet. Coach Mu nodded when he heard this. That is a skill book for training mental strength. I suggest you don't read it blindly. Mental power? This had always seemed like a very strange attribute to her, because even though the school tested this attribute, it didn't count towards grades or add any extra points. She took part in some tests at the beginning because of her extraordinary mental strength, but she was not told why. She was just told failed, and the test ended hastily. Why? Fu Xue asked curiously. It's easy to make you a fool. Fu Xue was stunned for a moment, and then she heard the other party continue to say, there are 3 routes for improving spiritual power. Understanding without hearing, rapid development of wisdom, and endurance of difficult things are the upper routes. Gradually learning and gaining enlightenment are of medium level. Seeing the words but not getting the gist is of low level. Fu Xue chewed on these words for a while. Does this mean that those with talent don't need to learn? Those who can understand can learn, but those who can't should not learn. Coach Mu smiled slightly, indicating that this is what I meant. Anything else? It's okay. Fu Xue shook her head. When Coach Mu disappeared around the corner, Coach Young stopped him and asked, well, am I right? The smell of blood is indeed strong. But so what? Coach Mu seemed indifferent. Gurui must not make any mistakes, otherwise I'm really afraid our boss will go crazy. I don't think you need to worry so much. Gurui seems to be much smarter than you. She would never approach someone with bad intentions. I surrender to you. Go away. I'll keep an eye on her here. Sooner or later I'll catch her by the tail. Coach Yang was so angry that his nose was crooked. Not only is my good intention not accepted, but I am also called stupid. Oh. You're already my uncle's age and you're still feeling wronged? Coach Mu teased, and then, regardless of whether Coach Yang was popular or not, she waved her hand and said, you go ahead and do your work. Never mind. After working so hard for so long it's time to reap the rewards. Fu Xue sighed, then she turned around and looked at the man with glasses. You like to work hard, right? Let me show you what real hard work is. System. Add me an entry. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Life level, 10.0. Strength, 632 kilograms. Speed, 16.8 meters per second. Mental strength, 16.0. Combat power, 10,242.72. Entry, book fragrance, red. System backpack, refresh card ×2, fixed card ×1. Entry extraction has been completed. Please select the entry to load, 0/1. Note. The entry obtained by advancing is limited to 24 hours. If you do not choose, the system will randomly select it for the host. Capitalist sin. Greed. Red, your desire for wealth like a dragon allows you to see through all hidden treasures. The more you gain, the stronger you become. Side effect. Compared to other treasures, you are the most dazzling jewel. Evaluation. You shine. Harvest. Blue, you are quite confident in farming and can grow a variety of special food. Side effect. Bugs growing in vegetable gardens may be unexpectedly large. Evaluation. The great Xia bloodline in your bones has begun to awaken. Try to become the new Shenong. Flexible. White, the body has been greatly enhanced and seems to have become more flexible. Side effect. You will be chased by an octopus all the time. Evaluation. Come and get to know our great lord. Chapter 19. Red entry. Feast. No matter in terms of color, grade, or effect, greed is better. Fu Xue hesitated as she pressed her finger on it. Not bad at all. It's a bit like choosing compound profit in the early stage of the game shovel. Planning to play an operational lineup? Is it strong? Powerful. But being poor in literature and rich in martial arts is not just a casual statement. Practicing martial arts is a profession that costs money, and a lot of money. If you don't spend money, you will definitely be far behind others. Golden Spade could still act according to the dealer's expression, but who the hell was she acting according to? She was accidentally eaten by the earth beast. A good harvest is actually not bad. Fu Xue frowned. There is no obvious connection between these two entries, which makes her suffer from choice phobia. As for flexibility, it seems that the funny side effect is not worth mentioning, and in fact it is not worth mentioning. But the biggest side effect is that she lacks a powerful attribute. Unless she has no other choice, she will not choose this attribute that can be improved through training. Fu Xue's eyes fell on the refresh card in the system backpack. How about D-refresh? The system has said before that refresh cards can only refresh entries, but cannot change the quality of entries. Then Fu Xue has two choices. Refresh the blue ones, and keep one red but barely usable entry. Refresh the red one, leaving a blue but barely usable entry. What's the point of betting on a bicycle turning into a motorcycle? I'll just bet on a bicycle turning into a Maybach. Stud is a kind of wisdom. The system refreshed the sin of greed for me. After saying this, Fu Xue was filled with the aura of a gambler god. The golden word greed flashed a few times in the entry column and then gradually disappeared. Then a bright red entry was refreshed again. Feast, red after eating delicious food. You will randomly gain an attribute or skill from the opponent. Side effect, the stimulation of the tip of the tongue is limited, and you will pursue more delicious or weird foods. Evaluation, you are the best eater. Delicious is fine, but what does weird mean? Fu Xue had a bad feeling. But the entry of feast is really excellent. Just eating food to increase attributes is already very good. Not to mention that she would gain the other party's skills. If she ate the black tiger she had killed before, would she be able to gain its hunting ability or iron skin and bones? All in, it's a kind of wisdom. Fu Xue gritted her teeth and chose this entry. As long as it doesn't involve eating shit or cannibalism, I can accept it. Ding. The feast, red, entry has been loaded successfully. After hearing the ding sound, Fu Xue paused as she was pointing her toes towards the punch strength tester and turned towards the cafeteria of Rui Martial Arts School. Coach Yang, who was following her stealthily, was stunned when he saw this unexpected turn. Have I been discovered? No way. At this time, Coach Mu sent him a text message. Old man, stop following me. Do you know that there is a thing called surveillance? The way you sneak around is really funny. Happy face on. Coach Yang. You ate the carp, no level. The ingredients are complete, and you gain underwater breathing level 1. You ate the farmed pig, no level. It is delicious and has good taste. You have gained the ability to eat level 1. You ate a cicadeer, no level. A delicacy you have never tasted before. Speed plus 2.64 meters per second. You drank milk, no level. Health plus 3. Belch. Fu Xue burped and patted her bulging belly like a little seal. Then she picked up the tall wine glass on the dining table and swirled the milk inside. She took a sip of milk, leaving a layer of milk stains on the corners of her lips, and squinted her eyes comfortably like a kitten. Upper class. The increased attributes are not directly added to me, but are obtained randomly. Fu Xue looked at the 19.44 meters per second in the speed column and couldn't help feeling disappointed. It's just 1 point. Compared to strength, it is very difficult to increase speed by 1 meter. Moreover, as long as you have money, you can buy a lot of high-level earth beast meat to eat. Fu Xue reached out and wiped the milk stains from the corner of her mouth, remembering the bag of cash thrown in her training room. She planned to save 50,000 yuan to buy some gifts for her parents. It was not too much or too little money, and it should not make them suspect that she was doing anything illegal outside. As for the remaining 250,000, most companies or stores will offer some discounts to professional warriors. Once she gets her warrior certificate, she planned to go to Juxiangju, the largest hotel in Tianhe City, for seclusion for 10 days or half a month. Thinking of this, the sweat from her hard work couldn't help but flow down from the corners of her mouth. Inside the monitoring room, the two watched Fu Xue eat in the cafeteria for an hour and a half. The atmosphere was quite silent. I have a date today. Why don't you watch it here by yourself? Coach Mu stood up. She must be trying to get close to Guru Yi and have bad intentions, Coach Young insisted. Seeing that she was about to leave, he hurriedly said, "Wait, I don't know how to change the scene. Can't you do it yourself? There's a turning point. She's finished eating. She's going somewhere else." Coach Young said loudly. Coach Mu had no choice but to sit back down and complained. "Next time there's something like this going to jail, go get Xiaoling to come over." Drop. Fu Xue pressed the start button of the fist force meter, took a ready posture, and adjusted her breathing. The brain controlled the somewhat sluggish body and threw a rather clumsy punch. Bang! 540.1 kilograms. Fu Xue stared at her little fist in shock. She confirmed that she had not held back, and then looked at the number in confusion. The value on the punch meter differs from the value on my panel by about 100 kilograms. If she had no history of allergies, she would have thought she was fainting from milk. I seem to be a little uncomfortable with my body. Fu Xue twisted her body uncomfortably, and then began to warm up by doing various small jumps and twisting postures on the spot. Call. After taking a deep breath, Fu Xue threw another punch seriously. 554.8 kilograms. As expected, I need to get used to my body again. Fu Xue was silent. The previous training was to strengthen myself, but now it is more like making myself into a magical weapon. She no longer hesitated and assumed a boxing stance, using her fists to mobilize her entire body. Punch after punch landed on the punch force meter. 579.2 kilograms. 630.9 kilograms. 677.5 kilograms. The number jumped up with every punch and soon surpassed the value on her panel. Fu Xue's brain was now surprisingly calm and focused, and the tiny gears in her body gradually began to clench tightly, leaving almost no room for any flaws. The girl threw each punch seriously. Her collar was soaked dark by the sweat running down her neck, and it was extremely conspicuous on the white martial arts uniform. Coach Mu in the monitoring room was slightly moved. With her sharp eyes, she could clearly see that Fu Xue's fist was shaking in the second half, but her posture was still meticulous. "This kid doesn't look like a bad person," Coach Young whispered. "It is a simple fact that people with evil minds will not be so focused and serious in doing one thing." What a good seedling. Coach Mu's tone was a little excited. Coach Young opened his eyes wide and tilted his head slightly, looking quite shocked by the implication in her tone. "Are you going to become diligent, you lazy guy?" Coach Mu raised his eyebrows and said stubbornly, "Just teaching you casually." Chapter 20 Fu Xue. Bang! There was a loud bang and explosion. 2,732.7 kilograms. With the bonus of blood power, she can punch with nearly 4 times the force. But before she could be happy, a sharp pain like an electric current spread from her knuckles to her whole body. Hiss! Fu Xue took a few steps back suddenly, and she couldn't help but twist her red hands together, and her mouth was tightly pursed into a straight line. With my body that has just entered the first level, I can't control such a heavy force. Fu Xue was a little scared. The effect of force is mutual. However much force you can punch, your body must be able to withstand that much force. If this boxing mat wasn't made of soft memory foam, her hand bones would probably be broken today. It seems that I can't use blood power easily anymore, Fu Xue thought for a moment, and then glanced at the feast on the panel. Her eyes suddenly lit up. But as long as I can eat some to enhance my body's abilities, this problem can be perfectly solved. Just as she was thinking about it, a curious head came over to her. The short-haired girl watched Fu Xue from behind for a long time. Boxing is the basic of the basics, but it is rare to be able to do it so beautifully. Wow, 2,732 kilograms? Are you a second-level warrior? She clenched her fist and compared it with the fist mark that was still recovering on the cushion. The maximum punching force of amateur martial artists is generally between 400 and 600 kilograms. First-level warriors are divided into levels 10 to 19, and their punching power is generally between 600 and 2,000 kilograms. The second-level warriors are also level 20 to 29, and their punching power is between 2,000 and 5,000 caddies. Those who move up from the sequence of low-level warriors become the backbone of warriors, and their data are almost fixed. The reason why the Warrior Association does not subdivide low-level warriors is because adolescence causes various differentiations during the period of adolescence and the first half of adulthood. Various physical data can only be used as reference factors, not as decisive factors. The number of more than 2,000 kilograms on the punching force meter has indeed exceeded the lower limit of the second level. The short-haired girl turned around and looked at Fu Xue. Her eyes suddenly widened. "You look so young." She had been watching from the back, and the steady boxing style gave her the feeling that the opponent couldn't be young, so she was very surprised. Fu Xue opened her mouth, slightly dazed. "What do you mean I look so young? I am very young, right?" A friend who was traveling with her poked the short-haired girl's shoulder and said with some envy, "She is wearing the martial arts uniform of Rui Martial Arts School." The short-haired girl glanced at the 4 words on Fu Xue's chest and said, "Wow, it's true. So amazing." Fu Xue shook her head and explained, "This is the clothes I borrowed from the front desk." The short-haired girl nodded slowly, her eyes somewhat doubtful. She was about to say something when Coach Mu's anxious yet relaxed voice suddenly rang out, "Fu Xue, come here." Fu Xue smiled politely at the two of them, then walked up to Coach Mu and asked, "What's the matter, Coach Mu?" Coach Mu first touched the hair beside his ear, then hesitantly put his palm on Fu Xue's head and rubbed it, and said slowly, "Little thing, your strength is very good." Fu Xue reached out her hand to tidy up her hair that was messed up like a bird's nest, then looked back with a puzzled look. "Coach Mu, isn't it said that praise can bring people closer together? Why doesn't it work?" "Your hand." Coach Mu awkwardly retracted his palm, and after a moment of silence, he said, "You are in the right condition now. Come with me, I will apply some medicine to you." It's not serious actually." Fu Xue raised her hand and pinched it. "You talk too much nonsense. Just leave if you were told to." Coach Mu curled his lips and grabbed the little red paw in front of him. Fu Xue bumped into the other person's waist in a daze, and her feet left the ground instantly. When she came to her senses, she found that she had been trapped under one of Coach Mu's arms. Fu Xue was stunned. She struggled hard, but the arm around her waist was as strong as iron. "There are so many people here. Please give me some face." Fu Xue looked at the two girls, her face a little hot as she silently looked away. Seeing a second-level warrior being carried away like a kitten, the two girls couldn't help but smile. "It's so tragic. It looks like he was kidnapped. I guess the coach will take her away for extra practice," the short-haired girl said, and then she was stunned for a moment. "Hey, her last name is Mu. That coach's last name is Mu. What's wrong? She still has gray hair. Could she be the coach of the national #1 pick? Wow, could that person just now be the national champion that Rui Martial Arts School is preparing to train this year? No wonder he didn't want to tell us. If he is studied during the competition, we will suffer a great loss. I met the master, but unfortunately I didn't ask for his autograph. You just acted like a fool. Who would give you an autograph? Go to hell. Take off your clothes." Fu Xue was dumbfounded. This is not good in broad daylight, right? Coach Mu glanced at her and laughed angrily. "What are you thinking about? I'll give you a massage to relax your muscles. Take off your clothes and lie down obediently." Oh, Fu Xue was a little disappointed. She curled her lips, stripped down to her underwear, and lay obediently on the massage bed. "I haven't tried it before." Before she could finish her words, a cold palm was placed on her back, and she shuddered all over. "It's so cold." Coach Mu didn't say anything. Fu Xue could only feel a pair of hands slowly moving over her body, applying the cold ointment all over her body. After applying it, Coach Mu took the time to say, "It will be fine after the medicine takes effect. I wanted you to soak in it, but your small body can't get out once you get in. If your body is not well trained, your essence, energy, and spirit will be like rootless duckweed, and one day they will collapse and crush you." Fu Xue licked her lips. Her previous strength was obtained by eating books. It was indeed a power of unknown origin, but she chose the talent of feasting, so if she eats slowly, she will make up for it one day. Fu Xue looked back at Coach Mu in surprise. He looked a little stiff, but surprisingly kind. She whispered, "Thank you." Coach Mu's expression did not change, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He put his hands together and pressed them on Fu Xue's spine, saying, "Practicing martial arts can cause slight displacement of the joints, which will cause bone gaps over the years. I will help you correct it now." It may be a little painful, so please bear with it. Fu Xue frowned. Why did she suddenly feel like going to see an orthopedic surgeon? And usually nothing good will happen after saying something like this. Wait. Fu Xue swallowed her saliva, having a bad feeling. Of course, I'm not afraid of pain. I just... The next second, a huge force came from her spine. Crack. Ah. The words Fu Xue was about to utter suddenly turned into a scream. The sound was so tragic that it made anyone who heard it sad and cried. Her whole body was tense for 2 seconds, and then she lay limp like a puddle of liquid on the massage bed, pretending to be dead. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Damn it. You only told me to be patient, but you didn't give me the time to be patient. Chapter 21, Second Level Warrior Assessment. After resting for 2 days, Fu Xue was able to walk again. She put her head on top of her head and stood barefoot in front of the height ruler. I have grown 2 centimeters taller, and I look much more energetic when I stand. In fact, it is not about growing taller. According to Coach Mu, the spine is the hardest hit area for correction. Incorrect sitting or even standing posture can lead to twisting of the spine. After straightening, your waist will no longer be habitually hunched, and you will stand straight and look tall and energetic naturally. Fu Xue was a little happy. After putting on the shoes, she rounded up to 1.7 meters, and there was no problem at all. Coach Mu's medicine is really effective. The wound on her hand healed without forming a scab. Fu Xue could even smell the scent of green grass when she put her nose close to it. Check the panel. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Life level, 10.6. Strength, 744 kilograms. Speed, 20.54 meters per second. Mental strength, 16.0. Combat power, 11,247.32. Entries, book fragrance, red, feast, red. System backpack, refresh card ×1, fixed card ×1. My life level has been directly increased by 1 level. My strength has increased by 120 kilograms, and my speed has also increased by about 1 second. The system panel is her basic attribute. If it is accompanied by the weird and powerful martial arts she has learned, this value will at least expand by about 3 times. It's perfect, but the process is a little painful. Fu Xue looked at her own panel and groaned, Warrior assessment? I might as well just try the second level. It is completely meaningless to hide one's strength at the first level. Whether it is Tianhe City or any province or city in Dasha, the resources of warriors are very tight. An 18-year-old first-level warrior can barely be considered 1 in a million. But I'm sorry. With a population of 2 billion in Dasha and more than 20 million candidates taking the exams every year, it can only be considered an eye-opener. Want resources? Look, there are various competitions and champion competitions, and you can win if you make it. This is an endless race. It's terrible. Luckily, I tried hard enough. Not a lot of people. Fu Xue walked along the hall to the office window. Excluding a few old men and women who were using the air conditioning in the lobby, there were even more staff here than people coming to take the assessment. The staff member in navy blue uniform at the window yawned out of boredom, and when she saw someone coming, she quickly smiled. She took the ID card handed over by Fu Xue and gently pressed it on the machine for verification. A string of information appeared on it. The staff member glanced at him, then looked up with a smile and said, Hello, it's like this. The Warrior Association stipulates that the level test is conducted once a month. It shows here that you have already taken the test 9 days ago. It was a group test of Tianhe No. 1 Middle School. The level was 8.2. You need to wait until at least next month to take the test again. It's not a level test. I'm going to take a stage assessment for warriors. Fu Xue thought for a moment and then added, second stage position assessment. Second level? The staff member's sleepiness for a nap was gone in an instant, and she opened her eyes wide in shock. It was only magnitude 8.29 days ago. Do you dare to come for the second stage position test today? You're taking too big a step. Although she didn't believe it at all, she still printed out a receipt quickly for work reasons. Passed it through the window. Please fill out the form, pay the 2,000 yuan fee, and turn left to the warrior assessment room. The staff member watched Fu Xue fill out the form and pay the money calmly and confidently. For a moment, she actually doubted herself. Then she shook her head and denied herself. It would be too weird for the other party to become a second-level warrior at his age. What is she doing when she is 25 or 26 and still stuck at the first level? Are you here to make up the numbers in this world? After Fu Xue finished writing, she put the pen back into the pen holder and walked towards the warrior assessment room holding the report. There were even fewer people in the examination room, only 3. The most eye-catching person was the man sitting in the middle wearing a wolfskin. The other 2 people looked more or less nervous, but he was the most relaxed one. Submit the report here, then go to the queue. After taking Fu Xue's report and taking a look at it, the staff member said, "Second level?" Immediately, several people in the room turned their eyes over. Even the wolfskin man couldn't help but turn around and narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw Fu Xue's young appearance. Level 2. Fu Xue nodded, then found a corner and sat down casually. The staff member put away all the reports with a complicated expression. Others in the room might think that this girl just looked young, but he could clearly see her age. 18 years old? At my age, I'm still struggling over whether or not to use a ninja's running posture, and you come over to challenge the second-level assessment? He trotted a few steps to adjust the punching force meter in the combat power test room, then called out, "Fu Xue, first-level test assessment." A tall and thin young man who looked like a college student stood up, wiped the sweat from his hands nervously, and walked to the instrument. "Keep your feet on the mat and punch. Don't step out," the staff reminded. Oh. The young man was stunned for a moment, then stood up with a panicked look on his face. He took a few deep breaths, clenched his fists, and punched the force meter. Although the first punch hit 672 kilograms, the remaining 2 punches did not exceed 600 kilograms. In the test of the punch force meter, you must hit the kilograms over the line 3 times to pass. Assessment failed, the staff muttered. "I see." The young man scratched his head, and a hint of bitterness appeared in his eyes that were not polluted by knowledge. In fact, he had no problem taking the test outside, but once he entered the examination room, he got nervous and couldn't perform to his full potential. Next, Zhaoong, the third-level assessment test. Hearing the word third level, Fu Xue raised her head and stretched her neck to look forward. The man in wolfskin stood up, and as he moved, a lot of dust and insects fell off the wolfskin. Fu Xue tilted her head back slightly again. The young man made way, hesitated for a moment, looked at the wolfskin man and Fu Xue, then found a corner and continued squatting. The wolfskin man walked in front of the punching machine and threw a punch seemingly in an ordinary manner. Almost no one in the room reacted in time. They only saw a flash before their eyes, and then the air made a sudden loud noise, and that was it. 6,296.32 kilograms. The young man squatting on the side let out a slight hissing sound. The other party had clearly just thrown a punch casually, but the number was 10 times higher than his. This is the strength of a third-level warrior. The next 2 punches also easily exceeded the 5,000 kilograms limit. Zhaoong shook his wolfskin and then walked into the combat power testing room. No one could see his dodging movements clearly, and he walked out after a moment. "Your combat power is 7,320. Congratulations on becoming a third-level warrior," the staff member said respectfully. Zhaoong folded his arms and sat back in his seat with an indifferent look and said to the staff, "Let that little sister test it first." Chapter 22 Combat Power Test. "Okay." The staff member was stunned for a moment and nodded. The strong are worthy of respect. At the end of the day, it's just letting others cut in line, which is a small problem. The person next to him who was preparing for the first-level assessment had no objection. So what objection could he, a staff member, have? Fu Xue, second-level assessment test. Fu Xue curled the corners of her mouth and walked forward under the gaze of the staff, everyone present, and the strange man named Zhaoong. Several people's eyes were fixed on her. If this is true, a second-level warrior of this age is not just a simple talent. That is an unparalleled genius. Some of the people below were even more nervous than Fu Xue, who was preparing for the test. Fu Xue stood on the cushion and took a few deep breaths. Her pupils shrunk into the size of a needle tip. Pong. 3,029.72 kilograms. Everyone stood up suddenly. The young man who was always nervous at the beginning of the test was a surprise. He was so excited that he couldn't stand steadily and sat down on the ground. Fuck, it's not my brother? How old is he? He's already a second-level warrior at the age of 20? It's not even the minimum limit, 3,000 kilograms. It's over 1,000 kilograms. The subdivision level is at least 24 or 25. Oh my god. The staff member holding the form shuddered violently and got goosebumps all over his body. 18 years old. An 18-year-old second-level warrior. I'm afraid, no, this year's national top scholar definitely belongs to Tianhe City, he said with a trembling tone. 2 punches left. Pong pong. 2,882.22 kilograms. 2,940.57 kilograms. Zhao face was filled with shock. Based on his ability to judge people, this girl was probably around 18 or 19 years old. He originally estimated that the other party might be close to the second level or level 19 in strength, but he didn't expect that his strength was much higher than he expected. Please take the next subject test. The staff member smiled an unprecedented gentle smile and patiently said, the bullets in the combat power test room are all blanks. You will get 10 points for each bullet you dodge, and 10 points will be deducted for each bullet you hit. In addition, the red dots on the puppet robot represent points for hitting, and the greater the strength, the more points you get. Fu Xue nodded to show that she understood, and she rubbed her red little hands. These 3 punches were her limit of strength. It was a bit painful, but she could still bear it. Then he walked into the combat power testing room. She looked around and found some honeycomb-like dots on the wall, which must be the points where blank bullets were fired. The 3 puppet robots did not start up and stayed in place very sluggishly. As for the red dots mentioned by the staff, they were basically at the joints and various vital points of the puppet robots. It can be roughly seen that this is a device that not only tests reaction speed and body movements, but also requires the accuracy and strength of the hits. Several people stood outside the translucent glass and looked inside while talking. The score shouldn't be too high. I guess she's a genius who has been training hard since childhood, but hasn't had much practical experience. The person who was cut in line didn't quite believe that someone could have both the ability and experience at this age. Passing the assessment is basically a done deal. The staff member grinned. For them, passing the assessment is a big deal. No matter whether the person came here on his own or not, when they assess him, he is the one they discovered. Zhao nodded and said, with this punching power, as long as he is not disabled, basically a few hits will exceed 2,000. Level times 100. This is the minimum combat power index required for upgrade assessment and grade assessment. Inside the combat power test room, a cold mechanical sound rang out in the room. The second test is about to begin. Please be ready. 3, 2, 1. When counting to the last second, a warning red light flashed in the puppet robot's eyes, and it slowly stood up. Drop. A shrill horn sounded, announcing the official start of the assessment. Hiss, this punch is so fast. Such powerful punches and kicks, almost every one of them can make the puppet stagger and get a point for free. Don't be impatient. There won't be any interference at the beginning. It will be difficult to fire blanks later. Fuck, can this be avoided? This bent poet? After a moment, Fu Xue pushed open the door and walked out. There was a flash on the door, and then a score popped up. 10,128 points. Boom. Everyone stared at the 5-digit score with dull eyes and open mouths. Zhao clenched his hands tightly and rubbed the calluses on his hands out of habit. Broken 10,000? What does this mean? Why is her score higher than that of a 3rd-level warrior? Is she a 3rd-level warrior? Isn't this even more terrifying? Why won't humans take me with them in their evolution? Zhao said in a deep voice, in the combat room, you often have to make trade-offs. The maximum score you can get for hitting a red dot is 100 points, but how many bullets will hit you at the moment you shoot? Whether or not to take action and how much to take action is a choice. This is too difficult. The 2 people who were taking the 1st-level test felt like their brains were about to burn out. During the battle, they had to analyze the pros and cons. To be honest, they just relied on muscle memory to fight. But I didn't see this kind of trade-off in her. Zhao took a deep breath and continued through gritted teeth. She dodged all the bullets and hit almost all the red dots with all her strength. The remaining few people were stunned when they heard the words. Just listening to them made them feel that it was difficult to look up to the sky. Perhaps only people born for fighting can do this? What the fuck is this Super Saiyan? On the other side, Fu Xue let out a breath of air happily. She had never had such an enjoyable battle before. Although the robots had a strong desire to attack, their movements were very slow, and the dense blank bullets made up for this shortcoming. In just 10 minutes, she even felt like the various martial arts she had learned were slowly coming together. Why is the robot so hard? It would be great if it could be broken into pieces. This was the only point that Fu Xue was not satisfied with. How is it? Is it okay? She asked. Ah. The staff member was stunned for a moment, then wiped the sweat off his face as if waking up from a dream. Yes, of course. Congratulations. Congratulations on becoming the 2nd level. As he spoke, he became a little hesitant. The punching strength test is level 2, and the combat strength test is level 3, so how should this be calculated? He has never seen such a situation in all the years he has worked here. With such a terrifying talent, who knows what kind of person is behind him? For a small clerk like him, a single word from the other party could crush her to death. The staff swallowed and said very cautiously, Fu Xue, your second-level assessment certificate will be issued soon, but considering that your combat power level is a whole stage higher, we will consider making a unique second-level warrior certificate for you. Of course, don't worry, it will take even longer than issuing a normal warrior certificate. Chapter 23. I am the same as her. What? Can't take the test today? Several young men and women wearing Rui Martial Arts School martial arts uniforms were standing at the window, and the leader was the muscular man wearing glasses. Pressure can be transformed into motivation. Ever since he saw that Fu Xue's progress was faster than his, he had been pushing his body almost day and night. In just 2 days, he caught up with Fu Xue and successfully broke through to become a first-level warrior. The man with glasses pointed at his dark eye bags and said, Do you know how much training time I have to waste coming here? Do you know how many training plans I have to arrange? Can you compensate me for the time? Huh. The staff member smiled reluctantly. I'm sorry, but we do have a small problem here. Brother Luo, forget it. Huang Mao couldn't help but say. They were not here to take the test, nor were they here to cause trouble. The man with glasses simply asked them to come over and have a look, and to have a meal to bond after the event. They were all students from the same martial arts school, and since he had the best family background and strength, they all gave him face and followed him. The man with glasses shook his head unhappily upon seeing this, and was about to leave for the time being and turn around to complain to them. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a familiar person walking out of the warrior assessment room. Fu Xue. The other people also noticed it, and someone waved to her enthusiastically, Fu Xue, here it is. Fu Xue walked in front of everyone. What a coincidence, you are also preparing for the test today. The man with glasses said with a fake smile, and spread his hands. I wanted to see how a junior like you passed it, but unfortunately, this place is closed. Fu Xue frowned slightly. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Why is he speaking in such a sarcastic tone? This moment, someone pushed him, and the man with glasses was about to get angry, but when he turned around, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A man in wolf skin stood behind him, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Her narrow eyes stared at him as if she had seen her prey, and she said to Fu Xue in a deep voice, Are you also from Rui Martial Arts School? Are these your friends? Fu Xue scratched her head, feeling a little confused when she heard these two questions. Is she from Rui Martial Arts School? She accepted Gu Rui's kindness and Coach Mu's care, so she could barely be considered one. But these people have only met once. Can they be considered friends? Even if they are not, wouldn't it be awkward to say it out loud? She could only say vaguely, I guess so. A hint of excitement flashed across Zhaoying's face. He had just talked for a long time, but it could be said that he was trying to please someone coldly. Fu Xue's indifference made him very uncomfortable. Now that I have helped her a little, I have indeed gained some favor. Don't underestimate this bit of goodwill. For such a genius, his future will definitely be very high, higher than he can imagine. Who knows, the reward for that little bit of goodwill might be a sky-high price. However, Zhaoying knew that going too far would only make people hate him, so he said, Since they're your friends, you guys can chat first. I'll go do other things. Zhaoying didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he waited for Fu Xue to nod to him before smiling back and turning away. Several students from Rui Martial Arts School came up to Fu Xue and asked, Who is this person? He looks very strong. Are you familiar with him? The students at Rui Martial Arts School are all very knowledgeable. What fills the human body's skin and fur and fattens the pores is qi. What moisturizes the skin and beautifies the complexion is blood. In other words, people with abundant hair and strong muscles have very strong popularity, and people with moisturized skin and beautiful complexion have strong blood. These are all very obvious features, coupled with the wolf skin with traces of swords and weapons that Zhaoying is wearing. His sharp, murderous eyes almost wrote, I'm not easy to mess with on his face, but he was uncharacteristically polite to Fu Xue. He's someone I met during the assessment. He's quite strong, but I'm not too familiar with him. Fu Xue answered almost every question she was asked. Her impression of Zhaoying was average, mainly because he was too sloppy. If she were still a man, she would just go up to him and call him buddy. But she is a beautiful girl now, and it is important to maintain her image. Examination? Aren't we not allowed to take the exam today? You're not allowed to take the test? Fu Xue looked confused. If you're not allowed to take the test, then what was I taking the test for? She thought for a moment and then said, Anyway, I passed. The man with glasses was a little scared at first, but when he heard this, He immediately got angry and pointed at Fu Xue and started questioning the staff. She can take the test, but I can't? If you don't give me a reason today, I will complain directly to your president. Today's suspension of the exam is indeed related to this lady, the staff member said helplessly, and after saying this, he quickly added with a strong desire to survive. Of course, this situation mainly occurred because our unit did not take emergency measures. We will reflect deeply and arrange 2 people to be on duty next time to avoid vacancies. We are very sorry for the trouble we have caused you. This attitude is as profound as checking on the leader. Everyone. The man with glasses frowned and asked, is it related to her? Did she break something? Normally he cared a lot about what others thought of him, but he rarely heard about his own affairs. However, recently he often heard people from Rui Martial Arts School say that Fu Xue was very strong. Not only is he stronger than me, but he also postponed my own assessment. I was already unhappy, and now I'm even more unhappy. Not really. The staff shook his head. Even if there is, it's time for them to replace the machines in their area. What does it have to do with the innocent candidates who come to take the test? If you're fine, why don't you let me take the test? Is there any need to explain this? The staff member looked at the bespectacled man and asked in confusion, don't you know the strength of your friend? What strength? Isn't she the same as me? At most, she's just a little bit faster than me. The man with glasses said proudly with his chest puffed out. What? The staff was dumbfounded. How many people as fierce as her can be found in the whole country? How could a small city like Tianhe actually have 2 great gods, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix? You are also a second-level warrior? The staff member asked stutteringly. I thought. The man with glasses was about to answer when he suddenly froze. His voice became smaller and smaller. Of course I'm level 1. How could I be level 2? The staff member groaned, but she passed the exam for a second-level warrior. When the staff member said this, all the students of Rui Martial Arts School standing in the hall were stunned. Are you kidding me? The day before yesterday, everyone watched her break through to the first level. It's only been 2 days, and you said she's a second-level warrior? I guess you're mistaken. Yeah, absolutely impossible. How could there be such a person? The staff member continued weakly, really? Moreover, his combat power test score exceeded 5 digits, even breaking the highest combat power score of a 3rd-level warrior. After hearing these words, everyone's eyes widened, almost popping out of their heads. Someone said, that strong-looking man just now was so flattering to her. Maybe it was true. That's very possible. How is this possible? The man with glasses' head was buzzing, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Second order? He wouldn't even dream of doing something so big. Why don't you just ask me? Where's Fu Xue? Wasn't she still here just now? How did she sneak away? She definitely didn't want us to know about it and pester her, so she left while no one was paying attention. Oh, if I had known, I would have established a good relationship with her sooner. Chapter 24, isn't this a coincidence? Warrior Association. In the president's room. If I had had lofty ambitions, I would have rested my head on the auspicious clouds and sighed that the sky was low. Meng Zi chuckled twice and praised aloud, Hong Yun, you still write good sentences now. Come on, I don't know you well enough. Ma Hongyun, the president of Tianhe Martial Arts Association, shook his head and said with a smile, just ask me if you have anything to say. Dean Meng stroked his beard and didn't care. This year's enrollment is almost over. I just found some time to catch up. You are thinking about the little money in my pocket. Of course there are some small things, Dean Meng smiled, but most of them are out of a sincere desire to come and see old friends. But, then again, why can't we suffer for our children? We will have a little genius coming to Jianwei Academy this year. You will have a place in the training camp next year and an S-level contract? Stop, stop, stop. If it's still just a show, forget it. Ma Hongyun waved his hand and sighed. There are still some places for the training camp, but forget about the S-level contracts. No matter how much you value skills, your talent for martial arts is inferior to others. I can't waste my quota on this. It sounds harsh, but it is true. What warriors value most is always physical talent. No matter how perfect the martial arts are, they cannot resist the crushing of lower-level warriors by higher-level warriors. There is only one simplest and most direct formula between warriors. Speed plus strength equals combat power. Martial arts talent can be a bonus, but it cannot be the main course. Dean Meng didn't get angry when he heard this, but smiled faintly. Well, S-level training is not easy to get. Let's talk about a B-level contract. The contents of the Provincial Martial Arts Association's S-level contract are quite exaggerated. Under normal circumstances, the resources of a province or city are evenly distributed to outstanding warriors. But once the S-level contract is activated, all resources are rearranged. S-level warriors take first eat, and obtain overflow-level resources. Once the S-level contract warriors have eaten their fill, the remaining unused resources will be distributed. This kind of eating is not what you might imagine as force feeding. It is basically equivalent to only eating precious things like foie gras and caviar. What about goose meat and fish? If you can throw it to someone else, throw it away. If you can't, just waste it. If I wasn't cultivating my life force, I wouldn't dare to play like this. Class B contracts are much simpler. Although there is only a difference of 2 levels, there is actually a world of difference. Class B contracts only have resource allocation, which means that after obtaining the original resources, any surplus can be prioritized. Well, you old man, are you trying to get the upper hand on me? Ma Hongyun laughed and shook his head, then said, but I can still make the decision on this. I'll ask my secretary to print out a contract for you, and you can just sign it. No hurry. Dean Ming smiled and poured 2 cups of tea. I came here to reminisce about the past. Let's have some tea first. I'm just offering flowers to Buddha. Ma Hongyun shook his head and smiled. At this moment, the door of the president's office was pushed open with a bang. Ma Hongyun glanced at the rippling water in the teacup and shook his head slightly. It's nothing urgent, so put it aside for now. Don't you see I have guests here? President, I will pay attention next time. The secretary pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up in panic, calmed his breath, and then walked forward and said, I have an important matter to report. Major? Seeing the secretary's look, Ma Hongyun raised his eyebrows. The other party was not a reckless person. Otherwise, he would not have gotten the position of secretary of the Martial Arts Association. His face suddenly became serious. Speak. It's like this. The secretary sorted out the documents and gave a brief summary of the matter. Ma Hongyun's expression was very serious at first, but when he heard that it was not as big a deal as he had imagined, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. But after he heard what the secretary said, he looked up in a daze and asked, What did you say? There is a second-level warrior in Tianhe City at the age of 18? Yes, you heard it right. Before he could finish his words, Ma Hongyun stood up excitedly and crushed the teacup with a snap. He wiped the water stain on his clothes without caring. Quick, give me the document. How can you be so calm about such a big thing? The secretary wiped the sweat from his forehead and handed the document over silently. An 18-year-old second-level warrior? Dean Ming's pupils trembled, and his eyes couldn't help but become a little dazed. It's no exaggeration to say that a warrior of this strength has extraordinary talent. Not to mention the S-level contract in Tianhe City. Except for a few super first-tier cities, you can pick any S-level contract. What a pity. He sighed. The emergence of such a rare genius is good for Dasha and Tianhe City. The only thing he did was to bring harm to the geniuses of his generation. All he asked for from Fu Xue was a Class B contract. With this huge mountain pressing down on our heads, it is basically difficult not to get resources from the Wushu Association. Blessings are unparalleled until today. Ma Hongyun patted Dean Ming's shoulder vigorously and said excitedly, Finally, a genius appeared in our Tianhe City. Ha ha ha. The combat power test has a full 10,000 points. A versatile person. He must be a versatile person. Dean Ming hissed softly when he heard this. The design of the Wushu Association's combat power test was partly based on his ideas. No one knew better than him how abnormal this test was to the body and brain. Great. He praised from the bottom of his heart. Yes, look at this little classmate named Fu Xue. He is truly a young genius. Ma Hongyun laughed. Wait a minute. Dean Ming was confused when he heard the name. Fu Xue? Which Fu? It's the talisman of Fu Xue that you mentioned to me before. As he spoke, the smile on Ma Hongyun's face faded a little, and he also realized that something was wrong. Where's the snow? That's the Xue from Fu Xue. Ma Hongyun answered in a low voice. Then he turned his head to look at his secretary and whispered, Are you mistaken? This is the document I took at the beginning. The secretary whispered. Do you have a video? Ma Hongyun asked. Seeing the secretary nod, he hurriedly said, If you have one, why don't you take it out and show it to me? Please wait a moment. The secretary took out a thin notebook and placed it on the desk. Then he connected to Bluetooth and uploaded the video he had downloaded. 2 old men who could shake Tianhe City by stomping their feet instantly crowded in front of a screen. As Dean Ming gently clicked the play button with his hand holding the mouse, the 2 people's eyes instantly focused on the girl in the picture. His posture was upright, without any sign of decadence, and every movement and every strand of hair gave people a sense of calmness and confidence. After a while, Dean Ming let out a long breath. Don't you think this is a coincidence? Chapter 25. You two, take a seat first. I remember she was an 8.2 or something. Ma Hongyun flipped through his drawer and pulled out a stack of documents. After taking a look, he confirmed 8.2. Is it really a mistake? Both of them were somewhat reluctant to admit it. Dean Ming simply hoped for the best for his elementary school students, while Ma Hongyun did not want such a great achievement to slip away from his hands. The atmosphere was somewhat silent, and everyone focused their eyes on the screen. The number, 3,029.72 kilograms, on the punching force meter shocked the two men slightly, even though they were well informed. The chance of instrument error is very small. The probability of a huge numerical deviation is almost zero. 3,029.72 kilograms? Generally speaking, the punching strength of warriors at this age is around 300 to 400 kilograms. This number is 10 times higher. And the girl in front of him had just turned 18. He just passed the college entrance examination right under Meng Zi's nose, and got this result before he even had the time to report to the university. How did she do this? Ma Hongyun muttered to himself. Gu Rui took her to Rui Martial Arts School. Are you talking about Mu Chunhui's ancestral medicine? Ma Hongyun narrowed his eyes slightly, then shook his head. If it's that useful, I'll kneel down and beg her. But then do you think he might be a gifted warrior? Dean Ming couldn't help but say, hasn't he appeared before? A gifted warrior with enhanced body. Yes, it does. In the picture, Fu Xue walked into the combat power testing room. Her extraordinary body coordination made her look very pleasing to the eye. Drop? That was the sound coming from the computer indicating that the combat power test had ended. The number, which was over 5 digits, simply made them astonished. More than 10,000 points. She can see every muscle clearly, the secretary said weakly. As a level 41 warrior, he can only achieve around 8,000 points. A score of level times 200 is actually quite good, especially for a clerk like him whose main job is not to be responsible for combat. The ones with higher levels are probably the warriors who have been fighting with earth beasts for years or in the deeper caves, having the battle engraved in their bones and blood. But what is level times 500? It's too exaggerated. Without the nourishment of those special materials in the cave, is it possible to awaken a talented warrior? Ma Hongyun asked Dean Ming in shock. Who knows, but the facts are there. Old friend, you were right. Ma Hongyun raised his head and took a deep breath, then said, Xiaoyang, prepare an A+ level contract for me immediately. A+ contract? Aren't you afraid that she will be snatched away by someone else? Ma Hongyun thought about it and said, prepare another S-level contract. Take it away, take it away. I get a headache every year at this time. Principal Mei Liang rubbed his aching brow, waved to the vice principal beside him, and couldn't help complaining. They always give me such poor students. How can I be inferior to them? The vice principal couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It is indeed impossible to compare. What should I do? This year is actually not that bad. The vice president flipped through the documents. A little classmate was admitted to Tianwu University. Huh? Someone applied for Tianwu University and passed? Principal Mei's eyes dulled for a moment, and the hand that was rubbing his forehead suddenly stopped. The passing score is lower this year? If I had known this. This little classmate is called Fu Xue, and it seems like her grades are pretty good. I have some impression, but not deeply. Principal Mei took the document from the other party and took a look at it. The results are good, but I'm afraid they are far from meeting the standards of Tianwu University. Otherwise, at least 7 or 8 more people from their school would have to enter Tianwu. His face twitched a few times, and he turned around and asked, Can I get into Tianwu University with this score? It should be an extraordinary performance. The vice president spread his hands. The admission letter from Tianwu University has been sent out. Anyway, there is nothing wrong with the file. Well, just take a look and you'll know. Principal Mei stopped worrying when he saw this, and immediately patted his thigh and said, Have someone prepare the car, and let's go visit this little student's home. You should prepare some scholarships or something, and it would be best if you could bring people back to promote their alma mater. Okay. The fish balls don't have a fishy taste, but you added curry to cover it up. However, it wasn't cooked thoroughly, so it has neither curry nor fish taste. Failure. My knife skills are really bad. The shredded radish is too big and thick. Failure. The pig's skin is not cooked through. Failure among failures. Fu Dahai chewed noodles mechanically, staring in amazement at Fu Xue, who was talking so eloquently. As Lu Xiufan's face became darker and darker, he quickly buried his head in the bowl. Don't you want to live anymore? Why? Fu Xue covered her head and cried out in pain. Eat it if you want or not. Lu Xiufan raised her clenched fist from her little head with an uneasy look on her face. Fu Xue slurped a mouthful of noodles with a wronged look on her face. I can't eat it. I really can't eat it. Ding ding. There were several knocks on the security door outside. Are there any guests today? I'll go open the door. Fu Xue said this and stood up as if relieved and went to open the door. When he opened the door and saw Principal Mei outside with a boiled egg-shaped head and a few tufts of hair hanging down, he couldn't help but smile. Although the students called him boiled egg, Fu Xue felt that he was more like Shimin Chuxue, who was as cold as ice and as chilly as snow. Of course, it's the version with a plaster on the face. Principal? What can I do for you? Haha, Xiao Fu, we are here to congratulate you on behalf of the school. Principal Mei said with a kind smile. Would you like to invite me in and have a seat? Fu Xue saw that a few people insisted on coming in and sitting down. She had no choice but to lead a few people in. Are you Fu Xue's principal? Hello. Seeing this, Lu Xiufan quickly stood up, made room for her, and sat together with Fu Dahai. Principal Mei sat on the sofa and said elegantly, I picked a few of you to come here while you were still having dinner. I'm really sorry to bother you. However, when we heard about Xiao Fu's grades, we didn't think too much about it. Our main purpose of coming here is to donate a scholarship, which is about 50,000 yuan, no more, no less. Secondly, I want Xiao Fu to find time to come back to his alma mater and help us promote the school. Principal Mei gave a long speech. Fu Xue's parents listened very carefully and nodded from time to time. She really couldn't help but yawn in front of everyone. Principal Mei frowned, but because of the other party's current identity as Senior Tianwu, he held back and did not get angry. Just then, the knock on the door sounded again. Fu Xue quickly jumped up and went to open the door. The little student is really lively. Principal Mei laughed dryly twice, and then he caught a glimpse of the person who walked in, and his expression froze. This, Dean Ming of Tianwu University? Before he could finish his words, a square-faced man with a dignified look walked out from behind him, making him feel like he was struck by lightning. Ma, President Ma? Principal Mei's eyes widened to the maximum, and he almost fell out of his head in shock. The president of the Martial Arts Association. This is a big shot who is in charge of all warriors in an entire province or city. If the president of the Martial Arts Association is compared to the principal, then he himself is at most a student with poor grades in the other school. Oh shit. This is what he could encounter in a small house of less than 80 square meters. Who are you? President Ma's eyes fell on his face, and he could hardly remember the other person's identity. I am the principal of this little student, and I came here specially to visit him. Principal Mei pointed at Fu Xue next to him, and then stood up unnoticed. Sit down, both of you. Please take a seat first. Chapter 26, Level 2, Level 3. Duo Xiao? Dean Ming looked at Fu Xue, who had a calm face. The other person's clear and bright eyes rolled around, and she blinked at him. Little guy, so clever. He muttered. If he was 90% confident in Fu Xue's achievements before coming here, and 10% suspicious that she might have used some secret technique, but after seeing Fu Xue in person, Dean Ming could say that it was 100% true. The people who checked the scores and the dozen or so people who received the reports, regardless of their positions, were almost going crazy, but she herself stayed at home and ate as if nothing had happened. Is it possible that she didn't know? I'm afraid he has been at home early, waiting for someone with enough weight to come with chips. They are all old foxes, and Ma Hongyun can certainly see through it. But he was not angry at all. Instead, he was happy. He is not afraid of meeting a proud and opinionated genius. What he fears most is not meeting a genius. Principal Mei stood trembling beside him, even carefully tucking in his beer belly. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what happened? Could it be that Fu Xue had some trouble in the martial arts exam? After all, with her strength, she could never get into Tianwu University. However, he quickly overturned his idea. Even if there was cheating, there would be no need for a dean-level person to come in person, not to mention that there was another great god standing behind Dean Ming. Putting aside his speculation, seeing that Fu Dajuan and Lu Xiufan were confused, he put on a smile and quickly introduced. This is Dean Ming from Tianwu University, and the one behind is the president of the Tianha City Warrior Association. There is no such thing as status here. Ma Hongyun waved his hand to interrupt him, sat on the sofa and smiled at Fu Xue and said, I'm here today on behalf of the Tianhe City Warrior Association to present Fu Xue with an official warrior certificate. Principal May's eyes suddenly opened as wide as possible, and his thoughts suddenly became confused. He had just looked at Fu Xue's file before he came. What was it written as 8 o'clock? He couldn't remember it clearly, but that was the warrior level just tested before the college entrance examination. No, even if one is a god, it is impossible for him to break through 2 levels in just 10 days and get a first-level warrior certificate at the same time, right? Fu Dajuan and Lu Xiufan's faces were filled with pure confusion. There was a mixture of joy on his face, but also a look of disbelief. The two of them didn't quite understand what the difference was between a first-level warrior and an amateur warrior. But the neighbor next door is a living example. When his son graduated from college, he broke through to the first-level warrior and obtained the certificate of an official warrior. He happily set up dozens of tables of food and wine in a big hotel to celebrate. How come my daughter has become a formal warrior before she even has the chance to go to college? Is it a mistake? My daughter hasn't gone to college yet? Fu Dajuan said hesitantly. Ma Hongyun smiled and said, "You are not mistaken. The fact is that you gave birth to an incredible daughter." As he spoke, he took out an exquisite silver badge from his chest pocket. It is engraved with a pattern of a crossed spear and sword, which are the representative weapons of the 2 contemporary martial saints of Dasha. Student Fu Xue, this is a second-level warrior badge specially made for you by our Tianhe City Warrior Association. The weapon of the martial saint engraved on it represents our Warrior Association's expectations for you. Ma Hongyun immediately became serious after he finished speaking. Now on behalf of the Tianhe City Warrior Association, I officially inform you that you have passed the second-level warrior assessment. In view of your outstanding performance in the combat test, which far exceeds the scope of a second-level warrior, you are now hereby granted the rights and subsidies of a third-level warrior. In addition, this million is a reward given by me on behalf of the Wushu Association to outstanding warriors. Ma Hongyun solemnly placed the badge in Fu Xue's palm, then took out a check and pushed it forward on the table. Those many zeros made Fu Dajuan and Lu Xiufan dizzy. It seems that my daughter is more than just a first-level warrior. I heard that she is probably a second-level or third-level warrior. A senior leader of the other party not only came to give out the warrior badge, but also gave out 1 million for free. So many good things came to them at once that they didn't even know which one to be happy about first. This. Dejun. Were the mushrooms we cooked at noon not cooked enough? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? After Ma Hongyun finished speaking, Principal May, who was standing behind him, felt dizzy and scratched his ears in disbelief. Sees the young master? A second-level warrior? A third-level power? When you play this game, do you take it as your real age or virtual age? If these words had not come from President Ma himself, he would have spit in the other person's face. But now he could only stare at Fu Xue's face with a look of surprise. His expression remained calm, but his mind wished he could go through all his memories. That's great. I guess I haven't offended her. After Principal May sorted out his memory, his heart started beating again, and he felt grateful in his heart. Fortunately, I did not lose my composure because of Fu Xue's performance after entering the door. Otherwise, I would probably be thrown out by President Ma. Principal May is quite self-aware. He is the principal of his alma mater who has never helped him and has no right to curry favor with them, as he was visited by both President Ma and Dean Meng. At this time, just stand quietly behind the sofa and act like a breathing dead person. Thank you for your hard work, President Ma. Fu Xue's eyes lit up, and after a while of talking, it was finally time for the reward session. She first pulled the check into her arms, then lowered her head and gently stroked the exquisite badge. Warrior badges for levels 1 to 3 are silver, while those for levels 4 and 5 are gold. The badges above are no longer standard, but are changed to star, moon, and sun, representing quasi-grandmaster, grandmaster, and grandmaster. As for the 9th rank martial saint, they don't need badges to identify themselves. The special badge in her hand, compared to the original monotonous R, has an additional pattern representing the 2 saints of Dasha and a circle of gold-plated patterns. Student Fu Xue, don't be too happy yet. There are even happier things to come. Ma Hongyun made a small joke. Then he turned around, took the contract handed to him by the secretary, and spread it flat on the table. The A+ level warrior contract is the best contract that our Tianhe City Warrior Association can offer at the moment, with a training fund of approximately 30 million per year. This amount of money is not much, but it can help Fu Xue get through the transition period below level 5. There are no additional requirements. As long as you sign, you will get the contract. Principal May on the side twitched his lips. Any 5th-level warrior picked out at random and placed in a county or city level that is not a capital or a special zone can be used to guard an entire city. You call this a transition period? There are no additional requirements. Is this the only one that has them? Upon hearing this, Fu Xue turned her eyes to the other contract. The other party pushed the contract closer to her and kept his hand on it without taking it away. Definitely a way to potentially get her attention. Ma Hongyun smiled slightly. Chapter 27 Best Candidate. S-level warrior contract, 300 million annual training fund. All resources of Tianhe City will pass through my hands first, and then they will be in your hands. Fu Dajuan and Lu Xiufan were about to faint. The 30 million mentioned in the A-plus contract already felt outrageous to them. They had never seen so much money in their lives. And this is just every year. Before I could recover, I heard what Ma Hongyun said, 300 million per year? This is not just pie falling from the sky. This is pie smashing down from the sky. Can I choose all of them? Fu Xue raised her eyebrows and said, Of course. Ma Hongyun nodded as a matter of course. But if you really want to sign an S-level contract, there is still a small test. Do you know the genius training camp? Dean Ming interrupted at this time. Gu Rui should have told you about this. She also mentioned to me that she would bring you into her team at the beginning of the school year. He really wanted Fu Xue to sign an S-level contract. Once she signs the contract, resources will be poured into her hands almost free of charge. However, he also had a little selfish motive, which was that signing the S-level contract was equivalent to binding Tianhe City. If the Imperial University next door gets the news and comes over to poach our people, it won't be so easy. I know. Fu Xue nodded in understanding. The genius training camp will end in 2 months. I can use my connections to get you in. As long as you don't get kicked out for 2 months, the contract will be yours. Ma Hongyun pushed the contract in front of Fu Xue. It's that simple? Fu Xue looked up at him in surprise. Is there no need to get first place or anything? Ma Hongyun laughed and said, No need. It's hard for you to beat those geniuses who started out so high if you haven't come into contact with any high-level martial arts. It's great if you can gain a foothold there. His words were a warning to Fu Xue. After all, he just wanted to see what Fu Xue was capable of, not to knock her down to the point of being unable to stand up. Fu Xue nodded and flipped through the contract page by page, carefully looking at what was in it and what the requirements were. The conditions are not harsh, and can even be said to be extremely relaxed. To sum up, there are only 3 basic ones. 1. Signing an S-level contract is equivalent to being bound to Tianhe City. In the future, it is equivalent to the facade of Tianhe City. You cannot do anything illegal or immoral. Killing innocent people indiscriminately or killing people cruelly is also considered. Fu Xue looked through all the lines and found this one to be the most difficult. She hesitated for a moment. She felt that if she restrained herself, she should be able to do it, right? 2. Their registered permanent residence cannot be transferred, but their family will be given the right to live in a Seaview villa as compensation, and the right to live there will not be withdrawn even if the treaty is invalidated. 3. It mentions some mandatory responsibilities, such as being present when a life or death crisis occurs in Tianhe City. None of the conditions were difficult to meet. She could understand things like not being able to transfer the household registration. After all, Tianhe City spent so much money to train him, but he just changed his household registration and became a citizen of another province or city. If she were the person in charge of the Tianhe City Martial Arts Association, she would cry to death. The need to be present in the face of a life and death crisis in Tianhe City is even more abstract, and the basic binding force is 0. You must know that Tianhe City and the imperial capital are next-door neighbors. Now that she has come this far, she really doesn't dare to think about where else she can go. I think I'm fine. Fu Xue nodded and handed the contract to her mother. Would you two take a look? First of all, she is not a mama's girl, and secondly, she really couldn't bear to read the next 10 pages. Is this okay? Seeing that Ma Hongyun and her daughter both nodded, Lu Xiufan stretched out her slightly trembling fingers and pinched the corner of the contract. Seeing this, Fu Xue took out her buzzing cell phone with satisfaction and prepared to catch some fish. The class group on my phone kept ringing with messages. Fu Xue flipped through the pages and saw that almost all of the people who spoke were those who had done well in the exam. It was really hard to pass the exam for the Western Military Region this year, and I barely made it. My uncle gave me a reward of 200,000 yuan, so everyone came out to play. I'm so envious. I can only go to Southeast University of Finance and Economics, where I'm a half-warrior. I was miserable. I didn't pass the exam. I could only use my family's connections to try my luck in Tibet. Damn, a bunch of pretentious bastards. Fu Xue snorted. I was admitted to Tianwu University. Did I speak up? Am I proud? At this time, someone at her in the group, Sleepy God, after graduation, we will go our separate ways. Do you want to get together? Who is this guy? Fu Xue deleted the long string of words she had been writing for a long time, and instead sent out a few messages. She looked up at the people around her, twitched her lips, and replied, I'm busy. I don't have time. Inside a hotel. Master Mei is awesome. If he comes from the Western military region, will he be a lieutenant? If I'm lucky enough to get some military merit, I can easily become a major. It's a pity that our education channel doesn't broadcast exams from other regions. Otherwise, we might be able to see Master Mei on it. Med didn't respond, and the atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. Say something. Isn't it just that Fu Xue didn't come? Lu Yupeng, who played well with Maida, bumped his shoulder and teased. Do you have to be so upset as if you were heartbroken? Imph. She's still a little naive when it comes to playing hard to get. Med snorted. How did you know that? Lu Yupeng asked curiously. Is there any need to see this? Med raised his eyes and glanced at him. Would anyone be willing to let go of a boyfriend like me who is so handsome, rich, and has a bright future? Lu Yupeng almost couldn't help but spit it out. When your brothers praise you for being handsome, just listen to it and don't take it seriously. His hairline started to fade before it even fully grew out, and compared with Med's uncle who is the principal, he is even better than his uncle. If Fu Xue were to like him, there would probably be no other reason other than money. Zhao Yuping actually had a very good impression of Fu Xue. If she had gone to an all-girls school or chosen some other profession, she would probably have done very well in school, but unfortunately, she was stubbornly obsessed with being a professional warrior. Seeing that Mead picked up his phone again and was about to at Fu Xue in the group, Lu Yupeng said, I advise you to wait. Fu Xue applied to Tianwu University, but she probably failed the entrance exam. She's in a bad mood and is now waiting for the transfer. Then isn't she just in need of someone who can comfort her right now? Med replied without looking up, and just as he was about to send it out, he heard the students around him exclaiming, This is Fu Xue? Impossible? Education channel. Isn't this just broadcasting the highlights of this year's martial arts exam? How did Fu Xue get on there? I don't know. Didn't she apply to Tianwu University? Does this mean she passed? Fuck. Gu Rui is the invigilator. This can't be possible. Well, Fu Xue is here? Med looked around for a long time before he realized that everyone was talking about the picture on the LCD screen hanging in the air. He was stunned. Zhao Yupeng slowly closed his open mouth, glanced at the dazed Med, and shook his head gently. Tianwu University is as famous as Daidu University. As long as Fu Xue is willing to go to the military district, she will definitely be a treasure, and Med can never catch up with her. He observed 2 seconds of silence for his brother, then continued to look up and read on. On the screen, Fu Xue stood with a sword in her hand, facing a girl in tight clothes on the examination platform. The sounds around him suddenly became silent, and one could almost hear a pin drop. A clear voice came out from the speakers. Fu Xue, the candidate for this exam, was evaluated by Dean Ming of Tianwu University as the most creative and bold martial arts creator. Her unique martial arts showed us an all-round suppression. Finally, let us appreciate the best candidates in Tianhe City. Our reporter Liu Beibei reports for you. Chapter 28 Spiritual Master. After the 2 heavyweights left, Principal Mei sat on the sofa in fear. Until now, he still doesn't understand when such a silent great man appeared in his school. Principal Mei had to admit that his school was a little rotten, and the teaching staff was also a little poor. He didn't even dare to say in front of President Ma that Fu Xue was taught in his own school. Everyone knows that this kind of genius cannot be taught. But so what? As a person who has been through this, Principal Mei has always believed in a saying, even a pig can fly if it stands in the right place. As he looked at Fu Dajuan and Lu Xiufan turning the warrior badges in their hands over and over again, the smile on his face became more friendly. Principal Mei reached out and touched the 50,000 yuan scholarship wrapped on the table, deciding to grit his teeth and scrape together 100,000 yuan. But then I thought of the bright side of President Ma, who would give $1 million bonus. Is it appropriate for me to do this? Haha, today the 3 of you are blessed with great fortune. I feel a little cold when I take out the 50,000 yuan. He took out a check from his pocket and wrote a string of numbers on it. Here, I'll pay 500,000 yuan out of my own pocket to celebrate the birth of a genius in Tianhe City. This, Fu Dajuan and Lu Xiufan looked at each other, not knowing whether they should answer it. They both shared the common view that their daughter was extraordinary. Both of them were ordinary people. They didn't know any twists and turns. They just knew that accepting other people's money was like accepting a favor, and they would have to pay it back from somewhere sooner or later. In the end, he could only look to Fu Xue for help. Fu Xue took the check without hesitation. Why not take the free money? At this time, you have to apply the formula vigorously. Accepting a gift is not equal to I agree. Then she wrinkled her nose and began to torture Principal Mei in a calm tone. Many of the equipment in the school's teaching area is broken. Is the library only for visitors? It's better to build a nest for cats and dogs to feed them regularly, otherwise they will always come to the dormitory to steal food. And when will they install air conditioning? It's so hot in the summer. Principal Mei was relieved when he saw the check was taken away. Hearing these words, he nodded and said, Yes, I neglected these. I will go back right away. No, I will go back and arrange it now. Fu Xue nodded with satisfaction. Girls, this is all I can do to help you. Fu Xue sat in front of the computer, clicking the mouse. What was displayed on the webpage was the warrior form. There was a bright silver logo next to her ID. Only now did Fu Xue realize that what she had been using before was a castrated version of the warrior forum. No wonder she was directed to a mentally handicapped bar. After becoming an official warrior, the forum is fully open, and there is also a warrior mall in the upper right corner. There were medicines, weapons, skills for warriors to use, and even genetic medicines, things that Fu Xue had never heard of. If you have money, you can even hire high-level warriors for one-on-one live lessons. With Fu Xue's previous identity, it was basically impossible to find channels to obtain these things. The most surprising thing is that there is an A+ logo and a virtual balance of 30 million in the shopping column. Fu Xue clicked on the weapon column and spent a large sum of money to customize a Feng Tian Huaji for herself. What a pity there is no delicious food. As for the rest, Fu Xue seemed a little uninterested. For her, the tonic might be less beneficial than spending money on a good meal. At her current stage of martial arts, she can still learn it for free at Ruri Martial Arts School, so why waste money? Then she opened the warrior forum. Compared to the mixed crowd before, and the car repair posts on the front page, it looked a lot quieter. However, the questioner asked the question seriously and someone answered it seriously. Looks like a good atmosphere. Hey guys, how do we fight the H-level Earth Beast Tiger Mastiff? My head hurts. The bite force of the Tiger Mastiff is one of the best among H-level Earth Beasts. Its weakness is about 3 inches below its neck. However, as it is of the same first level, it is difficult for the OP to expose its flaws. I suggest choosing a gun as a weapon. The thousands of words written almost completely explain the Tiger Mastiff. All that's missing is a title like, On the Tiger Mastiff, and then publishing the paper. However, the following sentence quickly made Fu Xue laugh. When the Tiger Mastiff pounces on you, slide under it, and then hold the knife upright. Its internal organs will fall to the ground, and the Tiger Mastiff will die as soon as it hits the ground. The previous thread owner of On Tiger Mastiff posted a laughing and crying emoji, You idiot. Oh, you are 1 level higher than me. People have different physiques. The thread owner should not learn from you. Alright. The disadvantage is that everyone's martial arts level is labeled, and the hierarchy is very strict. Fu Xue thought about it, and searched again for posts related to the Great Dream of Heaven and Earth in the search bar. She clicked on the popularity ranking and was immediately taken to the top post. However, it was not the explanation post that Fu Xue had expected, but a collection post about spiritual masters. Guys, I did it. I really did it. The strength of a psychic master is really outrageous. I have just reached the first level of psychic master, and I can beat 3 first-level warriors. It's not just talent that can be trained as a spiritual master, it also requires understanding. The only channel for spiritual masters is self-awakening. Don't believe anyone who advertises and wants you to do XX surgery. There is no doubt that they are trying to get you to do it. Spiritual master? Fu Xue frowned slightly. Even though it is a collection post, there are only a few people who speak on it, and most of the replies below are from warriors, so it is not very useful for reference. But Fu Xue could vaguely see that most warriors yearned for it. Controlling objects out of thin air, and killing people without being seen. These were the 2 descriptive words she had seen most often. Does it require comprehension and talent? Fu Xue muttered, remembering her level 16 mental power and the book fragrance entry. Her expression gradually became a little strange. Isn't this a purely custom job? Fu Xue clicked on the floor associated with her search term. Well, it took me 10 years to finally understand the great dream of heavenly evolution. Now I just want to say to my brothers who are ready to get started, run. Among all the spiritualist techniques I have learned so far, this Great Dream Sutra is the 2nd level, but it is definitely the most difficult one. Not only does it require you to stay awake in your dreams, but you also have to build your own spiritual world. It sounds quite outrageous to everyone. However, this is also the only book that can stimulate brain cells, speed up your awakening, and control the fineness of the technique. Of course, if you can achieve the above, you are not far from awakening. It is not worth it. Constructing a spiritual world in dreams and killing people with mental power. Fu Xue narrowed her eyes slightly, guessing what kind of situation she might encounter a strange enemy. Chapter 29. Constructing a mental monster. Fu Xue turned off the computer and then opened her system panel. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Life level, 10.6. Strength, 746 kilograms. Speed, 20.54 meters per second. Mental strength, 16.0. Combat power, 11,257.29. Entries, book fragrance, red, feast, red. System backpack, refresh card ×1, fixed card ×1. Mission, there is a golden house in the book, expandable. I should be at least at the second level now, right? I have even passed Daxia's warrior assessment, so why is my life level still at level 10? Fu Xue was a little confused. Logically speaking, breaking through the first stage means level 10, so shouldn't the second stage be level 20? With his current strength, let alone level 27 or 8, he should be at least level 21, right? At first she thought that the life level should represent her level as a warrior. But now the facts tell me no. Fu Xue thought about it carefully. In fact, the life level may have only a little relationship with the 3 dimensions of strength, speed, and mental strength. More of the relationship is with other aspects. Her brows furrowed slightly. When does the life level improve fastest? She used her bookish ability to finish reading one book after another, and after having a feast. In other words, the deeper you go into these strange and incomprehensible things, the more new entries you will gain. Is it that simple? Fu Xue was stunned. You won't even give her a chance to try. Fu Xue stayed at home for less than a day before returning to training room number 7 of Rui Martial Arts School. People come to our house every day, so many that the door is broken down. It's okay if only the aunts and uncles come to visit. Since when does my neighbor's neighbor become my neighbor? It's not much better here. When Fu Xue thought of those students who called her senior sister sweetly, the corners of her mouth twitched. It's time to take down an entry. She put her thoughts aside and focused her eyes on the book in her arms. There is a golden house in the book. Read The Great Dream of Heaven to increase your mental strength to level 20. Reward, optional entry gift pack. Fu Xue took a deep breath and gently turned a page. The characters on the Great Dream and Heavenly Evolution Sutra seemed to be pulled by something and gradually shrank towards the center, forming a dizzying black and white vortex. This situation was still within her expectations. Fu Xue closed her tired eyes slightly, but her mind remained clear at all times. She now seemed to be in an out-of-body state, watching herself sitting on the ground from a god's perspective. What happened next made her cold spirit body unable to help but feel strange emotions. The black centipede silently crawled out from her ears and nose. The tiny centipede legs made a rustling sound as they rubbed against her clothes. In a short while, it wrapped her whole body. Even though she realized it was an illusion, she couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, she remained sober the whole time. If she fell into the illusion, she felt that she would probably go crazy. Then, the monsters that she had faced before kept walking out of the shadows, coming up one by one to tear her apart, and then recovering. Fu Xue showed a sneer on her face. That's it? You read The Great Dream and Heavenly Evolution Sutra and learn the method of spiritual construction? As soon as the system's prompt sounded, the black background that filled Fu Xue's mind seemed to be sucked away by something and gradually disappeared. Only a tiny room was left, through the window of which one could see the ruins of the city outside and the wandering monsters. However, although the sparrow is small, it has all the organs. The room, which looked less than 30 square meters to the naked eye, contained almost all the torture instruments that Fu Xue knew of. Guillotine, rope, guillotine, water torture, dismemberment. Fu Xue regained consciousness and slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was a black tiger with black and white spots hanging on a rope. The little space left is occupied by a bunch of evildoers. Without exception, these things are all the strange martial arts that he had encountered before. A ball of centipede with handwriting, a minotaur with festering skin and bloody body. There is a line of small words written on the top of the centipede's head. Cleaning rate, slow, 0.1 mental power/day. Similarly, the blood cow behind also has a line of blood red words on its head. Cleaning rate, medium, 0.3 mental power/day. Cleaning speed. Fu Xue glanced outside. This is easy to understand. It is probably to release these weird things to clean up the monsters, and then provide yourself with mental power according to what is written in the brackets at the end. I caught them all, so they can't run away? Her fingers gently slid across the rusty and bloody guillotine, and several ugly-looking ghosts took a few steps back. Fu Xue narrowed her eyes in thought, then pointed at the shivering centipede group and the huge blood cow. Come here, both of you. Two weirdos came up without any resistance, and it could be seen from the blood bull's face that they were not very willing. As for the centipede group, it is really hard to see. Don't just stand there, lie down. Fu Xue knocked on the guillotine under his hand. She has an idea to experiment with, but as for whether the two weird people under her mental control are willing, no one in this place would bring up the weird life is life too thing, right? The centipedes were hanging on the chopper one by one. If you didn't look carefully, you would probably think they were dried beef. The blood bull pressed its two hooves on the blade, rested its huge head on it with a bang, and a puff of white mist came out of its nose with a hiss. Fu Xue grasped one side of the guillotine and chopped it down without hesitation. Then she looked at the bodies that were cut in half and scattered all over the ground and fell into deep thought. Construct? The blood cow has enough energy and strength, so I used the blood cow as a model and combined the centipedes on my body to form armor. The cow's tail is a bit redundant, useless, and easy to be caught, so I replaced it with a tail made of centipede. Is the cow's head useful? It seems that its bite force is not very strong. The cow's horns can be kept, and the rest can be replaced with centipedes. After a while, Fu Xue looked at the centipede blood bull warrior she had assembled and fell into deep thought. What a weird, ugly thing. However, the words on the other party's head have changed. Clearing rate, medium, 0.7 mental power/day. It could originally provide 0.4 mental power, but after fusion it can now provide 0.7 mental power. Fu Xue felt that a large part of the credit was due to the enhancement of her exquisite assembly skills. What a pity. My mental strength seems to have been exhausted. It will take at least 10 days to fully recover. Fu Xue took a look at the remaining strange and bizarre slime-like creatures and felt a little regretful. If you have enough mental strength, I will synthesize them all for you. All these weird things can provide me with 1.3 mental power every day, which means I can choose an entry again after 3 or 4 days. Chapter 30. This spiritual power, is it a dead person? Fu Xue walked out of the room. There was nothing in the lead gray sky. Not even a bird could be seen. A thin layer of mist filled the barren land, with sparse human figures wandering in the mist. An inexplicable feeling of rejection made her frown slightly. Just as she was wondering whether she should send out her capable men to explore the way, she heard a knock on the door. Bang, 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 bang. Fu Xue nodded to the several capable men in her hut. Go to work. I hope my spirit level can reach level 20 within 3 days. Otherwise, I will come in and synthesize a few more. After saying this, the environment around her began to flicker and become illusory. Fu Xue tried hard to lift her eyelids, opened her eyes, and slowly sat up from the ground. The fatigue in her body made her frown a little. She raised her hand and gently wiped her forehead. The water stains on her fingers made her let out a breath. Constructing a monster consumes too much mental energy, especially when you have to mold the centipede into the shape of armor and tail like a puzzle. You must avoid excessive mental consumption in this area in the future. Fu Xue's mouth twitched. Now that I think about it, I'm really bored. It's like opening a newly bought game and tweaking your face for 2 hours without getting a refund. However, the Blood Bull Warrior is not only a little ugly, it is indeed handsome. Next time, I will focus on exploring the spiritual world. Fu Xue muttered to herself for a few words, then stood up and opened the door. Oh, Sister Shaoling, what's going on? There's a car outside to pick you up. It looks like it's from the Genius Training Camp. Zhou Shaoling paused when she saw Fu Xue's pale face. Are you okay? It's not another. No, it's just that something went wrong during the practice. Fu Xue scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Damn it, I'm not mentally retarded. There's no way I can get over my period, right? If you have any questions, you can ask Coach Mu. Zhou Shaoling touched Fu Xue's head. Many things are very obvious when viewed from another perspective. She seems to be busy. Fu Xue shook her head hesitantly, then walked ahead and said, I'd better go to the car first, so as not to keep them waiting for too long. A bus with a banner for a talent training camp was parked in front of Rui Martial Arts School. The talent training camp, is the next season starting so soon? I signed up, but haven't I played yet? Yeah, I haven't gotten in the car yet. Does our martial arts school have people from the genius training camp? Wow, don't you know Gurui? She's in there almost every year. Several students wearing martial arts uniforms stood aside and did not join in the conversation of these ordinary members. Instead, they gathered in a circle with complicated expressions. There must be no one else here to pick it up except Fu Xue, right? A second-level warrior? Holy shit, I still can't figure out what's going on. The man with glasses looked up at the bus, then lowered his head and sighed. Then he couldn't help but look up again and sighed deeply again. Brother, there's no need to be so sad. There are many people who are more miserable than us, and Fu Xue is just one of them. The yellow-haired man patted his shoulder. I'm not sad. The man with glasses forced a smile. Brother, you can lie to your brothers, but don't lie to yourself. The yellow-haired man had a look of insight on his face. You used to come to the martial arts gym at 4 o'clock every day, but these past few days you didn't come until 10 o'clock. That's different, brother. The man with glasses shook his head. No matter how talented those people are, they are still far away from me. I watched Fu Xue catch up from behind me, and when I was ready to start at the same starting line with her, at this point, his face turned ugly. I just realized that she ran a lap in a flash. This can no longer be summed up with the simple word, genius. Draft? If you were Superman, you should have said it earlier. Huang Mao was a little uncomfortable. On the training camp bus, the bus driver looked very young, wearing all branded clothes, and it was obvious that driver was not his main job. He looked back at the students in the car and couldn't help but chuckled, then said to the person sitting next to him, the higher-ups must be desperate for more people. This is the first time I've seen them insert a group of people into a training camp halfway through. Look at these skinny arms and legs. I doubt that some of them are not even formal warriors. Except for you, a spiritualist, the others are all ugly. Fu Xue took a deep breath, a hint of impatience revealed on his fair face. She was originally looking forward to entering the talent training camp. What she expected was that the training camp would be full of talented people obsessed with martial arts and have a good competitive atmosphere. But now that she hasn't even entered the door, all her filters have been shattered. She didn't say anything, but slowly closed her eyes and began to meditate. The people sitting in the back were all warriors, and he didn't lower his voice when he spoke, so they could hear him clearly. Suddenly someone couldn't help but curse out loud. Why are you pretending? Aren't you just a few years older than us? Do you think you are so awesome? Fuck, you are such a show-off. I've been listening to you talking so much all the way here. The young man who looked like the driver stood up, twisted his neck slightly, and narrowed his eyes as if he wanted to eat someone. The bloodthirsty pressure instantly quieted down everyone in the car. He sneered, my name is Kong Xiangfei. You can ask me my name when you enter the training camp. You are a bunch of little lambs who have never seen blood. I don't know how many of them can stay here. Stop bleeding in front of me. Just then, Fu Xue knocked on the car door with her small backpack on her back. Kong Xiangfei snorted. In addition to a bunch of ugly people, here comes another sick guy. He turned around and pressed a button, and the car door opened with a click. The door is not soundproof, not to mention the expression on the other person's face is one of disdain. When Fu Xue heard this, she walked into the car with a confused look on her face. She glanced at the driver who looked so arrogant. Not buddy. I just knocked on the door. Is it necessary to attack me directly? Go sit in the back. Kong Xiangfei said unhappily. Fu Xue slowly clenched her hands, but seeing that all the people sitting there looked as if they were holding their breath, she could only assume that the driver just had a bad temper. She had no interest in arguing with such pressure. After all, although this world was a world of warriors, if you killed someone with one punch, you would still go to jail. Fu Xue randomly found a seat next to the beautiful girl and sat down, holding her small school bag and placing it under her head. I thought I was the only one here, but I didn't expect there were so many. This is unfair to Ma Hongyun. His original idea was to use his connections to find a way to get someone in. However, once the door was opened, it was difficult to close. The next day, requests for accountability from all parties came in. Seeing that this trend could not be stopped, he simply waved his hand and set up a 2.5-session genius training camp. It can also help Fu Xue share the firepower, which can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What a strange mental power. Is he dead? Fu Xue opened her eyes and glanced at the girl sitting next to her. The girl's face was pale, and the cold mental power on her body almost froze her. There was also an indescribable sense of distortion in it, which made her very uncomfortable. She silently moved her but a little further away from Fu Xue. Chapter 31 Welcome Ceremony. Inside Rui Martial Arts School, Zhou Shaolin glanced at Coach Mu, blinked and said, Aren't you going to see her off? I just helped her for 2 days, and we're not that familiar with each other. Why should I send her off? Coach Mu said with a sneer. She looked at the little face sticking out of the car window and waved at Fu Xue through 2 layers of glass. There was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Ever since she knew that Fu Xue's strength had reached the 2nd level, she felt that she was not suitable to be his teacher. There is not much difference between the 1st level and the 3rd level. For a genius like Fu Xue, it is only a matter of time to temper the body. Her own strength is only at the 4th level, and there is only so much she can teach. She cannot guarantee that she will not go astray in the future. After thinking it over, she gave up. I can only share my understanding of pharmacology with Fu Xue, hoping that she can go faster and further on the path of a warrior. Don't you admire her very much? Coach Yang said, fanning the flames. Generally speaking, it's not like I haven't coached out top picks in the country. Coach Mu still had a tough mouth. Zhou Shaoling covered her mouth and chuckled, oh. Then why would you rather pass the things around and pass them to her from Gurui than give them away yourself? Coach Mu glared at the 2 of them angrily. Why are you 2 talking so much? The bus drove for a long time. We drove out of Tianhe City and entered Donghe Province. In fact, there are genius training camps in Tianhe City, but they are in name only. The teaching staff is entirely supported by Tianwu University, and the others are just cobbled together. The population of the small municipality is only about 10 million, and coupled with the historical sense of relaxation, in the end, he just gave up and spent a huge amount of money to join a talent training camp in Donghe City, a province with a large population and a high number of college entrance examination candidates. The advantage is that the competition is strong and the probability of success is indeed much higher. The downside is that the loss of talent is difficult to curb. If Fu Xue had not intended to sign an S-level contract, and if the top resources in Donghe Province were not as good as those in Tianhe City, which is close to the imperial capital, Ma Hongyun would not have dared to send her anywhere else. In a remote place in Donghe City, a huge military base sits on the wasteland. In the dark night, atop the electrified iron mesh was a flashing red light, covered by a wire lampshade. The soldier guarding the gate saw a familiar car approaching and opened the gate according to the procedure. Kong Xiangfei drove the car to the center of the town, then turned off the engine and parked the car. He opened the car door and walked down alone. The sudden feeling of stopping woke up the students who had fallen asleep during the long journey, and they forced themselves to open their sleepy eyes. Fuck, it's such a long way. My bones are about to fall apart. No, there's no one here? It's pitch black. Why don't you turn on any lights? That's really saving energy. Where did that stupid driver go? What's that pool? Why does it look so much like blood? Someone asked loudly when he saw the dark red pool on the house. This roar immediately woke up many people. The people who looked over in the direction of the sound were immediately confused. What the hell is this for? Will the bastard sell us out? Pah! A dark shadow flashed across the windshield of the car in front, and then a fist-sized crack suddenly appeared on it. What the hell? Is this a ghost town? Don't scare me, brother. I'm really afraid of ghosts. Panic is contagious. After a while, some of those who were afraid of ghosts grabbed the arms of the people next to them as a life-saving straw. Fu Xue narrowed her eyes slightly. Although others could not see clearly, she clearly saw a black feline beast pounce on her, hit the glass and quickly flashed away. A low-class beast, Shadow Cat. Suke opened her eyes and said calmly, although her voice was small. This type of earth beast is usually less than level 1 in strength, but it is agile and likes to hide in the dark and attack its prey's vital points, usually the neck. A tall and thin boy in the back row stood up and said with some pride on his face, "This is probably what the trainees call a welcome ceremony." Someone who knew him said with a bit of embarrassment, "Ding Long, if you hadn't warned us just now, I would have thought we were in a ghost town." The young man called Ding Long glanced at him and ignored him, just listening to him get straight to the point. The welcoming ceremony is also called the blood-seeing ceremony. This town is full of level 1 earth beasts. I suggest you don't shout for no reason. It won't be good for anyone if you attract them. You fucking horse. The curly-haired boy was annoyed by the implicit stabbing in the words, but he did not get angry. Why are we here? The driver didn't tell me, do you know? A girl stood up weakly and asked. It's very simple. Just get out of here safe and sound. Ding Long added, cut off the right ear of the beast you killed and give it to the person waiting outside. They should be able to get something in return. Then let's go together? It's very dark in here, and there are so many beasts chasing us. Will it make too much noise if we walk together? What if a group of ground beasts come, and it will be even more difficult to fight them in the dark? If you have the ability, It's better for you to go it alone. If you follow others, you will be looked down upon. Ding Long glanced at everyone and smiled. As for those who are not strong enough, it is best to stick together. After all, it is much better to hang out here than outside. After saying that, he turned around and walked out through the open door. There was silence in the bus for a moment, and soon a second person stood up. Fu Xue stared in astonishment as the girl beside him stood up. The other person's face had a little color, but he still looked a little sick. In the dim light of the bus, his smile was like a ghost. Fu Xue had no idea that her smile, which she thought was very elegant, was regarded as ghostly by others. I've been sitting for so long. I'm going to go downstairs to relax my muscles. Bye. Fu Xue stretched slightly and floated down with weak steps. Su Kei's face turned pale. Goodbye. Dongha City Base, inside the control room. Kong Xiangfei is really derelict in his duty. He just ran away without explaining anything. Fu Dongyu's eyes glowed with a faint fluorescence, and he took in the views of dozens of surveillance cameras. A slim-fitting dark blue officer uniform brings out her beautiful figure. Her long legs are crossed under the table, and her white fingers tap on the tabletop from time to time. That can't be helped. Everyone is sprinting in the last 2 months. Who else is free except him who is so lazy? On the other side, the girl in the school officer uniform took a sip of coffee and rubbed her headache. Really? Working the night shift all the time will make you age quickly. The elimination rate this time is probably going to be 50%. Really? It shouldn't be that serious considering the night and Kong Xiangfei's problem. The school officer girl was a little unbelievable. 40% probability is the highest. If it's 50%, won't Tiana City be worried to death? Fu Dongxue hummed. Most people's reactions are unsatisfactory. The school officer girl shrugged helplessly. Fu Dongxue was one of the few psychics whose mental power could cover the entire town. She was usually responsible for ensuring the safety of the students. It is impossible for her to pay attention to everyone all the time, and over time she has developed an extremely superb ability to judge people. Chapter 32. Are you lost too? Sister Dongyu, do you think there's anything you like? The school officer girl poured a cup of coffee, brought it to Fu Dongyu, stirred it with a spoon and said, "Is it still full of sugar?" 5 points, 3 points. Fu Dongyu paused, then picked up a few files from the table and threw them over. Although there are few qualified people, there are 3 people who exceed the training camp's expectations. Huh. The school officer girl tilted her head in confusion and handed over the coffee in her hand in surprise. The overall quality is not good, but there are 3 students who exceed the standard? This situation is really rare. She picked up the document in her hand with some curiosity and started reading it. A spiritualist who awakened at the age of 18 can skillfully control objects under 10 kilograms. His ability to control objects is excellent. But there is still some gap between us and our sister Dongyu, who awakened at the age of 14 and had 10 times the spiritual cohesion at the age of 22. I will train her later, hee, and let her take over my job. She is Su Qinfeng's granddaughter, and it is impossible for her to stay in Dongha province. Fu Dongyu ruthlessly shattered the girl's desire to change shifts. Can't we arrange for labor dispatch? The school officer girl complained and continued to read. My goodness, whose general is this? 17 years and 2 months old, 16th level warrior, 2nd level spear power, and subtle body skills. He has won first place in the Imperial Capital Dragoncliff Martial Arts School for 2 years. Is it necessary to send him here? She looked at the resume that was almost full on the introduction, and her big eyes began to roll around. Almost all the 2nd and 3rd tier honors were won. As for the 1st tier honors, such as the Top Scholar Competition, Genius Competition, and National Martial Arts Competition, the registration requirement is to be at least 18 years old. Ding Long? This name, isn't it what I thought? The female officer's eyes widened. Fu Dongyu showed a rare hint of helplessness on his face. The nephew of the great demon Ding Jian who was in the same class as me is stronger and more comprehensive than he used to be. But he still hasn't developed the aura of being the best. I guess Ding Jian wanted him to come here to try out his sword. Oh, that little girl named Bai Lei is also the niece of an acquaintance, and Zhou Tsongqing is the grandson of our retired old instructor. The school officer girl hissed. Hiss. So all of them are young masters who come here to gild themselves? Can this small temple of ours accommodate them all? There is one exception. Fu Dongyu accurately pulled out a file that she had pinched a corner of. No background, no resume. 18 years old and 2 months old. Strength reached level 20. Combat power index reached 10,000 plus. Other information is unknown. You can report it and observe it closely. If necessary, You can use excellent conditions to retain it, but I think it is uncertain. Huh. After hearing a series of information, her mind was confused. The file that was pulled out was the one that belonged to Fu Xue, and it was different from the other files that were almost filled with text. This resume is clean and tidy, without any unnecessary information. Even the home address was deliberately blacked out. But the numbers written on these two lines, namely the warrior level and combat power value, are heavier than all the words in the honor introductions of other people combined. Turtle, Sister Dongyu. I think this girl has the best background. The school officer girl shuddered. What kind of wealthy family can raise an 18-year-old second-level warrior? I guess he has been taking these miraculous supplements since he was in his mother's womb. Otherwise, there is no explanation for how he could reach the second-level warrior in just 18 years. Warriors are different from spiritualists who rely entirely on God for their livelihood. That's really just like a math problem. It took more than 10 years to learn everything from recognizing numbers to addition and subtraction to geometric operations. If you can't do it, then you really can't do it. If you can't get promoted, then you really can't get promoted. Her combat power is over 10,000. How did she do that? Is she also a psychic? The female officer was puzzled. The combat power test is almost the most diverse exam currently. Strength, flexibility, martial arts, and body movements are all indispensable, except for the bug profession of psychic, which has a weird attack method. She couldn't think of any way to achieve such a terrifying amplification rate. A wealthy family? Not really. Fu Dongyu glanced at Fu Xue's attire in the surveillance video. She was wearing ordinary clothes, and even had a slightly childish plastic hairpin on her head. But she didn't dare to deny it completely. She had seen rich people wearing drag and holding a bunch of big keys eating skewers in their own neighborhood before. Being a warrior depends on talent, but it depends even more on family background. What kind of top talent can allow a person to surpass a group of geniuses without relying on family background? Yes, but the probability is too low. As for a spiritualist, even more impossible. Fu Dongyu shook his head. Her mental power does give people a very strange feeling, but such an unstable situation with ups and downs definitely cannot make her a mentalist. And don't forget, Ding Jian played 47 times the combat power value at that time. He was 24 years old at the time, a third-level warrior. He had honed his body and martial arts for 6 more years than her. You can't think like that. In fact, the higher your strength, the more difficult it is to increase your combat power. I estimate that her combat power value is likely to shrink to about 30 times at level 30. Fu Dongyu said. The school officer girl pouted speechlessly and couldn't help muttering in her heart. You just like to argue, don't you? It makes me look like I have never seen the world. Okay. You are the one in charge, so you have the final say. In the small town, Ding Long held a standard long knife in his hand and casually picked up the right ear of Shadow Cat, who was still twitching on the ground, and put it into a plastic box. Emph! It must be interesting to see this group of people go in and sweep the toilets. A smile appeared on his stern face. Each Earth Beast ear can earn an initial point for anyone entering the base. Doing anything in the training camp requires points, even the most basic thing of eating. Of course, there are more ways to gain points than just killing ground beasts. Things like sweeping the floor, mopping the floor, and cleaning can earn you certain points, which at least ensures that you can do it on a daily basis. To be honest, he didn't think much of the group of people he was traveling with. How could they be worthy of riding in the same car with him? In his opinion, except for the psychic named Fu Xue, everyone else should just sit at the same table with the kids. The strongest one was only about as strong as him at the age of 14. The further you go inside, the quieter it gets. Strange. Why are there fewer and fewer Earth Beasts? Ding Long thought silently in his heart. Directly joining the second training camp was not his original plan. It would be best to go to university step by step and then join the training camp. Now he had to compete with students who were at least 1 or even 2 years older than him to gain points. His current goal is to obtain more initial points, but as time goes by and he goes deeper and deeper, he encounters fewer and fewer Earth Beasts. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly asked from behind him, "Are you lost too?" Chapter 33 Hand Over Everything. Who? Ding Long turned his head suddenly and saw a pale little face emerging in the darkness. He almost had a heart attack, but he quickly realized that this should be the seriously ill girl who got on the bus last. He frowned and asked, "Have you been following me? I originally wanted to follow the footprints of that. What's his name, driver? But this guy deliberately messed up his steps and made me lost." Fu Xue spread her hands, "And then I happened to see you." Ding Long acted like an understanding brother from the very beginning, so Fu Xue of course followed him without hesitation. As for why not go up and talk, she could still vividly remember the other party's bossy look on her face on the bus at the beginning. She was not stupid, and she would definitely be rejected if she went up to him to talk to him. Ding Long only half believed Fu Xue's words. He said, "You want to get out? It's very simple. Give me all the earth beast ears on your body, and I will show you a clear way." You really knew? Fu Xue's eyes were filled with surprise, and then she scratched her head in distress. Earth beast ears? I don't have any. You still have the blood of the earth beast on you. Ding Long pointed at the blood on Fu Xue's body, sneered and said, "This can't be your own blood, right? Otherwise, I don't think you can get out even if I point the way." Fu Xue spread her hands and explained, "I did kill a few earth beasts, but to be honest, it was so dark at night that I couldn't find where their heads rolled to. If she were a human, she would subconsciously hold back a little. But when dealing with this group of brainless beasts that like to attack by surprise, she was not so polite." The beast called Shadow Cat was small, only the size of her forearm. After one punch, there wasn't much left. Ding Long was almost laughing out of anger. He glanced at Fu Xue's face. How could she have the courage to say such words when she looked so sick? "If you don't want to give it, get out of here." Ding Long's face darkened, and he was too lazy to argue with her anymore. After saying that, he swept away like a gust of wind the next second. He thought he had gotten rid of the other person, but soon a familiar face appeared next to him and said in a cold tone, "It's just pointing the way. There's no need to be so angry." Ding Long frowned slightly and glanced at Fu Xue. He knew his own strengths well. Speed had always been his strongest point, but now he was easily caught up by others. When he thought about the level of tracking that had just been done without any sound and like a ghost, a sneer appeared on his face. A speed-type warrior? Then let's have a competition. Whoosh! Ding Long quickened his pace again and rushed out like a cannonball. He turned around to look at Fu Xue, who was standing there in a daze, and a smile appeared on his face. "You didn't expect that, did you? I didn't use my full strength just now. Now you try to catch up again." Fu Xue narrowed her eyes slightly. A flash of dissatisfaction passed through her eyes, and she couldn't help but begin to reflect on herself. She had been trying very hard to suppress the desire for destruction brought on by martial arts. This has led to her current situation being very strange. Although her strength is far superior to that of the other party, she has been rejected repeatedly when she has spoken to him calmly. In this world, force is supreme. As long as I am strong enough, I will let them adapt to me. Fu Xue's eyes were focused on the figure running in front of her, and she suddenly realized that she had put the cart before the horse. Yes, why limit yourself? Boom. Ding Long only heard a loud roar that broke through the air, and the next second a gust of wind blew from behind. He stretched out his hand to brush off the dust in front of his eyes, opened his slightly squinted eyes, and looked at the wall of people blocking his way with some disbelief. What speed is this? How could he rush in front of him from a distance of 30 meters behind him in an instant, and even have room to brake and turn around? Ding Long's eyes widened as he finally realized something. The opponent's speed is definitely faster than mine. Almost halfway, even twice as fast. Fu Xue stretched out a tender white hand towards him, then tilted her head and smiled with her neat teeth showing. "Now, hand over all the earth beast ears you have, and tell me where the exit is." Ding Long was stunned for a moment, his eyes flashing with ferocity. "Are you crazy, or am I crazy? You dare to stand in front of me?" Suke opened his eyes and looked towards the path on the right with a strange expression. In her mental perception, two bursts of extremely strong energy and blood erupted over there, one of which was the ghost lady who had been sitting next to her all the way. Suke did not leave the main group. At least in her opinion, these people were all people who had a connection with each other. It would be a pity to let them go back in vain without doing anything. She looked back at the person following her and said, "It seems that someone over there is in trouble. I am going to help." Should we go?" They all left on their own. Someone agreed loudly, "Indeed, they left on their own. Who can we blame for what happened? Anyway, I won't join in the fun. Let's go and have a look. I also think it's better to help. After all, if it weren't for Suke, we would have lost several people here." Although some people were reluctant, they all knew that it would be difficult for them to get along without following Suke, so they had to follow reluctantly. However, when they climbed over the wall and reached their destination, they were stunned. The expected trouble did not appear. Instead, the two people who left first were in a tense confrontation. Someone asked curiously, "What's going on between them?" Why do they seem to be in a bad mood? More than that, it looks like they're going to fight. No way. What is that woman thinking? Can she beat Ding Long? I've never heard of his name. Although Ding Long has a bad temper, he usually doesn't hit anyone. The young man who had been scolded by Ding Long before said angrily, "Bullshit, what the hell? Who can stand Ding Long's temper? What a fool." He wanted to continue speaking, but Ding Long turned around and gave him a cold look. He calmed down immediately. Someone beside him touched his shoulder and said, "No, buddy, why don't you continue talking?" "Fuck, even though I don't like him, I can't beat him. What can I do?" The person next to him sneered but did not refute. This group of people who came together from Tianhe City are basically either rich or noble. In the small circle above, Ding Long is purely a child of other people's families, the one that his parents always compare themselves with. It's like a nightmare. Those young masters who were not convinced had challenged Ding Long to a duel more than once. But up to now, Ding Long has never lost once, and his glory has even become more and more dazzling. What can I do? There is nothing I can do even if I am not convinced. Chapter 34. Encountered a ghost. The fight has begun. The fight has begun. The school officer girl excitedly zoomed in on the surveillance video. It happens every time we hunt, and we have to try this part? Being in the monitoring room means being in jail for a whole day at the shortest and 3 days at the longest. Sex between students is one of the rare entertainment activities here. It's hard for Ding Long to beat this girl. I can't say I can easily beat her with a combat power of 10,000. Won't this guy be knocked down by one punch? The school officer girl dragged a chair over and sat down, and then continued. If Ding Jian knew that his nephew lost so ugly, he would be so angry. Haha. Fu Dongyu shook his head in amusement. It wasn't like his colleague had any deep hatred towards Ding Jian. He was just a fun-loving person who liked to watch the fun. It's not like he can be knocked down with one punch. The gap between the first and second levels is not as big as imagined. Moreover, Ding Jian is considered to be a leader among the first-level warriors. Fu Dongyu said lightly, and then said softly, I estimate that the two will fight for a while, and Ding Long will lose to the other party in terms of physical fitness. After all, Ding Long is the nephew trained by the Devil King himself, which means that Ding Long is holding a long sword in his hand, not the spear, which he is more proficient in. Otherwise, the second-level spear power alone could easily make up for the gap in warrior levels between the two. The school officer girl shrugged speechlessly. I don't understand. Anyway, ordinary warriors like us are second-level warriors who are brainless and fight first-level warriors. You have to learn to look at warriors from more perspectives. Does a warrior with a higher level necessarily win? Have you ever thought about the advantages of a warrior's skills? Sister Dongyu, I understand. Skills are more important among warriors. Wrong. You have to add the two factors together to see a warrior's true strength. A single factor will only mislead you. You guys, why don't you stop fighting? Fu Xue hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and advised. She didn't quite understand how the two of them ended up in this situation. The girl sitting opposite Dante Long sat next to him all the way. He was quiet and didn't disturb others. He was also very friendly and shared snacks with me. He didn't look like someone who would cause trouble. I guess she must have been embarrassed by Ding Long, so she couldn't help but get angry with him? Haha, I didn't start this. Someone was blocking my way. After Ding Long finished speaking, he looked at Fu Xue opposite him and sneered, You'd better not think that you can stop me just because you run a little faster than me. It is true that speed is his strong point, but his strengths are not limited to speed. Strength, martial arts, marksmanship, Ding Long has received the best training in almost every aspect. He looks arrogant, but in fact he has suffered countless hardships. Ding Long can say without any modesty that his hexagonal data are not only developing in a balanced manner, but are also in the top echelon. As for Fu Xue, in his eyes, she is just a nobody. After all, if you have the ability, how come we haven't even seen your shadow in major competitions? Even within the family, unless he is truly loved by the entire family, doesn't a genius like him still need honor to prove himself? There is another possibility. Ding Long looked at Fu Xue and snorted with disdain. What genius could grow up to look like he is about to die of illness? When Fu Xue heard this, he hesitantly moved his gaze to Fu Xue's face. The other party spread out his white and tender hands, with a little pride and excitement on his face. I don't want to say it for the third time. Hand over all the earth beast ears in your hand, and then show me the way. She was just short of putting her hands on her waist, and she looked like a real queen. Fu Xue's pretty face twitched slightly. The students walking behind her were stunned. Fuck, this is against the will of heaven. It's a bit difficult to hold back. How did she choose the most difficult person to rob among a group of people? Someone kindly stepped forward and said, Ding Long is known for not holding back. I suggest you just forget it. Let's sit down and talk it over. Bullshit. He doesn't like to hold back. He hits others and doesn't let them fight back. And when they fight back, he hits them hard. Ding Long twisted his creaking neck, his eyes gradually calmed down, and he held the knife horizontally in front of him. To be honest, I don't like to hit women, but I have given you enough opportunities. Then let me teach you a lesson so that you will remember it. Don't think that you can look down on others just because you are at the top of some corner. There are many people who are better than you. As soon as the words fell, only a white shadow was left there. Whoosh! The sharp sword blade cut through the air, making a slight sound. Fu Xue, who was closest to the two of them, had a flickering look in his eyes. She always heard people in her industry talking nonsense or praising Ding Long's strength, and she had already overestimated his strength. The strength displayed by Dante Long still exceeded her expectations. She silently began to wonder whether she could take the knife, but after a few seconds she lowered her head in frustration. If her mental control could have controlled one more telekinetic ball, this knife would definitely not have hurt her. But unfortunately, she couldn't do it. Really strong. Just like Grandpa said, there are many hidden talents outside. If you stay at home, you will only be pulled down by others. Fu Xue sighed softly, and his eyes became firm. As long as I work harder, I might be able to catch up soon. A spiritualist's growth is something that a warrior can never catch up with. After secretly cheering himself up twice, Fu Xue looked at Fu Xue strangely. But what is she doing? Others have already taken action. Why are you still nagging? Is it a slow reaction? But it didn't look like that. At least Fu Xue didn't quite understand him. After all, someone who started robbing right after entering the training camp didn't look like someone who was easy to mess with. He looks like an easy target, but how can he adapt to the cruel rules so quickly? Under the threat of the blade, Fu Xue spread out his hands sarcastically and said, Brother, I agree with 80% of what you said. So much nonsense. Ding Long snorted coldly and quickened his pace. But when the sword tip brushed Fu Xue's neck, his eyes suddenly focused. The tip of the knife went through. Shadow? Ding Long's pupils flickered. He expected that the opponent could dodge it. It would be strange if the opponent was so fast that he couldn't dodge a knife from such a distance. But all actions have signs. The so-called omen means that the human body needs to coordinate its muscles whenever it makes any movement. It's impossible that you want to move and end up somewhere else the next second. Is that a human? That's a ghost. But now he finds that he might really have encountered a ghost. Chapter 35. What are you looking at? Hand it over. The remaining 20% is because I think this sentence should not be said to me, but to you. The moment he heard these words, Ding Long's arms were instantly covered with goosebumps. His reaction was also quick. With a twist of his wrist, the back of the knife instantly turned into the tip of the knife, and then he slammed his heel heavily on the ground, sending him flying backwards. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a cold hand accurately grabbed his wrist, holding the long knife the next second. The mockery on Fu Xue's face intensified. Are you right? Fu Xue and the group of students behind her opened their mouths wide. There was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Is he giving in? I don't know. It ended too quickly. No, that's not right. Is it possible that my eyes are dazzled? Why do I see that Ding Long was grabbed by the wrist by that woman? After a while, someone saw Ding Long struggling and then exclaimed, Fuck, Ding Long lost. He was taken down by someone in one move. It's really a dirty exaggeration. Where did this peerless warrior come from? Fu Xue was shocked to the extreme. As a psychic, she is different from others. Rather than seeing with her eyes, she prefers to use her mind to capture the other person's traces. But at the moment Fu Xue moved, she was sure that she did not catch any movements or even any traces of the other party. She deduced them based on what she saw of Fu Xue's figure. If she held Ding Long's knife in her hand, Fu Xue was sure that even if she had 2 or even 3 more mental power beads, she would not be able to guarantee that she could dodge it. What's more, the opponent's speed pursuit ability must be good. It is estimated that in 2 or 3 rounds at most, she will roll on the ground and run away. Oh my god, there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers out there. Fu Xue sniffed and was stunned. As the jewel in the crown of the Su family in Tianhe City, she felt for the first time that she might be a little inexperienced. Grandpa is right. But how do you fight this thing? Just standing on the sidelines and watching made me feel powerless. It was hard to imagine what I would do if I really faced such an opponent. In a huge control room, Apart from the ticking sound of the instruments, it was so quiet that even the flapping of a fly's wings could be heard. The school officer girl tried to hold back her laughter and said with some difficulty, "Dong, Sister Dongyu. It seems that what I said about Ding Jian's nephew was true. He was taken down with one punch." Fu Dongyu glanced at her expressionlessly, and the smile on the officer girl's face immediately disappeared. "I can't afford to play with it." "Indeed. It's a bit beyond my expectation. This little girl is very strong. Her warrior level may be more than level 20, and her skills are very strong. Her body movements are very subtle." At the end, she couldn't help but say, "She is really strong." Fu Dongyu then paused for a moment, giving the girl some time to refute, but the girl puffed up her face and said nothing, so she continued, "It wasn't a punch, it was a palm." The school officer girl muttered unconvincedly, "It's the same move anyway. What's the difference?" "Then I want to ask you, did you see clearly how the other person made the move? If not, then I can only give you 0 points." Fu Dongyu said unconvincedly. The young officer thought about it carefully and found that he seemed not to have seen Fu Xue's actions clearly. In just a blink of an eye, the battle was over. If he doesn't use his psychic abilities, his 4th level combat power is only 10,000 points. "You ask me? Fuck it, let go." Ding Long was a little angry and wanted to pull his arm away, but Fu Xue's palm was fixed there like a piece of cold iron. "Things, and there is a road," Fu Xue said simply and shockingly. Ding Long's mind went blank, and a surge of blood rushed to his forehead. He didn't believe that Fu Xue deliberately blocked his way just to ask for directions, or simply wanted to take the Earth Beast ear from his hand. Going against him for such a small amount of points? What a psycho. His teacher and uncle is Ding Jian, and he is the most heavily trained martial artist in Tianhe City and is almost destined to be the top scholar next year. For such trivial things, only a person with a very unique thinking could do this. He doesn't believe it. Draft? You know I. Before Ding Long could finish his words, he suddenly felt dizzy. When he realized that he was thrown headfirst into the ground, his head exploded with a buzzing sound. He pulled his head out with force, spat out the dirt in his mouth, and wiped the blood oozing from his forehead. He took a deep breath. From childhood to adulthood, he had never been insulted like this, and no one dared to insult him like this. For a moment, Ding Long's eyes became extremely cold. The tip of the knife in his hand pointed to the ground and shook slightly. "You're looking for death." This situation was so infuriating that the onlookers immediately took a step back. Try taking one more step forward. The second-level energy and might of Fu Xue suddenly burst out, and an invisible pressure lay in everyone's heart. Her constricted pupils reflected a white light in the darkness, and a murderous aura continued to spread from around her. Someone was stunned for a moment and suddenly said in shock, "Fuck, the pressure is so great. Fuck, she is a second-level warrior? This momentum feels like it wants to kill someone. Shit, I won't be silenced if I pass by here today, right? I'm so scared when you say that." Ding Long's throat rolled and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He suddenly remembered that when he faced his uncle, the other party's aura was also so overwhelming that he couldn't breathe. That was a look that treated him as prey. But why? My uncle is truly invincible and has defeated the devil of his generation. He is the star general of Dasha. How old is the girl standing in front of him? Why can she compare with his uncle? Thinking of his uncle's disappointed look at that time, his heart suddenly began to beat violently and a surge of hot blood rushed into his head. "I didn't dare to swing the knife at him, so why should I dare to swing it at you?" Ding Long yelled. "Bite!" Ding Long lowered his head and looked at the long sword that fell to the ground with a trembling sound, and his shaking hands, and couldn't help but curse. Grass. He couldn't do it. He still couldn't risk his life. He took out the box from his arms and threw it out. Then he wiped his nose with his sleeve and pointed to a tower-like building hidden in the darkness to the east. "The exit is right there." Fu Xue took the box, weighed it, and looked at him in confusion. Damn, what was this guy doing just now? Explosion? Fu Xue tilted her head and looked at the rather heavy box in her hand. She actually still didn't know what this thing was used for. But it's so cool to do this. Then she turned her gaze to the crowd watching the show on the sidelines. Everyone shuddered and took a step back in unison. "You, hand over the Earth Beast ears in your hands." Chapter 36. No. Why are there so many ingredients in here? Early the next morning. The pass rate is 42%, which is pretty good, barely meeting the passing line for the training camp. A group of people were standing in a mess at the gate of the base. A square-faced man in military uniform stood in front of them with his hands behind his back. He is Zhou Fong, the top person in charge of the Dongha province training camp. He looked at the results on the roster with an extremely dissatisfied look. Having worked here for a long time, he had naturally seen many people who sneaked in to gild their reputations. But it doesn't matter, because no one wants to do the dirty work. But it was the first time he had seen a result like today, where the average number of kills per person was less than 1. He paced back and forth, and said with some contempt, "Except for this little girl named Fu Xue, there are 13 of you out here, and you only have 7 Earth Beast ears in your hands? What kind of cowards have come here?" When the people standing on the ground heard this, they immediately showed an expression of wanting to say something but stopping themselves. However, they looked at Ding Long's suffocating expression, thought about it, and did not stand up to speak. They just had their Earth Beast ears stolen, and with so many people sticking together, no Earth Beast dared to come and harass them. A group of people together might not be as numerous as Ding Long alone. Ding Long was beaten up and all his wealth was taken away. Ha ha ha. The young man who had a grudge against him couldn't help laughing out loud when he thought of this. Zhou Fong was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, "What are you laughing at? Don't you have any sense of shame? The training camp is for you to train, not to smile and laugh." As soon as his name was called, the boy stopped laughing instantly. "I'm telling you, don't think that you're done just by sneaking in. This is just the beginning. You have to use up points every day in the training base to stay. As for how to get training points, it's very simple. If you perform well, the instructor will give you some points. Of course, if you perform poorly, your points will be deducted. There will also be some students who will come to grab your points. I advise you not to act like you can be easily bullied." At this point he chuckled. "Don't even think about asking the instructors in the base for help. You're all warriors, don't talk to us about bullying. That's not the case. Oh, by the way, no one is cleaning the toilets in the training camp, so if you help, the instructor will be happy to give you some points for your hard work." The students standing below had different expressions on their faces. Most of them came from wealthy families, and asking them to clean the toilets was more painful than killing them. Seeing their miserable expressions, Zhou Fong nodded in satisfaction, then threw the roster into Fu Dongyu's hand and said, "Cancel those 7 points. How dare you use such insignificant points?" Suke's face darkened in the team. Ding Long was beaten up yesterday and had no intention of killing the Earth Beasts. These few pitiful points were all killed by her on the way. When she thought about having to sweep the toilet, her eyes darkened. Grandpa is right, beautiful women are the best at pretending to be pitiful and deceiving people. Suke's clear eyes were full of regret. Zhou Fong asked, "Where is Fu Xue? She killed 92 Earth Beasts by herself. Look at her. She has already become an elite student right after entering the training camp." Fu Dongyu stepped forward and whispered, "She came out very early last night and is not in the team now." Zhou Fong nodded in understanding. This is not surprising. The students in the training camp actually have a lot of freedom. They can arrange their time at will, and the courses depend entirely on their self-discipline. They don't have any problem sleeping in if they have enough points. But you'd better be able to deal with those students who catch up with you in strength, because they will pull you out of the room, beat you up and take away your points. After all, a training camp is a small society that provides a channel for becoming stronger and intensifies competition. They usually don't even have a segment for the instructors to speak. The main reason why Zhou Fong came today was that he couldn't stand the results of these little bastards and couldn't help but go online to say a few words. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of propellers circling in the sky made Zhou Fong look up. He asked in surprise, "Who ordered these supplies?" The Bluetooth headset on Fu Dongyu's ear lit up. "It's Fu Xue's. This kid is smart. He knows he has to use the points quickly as soon as he comes in." Zhou Fong was very satisfied. Having points in your hand does not mean they belong to you. They only become yours after you spend them. There are so many facilities that are cheap, easy to use, and cost few points. If you don't want to waste it, of course you should start practicing right away. All I can say is that everything is within their calculations and they have arranged it clearly for you. He glanced at the group of quails standing there as punishment and couldn't help shaking his head. He walked over and looked at the sealed boxes on the plane with interest, then turned around and said, "Dongyu, what do you think she will buy with those points?" Fu Dongyu's earphones lit up again, and she said hesitantly, "Food?" Zhou Fong sighed and said, "Haha, I forgot you're from here too, but what you said is a bit vague. It should be those tonics that can improve physical fitness. Of course, what you said about food can barely be included in it." Fu Dongyu didn't know what to say next. After all, her headphones clearly told her that the box was indeed full of food, the kind that was called food ingredients. Zhou Fong reached out and unlocked the box, letting out cool air. The things shown inside made his square face stunned for a moment. He said unconfidently, "This D-level Earth Beast Scimitar sheep should be used for training, right?" Fu Dongyu stood on tiptoe to take a look. The whole sheep that had been cut up were neatly arranged. If it weren't for the blood oozing from the fur, one would have thought it was alive. Zhou Fong did not wait for Fu Dongyu's answer, but continued to open the buckle of another box with a hint of doubt. Looking at the things inside, he was a little skeptical and wanted to open the third blind box. But a fat chef wearing a chef's hat walked down from the co-pilot seat of the plane. He asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Captain Zhou, why are you rummaging through my ingredients?" Zhou Fong watched as the chef took out a small cart and loaded all the ingredients onto it. His brows knitted tightly. "Are these all ingredients?" The fat chef patted his chest and said, "I picked them all myself. They are absolutely fresh." "Who asked you this?" Zhou Fong pointed at these things, turned around and asked Fu Dongyu, "Were all these ordered by that brat named Fu Xue?" Seeing Fu Dongyu nodded, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. How arrogant and debauched. How could there be such an arrogant and debauched brat? I'm so pissed off. Not a single one in this batch can satisfy me. Zhou Fong was really pissed off. What kind of monsters and demons are sent over here from this damn Tianhe city? Each one is more abstract than the other. Chapter 37 Fu Xue. Not holding a grudge. Who the hell is this? Ordering so much food. Isn't that too extravagant? I don't know. He looks like a stranger. The students in the cafeteria stared with wide eyes. The food here can't be said to be bad in taste. The taste is average, but it is nutritious and sufficient, and can fully meet the nutritional needs of training. But compared to the big banquet that could only be accommodated by putting two tables together, the table he sat in the middle suddenly became extremely shabby. Bushkaman, the rice in your hand suddenly doesn't smell good anymore. You ate the red water steel crane, E-level, and gained light body level 2. You ate the iron-spiked tusk pig, D-level, and gained thick skin LV3. You ate the gall of the Highland giant snake, D-level, and your strength increased by 101 kilograms. You ate the sentimental earthworm, D-level, and gained regeneration ability level 2. Fu Xue's cheeks were puffy, and she was chewing like a squirrel. When she saw the word earthworm, she was stunned for a moment, hesitated for a moment. It tastes pretty good. It doesn't matter what you eat. She felt the taste in her mouth was good and slowly began to chew again. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Life level, 12.7. Strength, 1,025 kilograms. Speed, 22.54 meters per second. Mental strength, 18.8. Combat power, 14,357.29. Entries, book fragrance, red. Feast, red. System backpack. Refresh card ×1. Fixed card ×1. The life level has been directly increased by 2 levels. My guess is right. I just need to have a good meal. Fu Xue narrowed her eyes. If you keep eating like this, it shouldn't take long before you can break through to level 20 of your life. Mental strength is only one step away from level 20. If nothing goes wrong, I will be able to complete the system's task tomorrow and get a gift package of entries. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a square face sat opposite her. The students in the cafeteria finally felt relieved. Great. Captain Zhou is late, but he's here. I can finally eat the nutritious meal in my hand in peace. TSK, this meal won't get you at least 100 points, right? It's going to be a good show. I've seen some exaggerations among the new students, but I've never seen anything this exaggerated. They must be severely tortured. Following behind Zhou Fong were the students who had been in the same car with Fu Xue before. All of them had anger on their faces, but more of it was envy. Damn it, we've been standing on the playground for so long. Why is she having a big meal here? No way, these things can be free. They don't look very cheap to me. She didn't exchange it for points, did she? Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips when they thought of this. Oh my god, they're so squandering after robbing us? They might as well leave some points for me. Fu Xue spotted Su Ke in the crowd at a glance, and she waved gently to the girl. Would you like a piece? Su Ke glanced around, pointed a finger at himself, opened his mouth and asked silently, Me? Yeah, I bought a lot and I can't finish it. Su Ke struggled to move his eyes away from the delicious food on the table. As a young lady who had seen the world, she could tell that many foods were cooked by earth beasts. It can be said that she had only eaten such a precious delicacy a few times. But logically speaking, She should be on the same side as most people. So how could she eat at the same table with the female robber? Just when she was about to shake her head to refuse, the fat chef came up with a large plate that was sizzling and steaming. The whole sheep is here. The smell of cumin and the slight smell of mutton passed over Fu Xue's nose, and he could clearly hear the swallowing sound behind him. They had just come out after walking all night, and were both tired and hungry. Who can refuse this? Fu Xue hesitated for a few seconds, then found a place to sit down with a somewhat stiff step. I'm a little hungry, just eat a little. It's okay. It's okay to eat a little more, Fu Xue said gently. Fu Xue was so moved that she was about to cry while holding the chopsticks. What a gentle girl. Did I actually wrong her? The robbery might just be a momentary impulse on her part. Besides, those dozen points might not be enough to buy anything in the training camp. Fu Xue picked up a pair of chopsticks, not daring to look up at the instructor with a sullen face. He only dared to eat from the plate closest to him. Her eyes widened after taking a bite. This thing that looks like both noodles and rice cake tastes pretty good. Fu Xue bit her lip, wanting to say something but stopping herself. After thinking about it, she still didn't tell the other party that the dish was fried earthworms. People are eating now, so don't spoil their fun. How many points do you have left now? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. Fu Xue took a bite of the lamb leg, opened her big, innocent eyes, and licked the corners of her shiny lips. There's still a little left. What's wrong? 200 points. And 100 points as the first place reward. You used them all to order food, Zhou Feng said, suppressing his temper. There's still a little left, and what does it have to do with you? Fu Xue explained, picked up the happy water and drank it up in gulps. These points were all snatched by her, and those whose points were snatched had no objection. You drink the happy water, no level, and gain the bubble-blowing ability level 1. Do you know how important points are in training camp? Isn't it just like money? Zhou Feng became a little angry when he heard this. If we talk about purchasing power, points are much more useful than money. In the training camp, anything related to improving strength is discounted. For example, the food on the table, if it were outside, would each plate cost at least tens of thousands of dollars? There are only 300 points in total in the training camp. That is to say, 300 points are almost equivalent to millions of yuan outside. If a prodigal son comes in for a day, can't even say it's a day, a meal, eaten it all. If this were his son, Zhou Feng would have broken his belt. Have you ever thought about using these remaining points for training? Zhou Feng took a deep breath and finally couldn't hold back his temper and said, Your name is Fu Xue, right? Before Fu Xue could say anything, he saw the group of students standing behind him starting to make a noise. Yes, she is Fu Xue. Instructor, she came here with us, don't let her go. The group of people were all smiling happily. Although they might not know anything else, they were very good at taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Not to mention that they also have a grudge against each other because of being robbed. Shut up. Zhou Feng turned around and yelled, and the crowd immediately quieted down. He then lowered his head and said to Fu Xue, Where do you think your points come from? I've got your name, so don't even think about getting any points from me. Also, I'll leave a toilet for you. Zhou Feng looked at Fu Xue deeply. Miaozi is a good seedling, and he doesn't want to kick him out of the training camp. But jade cannot be made into a useful object without being carved and polished. Tempering is essential. After saying this, he left behind a back view and walked away. Fu Xue was stunned for a moment, shrugged her shoulders, lowered her head, and continued to gnaw on her leg of lamb. Where do the points come from? Then you must steal it from others. Fu Xue had already made her designated candidate after she learned about the rule when she entered the training camp. After all, she herself doesn't hold grudges. Chapter 38 What? Fuck you. I originally wanted to wait until school started to visit you, but I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. Gu Rui looked Fu Xue up and down, looking a little dazed. I can still clearly remember what I told him not long ago, asking him to become a first-level warrior as soon as possible. If Coach Mu hadn't asked her to help bring some things to Fu Xue, she would never have believed that Fu Xue had become a second-level warrior. It's too exaggerated. She herself is still stuck at level 19, and her punching power has not yet reached the minimum requirement for the second-level warrior assessment. It's okay. It's quite easy to make progress if you use the right method, Fu Xue said after thinking for a while. Gu Rui was a little speechless. It was actually simple to say it in the right way. Even computers require dozens of drivers before they can be used. The human body is tens of thousands times more complex, so where is the correct method? Looking at Fu Xue with some envy, Gu Rui opened her mouth. She wanted to ask what the correct way was. But if you think about it carefully, You will find that this question is too abrupt and rude. She turned and handed over the exquisite wooden box in her hand. Fu Xue took it. The wood felt as delicate as mutton fat. There were a few clusters of thick, needle-like leaves carved on the surface of the box, supporting a flower bud. She sniffed it gently, and a faint scent of sandalwood floated up from it. Click. Push the buckle open. There was a book in the wooden box, and several jade bottles with numbers on them. Coach Mu gave you this ointment that she prepared. It's very useful. Gu Rui paused and said, if you don't mind, I can help you apply it. Fu Xue's eyes lit up when she heard this. I don't mind. Gu Rui explained in an embarrassed manner, I don't know how to massage. I can only apply it simply. Don't worry. I don't mind if I say I don't mind. Don't worry, senior sister. I promise not to say a word no matter where you press. Fu Xue patted her chest, her tone revealing her great righteousness. I'm just applying some ointment, but you're talking as if I would smash you to pieces. There was a smile in Gu Rui's eyes. She then discovered that her junior schoolmate was quite cute. Fu Xue held the wooden box in her arms and suddenly asked, Senior, do you know a guy with yellow hair and a pointed face? Gu Rui was stunned for a moment. If she hadn't listened carefully, she would have thought Fu Xue was looking for Sun Wukong. Although the description was a bit anthropomorphic, she quickly matched this outline with someone in her mind. Kong Xiangfei? What do you want to do with him? Gu Rui asked curiously. This person doesn't have a good reputation in the training camp. Gu Rui had heard of him when she first entered the training camp. Kong Xiangfei was the first student to be forced to leave the camp, but his strength was indeed above the rest, so he made it back the following year. According to what Gu Rui heard, Kong Xiangfei wanted to force a girl to be his girlfriend, but the girl disagreed and he kept challenging her to snatch her points. In the end, the two of them dropped out of the training camp together. Although it is just hearsay, rumors are not groundless. His reputation is not very good. What do you want to do with him? Gu Rui did not express her concerns directly. After all, she has never really met the other party, so it is a bit arbitrary to rely on rumors alone. Fu Xue snorted lightly and said in a hard tone, Nothing. This guy helped me once before, and I want to thank him in person. Oh, is that so? I've never met him in person before. Gu Rui lowered her head in shame. Is Kong Xiangfei a good person who is willing to help others? It seems that the rumors cannot be fully believed. He ranks quite high among his classmates. Usually, these people are in Area 1 of the training camp, where the environment is better. Well, I happen to be free, so I can take you to find him. I can go by myself? Let's go together? I can also introduce this place to you. Brother Fei, are these two sisters looking at you? The fat guy sitting next to Kong Xiangfei bumped his shoulder and said, I'm really looking at you. Damn, Brother Fei, you're so lucky. What kind of women have I not seen? After saying that, Kong Xiangfei raised his head with a flash in his eyes. Fuck, is this true? He's really walking towards us. Practicing martial arts has a bonus to your appearance. Often, their body shape becomes well-proportioned and their skin becomes delicate after exercise. With these two items, it is usually no problem to reach a passing level of 6 points. And now the two girls walking side by side towards him were at least 80% good-looking in his eyes. Coupled with her temperament, it can be said that the women he had met before were immediately compared to being vulgar. Looks a little familiar. Kong Xiangfei said to himself. Come on, Brother Fei. Saying you look familiar when you see a woman is really outdated. Kong Xiangfei didn't say anything. He did feel that one of them looked somewhat familiar. But I can't remember where I've seen it. Kong Xiangfei was licking Su Ke the whole time in the car yesterday, and he only had one impression of Fu Xue, the student who got on the car later. This person seems to be dying of illness. Now Fu Xue had rested for a day, and her face was moisturized after eating and drinking. If she was not healthy, then other people in the world would probably be in a sub-healthy state at best. Kong Xiangfei put away the frivolous look on his face and absent-mindedly picked up a few mouthfuls of food, but did not put them into his mouth. Gu Rui and Fu Xue stopped in front of his desk. I really am looking for him. Kong Xiangfei smiled slightly, and after chewing 2 mouthfuls of food in a fake manner, he raised his head in surprise and asked, What do these two beauties want from me? Fu Xue nodded, confirming that it was the guy in front of her. She asked, I want to ask if you have eaten yet? Under the gaze of his brothers and 2 beauties, Kong Xiangfei raised his eyebrows and countless words flashed through his mind. Finally, he put on the most elegant smile of his life and said slowly, I haven't eaten yet. The 2 beauties, please do me a favor and have a piece. Didn't eat? Then take my punch. Fu Xue grabbed a corner of the dining table with one of her little hands and lifted it up suddenly. Hua la. The dining table was instantly overturned on the ground. Kong Xiangfei and his few friends were stunned. The entire cafeteria in Area 1 went from noisy to quiet in just 1 second. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The only sound was the clattering of pots and pans rolling to the floor. Kong Xiangfei raised his hand to pick up a lump of rice from above his head. He couldn't even wrap his head around it for a moment. He was stunned for a moment. Now this result can be said to be completely opposite to the erotic plot he had expected. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the students gathered in a circle, and then he thought of how miserable he looked, and he became furious. Drafting? What the hell do you want to do? What? Fuck you. Chapter 39 Gambling. Haha, Kong Xiangfei, that idiot, is finally in trouble. I do know Guru Yi, but he doesn't seem to be able to beat Kong Xiangfei. Kong Xiangfei was from the previous class, so he must be at least level 26 now, right? TSK, I see more than that. There are 3 training camps in total. Guru Yi is from the first class and Kong Xiangfei is from the second class. New students can challenge students from the previous class, but not vice versa. Old students are prohibited from challenging those from lower classes. After all, the training camp is only to intensify competition, not to raise poisonous insects. Is that the short guy next to him preparing to challenge Kong Xiangfei? Someone from the same class as Kong Xiangfei said, I've never seen her before. She's a completely unfamiliar face. At least she's not even in the top 50. Isn't Kong Xiangfei crazy to challenge the top 3? Guru Yi doesn't seem crazy, so let's eliminate all the impossible, Apart from the people whose tables were overturned, the most confused person at the scene was Guru Yi, who came over with Fu Xue. She opened her mouth slightly, looked at the mess on the floor, and then looked at her cute schoolmate. Well, the elementary school girl put her feet on the chair. Now she can be said to be both cute and arrogant. What happened just now? Didn't you come here to say thank you? The key point is that she didn't even blink. Fu Xue snorted through her nose. She had been in a state of excitement from the time she came here until she overturned the table. I've wanted to do this for a long time. But after she finished lifting it, she realized one thing. Oh no, the senior is still following me. As soon as she flipped the table, she ruined the image of a good woman that she had cultivated for 18 years. Besides, she didn't want to ruin her image in Guru Yi's eyes. What if there is a Jihue? Fu Xue turned her head with a slightly stiff neck. Guru Yi was standing there like a stupid goose. When Fu Xue looked into her eyes again, she was completely stunned. She clearly saw an idiom flashing in Guru Yi's big eyes. Eager to try. Brother Fei, didn't you say you knew them? What a pity. These 2 bitches are such idiots. What the hell? Shut up. Kong Xiangfei shook off the soup on his hands and looked at Fu Xue with a sullen face. I have some impression of you. What's the matter? Do we have a grudge against each other? You forgot so quickly? Fu Xue smiled, showing her little tiger teeth. You called me a sickly person yesterday. Of course, I'm not so petty. It's mainly because you look like you deserve a beating. Are you the one who almost died yesterday? Kong Xiangfei was stunned for a moment and looked at Fu Xue carefully. He found that people would smile when they were speechless. He was really angry and laughed now. What level do you have to dare to come to me? I said. What's wrong with you, sick ghost? I'm going to call you a bitch now. What can you do to me? Strength is the best support for a warrior. He was among the top 3 in the second training camp, and the one who was firmly in first place only focused on training. The second and third 2 people took turns sitting, and no one had ever been so blind as to dare to provoke me. Kong Xiangfei nonchalantly smoothed his white shirt that was soaked by the soup, and explained to the brother next to him helplessly. You wouldn't believe me if I told you this, idiot. I just drove a bus to pick her up yesterday, and she dared to come and bite me after I said a few words to her. Haha. This sentence was quite loud. Kong Xiangfei spoke it out loud on purpose. Otherwise, the onlookers would really think that someone was brave enough to insult him. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers immediately shook their heads. You just entered the training camp? You've already found yourself in front of Kong Xiangfei. Don't you want to find out about his strength first? What kind of god can do such a thing? Yeah, it's just a curse, isn't it? You just bear with it because he's awesome. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Several brothers who were eating together were also stunned when they heard this. Huh? Are you so stupid? Are you not afraid of death? If this is considered provocation, you should just challenge me, right? Ha ha ha, this is incredible. One of them stepped forward and said, Okay, let's go, Brother Fei. Let's just pretend we were bitten by a puppy. Kong Xiangfei glanced at Fu Xue and sneered, You should be thankful that I don't like to hit women. The people in the cafeteria who knew the inside story couldn't help but stand up and shout, "Thank goodness you, Grandma. It was you who was thrown out of the training camp for beating a woman? Xiang Fei is just trying to save face in manhole. Why are you making fun of him? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, now I think of this. If this girl messes with someone, she will never have a good ending. But Kong Xiangfei will mess with her if he wants. It's difficult. He has a criminal record. If this girl hadn't gone crazy and challenged me, the matter would have just passed." Kong Xiangfei's face turned as black as charcoal when he heard this, and there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. That person was right. Now he avoided women when he saw them in the training camp. Even though he enjoyed licking Fu Xue on the bus, he never thought of going back to find her after entering the training camp. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he can't. When Kong Xiangfei entered the training camp for the second time, he was specifically taken away and warned by the top instructor. This was only the result of his mother helping him to make connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to get in. The resources in the training camp are much better than those outside. Even if he is lazy, he has to admit that spending 1 year in here is more useful than 3 years outside. This is also the reason why he is not satisfied with being number 1. If he can fulfill all his expectations, there will be no place for him to hang in the rankings. Walk. Kong Xiangfei shook his sleeves with an unhappy look on his face, then turned and left. "You're leaving now? Who will give me the points I'm missing?" As soon as these words were spoken, the cafeteria suddenly became quiet, and those who had originally thought there was nothing lively and were about to leave also stopped. Gu Rui gently tugged at Fu Xue's sleeve, took small steps towards her ear, and said in a very soft voice, "Schoolgirl, I know you are at the 2nd level, but he has been at the 2nd level for a long time?" Fu Xue blinked, then stood on tiptoe and bit her ear. "Don't worry, I'll get it." Gu Rui rolled her eyes in confusion, but when she saw Fu Xue's confident look, she had no choice but to step back. Kong Xiangfei turned his head and narrowed his eyes fiercely. He heard Fu Xue's whisper, but he only heard half of Gu Rui's words, vaguely hearing the word 2nd level. "But when I look at the other person's age, there is no way I would put these 2 words on this woman. From what I understand you mean, you want to challenge me. Take my points? Did you hear that?" She asked for it herself. Originally, she could only swallow her anger or find someone to trip her up, but doing it openly would not work. But since others have already offered themselves to me, I won't be criticized by the instructor if I accept the challenge, right? Fu Xue, that's what I mean. Haha, you are really interesting. Kong Xiangfei laughed speechlessly and asked jokingly, "Okay, if you want to die, I will accompany you. How do you want to play? Unreal tournament or a life or death battle in the arena?" Fu Xue tilted her head. A coin flew out of her hand. "The front is the arena. The back is the martial arts arena. I'm betting all my points." Pa. Kong Xiangfei reached out and took the coin in his hand, and he opened his palm. The coin lands heads up. "Haha, you're lucky." Chapter 40 Black Iron Rank. Renji. "Do you think it's too late for me to take back my words now?" Zhou Fong put the documents in his hand on the table and rubbed his forehead with a headache. The file on the table was Fu Xue's file. Zhou Fong came back and took a look. "Good job. 18 years old, 2nd level warrior." He recognized several of the characters, but when they were put together he felt a little dizzy. "Have you heard of it?" "Heard of it, but I've never seen it." Even though Fu Xue is 1 or 2 years younger than her classmates, she is still a little devil in the training camp. This kind of genius doesn't need any polishing. He's born with 99k pure gold. Even if it really needs polishing, it's not his turn. Zhou Fong felt a little embarrassed when he thought about what he said angrily in the cafeteria. He looked at Fu Dongyu, who was quietly sorting out documents. "Why didn't you remind me then?" Fu Dongyu turned her head expressionlessly. The dark blue under her eyes on her fair cheeks was very conspicuous. She spoke slowly and coldly. "I asked Xiaoqi to mark the document and send it to you. Is it my fault that she only delivered it now?" "Ah." Fu Dongyu's words were like a bolt from the blue. The school officer girl opened her mouth wide and was unable to speak for several times. "Sister Dongyu, I just slacked off for a while last night. It shouldn't be that serious." "Su Xiaoqi." Zhou Fong couldn't help but say, "Why is it that every time you are asked to work the night shift, something goes wrong?" "Beauty sleep." Su Xiaoqi pouted and muttered, then stood at attention and said loudly, "I won't dare to do it next time." "Okay, stop being an eyesore here. I get so angry when I see you." Zhou Fong's already aching head hurt even more. He waved his hand and said, "Yes." The female officer saluted exaggeratedly, then ran out with a clatter. "I'll leave the spiritual master Su Ke to you. and Ding Long to Lao Li. The difference in strength between these two people is not big, so they can serve as sharpening stones for each other. Okay. Fu Dongyu nodded. After arranging the two people, Zhou Feng frowned slightly. These two people were easy to deal with, but Fu Xue was the only one who made him feel very difficult. What should I do if no one in the same ecological niche can compete with me? Sending them to compete with the second batch of students is simple and crude. But if she met a senior student who was also at the second level and had been training for a longer time, what if she could knock down Fu Xue's arrogant aura? He would be so angry that he would die if there was any flaw in this precious student. Shit, Lao Zhou, this is bad. Zhou Feng raised his head when he heard that, and saw the school officer girl who had just run out with a clattering sound was running back with a clattering sound. Have some manners and stop swearing. Students fighting? What's wrong with fighting? It would be strange if we didn't fight. Why are you so anxious about this? Zhou Feng frowned his brows into the shape of a Chan character. It was you who told me to report Fu Xue's situation at any time? Su Xiaoqi said weakly. Zhou Feng slapped his forehead, stood up, and pointed his finger at the little girl's forehead. You're fing pissing me off. I asked you to report any unusual situations, even a fight, but you didn't report her going to the bathroom. The school officer girl was like a little turtle. She shrank when she was touched. Oh, it's not a simple fight. Fu Xue is challenging the students of the second period. Zhou Feng paused and his eyes lit up. Yes, he is a restless man. Moreover, the second-term students knew that they could not make any progress among the first-term students, so they went straight to challenge them. This kind of enterprising character is simply a natural warrior. Okay, who are you challenging? This girl's strength should at least put her in the top 50, isn't it? Zhou Feng saw that Su Xiaoqi had a strange look on his face, so he added a few more names to the list. It's not impossible to get into the top 30 if you try hard, isn't it? He stroked his stubble in confusion. It would be a bit impolite to say more. After all, the trainees in the training camp are no pushovers. Before they came in, they were all geniuses in their respective cities. How much worse is one than the other? Could it be that Fu Xue was planning to challenge the lower sequence students first to test the waters? It's Kong Xiangfei. Huh? What happened to Kong Xiangfei? Zhou Feng asked casually at first, but when he came to his senses, he was stunned, looking at Su Xiaoqi with a pair of dull eyes. Wait, you mean Fu Xue went to challenge Kong Xiangfei? Welcome back to the virtual arena. The system has detected that your data has been updated. Do you want to upload the new data? Upload. Ding, your data has changed from level 9.5 to level 24.3. Ranks unlocked for you. Meteor, eclipse moon, falling sun. Fu Xue immediately closed the system page, and then the ding-ding-ding sound continued to ring. She opened the message interface and found that almost all of them were sent by Crow. The tone changed from the beginning. Hey, do you want to play in the Shark Cup for the anchor competition? The prize money is 500,000, and each of the 6 people will get 80,000. I don't want more. 10,000 or 20,000 is enough. Not really. Even if the deal doesn't work out, there's still a sense of righteousness. Why would I need to change my phone number? It's 80,000 yuan. It's a waste if I don't make some money. Come on, why don't you go online? The game ID is bound to the ID card. It's too much to change it. The tone of the most recent one was obviously urgent. It's online. The game is about to start. I even booked 2 flights for the anchor in order to contact you. Give me 2,000 and let me get my money back. It's time. Fu Xue was speechless for a moment, and then deleted this person's friends without hesitation. She is not short of money now, nor is she short of channels to find earth beasts. As long as she can become stronger with peace of mind, there is no need to associate with such a person of unknown origin. Gu Rui sent a friend invitation. Real name internet access? Fu Xue was stunned for a moment when she saw the name, then clicked to agree. Sister, I didn't have a chance to tell you in detail just now. You should be careful with Kong Xiangfei's Ghost Moon Sword. His attack methods are always famous for their changeable and strange attacks, and he can control the angle and distance very ruthlessly. It's bad. I feel more confident now that you say it. The status of the chat bar above Gu Rui's head changed several times. After a moment of silence, a few clicks came over. I was numb from being pulled by my schoolmate. Then a room invitation came from Gu Rui. Fu Xue chose to accept it, and in a flash she appeared in the center of the arena. Fuck, it's really coming. Apart from anything else, it's a real hero for a first-term student to challenge a second-term student. And it's the first time for a first-term student to challenge the top 3. Someone with sharp eyes saw the small icon next to Fu Xue's name and said in shock, "No, buddy, your ranking is iron? What kind of person can survive in iron? Renji. Renji is just giving away points. Why the hell did they give Kong Xiangfei 60 points for nothing? Come on, you care about 60 points, but Kong Xiangfei really doesn't care. Fu Xue looked around and saw that the seats in the arena were almost full of students with fuzzy faces. She even saw a figure similar to Gu Rui raising his arm to cheer her on. Not an NPC, she realized belatedly. TSK, your iron rank is a bit embarrassing for the people in our training camp, Kong Xiangfei said jokingly, holding a ghost head knife in his hand. Fu Xue took out her more than 2-meter-long Fong Tianhua Ji from the system backpack and pounded it on the ground, saying in a flat tone, "No time." Chapter 41. Sweating profusely? I don't mean to ask you what you played. You still care about your 3 wolves when the fight starts? I want to ask you if there is something wrong with your performance this time. Zhuge Wei had saliva spurting from his mouth as he passionately exchanged words with his teammates. No, you think you're a good fighter? What's the point of me going there at that time? You're all dead. I asked you about your legs. What are your legs for? Idiot, I don't want to play with you anymore. Just play by yourself. After the teammate said this, his identity gradually became transparent and he went offline. Zhuge Wei's face turned pale. He glanced at the silent teammates around him and was immediately filled with anger. This competition system is really against the sky. It pulled in a group of anchors who are about to die to stir up the heat. As a result, the heat did come up, but it was only on his face. When you have an advantage, you smile and give it away, but when you are at a disadvantage, you keep silent and pretend to be an expert, right? Pig, that's awesome. This is the Monkey King Poet's grip. Sending is the fastest. Meeting is the fastest. Pure big tumor. Woo, Brother Pig kicks 3. Not as good as one Valkyrie. If it were you, I'd just pull the Valkyrie over here. It would be no problem for them to defeat this group of people who are stronger than Dasha. Zhuge Wei glanced at the comments on the screen and said helplessly, I want to, but he has been away from home for a long time because of something. What can we do? At this time, he no longer had the inclination to review the game. He just found a place to squat, opened his friend list, and prepared to invite another teammate over. As he was swiping, he suddenly found a familiar ID online. Snowflake. It's online. Zhuge Wei looked surprised. Just thinking about it made him feel relieved. The college entrance examination has been over for so many days. He guessed that the other party had just finished the college entrance examination and was directly ganked by the school. After all, wouldn't all schools be going crazy to get such an outstanding student? He immediately sent an invitation. The other party is in a custom room and cannot accept the invitation. Zhuge Wei scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message to the other party in a very humble tone. Are you there, sir? The other party was very slow in replying to the message. After a long while, he sent a very short message. I have something to say. I'll talk to you later. Oh, I'm still busy. What the hell am I going to do if I can't handle this? Zhuge Wei slapped his head in pain. It's amazing. You just asked us, are you there? And we were in a state of confusion. Pig, you are a pighead. What's wrong with what I said? Is there any problem? Zhuge Wei asked curiously. I usually don't reply to messages when I see the words are you there? But you still want me to ask you, what can I do for you? If you can't understand what Pigsy is talking about, I suggest you just jump in his face. Just go to the door and block the Valkyrie. Why hesitate? Zhuge Wei explained to his teammates, I'll go get someone over here. You guys wait a moment. One of the teammates raised an eyebrow. Just ignore the monkey? He should be able to come back after some persuasion. He is indeed ill, but his strength is already pretty good. Who else can we turn to? A friend of mine seems to be free. How about I bring someone over? I won't persuade him. He's not a rookie. His play style is just too toxic. Zhuge Wei shook his head, then said, the one I pulled is pretty good. With her, we should have no problem keeping the first place and competing for the second place. Several teammates opened their mouths in surprise. Although Zhuge Wei is relatively young, he is qualified to be the big brother of the team. At least he has good vision in choosing his own people. He joined the team and immediately secured first place and fought for second place. What kind of strength did he have to make such a promise? How about introducing each other? Another teammate said cautiously. Unreal Tournament focuses on simulation. It is strong in the game and certainly not weak in reality. Zhuge Wei knew what these old-timers were planning. He hesitated for a moment and said, wait a minute. I'll go explore the way first. After saying that, he tapped Fu Xue's avatar, then clicked to join the game. A white light flashed before his eyes, and Zhuge Wei came to another room. He glanced around at the crowd of people around him, and when he raised his eyes, he saw Fu Xue standing in the middle. As soon as he came online, he made an appointment for a fight. Before he could finish his words, he frowned and discovered a blind spot. After a moment, he stammered, "Fuck, why is there a boss from Eclipse across from me? If it was a meteorite, it would be fine. After all, there are some amateur masters at this level. The eclipse of the moon and the falling sun are completely different. These two levels represent the big guys between 30 and 50 in reality. The only places where ordinary people can come into contact with these people are in martial arts schools or martial arts gyms. In comparison, his level of a dozen or so is the same as Zayamalo's." As soon as Fu Xue said this, the blind monk in the live broadcast room also noticed the silver moon icon hanging above Kong Xiangfei's head. What the hell is this? As expected of a Valkyrie, her black iron body is on par with Eclipse Moon. Awesome. All right, stop talking. I know you've got Eclipse Moon. Fu Xue said perfunctorily. Can we get started? Really, it's not easy for me to earn some points. Kong Xiangfei narrowed his eyes. It is not so easy to get to the Eclipse Moon rank. He is the only one in the entire second-term students who is at this rank, while the others are lying in the pit of the meteorite. As you wish. Having said that, he did not choose to go to war directly. Instead, he displayed his warrior level above his head, level 29. The people in the stands exclaimed, "Fuck, he's already level 29? That's too much. I heard that he just escaped from Li Wenliang a few days ago. How could he not make great progress if he was taught by a 5th-level instructor alone? Awesome. I heard that instructor Li needs 900 points. Damn, I can't save up that much even if I save up all my life." Fu Xue was even more stunned. He knew that the Eclipse Moon rank was the 3rd rank, but this was the first time he actually saw it. And he looked so young. He must be a monster from somewhere. What are people around me talking about, Coach Li? What does the 8-digit score mean? Is it possible to give individual lessons at level 5? Fu Xue looked up at Kong Xiangfei with some surprise. It's really a bit level. She smiled, ignored the commotion in the stands, and calmly revealed the rank above her head. 24.3 levels. The moment this number appeared, the audience in the stands that were originally discussing fell silent. "Bushkaman, are you sure this is from the first batch? Then I want to ask which batch I was born in." "Yes, not only that, but Kong Xiangfei said it himself." "Fuck, when you say that, it suddenly occurred to me that Kong Xiangfei said he just received this today, didn't he? So he is not only a first-term student, but also a freshman who just entered the camp. Damn, how can he be level 24.3? Kong Xiangfei stared at the line of numbers in a daze. Even his pupils were trembling slightly. In the real game cabin, sweat slowly seeped out of his forehead. Chapter 42. Oh my god, they are all big guys. The usually chaotic and evil comments in Fu Xue's live broadcast room even left the screen blank for nearly a minute. What the hell? This is not right. I entered the wrong room. Oh my god, the boss is right next to me. When I first came in and accidentally entered the boss's bureau, I felt something was wrong. Now I feel even more numb. A magnitude of 9.5 turned into a magnitude of 24.3 in just a dozen days? Damn, is this a rocket? I thought before that the Valkyrie's skills were several times higher than her warrior level. Now it seems that the system data was not updated at that time. This is the only reasonable explanation, but considering how young the Valkyrie is, this level is terrifying enough. Fu Xue was so stunned that he was speechless. The scene of having a dog's head kicked to pieces is still vivid in my mind. At that time, the opponent was only level 9.5. What would it be like if it were the current level of warriors? Just thinking about this might make him feel a little tight in his chest, as if a mountain was pressing on his chest. After a long time, he slowly came back to his senses and said in a hoarse voice, "I think we should not disturb her with such a small matter. Pull this kind of person into his team to play the anchor competition? I guess a bonus of $500,000 wouldn't even be enough to last them a week." XDM. I found the man's game ID. Let me take a look. His name seems to be Kong Xiangfei. Wow, what a huge list of honors. Fuck it. This is what I hate most in my life. Don't worry, they are too damn important. I'll just read a few for you. White Dragon Cup champion, first place in the Heaven Sword competition, inheritor of Ghost Moon Sword technique, and the 21st Dongha provincial champion. Fu Xue, who had just recovered, hissed when he saw this line of words, and his head became numb again. The top scholar in Dongha province. Being the top scorer in a province itself represents absolute honor, not to mention that he comes from Dongha province, a province with a large number of college entrance examination candidates. He is truly one in 10 million. Even if Fu Xue reaches level 29 or breaks through to level 3, he is not worthy of carrying shoes for such a genius. Then his eyes slowly moved to Fu Xue's face. The opponent's identity is so prominent. So what level would the person who can stand opposite him be? I messed with someone I shouldn't have messed with. This thought came to Kong Xiangfei's mind, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Level 24 is neither high nor low, but it depends on who it is placed on. He would definitely not be afraid if it happened to a second-term student, but it would be too scary if it happened over the head of the little brat who approached the training camp in person yesterday. It takes a long time for a warrior to achieve from 0 to 1. That is, from an amateur warrior to a professional warrior. Then it's a snowball process of 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus. During your physical peak period, for someone of Fu Xue's age, if they have the resources, they can force their way up to the next level. If they have talent, they might even be able to reach level 15 or 16. If it really doesn't work, even if it's just level 19, he can accept it. But the 24th level gave him chills. Kong Xiangfei couldn't even imagine how outstanding the other party's talent was, and how terrifying the background behind him was. He frowned tightly and glanced at the densely packed crowd in the stands. I couldn't help but start to have a headache. He really didn't want to offend Fu Xue, but he also didn't want to embarrass himself in front of this group of people. Being looked down upon by them is more painful than killing him. Kong Xiangfei took a deep breath, looked at Fu Xue steadily, and thought to himself, win in an ugly way, give the other party enough face, and save a little face for yourself. He also understands that you can't have your cake and eat it too. But the underwear must be kept on. Thinking of this, he took a step forward, and his stiff tone softened a little. War. Open. Both of them pressed the button to start the game. Sparks on the tip of the knife. Ding. The next second, the sound of weapons colliding suddenly rang out. The 2 men picked up their weapons and confronted each other fiercely. The bent Fong Tian Huaji produced sparks and a hissing sound on the ghost head knife. Kong Xiangfei's pupils shrank slightly, and the vibration from the knife made his arms numb. Logically speaking, the attack speed of such a large Fong Tianji would be very slow within a distance of less than 1 meter. But the fact is just the opposite. If it weren't for his fast muscle memory, Fu Xue's sword would have been enough to behead him. Not to mention letting it go. He almost didn't even react. His eyes met Fu Xue's for a moment, and he couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. The other person's eyes were so ferocious that it seemed as if he really wanted to kill him. No. A grudge caused by just one sentence shouldn't be so great. Fu Xue formed her left hand into a palm and slowly placed it on the middle of the halberd's handle. Her pupils suddenly contracted. A strong energy and blood burst out of her body, and her hands pressed down hard. Crack! The ground beneath Kong Xiangfei's feet sank instantly, and the momentary imbalance left him with no chance to fight back against the huge force from Fu Xue. He could only take advantage of the tilting trend to roll outwards, and rushed out more than 10 meters. Boom! The Fong Tian Huaji hit the ground, and dust flew everywhere. A crack of more than 10 meters long appeared on the ground. The students in the stands were shocked. Although they felt very unbelievable about Fu Xue's level before, the 2 of them are still 5 levels away from each other. That's not right. Kong Xiangfei didn't catch the first move? Did I see it wrong? Hiss, so powerful. It seems that Brother Kong's strength is not as good as hers. People call him Brother Kong online, but I can't even think about it offline. A third-term student raised his glasses and said, starting from 0 frames, Kong Xiangfei didn't have time to muster any strength. And judging from the depth of the cracks on the ground, it is almost at the limit of the 2nd level. Even if Kong Xiangfei is stronger, he is at most on par with her. Oh, it's crazy. Everything is crazy. Fu Xue's eyes turned and instantly locked onto the figure hiding behind the dust. Tread. Small pieces of stone were kicked up from the ground, and she rushed out suddenly, creating a hole in the dust. Clang! Kong Xiangfei, who had not yet stood firm, had to raise his machete to take on Fu Xue's next wave of attacks. He felt somewhat relieved at this moment. Fortunately, Fu Xue was using this powerful and heavy Fong Tianji. Otherwise, if he had used a gun or a knife, there would probably be several big holes on his body now. What a good dodge. Fu Xue gritted her teeth. What a nimble monkey from the mountains. This was the first time she encountered an opponent who was equally powerful as her, and she couldn't help but feel a little impatient. Soon she thought of something, and the attack gradually slowed down. Hoo-hoo. Kong Xiangfei thought Fu Xue must be tired, so he quickly found the right moment and jumped out. Following Fu Xue's rhythm, he could only take the beatings without any chance to fight back, and he could only use 30% of his sword skills and body movements. That's about it. Let's end it. Kong Xiangfei breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he didn't have time to let go as he expected, the result was almost the same. It would be ugly enough to end the battle now, while she is exhausted. At worst, I can return the points to the other party privately later. But after taking a look at Fu Xue's condition, he became confused. The opponent's hands were not shaking and he was not breathing hard. There was no sign of fatigue at all. She even pulled her eyes and made a face at him in a naughty way. What the hell? Kong Xiangfei frowned in confusion. At this moment, I felt a slight chill in the corner of my eyes. He subconsciously reached out and pulled gently. When he saw the thing twisting in his hand, he was stunned for a moment, and all the temperature in his body was drained away in an instant. Centipede? Before he could finish his words, he found two more things falling out of his nasal cavity. Fuck. He rolled his eyes. The figure flashed and instantly fell out of the game. Chapter 43, She is a Spiritualist. Everyone in the stands was bewildered. The two were not evenly matched, but they were equally matched. In their opinion, Fu Xue would have to fight with Kong Xiangfei for at least a long time. Why did Fu Xue suddenly stop, and then Kong Xiangfei shouted and quit the game? After a long silence, one person suddenly realized and shouted, "Spiritual Master. She is a spiritual master above the first level." The profession of psychic is quite buggy for low-level warriors. People can see the movements of warriors, but cannot see the mental threads of the psychic, not to mention the more bizarre illusions and mental shocks. Moreover, a psychic can really slap the opponent along the network line in a face-to-face battle like Unreal Tournament. What the hell? Are you going to let me live? If I were a spiritualist, I would practice chicken feather martial arts. She is actually a higher martial artist than me. She doesn't want to live a miserable life. Does this count as her victory? Kong Xiangfei should have been taken offline by the system for protection. Who knows? It all depends on whether Kong Xiangfei admits it or not. We won. We actually won? Zhuge Wei swallowed and his face turned the color of liver. He spends every day in Unreal Arena and really feels that those with high ranks are real legends. The Eclipse Moon rank, plus the status of being the top scholar in Dongha province. The gap is so big that it makes people look up to it. Now he actually lost? A level 24 warrior who is also a spiritualist. That's incredible. Heron, never dare to say that my sister is black iron again. Zhu will have to be a fermented bean curd for life? Hey, stop flattering Brother Pig. He's not even worthy of being a fermented bean curd. Zhuge Wei saw that the barrage was about himself, but he had no room for rebuttal at the moment. He just shook his head and left the room. This really isn't the place for him to be. Returning to his team's room, several teammates looked at him expectantly. If people come here, they can get bonus for sure and also expand their network. How is it? Are you coming over? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Wei just shook his head silently and sighed. One of the teammates said in surprise, "Didn't agree? No way, such a big name? Tell me a name. Maybe I know him. Let's go together and get him." What did you take? Zhuge Wei said with a bitter face, "I didn't even dare to ask. They won't be able to do it if you just tell them this." I don't agree, so I didn't dare to ask what it meant. You beat the top scholar from Dongha province? Hasn't this year's top scholar competition started yet? The person from Dongha province in the team said hesitantly, Kong Xiangfei. This name seems familiar. Wasn't he the top scholar 3 or 4 years ago? A level 24 warrior, and also a spiritualist? Several people read the comments from Zhuge Wei one by one, their faces becoming more and more shocked. They looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. It's not that a few people are mean, but is Zhuge Wei worthy of knowing such a person? Can you please stop being lazy? You guys really are. Forget it. Forget it. I'm fine. Suke pulled the hand of the girl who spoke for her, blinked and said, "You haven't eaten yet, so you might as well take a break. Leave this to me." The girl blushed and nodded, saying thank you, softly. Suke shook his head indifferently. Until now, this group of people not only have not had any food to eat, but they are also ordered to be responsible for cleaning the cafeteria. She looked up and saw that almost everyone was slacking off. Some people were lying on the chairs sleeping, while others were lying on the dining table, playing with their mobile phones. In the distance, there was a lonely ding-long sweeping the floor silently. This little bit of hardship won't faze me. Suke secretly encouraged himself and picked up the mop with shining eyes. There is only an area the size of a playground that needs to be mopped. As long as I keep moving at the same speed, I can finish it within 8 hours. A chubby boy wearing glasses suddenly frowned. He adjusted his glasses, put his head close to his eyes, and stretched out his fingers to zoom in and out on the pictures on his phone. After a moment, a national quintessence popped out of his mouth. Fuck. The sleeping students immediately became unhappy. No one had slept the whole night, and some were startled. Someone took off his shoes and threw them at Xiaopeng. You can just play with your phone? Why are you calling your mom? Xiaopeng nimbly dodged the smelly shoes and pointed at the phone and said, No. Do you remember the woman who beat up Ding Long? Awesome, Wee Eyes. You are really awesome. Be careful or Ding Long will come and beat you up. Xiaopeng reacted after hearing what was said and shrank his shoulders. Just because Fu Xue dared to beat up Ding Long, it didn't mean they dared to provoke Ding Long. Ding Long pinched a few dents on the broom. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained silent. He felt that the reason why he lost to Fu Xue had nothing to do with strength. What he really lost was his aura, the same aura as his uncle. But this made him even more humiliated, and he couldn't swallow this. Sooner or later, I will get rid of all the fear and terror in my body. Ding Long made up his mind calmly. By then, he believed that his strength would not be inferior to anyone. I saw her beat Kong Xiangfei, he said weakly, and when he saw that the scene was a little quiet, he explained, she was the driver who picked us up here. Everyone looked at him speechlessly, wondering why he always treated them as idiots. Where the hell did you see that? I'm really impressed by you. Yeah, the second level is awesome. But the aura Kong Xiangfei exuded in the car at that time was much stronger than hers, right? How could you see the wild list? It's not a random list. I saw it on the training camp forum. It's now ranked first among the hot posts. Before Xiaopeng could finish his words, Ding Long, who was sweeping the floor silently in the distance, threw the broom to the ground with a bang and walked over aggressively. He snatched the phone from Xiaopeng's hand and saw at a glance that the person in the picture was the girl who beat him up last night. Then his eyes swept over the title of the post, and his pupils shrank instantly. 18 years old, 24.3 level warrior, spiritual master. The genius girl defeated the second-term student, Kong Xiangfei, and won 60 points. Level 24.3? Psychic master? Defeated the second-place student from the second term? These terms are shocking to hear, and all of these were done by the girl who was traveling with him. Ding Long's expression was so abnormal that the people who originally didn't believe him became a little hesitant. One person bravely walked behind Ding Long and glanced at him a few times. Your mother, hasn't she just entered the second level? She's level 24.3, and she's a spiritualist? Psychic master. She is actually a psychic master? Fu Xue opened his eyes wide in shock and hurriedly trotted over with the mop, his face full of disbelief. When she thought of the other party's cold and terrifying mental power, she felt a little dazed. Is that something humans have? Everyone stood up in surprise when they heard this and gathered around the phone. No, this guy is too strong. Did she let Ding Long win yesterday? More than that, let's release it into the sea. Ding Long almost bit his teeth when he heard this, but then he felt weak. I can't beat him. I can't beat him at all. There was a brief silence in the cafeteria, and suddenly someone asked, Isn't 60 points a lot? I don't know. The instructor said he would give us 1 point after we clean the cafeteria. He won't kick us out. I think. I probably have to clean it again tomorrow. Chapter 44. There are many people outside. Training Camp Area 1, Room 2. Psychic Master. She is still a psychotherapist? Kong Xiangfei suddenly sat up from the game cabin. Not paying attention to the beeping warning sound from the game cabin, he tore off the VR glasses on his head and gasped for breath. Fu Xue's ridiculously high warrior level is scary enough, and coupled with the profession of a spiritualist, Kong Xiangfei wanted to slap himself twice. Why are you talking nonsense when you have nothing to do? This time I really kicked a stone pillar. I should have surrendered right then and there. Why should I save face? He held his forehead in a state of collapse, his palms unknowingly covered in sweat. The honors and parental status he had in the past could no longer give him any sense of security. Is it too late to apologize now? Forget it, I can't care less. Kong Xiangfei didn't dare to hesitate and walked out of the room with all his strength. By the way, has she graduated? The school officer girl looked at the picture on the screen and said weakly, With this level of ability, one can definitely graduate directly on the first day of the training camp. Suho was so focused on the screen that he didn't even notice the officer girl talking. As a semi-official organization, Wu Dian has a deep cooperation with training bases like theirs and has the authority to freely access the video backups and personnel information therein. At this moment, the screen was showing the battle between Kong Xiangfei and Fu Xue. They can even zoom in and out at any angle, and no movement can escape this frame-by-frame recording. But that's why they were even more surprised. Fu Xue's strength and speed are impeccable. As for the other basic attributes of a warrior, Zhou Feng took out a cigarette, put it to his lips, dipped it in water, and then put it back into the cigarette box. There was a mixture of confusion and shock between his brows. He has practiced martial arts for more than 40 years and has dabbled in folk martial arts, master-level inheritance, and military killing techniques. What shocked him was not Fu Xue's identity as a spiritual master or her martial arts level that was beyond her age. There is no shortage of people in this world who are both talented and lucky. Fu Dongyu next to him is an example. He entered the training camp as an exception at the age of 14. At the age of 18, when others were still taking the college entrance examination, she had already become a top-level mine teacher, standing together with those who were one level higher than her to become a training camp instructor. The same goes for the warrior level, although the added difficulty of the two makes it extremely difficult. But damn, the probability is there. What really made it difficult for him to understand was Fu Xue's actions. The use of the bull power and leaf stepping step is the most obvious. Looking at Fu Xue's bold and vigorous movements, there seems to be some shadow of the 8-character chop and judo. All the martial arts he could see vaguely revealed a hint of ruthlessness and weirdness that seemed to have been completely transformed. Is there a master behind Fu Xue who designed martial arts tailor-made for her? Zhou Feng quickly rejected this idea. There are no more than 2 people in Dasha who can integrate martial arts into himself and apply it to other situations. Those 2 people are the twin saints of Dasha. Putting aside the question of whether it is reliable or not, is it still necessary to go to a training camp when we have the guidance of the 2 saints? Including himself and all the instructors, they are not even enough to be beaten by one finger. As for a group of people helping her tailor martial arts, that was even more impossible. The styles of the martial arts are so harmonious, it was as if she had realized it herself. Zhou Feng didn't say the rest of the words because it was too unbelievable. Dongyu, what do you think? Fu Dongyu was silent for a while. She understood that Zhou Feng wanted her to teach him how to use his mental abilities. But now she is actually even more confused than Zhou Feng. She had noticed the abnormality in Fu Xue's mental power very early on, but the fluctuating mental fluctuations were a death sentence for a psychic. Scientists who study the brain have long defined this. The fact that Fu Xue was a spiritualist gave her only one feeling. Psychodynamics no longer exists. I can't teach her. Not only me, but I'm afraid no one can teach her. Fu Dongyu continued. She may not be suitable for our traditional spiritual training methods. If we intervene rashly, it might lead her astray. Zhou Feng was stunned for a while after hearing this, and then he said, okay, then we won't get involved in this matter. Being ignored by the 2 men, the school officer girl pouted and asked, what should I do, Lao Zhou? Is the toilet still available? Zhou Feng was suddenly choked. Gu Rui blinked and asked curiously, are you really a spiritualist? I guess so. Fu Xue said somewhat vaguely. Her understanding of psychics was limited to the fact that this profession seemed very powerful. The Great Dream of Heaven Sutra had activated her mental power, but she had basically no idea how to use it. This trick is a byproduct of passing through the illusion. If Fu Xue wanted, she could materialize as a Blood Bowl warrior, but it would only look intimidating. In terms of mental attack, it is not even 1/10 as powerful as this move. To be honest, even though she knew it was an illusion, after she woke up she felt itchy all over the day, as if every part of her body was being swept by the slender legs of a centipede. As for Gu Rui, she has already gotten used to Fu Xue's peculiarities. While others can be said to be training step by step, Fu Xue is simply super evolving like a Digimon. Whether Kong Xiangfei admits defeat or not, you are the winner this time. Gu Rui paused and asked, you should have the bracelet already, right? Fu Xue nodded. Someone gave it to her right after she entered the training camp. This thing is called a bracelet, but in her opinion, it is more like a combination of a little talent watch and a sports watch. It basically has all the functions like measuring heart rate and step count. The bracelet contains a small app similar to the Warrior Mall, but it has more comprehensive items than the Warrior Mall, and items can only be purchased using points. For example, the food ordered in the cafeteria was operated through the wristband. If Kong Xiangfei doesn't want to admit it, you can take the screen recording of Unreal Tournament to the administrator. Gu Rui suddenly stopped talking. What's wrong? Fu Xue tilted her head when she heard Gu Rui not saying anything. Gu Rui pointed behind her, and Fu Xue turned around. Kong Xiangfei's eyes met hers for a moment, and then he lowered his head humbly. Those who knew the inside story stood still with interest. Haha, judging from his expression, he must have been slapped in the face via the internet cable. Kong Xiangfei doesn't seem like the kind of person who would swallow his anger. It's not certain whether he will admit defeat or not. TSK, anyone with a normal brain would admit defeat. I really don't look down on him, but is he worthy of messing with that little girl? No, what are you talking about? Who did Kong Xiangfei lose? Chao Jun or Lu Xueming? Which of these two is the little girl? I'm here to admit defeat. The pale-faced Kong Xiangfei pushed aside the crowd that was blocking his way, then looked around at the people around him, pursed his lips and said, "Can we talk inside?" Chapter 45 Entry Pack. Become the chosen one? Okay, just say whatever you want to say. Fu Xue looked at the 120 points on the bracelet and nodded with satisfaction. Kong Xiangfei looked at Gu Rui, who was standing next to him with some hesitation, stretched out his hand and said, "This?" The implication couldn't be more obvious. Gu Rui frowned. She had no intention of getting involved in other people's privacy. But what kind of person Kong Xiangfei is can be roughly seen from his previous behavior. She didn't really trust this guy. No matter how strong her schoolmate was, she was still a child. Sometimes, strong strength could make her a tool in other people's hands. What's more, the other party used double points just to find a separate room to talk. It is true that he has ulterior motives. Fu Xue's face was cold. She didn't mention asking her to leave, and said impatiently, "If you don't want to say it, forget it." The atmosphere was a little stagnant for a moment. Just when Gu Rui wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, Kong Xiangfei's action made the two of them take a step back. There were a lot of people outside just now. He suddenly bent down and made a standard 90-degree bow, saying, "Actually, I wanted to apologize for my rude remarks on the bus yesterday." Gu Rui opened her mouth slightly and slowly swallowed her words. The other party's unruly appearance is still vivid in my mind, and his current appearance seems a little too magical. With Gu Rui's emotional intelligence, she quickly reacted. She knew Fu Xue inside and out, and knew that she had made rapid progress in just half a month. Fu Xue's current level is very scary, but she feels that this is the result of years of accumulation. The 1,000 kilograms punch strength meter has already given the answer. But from an uninformed perspective, Fu Xue seemed like a genius cultivated in some hidden family, with an incredibly powerful background. After figuring it out, Gu Rui stuck out her tongue at Fu Xue and remained silent. However, Fu Xue was stunned for a moment when she saw Gu Rui sticking out her tongue. Return. Quite cute. Fu Xue's daze for a few seconds really scared Kong Xiangfei, who was still facing the floor, and he quickly said, "I still have 462 points, and I can transfer them all to you. I have no other requirements. I just hope this matter can be resolved like this." Fu Xue scratched her head, not quite understanding. "I thought giving 60 extra points for just chatting was generous enough, but giving more than 400 points for just apologizing? If you think about it carefully, this one meal cost her nearly 200 to 300 points. When I think about it, it seems a little less. 400? It's a little less." Fu Xue looked at Gu Rui with some confusion. There was a strange expression on Gu Rui's face, and he nodded at her affirmatively. "Really?" Fu Xue muttered. Kong Xiangfei heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. It would be a real headache for him if Fu Xue really didn't accept her apology, but if she gave in, it would mean there would be a chance. 462 points may seem like a lot, and it is indeed a lot. However, compared with Kong Xiangfei's status, his sincerity was indeed insufficient. After thinking about it, he simply said, 1,000 points. "I can." Before he could finish his words, he heard Fu Xue's calm voice coming from above his head. 2,000 points. Even a big spender like Kong Xiangfei was a little dazed when he heard this number. 2,000 points? The money he saved would be enough to cover his expenses for the entire semester. Doesn't this mean that Chun Chun treats him as a black slave? Although he was a little reluctant, it was not much. Kong Xiangfei felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He raised his body, took a deep breath and said, "Okay, give me a month." "No, just half a month will be enough." Not only does he have to agree, he also has to complete it as soon as possible. Cut the Gordian knot quickly to avoid accidents. Seeing Fu Xue nod, he breathed a sigh of relief. Drop. The bracelets touched each other. Kong Xiangfei transferred all the points in his hand, then pushed the door open and went out. A group of people were lying outside the door and eavesdropping. When they saw Kong Xiangfei coming out, They quickly stood up and pretended nothing had happened. Kong Xiangfei glanced at them coldly. From today to the next 15 days, he will owe 100 points every time he opens his eyes. And these people are the source of his points. Am I going to get less? Fu Xue said with some annoyance. How come you agreed so readily? According to the process, shouldn't Kong Xiangfei cut the price first, and then she bargained up? It feels like a big loss. 2,000 points is a huge sum of money. It's your strength that fooled him. Gu Rui smiled softly. Seeing Fu Xue's puzzled look, she explained. It is widely acknowledged that warriors are expensive, and even with government support, it is still not something that an average family can afford. To put it bluntly, it is really rare to find a martial arts genius from a humble family in reality, and someone with strength like yours is even rarer. He thought you were someone very important, so he certainly didn't want to offend you. At the end of her conversation, she even said jokingly, if I didn't know you, I would be scared too. I made money? Certainly. That's good. Then she rolled her big eyes twice and said in a stuttering voice, Senior, are you free? Do you want to take a bath together? After taking a shower, Fu Xue returned to her room and had a good sleep. The next day, she was woken up by the sound of the system. She rubbed her confused head and instantly came to her senses when she saw the system information. Byte. Completed mission. There is a golden house in the book. Get rewards. Entry gift pack. Drop. Get new task. Murderous fog. Introduction. Dispel all the fog in the spiritual world and find the truth that connects to reality. Reward. Refresh card times 3. Upgrade card times 3. Upgrade card? What is this? Fu Xue asked curiously. Upgrade card. After use, you can upgrade the entry level by 1 level. Note. Upgrade card times 1 is required for purple and below. Upgrade card times 2 is required for gold. And upgrade card times 3 is required for red. Mean. Mumbling something, Fu Xue opened the system panel. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Life level, 13.7. Strength, 1,035.2 kilograms. Speed, 22.58 meters per second. Mental strength, 20.2. Combat power, 15,057.29. Entries, book fragrance, red. Feast, red. System backpack, refresh card times 1. Fixed card times 1. Red entry gift pack times 1. My mental strength level has finally reached level 20. These past few days have been too long. Fu Xue puffed up her cheeks, feeling that every day was like a year. She reached out and clicked on the red gift box wrapped in 4 colorful silk strips in the system backpack. Entry gift pack. Introduce. This is a gift from the gods, and the 4 gods stored their power in it. Select one of them. Become God's chosen one. Chapter 46 4 Gods Entries. Are you ready to face the true genius? Fu Xue's eyes flickered. God's chosen? I chose not to be dragged into the courtroom by a tin can that fell from the sky, right? Open the gift package. Unblocking. Favor of life. Green, your recovery ability increases 10,000 times, and you will never truly die. Your life will be eternal from now on. Side effects. You become a terrible pathogen, and your blood can even corrode steel. Note. Don't be afraid. It will not affect your beautiful appearance. Evaluation. Don't be afraid. The cycle is the law of nature. Hymn of Courage. Read every time you kill a life. You will gain a significant improvement. There is no upper limit to this improvement, and the number of prey is endless. Side effects. Enemies all over the world. Evaluation. Blood spilled in the galaxy. Aura of Wisdom. Blue, your ability to understand all knowledge increases by 10,000 times, and everything is so simple. Side effects. The truth is terrible and fascinating. Evaluation. Don't be trapped by knowledge. Purple Bliss. You can constantly draw strength from a happy mood. This strength is endless and happiness will never end. Side effect. Bliss. Evaluation. If you don't indulge in lust, all actions will be meaningless. Fu Xue's eyes looked a little dull. Not a buddy? Can't I tell it's a different skin? Has the subspace business expanded here? The system seemed to see what she was thinking. Host, please select an entry to load as soon as possible. Broken. Now, he really is going to be thrown into the courtroom and given an intravenous injection of 7.62. Fu Xue said tentatively, use the refresh card on the Bliss of Pleasure. These items are extremely amazing in terms of both attributes and effects. The other 3 are fine, but I really resist this one. What if the M attribute explodes after taking it? Then this life might as well end like this. Used. Fu Xue rubbed her eyes. looked at it carefully, and asked in confusion, "Isn't it completely unchanged? You still use my refresh card? Give it back to me." "Sorry, the operation cannot be undone. Please think carefully before making a decision." Fu Xue was furious. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you couldn't refresh? You stole my refresh card. We can eliminate the aura of wisdom first." The fragrance of books can be regarded as a lower-level substitute for this entry. Although it is not as good as the wisdom, its side effects are not that great. The most important thing is that it is enough. I choose. Fu Xue's eyes moved back and forth between the last two entries, and finally fell on the green entry. I choose the favor of life. When the final decision came, she was not so conflicted. People were considerate enough to tell her that she wouldn't become ugly, so what the hell was there to hesitate about? Immortal, eternal life. This is the ultimate pursuit of mankind. Even if the time comes to regret, it will be her in the future who regrets, not her current self. Bite. Entry loaded successfully. You have now become the chosen one of the god of life. Fu Xue closed the system panel. She looked at the white and tender tips of her fingers, licked her lips, and bit them hard. As soon as the bright red blood began to appear, the wound had already closed. Hiss, the wound seems a little too small. I can't see anything. The size of the wound was such that the young girl would need to go to the hospital at most, not to mention that she had developed regenerative ability after eating it. When she added the two together, she realized that it was nothing but a bite to herself. Fu Xue frowned, took out a fruit knife, and scratched the back of her hand hard. Her cheek twitched in pain. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Her eyes followed the sound and looked towards the knife in her hand. White smoke came out from the tip of the knife. After wiping off the blood stains, you can see that it looks like it has been burned and is slightly yellowed. Directly enchanted it into tetanus blade. Pathogen, Fu Xue frowned. I don't know if it can only be transmitted through blood or droplets. The former can be said to be the best-case scenario, while the latter is a bit troublesome. Don't go out until you figure it out. She didn't want to turn the training camp, or even the entire Dongha city into a dead city. Thinking of this, she opened her bracelet. The first thing is to go into the mall and buy equipment for testing viruses. Considering the circumstances of the new mission, she needed more monsters to explore the spirit world. Then she clicked into the martial arts catalog. Fu Xue directly skipped those low-level martial arts. Since she wouldn't die anyway, why not just use the strong medicine? She won't even look at anything below grade A. Ichi Gong, category, Gong FA. Rating, A level. Price, 50 points. Introduction. Every move is integrated into the action, and it can be practiced while sitting or walking. Whirlwind Force, category, martial arts. Rating, A+. Price, 80 points. Introduction. Wind comes from the tiger, clouds come from the dragon. Practicing this power will transform you completely. White Mist Qi Ju, category, Qigong. Rating, S level. Price, 200 points. Introduction. Spewing out clouds and mist, moving like a dragon. Ming Wang Shun Zhao Jing, category, Qigong. Rating, S+. Price, 500 points. Introduction. Immovable like the Vajra King, illuminating the lotus pedestal. Fu Xue felt dazzled looking at the strings of secret books. Compared with the library in Warrior Mall and Rui Martial Arts School, the classification here was obviously much more complicated. There are basic martial arts, sword techniques, gun techniques, etc., and there are also categories such as spiritual practice and Qigong. This made Fu Xue a little confused for a moment. Almighty, what's up with this category? Fu Xue's eyes suddenly widened. 8 dermas of the world, category, all-round. Rating, SS, price, 20,000 points. Introduction. The unique martial arts of Dongfang Yi, the martial saint of Great Xia, is complete only when the 8 methods are combined into one. The skills of the Great Xia martial saint can also be exchanged? Fu Xue was stunned. You can tell the difference just by looking at the introduction. Other martial arts techniques all describe how awesome the martial arts are, but this one specifically states who uses it. The martial saints represent the face of the country. They are absolutely secrets among secrets, and yet they just appeared before her. It was really unexpected. Just because I can't afford it doesn't stop me from taking a look first. Fu Xue scratched her little face. Compared with other martial arts, this 8 worldly dermas even has a separate page. There are 8 lines listed below. Blood quenching and organ nourishing method, body opening and body clearing method, opening the orifices and meridians method, the qi nourishing method of Zhou Tian, the method of self-cultivation and bone strengthening, the method of consolidating the spirit, the method of acquired nature, the method of innate nature. The prices range from 500 points to 4,000 points. Basically comparing with every realm before the 8th level, it can be said that there is a road leading directly to the avenue. However, her current savings were only enough to buy the cheapest, blood-quenching and organ-nourishing method. I bought it. This money was earned for free, so Fu Xue has nothing to feel bad about. She was also thinking about buying a book as soon as Kong Xiangfei's payment arrived. The remaining 67 points were all used to buy food. After thinking about it, Fu Xue noted, contactless delivery, on the delivery. The order has been placed successfully. All items will be delivered within 20 minutes. Please wait patiently. The bracelet loaded for a moment, and a prompt appeared. Inside the training base, there is a training room that seems to be in an ice world. Zhou Feng's bracelet ticked twice. He raised his hand and took a look, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. I really misunderstood. This kind of genius doesn't need anyone to teach her. She will find the exercise rhythm that suits her best. The great Xia martial saint would definitely not teach his skills to others casually. Not only will the training camp monitor whether the skills are being purchased, but this data will also be uploaded directly to the headquarters of the Warrior Association. This is necessary whether it is to confirm whether the skills have the potential to be spread abroad or to cultivate talents. Zhou Feng walked on the ice in his military boots, making a crunching sound. After a moment, he shouted, "Chao's army, Kong Xiangfei lost." You would never imagine that an 18-year-old girl could take him down so easily. Give me 200% of your effort in training. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will lose miserably. Crack? The ice broke open, and a giant man over 2 meters tall stood up from the water. His muscles tensed up, and he easily shook off the ice layer wrapped around his body, revealing countless scars on his skin. Zhou Feng couldn't help but gasp every time he saw it. Chao Jun is truly a hardworking genius, and no one is more obsessed with martial arts than him. Ice water is very effective in relieving muscles and recovering from injuries, but it is also really uncomfortable, and no one can stay active in low temperatures. And Chao's army spent almost 6 days in it every week. Coupled with the opponent's terrifying physical fitness and recovery ability, the muscle damage to him was almost zero. It was hard for Suo Feng to imagine that he would actually walk out of the glacier one day. What's her name? The voices of Chao's army were muffled, like thunder. Fu Xue. Zhou Feng said. He looked at Chao Jun and said word by word, "Are you ready to face a true genius?" Chapter 47 Su Ke. What's going on? Room 3. Lu Xueming looked at the message from his friend on his phone and couldn't help but chuckle. Shao Kong, I was planning to deal with you after I settled down, but you were so disappointing. A level 24 warrior and a first-level spiritualist? They are indeed quite capable. He tapped the injections hanging above his head with his fingers, removed one of them, and inserted it directly into the vein in his neck. As the piston slowly pushed forward and tiny bubbles of genetic medicine were injected, the blood vessels on his neck became more and more obvious. Whoosh! 3 spiritual beads were embedded into the wall with a bang. Lu Xueming slightly closed his glimmering pupils, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. No one is worthy of being compared to me now. Full of people? Su Ke held the mop blankly, standing in the cafeteria like a minion. I don't know what happened today, but a lot of people came to sweep the floor. The uncle in charge of the cafeteria shrugged. You don't have to go to other cafeterias. Most of them are cleaned. But I don't have any points anymore. Su Ke was dumbfounded. In fact, her situation was still good. Instructor Fu gave her some points in the mental power class. She mainly used it to buy the telekinetic balls for cultivation and also bought some delicious noodles. It's a pity that I didn't find the taste of that bowl. I should have known not to be greedy. Su Ke was about to cry. Would she be the first trainee kicked out of the training camp for eating too much? The uncle in the cafeteria felt sorry for her and said hesitantly, "No one has cleaned the toilet yet, and I'll give you 2 points." Okay, there's no problem with the toilet either. Su Ke sniffed, nodded vigorously, and walked over to the place where the uncle pointed with the mop in his arms. As she walked over, she saw a group of students who were cleaning the room, all with resentful looks on their faces. What a beast. Kong Xiangfei is such a f***ing beast. Ah, what a coincidence. Your points were also taken away by him? A man not far away also said angrily after hearing this. Fuck. He also robbed me, damn. I only have 10 points on my body. Su Ke walked past the group of people with her mouth slightly open. The competition in the training camp is so cruel. Life is not easy. She pinched her nose, reached out to turn the door handle of the toilet, and was stunned when she saw the person inside. "Get out," Kong Xiangfei said with a look of surprise, pointing to the opposite side. "Go and sweep the opposite side." Bang! The door was slammed shut. Fu Xue was so scared that he shrank his head back, and for a moment he doubted his own eyes. Isn't this the guy who chatted up with me on the bus before? Isn't his name Kong Xiangfei? Who are those people outside complaining about? Could it be that there are two people named Kong Xiangfei in this training? Ovo, what's going on? Fu Xue opened his puppy eyes wide, and his little head was full of confusion. "No matter who you are, I thank you." Fu Xue let out a breath, put away the Iraqi-made virus tester, and her face couldn't help but relax a lot. There are no viruses in droplets or air. At least there are no incurable superviruses. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, human, chosen by God. Life level, 13.7. Strength, 1050.2 kilograms. Speed, 22.68 meters per second. Mental strength, 20.3. Combat power, 25,057.29. Entries, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. System backpack, fixed card ×1. Mission, murderous fog. Click to expand details. I have been chosen by God. Doesn't this count as my life level? Fu Xue asked. At least add 30 or 40 levels, right? The chosen ones are included in the host's entry and are not counted in the life level. Mean. She curled her lips and then turned her eyes to the system bar at the bottom. Next, we must prepare to enter the spiritual world again. She turned her head slightly and tensed all the muscles in her body before she dared to open the SS level, blood quenching and organ nourishing method, in front of her. You have read the method of quenching blood and nourishing internal organs, S level, and you have learned the method of quenching blood and nourishing internal organs, S level. Rather than describing martial arts techniques, it is more accurate to describe it as a book of analysis from the basics to the advanced. It is very delicate to increase the source of qi and blood and reduce its flow to nourish the internal organs. The benefits may not be obvious at first glance, but they will start to show their effects over time. The expected extremely powerful weirdness did not appear, and Fu Xue frowned slightly. This is definitely not the possession of the European emperor. Instead, it gave her a feeling that a huge force was brewing. The 8 methods are complete only when they are combined into one. Fu Xue thought of the sentence written under the introduction and pondered for a moment. It is the integration of the 8 methods that is considered a complete practice. So the fragments don't have all the triggering conditions? If no strange creature appears, there is no way to continue strengthening the mental monster. She was a little discouraged, as she had originally planned to go and explore the new land with a big boss. This time I have to do it myself. Fu Xue sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and slowly calmed down. Open your eyes again. She came back to the shabby little house. Looking at the colorful slime-like things in the corner, a strange light flashed in Fu Xue's eyes. You make the head, the black one makes the chest, and the legs must be khaki, so that the lower body looks very stable and strong. A moment later, Fu Xue looked up at the giant slime she had assembled and nodded with satisfaction. From now on, I'll call you Rainbow Warrior. The only drawback is that there are only 5 colors. The colorful ones give you the beauty of an old player at first glance. However, there is a good thing. The originally extremely low cleaning efficiency has now been completely renewed. Cleaning rate, medium, 0.9 mental power/day. These several weird things combined can provide her with 1.7 mental power every day. But mental power is not actually dependent on level. The level of a mentalist is called times. Taking the average level of ordinary people, 10, as the denominator, Fu Xue's mental power level of 20 points is called twice the mental cohesion. Only when you are able to spread out the spiritual threads over a large area and reach the realm of perception can you be considered a second-level spiritualist. It can only be regarded as icing on the cake. Fu Xue looked out the window, and the fog dissipated a little. The visibility was 20 meters before, but now it is at least 50 meters. The murderous fog, and the dream is connected to reality? Fu Xue pushed open the door, and the damp air with a strange smell made her rub her nose. 2 ferocious silhouettes followed her petite figure. Step into the fog together. After being engulfed by the fog, Fu Xue's voice, mumbling to herself, could be heard from inside. Fortunately, I'm not afraid. Chapter 48, Exploring the Fog. Although there was a rustling sound in the fog, Fu Xue walked inside for a long time before she encountered the first figure. Huh. A strange sound came from the figure's mouth, low and suppressed. Accompanied by the rustling sound of mopping the floor, a figure walked out of the fog stiffly. At least he was a human being before, and he should have been a dust-beating guy. Fu Xue frowned slightly. The gray face was covered by an orange safety helmet. The eye sockets were sunken without eyeballs, leaving only 2 empty holes. The work clothes, which already looked a bit gray, looked even dirtier. His right leg was twisted and folded behind his back, making it difficult for him to walk properly. The Walking Dead is the most appropriate word to describe this monster. The pitch-black mouth had just opened, but before any sound could come out, the huge shell-covered tail wrapped around his body, knocked him over and slammed him to the ground. Crack! The sound is as crisp as opening a coconut shell. Fu Xue saw that the monster's neck was tilted and twitched a few times, indicating that it was dead. She took 2 steps forward to observe him better. No blood. Fu Xue wasn't even sure if this thing was dead. Her gaze fell all the way down to his chest, where a honeycomb-like pattern was embroidered. Nest City. Construction Company. She secretly memorized the name in her heart. Just when she was thinking about whether she should cut open the monster's body to take a look, the skin of the corpse began to sink like sand, and in less than 2 seconds it turned into a wisp of white smoke and merged into the mist. Fu Xue's outstretched hand froze for a moment. She raised her eyes and looked around at the endless fog that enveloped her, and her hair stood on end instantly. After a while, she came back to her senses and said to herself, "I hope it's not what I think." The only response she got was the increasingly thick fog. She turned her head and glanced at a black rope connected to the Blood Bowl warrior's tail. "Go back after you use up these centipedes." Looking at the number above the Blood Bowl warrior's head that was shrinking, Fu Xue sometimes felt that she might be doing something unnecessary, but she still thought it was better to be as cautious as possible. Losing the big for the small is a huge loss. After calming herself down, she continued walking forward. A lot of monsters were killed along the way. Fu Xue tried to capture the monsters with mental threads, but the monsters almost shattered at the touch of a finger. A lot of mist flowed into her mind along the mental threads. Not everyone knows the inside story. It seems more like they were innocently affected. Apart from confirming that this was the construction site of an underground city located in Dasha, she did not get any useful information. The confused memories in the white fog almost made her stupid. Fu Xue suddenly stopped, and an exquisite little house appeared in front of her. The wall lamp hanging at the door turned the mist into milky white. Through the flickering light in the window, the figure of a woman with bun hair can be seen. Fu Xue thought of her own small house, which seemed just old and dilapidated in comparison. There are other residents? But she soon felt relieved. Since the system said it was connected to reality, then this could not be her own spiritual world. There are quite a few psychics, so if you think about it carefully, the appearance of other people is not too surprising. Thinking of this, Fu Xue looked back at the fog and said, "It's useless to go on blindly. We might as well take a risk and try it." Fu Xue approached and found that there were many scratches and damages on the door, and it looked to be in danger. She knocked on the door twice and said hello, hello. A long time passed. Just when Fu Xue thought the other party would not reply, a cold voice sounded, "Where are you from? No one has been here for a long time. It's very foggy here and I'm lost." Fu Xue said truthfully, "I'm sorry I can't let you in. I can't tell whether you have bad intentions or not, and I have important things to do." There was a lot of caution in her words. "It's okay. Are you familiar with this place? Just show me the way. Try walking north. You can always hear the sound of babies crying over there." Fu Xue got the news and thanked him softly. Following the instructions of the woman in the house, she walked down. The fog became thicker and thicker, and visibility was barely more than 1 meter. It could be said that she could not see anything except the 2 spirit monsters relying on her. Fu Xue also became 200% cautious at this time. If she guessed correctly, the fog represented the number of deaths. With such thick fog, it was hard to imagine the scene where corpses were everywhere. The thick fog trembled slightly, and the trembling cry of a baby came out from it. Fu Xue walked over following the sound. She gently pushed open the half-open door, and the scene in front of her suddenly became much clearer. The floor, ceiling, and walls were all painted white, like some large hospital or laboratory building. The lights, screens, and other facilities were all in operation, and Fu Xue could even hear the humming sound of the generator coming from below. The red pixel fonts on the LED screen at the top of the hall kept sliding to the right. Please remember to check if there are any dangerous foreign objects on your body when entering the test site. Female researchers, please stop here. Everything here is absolutely normal, but it is precisely this hint of abnormality in this normality that makes Fu Xue feel a little numb. What are you doing standing here? The door at the side was gently pushed open. Fu Xue shivered and instinctively waved her little fist to hit it. The researcher in a white coat lowered his head and stared at the forearm that pierced his chest. He looked at Fu Xue with an indescribable look and slowly fell down. This is your fault. Why didn't you say hello before coming out? Fu Xue felt a little embarrassed. She had no interest in apologizing to a monster, so she stretched out countless spiritual threads to completely wrap the other's body. It would be a bit rude to maintain the original appearance of a place like this and not know anything. The white mist followed the spiritual thread into Fu Xue's mind. At the same time, there was a faint mist in her eyes. Fu Xue opened her mouth slightly and looked at the huge organ clinging to the wall in her mind, and electric currents ran through her whole body. A uterus. A broken uterus, cut open in the middle with a knife. Fu Xue unconsciously reached out and wiped the corner of her lips. Then she lowered her head and looked at the saliva on her hands, and her pupils suddenly trembled. That's not right. I can't eat this, right? Chapter 49 Insider. What an incredible creation. It's hard to imagine what huge earth beast gave birth to it. It could be an 8th or 9th level being, perhaps similar to the 3 dukes and 7 marquises in the Great Void. If only you hadn't cut it open, it would be a perfect subject for research. Yeah, I regret it too. The middle-aged general with a square face stared blankly at the huge object in front of him, with a look of regret on his face. I'm just saying this casually. You must keep calm. The researcher scratched his head and said, it would be bad if the fetus gets disturbed. Fu Xue fell silent as she listened to the conversation. Am I crazy, or are they crazy? Can men get pregnant too? As time passed in memory, Fu Xue's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and her hairs stood on end. The general's belly swelled at an incredible speed, as if she was pregnant. At this rate, the baby will be out soon. However, the researchers did not witness this moment in person. The last scene was frozen on the thick fog sweeping over the sky outside the window, and the feeling of despair that the whole world was about to be swallowed up weighed heavily on her heart. Fu Xue's mind was pulled out of her memories, and her face darkened as she looked at the clean and tidy passage with no one in it. There is no doubt that this is not the birthing scene of some earth beast. This is a creature that humans cannot understand. Even after the general cut off the womb that nurtured it, he failed to kill it completely. Instead, he was parasitized by the other party, affecting the judgment of those around him, and he gave birth to him without realizing it. Bite. Mission update. Murderous Fog, Orphan of the Great God. Introduction. Get the umbilical cord that is split in two and gain the divine power hidden inside. Task reward. Refresh card ×3. Upgrade card ×3. I beat this thing? Fu Xue pointed at herself in astonishment, and then said with some dissatisfaction, the mission has been upgraded, but the reward is still this small. Isn't it just a way to get rid of beggars? This job is impossible to do. The system's cold voice came out and explained. The umbilical cord contains a huge energy that connects to reality. The host is very likely to gain a powerful amplification from the other party. And the opponent is just an unborn baby, so the difficulty of this mission is not high. When Fu Xue heard the system's guarantee, her eyes lit up and she licked her lips gently. In fact, she didn't care much about the task. She has never eaten anything like this before, and you're here. Thinking of this, Fu Xue strode forward and pushed open the last door blocking the road. Food, bah. I mean, where are the people? Fu Xue looked at the empty hall with a confused look in her eyes. The huge uterus clinging to the wall in my memory has disappeared completely, leaving only the uneven walls and a faint, strange fragrance to prove that the thing existed. Host, this is his nightmare. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Fu Xue seemed to read a hint of helplessness from the system's tone. She pondered for a moment, carefully flipped through the task description, and said, this has the ability to connect to reality? So the umbilical cord on the other side is the ability to connect to dreams? It looks like this baby is really weak. Fu Xue put away the system panel and tilted her head to take one last look at the place. As the sound echoed in the hall, the white walls around her began to slowly flicker and become illusory. Fu Xue slowly opened her eyes, picked up the 2x2 pink yoga mat that was pressing against her body, and placed it in the corner with other training equipment. She sank into the sofa, her hair hanging on the ground. She closed her eyes slightly and began to sort out her mission route. The first thing is to confirm the location of the nest, and the second is to improve your strength as quickly as possible in the training camp to prevent any accidents. At least in her heart, she was ready to face the general. Hive. Fu Xue opened her phone and searched on the Chieta map, but couldn't find the place, let alone navigation. The instructors might know, but she didn't want to ask. After all, it is difficult to explain why you want to know this question, and it is easy to arouse suspicion. Thinking of this, she did have a choice. Fu Xue looked towards the game cabin. It's over. Crow looked at the fierce girl in the video and dropped the toast in his mouth to the ground in shock. Stunned, she picked up the bread, patted it gently, and then stuffed it into her mouth again. As a well-known underground intelligence dealer, how could she not know about Kong Xiangfei, who could easily find a lot of information on Baidu? She even knew that the other party was currently in a training camp in Donghe province. But someone like Fu Xue, who is extremely powerful and whose information is kept secret, is very scary. Trick this big guy into a black boxing match? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Crow's mind, the most common of which was the image of himself having a silver bracelet on his hand and being locked up in a police station, working on a sewing machine for the rest of his life. Or being put into a sack and sunk into the sea. Fuck, it's a small business. Don't do it. She rolled her throat slightly and clicked on Fu Xue's friend. The series of messages she sent on the screen were like mud in the ocean, without making any sound. She hesitated for a moment, then typed with great pain. I don't want the $2,000, can you just pretend you never met me? To be honest, she didn't expect the other party to reply to the message, but she still had to try her best to change the image of herself in the other party's mind. Red exclamation mark. Spicy balls. Crow was instantly sweating profusely, just as she was hurriedly preparing to tear off her helmet, pack her luggage, and run away. The system beeped, and she looked closely and found that it was a message from the other party. Hive City, do you know this place? The crow hissed in confusion. What's going on? This is the first time I've noticed that Unreal Tournament also has network delay loading. But she didn't have time to think about it, and quickly typed a reply. Hive? It seems to be an abandoned underground city project, more than 10 years old. Crow habitually kept others in suspense for a while, and when he realized what was going on, he quickly added, in Jiangning province. What happened there? Do you know? I'm not too sure about this. I just know that an accident happened a long time ago, and the project was cancelled. It even affected the development of other dungeons. Crow typed quickly, if you want to know, I can help you find someone in the same field to ask. How about that? Can. Fu Xue's answer was brief. About 10 minutes later, Crow replied. That money is not necessary. I am a very enthusiastic information businessman. Nervous face? By the way, are you still in Tianhe City? There is a person there who was evacuated from the Hive City. The corners of Fu Xue's mouth twitched. This guy's attitude was unexpectedly nice, but she didn't ask for money. She looked at the name sent by Crow and her face froze. His name is Gu Mingqing. Gu Rui's father? Chapter 50. Golden Elixir Great Return Sutra. Thank you, senior sister. I have been training so hard these days. I feel much better after applying the medicine. Fu Xue held a piece of fresh sashimi in her hand and licked it gently with her little tongue. Thanks to the meal she had these days, she now had a bunch of skills that she didn't know what they were used for. Instead of getting the bronze skin and iron bones I wanted, I got a licking skill level 4. Now her tongue was covered with soft spikes that could tear off a piece of flesh with a gentle lick. The meat particles spread evenly on the tongue are absolutely a top-notch enjoyment for the taste buds. She took another lick. The tiny fish meat tastes sweet, with refreshing ice chips frozen from liquid nitrogen. How chi. You're welcome, it's just a small favor. If you feel that I'm using too much force or pressing the wrong spot, you can just tell me directly. You don't have to endure it. Gu Rui replied. Nothing feels wrong, right? Why do you say that? Fu Xue scratched her head in confusion. She had never had a massage before. The only time was when Coach Mu made her faint in the middle of it. When she woke up, the massage was over. If she had to say, she had never eaten any good pork. Gu Rui's cooking skills ranked second to her. Really? I saw you gritting your teeth and looking like you were fainting. I thought. Fu Xue was silent for a moment. This was not because of poor technique. The point is, she couldn't explain it very well, so she had to change the subject awkwardly. Is Gu Xiaoluo attending cram school? She has been avoiding me since the last time she saw me. You've overestimated Xiaoluo. The coach at Rui Martial Arts School can't control her, and my father is worried if I send her to someone else for tutoring. Besides, she's not hiding from you. I put her in solitary confinement a long time ago for drinking secretly. Fu Xue's eyes lit up. Can I go see her? I scared her away when I was playing around before, and I prepared a gift for her to apologize / omega / a / Gu Xiaoluo is just a reason to go to Gu Rui's house. She also wanted to take this opportunity to visit Gu Mingxing, and it would be even better if she could learn a little about the situation in the Chao City. Xiaoluo won't remember these things too much. Don't let these little things delay your training in the training camp. When you are free, I can take you to see her. Gu Rui said. Okay. Oh Omega oh. Fu Xue acted cute, and then she typed and asked jokingly, Xiaoluo is not a 2 or 3-year-old child. She shouldn't be put in solitary confinement even for drinking a little beverage, right? Gu Rui was silent for a long time before sending a short line of text. She drank the wine my father hid? Fu Xue was stunned for a moment. Then it's time to put him in solitary confinement. After chatting with Gu Rui for a while, Fu Xue turned off her phone. Then she threw the whole piece of sashimi into her mouth and chewed it. Her eyes seemed a little distracted, but in fact her attention was all focused on the system panel. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, human, chosen by God. Life level, 16.4. Strength, 1,750.2 kilograms. Speed, 24.68 meters per second. Mental strength, 30.6. Combat power, 51,057.29. Entries, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. System backpack, fixed card ×1. Mission, the great god's orphan. Click to expand details. I have eaten everything that can be eaten. It would be great if there were better food. Fu Xue's face showed a slight distress. The best ingredients in the training camp are actually just D-level earth beasts, and some are leftovers from C-level earth beasts that were obtained from unknown places. Compared to the abilities and life levels provided by these foods at the beginning, they have greatly decreased. If Fu Xue wants to obtain a higher level of life faster, her only choice now is the term book fragrance. But the secret manuals are too expensive. Compared with the ingredients, the worst secret book requires 10 to 20 points, which can allow her to buy 5 or 6 servings of food. Secondly, she couldn't eat the free meals in the cafeteria at all. In addition to spending a large amount of points to buy cheats, she also had to leave a considerable portion of points for meals. If Kong Xiangfei hadn't given her points every day, her life of eating and sleeping would have been beyond her means these days. When the points are almost used up, I'll go out and make some money. Fu Xue thought so, stretched out her hand and rummaged in the wooden box that Coach Mu had sent her, and took out the book with the scent of medicine. 2 strokes of the Chinese font are printed on the cover of the book. Danjing. I kind of want to take a bite. Her eyes turned green, and then she shook her head quickly. I'll eat it after I finish reading it. No, this is a gift from someone else. Fu Xue felt pessimistic about her increasingly strange taste. Now, the first question that comes to her mind when she sees something is definitely what it tastes like. She sucked the saliva from the corner of her mouth. But eating books isn't a big deal, as long as it doesn't eat people or red stones. Fu Xue closed her eyes tightly, trying hard to engrave these words in her mind. Oh no, the fragrance becomes more obvious when I close my eyes. This one seems to have a mint flavor. Will the bull power method taste like beef? Fu Xue shook her furry head and put away her wandering thoughts. She opened the book and flipped through the pages. Subdue the dragon and subdue the tiger. Draw the can and fill the li. You have read the Danjing, S, and have learned the Jindan Dawanjing, SSS+. Fu Xue looked at the system prompt, and her dazed eyes suddenly became clear. SSS+? She had never heard of it, let alone seen it. After all, only one of the 8 skills of Great Xia Martial Saint Dongfeng Yi was rated as S level by the system, and when combined, it was only SSS level. And I was lucky enough not to trigger any weird situations. I really am a lucky guy. The corners of her mouth curled up as she slowly recalled the knowledge in the book. Compared to the martial arts secrets that you can learn at a glance and master immediately, this Golden Elixir Sutra is more inclined towards the knowledge of alchemy. You will learn it, but if you want to really make use of it, you have to refine a furnace of elixirs first. The Golden Elixir Sutra contains only one kind of elixir, the Golden Elixir. Human energy is dispersed throughout the body and continuously flows away with breathing, which is a kind of natural law. However, the Golden Elixir Great Returning Sutra is the complete opposite. Gather the whole body into one energy. This is truly a retrograde act. Fu Xue's eyes flashed, and her intuition told her that once she could make a golden elixir, her life level would be greatly improved after eating it. The harmony of the heart and kidneys forms a golden elixir. Recalling the knowledge in her mind, Fu Xue was stunned for a moment. There is nothing weird about this book. On the contrary, all the weirdness is hidden in the knowledge. There are only two so-called medicinal ingredients. It's her heart and kidneys. Fu Xue sorted out her thoughts for a long time and finally said to herself with a tangled look, I can use a heart, but can I use someone else's kidney? Chapter 51. I'm here. Since when did warriors and spiritualists become a fixed pair? Hiss. Kong Xiangfei squatted on the side of the road in a mess. He raised his hand and gently touched his swollen eye sockets. There was a deep sense of despair on his bruised and purple face. Lu Xueming. A month ago, the two were evenly matched, and Kong Xiangfei believed that he had better talent than the other. But after coming out of the special training, he first met Fu Xue, who was like a little devil, and then ran into Lu Xueming, who had just come out of confinement. He just beat them all silly. As a dual professional warrior plus psychic, the pressure Lu Xueming gave him was even 10 times that of Fu Xue. When fighting against Fu Xue, Kong Xiangfei had many concerns, and the sudden mental hallucination gave him a surprise attack. If it was on the martial arts arena, the situation would definitely be reversed by the time he came to his senses. If I hadn't been disconnected, Kong Xiangfei couldn't help thinking. Then he shook his head. I would have to apologize even if I won. In fact, compared to winning ugly, being disconnected gave him a way out. The situation of Lu Xueming, who is his age, is even more terrifying. The opponent's warrior level is less than 1 level lower than his, although there is some gap between him in terms of strength and martial arts. But what can't be helped is that he is also a spiritual master. The physical qualities were almost the same, and there were 2 telekinetic balls that attacked without any pattern. The battle overwhelmed him. What should I do with the points? Kong Xiangfei gritted his teeth in anger. Why didn't he come out earlier or later? He had to come out when he was in big trouble. After Lu Xueming came out of quarantine, he could imagine that it would be even more difficult for him to obtain points in the future, and he might even have trouble getting 1,000 points. Thinking of this, his mood gradually sank. Drop. Just then the bracelet on his hand made a sound. Kong Xiangfei lowered his head and took one look. A wry smile suddenly appeared on his face. It's a message from Fu Xue. Have you collected all the points for today? Well, I'm sorry, something happened today, so I may not be able to collect all the points. Then just transfer some points here, and you can save the rest slowly. I'm going to pick some good martial arts techniques and practice them in seclusion for a month or 2. Kong Xiangfei was really in a state of extreme annoyance at the moment. It was already uncomfortable enough that his points were cleared to 0 by Lu Xueming, and now Fu Xue's request made him even more embarrassed. After a long silence, he typed with trembling fingers. My points were just taken away by someone else, and now I have no points at all. There was no movement from Fu Xue for a long time. After a while, she sent a single 6. Kong Xiangfei was a little overwhelmed when he saw the single line of numbers in the information column. He felt that he was moving fast enough, but the accident still happened. Who stole it? How many points does he have? Kong Xiangfei was stunned for a moment, because this sentence revealed a strong theme of, I want to fuck him. He hesitated for a moment and said, Lu Xueming, he just came out of quarantine. Even if you add mine, he should only have about 500 or 600 on him. Okay, I got it. Help me send a declaration of war to the student whose ID is Lu Xueming, and the mortgage points are 486 points. Fu Xue said to the bracelet. The easiest way to initiate a challenge is through a wristband, but it is also the most strict and demanding. Once a challenge is issued, it is fine if the opponent accepts it. If he chooses not to accept it, he will have to pay the corresponding points. The higher the ranking of the challenger, the greater the cost of rejection, up to 3 times the mortgage points. Of course, the lower the ranking, the lower the cost of rejection, but it is not 0. As you can imagine, this rule is completely in favor of challengers. The bracelet loaded for a moment and displayed a line of words. A challenge has been sent to S2 R2 Lu Xueming. The challenger, S1 R1 Fu Xue, will be deducted 486 points. If the opponent refuses, 1458 points will be required. Drop. The font has not been loaded yet, and the font on the bracelet has been refreshed again. ES2 R2 Lu Xueming has agreed to the challenge and the location has been shared. The following is the message. I accept the points, so you don't have to come. I know you are strong, but do you think I am as easy to bully as Kong Xiangfei? Practice for 2 more years. Hee. I guess this guy doesn't know what I was like a dozen days ago, right? Fu Xue couldn't help but chuckle. It took her less than 10 days to go from level 8.5 to level 24.3, and from 350k to 900 kilograms of strength. During the 4 days of training camp, her strength has soared from 900 kilograms to 1,750 kilograms. Her punching power has far exceeded the threshold of the second level. If Fu Xue had not yet reached the requirements for opening the 3 levels of Qi, she could become a 3rd-level warrior at any time. When a man has been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. Let me teach you this. Fu Xue snorted and picked up the exquisite sashimi on the coffee table. Then he opened the door of his dormitory. A cute tabby cat jumped over instantly, sticking out its pink tongue and raising its head to look expectantly at the girl in front of it. Fu Xue bent down and placed the plate on the ground, and the kitten's round eyes suddenly opened as wide as possible in disbelief. Last meal? Meow. I have something to do today, so this plate will be gone by the time I get back, so I can only give it to you for free. She squatted down and smoothed the kitten's fur. While the little thing was busy eating, it did not forget to rub its head against her palm. If other students saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. A plate of 5 or 6 points, they were reluctant to eat it themselves, so Fu Xue fed it all to a kitten. The thoughts of a spiritualist must be placed on a carrier. Just like the spirit will dissipate if it leaves the body, they are also inseparable from the carrier. The two complement each other. The mind of a psychic cannot connect to anything, but telekinetic metal is an exception. Once you have fully mastered the flow and balance of the telekinetic ball, you can start training with the telekinetic flying knife. Fu Dongyu's gaze was fixed on Su Quebec. There were 4 telekinetic balls surrounding her, swirling around her with herself as the center. She nodded with satisfaction. Then she walked quickly to the back and said softly, Lu Xueming, if you have something to do, go do it first and don't disturb other students' meditation. Lu Xueming, who was sitting cross-legged, looked a little gloomy. After a long pause, he explained. Instructor Fu, someone sent me a letter of challenge. I should solve this matter, right? Lu Xueming knew everything about Fu Xue. Her talent was truly terrifying. But this doesn't mean that he can tolerate a challenge of 486 points from the other party. It would be fine if it was an integer, but the fact that there are both zeros and whole numbers shows that they don't treat him as a human being. After all, who isn't a warrior and a spiritualist? Lu Xueming sneered. As long as he could get more points, no one could stop him. Gene medicine is the future. Those who still believe that talent is everything are no longer able to keep up with the times. I remember there was a psychic who defeated Kong Xiangfei among the first batch of students. Why isn't she here? Lu Xueming asked. He did not mention the name, but everyone present knew it. When Su Ke heard this, he quietly opened his eyes and pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. The telekinetic ball surrounding her trembled, slightly due to distraction. Her mental strength is not suitable for learning meditation, Fu Dongyu said after a moment of silence. It turns out he's still half disabled. Lu Xueming couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Meditation is the foundation of a spiritual practitioner's profession. If you can't even enter a state of meditation, how can you talk about strengthening your mental strength? To say that she is half disabled is a bit of a compliment. Just when he was about to close his eyes to meditate, bang! The door of the meditation room was suddenly kicked open, accompanied by a crisp shout. I'm here. Chapter 52. Yes, there are sufficient reasons. Ouch! Su Ke was startled and shook all over. The telekinetic balls, which were already struggling to control, suddenly lost traction and began to fall down one after another with a thud. Fu Dongyu turned around and looked at her deeply. Su Ke didn't dare to look up and crawled on the ground, holding all the telekinetic balls that fell on the ground in his arms. Then he looked towards the door feeling guilty, not daring to meet the gaze of his cold instructor. As soon as she looked over, she was stunned. A very familiar figure stood at the door with his hands in his pockets, arrogantly blocking the door. Why you again? Su Ke rubbed his eyes, shocked. She actually didn't meet Fu Xue very often, but every time she met, it was extremely important. This time it's even more. Wow, kicking the door in. She really wanted to tell the other party that her instructor was extremely scary, especially not easy to mess with. The instructor would never tolerate such a thing. Su Ke secretly glanced at the tall and slender instructor and was surprised to find that not only was the other party not angry, but he even had a very human expression of watching the fun on his face. Isn't this right? Just then, Fu Xue's voice attracted her attention. Do you think I'm doing charity with 500 points? If you say you won't come, then I won't come? Fu Xue snorted coldly and glanced at everyone in the room. When Su Ke heard this, His mouth opened slightly and his eyes were a little dull. Seize the young master? 500 points? How many years of sweeping toilets would it take to get this? The other students were also a little dumbfounded. Even though some of them had been here for a long time, it was still very difficult for them to get 500 points at once. They looked at each other, and their eyes immediately fell on Lu Xue, who was sitting on the ground. From his previous conversation with Instructor Fu, it can be concluded that someone had indeed challenged him. This matter is quite common, but adding a huge number of 500 points in front of it is completely different. Suddenly, a female student looked at Fu Xue carefully, her eyes widened slightly. You, are you the one who defeated Kong Xiangfei a few days ago, the first-term student who practiced both martial arts and mindfulness? Hearing this, the students who were originally shocked by the huge bet instantly focused their attention on Fu Xue's face. Fuck, it's true. This time, the first-term students are challenging the second-term students. 500 points, that's a lot of money. However, she can beat Kong Xiangfei, so it's hard to say who will win. Don't you know that Lu Xue beat Kong Xiangfei today? The student who spoke before was stunned for a moment and said hesitantly, "What's the big deal? Don't they always win and lose against each other?" This kind of situation where two people compete for the second place has happened countless times. How could it be as shocking as Kong Xiangfei losing to a first-term student? The other person was silent for a while and found that it was true. This time was different. Kong Xiangfei lost miserably and didn't even touch the corner of Lu Xueming's clothes. You should know the reason. That's a bit risky. He suddenly realized what was going on after hearing this. Lu Xueming's martial artist level is higher, and he is also a spiritual master. Thinking of this, he looked at Fu Xue with a little regret. Judging from the opponent's strength, he could have chosen any second-term student to bully, but he chose Lu Xue. At least for now, Lu Xue is the superior who can perfectly cover Fu Xue's strength. Lu Xue, who was sitting at the back, was silent for a long time, and two blue veins popped out on his forehead. After enduring for a long time, he finally stood up and said in a slightly gloomy tone, "You have already walked in front of me, but you still don't recognize who I am? But I can forgive your impoliteness." His face was cold, and he continued, "I think Kong Xiangfei said something to ask you to come to me." Fu Xue took her little hand out of her pocket and scratched her cheek. "Half of the reason, mainly because I want your points." Lu Xue narrowed his eyes in displeasure. "Don't think that everyone is as useless as Kong Xiangfei. I watched your fight, so I'll just assume you won. But you probably didn't notice our match today, did you? I won completely. From now on, he is no longer worthy of being mentioned in the same breath with me. Soon, the first place among the second-term students will also be mine." Lu Xue shook his head and chuckled as he spoke. His skin is different from the normal fair and tender one. It can be called pale, and coupled with his slightly feminine facial features, his behavior makes him seem a bit effeminate. Fu Xue frowned in discomfort. Lu Xue took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Fu Xue, his shadow completely covering her. He lowered his head and looked down at Fu Xue, who was a head shorter than him, and whispered, "I used the same method as you, but I won faster and more efficiently than you. I'm curious, what do you have to challenge me?" Fu Xue leaned forward and narrowed her eyes slightly. "You said so much and thought I was afraid of you?" She clenched her fist between the two of them, and the sound of bones popping was endless. "One word, fight or not? I'm always at your service." Then he snorted coldly, pushed Fu Xue's shoulder away, and walked out first. Martial arts arena. The dense crowd was crowded together, watching the two people on the screen and discussing enthusiastically. The second-term student number 2 and the first-term student number 1 are fighting? Am I seeing things wrong, or is the system wrong? No, buddy, the intelligence system is too backward. The first-term student just surpassed Kong Xiangfei. Maybe he can beat you. The thin young man who had just spoken was immediately embarrassed and said in amazement, "She's better than Kong Xiangfei? That's not necessarily the case. She can definitely beat me. If she can beat Kong Xiangfei, Lu Xue shouldn't be able to stop her either. The information is outdated again, buddy." Today, Lu Xue, another person told him everything he knew. The thin young man became even more stunned after hearing this. He had only been in closed training with the instructor for a few days. How come it feels like 2 years have passed? Then this girl is doomed to fail? How can she be so picky? This situation is obviously unbeatable. Why choose the opponent this way? Want to challenge yourself? Oh my god. Is this how a genius thinks? Awesome. After holding it in for a long time, he finally spoke. The highest point of the martial arts arena. The tower-like shadow stood in front of the panoramic glass, its dark eyes staring at the situation below. Who do you think will win? Zhou Feng slumped in the sofa, with his legs lazily resting on the table. Lu Xueming. Chao Jun barely thought about it. He turned around and said, I can't think of any reason why she could win. Crack. Zhou Feng struck his lighter and lit a cigarette for himself. Really? You're right. The smoke from his nose blocked his eyes, and Chao Jun could only hear him say vaguely, I can't find any reason why she can win, but my intuition tells me that she will definitely win. Zhou Feng shrugged and said, After all, the definition of genius is to break the rules. Chao Jun closed his eyes slightly and thought of the young man in Taoist robes whom he met in the imperial capital. Until now, he still didn't quite understand why the other party could beat him, who was several times stronger than him, with one hand. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes, you have good reasons. Chapter 53. I am your absolute superior. Did they really fight? Kong Xiangfei scratched his head. It took less than 15 minutes from the time he made the call to the start of the fight, so even though he knew the inside story, he didn't have time to react. No. Are you playing so recklessly? Is it really for points? He thought about it carefully and realized that Lu Xueming had never offended Fu Xue. Even though he had just come out of quarantine today, Fu Xue came to his door directly. So what if Lu Xueming stole your points? You should be the one who has a grudge against him, right? Fu Xue acted like she didn't care about points, and Kong Xiangfei was the first one who didn't believe that she would be anxious over 200 or 300 points. Kong Xiangfei's eyes were a little vacant, and he had a slight premonition. When the other party approached me, maybe his bad mouth was just a small factor, and the biggest inducement was that he passed by her and left an impression? That would be great. He couldn't help but sigh. It is better to be beaten up by a passing genius as a passerby than to be remembered by a genius with whom you have a grudge. I'm going to lose, right? Kong Xiangfei whispered to himself. Once Lu Xueming wins, wouldn't the grudge between the two of them be formed? If we have a grudge, Fu Xue's firepower will be diverted away from us. Don't blame me for playing tricks on you. I just can't handle it. On the martial arts stage, Lu Xueming held a silver and black sword in his hands, frowned, and looked at Fu Xue with sharp eyes. Where are your weapons? I ordered one before, but it hasn't arrived yet. Fu Xue spread her hands and continued, and I don't think I'll actually need it. The students who were watching were stunned. This statement does not treat Lu Xueming as a human being at all. Fuck, how can you say that? Brothers, do you think there is a possibility? I mean possibility. She actually has a rage value system. The more she irritates others, the stronger she becomes. You're such a fucking genius. Being a warrior is a disservice to you. Go write a novel. Hearing Fu Xue's words, Lu Xueming's pale face suddenly flushed with color. He always considered himself a strong man, but who would have thought that the other party's contemptuous words would make him so angry that his head was buzzing? His tone suddenly darkened, and he said gloomily, Everyone can brag, just don't say I bullied you after this. You think too much of me. Fu Xue blinked innocently. It's well known that I was born with supernatural powers. Lu Xueming clenched his teeth, exhaled lightly, and his eyes were darker than ever before. He had seen this expression on many other people, but whether it was Zhang Wei earlier, or Kong Xiangfei who had suppressed him for a long time, they have now been stepped under his feet. What he likes most is to slap these geniuses in the face for being so arrogant. Ding! 10, 9, 8, 7. The screen hanging in the air began the final countdown. Honestly, you are very strong. Lu Xueming said with a smile, If you were the same age as me, or 1 or 2 years older than me, I would have to look up to you. But now? His tone paused, and his peripheral vision followed the countdown in the air. 3, 2, 1. The fight begins. You are far behind me. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned into a residual shadow and made a sharp sound in the air. Whoosh! Some students couldn't help but sneer when they saw this scene. You're sure to win, but you still want to get stuck? You've never won, right? Blocking point. This is a tactic that only appears in ring battles. In fact, it is to take advantage of the insignificant time advantage to seize the initiative. Once the rhythm is in your hands, the opponent will feel very uncomfortable at the beginning. But this thing is completely useless in outdoor battles, let alone facing various types of beasts. Even Unreal Tournament stipulates that you cannot control your body before the countdown is over. Lu Xueming has always been like this. Anyone who has seen him fight here knows it. But this little girl just got here, so she probably doesn't notice these little moves at all. I think it's okay. After all, there are no rules for this in the training camp. Being able to grab that 1 or half a second is considered a skill. If you're new to it, just practice more. I'll test your code. On the field, the two swords in Lu Xueming's hands danced with sword flowers, and the sharp sword wind mixed with black and white colors, which looked very dazzling. How are they? How are my male and female swords? His other martial arts were rather sparse, but he had practiced the male and female swords with great skill. He even raised a martial art that was originally rated as B level to A level, which was what he was most proud of. It's a bit fancy, but I think it's just average. Fu Xue stood at the edge of the sword wind and said lightly, "Snort." Lu Xueming said nothing when he saw this. The black sword in his right hand drew a night shadow out of thin air and chopped it down fiercely at Fu Xue's shoulder. Fu Xue just tilted her head slightly, and the knife grazed her shoulder and fell. Seeing this, Lu Xueming smiled. Got fooled. Chi. His left hand slashed horizontally at almost twice the speed, and the silver sword body was almost stretched into a line, like a flash of lightning. Dark clouds detect minds. Just when Lu Xueming thought it was over, Fu Xue's voice appeared at his side like a ghost. Too slow. Lu Xueming was shocked and looked in the direction where his knife had fallen. The opponent's figure was slowly disappearing. Afterimage? The so-called person had long since turned into a shadow left on his retina. Just as he was about to retreat, a clenched fist carrying a sharp wind passed by his ear. Boom! The huge force even caused a violent roar behind him. Sure enough, Lu Xueming lost. He's too bad, buddy. He's not even as good as Kong Xiangfei. What they said is right. It's really fancy. You're so good at using the two swords. Have you ever thought that half of your vision is blocked? It seems like that. If you are new, practice more and stop thinking about those crooked ways all day long. But then the situation on the field silenced everyone. Lu Xueming was seen landing on the other side of the martial arts arena, taking a defensive stance, with no intention of admitting defeat. They can't do this. Anyone could see that Fu Xue had definitely held back when she punched him just now. Otherwise, how could he have survived a punch to the head? What does this mean? Can't afford to play? Awesome. You're willing to give up your dignity just for 500 points, right? Not to mention them, Fu Xue was also stunned. After a while, she finally reacted and sneered. You still look down on Kong Xiangfei? At least he can afford to lose. Look at the way you look. I really should have punched you in the face just now. Shut the fuck up. It's your fault that you missed. Lu Xueming hated being told that he was no match for Kong Xiangfei. He became so angry that his eyes turned red. You should obviously overwhelm your opponent comprehensively, but why did you suddenly rush forward to fight him? As long as we can win, what do these little episodes count for? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two telekinetic balls flew out with a whoosh and continued to rotate irregularly around him. Don't blame me for being merciless. We are both warriors and spiritualists, but you still think you are better than me? You are so self-righteous. Fu Xue sneered. I'm going to tell you a fact right now. She paused here, her tone cold and with a hint of contempt. I am your absolute superior. Chapter 54. Ambitions higher than the sky. This punch was so fast, it's not unfair that I lost. Kong Xiangfei's eyes were fixed on Fu Xue's ordinary little hand. He secretly compared her previous strength in his mind and felt a little frightened. He didn't see Fu Xue use his fists last time, but compared to the halberd, a semi-obsolete and even somewhat backward weapon, fists are indeed better. At least in his eyes, Fu Xue's movements were much faster than before. If he had been fully prepared, he might have been able to block it, but for someone like Lu Xueming who was halfway through his attack, he definitely couldn't do it. Thinking of this, he looked at Lu Xueming on the ring with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes and shook his head involuntarily. What an idiot. Kong Xiangfei grinned. Do you really think she is a helpless little girl? It's okay to play some tricks sometimes, but if you play with everyone, you will lose control of your own identity. When I think of Lu Xueming's miserable future, he couldn't help wanting to laugh out loud. How uncomfortable it must be for him to be the only one being pointed at by others. No matter who wins or loses now, his status as the best clown of the year in training camp is indisputable. What a disgusting person. Suke frowned. She rarely harbored ill will towards others, and this was the first time she had disgust written on her face. Looking at the scene on the stage, it is hard to imagine that this is something a warrior could do in public. Suke put herself in Fu Xue's perspective, and her face immediately turned sour. This is what Grandpa told me about Mr. Donghua and the wolf, the farmer and the snake, and the dog biting Lu Dongbin. Anyway, in her mouth, Lu Xueming was not a human being. Finally, she couldn't think of any illusion. So she said angrily. He doesn't even have the dignity of a warrior. Fu Dongyu hugged his shoulders and hid in the shadows. Looking at the little girl who was still mumbling, he couldn't help but curl up the corner of his mouth, nodded slightly, and agreed. You were right. When Fu Xue heard the cold voice, her face froze. She turned around and saw Fu Dongyu standing behind her with an icy face. She couldn't help but tremble in her heart. See how my whole body shrinks? Am I that scary? Fu Dongyu smiled as if in an illusion, but soon turned cold and said, It's a pity that such an amazing punch was wasted, but this can also be regarded as a lesson. Besides, does she have no idea how to deal with a psychic? She stared at Fu Xue, who was lying motionless on the stage, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The psychic's telekinetic ball cannot be used right after it is taken out, unless the spiritual thread is attached to it from beginning to end. But who has inexhaustible spiritual power? In short, there must be a process called heating. Seizing this timing, Fu Xue could easily send Lu Xueming away happily. But if the other party succeeds in heating, if there is no special means of restraint, then the opponent of the same level can basically admit defeat. This is absolutely basic knowledge. Fu Dongyu never thought that the other party didn't even know this. It seems I need to give her some special lessons, she thought as she shook her head. Fu Xue next to him hesitated for a long time, then mustered up the courage to point at Lu Xueming on the stage and said, He is cheating. Can't he be considered the loser? It's a nice thought, but no. Lu Xueming wiped the sweat from his forehead, and finally a smile appeared on his face. The telekinetic ball spun at high speed, emitting streams of hot steam that instantly distorted the air. Heating is done. It seems that I am not the only one who is being stupid. He looked up at Fu Xue, who was waiting quietly not far away, and breathed a sigh of relief. With such a good opportunity, the other party didn't even try to interfere, but just stared blankly from the opposite side. Otherwise, if every punch had the same strength and speed as just now, he really wasn't 100% sure he could withstand it. The people in the audience were more anxious than Fu Xue. What the hell? Why the hell don't I go up and beat him up? No, I'll just go up and kick him a couple of times. I guess Lu Xueming has ruined his mentality. To be honest, I want to let him go. If he had the same reaction as Lu Xueming, I would be so angry that I would die. The student who had just spoken thought about it, and thought it made sense. That's true. I'm going to slap myself in the face if I'm buried in the ground. Damn, this poet is so good. But it would be too hard to lose. I feel red hot just thinking about it. It's hard to hold. Mingpa has cooked 10 pots of soup, but I can't figure out what this little girl can't forget. No matter what others said below, the atmosphere on the stage was as weird as ever. A sense of quietness came over everyone after the storm. This moment, the words that Fu Xue said when she opened her mouth stunned everyone instantly. I've been waiting for a long time. Are you ready? Wait, are you waiting for me? Lu Xueming's eyes widened, and he asked with a little doubt. Isn't this right? No normal person would just stand there and wait while their opponent is preparing a killing move. Isn't that too unethical? The comparison between their behavior was a disaster. Otherwise, am I just standing here and watching a circus? Fu Xue chuckled. Then she took a step forward and continued in a very cold tone. I said I'm your absolute superior, so of course I have to show it to you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. When they understood what Fu Xue meant, there was an uproar in the audience. 99% of the people standing below are both warriors and teenagers. This crazy statement instantly captured their goodwill, and even some of them were so excited that they blushed. Fuck, crazy. Really, to be honest, the two of them are really not in the same rank. A student who ranked at the top of the third batch of students looked at the two people on the stage blankly and couldn't help but sigh. What does it mean to have a spirit as high as the sky? I, Fenghui, really saw it today. Indeed, the strength of horse riding will be improved sooner or later. Lu Xueming's ancestral graves will be smoking if he can have such 10% energy. I am super, VU 50 points, let me say this. Lu Xueming frowned and clenched his fists instantly. Although he couldn't hear the voices below, he could already get a glimpse of it from other people's expressions. His chest rose and fell, and he tried hard to control his breathing. After a while, he said in a cold voice, I hope you don't regret it. Fu Xue shrugged, then met his gaze, her eyes slightly curved. Are you ready? Then I'm going to attack. As her voice fell, Fu Xue deliberately gave the other party enough time to react and moved slowly. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. 4 steps. Lu Xueming retreated vigilantly, with the black and white swords and 2 telekinetic balls blocking him leisurely. He originally wanted to attack first, but Fu Xue's simple steps gave him inexplicably great pressure. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to wait and see. Seeing this, Fu Xue no longer hesitated and took 2 steps at a time. Whoosh! Her figure suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot, leaving only a stone pit on the ground. What a fast speed! I can't even see where she is. Lu Xueming's pupil shrank, and 2 mental power balls began to rotate at high speed around his body. Hoo-hoo! The silver ball of telekinesis simply tore the air and created a tornado of extremely high intensity. And in the eye of the storm, a huge silver bell was vaguely visible, completely wrapping him inside. As long as she attacks, I will definitely find a flaw. Lu Xueming's heart was beating like a drum. He was afraid that Fu Xue would stop, otherwise his mental strength would not last long. Here it comes. The sound of something tearing through the air suddenly came, and just as a hint of joy appeared on his face, the scene that appeared in front of him made the hairs on his body stand on end. Bang! Bang! A pair of white and tender little hands passed through the wind wall. He held 2 small silver balls tightly in his palms, one on the left and one on the right. Chapter 55. Have you recognized the gap? How much strength and eyesight does it take to do this? Fu Dongyu took a deep breath, and even his icy face showed a hint of shock at this moment. He can tear apart hurricanes with his 2 hands and catch high-speed spinning telekinetic balls. This could be described as Moses dividing the sea among warriors. Her eyes twinkled. A shadow that had shrouded her for years appeared in her mind. The big devil Dingjian. The overwhelming strength and suffocating sense of oppression made the geniuses of Dasha in the past 10 years serve as his foil. And now Fu Xue showed her strength and pressure. It is even worse than Dingjian. After all, Fu Dongyu could proudly hold up delay and loudly tell others that his telekinetic ball was not pulled off by anyone with bare hands. She was somewhat glad that she was not born in the same era as this little devil. Otherwise, every time you climb over a bottleneck, you will no longer see the vast expanse ahead, but there is the highest mountain and the longest river lying before you. How desperate it must be. Compared with her, other geniuses are like fireflies in the bright moon. All geniuses look like mortals under her brilliance. She rubbed Su Kei's head, who was completely stunned, with a look of pity. Little thing, how pitiful. Bang! The water cup in Chao Jun's hand was crushed into powder in an instant, and his eyes widened like copper bells. She was indeed unexpected. He glanced at Zhou Feng, who was still lying on the sofa, his eyes flashing with a strong fighting spirit. It is my honor to be the touchstone of genius. Let me test all her strength. Chao Jun grinned and laughed quietly. This was not the first time he had done this, but it still made him feel excited. It took him 5 years to comprehend the hint of technique leaked from the young man in Taoist robes. What else could he get from Fu Xue? He is looking forward to it. I'm going to train. Otherwise, I might lose miserably, as you said. The winner has been decided. No need to read on. After saying that, he strode out of the room. After a while, hiss. Zhou Feng was in a daze until his fingers were burned by the red-hot cigarette, and he came to his senses. He stretched out his fingers and pressed the save button on the video with some trembling. There is only one thought in my mind now. Leave her here, in Dongha province. Laugh. Fu Xue clamped the 2 telekinetic balls with her hands like pliers. The intense friction caused some misty steam to slip out from between her fingers. In less than a second, the 2 telekinetic balls completely stopped in her palms. Hiss, bare-handed? Huh. The 2 telekinetic balls are so fast that they form several planes. How can they be caught? Bushigoman, is this really a poet? Until now, I have never heard of a telekinetic ball at high speed being caught by bare hands. I want to ask if I can learn it. It's not a big deal to be beaten by a psychic all the time. The crowd below was speechless for a moment, but the shock on their faces was the same. Psychics seem a little out of reach for outsiders, but in the training camp there are really 2 or 3 of them in every session, which is really enough to make you sick of them. But now seeing Fu Xue's operation, they had a momentary illusion that they could do it too. But when you think about it carefully, you will feel deep despair. Can't do it. It's impossible. Monster. Lu Xueming's pupils couldn't help but tremble, and sweat oozed out of his forehead. He felt a chill all over his body. His telekinetic ball has a power of nearly 300 kilograms under normal conditions. With the help of high-speed rotation and inertia, this power is infinitely close to 3,000 kilograms. And this was actually held by the other party with bare hands? Then his head suddenly hurt, as if a cold knife was inserted into his brain stem. The pain like a knife cutting made him collapse to the ground. Lu Xueming realized something instantly. His mental thoughts were cut off by the other party and directly retracted into his brain. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from his eyes. How do you control this thing? Fu Xue awkwardly manipulated the telekinetic ball to spin on her index finger. Like this? She frowned somewhat uncomfortably, and her energy was divided out. Her reaction speed and attention were distracted by about 20%. Not too much. But she has high-speed reaction level 4 and dynamic vision level 3, so this loss is infinitely magnified for her. No matter how she looks at other people's movements, there is a sense of delay. Soon she lost interest and casually threw the telekinetic ball to the ground. Dong dong. 2 dull thuds fell to the ground. You could have been more respectable, but now I have to help you be respectable. Fu Xue grabbed Lu Xueming's collar and lifted him up. The other party staggered and barely managed to half stand up. A smile appeared on Fu Xue's face. Have you recognized the gap? Ahem. Zhou Fong coughed twice and walked to Fu Xue awkwardly. How is it? Have you been comfortable here these days? It's okay. The food is delicious. Fu Xue lowered her head and ticked the things she needed on the bracelet. Zhou Fong's mouth twitched. Their training camp was called Hell Mode by others, but who would have thought that it would be rated as a cafeteria? I came here to talk about something. I have a student who wants to challenge you to a duel. Zhou Fong paused and said, Chao Jun, the first place in the second term. Not interested. I need to stay in seclusion for a few days. Fu Xue curled her lips. For her, nothing is more important than upgrading life levels and gaining entries. If there was, it must be Gu Rui who asked her to have a massage. Seeing that Fu Xue's expression did not look like a writer's, Zhou Fong gritted his teeth and said, I can use the power of the head of the base to give you 5,000 points regardless of winning or losing. Fu Xue raised her head with a thump and said in a sonorous voice, I want 10,000. Zhou Fong almost fainted from anger. As soon as you open your mouth, you double the money. Who did you learn this from? Zhou Fong was a straightforward person, and seeing Fu Xue's determined look, he was too lazy to bargain, but he made a request. If I win, I'll get 10,000, but if I lose, it's still 5,000. And as for the toilet incident, I'm blind, so let's just put it behind us. Zhou Fong said. All is fine. Fu Xue bit her fingers and nodded with a dull look in her eyes, her heart full of regret. Damn it, it's getting less again. Chapter 56. Heartfelt. There is one more thing. Zhou Fong sat up a little straighter and said in a very formal tone, Do you have any intention to stay in Dongha province? No. Fu Xue simply shook her head. Zhou Fong's words were instantly stuck in his throat, and he spoke after a moment of silence. Don't be so decisive. The resources in our Dongha province are also very good. If you have any ideas, I can help you apply for a big contract. I have already made a bet on an S-level contract in Tianhe City. Fu Xue shrugged. Zhou Fong's face froze again. S-level contract? Good man. I dug into someone's life by digging at the wall. This was not a treaty he could apply for. Even the Dongha Province Warriors Association had not seen this contract for decades. Tianhe City is so small that there are less than 1,000 people in its martial arts association. It is really difficult for Dongha Province to balance opinions from all sides, as a large group of people will generate another group of descendants. In order to ensure that interests are not damaged, of course we do not want an S-level contract to appear, and even A+ is extremely rare. Want an S-level contract? Okay, let's just fight for half a year first. After thinking about it, he still felt a little unwilling. He decided to give it a try by submitting a report to the president of Dongha Province for approval. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Then I won't say any more. Zhou Fong stood up, took 2 steps, and suddenly turned back and said, Some of the weapons you bought in the Warrior Mall cannot keep up with your physical fitness. The base will help you upgrade. I will also send you a copy of the information about Chao's army's strength. Just fight hard. Zhou Fong stood up, waved away the mosquitoes under the street light, and slowly walked away. Drop. Not long after, Fu Xue's bracelet rang. Looking at the information above, her pupil shrank and she sighed softly. It seems that getting 10,000 points is really not easy. Name, Chao Jun. Warrior level, 29.9. Height, 236 centimeters. Weight, 411 kilograms. Punch force, 10,352 kilograms. Speed, 21.63 meters per second. Expertise, boxing, kicking. In Fu Xue's bedroom, she closed all the doors and windows tightly, so that not a single light could get out. I won't die. I won't die. Fu Xue stared at the entries on the system panel and kept hypnotizing herself. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, human, chosen by God. Life level, 17.8. Strength, 1800.2 kilograms. Speed, 24.70 meters per second. Mental strength, 32.1. Combat power, 52,057.29. Entries, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. System backpack, fixed card ×1. Mission, the Great God's Orphan. Click to expand details. When she felt that her emotions had almost brewed, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the naked body in the mirror. She licked her dry lips with her pink tongue, then pointed a sharp knife at her chest. Half an hour passed. She was sweating profusely after only making a cut less than 10 centimeters in size, and the sweat from her forehead fell to the ground like rain. Fu Xue supported herself with one hand to prevent the wound from healing, then slowly focused her gaze on the bottomless red and black gap in her chest, and her breathing suddenly became much more rapid. She reached her petite palm in and thick blood immediately flowed out. Bang, bang, bang. The violent beating of the heart was transmitted from the fingertips, as if it was leaping for joy. If you are moved, you will become a dragon. The substances secreted by adrenaline restored much of Fu Xue's lost body temperature. It even made her more awake than usual. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated. He grabbed the heart and pulled it out violently. Without the obstruction of foreign objects, the wound on the chest healed quickly. Fu Xue raised her head and looked at the heart that was still beating slightly under the light. Several intertwined meridians and blood vessels were like a dragon head, howling towards the sky. The ventricles also underwent some strange changes, and the whole body became somewhat slender. Transform into a dragon? He actually has a hidden trick. Fu Xue brought the heart to her nose, sniffed it, licked her pale lips, hesitated for a moment, and threw it into the alchemy furnace. Strike while the iron is hot. She turned sideways, looked at her waist, and her eyes twitched slightly. I didn't expect that I have to cut my own kidneys even though I haven't cut anyone else's. Early the next morning, Zhou Feng drove out of the base early in the morning in a camouflage car. He did not rest along the way and went straight to the headquarters of the Dongha Province Warrior Association. The service staff inside smiled and nodded as soon as they saw him, and it was obvious that they were familiar with each other. Zhou Feng walked into the office of the president of the Dongha Province Warrior Association without any obstruction. President Zhou Beilong's body is covered with lean muscles, as thin as a stick. He stands on the ground like a pine tree, but he cannot conceal his hostility at all. At this moment, he stroked his beard and sighed, "Brother Qin Feng, please don't come over every day or two, okay? Are you still worried about your granddaughter staying with me? How can I not feel at ease with what you said? She's my good granddaughter." Before Su Qinfeng finished speaking, he heard Zhou Beilong pick up the thread of his previous words. "You've never been out of the house, right? My old ears are getting calluses from hearing so much." Su Qinfeng took a sip of tea awkwardly. Seeing Zhou Feng's eyes light up, he pretended to be reserved and took another sip. "Xiao Zhou is here? He is a 1,000-year-old fox, and he has been guarding here these days just to hear news about his lovely granddaughter. It has been 4 or 5 days since the person was sent there. If it wasn't something important, then it must be news from his lovely granddaughter. How come you have time to come here?" Zhou Feng's mouth twitched. "Just taking a look," Su Qinfeng said casually. "Ding Long is doing well in there, right?" "Not very likely. He has been in a period of silence these days. If he can come out of it, there is hope. If not, then Ding Jian can only take him back," Zhou Feng said truthfully. "Oh." Su Qinfeng's old eyes instantly began to light up, and his hands, which had been used to handling swords, spears, sticks, and clubs for a lifetime, could barely hold the teacup. "I happen to be free. Let's chat together." Zhou Beilong shook his head, looking somewhat helpless. "Brother, this is our job. Don't treat it like you are visiting a museum." Su Qinfeng stiffened his neck instantly and said stubbornly, "Why can't I watch my own granddaughter's affairs?" "It has nothing to do with your granddaughter," Zhou Feng explained in a low voice. Although he was tough in the base, he really didn't dare to act rashly in front of these two big guys. Among those ugly creatures, the only one besides Ding Long is our Su Ke. Su Qinfeng glared and pretended to be angry. "I don't believe it. You want to trick me away, right?" Chapter 57, Dasha Dragon. President Zhou, this matter is about the introduction of talents into Tianhe City. Zhou Feng was speechless. He turned his head slightly and sought President Zhou's opinion with his eyes. To introduce talents, to put it bluntly, is poaching. Donghe province has done this many times. After all, talented people are popular everywhere. It would be fine if Su Qinfeng was from Donghe province, but the key is that he is not. He is a heavyweight figure in Tianhe City. Is it appropriate for him to listen to this? Speak now, Brother Qinfeng is not an outsider. President Zhou didn't care at all. He held a fine wolf hair brush in his hand, dipped in a drop of hot tea. Gently sweep the proud Swanee teapot on the tea table like a small brush, and it looks much more lively with the moisture of water. We are so old that we don't care about the victory or defeat of a province or a city. You are still young. Su Qinfeng snorted. Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Feng agreed with a bitter face, then handed a stack of written reports to President Zhou. He said to Su Qinfeng, who looked a little anxious, "Do you know a girl named Fu Xue in Tianhe City?" Su Qinfeng paused while pouring tea and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It's really not about my lovely granddaughter? I've never heard of this name. Su Qinfeng handed President Zhou a cup of tea and said, "You don't want to get something for nothing and ask me to persuade her to come to your Donghe province, do you? Well, it would be best if you could convince her. We can negotiate any terms." Su Qinfeng was a little confused when Zhou Feng said this. Hearing that there was no intention to save money, he asked in confusion, "Donghe province is so big. How can it be defeated by Tianhe City?" This moment, President Zhou had already scanned all the reports in one glance, and he let out a long sigh. It's really Longzi. Dragon Son? Su Qinfeng's eyes widened slightly when he heard this. These words are very serious, especially coming from Zhou Beilong's mouth. At that time, the old martial saint personally selected these 9 people and called them the 9 sons of the dragon of Dasha. Others either sacrificed themselves or became local giants, but this old friend of his was trapped at the 7th level for life, causing him to be depressed and frustrated for the rest of his life. It can be said that he was trapped in the word dragon son almost his entire life. It's hard to imagine how important this word is to him. Show me. President Zhou did not refuse and handed the document to Su Qinfeng. No wonder Ding Long didn't perform well. I thought it was done by his granddaughter Su Ke, but I didn't expect it was just another girl from the same class. But even if we beat Ding Long, it shouldn't be that serious. Su Qinfeng frowned. He had never met Ding Long, but he had seen 2 sides of Ding Jian. Ding Jian's evaluation of his nephew, whom he had taught with all his heart, was just 4 cold words, unworthy of great use. This resulted in Su Qinfeng not having any feelings about the news. He continued to flip through the pages, and suddenly a familiar word caught his eye. A spiritualist? Su Qinfeng suddenly became interested and asked curiously, "How does he compare to my granddaughter Su Ke?" As he spoke, a hint of pride could be seen in his features. As a psychic, her granddaughter was truly gifted and was smart in every aspect. Her mental power is around level 32, but she's better at illusions than controlling objects. Zhou Feng didn't dare to finish his words. According to Fu Dongyu, Fu Xue has the ability to learn to control objects, but she is very impatient during the process. Impossible, Su Qinfeng said firmly, unless she has developed her brain. Su Ke's mental strength is only around level 18. He dared to say that at this age and level, he was already better than 99% of the spiritual masters in Dasha. The remaining 1% will never reach level 30 no matter how high they are. We really don't know about this. Zhou Feng was ashamed. Whenever it came to matters related to Su Ke, Su Qinfeng felt like someone had stabbed his lungs. Humph. Doing this at this age is overdrawing your potential. Su Qinfeng snorted coldly, and then said, "My granddaughter will catch up with her sooner or later." But then he was stunned. He looked up at Zhou Feng, shook the stack of documents in his hand, and asked in disbelief, "Are these the same person's files?" Seeing Zhou Feng nodded silently, Su Qinfeng was dumbfounded. No. The above defeat of Ding Long is understandable. It is understandable that the levels of psychics and warriors are a little higher. How the hell did he manage to fight 2 top-level, second-level warriors in 4 days? He could even accurately catch a high-speed spinning telekinetic ball? How could he, a trainee telepath, not know whether that thing could catch him? Unless a warrior's strength is 2 levels higher, it would be a pipe dream for him to capture the telekinesis ball. Can an 18-year-old reach the 4th level? But if you think about it carefully, being a level 2 person but having the strength of a level 4, isn't that even more incredible? Shock. He was a little confused for a moment. In comparison, The S-level contract with Tianhe City written at the end was very normal. If such a genius didn't have an S-level contract, he would suspect that the president of the local warrior association was blind. After a while, he coughed lightly. When he thought of what he had just said, his old face turned red. His granddaughter. That's really not as good as... How come I don't have any information about such a big thing? Su Qinfeng muttered, and when he looked up, he saw Zhou Beilong's meaningful eyes. Don't look at me. I'm helping you, Xiao Ma, and I'm anxious. Su Qinfeng was very famous in Tianhe City and had good relationships with people around him, but no matter how good the relationships were, he couldn't give up such a talented person. Who can stand being stabbed in the back? Brother Qinfeng, to be honest with you, I don't want to monopolize such a genius. Zhou Beilong picked up the clay sculpture of Swanee with his skinny fingers, speaking slowly and firmly. I want to combine the strengths of Donghe Province and Tianhe City to allow a true dragon son to be born in this generation of Dasha. Su Qinfeng's breath was choked when he heard this. Tianhe City is located on the edge of the imperial capital, and there is absolutely no shortage of top resources. Donghe Province is vast and rich in resources, with the most natural treasures, crystals, iron mines, and even underground battlefields. What kind of monster can be created by combining the resources of the two? Brother Qinfeng, I have the audacity to call myself your elder brother. If I can fulfill this wish, I will die with my eyes closed. Zhou Beilong's tone was quite lonely. Since you said so, I'll do my best. Su Qinfeng sighed and said, this Donghe province is not your one-man show. Have you thought about how to get others to agree? Zhou Beilong's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said fiercely, give me a reason and I'll crush them all. Zhou Feng, who had been silent at the back, suddenly stood up and said, Chao Jun and Fu Xue have a scheduled battle in a few days. Why not call them over and let them see it with their own eyes? Chapter 58. Golden Elixir, Great Improvement, New Entries. Chao's army? The two of them were stunned for a long time before they could recall a little bit of impression from their minds. I have some impression of her. She was the 11th in the last national martial arts competition? Su Qinfeng said, his mouth twitching. If she can't beat us, then we'll be in big trouble, right? My intuition tells me that Fu Xue can win, and even if he loses, as long as he fights with all his strength, what does it matter? Zhou Feng said. He said this with selfish motives. Zhou Feng led Chao's army for 2 years and really treated him as his apprentice. This silly boy was in the same class as Kong Xiangfei, and he could definitely win the first place in Donghe province at that time. However, he gave up the first place in order to prepare for the national martial arts competition held every 3 years. Finally, he got 11th place in the national martial arts competition. Everyone knows that the value of the national martial arts competition far exceeds that of the number 1 competition, but the 11th place is far less impressive than the title of number 1, which resulted in him wasting a whole year's resources but not gaining much. Zhou Feng wanted to take this opportunity to push Chao Jun to the front of others and show off. After all, not everyone can be the whetstone of genius. The room was silent for a moment, and finally Zhou Beilong made the decision by knocking on the board. Okay, I'll do as you say. Ababa. The color on Fu Xue's face faded a little. It's not that her injuries haven't healed. It's just that she hasn't been sleeping well these days. There were crackling sounds inside the alchemy furnace all day long. As a warrior, her ears and eyes were very sharp, and these sounds were almost like firecrackers going off in her ears. But she didn't dare leave it alone in the house. I can only hold on. 12 days passed in a row. At last, the muffled hissing sound from the furnace ceased. Fu Xue's dull eyes suddenly brightened, making the dark bags under her eyes look even darker. She rubbed her sore eyes and stood up dazedly from her corpse-like state. Trot to the kitchen. Click. Fu Xue turned the switch of the gas stove. She bent down to take a look and saw that both the gas stove and the base of the stove were red and soft. Fortunately, it's not my house. She sighed. Otherwise, my mother will really beat me up. Then she couldn't wait to open the lid of the furnace. Laugh. A bright red cloud burst out of the furnace and lingered in the air. The strong smell of rust rushed into her nose. The heart and kidneys are the place where the essence and energy reside. If you refine them with a big fire, they will form a holy fetus. When Fu Xue thought of this, she couldn't help but look expectant. She stood on tiptoe and looked into the stove. A black pill that looked like it had been painted lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace. It doesn't look like a golden elixir, but rather like a rusty elixir. Bright cloud and wind patterns can be seen faintly through the black paint surface. Fu Xue ignored the scorching heat and reached into search. The elixir collided with the furnace wall, making a clang sound like metal colliding with iron. She held it up to the light and admired it for 2 seconds, with a hint of amazement in her eyes. The pure black color of this golden elixir gave her a sense of luxury. Control the tiger and subdue the dragon, and quietly refine the elixir. From now on, I will leap out of the gate. Once I swallow a golden pill, my life will be in my own hands. A hint of anticipation appeared on her face, and then she swallowed it down without hesitation. The golden elixir suddenly fell into his stomach. An invisible energy instantly connected Fu Xue's newly grown and somewhat shrunken heart and kidneys. She was shocked all over, and about 30 pounds of weight suddenly appeared on her body. Warm currents suddenly appeared, flowing from the lower abdomen through the whole body, instantly driving away all the tiredness and exhaustion in the body. She clenched her fists tightly. Now she felt like she could kill her former self with one punch. Fu Xue took a deep breath, and then thick white mist seeped out of all her 7 orifices. In a short while, the white mist enveloped her entire head. If it weren't for Fu Xue's exposed hands and calves, one might have thought that she had ascended to heaven like a fairy. I've broken through the 3 levels, and I've entered the 3rd level just like that? The so-called 3 gates. That is, the coccyx, the lumbar spine, and the occipital bone. Under normal circumstances, warriors break through 1 level at a time. I didn't expect that I could break through 3 levels in a row. Fu Xue waited for 3 days, and finally a look of joy appeared on her face. The 3rd stage is also the first time a warrior transforms his blood into qi. The blood and qi that have been nurtured for more than 10 years will burst out at this moment. When you add the 2 together, how much improvement will there be? Fu Xue looked at her hands with flickering eyes. I can verify my strength later. Now I have to start drawing entries. System, add an entry for me. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, human, chosen by God. Life level, 27.1. Strength, 3,770.29 kilograms. Speed, 27.11 meters per second. Mental strength, 51.6. Combat power, 225,102.9. Entries, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. System backpack, fixed card ×1. Mission, the Great God's Orphan. Click to expand details. Blessing, click to expand details. I'm better. My strength has more than doubled. My speed has jumped by 2 seconds. My combat power has quadrupled. The first time Fu Xue entered the panel, she actually wanted to draw a lottery, but she was stunned when she saw the improvement in attributes. Can I eat the golden elixir again? My organs can regenerate. Anyway, this recovery ability will just be there. Entry extraction has been completed. Please select the entry to load, 0/1. Note, the entry obtained by advancement has a selection time limit of 24 hours. Please make a decision as soon as possible. Arrogant. Blue, you are very arrogant, and feel that your strength, vitality, and speed have all increased significantly. Side effects. Actually, there is no improvement, it's just your illusion. Evaluation. You can lie to yourself, but don't lie to yourself. Forced acquisition. Gold after suppressing the opponent. You can use this talent to pay the same price to forcibly acquire the opponent's ability. The other party permanently loses the ability to trade, and the host permanently obtains its ownership. The current anchor is Blue Star Coin. Note, the anchor changes with the most circulated wealth obtained by the host. Side effect. Force is better than hard work. You will not be able to buy anything using normal trading methods. Evaluation. Look, does this street lamp look like a rope? Brave New World. Red Eye will drive away all hunger, disease, war, and death, and bring you beauty, tranquility, and peace. Choose me. Side effect. The coming of the sun. Evaluation. The brand new century that everyone is looking forward to is connecting. Fuck, what the hell is this? Fu Xue's throat rolled and her eyes became a little sore. The term megalomaniac seems almost a filler, and the last entry is so exaggerated that it is unbelievable. Although both are speed pass entries, this one is 100 times more impressive than my friend's. But she really didn't dare to choose. Although she had not been with her own system brother for long, Fu Xue had already discovered the fact that the other party's address book was full of evil gods. But fortunately, the red quality can be refreshed and gambled. She shook her head, then quickly thought of something and said with wide eyes, I forgot that you stole one of my refresh cards. Give it back to me. Chapter 59 7 Curses, 7 Blessings. It is used by the host himself. Please learn to reconcile with yourself. When Fu Xue saw these words, her eyes went dark and she was almost passed out by the anger of the hook system. Okay. She snorted a few times and rolled her eyes. Can I borrow one for a while? I'll use it as an advance from my mission. Sorry, the system does not have this mechanism. Fu Xue held her head, sighed in pain, and slowly slid down the wall. Damn it. It feels like I have already paid for 90 draws, but now the guaranteed bonus is in front of me and I can't eat it. After a moment of silence, Fu Xue actually didn't need to think about it any further. Apart from forced acquisition, she has no other options to choose from, and this thing is actually quite good. If used well, it is no less than a feast. The only drawback was that she didn't know how much it would cost to purchase an ability, and she was actually a little short of money. I don't know if points can be exchanged for money. How much would 10,000 points cost? Fu Xue said to herself. Suddenly, she thought of something and her eyes widened. That's not right. It can't be a normal transaction. Is it considered a normal transaction if it's purchased with points? Whether it is a niche currency or barter, it is included in the concept of normal transactions. Fu Xue quickly withdrew the finger that was clicking on the entry. I haven't even got my 10,000 points yet. How much money will I lose if I press this button? Her heart bleeds at the thought of this possibility. She glanced at the note next to the entry selection column. 24 hours. Just earn 10,000 points within 24 hours and spend them. Fu Xue took a deep breath and was about to close the panel when she suddenly saw an extra column on the attribute panel. Blessing? She stretched out her little hand and opened the column. 7 curses, 7 blessings. Part 1 Iron Pathogens. Introduction. Blood nourishes life. Your extremely powerful focus turns steel into a body with flesh and soul. Ah. Fu Xue looked a little dazed. When did this thing appear? When you took the pill? She had been in a daze these days and had no time to pay attention to such things, which gave her a headache at the moment. No. Is it possible that this pathogen can evolve? What does it mean that steel has flesh and soul? Fu Xue had just fallen into deep thought when she heard a dull, dong 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 sound in her ears. She looked over in the direction of the sound and discovered that the stove, which had been squatting on the gas stove before, now had some flesh buds growing on its forelegs and was staggering along the kitchen counter. Okay, got it. Fu Xue turned around silently and wiped the thin layer of sweat that seeped out of her forehead. She now realized that she was really holding a time bomb in her arms. Just explode. Maybe just like what was drawn in the previous entry, Brave New World. The plague knight belonging to the god of life is about to sweep across the planet. Listening to the dong 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 sound in her ears, her eyes narrowed slightly. But at the same time, this is indeed a blessing. After a moment of fear, Fu Xue quickly reacted. Isn't this equivalent to a spirit weapon? Not only has his strength not been weakened, it may even have been greatly improved. Fu Xue walked back into the kitchen and stretched out her white and tender palms to the kitchen counter. The bronze furnace paused for a moment, then it jumped happily and circled in Fu Xue's palm as she trotted excitedly. Sure enough, you are very obedient. Fu Xue had a smile on her face and reached out to touch the patterns on the bronze furnace. This kitchen counter is yours from now on. Have fun on it. Ding ding. It nodded in a very human way, and the lid bounced a few times. Fu Xue couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing how happy the child is, I am so anxious that I want to speak. It seems that this ability is more of a blessing than a curse, but we can't be too happy now. Fu Xue's face quickly darkened. After all, just by looking at the name you can tell that there are 6 more pathogens waiting for you. Is there any droplet transmission? Is there any airborne transmission? It's hard to imagine that just by exhaling a breath, the entire city has become believers of the god of life. Hiss. Fu Xue felt numb when she thought of this. But soon, her eyes lit up and she thought of a solution. Wouldn't it be fine if I just stopped breathing? I'm such a f***ing genius. Fu Xue opened the bracelet, which showed some transfer records. Kong Xiangfei had already transferred the remaining 1,100 points to her. There were also several private messages, most of which were expressions of concern and questions from Guru Yi. There is one that comes from Kong Xiangfei. Well, Lu Xueming is already well. Doesn't he have to hand in his points? He should at least hand in 1,000. Forget it. I don't like it now. It's not that she really looks down on it, but once the other party has saved up enough money, she probably won't be able to spend it. After Fu Xue replied to the message, the corners of her mouth curled up in joy. That's right. She was careless on purpose. One can imagine that the little yellow-haired boy Kong Xiangfei must have felt upset the whole day after seeing the news. Then she opened the points mall. I spent 12 points to purchase the B-level skill, turtle breathing technique. It's so cheap, it seems no one is learning it. Fu Xue flipped through the introduction and found out that the so-called turtle suction method has more than just breathing ability, it can also gather the energy of the whole body. But after the third stage, Qi is the key to measuring whether a person is strong or not. Apart from those who like to play the pig and eat the tiger, who would spend money to buy this thing to practice? Except me, of course, Fu Xue added. She closed the martial arts page, and then used her remaining 1,200 points to buy a set of Class B protective clothing. According to the classification of protective clothing, this suit can perfectly withstand 3 attacks from a 4th-level warrior. That is about 50,000 kilograms of force. Protective clothing can withstand it is not equal to the body can withstand it. In terms of the simplest and most basic boxing skills, Fu Xue's left and right hooks are now enough to penetrate flesh, not to mention the penetrating power of blunt weapons. However, Fu Xue bought this thing mainly to prevent blood-carrying pathogens from splashing out. It would be fine if no one saw it, but how to explain it if someone saw it? They are afraid of being eaten by earth beasts, so it is normal for their blood to contain some toxins? If someone believes this, he must be a true god. Half an hour later, you have read the turtle breathing technique, C level, and have learned the corpse training technique, S level. Your mother. The corners of Fu Xue's mouth twitched, and there was a hint of despair in her eyes. The so-called corpse training technique is certainly not the Maoshan kind, which has no scientific basis. The martial arts that Fu Xue learned was to practice as if one were a corpse. There is no need to breathe, but she didn't want to become a white-haired zombie or a monster covered in red hair. Fu Xue sighed helplessly and put on the newly bought Class B protective suit under her clothes. She pulled up her black boots, put on a pair of high-fiber black gloves, and posed with her 5 fingers spread out in front of her face. I'm impressed by how handsome I am. Chapter 60. Who said she was the hottest girl in Tiana City? In the huge cafeteria, Ding Long swept the floor with his head down, looking somewhat dejected. Hello, we meet again. Now you understand how we feel, right? The curly-haired boy who had had a conflict with him before greeted him. Ding Long didn't say anything. However, the curly-haired boy didn't expect any response and just shrugged. When he was in Tianhe City, he was also among the top students in the elite class, but when he came here, he discovered a very cruel fact. Not only can he not defeat Ding Long, but there are also a large group of people he cannot defeat hiding here. Actually, this is not bad. The most important thing is that the person whom he dared not even look at was beaten by an unfamiliar passerby who was at the same time as him. What does it mean that there are gaps even among geniuses? In comparison, it is really over the top. Even a person with a broad mind cannot stand this. Seeing how Ding Long changed from being unruly to being silent in just a few days, there is no deep hatred between the two of them. So there is no need to add insult to injury at this point. Moreover, you see, Ding Long is actually a very normal person when he doesn't talk. He looked up at the endless cafeteria and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, we are still sweeping the floor here, while others may be preparing to challenge for the first place among the second-term students. Ding Long's eyes flickered when he heard this, and he whispered, "Who said that?" No one, but he defeated the second and third place, got a lot of points, and went into seclusion. When he comes out, he will definitely challenge the first place, right? The curly-haired boy raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the response, leaning on the broom and speaking excitedly. I've asked around, and the number 1 Chao Jun is the real tough guy. The other rankings fluctuate, but he's been sitting firmly in the number 1 spot for 2 years. He's really awesome. There is no second best in martial arts. It can be said that it is completely engraved in the genes of warriors. People like this who always rank first are usually called absolutely strong, which is the highest compliment among warriors. Also, a few days ago, Kong Xiangfei was frantically collecting points and brought a lot of people down to clean up. Guess why no one is here today? The curly-haired boy said with some suspense. That Chao army has come out of seclusion and is now in the actual combat training room with a large crowd of people watching. Alas, if I hadn't been waiting for tomorrow's points, I would have gone over to take a look too. When Ding Long heard this, he paused, was silent for more than 10 seconds, and threw the broom in his hand into the curly-haired boy. Hey, what for? The curly-haired boy asked as he caught the broom in a flustered manner. Ding Long said, I want to take a look. Please help me sweep the floor. Before he could refuse, he heard the other party continue. Or I'll beat you up, and you can help me sweep the floor. The curly-haired boy was stunned for 2 seconds, staring at the other person's back in amazement. After a long while, he finally uttered a word. I'll test your code. Practical training room. Several mechanical puppets stood in the open space. Their iron-textured skin inexplicably gave off a cold feeling and a heart-pounding intimidation. Chao Jun, with his sturdy figure like an ox, stood silently in the middle. Caw! With the sound of mechanical joints snapping together, dangerous red light flashed in the eyes of several mechanical puppets. Swish! Chao Jun's whole body trembled, and his muscles instantly tore his shirt, revealing his spiderweb-like muscle lines. The flexible muscles moved under his skin like little mice. There is a huge one-way glass outside, where the base's operators usually stand to observe the situation and prevent any accidents. But at this moment, the operators were completely pushed aside by the huge number of trainees. He pushed inside a few times. Didn't get in. After a moment's hesitation, he gave up. For others, it doesn't matter, but for the second-term students, who were in the first stop, he was like a lifeguard in the Olympic 100-meter swimming competition. Damn, what's the use of chicken feathers? The students standing in the front row all showed a trace of shock on their faces. The key to muscle quality is not strength. This is a consensus among warriors. Warriors with muscles all over their bodies are very rare at high levels. But an army as big and powerful as Chao's is really too exaggerated. Isn't this completely comparable to those power-type talented warriors? It's really terrifying. Although these puppet machines have been adjusted to level 29, I feel that Chao Jun can still rip their heads off with one slap. This is the genius of our Dongha province. Do you have such a genius in Tianhe City? The students from Tianhe City felt unhappy when they heard this. Being here was just like being a boarding student at a relative's house, and they were looked down upon by the people here every day. The key point is that their normal physical fitness is not as good as this group of curling kings. Before, people could just swallow their anger in silence, but now someone is speaking out and starting to settle accounts. Damn it, it's not you. You are so awesome. And there is someone even more awesome in Tianhe City. He just got off your car from Tianhe City. He may not really be from Tianhe City. Bullshit. Ding Long pushed out from the gap with all his strength, and he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Chao Jun's physique. Even if there are 20 or 30 meters between them and 2 layers of walls, he could still feel the terrifying heat, like an active volcano ready to erupt. Is this what being number 1 looks like? In the actual combat training room, whoosh! The 5 puppet machines were dispatched at the same time, and swift cold wind blew out from their bodies. Chao Jun did not make any move in the face of these menacing puppet machines with second-level peak strength. He closed his eyes and his body sank slightly by half a centimeter. Clang! 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 The fist of the puppet machine hit his body, but he was knocked back a few steps. If you look carefully, you will find that there are even a lot of iron filings falling off the fist of the puppet machine. Everyone who saw this scene felt numb. Damn it, is it so scary? Are you going to rebel? A third-term student with a fierce look couldn't help groaning. He is precisely controlling small muscle groups to resist the force of the punch. The strength of his muscles at that moment was probably stronger than steel. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hit him even if I tried. Hiss. Some people who didn't get to the front or couldn't see clearly broke out in cold sweats when they heard these words. Is this a human? Has he really made himself into a humanoid weapon? Ding Long's face was shaking unconsciously. The tall figure not far away seemed to have turned into a real mountain, standing still no matter how hard it was hit. Fu Xue can't defeat him. Ding Long instantly came to a conclusion in his mind. This conclusion even made him feel relieved. Beating those 2 people was a bit out of reach, and defeating this giant. Can he really see the other party's exhaust? I haven't had time to think about it. Ding Long saw the burly figure in the training room look down at the bracelet, with a barely perceptible smile on his face. Then he swung his arm, which was as thick as his thigh, violently. Boom! A sharp air blade was drawn in the air, instantly cutting all the puppets in half. At this moment, a very loud voice shouted, "Oh my God! That genius girl standing in the martial arts arena is really ready to challenge Chao's army. Ah, you're too impatient. She wouldn't say such a thing if she just came to take a look." Chi. The door of the combat training room opened with a bang, and the heavy pressure on Chao Jun made the crowd quiet down instantly. Without him saying anything, everyone silently and neatly split into 2 groups to make way for Chao's army. Chapter 61. Did I ever deserve a beating like this? This Feng Tianji has been completely upgraded from its material to its decoration. You can see it has been changed to obsidian. The mythical beast above is the dragon Sun Swanee, which represents bravery, justice, and nobility, and it feels very good to touch. Zhou Feng said. What is this place for? Fu Xue pointed at the scimitar about 30 centimeters long at the end of the halberd handle, with a puzzled look on her face. Now the Fang Tianji combined with this thing has completely turned into a weapon similar to a double-headed gun. However, there is a halberd in front and a scimitar in the back, which creates an inexplicable sense of asymmetrical beauty. Is it handsome? It's really handsome. But who can fill in for her lack of lubu? Oh, look here. Zhou Fang said this while pulling the bolt hard. Schwa. 5 flying knives as thin as cicada wings were like a peacock spreading its tail, and the blades flashed a captivating cold light in the sunlight. Wow, this. Fu Xue's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhou Fang looked at the light shining in Fu Xue's eyes and couldn't help but smile. Just like the handsome ones, and we specially make them handsome. Don't like imperial objects? It doesn't matter. We can cultivate interest. He slowly induced. This thing includes a bolt actuator, and it is a flying knife made entirely of telekinetic metal. Even though I'm struggling to twist it, you can just use your mental power to pry it open. The processing fee is conservatively estimated to be around 200 million. Fu Xue probed her mental power over there, and the bolt actuator was locked. Ka! The 5 scimitars came together again in an instant. Fu Xue took it and waved it in her hand for a few times, while pulling out all the flying knives and surrounding them around her. Tai pants are hot. Good. That's amazing. Fu Xue praised sincerely. Not only is it cool, but you don't have to spend any money on it. Purely for free. Next. She was about to say something, but the dull sound of footsteps in the distance made her look up involuntarily. A huge monster nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall walked over from the other side of the martial arts field, with a heavy aura like a piece of freshly hammered iron plate. The opponent is coming. Fu Xue reacted quickly. She twisted her neck slightly, and her bones made crackling sounds. He controlled all the flying knives to return to their positions and reluctantly handed the weapons in his hands, which were not yet warm, to Zhou Fang. Zhou Fang was a little stunned. This? Don't you use weapons? Need not. Fu Xue shook her head. The maximum punching force of the 3rd stage is 20,000 kilograms. She estimated that the ratio of her strength to punching power was about 1 to 3 under normal circumstances, and it would be more than 5 times as high after using blood power. With her current extremely high recovery ability, she can use blood power without restraint. In other words, she had actually reached the peak of her strength when she just entered the 3rd level. If she used weapons against a 2nd-level warrior, she was really afraid that she would not be able to control her strength and kill the opponent directly. Don't think about competing with Chao Jun. He is purely practicing boxing and kicking. For a warrior, these are his weapons. Moreover, the martial arts he practiced completely restrain close combat. Zhou Fang said with a frown. Fighting with Chao's army with weapons and without weapons are 2 completely different experiences. Even if he suppressed his strength to the 3rd level, he would still be stretched to the limit in the hands of the enemy. It's really like a mouse trying to catch a turtle but having no idea where to start. Not to mention that Chao Jun is an alligator snapping turtle that pops its head out from time to take a bite. Now that group of people are waiting on the platform to open their eyes. Although he is inclined towards Chao Jun in his heart, he does not want to get involved in President Huang Zhou's affairs. If Fu Xue can win, the resistance will become smaller, and if she wins beautifully, there will not be much backlash from opponents. Take it. It's a good opportunity to try out your new weapon. Zhou Fang placed the Fang Tianji flat in his hand and advised. You're so annoying. Don't interfere in something that can be solved with 2 or 3 punches. Fu Xue rolled her eyes and jumped onto the martial arts stage with an indifferent look on her face. She deliberately said more than 2 or 3 punches. In her mind, if she used all her strength, the opponent might fall down with just 1 punch. Zhou Fang looked at this scene and was dumbfounded for a moment. He thought of many possibilities, but he never expected that this little girl would be so arrogant. It was already a case of the weak defeating the strong, yet they still had to fight with bare hands. Just in case. No, they will definitely be suppressed by Chao's army. Thinking of this, beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He thought for a long time and didn't know whether he should ask Chao's army to release the water. After all, the people above are all warriors, so who can't tell whether they'll go easy on them or not. At this moment, the area around the martial arts arena was surrounded by people. No way, are you serious? To be honest, Chao Jun's strength is definitely enough to rank among the top 3 students, but he is not as good at causing trouble as Fu Xue. That's true. I think the base shouldn't have agreed to this competition. One is suppressing the ranking, and the other is jumping the ranking. I don't know what the base was thinking. Maybe they wanted to suppress the girl's arrogance. Piske, Look, she's on stage empty-handed again. She's so proud. It's okay. It's okay. Anyway, we have already won honor for our Tianhe city. Peanut 8 treasures mineral water, 1 point for 10 bags, pure profit for running errands. Ding Long's expression changed dramatically in the crowd, and his hands kept clenching and unclenching. He looked even more nervous than the two people on the stage. You can't win. Why challenge such a monster? Is this what my uncle meant by the heart of a strong man? If you put it on the battlefield, you will die. You are really big, Fu Xue said dazedly. Her not-so-petite figure was completely obscured by the other person's huge shadow. Even if she raised her head as high as possible, she could only see the other person's chin. Look at the lower body, which is as thick as an elephant's leg. Fu Xue opened her mouth slightly. Has this guy mutated? Damn, he's as strong as the Hulk. That's too exaggerated. Are you sure you don't want to take a weapon? Chao Jun said in a simple and honest manner, I practice hard qigong, which incorporates some Tai Chi techniques. You may not be able to beat me with your bare hands. I usually say this to others. Fu Xue scratched her head, an unhappy expression on her face. But the other party's tone was very friendly, and she couldn't find any reason to refute. When Chao Jun saw Fu Xue's constipated face, he was depressed and said nothing. He retreated several dozen meters in silence, then said to Fu Xue, You go first. Fu Xue couldn't even finish her words. She was really numb. Has she ever been so annoying before? That's not right. She clenched her little hands tightly. I'm itching to fight. Chapter 62. The Collision of Power and Power. If I come first, you may not have a chance to make a move. Fu Xue tilted her head and smiled very kindly. As soon as the words fell, boom! A sharp sound like a cannonball breaking through the air blew away the syllables before they hit the ground. Chao Jun's eyes blurred, and the next second his pupils contracted. It's much faster than before. In the reflection of his clear eyes, Fu Xue's blurry figure was rapidly enlarging and approaching. Chao Jun did not move in a hurry. Speed was not his advantage. Once he loses his latecomer advantage, he will become even more uncomfortable. Caw! The bones of Chao Jun burst into crisp sounds like firecrackers. The veins on his thighs were exposed, and he instantly pushed the concrete floor beneath his feet down 5 centimeters. At the same time, the muscles all over his body swelled rapidly like balloons. Just as he was ready, Fu Xue's fist, carrying a strong gust of wind, hit his stomach with a tremendous force. Boom! Chao Jun's legs were firmly nailed to the ground, and he refused to take a single step back. Boom! Just when everyone thought that Chao's army had taken it, a fierce fist wind came out from behind him. This force not only penetrated his steel-like body, but also stirred up a huge whirlwind in the air. Dust and sand were swept into it, creating a shocking scene. A lot of densely packed small red dots suddenly appeared behind Chao Jun, and all the capillaries on his back were shattered by this punch. Everyone at the scene was stunned. After this punch, Fu Xue will have to beg them not to die, right? Now it seems that neither Kong Xiangfei, who was offline at the beginning, nor Lu Xueming, who had been lying in bed for more than 10 days, could force out Fu Xue's true strength. This scene is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Many people swallowed their saliva. Their faces were numb. This punch force is not right? You call this the second level? Why can't I achieve this effect? Awesome. Ignore what I said before. Even if she challenges Lin Yu, the number 1 student of the 3rd term, tomorrow, I believe she can win. On the high platform, when Zhou Beilong saw this scene, his old eyes were immediately filled with appreciation and happiness. It's stronger than I thought. Zhou Feng, who was standing by, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead when he heard this. He felt a little sorry that his apprentice was defeated by just 1 punch. But we are lucky that there is no problem with the general direction. He's a really good kid. An old man with a cane took 2 shaky steps and continued. But it's not enough to ask us to hand over all the resources of Dongha province. Have you considered how many talented warriors this money can bring in from Qilin City? Yes, I have seen a warrior with a natural talent for strength. He had just entered the 3rd level and had a strength of 15,000 kilograms. There is a world of difference between having talent and not having talent. Another warrior who was a little fat stood up and said. Zhou Beilong frowned slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he heard someone next to him exclaim. He moved. He took a punch and was still able to move. Everyone's eyes immediately looked over there. Bitten by muscle? Fu Xue was shocked and wanted to pull her hand out of the other person's body. but the tight muscles were like countless iron clamps, biting her right hand tightly. Without a leverage point, I really can't pull it out with the strength of my right arm alone. This moment, Chao Jun lowered his head, revealing his blood-stained teeth, and smiled like a beast. What a strong punch. So refreshing. When Fu Xue saw this scene, her eyebrows jumped and an ominous premonition came to her heart. The next second, Chao Jun's arms shook violently, then he crossed them and smashed down hard on Fu Xue's arms. The situation on the field quickly reversed, and some students couldn't help but turn their heads away. Fu Xue's slender arms were like two sticks in front of Chao Jun, and they looked like they would break if touched. Moreover, judging from the physical strength alone, Fu Xue is no match for the tall and strong Chao Jun. It's over. So cruel. It looks like Chao's army won't hold back. Hiss. I can't even imagine being enemies with them. It's too scary. Ding Long couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was so scared that he almost thought Fu Xue was going to win. But then two loud noises made his eyes widen to their maximum. Bang! Two crisp sounds exploded in the air. The corners of Fu Xue's mouth twitched slightly due to the intense pain. With the help of Chao Jun's tremendous force that was like a mountain torrent, she pulled out her right hand in an almost impossible way, but at that moment her hand bones were completely broken. Although she has 1,000 times the recovery ability, it doesn't mean that she likes the pain that feels like being cut by a sharp blade. You actually caught it? There was a hint of disbelief and shock in Chao Jun's voice. Fu Xue's right hand was obviously unable to withstand the subsequent high-intensity battle. So what is it that is pressing against his palms now? Yes. At this time, the two of them clasped their palms tightly together. Just looking at this scene in the middle, if it weren't for the faint sound of bones breaking in the air, some people might think that the two were a loving couple. You like wrestling, great, but actually that punch just now? Fu Xue was slightly annoyed, but under Chao Jun's incredulous gaze, she smiled easily. I haven't used any strength yet? As the words fell, boom! A powerful blood energy suddenly burst out from Fu Xue's body. A powerful repulsive force swept around in an instant, ruthlessly pushing away the dust and gravel, forming a clear space with her as the center. In an instant, Chao Jun felt an unprecedented powerful force coming from his arms. Accompanied by a heart-pounding crackling sound, that was the sound of bones cracking under heavy pressure. Chao Jun's muscles were stretched to the extreme, as hard as steel, tightly wrapping every bone. Then a surge of blood and energy surged throughout his body, making his already rough skin look an abnormal blood red, just like an erupting volcano. Boom! The power of the two people collided fiercely. Caw! The two of them dropped about half a meter at the same time. Chao Jun's calves were buried in the ground, and Fu Xue only half of her body was exposed. The sweat on Chao Jun's forehead dripped down his chin to the ground. A few drops of water splashed, and then were instantly evaporated by the steaming energy and blood between the two people. Because he had exerted too much force, his vision became a little dark. After he recovered, he opened his eyes and saw Fu Xue's expression, and his hair stood on end. The other person stood there motionlessly, squinting his eyes slightly, as if enjoying this contest of power. The howling wind blew her black hair like smoke from a fire. But in this storm, there was not even a drop of sweat on her forehead. Are you ready? I'm about to start. A smile appeared on Fu Xue's face. Under the gaze of Chao Jun, which was a mixture of shock and awe, a wisp of green smoke slowly seeped out of Fu Xue's 7 orifices. Level 3? Boom! There was a loud bang, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. An unimaginable force seemed to come from the sky, as if it was about to crush the entire world. A trace of fear flashed across Chao Jun's face, but he still gritted his teeth and used all his strength to resist the impact of this force. Boom boom! With the continuous roar. A training ground with a height of 1 meter and a diameter of 400 meters. Under the shocked gazes of countless students and instructors, a huge crack suddenly appeared with the two people as the dividing point. Then it started from where the two of them were standing and quickly spread to the surrounding areas. The entire training ground was divided into 2 halves. Chapter 63. Are you polite? No matter which class of students, instructors, or officials of the Warrior Association standing on the podium, at this moment, everyone was speechless. The material of the martial arts arena is not simply cement ground. Its original purpose of construction was to be used for martial artists to compete. All of the concrete used is harder than granite. Normally, students would leave some small potholes on it, but they could just repair it. But why are you still trimming chicken feathers now? The hard training ground cracked like a piece of tofu under the feet of the two men. Not to mention the training ground, the students themselves were also divided. I don't know how long it took before someone almost moaned and cursed. Fuck, what the hell is this? Do you think the martial arts arena is a cookie? Can you just break it apart if I say so? Fuck, this poet is really good. Where did these two aliens come from? The instructor sitting among the students shook his head and muttered to himself, there is only one real alien, that little girl, who didn't take a step back during the wrestling. What's even more terrifying is, has he broken through to the third level? He was a little hesitant when he said this. He even suspected that he, a fifth-level warrior in his prime, was dazzled, and he couldn't believe that a third-level warrior who just turned 18 years old appeared in front of him. Fuck, Master Yang. Stop joking around. I'm scared. The student next to him was trembling with his arms folded. Seeing that Chao Jun, this ultimate tough guy, is still stuck at level 29.9, and even nearly two-thirds of the third-term students have not broken through to the third level, you can realize how torturous this thing is. The people below were not sure, but those standing on the platform could see it clearly. Zhou Beilong slammed the table, stood up suddenly, clapped his hands uncontrollably, and said, "Good," 3 times in a row. Good, good, good. This is the child I want to raise. Do you still think she's unworthy? Zhou Beilong laughed loudly towards the sky. He hadn't felt so happy since 30 years ago. The people who had just stood behind him and clamored to preserve the resources now all lowered their heads and remained silent. After a while, the fat warrior whispered, "Well, even if that's the case, you can give me an A+ contract first to try?" Although the sound was small, everyone could hear it clearly. The atmosphere was a bit weird, but none of them dared to speak. Because Zhou Beilong was already showing a strong murderous intent. The pressure from the Lion King instantly made them break out in cold sweats. His eyes were calm, but his tone was extremely cold. "You should be thankful that this is not the front line, otherwise I would have chopped you to pieces long ago." The fat warrior choked up a little, took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and did not dare to retort. "Get out." Hearing this, a look of relief appeared on his face, and then he ran out with an agility that was completely inconsistent with his body. The originally somewhat uneasy atmosphere was suppressed in an instant, and those who tried to struggle were completely silenced. Too much time has passed. Even though Zhou Beilong is just an old dragon now, he cannot be suppressed by just a few snowflakes. Seeing that there was no more objection from the crowd, Zhou Beilong snorted lightly, and then said to Zhou Feng with some joy, "I think this girl is still very strong. Take her to have her physical fitness tested, and let me take another look at her." It's not that he thinks Fu Xue is not worthy of an S-level contract. Instead, there is a beautiful jade in front of you, and it is hard not to shine a flashlight and look inside to see what kind of water it is. That's it. Fu Xue let out a puff of white air. Chao Jun has now lost consciousness, and he is standing still entirely relying on the reaction honed by his muscles. She gave him a gentle push, and the giant, whose skin was covered in cracks, fell down. Boom. The thud of a body falling announced the end of the fight. Wow. The people in the surrounding audience seats were silent for a few seconds, and then burst into thunderous applause. It's amazing. It gave me goosebumps all over my body. When I think about how I can perform like this in the future, I wish I could spend 25 hours a day in the training room. After hearing this, someone said with a smile, "Indeed, but for us mortals to be able to play out this kind of scene, we must have at least reached the 4th level, right? Brothers, this person came in with me. I was sitting behind her at the time. I wonder who dares to say that there are no geniuses in Tianhe City. It's so cool. Bullshit, don't even get involved. From now on, this person will be a graduate of our Donghao Province Talent Training Camp." Awesome, awesome. Hearing the praise and applause from the crowd, Fu Xue was stunned for a moment, and then a big smile instantly broke out on her face. She opened her arms and bowed gracefully to the people around her. At this moment, the emergency personnel came trotting up with a stretcher, and Zhou Feng followed behind the medical staff with a complicated expression. Before he could say anything, he saw Fu Xue spread out her hands and said crisply, "Where are my points?" Zhou Feng was a little depressed. He was okay with others, but he really didn't dare to get angry with Fu Xue. He raised his hand and tapped the instructor's bracelet. 10,000 points have been deposited into your account, but I have something else to do." He waited for a long time, but Fu Xue didn't respond. I looked over with some surprise and found that Fu Xue was concentrating on shopping on the bracelet. Drop by drop, The white fingers were almost leaving an afterimage. He could imagine that after today, more than half of the base's supplies might disappear. Drop? A long loading sound indicates that the purchase is being checked out. Fu Xue closed her eyes slightly, and the system panel appeared. She said in her mind, confirm the selection of the compulsory acquisition, entry. Byte. Forced acquisition, gold, entry loaded successfully. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, human, chosen by God. Life level, 27.2. Strength, 3,600.29 kilograms. Speed, 26.93 meters per second. Mental strength, 51.6. Combat power, 227,903.81. Entries, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. Compulsory acquisition, gold. System backpack, fixed card ×1. Mission, the Great God's Orphan. Click to expand details. Blessing, click to expand details. The attributes only increased slightly, but a golden scale was sitting next to the panel. There was nothing on the tray on the left, but a small stack of cash on the right completely tipped the balance. Fu Xue blinked and fixed her gaze on Zhou Fong. In her eyes, the other person's body was no longer a mortal body, but was made of colorful gems. The most eye-catching ones are the sky blue gem on the head and the deep red gem on the heart. It says respectively, Wisdom level 7, High-Speed Blood Supply level 6. Fu Xue had a hunch that she could take the two gems off as long as she reached out. Then it is placed on the Libra tray for trading. The operation was simple, so Fu Xue's question became, how much does this cost? Zhou Fong was stared at by Fu Xue as if he were a commodity. He frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. Fu Xue pondered for a long time before raising her head. She blinked for a long time before returning to reality from that dazzling world of treasure. She exclaimed, very puzzled, why are you still here? Several question marks popped up in Zhou Fong's head. If I wasn't there, was that a ghost you were staring at just now? No. Is that polite of you to ask? Chapter 64. If you don't pay, it doesn't count as a purchase. However, Zhou Fong had no time to care about such trivial matters. The immediate boss is standing there. He is under a lot of pressure. You're at level 3? How about testing your overall strength and completing the level determination now? Okay. Fu Xue nodded, hesitated for a moment, and asked a little embarrassedly, can you give me the remaining acquired law and innate law of the 8 worldly laws? After reading the fragments of 7S level books, they were combined into a SS level technique. At least it should be able to be upgraded to 3 levels, right? You can open the next entry directly. The entry only says that you can't buy anything. But it would be fine if I didn't give any money. 2 books with 8,000 points. How can you be so embarrassed? Zhou Fong's eyebrows twitched when he heard this, and after thinking for a while, he shook his head. The others are fine, but this one is really not okay. When the martial saint uploaded the skills, he stipulated that only local training camps and military merits could be exchanged. He paused and continued to explain, you want me to send you off? To be honest, I really don't have the guts to do it. Well, Fu Xue was a little hesitant when she heard this, as it was not difficult for her to earn points. If there wasn't the term compulsory purchase, she immediately started the mopping up mode. It was very easy to collect 8,000 points with so many people in the training camp. But now it's a scam. The entry prohibits her from purchasing anything. Is there any channel to get it for free? Fu Xue asked reluctantly. Yes, it's very simple. Just let the martial saint give it to you personally. Zhou Fong shrugged and said jokingly. Fu Xue pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded slowly. I understand. Ah, you? Aren't you? Are you serious? Zhou Fongren was stunned and looked up in shock. Judging from the look on her face, is she really planning to go find the martial saint to get something for free? Were they not brothers? For a treasure like Fu Xue, would their training camp be so mean as to not give her points? I'm afraid it's quite the opposite. The instructors in the base must be eager to give all the points to her, just to show off in front of such a genius. And this semester isn't enough, so there are still 5 semesters left. Even for Fu Xue, a transfer student, there are still 6 semesters in the future. How can this not be enough? Zhou Fong's CPU was about to burn out, but he couldn't understand why Fu Xue did this. After the test, you will be awarded a medal? Yes, our intranet is directly connected to the Warrior Association, and the warrior levels will be synchronized. Zhou Fong nodded and said, good. Fu Xue paused and said, I want to graduate directly from the training camp. She also thought carefully about what she said. To her, this place has no value anymore. She has two main purposes. After going out, he got an S-level contract and withdrew 300 million in training funds. Use this money to upgrade your life level through feasting or forced acquisition. The fastest way for Xuxiang is to go to Dasha Wuxing to get the last two methods of 8 methods of the world. Finally, you will reach a strength that can roughly defeat a general and explore the Hive City. There is still more than a month left in the training camp, and maybe that's enough time for her to reach the 4th level outside. For her now, training is a shackle and will slow down her pace. Okay. Zhou Feng opened his mouth, sighed, and swallowed all the words of persuasion. You will be very successful when you leave, so there is no need to waste your time here. Fu Xue thought the other party was talking about the S-level contract in Tianhe City. In fact, Zhou Feng was expressing his feelings about the great possibility that Donghe Province and Tianhe City could jointly train a person. That's not the case. I'm very happy here with you, Fu Xue said politely and modestly. Zhou Feng laughed and shook his head. Did you enjoy your meal? Bang! Bang! On the training ground, two figures flew backwards. Just as they were about to stand up and cooperate with the other people on the field to rush towards the girl standing in the middle. A loud noise made the 7 people stop. Damn, what's that noise? Is it an earthquake? Is it possible that this was caused by Chao's army? I heard that he came out of seclusion today. The others shook their heads when they heard this. Not really. Even if he is a level 2 warrior, he can't cause such a commotion. Are the instructors having an exhibition match? No one could figure out what was going on, and all eyes turned to the slender girl standing in the center of the training ground. She was ranked first among the 3 batches of students. Lin Yu. The 6 people were all sparring partners she hired for 10 points a day. They are all quite strong, and what they are seeking is not points but progress. There are even many people who would rather not get any points than not get into Lin Yu's sparring team. Chao Jun has never concealed his dark history of being someone else's sharpener. Before that, he was just a stronger horizontal martial artist, but after that he has always been sitting on the throne of number 1. Everyone understood it once they thought about it, and for a while there was even a craze about using it as a whetstone. However, in the training camp, everyone's strength is very close, and there are only 2 people who can be said to be a level higher than everyone else. The 2nd-term student is Chao Jun, and the 3rd-term student is Lin Yu. Someone asked softly, Sister Yu, do you want to go take a look? Punch force 17,600 kilograms, speed 23 meters per second. Did this tear the training ground apart? Lin Yu's eyes were covered with a thick, black cloth. She tilted her ears slightly towards the direction where the sound came from and whispered something. She could hear everything happening on the other side clearly even though she was thousands of meters away and could even roughly estimate the opponent's strength. It's not Chao Jun. He's not that fast. Then her sharp eyebrows frowned. The other person is Chao Jun. He lost. The remaining few people were shocked when they heard this. Did Chao Jun actually lose? His previous strength was enough to make it into the top 30 of the 3rd-term students, right? Now that he has come out of seclusion, his strength may be even more terrifying. Strength 18,000 kilograms, speed 23 meters per second, Royal City? The man couldn't help scratching his head when he said this. That's not right. Wasn't he planning to fight Sister Yu to the death? And he was almost sent to the ICU 2 days ago. That person's strength and speed are very strong. Lin Yu stood still for 2 seconds, then walked past the few people with long and slender steps. Let's go and see this powerful rival of mine who appeared out of nowhere. Everyone looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. The Royal City also has this strength, but Lin Yu never took him seriously. So far, there have been more than 100 fights, big and small, but not even one that could force Lin Yu to open her eyes. Who else could it be if not Chao Jun? It can't be the 1st-term student who has been making so much noise recently, right? Haha, stop joking. Give her another 10 years, and maybe she can catch up with Sister Yu. A few people were chatting and laughing, following the footsteps of the girl walking in front. Chapter 65. Use all your strength. When a few people approached the crowd of students, they heard a student with dyed yellow hair sigh deeply. Give her another month. I'm afraid Lin Yu, a 3rd-term student, will also have to kneel down, right? Damn, why do you keep poking me? Kong Xiangfei said angrily. He looked back along the direction his friend pointed, and his scalp suddenly felt like it was flying off his chest. Fuck. Lin Yu. Lin Yu's cold expression did not change, but the sparring partners beside him looked unhappy. After all, if Lin Yu was so easily surpassed by others, and they were beaten by Lin Yu with a pair of eyes and a pair of hands every day, would they still have any face? Watch your words, kid, said a muscular sparring partner with a fierce look in his eyes. Yes, yes. Kong Xiangfei wanted to cry but had no tears, and his voice even became a little weak. He found that he was really unlucky these past few days. The idiom, misfortune comes from the mouth, was completely engraved in his mind. A cold voice came out from Lin Yu's mouth. Who are you talking about? I was just saying that. Lin Yu's impatient, immediately made the yellow-haired boy stand at attention. He said weakly, it's Fu Xue. Who is this? This name isn't even in the top 10, right? No, but the little genius in the first batch of students also has this name. Several sparring partners checked their memories, and none of them matched. Their faces immediately turned angry. Are you kidding us? No, I'm talking about the first-term student. Kong Xiangfei was sweating profusely. He explained. He defeated me and Lu Xueming just a dozen days ago, and then he was promoted to the 3rd level after a 10-day retreat, defeating Chao's army. When they heard this, their anger grew even more. The muscular man stepped forward and grabbed Kong Xiangfei by the collar. Just as he was about to say something, a white and tender palm was placed on the back of his hand with blue veins exposed. The muscular man cooled down instantly and took a step back. Lin Yu nodded and said, Where is she? I'll go take a look and see if what you said is true or not. Kong Xiangfei was a little scared. Although there was a thick black cloth blocking the way, he could vaguely feel a hint of cold gaze. He pointed to the testing room on the side. Right over there. She's next to Professor Zhou. She seems to be preparing for 3 tests. The 3 items of the 3 assessments. That is, strength, speed, and spirit. Eliminate all interference factors and use AI to determine the combat power that is closest to itself. For example, the testing machines in Tianhe City are installed in several core cities. The 3 assessments are the most popular testing methods in Dasha and even in the world. Whoosh! At this moment, a violent sound of breaking air was heard from the test room next door. 27.08 m/second, exceeding the value by 99.2%. Lin Yu's gentle voice made everyone in amazement. For seconds higher than previously estimated. The increase in speed is not as great as the increase in punching power. Every second, even 0.1 second improvement is precious. The surpassing value is extremely terrifying. The base of the transcendence value includes all warriors in Dasha. That is to say, among the warriors of the same level, only 0.8% are faster than her. There are more than hundreds of millions of warriors in Dasha, and a 0.01% increase would mean more than 1,000 people. Even Lin Yu is currently only at 74.9%. But this is also because she is only level 35.7 at the moment. If she reaches the maximum level, she can still increase it by about 10%. Thinking of this, everyone was suddenly stunned, and then they realized something. She just entered the 3rd level, and she's already surpassed 99.2% of warriors. This conclusion instantly made their scalps tingle. Fake, isn't it? Soon, the exclamations from the students watching in front of them broke their thoughts. Is this true? 27.19 meters per second. This is more than half my height. I took the test. I was wondering why my eyes were blurry when I watched her fight. It turns out it wasn't my problem. Huh. Could she be a speed-oriented warrior? TSK, that's not right. Why is she so strong then? Oh my god. She can't be a warrior with strength talent, right? Then doesn't that mean she is a warrior with dual talents? Several high-ranking officials of the Martial Arts Association in the monitoring room on the other side also took a deep breath. Unlike the group of students who just joked, they have truly seen such a terrifying warrior. Hiss, if that's true, her strength does make sense. It only took Su Qilin 15 years to reach the 7th level, the old man with a cane said tremblingly. The remaining few people also had gleams in their eyes, and they would definitely be unwilling to give up the meat in their mouths. But if we can really attract such a genius, maybe 10 years later we can let her build a Qilin city deep in the caves of Dongha province. A future dungeon lord will bring more than hundreds of billions of value. Some of the people who originally did not support the group even asked Zhou Beilong excitedly, Old Zhou, can you really bring her to our Dongha province? Tianhe City will not let go. The best we can do is jointly train with Tianhe City. Zhou Beilong said. That's good too. An old fox-like senior member of the association narrowed his eyes and said, There is no military district in Tianhe City. We just need her to register her military status here. We don't need to ask for anything else. Haha, you're right. This little girl still has some energy left on stage. I can see that. It is estimated that his punching power is about 19,000 kilograms to 20,000 kilograms. He has just entered the 3rd level. He is probably still the top strength-type warrior. It would be even better if he was a warrior with spiritual power talent. A bald executive couldn't help but say, and seeing that everyone else was looking at him, he scratched his smooth head and smiled awkwardly. I just said it casually, can't I let people have a dream? Seeing the shining eyes of several treacherous old friends, Zhou Beilong shook his head and let out a long breath. The surprise this little girl gave her was really huge. A slight inhalation sound came from Zhou Feng's mouth. He calmed down for a moment before continuing. The next item is a strength test. You should have seen it during the warrior assessment, so I won't explain it in detail. Fu Xue nodded and stood on the fist force mat. Looking at the inverted U-shaped memory foam above, I couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Thinking of the days when she was playing the Coke machine at Tianhe No. 1 middle school not long ago, she couldn't help but smile. Long time no see. Fu Xue narrowed her eyes slightly, reached out and gently touched the memory foam on the fist force instrument. The last time they met was at Rui Martial Arts School. From then on, her punching power improvement was estimated by herself. Now is a good time to test your own strength. Boom! In an instant, a roar like a dragon or a tiger seemed to explode in her chest. The newborn's heart was pounding. The rich qi and blood almost turned into a blood film. The coccyx, lumbar spine, and occipital bone were all open, and white mist lingered on her hairy head. The golden elixir was spinning wildly in the center of the lower abdomen. Countless golden threads emanated from the swirling blood and quickly flowed through the body along with the blood. Since we are going to test it, of course we should give it our all. 20,000 kilograms is far from my limit. Throw away all worries and all red tape. A golden light flashed in Fu Xue's tightened eyes, and then she threw a fierce punch at the U-shaped slot on the fist force meter. Boom! 36,291.33 kilograms. Chapter 66, I don't want to work hard anymore. The crowd at the door were almost petrified. Their mouths were opened as if they could swallow a whole watermelon, and the expressions of the warrior elites at this moment were as if they had just recovered from dementia and were still drooling. They stared at the bright red numbers on the punching force meter. The faint mosquito-like sound of the results announcement sounded like the ringing of a huge bell in everyone's ears. The surpassing value has exceeded 90% again. Fuck, she even broke 99%. This is the first time I've seen 2 items break 99%. What a coincidence. This is the first time I've seen this too. If there is a test combining the 2 attributes, her transcendence value would probably be 99.9. Dasha has hundreds of millions of warriors. The one with the most confused mind was Linyu, who had no idea what had happened before and was just here to join in the fun, but was hit twice in 1 minute. Her cold cheeks and mouth were slightly opened into an O shape. In her last report on her strength performance, the surpassing value was only 65.2%. The sum of the 2 values was about 104, which had surpassed a large number of warriors. And now she suddenly discovered that there was a monster, and the sum of the 2 values was close to the full value of 200. No matter how strong Lin Yu's physical skills and perception were that she was proud of, they could not withstand the crushing force of a speed that was 4 meters per second higher than hers and 16,000 kilograms. The pride and self-esteem she had always maintained were shattered in front of the other party. Lin Yu opened her eyes. She looked at the dark vision in front of her and wanted to lift the black cloth to see what the other person looked like. But after hesitating for a moment, she let go of her hand. A mist appeared in her eyes uncontrollably. In order to fulfill the expectations of my parents and family, she put in almost everything she had, gave up being a spoiled brat and living in comfort, and even spent 10 years without seeing the sun under the guidance of a master. But now she realized that all her efforts were in vain in front of a true genius. It breaks at the slightest touch. She put her slender fingers on her lips and bit them gently, feeling a little aggrieved. I don't want to work hard anymore. Inside the monitoring room. Click. The sound of the crutch falling to the ground brought the stunned leaders of the Warrior Association back to their senses. They didn't say anything, but instead stared at the girl in the surveillance video with burning eyes in sync. Could it be that she is actually already level 39.9 now? Impossible. She only opened a few acupuncture points on her body. Only 3. The coccyx, the lumbar spine, and the occipital bone. She hasn't even reached a fraction of the 720 acupuncture points, and you're telling me she's level 39? There are warriors with power-type talents. Are they that strong? The strongest one I've ever seen. When he was level 44, he exerted a force of 76,000 kilograms. If you do the math, it's almost an increase of 30,000 kilograms. That's already level 4. Those increases are considered normal, but what about this? Maybe she's precocious? This sentence left this group of old men, whose average age was 60 to 70, speechless, but after thinking about it carefully, there was no other explanation. She is even a psychic with triple cohesion. What an incredible talent. I didn't believe it before, but now I realize that there are indeed people in this world who are extremely outstanding in terms of talent, martial arts ability, and mental strength. After a few words, they began to admire Fu Xue without any reservation. What a shame. It would be better if she was also a warrior with spiritual talent. The bald man who had made a fool of himself before couldn't help but slap the table. That guy is simply a perfect human being born for martial arts. To be honest, a psychic is just the icing on the cake for a warrior of this level. But this is the difference between 99% and 100%. Who with OCD can stand this? What's more, it took 1,000 years for martial arts to flourish before such a person appeared. Not this time. Should he try harder and live another 1,000 years? He sighed and shook his head. But no one in the room paid any attention to him, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Just when he wanted to say something to change the subject, someone slowly turned around and said stiffly, "You were really fooled? Guess. What are you guessing? It can't be." The bald man was stunned for half a second, then thought of something. He instantly got goosebumps all over his body, and his eyes slowly moved towards the picture on the surveillance camera. The huge number above froze his brain instantly, and his throat rolled. 3 talents. Really? He is really a warrior with spiritual talents? The numbers on the punching force meter jumped extremely exaggeratedly, and after a moment a huge number froze on the screen. 36,291.33 kilograms. Crack. Zhou Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, and the expression on his face was as shattered as the corner of the wall that he crushed. He took 2 steps forward in disbelief, looking up and down at the numbers carefully. After a while, he pointed to the numbers on the punching force meter and spoke in a very awkward tone. "Are you really not a 4th-level warrior in disguise? Is this the number you should type out?" Zhou Feng's expression was complicated. With an exaggerated speed of improvement and abnormal punching power, even without considering his mental strength, he is still a top-notch warrior. Dingjian, who had dominated the training camp for 3 years, pales in comparison to her. Even if he called the other person over now, he would be speechless and choked for a moment. Fu Xue's warrior qualifications alone are enough to beat 99% of the people, plus she is also a dual-talented warrior. The sum of this is more than 1 plus 1 greater than 3. The most terrifying thing is that even though Fu Xue's mental power is not outstanding compared to these 2 items, it is enough to make people frightened. The combination of these 3 is simply a monster among monsters. President Zhou is right. If a man like this doesn't become the dragon son of Dasha, who else can be worthy of him? Hiss, what else? Fu Xue hissed softly and shook her hands. With the cushioning of the high-fiber gloves, there shouldn't be any bleeding, right? If Chao Jun's tactics had caused her hand to be shattered, then this punch would definitely have turned all of her hand bones into powder. But it doesn't hurt. Even when I was recovering, I still felt a little numb and itchy. Your current punching power is 36,291.33 kilograms, surpassing 99.4% of warriors of the same level, and ranking 297th in Dasha's regular order. No way. There are still 0.6% of people who are better than me. Fu Xue opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief. This time, she could be said to have completely abandoned her hands in order to unleash such power. Is there anyone taller than her? And there are quite a few of them. She ranked as high as 300th, even 92 places lower than her speed ranking. The warriors of Dasha are indeed full of hidden talents. I thought I was invincible, but I didn't expect there are so many people stronger than me. You should still put some pressure on yourself. Try doubling your exercise time first. Exercise 2 hours a day. Chapter 67 3 Talents in 1. Zhou Feng sighed in his heart, shook his head, and walked forward 2 meters with Fu Xue. The test of mental power was just completed more than 10 days ago. Logically speaking, the attribute of mental power is the easiest to improve. But he felt that no matter how many levels it upgraded, it would become insignificant compared to the other 2 attributes. Zhou Feng pointed at a rather abrupt, irregular piece of silver metal on the white wall and said, "Use your mental power to pull this piece of telekinetic metal as much as possible." Drop. A mechanical sound rang out. The horizontal measuring line of the laser rangefinder hits the center of the silver metal very accurately. Attached to the bottom of the telekinetic mold is a tightly stacked torque spring. Zhou Feng explained, every centimeter is considered as one level of spiritual power. Remember to ensure the metal is balanced when pulling the telekinetic metal, otherwise the measurement will be based on the point closest to the center of the circle. Fu Xue had just gone through the process not long ago and nodded in understanding. Then she concentrated her mind, wrapped the thread of thought firmly around the silver metal, and slowly pulled the silver metal with some awkwardness. Crunch. Crunch. The springs made a teeth-grinding sound. Soon, the pulling length of the silver metal exceeded the 32 centimeters previously tested. 32 centimeters, 33 centimeters. We should be able to break through level 35. Zhou Feng stared at the numbers on the rangefinder calibrator and silently thought to himself. He was too lazy to sigh. This level is totally normal for her. If he had given half of it to himself, he wouldn't be in such a bad state today. After a slight self-deprecating laugh, Zhou Feng came to his senses and was stunned when he saw the numbers on the laser rangefinder. In less than 2 seconds, the number above has risen to 41 centimeters and is even moving steadily upwards. 10 levels in 10 days? The speed of the silver metal snail crawling like a snail seemed so long in his eyes, long enough to grind away all other thoughts. Finally, the silver metal rested at 52.1 centimeters. Your current spiritual power is level 52.1, surpassing 96.3% of warriors of the same level, and ranking 397th in Dasha's positive order. 52.1? 10 days? He could understand the two data separately, but when they were put together, it was extremely shocking. And as the person in charge of the base, Zhou Feng was very clear about one thing. There is no equipment for brain development in the base. That is to say, Fu Xue broke through the 20th level of mental power by herself in 10 days. If she could maintain this speed, in less than a year, she would probably be able to become the most powerful psychic in Dasha. Hiss. Even warriors with spiritual talents can't reach this level, right? Zhou Feng took a deep breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He opened his eyes wide and suddenly realized something. Wait, I witnessed the birth of a warrior with 3 talents. The students watching were already numb, and they just scratched their heads when they saw the number of over 50 levels above. After all, Fu Xue's level has never been announced, so without comparison, we certainly don't know how terrifying this data is. No wonder he was able to defeat Lu Xueming. This mental power. He's developed his brain at least twice. I heard it cost 120 million each time. He's really rich? A psychic shook his head and said, it's a talent to be able to develop the brain to this extent. I only upgraded it to level 4 after developing it once. TSK, I might as well spend that money on warriors. Fuck, big guy. She is simply a Superman. Suke's eyes were dull, and she stretched out her little hand to tug at the hem of her instructor's clothes. She asked dejectedly, Sister Fu, am I still the most talented psychic you have ever seen? In the past 2 days, Suke has discovered that his instructor is a cold and beautiful girl with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. As we spent more time together, I couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed. Fu Dongyu was strangely silent for a while, and said tactfully, you are the most talented spiritualist I have ever taught. Although it was a bit perfunctory, Suke quickly perked up after being comforted. When Fu Dongyu saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's so cute, it's like having a golden retriever. I was wrong. She looked at Fu Xue in the testing room with half-closed eyes. Fu Dongyu himself is a talented warrior with spiritual talents. Even among this group of talented people, Fu Xue's improvement speed is top-notch. Adding these 3 statistics together, how strong will she be? Tens, hundreds, thousands, 100,000, 100,000? A confused and tentative voice sounded from the front. After a few seconds, his voice became high-pitched and shrill due to excitement. Holy shit. A combat power of 220,000. All 3 of her statistics are above 98%, with a total combat power of 220,000. Except for a few people in the front row who saw it with their own eyes and were a little excited, the rest of the people were a little dazed. They looked at each other and hadn't even reacted. 200,000 of what? Combat power? No, buddy. Some people were immediately defeated. Why was it that their combat power was not even a fraction of hers? Fuck. The crowd paused for a moment, then burst into loud exclamations. Damn, this test made me sweat a lot. Indeed, after 3 years in the training camp, I find myself still a little kid. In just 2 minutes, I felt like I had been tortured for 2 years. It's over. It's really over now. This genius must be brought to Dongha province. We have no shortage of money or materials here, but we lack this kind of genius. The old fox in the middle of the group laughed and said, "This girl is quite impressive. I wonder if she has any plans to fall in love. My foolish grandson is quite handsome." Go to hell. You bastard who doesn't even dare to kill a chicken. Don't bring it out to embarrass yourself. Zhou Beilong shook his head and ignored his colleagues who had already started to open the champagne halfway and took out his cell phone to call his old friend. Drop? As soon as the call was connected, Su Qinfeng's surprised but relieved voice came from the other end. Something happened? I told you that you were too anxious. Oh, where are you, my granddaughter? Zhou Beilong laughed. Brother Qinfeng, you think too much. Su Qinfeng was stunned for a moment. It's nothing. The call came too quickly. The two had just talked before the fight, and Zhou Beilong even invited him to come over and take a look. But considering that those people there were all from the Dongha Province Warrior Association, he still refused. Given the stubborn resistance from Dongha Province, even with Lao Long in charge, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to negotiate. He looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. That's right. It's only been 15 minutes. No, you are just teasing me because you have nothing better to do. You can finish the discussion in 15 minutes? Even the village committees in the corners can't hold meetings as fast as you. Haha, that means things are going well. TSK, how smooth can it be? I'm afraid you'll regret it after I tell you. Zhou Beilong smiled and paused before continuing. Have you ever seen a warrior who possesses 3 talents in one? Chapter 68. I wasn't kicked out. What? Wait. Su Qinfeng was stunned for a moment, and his tone rose 3 degrees. Are the 3 talents you mentioned the same as the 3 I thought of? The total transcendence value is 295. Before Su Qinfeng could recover from his shock, Zhou Beilong's words instantly made him dizzy. The total score is only 300. How is it possible that someone is only 5 points away from a perfect score? If the total score of the transcendence value exceeds 100, it proves that the person is worth training. A score of over 150 indicates that the person is definitely a genius, and a score of over 200 indicates that the person has reached the level of a champion in the national martial arts competition. What is the concept of 295? There really are hexagonal warriors in this world? His hands were shaking so much that he could hardly hold the phone steadily. Although he felt that the number was so fake that it couldn't be more fake, he knew Zhou Beilong's character. That kind of taciturn personality is not the kind of person who can take a joke. No. Do you really have to snatch people from Xiaoma? It's not easy for us to have a genius here. Su Qinfeng couldn't help but feel a little shaken at this time. Even though he was no longer the president of the Tianhe City Warrior Association, he didn't want to give up such a genius. I was a little nervous before, but now I'm afraid he will have to agree. Zhou Beilong's confident voice came from the phone. Su Qinfeng came back to his senses from the shock of hearing the news. He was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. You're right. In the final analysis, Tianhe City's resources all leaked from the imperial capital. Moreover, the place is small and there are no large caves, so the path to gaining military merit is half cut off. There are some warriors with a single talent in every province and city. It's a bit attractive, but it's not enough for them to compete for the S-level contract. But the imperial city has to grab one of the 2 talents and the 3 talents. If you dare to hide someone, the inspector from the imperial capital will come to your door the next day. They would probably have to turn over all the land in Tianhe City to find the person. The best option at the moment is to cooperate with Dongha province. The 2, one big and one small, can barely hold Fu Xue in their arms, but if the other party really wants to leave, no one can stop him. Let's go tonight. Su Qinfeng became a little anxious when he thought of this. I'll come find you and take a look at my precious granddaughter. Is Tianhe City lacking in talent? Ma Hongyun, if you want to be a dictator, I can ask the imperial capital inspector to come. The square-faced man sat opposite Ma Hongyun and continued, I came here to talk to you, just to show you some mercy. Ma Hongyun had a gloomy face. The man sitting opposite him with a beard and glaring eyes was not very good in terms of strength or status. But he has a brother-in-law named Ding Jian. This name carries a lot of weight in Tianhe City. Mr. Chun, I know what you mean. I also drafted an S-level contract for Ding Long before, but... He paused and explained, Ding Jian personally refused, and I can guarantee here that the resources left for Ding Long will not be reduced. It was true that Ding Jian personally refused, but Ma Hongyun did not dare to take this as a real order. What they said at the time was what they said at the time, and what they think now is another matter. The relationship between uncle and nephew is close, and Chen Yongxin married into the Ding family, so he is half a member of the Ding family. He really doesn't dare to offend him. I don't care about that. With my son's ability, why should he be inferior to others? Chen Yongxin frowned. He is not as strong as him, but he has a better S-level contract. What does that mean? Our classmate Fu Xue. Ma Hongyun's forehead veins jumped. She is only 18 years old and has already entered the second level, and her combat power has reached 10,000. What? Do you think Ding Long won't be able to reach the second level next year? Is 10,000 combat power very high? Ma Hongyun was suddenly speechless, with a look of deep helplessness on his face. No warrior would ask such a question. They are just afraid that these outsiders will put on airs and point fingers at them. Okay. He held his forehead and couldn't help but feel a headache. The only solution was to put it off for now. We can only make a conclusion on this matter after the training camp is over. The championship competition is over today, and I still need some time to sort out the students' information. Can you come back in a few days? All right. Chen Yongxin showed some impatience on his face, but still nodded. He was about to get up and leave. Ma Hongyun's secretary trotted in and reported anxiously, President Fu Xue, she is outside looking for you. How come you're back so soon? Ma Hongyun was stunned when he heard this. Then I realized that something bad was going to happen. In the blink of an eye, the person who was about to leave sat down leisurely, as if waiting for something interesting to happen. That's great. It also allows me to see what kind of genius President Ma admires. Maybe. I asked for leave? Ma Hongyun forced a smile on his face and said with a hint in his tone, Xiao Wang, let her in. The secretary adjusted his glasses and nodded in understanding. He closed the door and quickly walked into the reception room. Fu Xue was holding a bloated black backpack in her arms, and there was a nearly 2-meter-long weapon wrapped in cloth stuck behind her. She looked like someone had thrown her luggage out. The secretary looked a little silent, and he walked forward and whispered, I'll hold your stuff for you first. When you leave later, don't say you were kicked out of the training camp. When Fu Xue heard this, several question marks popped up on her furry little head. Who told you I was kicked out? She asked with some confusion, and then saw her own appearance in the clean, reflective glass. After a moment's silence, Fu Xue hissed, Damn it. Walking along the way with her weapon on her back, she felt like a big boss in a martial arts movie. But now I see. I graduated from the training camp. I graduated early. I wasn't kicked out. Fu Xue couldn't help but emphasize. Graduate early? The secretary was stunned for a moment. Is there such a thing as early graduation from training camp? He hadn't heard of it. But there was no time for him to verify it now, so he nodded and led Fu Xue into the door of the president's office. President, Fu Xue is here. Ma Hongyun waved and said with a smile, Come here, Fu Xue. What's the matter with you coming back for leave? The horse will grow well. Fu Xue greeted him, and the hostility in the eyes of the square-faced man sitting opposite President Ma made her frown slightly. She looked at the other person carefully and wondered if she had ever seen this person before. The square-faced man smiled and nodded to Fu Xue. As expected, well, heroes emerge young, and he looks like a handsome man. Chapter 69, Have you heard of Ding Long? Ma Hongyun's mouth twitched. Hearing the sarcasm in the other party's words, he smiled at Fu Xue with a somewhat ugly expression and waved his hand to let the secretary go out. This is a big entrepreneur in our Tianhe city. You can call him Mr. Chun, Ma Hongyun introduced. Fu Xue greeted the other party in a strange way. President Ma, I want to ask about the training fund. Before she finished speaking, the square-faced man interrupted her with a smile. Student Fu Xue, I remember the training camp should still last for a month. Are you homesick because you came back so early? Fu Xue glanced at President Ma's face, which had turned completely dark. She tilted her head and asked directly, What do you mean? Chen Yongxin said leisurely, You came back from the training camp in Dongha province? Have you seen my son? Oh, by the way, his name is Ding Long. You should have heard of this name, right? Fu Xue was stunned for a moment. She scratched her head, unable to see any resemblance between the other person's square face and Ding Long. Oh, I've heard of him. I think he was the one I beat up when I first entered the training camp. Fu Xue glanced at him and said calmly, He was still sweeping the streets when I came out. What happened? Oh, little girl, don't say such outrageous things. If I want to know something, it's just a matter of making a phone call. Chen Yongxin obviously didn't believe it. Nerve hit me. Seeing how calm she was, Chen Yongxin couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But thinking of Ding Long's strength, he still made a direct call to the Dongha province base. Bang! Before the call could be connected, the office door was pushed open with a bang. "Who is it? Don't you know to knock on the door before coming in?" Ma Hongyun said with a frown. "I have to knock on the door when I come. Aren't we strangers now, Xiao Ma?" When Ma Hongyun heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Seeing Su Qinfeng coming towards him, he hurried to meet him. Then he watched his mentor walk past him, enthusiastically grab Fu Xue's hand, and shake it vigorously. "I was a little disappointed that I couldn't catch up, but I didn't expect to see you here. I am Su Kei's grandfather, and she said you invited her to dinner, right?" Fu Xue sighed, then remembered, "It's her. She's very cute." Hearing someone praising his granddaughter, Su Qinfeng's wrinkles on his face smiled, and he said kindly, "Haha, it's that little girl. Not only are you strong, you also have a good vision." "Wait, Elder Su, what's going on?" Ma Hongyun's face was full of confusion. What did she do in the base? This little girl did so many great things, and she didn't tell you a word? Su Qinfeng was surprised for a moment, then said, "Haha, let's talk about the youngest first. She is now a third-level warrior. Didn't you expect that?" "Ah." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongyun's back straightened immediately and his eyes began to light up. "A third-level warrior? It's only been a few days?" Unexpectedly, Fu Xue's early return brought not bad news but great news. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Ma Hongyun patted Fu Xue's shoulder and laughed. "I've been thinking about it for a long time. You didn't even give me a chance to finish my sentence?" Fu Xue curled her lips slightly and took out a document sealed with brown paper from her backpack. "Level 3 warrior, good?" Ma Hongyun took it and scanned the lines of words on it with shining eyes. "Still a psychic? Great. Total combat power of 2W2. Great. Why is everything behind this blacked out?" Chen Yongxin, the only person sitting in the room, suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Every good that Ma Hongyun said seemed to hit his heart. He doesn't understand martial arts, but he still has some basic knowledge. A third-level warrior was more than 10 levels higher than his son, but in his mouth, it seemed like it was something that was always easy to achieve. He groaned and secretly pressed the hang-up button on his phone. "The latter is what I came here to talk to you about today," Su Qinfeng said with a smile, then looked at the man sitting on the sofa. "I have something to discuss with you in private. Could this gentleman?" "No problem." Before he could finish his words, Chen Yongxin stood up staggeringly, opened the door hastily, and walked out. "Student Fu Xue, what do you want to talk to Xiao Ma and President Ma about? Tell me, and I will ask him to approve you directly," Su Qinfeng said with a smile. "Mr. Su, what are you talking about? Can I stop you?" Ma Hongyun shook his head and chuckled. Fu Xue licked her lips and said with some embarrassment on her face, "I want to directly withdraw all the training funds for the S-level contract." "This is fine." Su Qinfeng thought for a moment, then continued, "But we haven't yet fully agreed on how much money the training fund will have. Can you give us 2 days to draw up a contract?" "Okay, I'll go first then." Xiao Wang is standing at the door. "If you want to go anywhere, ask him to take you there," Ma Hongyun said with a smile. "Okay." Fu Xue nodded. Su Qinfeng watched the little girl's back as she walked out. He sat in a chair and sipped his tea for a long time, but the tea level didn't drop even a centimeter. It makes sense, but it's hard to say it out loud. "Mr. Su, just tell me what you want to say. How can I refuse your request?" Ma Hongyun smiled helplessly. "You said it. I'm here to talk to you on behalf of President Zhou of the Dongha Province Warrior Association." Su Qinfeng was really afraid that he would bring a group of people in and directly anger him to death, so at this moment he could only bite the bullet and say, "President Zhou wants to offer an S-level contract to jointly train Fu Xue with Tianhe City." "Impossible." Ma Hongyun was stunned for a moment, and his face immediately turned red with anger. It's fine if they just snatch some people at ordinary times, but they finally found a capable one and they want to jointly train him. Do they have any shame? Don't be impatient. The file you have is incomplete. Take a look at this before you draw any conclusions. Su Qinfeng took out a complete copy of Fu Xue's profile from his arms and handed it over. Ma Hongyun frowned and took it with half belief and half doubt. Unlike his previous expression of joy, he was silent almost the entire time he looked at the files for more than 10 minutes. After a while, it turns out to be 22W combat power. He gently placed the file on the table and picked up a cup of tea to moisten his throat. Looking at the ripples on the tea, he said calmly, "Yes, we do need to talk to them." The two chatted briefly and set a time to meet. "Today is the final of the Tianhe champion competition." Ma Hongyun suddenly sighed, then under Su Qinfeng's puzzled gaze, He picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. A clear female voice came from inside. President Ma, what can I do for you? Put a hold on the number 1 pick competition. I have a new contestant here to compete. Are you sure? This is the finals. How can you butt in? The voice on the other side suddenly rose 8 octaves when he heard this, and then whispered, Everyone is watching. This is against the rules. Just do it, and I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Ma Hongyun didn't give the other party a chance to ask questions and hung up the phone directly. All he could give was honor. Chapter 70 The Inside Story. Live broadcast. The host Ran Bing took a deep breath and almost crushed the small makeup brush in her hand. This is crazy. Why would you think of inserting someone in at this time? Her beautiful brows were furrowed. Now that this news has been announced, everyone's first reaction is that there is something fishy going on, or the kind that blatantly plays shady games. Although she doesn't think so, the influence of the city's champion competition is neither big nor small. Most of the visitors are from this city. The championship competition is of course lively in good places, but here in Tianhe City it is completely dead. But this is a task assigned from above. Unless you think the seat is too comfortable and are prepared to give yourself a little more strength. Otherwise, who would be so stupid as to dare to play dirty tricks here? Ran Bing let out a long sigh and tilted his body to look outside. Both contestants were already standing on the competition stage, and as long as she, the host, went up, she would wait to decide this year's top scorer. The arrow is on the bow. Just when she was racking her brains over how to explain on stage, a document was sent to her work group, which included some supervisors and important staff members from various fields. Director Zhou, everyone please take a look, and then come to my office to discuss how to solve this problem. How else can we solve it? We can only use force? Ran Bing muttered. She put the makeup box on the table, then stretched out her white fingers to open the document, and the expression on her face froze instantly. She rubbed her eyes and her pupils fluttered a few times. The 2 numbers began to magnify infinitely in her eyes. Level 31. In fact, this was deliberately suppressed by the Tianhe City Warrior Association. Regarding Fu Xue's strength, there are reasons for filling in 31 to 39. But level 39 is too eye-catching, and Fu Xue's contract has not been finalized yet. President Ma is really afraid that someone will take advantage of him in the end. Ran Bing was confused for a few seconds, then she quickly stood up and ran towards Director Zhou's office in her high heels. On the way, she also saw a photographer next to her tripped over his own equipment. Although he looked distressed, he still did not stop. An idea popped into Ran Bing's mind. Our Tianhe City has also made progress. Soon after, the advertisements for various martial arts schools in the live broadcast room also ended, and barrages of comments began to appear densely. It's finally started. Zhong Tianyu should be the top scorer of this year. His performance in the quarterfinals was too strong. Not necessarily. This guy is also very good at using a gun. I think his gun skills were learned from the martial arts Saint Dongfang Yi, right? A comment came out to explain. What you said is not wrong. Su Hongfei should be considered the disciple of the martial saint. But if you have been to the Thunder Martial Arts School, you will find that there are disciples of the martial saint everywhere. Alas, here we have another fight between noobs. A level 26 monster appeared in the imperial capital, and the champion competition ended 2 days ago. I don't dare to think about higher levels, but at least I can reach level 19, right? Soon, the camera moved along with Ran Bing's slender figure as she stood in front of the arena. Those sitting in the audience were either internal staff or the contestants' families. They clenched their fists tightly, and their eyes were full of anticipation and nervousness. The 2 young men above had their hands behind their backs, fighting spirit burning in their eyes, waiting for the host to announce the start of the competition. Ran Bing tightened his grip on the microphone upon seeing this. Having worked as a host for more than 10 years, today I feel the anxiety of entering this industry again. Thinking of the director's request, she cleared her throat and said with gritted teeth, We sincerely apologize to the 2 contestants, all the guests, and the audience watching on screen. Due to some unexpected circumstances, the competition has been temporarily suspended. We will need about an hour to pick up another contestant. At the end, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Wow. Why is there another contestant? Aren't both of them here? What do you mean? Are you guys openly engaging in shady dealings? The barrage was full of question marks at this time. There were some people who were curious about this matter, but they were drowned out by the overwhelming words. This is an instruction personally issued by President Ma of the Warrior Association. As for the details, he did not go into detail. Ran Bing said vaguely. She felt that she could just release the file directly, and all the controversies would be suppressed by her unquestionable strength. But the director and others don't think so. The announcement was a one-time solution, but everyone's attention was focused on the person called Fu Xue. Not to mention competing with this group of people, even competing with them is nothing. After all, the strength is overwhelming. Is there any need for the competition? Director Zhou and the supervisors all wanted to make a big splash and make the long-dormant #1 student competition a sensation. But who can guarantee that we can grasp the boundaries well? Ranbing was pessimistic about this. It would be fine if others were easy to talk to. If anyone had any intention of calculating, wouldn't all of them be doomed? Just as the director team wished. As expected, the comments were full of questioning words. Awesome. Who won the resurrection match? You're not even acting. This is too much of a bully, isn't this? I think it's pretty good. Seeing two noobs doesn't really inspire me. You are such a retard. If you can do it, go ahead. It's really going backwards. Close it, and let's see how it goes. Don't be impatient. Don't you want to see who Lido is? Inside an unfinished building, several workers wearing safety helmets and with spots of paint on their bodies gathered together. I remember that Lao Fu has a daughter who attends Tianwu University. Why didn't she attend? The worker in the middle holding the phone rolled his eyes and said, "What's wrong with you? Tianwu University admits so many people every year. Do all of them come to participate in the top scorer competition? Only the top students admitted by Tianwu University can participate. Look at Su Hongfei. He is from Tianwu University, the best this year." The person who asked the question suddenly understood what was going on. Then a bitter look appeared on his face. To him, the warriors admitted to Tianwu University were considered top warriors. Who knew that there were even stronger and more powerful ones among them? Well, but this is enough. The boss is giving him a consolation fund and a new car. Look how happy he is with his big teeth bared every day. Oh, you haven't listened to what old Fu has been saying these past 2 days. He keeps saying that his daughter was taken away to the training camp, otherwise the top spot would definitely belong to his daughter. So awesome. That's not the case. It was on TV before. It looked so special, so special. The man who spoke was confused for a moment. It was so scary. The knowledgeable guy sitting in the middle snorted. Just listen to what old Fu said. Didn't they say on TV that his daughter got the job because of her excellent skills? If you really let her participate in the competition, how could she possibly be able to withstand the blows from those hundreds of kilograms of force? Let alone the top pick, it's hard to even make it to the top 64. He looked somewhat smug after he finished speaking, waiting for compliments from his coworkers, but for a long time, there was silence behind him. He turned around and saw everyone stretching their heads forward, looking at his phone with confusion. To be precise, it was the girl who walked onto the stage in the live broadcast room. This girl. Why does she look so familiar? Wait, isn't this Lao Fu's daughter? Chapter 71? I fight at level 3? The mid-dog days of August are the hottest time of the year. The scorching sun outside is like a steamer, and the scorching heat pours in from the door. Fortunately, the air conditioner was turned on cold enough, which made Fu Xue breathe a sigh of relief. Are you Fu Xue? As soon as I entered the live broadcast venue, a little girl came to greet me. Seeing Fu Xue nodded, she brought a paper cup and said attentively, "Sit here for a while. We will debug the equipment and start soon." Fu Xue frowned slightly, and her small ears moved slightly. The noisy sounds from the next room can be clearly heard. A shady deal? Through the back door? Fu Xue picked up the paper cup and took a sip of water, muttering to herself in confusion, "Is it me you're talking about? Didn't they say that the notice has been issued and that anyone who comes here can get the top prize?" Secretary Wang, who sent her here, said this anyway, and Fu Xue came directly after hearing that, although she was not the same top scholar. But as a Daxia person, I value this thing very much no matter which life I live in. And she is already at the 3rd level, and she just got the top prize in the city. What's up with this? But now her brows furrowed when she heard this. Should the studio next door be a semi-open air studio? It was noisy inside, and it didn't look like they had been notified. Am I in the wrong place? Fu Xue stood up and turned around. I didn't go the wrong way. Besides, there's no reason why Secretary Wang wouldn't know this place, right? Half an hour passed. Another staff member said anxiously, "The game is ready. Get ready and follow me." Fu Xue followed the staff slowly, holding a paper cup. Long LED tubes are installed in the gaps on both sides of the aisle top, and the cold white light illuminates the entire aisle. The two people's sneakers made a dull thumping sound on the rough black shag carpet. After walking for about 2 minutes, the view suddenly expanded. A fighting arena that was about 2 times smaller than the Donghua province training camp was built in the center. The other 3 sides were filled with auditoriums, except for a higher platform directly in front with a few microphones on it and 3 men in suits sitting on it. It looks like a game commentary. What the audience said was similar to what she heard, and it was full of tension. Fu Xue's sudden appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention, and almost everyone was looking at her. For some people, it can be said that they are simply curious, but for some, it can be said that their eyes are almost spitting fire. What's going on? Fu Xue was confused. She picked up the shoulder straps of her backpack and slowly walked down the stairs. You can put your water bottle and backpack here first. The staff pointed to the preparation area not far away. Most of the people sitting there are the contestants' families. To say that there was fire in his eyes was an understatement. If there was any harm in his eyes, Fu Xue would have melted long ago. The person sitting over there doesn't look very friendly, Fu Xue said coldly. I can just carry it myself. She didn't know what was going on, but she felt something was wrong. Fu Xue jumped lightly and leapt to the center of the 2 young men standing on the stage. The 2 people's eyes shrank at the same time. It's okay that he jumped high, but what's the matter with not even a ripple of water on the paper cup in his hand? The 2 looked at each other and saw a hint of vigilance in each other's eyes. Everyone is here now. This student Fu Xue is the 3rd contestant. Ranbing had a typical smile on his face. We will start the draw ceremony soon. Please get ready, 3 contestants. Damn, she looks like she's here for tourism in Tianhe City. No, buddy, this is your Tianhe City. Where else can you find this relaxed feeling? There were also knowledgeable warriors commenting on the barrage. This girl has some skills. The fact that she can keep the water from spilling shows her strength. Don't worry about whether you have the ability or not. Isn't Q jumping a shady move? If you have the ability, it doesn't count as shady move? What kind of nonsense is that? The 2 young men on the stage curled their lips. Fu Xue? This name? The long-haired young man with a black spear on his back glanced at Fu Xue and said, It's really her. It's not surprising that she has such a skill. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it shouldn't be that difficult to deal with. Just at this moment, Fu Xue's cold voice suddenly rang out in the empty venue. She tilted her head and stared at the host and said, Oh, you have nothing else to say? No, no more? Ranbing was stared at by Fu Xue's cold expression, and his heart began to beat fast, and he felt a little guilty. Broken. She doesn't look like the easy-to-talk type. Well then. Fu Xue shrugged, with a mocking smile on her lips. I'm in a hurry to go home, so let's not draw lots. I'll just take a little loss and beat them too. Director Zhou's voice came from the headset. Ranbing forced a smile and said with gritted teeth, No problem. Then please ask contestant Zhong Tianyu to step down first. As soon as she said this, some people in the audience became angry. Fuck, it's fine if you cut in line in the finals, but you even dare to make conditions. Fu Xue glanced down and said coldly, I mean I can beat both of them at the same time by myself? Both the audience at the scene and the comments were stunned. Fuck, this #1 pick competition is really interesting. I jumped to conclusions too early. Hiss this? Start the fight. I want to see a river of blood. After Zhong Tianyu reacted, veins popped out on his forehead. He was 70% sure of winning the top prize, so he was naturally proud. With a clang, he drew out the long sword from his back and said angrily, You are simply insulting me in this game. Are you qualified to fight 2 of us alone? Seeing his eyes looking at him, Su Hongfei touched his nose silently. He was reluctant to agree. Fu Xue was his future classmate after all. How would they get along if they were assigned to the same class? Besides, his chances of getting the top pick were slim in the first place. There is no essential difference between the 3rd and 2nd place picks, as neither of them is first. He didn't want to offend anyone for this little bit of honor, so he just looked up at the sky silently, pretending he didn't see it. I see. Fu Xue chuckled, and a powerful aura like a 10,000-pound boulder ignited from her body, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. I'm level 3. I'm not worthy? Her calm voice suddenly exploded in the 2 people's heads. All of a sudden, cold sweat broke out on both of them, and the same thought emerged in their minds. I'm playing level 3? Fu Xue tapped the water surface of the paper cup with her finger and looked at the 2 people who were shivering like quails. It's totally beating up the kids. Doing such an immoral thing is really... It feels so good. Fu Xue said leisurely. How about this? If even 1 drop of water spills from the paper cup today, I lose? Chapter 72. No way. No way? The barrage began to flood the screen crazily, and they definitely couldn't feel the momentum of the scene in front of the screen. But you can probably tell a little bit by looking at the expressions of the other two people. I didn't hear it. She said she was at level 3? Does she mean level 30? Family members, I've heard that it's the third level of virtual age happy face. Damn it. I just said it casually. Is it really spicy? Are you kidding me? What level is that little monster in the imperial capital this year? How can someone become a third-level warrior in the college entrance examination year? Actually, it's not that there is no precedent. That Shindawi from the past 2 years, that was truly terrifying. That's not to say it's completely impossible, but I just feel like it's a bit strange for this thing to appear in our Tianhe city. The barrage does feel a bit strange. First, Tianhe city is just a municipality, and there are indeed fewer people than in a province. In other places, it is basically the case that many city top scorers produce a provincial top scorer. The top scholar from Tianhe city may be considered a good candidate at the city level, but his figure is totally unnoticed at the provincial level. It's not like a special place like the imperial capital or Qilin city. It would be very embarrassing if you can't go up or come down. More importantly, curling has never been popular in Tianhe city. Star Warriors and other places set up martial arts schools to promote urban development, but their specialty is the relaxed old man. Now, when they suddenly saw such a genius comparable to the imperial capital appear in front of them, their first reaction was not ecstasy. But, this is fucking fake, right? If Zhong Tianyu could see the barrage, he would definitely cry out loud. It would be great if it was fake. The top scorer in my hands flew away directly, and I even offended the other party by opening my mouth. Regret anyway. How tragic. Fortunately, I didn't interrupt just now. Su Hongfei glanced at the trembling tip of his knife and felt a little pity in his heart. He immediately drew out the black spear from his back without daring to act pretentiously. The third-level warrior spoke out to give them face. If he was really angry, he could just show his might, snort coldly, put down his business and leave. The title of number 1 is here. Who dares to take it? With such strong strength, her skills may be more terrifying than the rumors say. He took a deep breath and put his full attention on himself. The opponent was carrying a large, cumbersome backpack and a weapon that was nearly 2 meters long. It could be said that he was carrying a heavy load. Just spill a drop or two of water, and don't make me lose too badly. As for what Fu Xue said, that if he spilled a drop of water, he would lose, he just thought it was a joke. Although there is a big gap between the first and third levels, but it's not so big that someone can hold an almost full cup of water in their hands and still win the game leisurely. Swish. Su Hongfei hesitated for half a second and then stabbed out directly. Fu Xue simply turned sideways, and the black gun tip brushed past her shoulder and pushed past. Sure enough, it was fast. Su Hongfei put away the gun neatly, and then his eyes fell on the paper cup in her hand. The gentle ripples of water hitting the wall of the cup made him feel a little relieved. There's a chance. Chi. The black spear instantly tore through the air, creating a cyclone in the air. But the result still made his scalp tingle. In his eyes, Fu Xue's figure did not move at all, but the tip of his gun pierced the opponent's body several times. How good is one's body skills to be able to suppress one's instinctive reactions to this extent? Help me. Su Hongfei yelled loudly, immediately waking up Zhong Tianyu, who was still immersed in an extremely fucked up sadness. The two looked at each other, and Zhong Tianyu looked a little at a loss. Just 1 drop of water will do. After Su Hongfei finished speaking, he swung his spear towards Fu Xue's lower body. He no longer expected his stabs to hit the opponent, and now he used the gun like a stick just to shake the opponent. Zhong Tianyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, just a few drops of water. As long as he can do this, won't the title of Tianhe City's number 1 be his? His combat intuition was not low. When he saw Su Hongfei's actions, he came up with an idea in a flash. Schwa. Draw the sword and chop horizontally. It does look like he's at the 3rd level. This guy is just playing around with his gun. Is this true? Will Tianhe City be able to pass the trials and enter the National Martial Arts Competition this year? Seeing this sentence, the barrage also started to dream. Be bold. You will definitely be in the top 10. Hiss, are these two guys actually gay? They just looked at each other and started to cooperate? One is a swing at the lower body, the other is a chop at the body. I can't think of any way to dodge it except to become invisible. Fu Xue on the field frowned. She had to use her peripheral vision to watch the knife lights coming from both sides. It is indeed different to fight with 2 people, even if they are both only first-level warriors. At least the ideas are different. After all, a person does not have 4 hands and cannot attack from 2 directions at the same time. It would be too embarrassing to retreat. Fu Xue estimated and calmly used her mental power to communicate with the telekinetic flying knives behind her. You don't really think she will give up the top prize, do you? No way. No way. What the hell are you dreaming about? She has never touched this thing before. Schwa. 5 silver arcs of light flashed in the air. Spiritual master. Both of them felt their scalps tingling. The 2 men's unstoppable movements seemed to be paused as if someone had pressed the pause button. The tip of the telekinetic flying knife, with its sharp, cold tip, was already pressed against their necks. Dare you move? I dare not move at all. He has some strength, but he's still a little behind me. Fu Xue pointed with her fingers and showed a happy expression on her face, as if she had enjoyed frying the fish. Not a drop was spilled. I am still the better chess player. She stretched out a finger, pushed the tip of the knife in front of her, and gently placed the paper cup on the horizontal surface of the knife. Fu Xue looked back at the host and her smile faded. I won't accept the award. Please send it to my home when you have time. She snorted lightly and walked straight out of the venue. The telekinetic flying knife flew through the air and flew back to the groove with a locking sound of click. Well, Ranbing's throat rolled a few times, and he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Feeling fucked. I guess she should be looking for a job by this time tomorrow? The barrage had no time to pay attention to her mental state. At this time, everyone was discussing things about Fu Xue. Am I a super or a spiritual master? Damn it, Tianhe City also has our own super. Top 10 in the National Martial Arts Competition? Top 3. It's a pity. It would have been better if I had been born 3 years later. Shindaoi seems to be at level 43, and with the support of his teammates in Shindu, he will probably win the double championship. It's really uncomfortable. Oh, this sister also has a chance to become a double champion. She bumped into Shindaoi, who was about to graduate. Chapter 73. Pack your things and get out of here. The backstage of the program team. Sister Zhou, the data has increased. It really exploded. Well done. I am finally proud of myself today. Not to mention it is a hot spot in the city. I am afraid it will become a hot spot in the country today. Ranbing stood aside with a dull expression, hesitated for a moment, and said, she was a little reluctant. She didn't have any opinions. Let's just follow our own pace. The director, known as Sister Zhou, wore a baseball cap and sat on a small bench in front of the camera. Her chubby face became extremely round when she smiled. Ranbing was speechless. They were a group of people sitting behind the scenes and didn't feel anything, but when she was stared at for 2 seconds, she felt like her body was going to get cold. That kind of pressure is extremely great. Do you think it is possible that people will have no objections? All right. Everyone return to your positions. Do today's work well, and maybe you'll get a reward. Bang! Before she could finish her words, the backstage door was violently pushed open. The loud noise of the door hitting the wall made the group of people who were talking and laughing stop instantly. Secretary Xiao Wang? Isn't this a busy man over there with President Ma? How come you have time to come here? Sister Zhou smiled, raised her hand, and greeted her. A man in a white shirt and wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in. He straightened his cuffs and gently raised his glasses to scan the faces of several people one by one. I'm here to see this classmate Fu Xue off. When Sister Zhou heard this, the smile on her face froze and a bad premonition came to her mind. President Ma is basically just the person in charge of making decisions, and all matters big and small that contact her on a daily basis are handled by Secretary Wang. The other party has always been polite, and this is the first time she has seen him so expressionless. Secretary Wang narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who told you to do these little tricks?" His words sounded like ice chips falling to the ground, full of indifference. When Fu Xue was questioning the host, Secretary Wang felt something was wrong. He made a phone call back, and after getting approval, he just barged in. This isn't a small move on our part. We're just trying to stir up some heat. Sister Zhou explained quietly, then pointed at the screen and said, "Look, haven't the online reviews turned around? In their opinion, this is completely fine. Using a small black spot in exchange for huge attention, isn't that great?" But their mistake was that they completely underestimated Fu Xue's influence in the Warrior Association. Tianhe City and Donghe Province cannot tolerate any mistakes. Okay, are you done recording? Secretary Wang nodded in understanding. Pack up your things and get ready to leave. The expressions on the faces of everyone present froze. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. You know, they were just dreaming that they might get a bonus after the show. Why? Nothing went wrong. The guy recording the video asked with wide eyes. You think you can solve the problem by just getting out of here? I'm already doing you a favor by not asking you to pay for breach of contract. In other words, no problems arose in public opinion. If rumors spread about cyborgs created by genetic drugs or people who could shorten bone age, would Fu Xue be asked to undergo a self-examination under the supervision of an authoritative organization? There are few people in this group who have the stability and generosity to accomplish great things, and everything they do reveals a petty air. Secretary Wang almost laughed out of anger when he thought about this. Don't make me say it a second time. All of you get the fuck out of here. Ran Bing sighed slightly, and while others were still in a daze, she wisely picked up her bag and walked out. After she went out, she was a little dazed. Fu Xue was leaning quietly against the wall at the door. When she saw her come out, she raised her eyes and glanced at her coldly. Is she going to Secretary Wang to complain? Ran Bing thought. She hesitated for a moment, stepped forward and whispered an apology. Fu Xue snorted and nodded. Secretary Wang, who was still scolding inside, turned around and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" After saying that, he slapped his forehead and said, "Look, I'm so angry that I'm about to faint. I still have to see you off. Let's go." Ran Bing watched the two people leave in amazement. She knew that this little girl was one of the best among the top scorers, but she never expected that the secretary of the president of the Warrior Association would be so humble in front of her. Come on, sit down, brother. Boss Wang, why are you so polite? I have work to do outside. Before Fu Dajuan could finish his words, he was pushed into the boss chair by the smiling boss. Look, bro, isn't it a bit strange to call me boss? Fu Dajuan didn't know what to say for a moment and could only scratch his head. Ever since others knew that his daughter was admitted to Tianwu University, her treatment has indeed improved a lot. Especially this boss, although he didn't give him a direct salary increase, he gave him a job with similar pay but almost no effort. Fu Dajuan was grateful in his heart. But more than 10 days later, everyone had congratulated him and the situation had gradually cooled down. Today, Boss Wang, contrary to his usual behavior, pulled him over. Did my daughter do something wrong again? Fu Dajuan is just honest, but not a fool. The first thing I thought of was my daughter. Normally, unless he treated people to a meal, why would people speak to him in such a nice tone? Huh? You don't know? Boss Wang asked in surprise. Didn't you watch today's #1 pick competition? My daughter isn't going, so I'm going to watch that thing, huh? Fu Dajuan shook his head, and he froze in the middle of his speech. A hint of surprise appeared on his face as he asked, My daughter got the top prize in the imperial examination, didn't she? I was wondering why people kept congratulating her along the way. You are quite confident. Boss Wang shook his head with a smile, and then answered affirmatively, That's right. Then she should have arrived in Tianhe City. I promised to take my daughter to Juxiangju for a meal. Fu Dajuan was pulled back just as he was about to stand up. Don't worry. Boss Wang said this in a hurry. Let me make it short. Our head office, do you know? They just want to find a warrior spokesperson. Your daughter is from Tianhe City, and you happen to work in our company. I just thought that the closer you are to the water, the better. Fu Dajuan was stunned for a moment, as this touched upon his blind spot in knowledge. He had indeed heard of celebrity warriors endorsing the idea. The most famous one is Dongfang Yi of Yixing Pharmaceutical, whose endorsement is worth billions. But he never expected that it would hit his daughter on the head so soon. Don't worry, the head office will definitely offer a price that matches hers, and there's no danger in endorsing our furniture and decoration business. Boss Wang paused for a moment inside. Your daughter is a third-level warrior and a spiritualist. She has a promising future. The higher-ups also want to invest in her. Fu Dajuan was stunned again. You've become a level 3 warrior so soon? What is a psychic? Well, I'm not sure. I'll ask my girl when I get home. Chapter 74. I am 3 to him, and he is 7 to me. Even this depends on his mood. What a bunch of losers. You're trying to make trouble for such a small thing. Ma Hongyun's face flushed. The wealthy and luxurious temperament that he had cultivated over several years was destroyed in an instant. Bang! He hung up the phone again. This was the 8th call he had received in 10 minutes. The key point is that the person who called was too important, so he didn't dare pretend that he didn't see it. Every word he said was meant to please someone. Ma Hongyun didn't have the courage to tell them to get lost, so he could only act like a fool while talking to Gu Zuoyan. It looks like we have to stay up all night today. Zhou Beilong smiled helplessly. Tisk. Ma Hongyun frowned and said to the actuary and lawyer sitting behind him, You guys go and negotiate and move quickly. It's okay to relax the conditions appropriately, but if it really doesn't work out, leave it to the end. As soon as the words fell, the dozen people in the room immediately moved. Even Zhou Beilong and Su Qinfeng took a stack of contracts in their hands and read them carefully. As for why Ma Hongyun didn't go, of course he had other work to do. Ding-ling-ling. The office phone rang again. Ma Hongyun took a deep breath. A smile appeared on his face. He picked up the microphone and said, "Hello, who are you?" "Oh, Imperial Capital Warrior Association." Sweating all over. After he hung up the phone, "What do you think about the National Martial Arts Conference trials?" Zhou Beilong looked over with a sharp gaze and took advantage of the situation. "If it were up to me, I would just let her come to our place. We have Chao Jun and Lin Yu who can assist her. The first reward is Earth Marrow, which is much better than Earth Blood and Earth Bone. Maybe it can help her go one step further and become an awakened warrior." Ma Hongyun's cheeks twitched violently, but he finally nodded. This means the profit is split 70% to 30%. He has 30%, and even this depends on the other party's mood. But there was no way. He was stretched in every aspect. "Well, let's make a deal then." Zhou Beilong laughed. In this way, wouldn't Fu Xue become half a member of Donghe province? Ma Hongyun's heart bled when he saw Zhou Beilong smiling. "Network fluctuations, please pay again." Fu Xue touched her full belly and couldn't help but curl her lips as she looked at the words on her phone. The waiter standing by said with a smile on his face, "The payment failed. Do you have another payment method?" "Okay, let me pay," Fu Dajuan said as he stepped forward. "Don't worry yet." Fu Xue reached out to stop her father. While someone was able to advance money for her, she wanted to try out what it meant to not be able to spend money normally. She took out a bank card and handed it to the waiter. "The money in this card should be enough." Drop. The waiter swiped the card on the POS machine and his smiling face suddenly froze. "Your card has been frozen." Fu Xue blinked and took out a few $100 bills and slapped them on the table. "Take the bottle of wine and go." Swish, swish, swish. As the alarm of the money printing machine began to beep, the scene fell into silence. Even the waiter's face became a little embarrassed. Fu Xue opened her little mouth. "Not only could I not spend it, but I also lost $600. She scratched her cheek and was about to ask her father to come up and pay when she heard a shrill voice. "Look at how poor you are. Can you afford to eat? You've been blocking for a long time. Do you know that?" Fu Xue turned around and saw an old lady with a big afro staring at her. "You've just stood still." Fu Xue glanced at him, and seeing that he was still unwilling to give in, she continued, "I also heard your grandson sucking his fingers just now. Let me look for that fat guy over there with the free mints, right?" The old lady opened her mouth and immediately swallowed the rest of her words, but she rolled her eyes fiercely at Fu Xue. "Young people with bad manners like you will have no future when you grow up, and will have to work for others like your parents for the rest of your life." Fu Xue frowned and glanced at her parents who were standing behind her and seemed a little reserved. Just as I was about to say something, a fat lobby manager ran over. "Auntie, please don't make trouble. What's the harm in waiting for 2 minutes?" The lobby manager wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to Fu Xue with an apologetic smile, "How about this? I'll give you a 30% discount, and let's not bother about this." "My dear nephew, are you still speaking for outsiders?" the old lady said angrily, with her hands on her hips. "Don't talk yet." Sweat dripped down the lobby manager's face. While dealing with the old lady, he bent down to apologize to Fu Xue's family. "It turns out that she wasn't targeting us. This old lady was attacking everyone equally." Fu Xue shook her head speechlessly. "No need for a discount. It's only tens of thousands of dollars, and we can afford it." She raised an eyebrow at the old lady, not wanting to argue with such a person. "Dad, you pay the bill?" The waiter took the bank card from Fu Dajuan. "Drop? It seems to be still frozen." Fu Dajuan was confused. "This is not right. There is more than 1 million in the card and I haven't touched it. How could it be frozen?" When the waiter heard this, he could only smile awkwardly. However, Fu Xue at the side moved her ears, frowned slightly, and took 2 steps towards the wall. The old lady snorted and said, "You have to keep a close eye on them, and don't let them get away." The lobby manager really wanted to go up and cover his aunt's mouth. If he continued like this, he would be fired sooner or later. Bang! The accelerator suddenly roared, and the front of the truck rushed in from the other side of the wall. Boom! The sudden change left everyone who were eating in the hall stunned. The few people near the front desk were in a particularly miserable state. They took several steps back, and an old lady with weak legs and feet lost her balance and fell to the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of wheels slipping continued to be heard. When the lobby manager came to his senses and looked over, he was stunned. A petite girl stood in front of a two-story truck and stopped the truck at full speed with just her slender white arm. The hand even pressed a groove into the front of the car. Warrior. What level of warrior is this? And still so young. Help me, this guy's foot is stuck on the accelerator. Fu Xue said softly, causing those who were still in a daze to come back to their senses. I'll do it, I'll do it. When the wheels slowly stopped, Fu Xue's expression couldn't help but relax a little. Crack. She blinked slightly and her gaze entered another world again. His eyes swept across everyone, finally landing on the frail complexion of the old lady's body. Fu Xue snorted lightly. She was not a kind person. Just leave it to fate, old bidden. Then she looked at the bank card in her father's hand, including the bank card and money she had given him before, all of which were surrounded by a wisp of black air. So they're all marked? Fu Xue couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How could the truck just happen to hit her for no reason? She could come to only one conclusion. This money, which belonged to her but was held by another person, was being forcibly taken back and placed on the scale in the system panel. You are quite humane. Fu Xue couldn't help but feel scared. If I weren't here, I would have become an orphan. Fuck, you are the top scholar in Tiana City this year? As these words were spoken, the gazes in the hall, which were already focused on him, suddenly became extremely intense. Is chapter 75 open? I mean spiritual wisdom. My dear grandson, aren't you also a warrior? How do you compare to others? The young man who was being questioned stared at his grandfather for a long time in silence before he managed to utter a few words. Let me put it this way, I can only take one punch from her, no more. Maru's spicy. The lobby manager's mind went blank for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he fell to his knees. It's not like he hasn't received a top scholar before, but anyone with a little knowledge of martial arts would know how terrifyingly powerful this time's Tianhe top scholar is. It can be said that it is completely not on the same level as before. As he hadn't completely offended the other party yet, he could only grit his teeth and try his best to regain the other party's favor. On behalf of Juxiangju, I apologize to you. There may be a problem with the cash register system today. I am sorry to cause you trouble. The lobby manager bowed deeply and said, Thank you for helping us prevent the losses from continuing to expand. The tone was so sincere and the compensation was so generous. If Fu Xue hadn't opened the panel and looked at her entry, she would have really believed it. That's it. The food is actually pretty good. She shrugged and said. Before the lobby manager could catch his breath, she changed the subject. But I don't like people pointing fingers at me when I'm having a meal. It was obvious who this was referring to. The lobby manager nodded solemnly to her, and then said to the old lady next to him, Please leave here. Juxiangju does not welcome you. The old lady's eyes suddenly widened. How dare you chase me away? Do you believe I will go to your mother to complain? You can go if you want. It's no use telling anyone. The lobby manager was also furious. He was fed up with his awful relative, so he took this opportunity to yell, Don't even think about throwing a tantrum here. I'll just ask the security to come over. Look, everyone, I held this ungrateful boy in my arms when he was a child, and now he treats me like this. The old lady opened her mouth and shouted loudly, but the people around her remained silent, and all looked at her as if she were being played by a monkey. It even made the atmosphere fall into an eerie silence. The old lady was looking for trouble. She stomped her feet hard, pulled her fat grandson over, said something harsh and left. Isn't it just a #1 scholar? There's nothing to be proud of. My grandson will also be a #1 scholar when he grows up. When everyone in the hall heard this, their faces immediately turned into expressions of old people and subway phones. Let's not talk about whether the little fat boy with the circle of sugar stains on his mouth has the talent. Even if he becomes the top scholar, there will still be different levels. Fu Xue is undoubtedly at the top of the food chain. Is it open? I mean spiritual wisdom. There was a sound of muffled laughter coming from a table of guests not far away. Fu Xue's ears and eyes were so sharp that she heard every word of this sentence. The corners of her mouth suddenly became harder to suppress than AK. In a private room on the second floor, a woman wearing large earrings lowered the curtain. No wonder you said she was extraordinary. I didn't expect that I would meet a top scholar when I was welcoming you. The woman with earrings tooted her tongue and said jokingly, Dingjian, she looks much better than you were back then. She thought the other party would refute her, or continue to remain silent and act cool. Unexpectedly, Ding Jian nodded slightly and admitted, "She is very strong, and her body is already approaching the extraordinary realm. It is only a matter of time before she reaches the quasi-grandmaster level." The woman with earrings hissed when she heard that. As the heir of medical Saint Pharmaceuticals, she knew exactly how much medicine a super warrior should be fed. The human body can only support a warrior to reach the 5th level. The next level up is the quasi-grandmaster realm, which is extraordinary. When ordinary warriors see others making breakthroughs as easy as drinking water, they feel envious and jealous. But at this time, the master warrior will just smile and say nothing. In the past, for professional courses like meat, bones, organs, and qi, you could pass with just 60 points. The real final exam is when you break through to the quasi-grandmaster level. All the classes that you skipped before must be made up to above 90 points by now. Only in this way can the body reach its optimal state, but even if it reaches the best, it still requires the assistance of a large amount of concentrated drugs to cross the hurdle of extraordinary. According to the data from Medical Saint Pharmaceuticals, the angle of breath exhaled by master warriors is as high as about 120 degrees. You can imagine what the blood and muscles in their bodies look like. If they were spread out, they would probably be no different from the red-hot iron sand flowing out of an iron plant. Without a perfect body, let alone being able to withstand the enemy's fists, I can't even control the energy in my body. The earring woman's pupils trembled for a few seconds, and then she stood up with interest. "Are you in a hurry?" "No hurry. I'll go downstairs to expand the business first." "There's no need for you, the boss, to show up to expand the business," Ding Jian said coldly. He took out a photo from his arms and handed it over. "As usual, try to decipher the text on it. The term boss is too unfashionable. You can call me general manager," the woman with earrings said with a smile, and looking at Ding Jian, who looked like a dead man, she sighed speechlessly. Then she glanced at the photo and said, "Or is it this kind of sacrificial scene?" "Yes, but this time we found 2 lines of quickly weathered text on it. It is estimated that they were carved by the rats with their claws about 3,700 years ago. Judging from the increasingly exaggerated expansion of the caves in recent years, it is difficult to optimistically apply the theory of extinction to them." Ding Jian's words were a bit heavy. "You just think too much. We humans have a history of 5 or 6,000 years. What's so scary about that?" The woman with earrings shrugged. "Oh, really? Having a meal with you will shorten my lifespan." She drew aside the curtain and took another look. When he found out that the girl who was there just now had left, he couldn't help but shook his head in disappointment. "Hey, local tyrant, do you have the contact information of that girl?" Ding Jian's eyebrows twitched, and he was silent for a moment before saying, "No, and no matter how special your physique is, I won't give you that opening." "Prejudice." The woman with earrings snorted. "I just want to be an angel investor. My complete noob dad can invest in a martial arts saint, so why can't I?" You can ask Ma Hongyun. Chapter 76. The first step of the ultimate creature, starting from a small ant. It turns out that if you are not nourished by blood, you can walk? Fu Xue picked up a few telekinetic flying knives that were as thin as cicada wings. The already thin blades were covered with veins like capillaries. There is a flesh-colored crack in the very center, through which you can see the cloudy pupil. Evil nature. An indescribable evil nature seeped out from it. That walking bronze furnace looks much more normal than this one. As for the Fang Tian Huaji, which received the most food, its current situation is the strangest. Its changes are more like those of a bloodthirsty parasite. As long as Fu Xue puts her hand on it, the flesh thorns on it would automatically pierce her skin and hook the wound to prevent healing. Fu Xue even had a vague feeling that she was being controlled by the other party. This really is raising a Darkin from scratch. Fu Xue shook her head, then looked at her panel with her eyes flashing. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, human, chosen by God. Life level, 29.2. Strength, 7,823.39 kilograms. Speed, 30.43 meters per second. Mental strength, 62.6. Combat power, 477,903.81. Entries, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. Compulsory acquisition, gold. System backpack, fixed card ×1. Mission, the Great God's Orphan. Click to expand details. Blessing, click to expand details. I feel like I'm so strong now. This is also the reason why she had nothing to do and was observing the weapons here. Exercise? It's better to just go and make money. The most cost-effective and most powerful ability she has found so far. High-efficiency transformation from Ants LV9. A total of 90 million was borrowed from the Warrior Association, but Fu Xue even felt that she had made a fortune. This ability can easily double her strength. Ants use up to 90% of their energy. As far as Fu Xue's improvement is concerned, her current utilization rate of her body is actually only around 50%. Unfortunately, this skill has an upper limit. Fu Xue sighed regretfully. In order to upgrade to level 9, she didn't know how many ants she had to catch while squatting on the ground. If only it could be stacked infinitely. Blast the blue star with one punch. But even if it is not possible, Fu Xue feels that the term, forced acquisition, is too exaggerated. When she becomes extremely rich, she can buy all the advantages of all living things. Becoming a true, ultimate creature? If this entry is more humane, there should be a loan function. Fu Xue thought with some anticipation. When the time comes, I'll kill these creditors. You don't have to pay back the money. It's still not human enough. This was the only evaluation she could give in the end. Tianhe City Warrior Association. Meeting room. You eat flaming beef, E grade, and gain 10 kilograms of strength. You eat flaming beef, E grade, and gain endurance enhancement level 2. Tastes good but too chewy. I didn't expect that the two presidents loved to eat this at such an old age. Crunch, crunch. Fu Xue's face was grim as she struggled hard with the beef jerky in her mouth. You must eat well to have a good set of teeth. When Zhou Beilong and Ma Hongyun heard the voice, they looked over with helplessness on their faces. To be honest, given their current state, it would be hard for them to fight to the death. Seeing this, Fu Xue paused for a moment and slightly moved her sore facial muscles. Eat. No talk. After saying that, she patted her backpack and said, I've packed my luggage. I'll leave if you provide me with food. Living at home is good in every way, but the quality of life declines too quickly. Go hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. Her eyes are almost green. After a moment's silence, the two men smiled helplessly, and then Ma Hongyun handed over a few contracts. Take it and look at it carefully. This is the simplest version. Fu Xue licked the spicy taste on her fingers, picked up the contract, and glanced at it. Her gaze barely lingered. She didn't care much about resources or anything like that. As long as she had the ability, she could get the greatest benefit wherever she went. She looked directly at the training fund written at the end. 767 million. After deducting the 90 million she had spent, there was still an astronomical figure left. At least she was very satisfied. It should be enough for her to use for at least half a year, right? However, when she saw the person who provided the final total amount, she was slightly stunned. Sandwiched between the three giants, Tianhe City Warrior Association, Dongha Province Warrior Association, and Yixing Pharmaceutical, there is also a trembling mocha-style furniture city? Not buddy. Your style of painting is not right. She scratched her cheek and just looked puzzled for a moment, then nodded to the two of them. I have no objection. This is about the same. The two of them immediately let out a breath of foul air. The expression on her face was radiant, and even the dark circles under her eyes had faded a lot. Zhou Beilong asked, the trials for the National Martial Arts Competition will be held in these 2 days. Chairman Ma and I have discussed this. Give up Tianhe City's quota and join the competition. You come to our Dongha Province team. Chao Jun and Lin Yu will be your assistants. What do you think? I'm fine, Fu Xue said. The National Martial Arts Competition is held every 3 years and only accepts applications from young people who have not graduated from a martial arts university. To some extent, it is the college entrance examination. He has always been known as the top scholar in the university, which is what ordinary warriors call the top scholar in the country. If it is the city champion or the provincial champion, they will attract local attention, but the National Martial Arts Competition will undoubtedly attract nationwide attention. I'm not putting pressure on you, Zhou Beilong said kindly with a slight smile on his face. But if there is a chance, you must strive for first place. The first place reward is a 3S level treasure, Earth Marrow. Other treasures have 3S because of their level. The Earth Marrow can be said to be only 3S because of its highest level. Is that the so-called SSS+? Fu Xue raised her eyebrows, remembering the golden elixir she had eaten before. The increase in strength was indeed extraordinary, and her heart suddenly became hot. This thing is destined for me. The Earth Marrow is the key to unlocking the treasure house of the human body. Once awakened, one can control earth, fire, wind, and thunder. You have 3 talents. For you, the Earth Marrow has a 3/5 chance of allowing you to successfully awaken an ability. Even if you fail, it can still greatly improve your physical fitness. Fu Xue was stunned when she heard this. When did I have 3 talents? How come I don't know this myself? Your speed of progress can be defined as a talented warrior, but you just didn't awaken through conventional means. Ma Hongyun said. Okay. Seeing the other person say this seriously, Fu Xue could only reluctantly nod in acknowledgement. She couldn't tell him that her strength was the result of hard work, right? Besides, she is not a gifted warrior now, but can she not be one in the future? I'm so rich, what's wrong with buying some talents? When you return to the base in Dongha province, Zhou Feng will tell you other important matters about the national martial arts competition. After Zhou Beilong finished speaking, he laughed again and said, but don't be too nervous. This is just a tryout. It will be easy to pass with your strength. Fu Xue nodded and said, 100% sure. Of course we believe this. Zhou Beilong said with a smile. I mean first. Fu Xue stuffed another piece of beef jerky into her mouth, and her whole body felt extremely relaxed. With the 8,000 kilograms of basic strength she has now, if you hit it with all your strength, if any contestant has an intact body, he will be considered the fastest runner. Chapter 77, Preliminary Round Preparation. The difficulty of this national martial arts competition has become greater. It is no longer a showdown between teams. Zhou Feng paused for a moment and said with a strong warning in his tone, it is a life-and-death battle with the Earth Beast. The lineup for the national martial arts competition is not just about strength. Team matching and coordination are the most important. Chao Jun is undoubtedly a tank-like existence. Although Lin Yu is not as perceptive as the psychics of other teams, her hearing is not inferior to that of psychics. The only unexpected thing was the arrival of Fu Xue, who replaced the backup player who was not outstanding in any aspect. Although the running in time is too late. But this is definitely a huge reinforcement. If Fu Xue was given 3 years to develop, he fully believed that she could win the national martial arts competition alone. Earth Beast? Fu Xue blinked. She glanced around and found that the 2 men looked quite calm. Certainly. She actually couldn't see much about Chao Jun's expression. The other person was still wrapped in bandages, looking like a mummy. Fu Xue just took a quick glance at him and then looked away guiltily. The biggest crisis in this world is the earth beasts that emerge from the huge cracks in the ground, and as time goes by, more and more cracks begin to appear on the ground. The largest crack is in Rhodopore in Bactria, also known as the Big Void on the Blue Planet. Every year, countless warriors go there, but the so-called Big Hole is like a bottomless stomach, swallowing countless lives. Although there has been less news about Rhodopore in recent years, we can still get a vague idea of the tragic casualties from the soldiers who retired from the front line due to injuries. The struggle between the beasts of the earth and humans has already reached a critical point. But except for the big tiger, all the other beasts Fu Xue had seen were on the dining table. Slurp. Seeing Zhou Feng looking at her in surprise, she wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth expressionlessly. Zhou Feng coughed and sorted out his cracked expression. It may not be as difficult as you think, but the maximum mortality rate allowed is 5%. As he spoke, he handed a contract to each of the 3 people standing below. Life and death agreement, do you understand? When he walked over to the blindfolded Lin Yu, he was stunned for a moment. If you can't write, you can ask Fu Xue to sign for you. Fu Xue bit off the pin cap, and when she heard this, she turned her head to look at Lin Yu's jawline and lips beside her. It looks so bitter with my eyes covered. No. Lin Yu reached out to take the document and said coldly, fortunately it's cold. Fu Xue's teeth chattered with cold. She felt cold just by hearing the other person speak. Seeing that all 3 of them had signed their names, Zhou Feng sighed. You have seen earth beasts in the town before. To be honest, those earth beasts with certain levels are dozens of times stronger than you think. In addition to the imperial capital, a heavyweight team has joined this national martial arts competition. Qilin City. They are the most comprehensive team at the moment. It is difficult for us to compete with these 2 teams based on our hard power. Our strategy is to fight for the top 3 and protect the top 10. Does the third one have earth marrow? Fu Xue asked. No, but there is earth blood and earth bones. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, these things are not as good as the earth's marrow, right? Are you obsessed with this thing? Zhou Feng was a little speechless, then said, that's for sure. A piece of earth blood and earth bone costs about 5 million each, and there is still no demand for them. Apart from using military functions to obtain them steadily, other channels can only rely on luck. As for the fact that a piece of earth marrow costs hundreds of millions of yuan, I can tell you accurately that this is just an estimate and it has never been circulated in the market. After Zhou Feng finished speaking, he glanced at the three people in front of him who were obviously agitated, opened his mouth and resisted the urge to say anything to hurt them. The Earth's marrow is indeed a top-notch precious treasure, but the channels for obtaining it are also extremely demanding. Fu Xue is lucky that she will have another chance to participate in the national martial arts competition in the future. As for Chao Jun and Lin Yu, it's a pity that they only get a little more reward after trying their best. Oh, I see. Fu Xue was chewing on the pin cap absent-mindedly. In her heart, she was already considering whether it would be more cost-effective to sell it or to eat it. Arrive. I don't know how much time had passed, Zhou Feng suddenly said. The three people sitting in the back row looked outside after hearing this, and could see newly built houses standing in the desert from front to back. Rows of armored vehicles came and went, kicking up dust, and dozens of helicopters circled in the sky. Well, this is the military district. Zhou Feng turned around and smiled. We can only get a glimpse of the strength of the 7 military districts at this time. In less than 5 minutes, a very obvious feeling came from the car. Tat-tat. Before a few people had time to get out of the car, someone stood next to the car and knocked hard on the window. Behind him was a young man with a look of disdain on his face. He had fair skin and was wearing a dark blue officer's uniform. He was a relatively young colonel. He put his hands on his brows and squinted his eyes, looking hard into the car. Hey brother, I saw your Dongha province car from a distance. Come on, let me see your little brat from Dongha province. As he spoke, he pretended to have suddenly realized something. Oh, I forgot there was a kid from Tianhe City. Why are you guys mixing with him? Buzz. Zhou Feng rolled down the car window and took off his sunglasses. Lieutenant Colonel Liu, is it necessary to be so malicious? If you are not convinced by the military district's decision, we can practice it any time. Don't be sarcastic in front of me. Look at you. Don't bring up everything about me not being convinced. Why am I not convinced? I am very convinced. Lieutenant Colonel Liu shrugged. I really just want to bring my little bastards to meet them. If you mind, I apologize in advance. Zhou Feng looked as if he had eaten a fly. The other party's sarcasm may not cause much harm, but it is extremely insulting. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and he stepped on the accelerator. A cloud of sand and dirt blew out of the exhaust hole, and the car drove towards its destination. This guy is targeting me. His brain is full of shit. You don't have to pay attention to what he says. Zhou Feng said as he drove. They are participating in the preliminaries on behalf of Ningjiang province. They have been competing with our Dongha province for the 10th place. Now they are probably unhappy to see us merge with Tianhe City. After a while, the car stopped in front of a dirt gray gate. The national martial arts competition does not allow for bringing one's own equipment, so the three of them got off the car with light equipment. This is the dormitory. Have a good rest tonight and vent your anger tomorrow. Zhou Feng slapped the steering wheel and became angrier the more he thought about it. Also, the guy standing next to him is his nephew. Fuck him. It's hard to describe. If there is a chance, it would be best to directly kick this team out in the qualifiers. Fu Xue and Chao Jun looked at each other with their little eyes exposed outside the bandages. Both of them tilted their heads in surprise. He seems to be broken? Chapter 78, I'm not here to eat. I haven't had breakfast yet. The interior space of the armored vehicle is not small, but a lot of space is occupied by various weapons. In addition, Chao's army was outnumbered by 2 men, so Fu Xue could only lean towards Lin Yu. Here are some compressed biscuits. Chao Jun took out a few bags of compressed biscuits wrapped in silver tinfoil from a camouflage military box placed in the corner. He bit open the package, took a bite, and then threw a bag to each of the 2 men. Fu Xue looked at the palm-sized compressed biscuit in her hand and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It looked like a Snickers bar in his hand. Lin Yu tore open the tinfoil package without hesitation and started eating it in small sips with mineral water. The rough texture that was so close to me didn't have the smell of drool that had been stagnant for a long time, but it didn't smell good either. Goo. I don't have much appetite. You guys eat first. Fu Xue rubbed her belly awkwardly, threw the compressed biscuits back, and slowly took down the very conspicuous map hanging on the car. Let's take a look at the map first. Chao Jun was chewing something in his mouth, and when he heard this, he slightly tilted his head to look at the unfolded map. The map is made of yellowed coated paper and has a fibrous texture to the touch. A red dot marks the place they are about to arrive at, and the green in the center marks the evacuation point. Other places have irregular circles of different sizes drawn on them. It roughly marks the types and levels of the beasts inside, as well as the points obtained after killing them. The integrals from the 1st to the 4th order are 10, 50, 250, and 1,000 respectively. The time limit is 3 days. Just killing a 4th-order Earth Beast can be comparable to killing 100 1st-order Earth Beasts or 22nd-order Earth Beasts. Chao Jun frowned slightly. In terms of efficiency, it is definitely the 3 of them trying to kill the 4th-order Earth Beast. In terms of cost-effectiveness, it is definitely the 3rd-order Earth Beast. But there are limited land animal points marked on the map. The 3rd level and 4th level Earth Beasts are basically located in the center of the venue. Moreover, in hotspots, there will definitely be other teams competing for it. At this time, strategy is very important. Should we plan to rush straight to the 4th level Earth Beast point, or should we clear out all the Earth Beasts along the way? You customized the route, said Chao Jun. He believed that as a defeated general, he had no reason to fight for the right to speak in the team, and Lin Yu could not see it with his eyes blindfolded. The task of planning the route naturally fell on Fu Xue. Good. Fu Xue pondered for a moment and nodded, then swiped her finger across the map. Go here first, then here, and then go around from here. Chao Jun slowly connected the routes in his mind, his eyes becoming very confused. This seems to be a U-shape? Isn't it back to the starting point? How did you choose the route? Of course, he wasn't questioning. Of course she has her own reasons for making this choice, but that doesn't mean he has to follow her blindly like a headless fly. I've eaten all of these, and they taste really good. Fu Xue swallowed and said with some aftertaste. Chao Jun and Lin Yu stopped chewing. The space inside the car suddenly became very silent, and the only sound was the sound of the wheels crushing stones. Wait, you don't think I'm the kind of person who would give up the competition just to eat something delicious? Fu Xue opened her eyes wide with injustice, and then explained in a very forceful tone. This is just a qualifying match. There are 33 teams. We only need to make it to the top 16 to enter the finals. Is it necessary to be so nervous? And I think my choice is also reasonable. On the way to finish the race, I can enjoy the scenery and have a perfect barbecue-style camping. That's fine. Chao Jun hesitated for a long time, and finally nodded. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, he is from Tianhe City. This kid is invincible. I'm fine. Lin Yu's words were as concise as ever. As the few people were talking, a strong feeling of being pushed on the back came from the pedestal. Get out of the car and grab your weapons. A dark-faced soldier opened the door of the armored vehicle and said sternly, You can only take 10 portions of water and compressed biscuits at most. Finally, I wish you all good results in the National Martial Arts Competition. In the neat and serious conference hall, the huge curved screen takes up almost an entire wall of the venue. Except for a small screen belonging to Tianhe City, all the other screens lit up at this moment. A middle-aged man sat in the highest and most central position in the conference hall. This can be said to be a place where you can have a panoramic view of the entire scene. The seats of other officers are in a half-moon shape to guard the center. The middle-aged man sitting in the seat stared solemnly at the huge screen in front of him, the tassels and stars on his shoulders shining with warm golden light under the lights. Everyone present was aware of the other party's identity. Northwest Military Region, Major General Lin Wang from the Big Hole War Zone. Why is the screen black? Lin Wang asked. Zhou Fang was about to stand up to explain, but Lieutenant Colonel Liu, who had a grudge against him, said, Donghe Province merged with Tianhe City into one team 2 days ago. Us? Zhou Fang opened his mouth, but before he could utter a few words, Lin Wang gently waved his hand, motioning him to sit down. Okay, I got it. Lieutenant Colonel Liu showed a rather smug smile on his face. When he sat down, he deliberately glanced at Zhou Fang and made the shape of hybrid competition zone with his mouth. Zhou Fang took a deep breath and his face turned red. Oh shit. If this wasn't in the conference room, he would have picked up the bottle and hit the other person in the face. Just then, a young officer wearing a dark blue uniform with stars on his shoulders pushed the door open. He walked solemnly to Lin Wang and reported with a stern look. Reporting to Major General Lin, all the land beasts have been inspected. The alienated land beasts have been completely eliminated, the leaders of the species have been removed, and all security measures are in place. There are no safety risks at present. At the same time, according to your request, a quasi-5th level Earth Beast, the Thunder Golden Lion, was placed in the evacuation area. When they heard the last name of the Earth Beast, a group of officers couldn't help but exclaim. Putting a beast whose ecological niche is at the top of the 4th order, with a bad temper and a very strong sense of territory, at the evacuation point in the preliminaries? If the person who did this was not a major general, at least they should curse him as the living devil. Is it too early to let them face the awakened Earth Beasts? Apart from the two teams from the imperial capital and Qilin City, it is questionable whether the other students can survive a round. Is it too difficult to put this in the trials? Is there really any other team that can pass it? Just escape from it. Lin Wang continued calmly. Rather than panicking in some places in the future, it is better to let these children meet them under our protection. Everyone shut their mouths instantly. They were silent for a moment, as if thinking about something, and they always felt that there was something else behind the Major General's words. Chapter 79. We must fight our way out today. Sweeping everyone's expressions, Lin Wang rubbed his eyes tiredly. Let's stop talking about this and focus on the contestants. The most eye-catching thing on the screen in front was probably the team from the imperial capital. After getting off the car, they simply took a quick look at the direction and then ran towards the distance with a clear purpose. After timely verification by AI, several most likely routes can be calculated in a short time. The monitoring drones quickly lined up in the sky above the designated route, recording every move they made. At the same time, the Qilin City team also ran directly to the nearest fourth-order Earth Beast location. That's great. Seeing these children makes me feel that there is still hope for our future. Lin Wang said softly, but he soon frowned. What's wrong with the route in Dongha province? Is there no planning at all? Everyone looked over when they heard this, and saw that Dongha province's AI calculations would be replanned every 10 seconds or so. You should know that AI planning is not abstract, but very reasonable and orderly. It can make route planning so weird. Either the Dongha province team has no plan at all and is currently running around like a headless fly, or the planning is very unreasonable. Zhou Feng managed to maintain a bit of composure under the gaze of everyone, but deep down he was so panicked that he had already started shouting, "Don't do it! Don't do it!" I wanted to see what kind of chemical reaction there was between Dongha province and Tianhe City. It's so tense, this Chun is enjoying it. This real-time AI route is even more confusing than my stock market. I just want to ask who set the route. It's boring. Let's go see Qilin City's perspective. I want to see how awesome the gifted warriors are. The live broadcast was full of laughter and joy. At least the people in Tianhe City were enjoying it. Compared to being abused every time I go there, the whole life is not something unacceptable. However, people in Dongha province were a little anxious. Reinforcement? I hope I don't get eliminated. Forget about competing for the top 10. He might even have to run back to the province. I said we can't let people from Tianhe City join the team. Lin Yu and Xiao Jun in the last session were not like this. I cried out loud. What a beast. I don't know what the martial arts associations on both sides are thinking. How can a kid who hasn't even had time to go to college have any sense of competition? Don't be impatient. Believe first and then question. Qualifying venue. Crackle, crackle. There was a constant sound of branches popping from the fire. Fu Xue sat by the campfire, staring intently at the roasted lamb skewered on wooden sticks and placed over the fire. Lin Yu added a piece of firewood from time to time, and when she felt the fire was about right, she nodded and said, "It's ready to eat?" Fu Xue's already shining eyes now glowed even brighter than 100,000 watts. A big smile appeared on her face, and she reached out and tore off a shiny leg of lamb. Ah! The moment she bit it, her eyes became dull. Fu Xue licked her rosy lips hesitantly, and then tentatively used her tongue to tear off a small piece of meat. Her face flushed, and she stiffened her neck. Swallowing this small piece of meat is harder than swallowing a brick. This tastes wrong, doesn't it? Fu Xue said blankly. There's no seasoning. How can it taste right? Just eat it as it is. Xiao Jun said after taking a big bite of meat. Although Lin Yu didn't say anything, she nodded silently. Fu Xue clenched her fists and stood up, gritting her teeth. It was a hot day, and she only felt cold hands and feet. An extremely terrifying curse kept echoing in her little head. You will be hungry for 3 days. You will be hungry for 3 days. You will be hungry for 3 days? No, at least I can still go out and have some cheating when I'm outside. What are you eating here? This is truly the most hungry episode ever. Xiao Jun chewed the smelly mutton with some effort and said vaguely, Why don't you eat? Why are you looking at the map at this time? Fu Xue looked serious. We must accumulate enough points today, and then fight our way out. She couldn't stay in this place for even a second. The two were stunned for a moment after hearing this, and immediately sped up their eating speed. Although I don't know why Fu Xue suddenly changed her mind, this is a good thing. Even if the ranking really doesn't matter, given a warrior's competitive spirit, of course the higher the ranking, the better. Half an hour later. Swish, swish, swish. 3 gusts of wind were rapidly moving through the woods. In the major official live broadcast rooms, the originally messy road belonging to Dongha province suddenly became tidy and turned into a straight line leading to the 4th level Earth Beast point. Fuck, they're finally moving. Are they heading straight for the 4th order point? I hereby formally retract my slander against Tianhe City. Don't be timid, just do it. I will accept it even if I lose the qualifiers if we play like this. We Tianhe people admit here that we are all so brave. One commentator couldn't help but pour cold water on the comments. You guys are busy celebrating, but you don't even look at who is standing at the 4th level position? By the time they arrive, maybe Chillin City will have killed that 4th level Earth Beast. The screen in the conference room refreshed. The 34 screens are arranged from large to small based on the points ranking. Zhou Feng looked a little unhappy. Because Ningjiang province's current ranking is neither too high nor too low, right at the 10th place. However, when he saw the screen belonging to Dongha province suddenly start to move quickly, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned the screens of Dongha province and Ningjiang province respectively. It's very close, but Fu Xue probably doesn't have the desire to go over there. Zhou Feng twitched his lips, then sneered at the complacent Lieutenant Colonel Liu, thinking silently in his heart, you'd better hope they don't go over and seek death. Fu Xue's strength might make it a bit difficult to deal with 3 third-level monsters, but it is still easy to beat too. Suddenly, the screen belonging to Dongha province suddenly expanded. Strange, what happened just now? Why did Dongha province's score suddenly increase by 250 points? The little girl leading the Dongha province team just kicked a stray 3rd-level Earth Beast to death. That whip kick was so fast that the beast's head was directly kicked to pieces. I was mistaken. Do you have any detailed information? Lin Wang looked at Fu Xue in the picture with interest. The young officer who was accompanying him flipped through the information and reported. The top scholar in Tianhe City, Fu Xue, 18 years and 3 months old, a 3rd-level warrior. He suddenly paused when he read this, and the school officials below started talking. Tianhe City? What a fucking piece of shit. No wonder Dongha province hired a foreign aid. It is indeed a win-win solution. Dongha province can get honors, and Tianhe City can get resources by borrowing Dongha province's talents. Strength is interesting. I'm afraid the next Shindawi will appear in Tianhe City. Lin Wang, on the other hand, frowned slightly and asked, no more, why don't you read it anymore? The young instructor suddenly came to his senses and took a deep breath. He has no less than 10 perfect level skills mastered in his body. He broke through to the 2nd level warrior 27 days ago, and officially broke through to the 3rd level warrior 5 days ago. Chapter 80, I may have to charge some interest. Do you agree? There was silence in the conference hall. The faces of the school officials from all over Dasha all showed expressions of emotion. What is this? I've never heard of such a thing. Hiss, if the speed of leveling up can continue, I'm afraid it won't take more than a year to surpass Shindawi. I said, how could Dongha province be willing to let Tianhe City come over to get a piece of the pie? If you don't tell us about this kind of thing, you will just eat what you have. No, didn't you find that what's even more terrifying is that she possesses nearly 10 perfect martial arts skills? As a school officer spoke up, everyone gritted their teeth again. Martial arts and exercises are often roughly divided into 4 realms: subtle, perfect, reborn, and refined. Naturally, entering the micro level means practicing martial arts from basic to advanced. To put it bluntly, it is the entry level. The perfect level is the limit of the martial arts skills. To go higher, you can only innovate yourself to make the martial arts reborn and more suitable for yourself. Being able to practice a martial art to perfection already shows that you have a high level of understanding. 10 doors? You've been practicing since you were in your mother's womb, right? I'm afraid I have to reduce one of the techniques. The leaf step technique has already exceeded the upper limit of what I originally created and has reached the level of a rebirth. Lin Wang's tone was a little complicated. Innovate. It sounds difficult, but it is not easy at all. To make other people's knowledge your own, 2 aspects need to be achieved. First, the martial arts you learn must be suitable for yourself. Second, you must have a deep understanding of the knowledge, or at least the ability to draw inferences from one example. This state can only be achieved by people who spend years immersed in books. Silk. There was a sound of people sucking in their breath. Even if these officers, whose average age is around 30, were to come, not everyone would be able to master a martial art of the ultimate level. At least Lieutenant Colonel Liu can't do it at the moment. He recalled the instructions he gave to the team yesterday, and sweat immediately began to flow down his forehead. He looked towards Zhou Feng with a guilty look. only to see that the other person was staring at him intently and speaking silently with his lips. What the hell? Wait for death. Wait a minute, there are footsteps. Lin Yu suddenly said, and then she tilted her ear slightly and said in a firm tone, "It's coming towards us." Fu Xue and Xiao Jun stopped immediately. Coming for us? Xiao Jun asked in a deep and somewhat muffled voice. There is no such thing as taking away other teams' points in the competition system. Who would fight with the purpose of hurting both teams in the elimination system? It would be fine if they needed to compete for points, but the key is that they are still in the journey stage. At this time, the visitor was really confused. Seeing Xiao Jun looking at him, Fu Xue spread his hands. I don't know. If they come looking for trouble, why don't you just deal with them? Lin Yu's small ears moved. I heard them mention your name, Xiao Jun. Me? Xiao Jun pointed at his nose, somewhat incredulous. He spent more than 300 days a year in the training camp, and except for the time with Fu Xue, he almost never fought with anyone. Could this really offend someone to the point of causing trouble even in such a big event as the National Martial Arts Competition qualifiers? Rustle. A few leaves with slightly yellowed edges fell not far away. Swish, swish, swish. The three men fell to the ground, crushing the leaves under their feet. The leader was the young man who had met once before, standing behind Lieutenant Colonel Liu at the gate of the base. He tilted his head. The bones in his neck made a crackling sound, with a scornful smile on his face. Xiao Jun, it turns out that you were the one who exerted such great force just now. See, I told you that this trip would yield some results. Xiao Jun glanced at Fu Xue, who had an expressionless face, and groaned. Should I take the blame for this? It's just like a dog skin plaster. Lin Yu's already cold face became even colder. It's sure who again, you rubbish. After hearing this, Fu Xue carefully looked at the young man standing opposite her with a look of disdain on his face. She was very curious about who could make the taciturn Lin Yu utter a few dirty words. The other two stepped forward and said, You now have two choices. Either you withdraw from the preliminaries directly, or you get beaten up by us and then withdraw from the preliminaries. What if we don't want to? Fu Xue crossed her arms over her chest and tapped her arms lightly with her fingers. Hey, isn't this our little top scholar who ran from Tianhe City to Donghe Province? Aren't you excluded by them in the team? Why don't you come directly into your brother's arms? Sure who opened his arms. Oh. Fu Xue sneered, and a vein popped out on his forehead. Well, I've said too much. Sure who sighed, stretched out a finger and hooked it at Xiao Jun. Come on, aren't you known as a quasi-strength warrior? Try it with me again this year. The two teammates beside him tacitly made way for him. After talking for so long, it turns out that you are still upset about the fact that I beat you up in the last session. Xiao Jun smiled innocently. Your level of beating around the bush is the same as your instructors. Stop talking nonsense. Sure who grinned, rushed forward and collided with Chao's army. One is as thin as a monkey, and the other is as strong as a bear. The two people actually started to compete with each other. Haha, who's being beaten by whom now? You haven't improved at all compared to 3 years ago. Sure who mocked while beating you. Xiao Jun narrowed his eyes and said nothing. The overwhelming force in his hands reminded him of the nightmare scene when he wrestled with Fu Xue not long ago. If it weren't for his strong vitality, he might have to lie in bed for a year or two. At this moment, Sure who suddenly stopped smiling and gave a ferocious smile. Aren't you known as a quasi-strength warrior? Now I'll show you what a real strength warrior is. When Xiao Jun heard this, he immediately went PTSD. In an instant, all the hairs on his body stood up, and his muscles reflexively clenched his bones tightly, regardless of the injuries that had not yet healed. Veins bulged on Sure who's arms, and a fiery aura suddenly burst out from his body. The enormous force instantly broke all the bandages on Xiao Jun's body, revealing the shattered, scaly skin underneath. Crunch. The creepy sound of bones rubbing against each other came from Xiao Jun's arm bones. However, this situation made Xiao Jun feel relieved. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and said sullenly, You scared me to death. Are you also a strength warrior? I thought they were all like her. Who? Sure whose narrow eyes narrowed. I. Fu Xue showed a small fong and admitted it with great satisfaction. A little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet? Sure who tilted his head. Then an unexpected knee strike instantly hit Xiao Jun's vital point. Fu Xue took 2 steps back in shock, her face turned pale, and she felt a phantom pain even from a distance away. Lin Yu was also stunned for a moment before she said with disgust, I didn't expect you would resort to such despicable means now. I'm going to win sooner or later anyway, so what's the difference? Who spread his hands indifferently, staring at Fu Xue with a ferocious and oppressive look in his eyes. Look at how scared you are now. I'm not as good as you? Huh? You act like an idiot. How can you involve me in this? Fu Xue was speechless. She stood by and watched the show the whole time, and only came out halfway through to claim a place. She tilted her head, but I think I should avenge my teammates. The murderous intent in whose eyes became even more intense. Then I want to see if you can take my punch. Fu Xue twitched the corner of her mouth. Lin Yu was right. This person was indeed like a dogskin plaster. Oh, you just said you were a warrior with strength talent? Click. Fu Xue slowly pulled her arms away from her chest and blinked her eyes vigorously. There is a fiery red gem on whose chest. It does not have the cold and smooth texture of a gem, but instead looks like an amber that seals the flame inside. Strength talent LV1. I think it's okay to take a few punches, but I might have to charge some interest. You would agree, right? Chapter 81. It's a waste to put it on you. Certainly. Who turned his head and said, as long as you can get it. Although I think you have some minor problems, your straightforwardness is a big advantage. Fu Xue showed a big smile on her face. Well, he agreed to this himself. I am not that kind of black-hearted capitalist. Come. She stared at who straight in the eye and imitated him by slightly hooking her finger. I'll give you a chance. Hit me with all your strength. After all, this should be the last time he uses this power. Fu Xue thought that she should at least leave him with an ending that he could remember. Whose face twitched a few times. He didn't care much about Fu Xue's tone. If he had a panel, his resistance to sarcasm could be said to be maximum. But Fu Xue's eyes, as if she was looking at the goods, were really too terrifying. The most important thing was that he was really scared and took 2 steps back. Feeling the puzzled gazes from his 2 teammates, he gritted his teeth even more. You really pissed me off. Who narrowed his eyes. Do you think a high level means everything? The strength of a gifted warrior is far beyond your imagination. In the live broadcast room of Dongha Province. Come on, crush Ningyi Province. Damn it, I had a hard time last time, and I became a water ghost and dragged down our Dongha Province. If you can defeat him, I will declare Fu Xue the pride of our Dongha Province. I declare your proclamation valid. Tianhe City. Is this funny? As the atmosphere on the screen became more and more tense, the comments also began to become serious. A level 29 strength warrior is definitely stronger than a level 30 warrior. I think this is a bit risky. Don't be so stubborn. Run. Even if this little girl really wins, I think that little wall lamp across the street will also gang up on her. Don't hit her. If you want to hit someone, hit Xiao Jun. Anyway, he shouldn't feel anything except pain in his balls now. The barrage was briefly cleared. Everyone in front of the live broadcast room focused their attention on the stone tiger, who was making some movements. In the screen, a layer of hot mist rose up from the stone tiger's body. In front of the high-speed, high-definition camera, people could even see some leaves that had not yet turned yellow slowly curling up. Did you see that? This is the power warrior. Who looked at the drawn muscles on his arms and couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is my strength. Such a weak power. Fu Xue said contemptuously. Who is now completely immersed in his own world. Ever since the Chao army, the once powerful enemy, was kicked to the side of the road like a dead dog. After venting the anger in his heart, he felt that he was more in tune with the power in his body. His mind moved, and he seemed to begin to understand how to use his talent for strength. Who no longer tried to control the evil fire in his heart. Black flames burned in his pupils, and he stared at Fu Xue, who was standing opposite him like a dragon. If you don't kneel down and admit defeat, you're doomed, Who said with a grin. After that, he stomped the ground with his left foot and rushed forward like an arrow. At the same time, his body twisted violently in the air. His right arm swung out like a whip, his fist clenched, his muscles bulging, and his veins popping out, carrying countless dust and dead leaves. A punch with unparalleled power and speed was swung out fiercely. Boom! Many viewers with good eyesight could even see sparks flying from his fists. Fuck, why does he look so much stronger than before? Hiss. No way. This seems to be the prelude to entering the awakening state. It's incredible that such an idiot can become a gifted warrior. How can he awaken? This is so fucking unfair. It's over. Boom. The heavy punch landed, and the whirlwind also fell and spread. But what appeared in front of everyone was not that Fu Xue dodged, nor that she was knocked away. Just stretch out a white and tender little hand. Just block this terrifying punch. Sure, whose still burning pupils seemed to be suddenly poured with a basin of cold water, and they kept shaking. Impossible. This is impossible. The power that filled his whole body just now even gave him a feeling of being invincible. How could he be stopped so easily? Any other tricks? I'm a little anxious. Fu Xue licked her dry lips. This scene instantly stunned the two people in Ningyi province who were staring at Lin Yu. They both looked at Shi, whose face was flushed red. Don't play around anymore. It will be troublesome once Chao's army recovers. Their goal is to eliminate Dongha province. Once Chao's army recovers, a major battle is inevitable. Ningyi province is well prepared to advance into the top 10 this time. It would be a joke if they failed in the qualifiers out of spite. Crack, crack. A crisp sound of bone cracking was heard from Shi's hand, and his left hand, which was originally preparing to punch again, suddenly became shaped like a chicken claw in pain. Come and help me. Seeing that he didn't seem to be pretending, the two men frowned and swayed slightly, then disappeared from the spot in an instant. I'll stop the one on the left. Lin Yu simply informed her before she had time to jump into the battlefield. Boom! Two sharp sounds like cannonballs tearing through the air came from the air. Two bodies that looked like torn sacks flew backwards close to her body, and the strong wind made Lin Yu feel pain on her cheeks. Power! I can't hear it anymore. Lin Yu's eyes widened instantly. Shi stared at the girl in front of him in amazement and couldn't help shivering. What's going on? Just now, the opponent, while controlling himself with one hand, used a completely invisible speed to instantly knock his two third-level teammates away. His throat rolled with difficulty. Now, let alone resisting, even moving is difficult. The other party could crush his fist at any time. Shi couldn't help but begin to regret it. I told you that your power is so weak. Just give this thing to me. Fu Xue smiled gently. What do you give me? Shi was confused, not quite understanding what this meant. Boom! Fu Xue's aura suddenly exploded, and the floating dust and leaves became a natural cover. The breath, like a huge wave, instantly pushed the stone tiger to the ground. He didn't have time to react. Crack! A foot stepped on his spine, causing it to explode. At this time, Shi couldn't even feel the existence of his own body. An incomparable sense of terror enveloped him like the surrounding dust. Wait, I know I was wrong. No, there's no point in admitting your mistakes. Fu Xue squatted down and shook her head, saying, It's a waste to give such a precious talent to you. It's better to give it to me. Help me. Shi's breathing became more and more rapid, and then reached its peak when Fu Xue's palm passed through his chest. He had a weak feeling as if something very precious was being taken away from him. In the last second before he fainted, he saw his own jewel-like body reflected in the other person's pupils. Chapter 82 Zhou Feng. Stop pretending, let's show our cards. What the hell? What the hell flew out all of a sudden? They were the two guards from Ningyi province. I just paid for a membership to watch the replay. According to the video, both of them were running at 20 meters per second. She grabbed the little Kernek's neck with one hand and slammed into the other person's stomach like a javelin, and remained in place the whole time. Oh my god, what kind of fighting power is this? A freshly graduated high school student can fight 3/3 orders by himself? I just want to ask Shundawi of the Imperial Capital if he can do it. Don't come here to get involved in the Imperial Capital. Shindawi has the inheritance of the martial saint. What are you going to do with it? I don't know why a fierce war of words suddenly started between Dongha province and the Imperial Capital. The Melon Eaters in Tianhe City were immediately stunned. Obviously, this is a genius in their city. Why did you two start scolding each other? In the huge conference hall. Very good. I have already seen the second level of martial arts. Lin Wang tapped the tabletop with his fingers, his eyes full of admiration. This child is truly a pure warrior, pure and powerful. The instructors sitting below were constantly whispering to each other, but Lieutenant Colonel Liu was the only one who looked pale. How many points can be accumulated in less than half a day? Now that they have lost their combat capability, they will be evacuated without protection by military personnel. By the time his strength had recovered a little, all the beast points had been snatched away. It can be said that the result of this battle is that one of the two teams will withdraw from the national martial arts competition. Judging from the current results, it is undoubtedly Ningyi province. How can she be so strong? With the level increasing so quickly, Of course, the physical fitness cannot keep up. Of course, this not being able to keep up is compared to those warriors who accumulate and upgrade normally, and it is definitely far higher than those of the same age. Lieutenant Colonel Liu buried his hands deeply in his hair in frustration, unable to figure out what was going on. This moment, his eyes met Zhou Feng's. Zhou Feng's mouth twisted. Major General Lin, I have something to report. Please go ahead. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng solemnly adjusted his collar and patted his epaulets. He stood up and tried to make his tone sound calm. Our Donghua province invited Fu Xue in a hurry, so some details in her file were not reported. The other lieutenant colonels chuckled below. What Zhou Feng said was really an attempt to cover up one's own mistake. In fact, for most of the participants, the only real information written in their files may be their warrior level. Concealing one's strength is also an operation acknowledged by all major military regions. After all, everyone comes here for an exercise, not to give you information and ask you to complete the challenge. Want detailed information on your opponent's strength? Okay, go test them. When Zhou Feng saw Major General Lin nodded, he slowly curled up the corners of his mouth in front of his colleagues. The other school officers were dumbfounded. I know you've gotten your old enemy killed, but it's not good to show your happiness in public, right? Now that I see her strength, I suddenly remembered this. Zhou Feng said calmly with an expression that said, I'm done pretending. I'm going to show my cards now. This contestant Fu Xue is a rare warrior with talents in strength, speed, and spirituality. Every word Zhou Feng said was like a sledgehammer hitting everyone's head hard. All the officers present, even Lin Wang, fell into a brief silence. The one who reacted the most was Lieutenant Colonel Liu, whose eyes widened every time he heard Zhou Feng's next sentence. By the time Zhou Feng finished speaking, his eyes were wide open to the point where they were about to burst. You call this forgetting some details? Or did you remember it after seeing her strength? The young officer sitting next to Lin Wang twitched his cheeks and couldn't help but swear. Lin Wang glanced at the young officer lightly, but said nothing. If there weren't so many people here, he would have wanted to curse. When Zhou Feng said those 3 talents word by word, his heart almost stopped. I see. Lin Wang nodded lightly, but his heart was already filled with huge waves. Shen Dao had proven his strength early on, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest new generation in Dasha, but Fu Xue, who came out at this time, shocked him even more. This small pond, where the national martial arts competition is only held every 3 years, can actually gather the twin dragons of Dasha. Then, the original reward suddenly made him feel a little shabby. Yes. Zhou Feng saluted. Before sitting down, he lowered his head and glanced at the school official representatives except the imperial capital and Qilin city, and spoke silently. 3rd place, please give up your seat. Pack. What a shame. The officers lowered their heads with red eyes and said nothing. It would be fine if Donghua province really had real capabilities, and they wouldn't be so jealous. But this was purely because he had picked up an ultimate genius from Tianhe City and brought him back, and by the way, he had also taken home the 3rd place in the national martial arts competition. The officers' hearts were filled with anxiety, which was summed up in one sentence. Damn it, why couldn't we have picked this person up? Weigh it. Fu Xue held a pile of gems in her arms, which made crisp sounds when they knocked against each other. The largest one is the strength talent level 1, and the rest are of varying sizes. Basically, they are all about nourishing the body and internal organs. The main feature of this thing is that it has a long cycle and is difficult to maintain. Even though Fu Xue had the help of food supplements, he still couldn't keep up with the speed of his improvement in strength and speed. It's better to buy it with money. Money has no other use anyway. As for whether the person being bought has any objections, that is not something she considers. It's already fucking mandatory, and I still need to ask for your opinion. Da. The gem fell on the golden scale, and Fu Xue was shocked when she saw the price on it. 120 million? 90 million for a level 1 power gem? Why don't you just go and rob it? Her head began to feel dizzy. Even if her warrior fund was rich, it was not worth spending like this. Can it last for half a year? I'm afraid she will have to go out and look for a job once the national martial arts competition is over. It is impossible for me to work. I will never work in my entire life. Forget it. Let's spend the money first. Fu Xue hesitated for a moment, but finally did it. She didn't know whether other people's money came from the wind, but the money she had came from that way. You spend 90 million and get strength talent level 1. You spent 9 million, your heart nourishment level 3, spleen nourishment level 5. You spent 6.33 million, your kidney nourishment level 5, kidney nourishment level 7. You spent 2.1 million, but your lung function level 5-6. You spent. Congratulations, your current total body value is 1.894 billion. Thank you. Don't say the last word next time. Fu Xue's mouth twitched. Why bother setting her own price? It made her feel like she was about to be stabbed in the waist every time. Chapter 83 Level 30. New entry. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, human, chosen by God. Life level, 30.2. Strength, 10,829.19 kilograms. Speed, 30.91 meters per second. Mental strength, 66.6. Combat power, 700,903.11. Entries, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. Compulsory acquisition, gold. System backpack, fixed card ×1. Mission, the Great God's Orphan. Click to expand details. Blessing, click to expand details. 90 million only increased the strength by less than 2,000 kilograms? Fu Xue had a look of heartache on her face. Although the family's money came from the wind, it was also made that way. The aunt's LV9 high-efficiency transformation provided her with nearly 4,000 kilograms of strength and a 3-second speed increase. In comparison, the strength talent level one of the same price has a much better price-performance ratio. Fuck your mother. Give me back my money. It seems that the earth marrow must be eaten, otherwise it will be a huge loss. Fu Xue muttered in a low voice. If it weren't for the fact that this thing will have an evolution called awakening in the future, she would now directly cross these talents off her acquisition list. But from another perspective, it's actually not that bad. Scarcity makes things valuable. Every ant has the ability for efficient conversion, and there are more than tens of billions of ants in the world. But not everyone has the gift of strength. Even so far, this stone tiger is the first one she has ever seen. I've broken through to level 30, but unfortunately I still haven't gotten a refresh card. Fu Xue rubbed her hands excitedly, then focused her attention on the entry column. Entry extraction has been completed. Please select the entry to load, 0/1. Note, the entry obtained by advancement has a selection time limit of 24 hours. Please make a decision as soon as possible. Rebellious bones. Gold, your bones are harder than the hardest objects in the universe. Even force and rules cannot cause any damage to your bones. Side effect. Your rebellious period has arrived. Evaluation. 100 pounds of bones, 100 pounds of rebellious bones. The great principles are all worn away. You still have a skeleton left. Euthanasia. Red, still worried about wanting to die but not being able to? Selecting this entry will ignore any recovery abilities and cause you to die instantly. Side effects. You may occasionally come back to life, but don't worry. The one who comes back to life is not you. Evaluation. Dead, but not completely dead. Big bully. Red, defeat the enemy and then humiliate him. You will gain a random ability value increase. The value depends on the intensity of the humiliation. Side effect. When the tolerance threshold is reached, the opponent may go crazy due to humiliation, or his strength will be greatly improved by enduring humiliation. Evaluation. Your notoriety is known to everyone. What is euthanasia? Fu Xue curled her lips speechlessly, her eyes moving between the two entries, rebel and big bully. I can't stay in my comfort zone forever. I should challenge my weaknesses. Her eyes were determined, as if she was going to join the party. Big bully. Load it for me. Ding. The big bully, red, entry has been loaded. I'm so great. What are you doing? As soon as Fu Xue's eyes came back into focus, she saw a flawless face in front of her, and she immediately leaned back tactically. Lin Yu? Why did you take off your blindfold? It's not astringent anymore. I don't know if the big eyes are because they haven't been used for a long time. The water is crystal clear, and with a hint of mist, it looks like it's easy to bully. Yeah, I took it off. Lin Yu nodded somewhat disappointedly. You have become much stronger again. Fu Xue agreed. Maybe I've been training harder recently. Lin Yu's eyes were a little dim. The great master told her, eyes can be deceiving. So listen with your ears and watch with your heart. Now she finds that fate is the most deceptive thing. After seeing how quickly Fu Xue's strength improved, her worldview completely collapsed. Is it still necessary to work hard? Lin Yu suppressed the pain in her nose. I never want to go back to a world without sunlight again. If the location hadn't been wrong, she would have already started hugging herself and crying. Hey, look at these two people. They fainted while hugging each other. Fu Xue pointed at the two sleeping people from Ningyi province with a smile, then walked to Chao Jun. Uh, don't worry about me for now. Chao Jun was still groaning in pain, and his previously red face could even be seen with some crimson purple. I'll be fine in a moment. Fu Xue squatted down and patted his shoulder with pity. Adjust well, the technology is very advanced now. Chao Jun was stunned for a moment. After realizing what Fu Xue meant, his crimson face began to turn red again, but he quickly adjusted his attitude. It's just a few pounds of flesh. Without it, I will be faster and more focused in martial arts practice. Fu Xue, who was rummaging through her backpack, froze when she heard this. Really, really cruel. She now understood what Zhou Feng meant by the term martial arts fanatic. She could never reach that level anyway. After taking out 2 bottles of mineral water, Fu Xue walked up to the 2 brothers from Ningyi province and narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's see how the term big bully works first. Then she unscrewed the bottle cap, aimed it at the 2 men's heads and poured it down. Ah! The 2 woke up suddenly, took a deep breath, and wiped the water stains off their faces. Then he raised his head fearfully and looked at Fu Xue, who was looking down at them. We were wrong. Can you please forgive us? The flat-headed boy lowered his head and said weakly. Sure, who fainted? He was the only one who had actually met Fu Xue face to face. He never wanted to experience that feeling of having his fate strangled by the throat like a chicken or a duck again in his life. Of course, in broad daylight, with so many drones, what can I do? Fu Xue said lightly. Killing someone is totally impossible. The 5% mortality rate is even if the struggle among the players is taken into account. If you do something like this, you will definitely be held accountable behind the scenes. Go and help your teammates walk. Seeing this, the 2 looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes. They supported each other and slowly stood up, then limped over and carried the stone tiger on their shoulders. This place is much cleaner now. Seeing the 2 of them pause, Fu Xue raised the corners of her mouth and added lazily, if you're new, just practice more. Bully value +3, you gain 3 kilograms of strength. Bully value +6, you gain a speed of 0.6 meters per second. It's still not strong enough. She sighed slightly. There are too many cameras, and she now has some idle baggage on her shoulders. If they are placed in a place where no one is around, they must be strengthened. Chapter 84. The most hungry episode. Have a bite? You'll probably faint from hunger if you keep going like this. Lin Yu stuffed the roasted meat in her hand into Fu Xue's mouth. No, still no. Fu Xue's face, which was already pale from hunger, turned even paler after hearing these words. Her throat rolled in her, but moved back twice in resistance. Then he picked up the military water bottle that had fallen beside him and took a big gulp from it. Lin Yu's silent face showed some doubt about life. She looked at the sizzling cooked meat in her hand and gently took a small bite. It's not very unpalatable. Why was Fu Xue unwilling to eat a bite, even though she looked like she was almost starving to death? I'm the one holding back. If things really don't work out, let's just go to an evacuation point. Chao Jun's words sounded somewhat guilty. Originally, his speed was the slowest among the 3, but because of injuries in certain parts of his body, his speed dropped sharply again. As a result, Fu Xue and Lin Yu had to take turns going out hunting. Otherwise, relying on his own speed, he might not even be able to eat warm shit. Running around, occasionally grabbing some points from other teams. But in most cases, points are gained by killing some scattered second and third-level beasts. The energy consumption of this series of activities is exaggerated, and Fu Xue is also an extremely picky eater. Chao Jun felt that it was too resistant to hunger to be able to last for 2 days. It should be no problem to get into the top 16 with 970 points. The last session is not a good reference. But after 2 days of chaos, the last day has become garbage time. Lin Yu rarely spoke a long sentence. Several people didn't know how many Earth Beast points there were in the qualifying venue, but as the Earth Beast points were visited one by one, the beasts inside are not tied up and can be slaughtered at will. Basically, most of them were harvested, and then a small part ran away, leaving the approximate location divided on the map. At this time, we can only track the traces in the large venue of the qualifiers. Not only is it hard work, but the points are also low. The points earned on the last full day were probably not as many as the first encounter with the Earth Beast at the beginning of the game. After Lin Yu finished speaking, she looked for Fu Xue, waiting for her decision. However, it was unknown when the other party squatted next to the killed, third-level thorny pig beast. There is a hole in the body of the hedgehog that was poked by a finger. At this time, Fu Xue was frowning slightly and sucking her fingers. Vomit! Fu Xue almost vomited the acid. The foul and smelly odor went straight to the top of my head. Lin Yu and Chao Jun were stunned to see that the girl squatting on the ground straightened her back and then fell asleep. Although I don't think it tastes bad, Chao Jun looked at the pork leg in his hand and said hesitantly, but how about I try making it next time? Chao Jun and Lin Yu's eyes crossed for a moment. For the first time, he saw a layer of uncontrollable grief and anger in the eyes of the once cold girl. The comments in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Wow, no. Is Lin Yu's cooking really that bad? She would rather eat it raw? This is too much. It's very strange. They all eat the same food, so why are Chao's army fine? He was able to endure a kick. Can't he bear this little bit of suffering? You underestimate our Dongha province's most resistant warrior. I'm crying my ass off. She has beaten up the Ningyi provincial team. Don't mistreat our little champion from Dongha province anymore. Give him a stutter. ZCI. My girlfriend's cooking skills are also this good. I can totally empathize with Fu Xue. The reputation was completely damaged. Seeing Lin Yu slowly carrying Fu Xue on his back, someone in the comments suddenly reacted. Shit, this is bad. Fu Xue is unconscious. How are they going to get past the ground beast in front of the evacuation point? Oh my god. This is indeed a big problem. Now all the teams from Qilin City are trapped there. That Earth Beast? Haven't you read the official announcement? It's the awakened form of the top-level 4th-level Earth Beast. Almost no one of the same level can defeat it. It's not certain if you encounter an Earth Beast in an over-limit state. Unfortunately, that thing doesn't live long. Earth Beasts have now learned to watch live broadcasts online. In the conference hall, the screen belonging to the Imperial Capital team on the huge curved screen has been completely frozen. It wasn't a failure, but the Imperial Capital team had successfully hunted 2 4th-tier Earth Beasts on the first day of the preliminaries and evacuated directly with 2,000 points. Good performance, good luck? Lin Wang tapped the table lightly. The 3 talented warriors from Qilin City are still hiding outside the territory of the Raging Thunder Golden Lion, constantly circling it, trying to find any flaws. Shindaoi is the kind of genius who can make the most of the resources and martial arts skills he gets. However, he is still the direct descendant of the most noble Eastern martial saint, which makes his strength reach a very terrifying level at a young age. As for Fu Xue, Lin Wang wasn't very familiar with her, so it was difficult to comment. Strong physical training, super comprehension ability, and the most terrifying 3 talented warriors. It's all talent. This can't be said to be God's feeding. It's because he built a canteen on her because he was afraid that she wouldn't have enough to eat. Even the little girl is too picky about food. She is really willful if she doesn't eat for a day or 2. Lin Wang chuckled and shook his head. Thinking of his daughter who would pick out the carrots, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he glanced at the screen belonging to Qilin City, and his smile quickly disappeared. He was a major general and had seen all kinds of monsters. He knew exactly what the team from Qilin City wanted to do. I want to capture a group of people as bait. Lin Wang lowered his eyelids slightly and sighed deeply. Qilin City is too deep and far away from the ground, and has basically no contact with the ground society except for transactions. In addition, the underground warrior resources are abundant, and awakening talented warriors is almost as easy as eating and drinking. There is a vague aura that everyone is as powerful as a dragon. Most, or even the vast majority, of the warriors in Qilin City began to reject the warriors on the ground. If it was a question of resource distribution, it would be fine, but in Lin Wang's opinion, the warriors of Qilin City have already begun to discriminate against the warriors on the ground, and some groups have even begun to call themselves new humans in private. The relationship between the two continued to deteriorate, and they were physically together but spiritually apart. This time, Dasha invited Qilin City with the intention of gradually mending the rift. But it seems that the other party does not mean that. Su Qilin, have you forgotten the promise you made? Lin Wang lowered his eyelids. Suddenly, the officers behind him started laughing. Haha, Colonel Zhou, why didn't you remember to insert a cook into your team? How can you make people faint from hunger? This is the first time I've seen someone who would rather starve himself to death than eat. How are you treating that little girl? Can you please give it to our mushroom province? Why? You guys have enough mushrooms, right? Why don't you give them to us in Suhai province? Lin Wang looked back at Zhou Feng's embarrassed expression, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Realizing that the Dongha team was heading for the evacuation point, his face suddenly froze. Chapter 85 Fu Xue. Did I skip the CG? A trace of sweat seeped out of the tip of Lin Yu's nose. She leaned weakly against a tree trunk that was as thick as 4 people. He gently placed the unconscious Fu Xue on the ground, then gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Why is there such a strong earth beast in the evacuation point? Really, really wicked." Chao Jun had a painful look on his face, kneeling on the ground with his feet slightly turned inward. He just felt that his wound seemed to be aching again. Lin Yu's eyes flashed. Although it was only a fleeting glimpse, an arc of light like lightning did burst out from the golden lion. "That seems to be an awakened earth beast," Lin Yu said softly, "and his strength is estimated to be around the 4th level. I'm afraid the two of us can't get in, not to mention that he's carrying Fu Xue." She hesitated for a moment, then squatted down and gently pushed the soft flesh on Fu Xue's arm. If it were 2 days ago, she might have racked her brains to find a way to exploit the other party's weaknesses or habits. But now Lin Yu has completely given up. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. In her opinion, she had no idea of Fu Xue's strength at the moment, so it would not be difficult for her to lead them to the evacuation point. Awakened earth beast? No wonder it's so powerful. Chao Jun was a little surprised when he heard that. The chase just now had pushed his speed to a new limit, and his heartbeat was still a little slow. The real person is running in front, and the soul is chasing behind. After all, being rescued off-field won't leave you any points. It will mean direct elimination. How come? Sure. Sudden, Lin Yu raised her finger and made a hushing gesture to him. Chao Jun stopped his actions immediately and even held back half of his breath. Swish. 2 imposing shadows fell one after the other not far away. A man and a woman. He was wearing clothes made of animal skins, and his face was abnormally pale, like a vampire living in a castle walking into the sunlight. Qilin City? Chao Jun and Lin Yu's pupil shrank at the same time. The girl with a huge wolf tooth around her neck took a step forward. "Do you think we won't be able to find you as long as you don't make any noise? Our psychics have a perception capability of up to 5 kilometers. When she spoke, her canine teeth, which were sharper than those of normal people, were exposed, and she had a hunting-like wildness. She looks more like a wolf king than a captain. The Wolfong girl smiled happily. The only shortcoming in their team is that this psychic has very poor physical fitness. His strength was not enough to support him passing through the territory of an awakened golden lion, and a direct confrontation with the beast would definitely hurt them. The 3 of them and everyone in Qilin City regards the championship that Qilin City and Dasha on the ground are competing for as extremely important. If a city with only a few million people can suppress Dasha with billions of people, there is no easier way to prove the nobility of Qilin City than this. Originally, they were very disdainful of the strength of the ground team. However, the pressure from one of the players on the Imperial Capital team was too strong, forcing them to be cautious. "What do you want to do?" Lin Yu was silent for a moment, then stood up and said. She moved her ears slightly, but could not hear any trace of the psychic. She clenched her fists unwillingly. "I would like to ask you to do Qilin City a favor." The Wolfong girl tilted her head and said, "Please lead the golden lion away." "We can't do it. You saw it. I was carrying a..." Lin Yu paused, a little confused about how to explain this situation. He fainted. "Then you can choose to throw her out and let the golden lion eat her?" The Wolfong girl smiled nonchalantly and said, "She will lose her mobility due to hunting ground beasts, which means she should be eliminated." "That's impossible." Chao Jun frowned fiercely. "We can't help you with this. Please find another way." The Wolfong girl and the slightly gloomy boy looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. "Do you really think I'm discussing this with you?" The Wolfong girl narrowed her eyes, and a fierce green light flashed in them. "You." Chao Jun opened his mouth, but quickly closed it. Lin Yu next to him stretched out a hand to signal him to be quiet. Unlike the somewhat slow-witted Chao Jun, she really felt a hint of murderous intent from the other party. It was exactly the same feeling as facing Shi Hu and the like before. The people in Qilin City's team may have really experienced fighting, even killed people. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room. Why do I feel so uncomfortable listening to these people talking? Can't the 2 teams cooperate to get through? Why do we let our provincial team go in as bait? The strong must ruthlessly humiliate the weak. You're just an idiot. You wouldn't bark like that if I threw you in their faces. What the hell kind of strength do you have? Are you worthy enough to be a strong man who humiliates others? It's really not very satisfying. I feel like these people have regressed to the tribal era. They are still wearing animal skins in this era. They have a kind of savage beauty. The audiences from Donghe Province and Tianhe City all frowned, and even some passers-by seemed a little unhappy. In such a world where warriors are respected, the strength of warriors is respected by ordinary people, and at the same time, Powerful warriors will do their best to protect the safety of ordinary people. This is a very simple moral concept engraved in everyone's heart. They instinctively hate the fact that powerful warriors do not help the weak but force them instead. If it weren't for the added mystery of Qilin City, many people would have already started cursing. In the qualifying arena. Okay, give us some time. Wake her up and then we'll go, Lin Yu said in a low voice. The Wolfang girl looked very satisfied. Okay, but you only have a little time. Don't think about delaying. Soon. Lin Yu nodded. Then he took out a crumpled piece of tinfoil from his pocket. After opening it, there was half a compressed biscuit inside, with traces of small bites on it. She lifted up Fu Xue's head and stuffed the biscuit in her hand into her pale lips. Ka-ka-ka. That was the sound of the hard compressed biscuits colliding with Fu Xue's teeth. Lin Yu was silent for a while. Why did she keep her mouth so tightly shut after she passed out? The gloomy boy standing next to the Wolfang girl frowned and said jokingly, "That's really interesting. Why do you have to feed her? Are you going to tell us that she fainted from hunger?" "That's it." Lin Yu looked back at him coldly. In everyone's surprised gaze, he bit off a piece of compressed biscuit and then kissed Fu Xue on the lips. The tip of his tongue pried open Fu Xue's teeth with some awkwardness. Then she took another sip of water and forced the food down. In less than half a minute, Fu Xue's entire face was visibly twisted into a ball. She opened her eyes. Lin Yu's beautiful face, her warm breath so close to her, and the soft touch on her lips made Fu Xue's face slightly blush. What's going on? Fu Xue's little head froze for a moment. She had a crush on me before? But soon she no longer had the mind to worry about it. Pooh. What is this? What's that smell? The brain is shaking. Fu Xue's eyes opened as wide as they could in an instant, with big tears welling up in them. She wiped her tongue frantically like a kitten licking its paws. You, what did you feed me? It can't be. It's just compressed biscuits. Lin Yu's face turned slightly red as she realized what was happening, and she quickly hid behind Fu Xue. She held Fu Xue's shoulders, pointed at the two people in front of her and said, "They are bullying us." In addition to the two people in front, there is also a psychic who is hiding somewhere. Fu Xue paused in wiping her tongue, then slowly brushed the biscuit crumbs off her lips. I jumped to CG. Chapter 86. This is power. The situation is developing in a strange way. I knew from the first day that the live broadcast room in Donghe province would definitely have a good show effect, but I never expected it to be so effective. Cool, black, long straight hair. No, I like this too much. No one is paying attention to the battle. It's obvious that a fight is about to start. Qilin City has 3 talented warriors. Don't worry, we've already won. One of the comments was immediately startled and asked in confusion, "Are you from Tianhe City? Or do you know what hidden moves she has? Are you so confident in Fu Xue?" Dude, what he meant should be that Lin Yu and Fu Xue will rush forward while shouting about bond and friendship. In the comics, they will definitely win this way. In the screen, what happened? Should I just start killing? Fu Xue scratched his head, turned his head and asked Lin Yu who was hiding behind him. Tisk, the Wolfang girl sneered. A warrior who can faint from hunger in a place like this amusement park is qualified to kill the 3 of us? She raised her head slightly proudly. Have you never heard the name of our Qilin City anywhere else? I've heard that you are 3 gifted warriors. Where's the other person? Fu Xue raised an eyebrow. As soon as the key words came into her mind, she became excited instantly. Crack. His eyes closed slightly. The Wolfang girl's chest was covered with the same burning flame as the stone tiger's, but it was a circle larger in comparison. On the other side, the young man's chest was a thick green vortex. Strength talent LV3 and speed talent LV2. Fu Xue was slightly startled. You are actually a warrior with strength talent? She thought the girl would be more inclined towards speed, but she didn't expect that she was actually a warrior with strength talent. Do you know me? Then get to work. The Wolfang girl hugged her chest and said arrogantly, I'm too lazy to take action against you ordinary people. Seeing Fu Xue's expressionless face, Chao Jun slowly stood beside Fu Xue. Well, if you can't do it, just fight them. I'm not afraid of so-called power warriors anymore. Seeing Shihu's appearance, he now realized that not all powerful warriors are as scary as Fu Xue. With Shihu's strength, it would take half a day to knock him down. As for minor fractures, they are commonplace. If the bones were not completely shattered, Chao Jun could even use his muscles as plaster or splints. At least you can stick to it for about half a month. Are you not afraid? The smile on the Wolfang girl's face disappeared. revealing a ferocious expression. "You'll be scared after you see me. Let me meet her." Chao Jun took a step forward, his bones made a popping sound, and fighting spirits surged in his pupils. "Well?" Fu Xue scratched her cheek. "I was a little hesitant about how to explain to him the difference between LV1 and LV3. According to skills like licking water, blowing bubbles, and even having iron skin and bones, the difference is very small. But skills like this one are at the level of amber gems. In fact, she has never seen. Now is a good time to see it." Fu Xue calmly took a step back and protected Chao Jun in front of her. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground beneath the Wolf Fong girl's feet instantly cracked, forming a pit about 1 meter in diameter. She clenched her hands into fists, with tremendous strength beneath her fair skin. The movements were swift and accurate, without a single unnecessary movement, and even full of murderous intent. Chao Jun's muscles could hardly hold up under such a huge force. He felt like he was back to the day when he fought Fu Xue, and the Wolfang girl had an even more terrifying murderous intent than Fu Xue. There was a flash of fear in Chao Jun's eyes, and he raised his strong arms crosswise. But he felt that this would most likely not stop the opponent's fist, and he could not help but shout to Fu Xue anxiously, "Fuck, save me." The Wolfang girl didn't stop when she heard this. Instead, she showed a happy smile on her face. "Save you? No one can." Before she could finish her words, she was stunned and a small hand tightly grasped her wrist. The huge force of thousands of pounds was like hitting a sponge and was swallowed up all at once. "It's okay to play around, but it's too much to do it with murderous intent," Fu Xue said calmly. "How dare you defy me?" "Contempt?" Fu Xue pointed at the other party's arm that was imprisoned by her and could not move. "Are you worthy of it? Bully value plus 50. You gain 500 kilograms of strength." "Good, good, good." The Wolfang girl said good 3 times in a row. She took a deep breath, and her chest bulged visibly. Bang! The whip kick broke through the air, bringing up a whistling gust of wind, and kicked Fu Xue's calf heavily. At the same time, the right hand that was grabbed suddenly turned into an elbow and smashed down hard on Fu Xue's small nose. Bang! The gloomy boy standing beside him had a blank mind. He couldn't understand what was happening before him. The clash between the two ended with Fu Xue's victory. Pooh! The Wolfang girl took 2 steps back, recovered, tilted her head and spat out the blood foam in her mouth. She walked to a tree so big that it was almost huggable. Then she inserted her palm straight into the heart of the tree, and her enormous power began to spread rapidly in the trunk. Crack, crack! With a teeth-grinding sound, the lush branches began to tremble. The roots buried deep underground made a sound of breaking one by one. Ah! The veins on the Wolfang girl's neck popped up and she let out a roar. Boom! There was a loud bang. She actually pulled up the entire tree completely. Tree roots were uprooted from the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Both Chao Jun and Lin Yu present were a little dazed, and the barrage fell into silence at this moment. Being able to punch with a force of 1,000 pounds doesn't mean you can lift a 1,000-pound object. Fuck, this Lu Jishan uprooting a weeping willow tree? What a powerful warrior. Let alone our great Xia, even in the whole world, there are probably few who can be compared with her at this age, right? What are you doing? Are you using this thing as a weapon? You know what, it really works. What kind of weapon do you think can block hundreds of branches? If you have the strength to destroy the tree directly, then it's almost the same without using weapons. The Wolfang girl had a ferocious look on her face. This almost exhausted all her strength, and it was impossible for her to remain calm. I'm not worthy? See? This is power. The purest power. She smiled grimly. Boom. Her feet landed heavily on the ground, each one leaving a deep footprint. Boom. Boom. As the pace got faster and faster, the dense branches almost bared their fangs and claws. Fu Xue raised her eyebrows at the scene and looked left and right. She turned around and walked around the dazed Lin Yu. He looked up and down at the towering tree behind him, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Fu Xue pressed her body against the rough bark. Look, this is power. Chapter 87. Is this a powerful warrior? Is this a fast warrior? Boom. A loud noise in the preliminaries made all the teams still on the field stunned for a moment and stopped what they were doing. Some teams standing on higher ground watched helplessly as a huge crack appeared in the ground in the distance, and a tree, nearly 10 stories high, was slowly felled. Is this someone cutting down trees? Not like. The boy with the best eyesight in the team took a deep breath and said, It looks more like something has pulled the tree up. Another person hissed and guessed. Could it be a fourth-level earth beast? That would have to be a giant beast like the mammoth. But before he could finish his words, what happened in the distance made him swallow his saliva. The big tree was slowly brought down. Then, as if controlled by an invisible giant hand, it suddenly swept out a semicircle forward. Papa! The big trees, each as thick as two people, suddenly became as fragile as straw and fell down in the direction of the force. Boom! Countless dust and wood chips were flying all over the sky. A huge khaki mushroom cloud slowly emerged in the sky. The beasts in the forest fled in panic. The sounds of birds singing and beasts roaring mixed together, creating a doomsday-like scene. Several people stood blankly on the rocks at the top of the mountain, their heads feeling a little itchy. Call? It was not until a breeze blew on their faces that they came to their senses in horror. This wind was different from the usual breeze. It also carried the smell of broken wood chips and soil. The three of them shuddered together. The comments on the forums were also completely stunned. They never thought that the Dongha province team could win. It can even be said that Dongha province won by a landslide. What the hell is that? Family, this is exaggerated. Too exaggerated. What kind of super strong girl is this? Can that thing be picked up casually? Brothers, I just came back from another live broadcast room. I can only say that all the participating teams are confused. The teams that were originally running to the evacuation point have all run back. My brother's cold noodles were all shocked. I'm so surprised. Can anyone tell me what level of combat power this person is? 4th level? 5th level? It can't be 3rd level anyway. People in the live broadcast room of other provincial teams began to slowly pour in as time went on. They looked at the mess on the screen and kept asking questions. Bushkaman, can you tell me if this is true or not? Shindawi, even the 4th level can't do this. I testify that it's true. First, the one from Qilin City asked Suamo to hold a big cup, and then Fu Xue held a super large tree. Really? You said Dasha people don't lie to Dasha people. Anyway, I watched with my own eyes that little girl hugged the big tree and gave the forest a big pussy fight. During the conversation, the screen in the live broadcast room has automatically switched to thermal imaging mode. The thick giant tree on the screen occupies more than half of the screen. Only a third or even a quarter of the thickness is much larger than Fu Xue himself, and the length is even more outrageous. The image of Fu Xue standing at the root of the tree with high fever made everyone unable to help but marvel. I'm afraid Shindawi's biggest opponent is coming. A sigh slowly floated across the empty screen. If someone said this in the past, it would inevitably lead to refutation, but now almost everyone has begun to acquiesce in this matter. The more radical ones even felt that Fu Xue had completely surpassed the other party. Shindawi specializes in the Forliang movement of 1,000 pounds, which gives him an indifferent temperament like the breeze blows on the hills. That's not to say it's bad, but most warriors are contrary to this indifferent personality. In contrast, they prefer the arrogance of Fu Xue. That kind of arrogance like a devil. Vomit. The Wolfang girl lay on the ground and vomited blood. All kinds of debris fell from the sky and hit her face. She glanced at the surrounding environment in a daze. Only some shadows could be seen in the dust. The roots of a large number of fallen trees were exposed, and the ground, which was originally just a little rugged, was now torn into cracks of varying sizes. What was even more exaggerated was the huge crack in the ground next to her. It was almost 10 meters deep, and when I looked down, it was completely pitch black. How powerful must she be as the culprit that caused all this? Impossible. The Wolfang girl's eyes were dull, and her lips were a little stiff as she spoke. I am the most outstanding power warrior in Qilin City. Huh, is this the power warrior? The only one who could laugh among this group of people was Fu Xue. Upon hearing this, the Wolfang girl dug her hands into the ground, her face turning red to the extreme. Bully value plus 200, gain 2,000 kilogram strength. Huff. Fu Xue didn't notice any of this at all. She waved her hands in the air a few times reluctantly. If only someone could see her cheek through the dust. You will find that the paleness caused by hunger has long faded away, and instead a layer of excited flush has appeared. Boom! With a heavy thud, the ground seemed to shake twice, instantly waking the others from their trance. This is what fighting is all about. Fu Xue looked down at her blackened palms that were covered in scratches, her body shaking unconsciously. She found that the previous exchanges and duels, it felt like I was playing house with other people, but now it seems so boring. The gloomy young man stared at Fu Xue's slightly trembling figure and took a tentative step forward. If the situation is not right, he will turn around and run away immediately. Speed is different from strength. If you want to improve in this aspect, almost every second of progress is a threshold. Speed-type warriors are born with the ability to reduce wind resistance and increase speed. At least in this regard, he believed that almost no warriors of the same age could surpass him in this regard. It looks like he's really exhausted. The gloomy boy's eyes lit up, and when he thought about it carefully, it was true. Their captain is in this state, and even if the opponent is not injured, he will feel uncomfortable at the moment. He compared the distance between Fu Xue and her two teammates in his mind, and then narrowed his eyes slightly. I have to admit that you are very powerful, but it's a pity that you are not from Qilin City. A thought flashed through my mind. He stopped hesitating, and a figure quickly made a path in the overwhelming dust. The gloomy boy's movements suddenly changed. Lin Yu, who was standing closest to him and had the most sensitive perception, reacted instantly. Chao Jun, go protect Fu Xue. Lin Yu shouted loudly. Okay, leave it to me. When Chao Jun saw the shadow scurrying around like a wolf and remembered the murderous intent of the girl just now, he felt something was wrong. At this time, he didn't care about the pain in his crotch and took 2 steps at a time. Just when he was about to hold Fu Xue in his arms, Chao Jun found that his hand passed through Fu Xue's body. What's going on? Chao Jun looked down at his palm. People were completely stunned. It was not until a gust of wind carrying dust hit his face painfully that he realized Fu Xue had run away by herself. The dust in front of me was separated into a clean and narrow path. At the end of the road, Fu Xue had already grabbed the gloomy boy's throat and slowly lifted up the struggling boy. I'm not exhausted, I'm just a little excited. Are you a speed warrior? She tilted her head, her tone full of undisguised excitement, and then she spoke word by word. That's all. Chapter 88. Is this a spiritual warrior? Lin Yu took 2 steps back, a look of deep shock on her face. Not to mention Fu Xue's extremely fast speed. Just the wild and wild beast-like aura she exuded now made her feel a little creepy. The gloomy young man looked at the almost uncontrollable fire in Fu Xue's eyes, and the hairs on his body stood up. There are countless talented warriors in Qilin City, and no one knows the various signs and appearances of awakened warriors better than them. He stiffened his neck and widened his eyes, squeezing out fragments of words from his strangled throat. You are actually about to awaken a warrior. No wonder. No wonder the opponent is not only stronger than that monster captain, but also faster than himself. As the talent awakens further, the attributes will be improved more. All aspects of the human body are connected. As strength increases, the speed will also increase accordingly, but it is not obvious in comparison. But at this age, people whose talents are almost fully awakened can easily use these additional enhancements to overwhelm themselves. Monster. It's even more weird than a monster. Ka. Fu Xue ignored the other party's words and just re-entered another perspective. She couldn't help but look for the hidden psychic. Why don't you come out and meet me now? Psychic master. But before she could take a closer look, Lin Yu's voice rang in her ears. Be careful at 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock. No, there is movement at every point. She paused for a moment, then said in astonishment, it's a telekinetic weapon that has been set up in ambush. The next second after she finished speaking, the hidden psychic no longer concealed his thoughts, and an astonishing mental force suddenly burst out. The enormous mental force was even faintly stirring the air, and ripple-like traces appeared in the space in front of him. Qi. In the grass, in the fallen leaves, in the roots of fallen trees. There was even a telekinetic flying knife hidden in the small crack in the ground. In just a few moments, telekinetic weapons from all directions wove silver threads in the air. There are 12 telekinetic flying knives. Lin Yu's face showed a look of annoyance. These telekinetic flying knives must have been hidden during the chaos when Fu Xue launched that stunning attack on the tree. Not only that, the other party had even started heating a long time ago. She was also aware that Fu Xue was a mind master with spiritual talent. But because of his own negligence, the other party has now completely lost this advantage. It would be a suicidal act to distract yourself now to heat up the telekinetic weapon. This directly resulted in both of them having to rely on their bodies to fight against the telekinetic metal that was harder than steel. She should be fine. She should be able to protect me. Lin Yu felt a little relieved when she thought of this, and then encouraged herself, I just need to find a chance to hear the other party's location. As the sound of the rapidly approaching telekinetic flying knife breaking through the air got closer and closer, Lin Yu moved closer and closer to Fu Xue. Fu Xue just glanced at her lightly and said nothing. I just didn't reject her behavior of hugging her thighs. Lin Yu blinked her big eyes somewhat awkwardly. The smaller the strength, the smaller the responsibility. As long as one day she becomes a useless warrior, no one can blame her for not being able to play a role. Schwa. The silver telekinetic flying knife made a slight sound like the flapping of wings. The speed unexpectedly increased by 3 points, making a low explosion sound. Lin Yu swallowed slightly and looked at Fu Xue with a little trepidation. Fu Xue was seen biting her teeth hard, with many rich white balls gathering in the pupils of her eyes. Tiny blue veins slowly appeared at the corners of his eyes. Buzz. A sound that was not very loud was heard. Circular ripples continued to spread out in all directions. However, this is only an external manifestation. In the eyes of a true spiritual master, each circle of ripples represents thousands of extremely tiny spiritual threads. Whenever the invisible circle touches the telekinetic flying knives, their speed will be reduced by a bit. Less than 5 rounds. The spiritual threads on the telekinetic flying knife completely broke and fell to the ground like dumplings. A low groan was heard from not far away. Lin Yu reacted instantly, pointed to a place and said, "It's here." As soon as the words fell, Fu Xue had already stepped on the branch where the Qilin City spiritual master was hiding. She looked at the boy with blood flowing from his eyes, and a smile appeared on her lips. "This is a spiritualist? You are really too shameless." Bully value plus 100. Gain level 10 mental power. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room. What the hell? What happened? I went to the toilet and came back to find that Qilin City was completely destroyed. You won't go to the bathroom with your phone? It's okay, bro. I've been sitting in the live studio the whole time, and I don't understand how to win. Anyway, just flick and swipe, and those two will send it directly. Brother Dong. I need Brother Dong to explain something to me. Are these two really gifted warriors? Why do they seem so weak? A bullet screen with a noble sign appeared and explained. Talented warriors generally have 3 stages. The initial stage is just a simple increase in values, strength plus strength, speed plus acceleration. I don't know much about spiritualists. I can only say that Qilin City has no problem with its strength warriors and speed warriors. And he is definitely stronger than the average gifted warrior, but it is not obvious from the bird's eye view. ABA, can you put it more simply? The person who explained it out loud sent a line of dots, then typed. It's simple. Qilin City is indeed full of talented warriors, and Fu Xue who defeated them. It is very likely that he is a warrior with those talents. What do you mean? Fuck, you're drooling even after you've been cured. Isn't it clear enough, boss? Fu Xue is a warrior with 3 talents. What the hell? Wait, is there something wrong with my understanding? Many viewers were just guessing when this sentence appeared directly on the screen. Suddenly, many people fell silent. 3 talents? Not brother. Except for places like dungeons. Every talented warrior that appeared in Dasha was like a giant panda, or even rarer than a giant panda. At least Dasha can ensure the reproduction of giant pandas. The probability of a child born between a gifted warrior and a gifted warrior becoming a gifted warrior is only slightly higher, so the Dasha government will try its best to match them up. For people on the ground, the gifted warrior can only be inherited through money. Purchase awakening stones excavated from dungeons. If you are lucky enough to get tens of millions, it can be said that you have won the jackpot and made a lot of money. If you have bad luck, it may be difficult to get even 10 billion. And now someone told them that there is a warrior with 3 kinds of talents in this world? Fuck. The real chosen princess? Give me half of this talent. Don't force me to kneel down and beg you. Chapter 89 Tired. The officers in the conference room opened their mouths so wide that a light bulb could almost be stuffed in them. They had somewhat expected Fu Xue to be able to defeat them. Her strength and speed made her physique like a Superman, and her mental talent was the icing on the cake. She also had extremely skilled martial arts. Under normal circumstances, it would be strange if they didn't win. Even if Fu Xue was still hungry, it probably wouldn't change the outcome that Qilin City was going to lose. Of course, this excludes the situation where Fu Xue fainted from hunger halfway through the fight. But they never expected to win in this way. The 3 talented warriors in Qilin City used the same method to defeat each other in their respective areas of expertise. The difference in strength created an extremely huge gap in expression. Many school officials hesitantly estimated this strength in their minds. They even felt that Fu Xue's strength was similar to theirs. After a while, a school official said a little awkwardly, "Zhou, brother Zhou, you Donghua province are too good at hiding, right?" Forget about hiding 3 talents. The key is to be so strong in every field. Well, we were just about to send away Shindawi, the imperial capital who has been weighing on us for 4 years. And now there is an even more exaggerated Fu Xue from Dongha province. What do you want us, a team from a small place, to do? Why don't you Dongha province come here next time? The first place reward will be delivered directly to the door, leaving some gaming experience for our children. Apart from the pale Lieutenant Colonel Liu, the most sweaty person at the scene was the school officer representative of the imperial team. He shook his head and forced a smile. My goodness, you guys in Dongha province really have a Pacific Ocean hidden. With such strength, what else can you hide? Lin Wang looked at Zhou Feng and said in a calm but somewhat excited tone, You don't have to hide it now. Tell me if you have anything else to hide. Zhou Feng was stared at by everyone with scorching eyes for a few seconds before he slowly came back to his senses. He glanced at the expressions of everyone, and even Major General Lin was looking at him expectantly. He licked his dry lips absent-mindedly. What the hell? Fu Xue wasn't this strong before, right? Zhou Feng now even felt that he might not be able to withstand the blow from the other party just now. He said hesitantly, I guess, nothing else? Everyone was a little speechless. What does the curled tone at the end of your sentence mean? Do you want to ask us? Major General Lin, the Thunder Lion, has started to move. It ran towards the Dongha province team, probably because the fighting was too noisy and too close to him, and he felt threatened by the battle for territory. The young officer paused for a moment before saying, The Dongha province team is in good condition, but the Qilin City team may no longer be able to resist. Should we send out an interception signal? As the young officer's finger pressed a key, another small screen hanging below the conference room was brought up. A majestic lion galloped across the empty wilderness. Most of its fur is dark blue or blue-gray. Only the sideburns on his neck and the hair on his spine were golden, and arcs of electricity continued to burst out as he ran and jumped. The officers present at the scene suddenly held their breath. Even though they are all 5th-level warriors, it would still be difficult for them to fight this thing. If you don't risk your life, there is basically no possibility of killing the opponent. If you want to kill the opponent safely, you probably need 3 well-trained 5th-level warriors. If you want to kill him safely, you probably need at least 10 people. It's okay, let it go. Lin Wang said calmly, playing with a remote control with a red button in his hand. The officer's eyes suddenly jumped. One can only sigh that he is worthy of being a major general who has returned from the front line. He is much more arrogant than them. This is too expensive. Fu Xue's breathing slowed down as she looked at the almost level Libra. She doesn't care much about the money, but that doesn't mean she is prepared to spend it all without leaving a penny. She feels completely insecure without any savings. Okay. Fu Xue was just about to grit her teeth and empty her wallet to buy the 3 gems, but an angry roar exploded in the distance, and she looked up in shock. The other person's figure was completely blocked by the dense trees, but the majestic aura seemed tangible, and the emanating gemstone light shone through the gaps between the trees. The sky was coated with a layer of golden yellow. Snakes of light snaked out from under his feet, flashing everywhere and making crackling sounds, turning the ground into a thunderstorm. Awakening Thunder LV3. Why are your special effects so powerful? Fu Xue's eyes widened. She looked down at the amber gem in her hand that she had treasured 2 seconds ago. Now she shuddered at the sight of it again. The awakened beast is coming. Lin Yu looked at the falling trees calmly, walked over and grabbed Fu Xue's sleeve, and asked simply, Run? What should we do with these people? Chao Jun pointed at 3 people piled together on the ground and asked. They were all knocked unconscious by Fu Xue, and they would definitely die if they stayed here. But it felt a bit stupid to run with them. After all, the other party's murderous intent did not seem fake. Can you please call for help for them? Chao Jun's eyebrows were twisted into a Chan shape, and he raised his head and asked Fu Xue hesitantly. This is actually very offensive, and calling for help is equivalent to elimination. It's okay for some teams that don't have any strength. But Qilin City, a team that used to fight for 1st place but now has the strength to fight for 2nd place but now has the strength to fight for 3rd place, is in trouble? Stay here first. I still have use for them if... Fu Xue twisted her neck excitedly. If I still have some money left. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed out like a cannonball. Chao Jun looked at Fu Xue's back in a daze. He opened his mouth to ask what it meant. Would they be useful if there was any leftover money? But it just turned into a deep sigh when it reached his lips. He looked down at his palm as big as a palm leaf, and all he could see was Fu Xue's powerful strength to move mountains. That kind of power to destroy the world was his ultimate dream. How far do I have to go to have that kind of strength? Stop thinking nonsense. Lin Yu glanced at the other party with pity, found a stone and sat lazily on it. I'm so tired. Let's take a rest. Did you just? You didn't do anything. Did you do it? Chao Jun originally wanted to say that he had been beaten, but when he thought about it carefully, he had not had time to hit himself this time. He was stunned for a moment. I didn't do anything. Then with a complex expression, he found a stone and sat on it, letting out a long sigh. Tired. Chapter 90 is just in time to be my lunch. Wow. Do you want to force me to do this? She won't go crazy, right? I am a pure fighting maniac who likes this kind of warrior. Kick Shindao's ass hard. Damn it, you want to win the double championship with your status. Did Fu Xue from Dongha province agree to it? Tianhe City, Bushkaman? Dip the beans, cool. Seeing everyone in the barrage looking forward to the fight between Fu Xue and the angry golden lion like crazy, the big guy who did the science was stunned. It's good to be confident, but isn't this too much confidence? Everyone, be reasonable. This is not a good thing. That earth beast is a fourth-order peak thunder golden lion, with a high ecological niche and awakened state. It can be said that it can be directly compared to a fifth-order warrior. No matter how strong Fu Xue is, she is only a third-rank warrior now. If she is determined to fight the angry thunder lion, she will most likely face the fate of being rescued and then eliminated. His original intention was to remind the audience to calm down, so as to avoid a situation that was contrary to their imagination and cause Fu Xue to suffer a backlash. But he overlooked the fact that Dongha province had always been hovering around the 10th place. Tianhe City is more pure, and they have always been there to make up the numbers. They were already very satisfied to have such a big spotlight. Woohoo! Open the champagne. If we win, Fu Xue will definitely win the championship. If we lose, Fu Xue will be the uncrowned champion. You're right. I declare your national martial arts competition equation completely true. Seeing this situation, a big question mark with special effects slowly floated across the barrage. In the military lounge, a girl with burgundy hair slowly lowered her crossed legs, and her expression gradually became amused. She bumped the shoulder of the Taoist-robed young man sitting next to meditating and said with a smile, "Brother, didn't you say that you have no opponents in your eyes, only martial arts?" Shindao nodded and said, "Very strong, fast and mentally strong, but I don't think I will lose." He doesn't say this out of nowhere, unless the power reaches a very exaggerated level. Otherwise, the stronger the opponent is, the stronger he will be. But Shindao also had to admit that if the opponent was placed on the Earth Beast battlefield or in a chaotic battle, his performance would definitely be better than his. The girl with burgundy hair pouted. She went to have a head-on confrontation with the raging thunder golden lion, and she ran away as dejected as you. First of all, it's called heading for the original planned goal. Shindao looked indifferent. Secondly, I ran slowly and leisurely, but you ran in despair. In the end, she was just giving away her qualifier spot. Watch carefully. I'm definitely better than a big turtle like you. The girl puffed up her cheeks and stuck out her tongue at him. A blue vein popped out on Shundao's forehead. To others, he is definitely the pride of heaven, and no one has ever dared to say that his 4-digit plan is a tortoise tactic. But his sister liked to talk like this, which made him more and more stressed about the word turtle. Even occasionally worrying about gains and losses, I always feel that I should change to a stronger martial arts specialization. Calm down. Roar. The roar of the raging thunder golden lion was deafening, and its huge body ran rampant in the woods. Each impact was accompanied by the flash of an electric arc, charring the surrounding trees and rocks to black. Its golden eyes stared intently at the rapidly approaching Fu Xue. It had only one goal from beginning to end. Ensure your unique position here. What a heavy aura. Fu Xue took a deep breath. The closer she got to the opponent, the heavier the power of thunder became. Although there was still nearly 100 meters between the two, her hair had begun to stand up uncontrollably. The air around was filled with ions, as if a lightning storm would break out at any time. Try not to touch the electric parts on it, she muttered to herself. Seeing the other party rushing over and turning everything it touched into scorched earth, it would probably not be very pleasant to be touched. This moment, the thundering golden lion suddenly jumped high and pounced towards her. If you're in the air, then it's not up to you. A smile appeared on Fu Xue's face. Her body suddenly paused and she pressed her toes hard on the ground. A huge pit suddenly appeared under her feet, and her figure appeared next to the thunder golden lion. Bang! The whip kick hit its soft abdomen fiercely, stirring up a violent air wave in the air. Boom! The Thunder Lion was knocked to the ground. A large charred pit appeared with a flash of electric arc coming out from time to time. Fu Xue didn't give it any chance to breathe. She moved as swiftly as a cheetah, clenched her fists, and subconsciously grabbed the electric hair on the other's neck. Her hands were clearly 2, or even 3 steps faster than her brain. By the time she opened her eyes wide and realized something was wrong, it was too late. Sizzle, sizzle. Fu Xue opened her mouth and exhaled a breath of white air. You. She felt as if all her internal organs were roasted. If it weren't for her recovery ability, she might have lost her ability to resist. By the time she came to her senses, a bloody mouth had already aimed at her head and was about to bite off. Roll. Fu Xue clenched her fist and punched it on the head, and immediately warm blood splashed on her face. She stuck out her tongue and licked it gently. The tip of the tongue feels numb and tingling, as if she had drunk a bottle of Coke with bubbles bursting out of it. A smile slowly appeared on her face. How do you know I'm hungry? Just give it to me as lunch. At this moment, everyone in the conference room was stunned. Lin Wang had already pressed half of the button, and now he didn't know whether to continue pressing it. No, is she just going to fight this thing head-on? Where did all that strength go? Just take out a tree stump and swing it at him. It's not easy for a third-level warrior to stand up after being electrocuted. As for picking up a tree stump, that's fine. But moving like thunder is not just talk. An officer pondered for a moment and said in a serious tone, "Why don't we just stop here and drive the beast away directly? Otherwise, the fight between the two of them will only get more intense, and if Donghua province is really eliminated, it will be a big joke." The others thought about it carefully, and most of them nodded in agreement. The original intention of setting up the Earth Beast was just to select powerful warriors to enter the semifinals. Now the only 2 powerful warriors have stood up without any doubt. This powerful Earth Beast actually became a hindrance. The officers from various places were vying for rankings, but in fact, everyone understood that the strength of a genius like Fu Xue was obvious. Without a ranking, they won't admit that the other party is stronger? This is impossible. Many officers looked at the figure in the front, but the other party said nothing. Those who could sit here were not stupid. They soon realized that Major General Lin had already acquiesced, but was unable to speak out because of his status. Then, I don't agree, this is obviously cheating. Lieutenant Colonel Liu stood up suddenly, and the officers around him looked at him in shock. Major General Lin, I think this behavior is extremely despicable. Chapter 91. Overlimit State. The air was somewhat quiet for a moment. Lin Wang paused, tapping his fingers on the table, and nodded slightly under the gaze of everyone. You are right. This is indeed a bit inappropriate. As the core person in charge of all important matters of the national martial arts competition, if he does something against the rules, the competition that has cost huge manpower and resources will instantly become a joke. Identity brings rights, but also shackles. He turned around and glanced at Lieutenant Colonel Liu calmly. Lieutenant Colonel Liu Chong, I want to warn you. This is a trial ground for selecting talents for Dasha, not an officialdom for you to exclude dissidents. The voice with hidden anger echoed in the conference hall. Lieutenant Colonel Liu's straight shoulders drooped in an instant, like a frost-bitten eggplant. His throat rolled and he struggled to explain. No, I just have some. I follow the principle of majority rule, that's not what I mean. His mind was instantly awakened by Major General Lin's cold words. Realizing that he was just struggling to survive, he quickly lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry, Major General Lin. I just saw that our team was ranked 17th, and I was a little confused for a moment. The school officer present glanced at the big screen after hearing this, his face a little confused. Just now, their attention was on the battle between Fu Xue and Qilin City, and they didn't pay any attention to other teams at all, so how could they notice these things? It's still pretty human. The other officers shook their heads slightly and sighed with some pity in their eyes. Lin Wang didn't even turn his head, let alone forgive him. Seeing this, Lieutenant Colonel Liu did not dare to sit down and could only stand trembling in the conference room. The barrage was already numb at this point. In addition to being numbed by the electric shock a few times in the beginning, Fu Xue now directly pressed the head of the angry Thunder Lion to the ground and kept beating it. If it weren't for the occasional flashes of lightning from her hair, everyone would have thought it was just an ordinary lion. Fuck, the super electric resistance king. I'm getting hot all over after watching this. I can't bear it any longer. I have to get to bronze level today. The virtual arena is starting. Who else? I want to ask, besides Donghua province, who else dares to compete for the championship this year? This is a close combat with a fourth-order awakening Earth beast. He was suppressing the opponent the whole time. I don't need to say more about the value of this. Why hasn't Fu Xue killed it yet? I have a guess, but it's just a guess. A slightly more knowledgeable viewer took a deep breath and typed. She is probably using the electric charge of the angry thunder lion to hone her body's resistance to this biological charge. The audience in the live broadcast room were shocked when they saw this sentence. Fu Xue was challenging a super Earth beast that was a whole level higher than herself. It would be fine if he didn't think about defeating the opponent quickly, but he actually used the electric current from it to train himself? My dear family, you are truly fearless. Hand-to-hand combat is truly terrifying. If you aim at your vital points at such a close distance, you will die. I even saw several security guards hiding nearby. Awesome. I am completely convinced. Some geniuses are more than just talented. At the same time, Fu Xue clenched her hands tightly and crushed the lion's claw that was struggling with her hand. Bullying value plus 200. You gain a speed of 1m/second. She glanced at the long list of notifications on the system panel and couldn't help but force a smile. Quite dignified. In just a moment, she increased her strength by nearly 1,000 kilograms and her speed by 5.3 meters per second. Now hand over the most valuable thing in your possession, she said with a somewhat cold smile. Then die. Crack. Enter the gem vision. Roar. The thundering golden lion struggled in despair, roaring madly. As a fourth-level Earth beast, it already possesses a certain level of intelligence and can fully feel the contempt in Fu Xue's words. What's more, the majesty of the king cannot be blasphemed. Damn it! Damn it! Roar! The thunder lion roared toward the sky with the last of its strength, causing the leaves for miles around to rustle. The birds flying in the sky froze and fell down just by hearing the roar. The soft fur of the thunder golden lion first began to ooze out blood, and then the skin began to crack like scales. At this time, Fu Xue's white and tender fingers had begun to pry the golden gem embedded in the other person's body, and soon she was slightly startled, because a new gem suddenly appeared in the other person's body. The pure black color has no fancy decorations, but it can stand out among the golden lightning. Over limit level 1. What's this? A red alarm suddenly sounded in the conference room. The cold AI voice came through the stereo. Abnormal temperature detected. Please carefully check the abnormality of the Earth beasts in Area 11 of the preliminary venue. Area 11? Isn't this the area where Fu Xue is? Has her body temperature exceeded the set threshold? Damn, that's 90 degrees. Could it be level 5? Lin Wang pondered for a moment. His eyes slowly widened, and he pressed the button in his hand almost without hesitation. Bang! There was no obvious explosion sound in the picture, but one could see that the air around the thunder lion's head was violently shaking and creating ripples. Black blood flowed out of its mouth, nostrils, and ears, and even tiny bone fragments and brainstem flowed out. But it just shook its head, looking a little dazed as it slowly stretched its cracked fur. The school officers and Major General Lin who were watching this scene all had their pupils shown. Over-limit state? Unlike humans, who can constantly improve their upper limits through skills and medicine, Earth Beast's strength is usually determined during their lifetime. The strength of the angry thunder lion can only reach the peak of the 4th level. No matter how hard it tries, the limitations of its species and body can only reach this point. But there is a situation among extremely talented Earth beasts that allows them to break through their own limits. Over-limit state. By dissolving all the energy in the body, completely break the so-called food chain and become a creature that transcends the limits. Once you enter this state, it is equivalent to entering the countdown to death. The amount of energy consumed every second is outrageous, and running out of energy is equivalent to death. What happened? Why did it go into overdrive? This isn't what it's supposed to do at all. Oh no, what should we do with Fu Xue? She's in this crazy state now, and she's not afraid of pain. No one can stop her. This moment, the scene on the screen made everyone's heart tremble. The angry golden lion bit Fu Xue's slender and white arm fiercely in revenge, and blood splattered all over Fu Xue's arm. Lin Wang's heart sank when he saw this scene. It is not difficult for a warrior to reattach a broken limb. But after all, it is not your own growth, so it will definitely have some impact. Not only was he the one who arranged this golden thunder lion, but the so-called safety measures also didn't work. A warrior's future was ruined, and Dasha lost a talented warrior. These two mistakes almost made him feel depressed. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm so tired. Quick. Get all the security personnel out to protect Fu Xue and all the students and evacuate the competition venue. I'm going to kill this beast myself. The young officer also stood up quickly and arranged things in an orderly manner according to his headset. Turn off the live broadcast, rescue Fu Xue first, and evacuate the other students. Don't ask any more questions. Right now. Wait, Major General Lin. There seems to be a turn for the better. Lin Wang, who was about to walk out of the conference hall, turned back when he heard the words and was stunned when he saw the image on the screen. Chapter 92. The struggle game can end now. Fu Xue was curious and wanted to pick the gem off. But the pain in her arm made her pupils shrink to the size of needle points in an instant. Her eyes suddenly returned to reality. The Thunder Lion had stood up at some point, biting her arm tightly, shaking its head and biting madly. Laugh. The blood flowing from Fu Xue's arm mixed with the blood dripping from its mouth and fell to the ground, bubbling with blood. Fu Xue tilted her head, and the parts of her neck and body made crisp crackling sounds. You don't want a complete corpse anymore, do you? After saying that, she took a deep breath. A bright flame ignited in his eyes. The golden elixir in the lower abdomen began to spin rapidly. The air behind him began to distort slightly, as if flames were burning. It seemed to be aware of the imminent crisis, and its hair stood up like steel needles. The golden beast's eyes flashed with lightning, gathering all the energy in its body. Countless electric currents enveloped them in dazzling light like a ball. Fu Xue's whole body was wrapped in electric current, and a burning sensation spread to every inch of her skin. A white and tender hand slowly passed through the almost suffocating electric current and firmly grasped the jaw of the Thunder Golden Lion. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Fu Xue's face. I'm going to eat you up completely. Her right arm, which had been bitten off long ago, had recovered. She twisted her wrist gently in the other's burning mouth, then suddenly grabbed its canine teeth. Click, click. The harsh sound of bones rubbing against each other. The head of the Thunder Lion began to twist visibly. She moved her hands up and down, slowly stretching the other person's mouth to its limit, but there was no mercy in Fu Xue's eyes. Chi! There was a sound of skin tearing at the corner of the Thunder Lion's mouth, and its pain filled the air. The golden animal's eyes widened to their maximum, and its claws, flashing with electricity, hit Fu Xue hard again and again. The claws carrying the fierce wind easily scraped off a piece of flesh from her body, but those horrible wounds healed in an instant. Fu Xue stood still like a rock. The fire in her eyes didn't even flutter. Instead, the Thunder Lion's already broken claws began to make hissing sounds, and soon they were corrupted by her blood to the point of being rotten. Your struggling game ends here. Chi! The blood rain dripped onto the leaves, and the security personnel who were rushing over felt their scalps tighten. They simply couldn't see what was going on inside the rapidly flashing electric current. Subconsciously, I thought that the blood rain was from Fu Xue. Even if they were ordinary students, they would have been severely punished, and a genius among geniuses like Fu Xue died under their protection. Stop talking. This is the end of my life. Don't stop. Even if there's only dregs left, we have to take them all back. Yes. Before they could finish their words, they saw the figures standing intact inside, and an expression of shock suddenly appeared on their faces. Nothing seems to have happened? Fortunately, she really killed him? She killed a 4th-level awakened Earth Beast by herself? It's indeed a bit unexpected, but it's a good thing anyway. Leave 2 people behind to observe the aftermath, and the others evacuate outside. The team leader in charge of security wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and finally let out a breath. Just as they turned around and were about to leave, the crackling sound of electric current coming from behind made them turn their heads back in alertness. Then the scene before them was completely imprinted in their minds. Fu Xue's back slowly stood up from in front of the dying body of the angry Thunder Lion, and a faint electric light flashed around her. Immediately afterwards, thousands of electric arcs burst out with a deafening whistle. In the lightning, her petite figure clenched her fists. He aimed at the head of the Thunder Lion again and smashed it down suddenly. Boom! Countless electric currents raged on the ground like dancing silver snakes, and a column of electric current several tens of meters high suddenly rose above the forest. An unprecedentedly fierce light burst out in the surveillance footage. Extremely dazzling. Some of the officers in the conference hall narrowed their eyes slightly, and many even raised their hands to cover their eyes. The lightning dissipated, and the surveillance footage gradually became clear. Now everyone can see clearly what happened at the qualifying round. In an instant, in the huge conference hall, Everyone could only hear the heavy breathing coming from each other's mouths and noses. The girl in the picture slowly stood up. The electric current surrounding her was all gathered together, and except for her clothes being slightly damaged, she appeared in front of them intact. The furious Golden Thunder Lion, who had just been fighting with her for life and death, was now dead beyond death. The head on the neck was crushed into powder by the punch, and the limp body was held in Fu Xue's hand. As for the ground, it was an extremely exaggerated sight, with a huge charred pit that was more than 10 meters wide, and Fu Xue was standing in the center of the pit. Everyone was a little bit incredulous. The over-limit state is like a high-pressure valve, the kind that you're afraid of exploding if you put your hand out. Fu Xue was even caught off guard by the Golden Thunder Lion's sneak attack on one arm. Although no one had the intention of cursing Fu Xue in their hearts, several question marks appeared in their minds. This horse can win? Win? Beat the Earth Beast in the over-limit state? Several instructors looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Peak of the 4th level, high ecological niche, awakening state, over-limit state. Any of these 4 labels appearing on an Earth Beast is a huge threshold. Put together, it can be said that they are invincible below level 5, and below level 6, they are all evenly matched. But Fu Xue is only at the 3rd level. Zhou Feng, you are so damn good at hiding. The officer of the Imperial Capital team couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead and scolded with a smile. I really don't know. I want to be alone. Zhou Feng's outstretched hand was trembling a little. Lin Wang stood upright with his body trembling slightly, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. A smile slowly appeared on his face, and he couldn't stop laughing. Great. You are indeed the genius of Dasha. I never thought I would see such a talented warrior in my lifetime. He has already reached the 3rd level at the tender age, and he can even condense the embryonic form of aggression as fierce as fire and the complete movement as thunder in one battle. In time, our great Xia will have another martial saint. The sound of Lin Wang's hearty laughter made the officers' heads buzz, and they thought in a daze. What the hell? Is she awakened now? Or did he just awaken 2 types? Besides, the talent of a martial saint? Chapter 93. Entering the top 4 is considered a success. The live broadcast room lost the picture. Written on the black screen were 8 big words. Failure occurred. Adjustment in progress. The audience had a bad feeling at this time. There has never been any problem in the live broadcast room of the National Martial Arts Competition. What the hell? I hope it's not what I thought. Please don't let anything happen. It's okay if we're eliminated. We'll definitely win the championship next time if we're more cautious. Brother Dong. Call Brother Dong. The boss with a distinguished sign took a deep breath and typed with trembling hands. Very bad. I think I may have to think about the worst. The bite was absolutely solid. If it were me, I would have lost the ability to fight back. But for a genius like Fu Xue, maybe there is still some room for recovery? Don't even think about it. She's definitely dead. Another comment appeared, pouring cold water on her. The Golden Lion of Wrathful Thunder has shown signs of being over-limited. Do you know the Golden Lion of Abyssal Thunder that destroyed the old capital of the White Elephant Nation? It is the Golden Lion of Over-Limit that is near death. I can only say that it is unrealistic for a mere 3rd-level warrior to survive at such a close distance. The screen was quiet for a moment, until a barrage of comments slowly floated across the empty screen. It seems like, I really don't understand what you Dongha province dogs are barking about. You like lone champions? Now it's all gone. This barrage instantly triggered public outrage. Drawing it up, I really don't know what your Imperial City dog's name is, but you can't even look at Shindao. What's the point of showing off? Brother, don't worry about the map cannon. I'm from the Imperial City, and I think this guy is quite stupid. MLGB, fishing for 4,000 plus. Although there was no picture in the live broadcast room, the popularity rose several points, and the smell of gunpowder suddenly started to burn. You spent 370 million to get over-limit LV1. You spent 160 million to obtain Awakening, Thunder LV3. Expanding the character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, human, chosen by God. Life level, 34.1. Strength, 13,829.19 kilograms. Speed, 36.91 meters per second. Mental strength, 70.6. Combat power, 1,390,301.11. Entries, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. Big bully, gold. Compulsory acquisition, gold. System backpack, Fixed card ×1. Mission. The Great God's Orphan. Click to expand details. Blessing. Click to expand details. What a shame. I thought I could gather all 3 talents today, but the improvement has exceeded my expectations. Even the money is overspent. Fu Xue glanced at the pitiful thin weight on the scale and shook her head slightly. She needed a faster way to make money. Next time when you deal with an enemy, you can beat them up first to get their attribute points, then buy their abilities, and finally pack them up and have the chef cook them. 1 fish, 3 ways to eat it. Isn't this life level rising rapidly? Besides, Fu Xue wiped the blood off her face, then gently licked the cola-flavored blood off her fingers. I really need a mobile Coke can. Fu Xue, are you okay? Lin Yu's voice came from behind. She and Xiao Jun were walking out on tiptoe, their shoes making a crisp, crackling sound as they stepped on the ground. You can imagine how fierce the battle just now was. Are you injured? Lin Yu stood closer and saw the condition of Fu Xue and couldn't help but ask. My body is special and I'm all right now, Fu Xue said calmly. There is such a physique? I forgot to tell you, I have some rare viruses. The kind that can probably be named after me. Fu Xue circled around Lin Yu twice, and finally tilted her head to look straight into the green mist in her eyes, and asked softly, Don't you feel something is wrong? Although Fu Xue was not prepared to tell others the truth about her abilities, there was no need to hide it now. Previously, it was because reporting it might cause some unnecessary trouble, and secondly, she used to care a lot about other people's opinions. If someone looks at her as if she were a monster, Fu Xue would not be able to help but punch him on the head. As for now, when the warrior associations from Donghe Province and Tianhe City came to him together, Fu Xue realized that he might be the superior. Do we need to report this? Fu Xue now finds other people's opinions even more ridiculous. She is now confident that no one is more dazzling than her in terms of strength. Lin Yu's eyes twitched fiercely, and she spoke awkwardly. No? You just don't feel it. Fu Xue said, Find an opportunity to do a full body check. Lin Yu opened her round eyes wide in shock. I won't die. Just because she wants to lie down doesn't mean she wants to die. Fu Xue pondered for a moment. Maybe it won't be easy to die? Is it really possible that someone would place a thunder lion at the evacuation point during the qualifiers? A curly-haired girl asked curiously as she ran. Haha, I guess it might be an awakened golden thunder lion. Li Ji adjusted his glasses and said calmly. The noise in the forest was probably the first encounter between the angry golden lion and a certain team. The thunder that followed proved that the two were in a fierce battle. I think the only team that has this strength is the Imperial Capital team. Let's get to the evacuation point as soon as possible while they are fighting. If they are injured, and we still have enough energy, we might be able to fight in the finals. Well, but there's also Qilin City this year. It seems like our Shindu may not be able to maintain its position as the eternal runner-up this year. The curly-haired girl said weakly. Li Ji almost crushed his glasses. This might be the closest he has ever been to the championship, but he actually forgot about it. Grass. The 3 of them rushed to the evacuation point, submitted their points, and slowly exhaled. If we can't win first place in the finals, at least we can win first place in the qualifiers, right? Li Ji's words were somewhat self-consoling. When the other person shows up later, you two must show your full energy and laugh at him. Okay, big brother. The 2 teammates standing next to him nodded vigorously. After a while, the strong smell of blood rushed into the nostrils of the 3 members of the Shindu team. Their eyes moved to the line of the plain in the distance, and their pupils suddenly contracted. A figure was carrying a ground beast that was completely inconsistent with her size and rushing across the plain like a dump truck. Li Ji's pupils shrank into needle points, the golden sideburns and the circle of hair on the drooping paws. It's not the Imperial City team, nor Qilin City. His throat rolled several times before he gritted his teeth and spit out a few words. Entering the semifinals this year is considered a success. Chapter 94. I like simple and crude rules. In the Imperial team's lounge, the burgundy girl's eyes suddenly widened a bit, and she trotted up to Shun Dowie, who was sitting on the futon and meditating. He stammered and pointed at the text on his phone and said, Brother, that person seems to be okay? Shun Dowie opened his eyes and asked, Who? It's only been a few days. Why have you forgotten? The girl stamped her feet, then handed the phone to him and said, Here, you can see for yourself. I think your title of number 1 in Great Xia may not be guaranteed. As soon as Shun Dao took the phone, he squinted his eyes slightly, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Her name is Fu Xue? She is already your biggest opponent, and and you only know her name now." The girl curled her lips at the side. Shindawi didn't speak and looked across the text on the phone screen. Dasha Evening News. According to Major General Lin Wang, the person in charge of this national martial arts competition, I am very aware of the audience's concern for the national martial arts competition, but due to the fact that the competition is in progress, the status of the players cannot be disclosed. There are two things that can be made public at present. The first is that there were no casualties in the abnormal situation that happened to the Dongha province team in the qualifiers. The Dongha province team will also continue to complete the national martial arts competition. Secondly, Qilin City withdrew from the national martial arts competition in third place and has now returned to Qilin City, which is regrettable. Still alive. Shindawi's usually calm eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of shock. He guessed that Fu Xue must have been seriously injured. Maybe his condition had improved from a near-death state recently, and only then did officials come out to explain. This is still a relatively positive guess. After all, one bite from the furious Thunder Golden Lion would either kill him or leave him half-crippled. It was really hard for him to imagine that someone could be bitten by such a big bite and only suffer a superficial wound. It's such a pity. The battle was almost won, but at the last moment, the Earth Beast broke through the limit. The girl with burgundy hair pouted and said, "It's so unlucky. There aren't many extreme Earth Beasts in the world, but she actually encountered them in the preliminaries of the national martial arts competition." Shindawi said nothing. He half closed his eyes, feeling a little uncomfortable. As the heir of the martial saint, he has received more knowledge in private than ordinary people, and he is also more aware of the dangers of extreme-level Earth Beasts. The real danger in the extreme state comes when the Earth Beast is in excruciating pain. There is no pain more exaggerated than the constant dissolution of the whole body, and death seems like a relief to them at that time. How terrifying is an enemy who is not afraid of death? No one dares to face such an enemy of the same level calmly. Fu Xue, on the other hand, was only a third-level warrior, facing an extreme Earth Beast that had surpassed the fourth-level strength. If she is really still alive in that situation, I really don't want to face such an enemy. Shindawi felt complicated. The girl on the side blinked her eyes and asked with a smile, "Didn't you say you're not afraid of any warriors? Why did you suddenly say that today? Are you afraid?" "That's right. After 3 days of waiting, my favorite ranked battle is finally here. Although the Earth Beast part is indeed powerful with blood and flesh, it lacks the smell of gunpowder. I must have a reason to stomp on the faces of you guys. I can only tell you that on the day of the incident, the martial arts associations of Dongha Province and Tianhe City were extremely anxious, but everything calmed down the next day. Be safe. I can guarantee that Fu Xue is 80% fine. Just wait for Dongha Province to show up." What a pity. If Fu Xue hadn't been injured, she would have won the championship. Damn it. Is there no one to refute at this time? All the people who barked in our live broadcast room before were killed by the room manager. While the audience was chatting, armored vehicles were already slowly arriving at the competition venue. As teams of people appeared, the people in the Dongha Province live broadcast room began to hold their breath slowly. They were afraid to see a girl with an empty right hand walking out. However, when Fu Xue, who was sitting in the car of Dongha Province, jumped down, everyone was stunned. "How come you don't look injured at all? And you look even healthier than during the qualifiers. Your face is even rosy. Maybe it's because you ate well?" I said that the appearance of the super-limited Earth Beast is impossible. That scene was definitely shot by the official in front of a green screen. It's all special effects. Unbelievable. Oh, then how else do you explain that she wasn't hurt at all? I want to ask how long a 5th-level warrior can last in front of that super-limited angry golden lion. What level of warrior is Fu Xue? Can you tell me? The audience who supported Fu Xue were stunned. Although some people wanted to say something stubborn, "Can you please stop asking me something?" But they were also a little confused about how Fu Xue came out intact. No one thought she had suffered any serious injuries, but she couldn't be in better condition than before. This is a bit difficult to handle. Their brains were racing, but they couldn't find a reason to refute it. The green screen theory is really the most likely explanation. The blue and white armored vehicle carrying the Dongha Province team stopped. Through the thick car windows, what comes into view is a large open space large enough to accommodate several football fields, with forests, lakes, mountains, and other terrains on both sides. An area with very rich terrain, suitable for all warriors to find a battlefield that suits them. Ranking battle, meaning that as long as you take first place, others will not dare to challenge you? Fu Xue looked down at the list in her hand, and the corners of her mouth slowly curved up, I just like this kind of simple and crude rule. She twisted her bones, which were a little numb from sitting for a long time, then stretched her body and jumped down. I just got off the car and haven't stood firmly yet. Then I heard a surprised voice coming from the side. You are okay? The word ends with a curled tone, which makes it look very playful. Fu Xue turned her head and saw a beautiful red-haired girl winking at her. But this question confused her. Is there something I need to do? This should be possible. The girl circled Fu Xue twice and even pinched her arm. She asked in surprise, is it true? Fu Xue stared straight at her. Although she didn't say anything, the meaning in her eyes was clear. Do you want to eat fried cakes or not? If you really fight with my brother, I will be on your side. He told me personally. Before the girl finished speaking, she was interrupted by a faint voice. Xunling, come back? When the girl heard this, she whined and walked back with her head lowered. Chapter 95, I will take away all the honor from you. Who is this? What do you mean by taking her side? Can she beat Shindawi? You're kidding. No, buddy. What have you been doing these past 3 days other than surfing the internet? You don't even know about such a big thing. Those who ride horses are already in the finals. It's important for surfing to advance to the next level. If we advance to one more level, we might be able to advance one more place in the rankings. Most people nodded in agreement, even though the military district had left them a mobile phone. But at this stage, everyone is so nervous that their skin is tense all over. Who has the leisure to play with their phone? Poor thing. Li Ji, who knew most of the information, showed pity. Is there anyone among you who doesn't know that during the preliminaries, there was a 4th-level Earth Beast, the Thunder Lion, guarding the evacuation point? It seems that the noise in the woods should be caused by that thing. Fuck. I took a detour anyway. I didn't even dare to look at the noise. There is such a thing? Then I am lucky that I have never encountered this thing, hee. Lucky? You're overthinking it. Li Ji raised his glasses and laughed, pointing at Fu Xue and said, I saw with my own eyes that she carried the golden thunder lion into the evacuation point. Ah. I remember this thing's ecological niche seemed to be quite high, and its strength could be at the peak of the 4th order. Don't tell me it's a 4th order peak Earth Beast. Level 4 peak? A light flashed across Li Ji's glasses. Not only that, it's also an awakened Earth Beast. Where do you think the electricity comes from? Everyone was a little torn when they heard this. For most teams, dealing with a 4th order Earth Beast is already troublesome. The 4th level peak is another level of difficulty, and the awakened level Earth Beast is hellish difficulty. Once any beast on Earth develops awakening abilities, the danger will increase exponentially. Warriors like them who have not yet reached the Grandmaster stage are just mortals with slightly tougher bodies. They really cannot withstand the destruction of the earth, fire, wind, and thunder. Damn it. I was thinking I could move up a few places in my last participation, but now it's Qilin City and the Dark Horse team. Damn it. Qilin City withdrew from the competition? Li Ji shrugged. The reason is still the same. Someone beat them up in a 1-on-3 fight and left them embarrassed. Everyone's expressions suddenly froze. Bushigoman, there are 3 talented warriors in Qilin City. One person picks 3? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They have never seen a 4th level peak awakening level Earth Beast, but talented warriors are really not uncommon. Many provincial teams even have a talented warrior. Their status is very transcendent no matter which province they are placed in. Among the talented warriors, those from Qilin City are the best. Can 3 well-matched talented warriors be picked off by one person? As for Shindawi, they might still believe some. Can't you accept this? Then don't be afraid of what I'm going to say next. A smile appeared on Li Ji's face. The furious Thunder Golden Lion finally broke through the overlimit state and was killed. Hearing this sentence, the whole place suddenly fell silent. After a moment of relief, everyone began to slowly crack. Wait, are you telling me? She killed a 4th level peak, awakened Earth Beast, and also broke through to a super limited state? One player asked through gritted teeth. A group of people stared at Li Ji, looking forward to his answer. Yes. But at this moment, a faint affirmation from the side completely confused them. Shindawi still wore the Taoist robe and stood calmly on the spot. If not for everyone turning around and looking at him, many people would have thought they were hallucinating. The championship this time should not fall on me again. Shindawi's words sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Is this admitting defeat? Damn it. I just stayed in the dormitory for 3 days. Why does it feel like everything has changed in the summer when I came out? I've been chasing him for 10 years and still haven't caught up with him. What are you looking at? I mean strength. From the moment Shan Dao spoke, the barrage in the live broadcast room began to scroll crazily. After the words that could be said to be surrender were spoken, the barrage was like a thick curtain that completely covered the screen. The white man from the imperial capital speaks. The black man from Dongha province speaks. You all stand on horseback and speak to me. Kill them all. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. What the hell? We haven't even fought yet, but we've already locked up the championship. Isn't it a bit too bland? Some people even posted a barrage pretending to be pity. I thought I could see a fight with the Imperial City team. Just thinking about the match between two peerless talents makes me excited. It's a pity that Shindawi actually gave up first. What a pity. Woo, we are the champions. I saw Fu Xue moving in the picture. Everyone was immediately shocked and looked at the picture on the screen attentively. As long as Fu Xue says a word, this year's National Martial Arts Competition Championship is already half over. According to her strength, as long as no weird accidents happen, it's stable. In the screen, Fu Xue tilted her head slightly and said softly, "Isn't it good to just hand over the championship to me so easily? It makes me feel like winning the championship is a child's play." Everyone was stunned. What does this sentence mean? She didn't seem to agree. However, none of the players present spoke. They were all waiting for the development of the matter with the mood of watching a good show. The expression on Shindawi's face was stunned, and he said in confusion, "I have given up fighting for the championship. What else do you want?" He really didn't want to compete with a warrior like Fu Xue who fought hard. What's more, there are too many mysteries in the other party that he can't see through. Why did all those injuries disappear? Why did she survive at the hands of an earth beast that was in a super limited state? It's very troublesome. In addition, you may not be able to win even if you work hard for a long time, so it is better to just give up. The championship itself doesn't mean much to him, and the second one doesn't make any difference to him either. Lin Yu looked at Fu Xue, who was gradually smiling, and swallowed slightly. "Captain, you can save your energy in the ranking match, otherwise you will be easily defeated." Fu Xue said calmly, "It's very simple. I just make them afraid to fight." This sentence instantly made everyone's eyes narrow. The originally harmonious atmosphere was suddenly filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder. Under the gaze of everyone, Fu Xue said slowly, "I can win the championship with my own strength. Why should I accept your charity?" She slowly clenched her fists, and the tiny electric current made a crackling sound in her hands. Tongues of fire danced wildly behind her. That invisible might was like a towering mountain, weighing heavily on the hearts of everyone present, almost suffocating them. Her burning figure was reflected in everyone's eyes, and their hearts trembled at the same time. Like a demon on earth. "I have a big appetite. I not only want to win the honor of the championship, but also the essence of the championship reward." Fu Xue glanced around, and finally landed on Shindawi's calm face. She smiled. "I will also take away all the honor from you." Chapter 96, Entering the Overlimit State. Shindawi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly clenched his fists. Although he didn't speak, sometimes silence is the best answer. The player caught between the two will suffer. I was sweating profusely for a while, and I didn't even dare to take a breath, for fear that the flames of war would burn me. I think you may have misunderstood what I meant, but I understand what you mean. Shindawi smiled calmly. The successor of the martial saint, the leader of the younger generation. His status has long surpassed that of a champion. I accept your challenge. As his voice fell, 2 drones dropped from the sky, casting eye-catching projections with red letters in the air. Imperial Capital Team, Dongha Province Team. There are 2 dash below. Indicates that the 2 teams are currently tied. Whoosh. The moment the holographic light fell, Fu Xue disappeared from the spot. Immediately afterwards, the piercing sound of thunder passed by everyone's ears. An extremely violent gale followed, blowing the hairs on their bodies to stand up. What a fast speed! What a heavy punch! This thought came to the minds of all the contestants. Almost no one reacted the moment Fu Xue made his move. Such speed and power were enough to eliminate most people. But Shindawi reacted. Not only did he react, he also successfully caught the punch. Whoosh! Fu Xue's figure did not stop the moment it came into contact with Shindawi. Instead, he was lightly pushed and quickly flew forward several hundred meters. The dirt on the ground was plowed by her feet, leaving long skid marks. Boom! Until there was a loud noise from the mountain wall in the distance, followed by a series of cracking sounds. Their faces twitched slightly, and they looked dumbfounded as the huge cracks spread across the mountain. The upper part of the mountain has begun to slowly slide down. What kind of power is this, to split the mountain in half with just one punch? The mountain was cracked, and it cracked me too. Damn it. Did this punch take hundreds of years? What is she doing standing there? The contestant's brows twitched as he spoke. Shit. I think I understand. I'll withdraw first. While others were still confused, the scene before them made their pupils tremble. Fu Xue actually raised her hand and steadily caught the falling half of the mountain. The huge monster looked to be at least 30 or 40 meters long. She gently twisted her waist and abdomen, and the air around her seemed to be pulled by her movements and shook violently. Call. The huge mountain drew an arc in the air, accompanied by a violent whistling sound. It hurled towards them like a meteorite. Fuck, you idiot. You only care about yourself when you run away, right? The man in the front smiled and said, I got hit and injured because I'm not strong enough. I'll just take advantage of you, right? Fuck, everyone is watching the show, and you are trying to play tricks on us? The shadows in the field flashed away one by one, and finally only 6 people from the Imperial Capital Team and Dongha Province were left occupying the largest open space. The other 4 members of the 2 teams also retreated a distance, silently making way for the eldest brother in their team. Fight for the championship? No one cares anymore. From the moment Fu Xue said that, both of them were fighting for the highest honor of being the number 1 person in Dasha. The championship is just a bonus for the winner among them. Boom! With the sound of boulders falling to the ground, all the fleeing players each chose a place with a clear view to watch the battle. Their eyes were all focused on the petite figure in the distance. Every tiny movement can make them feel the heart-stopping power of each other. If Shindaoi is a numerical hexagonal god of war, Fu Xue gave them only one feeling. Numbers are weird. Before, they had doubts about Fu Xue's 2 extremely luxurious achievements, but now they are more than half convinced. Soon, someone sighed unnaturally. Here comes another one. Shindaoi's brilliance alone has covered up their existence for 4 or 5 years. Now there is another person named Fu Xue who is almost as powerful as them. Will this group of people still have a place to stand in the future? The others were also somewhat silent. Who understands this kind of admission ticket that you have earned with all your efforts? It feels like in the end, I was only given tickets to watch the match of the 2 strongest geniuses. As the top talents in their respective provinces, they now feel powerless all over. Just then, the words that Fu Xue said made them look up suddenly. Very good. You are worthy of my new move. In the huge conference hall, the red light flashed again, reflecting the astonished eyes of the crowd. The home field image on the big screen automatically switched to thermal sensing mode under the control of AI. On the screen, Fu Xue's body temperature gradually changed from warm yellow to hot red. The red color spread quickly, dyeing the air around her the color of flames. From the perspective of thermal imaging, she looks like a blazing little sun, emitting amazing heat. A school officer stood up suddenly and said in shock, "What does this mean? The impact range must be at least 120 degrees, right? Could it be that she has really become a master? Impossible. How is it possible for someone to break through to the Grandmaster level at the 3rd level? What kind of physique does she have to be able to do that? She doesn't have any protective chi at the 3rd level, so how can she resist this heat? Don't tell me she's just using her body to resist it." There was an uproar in the conference hall. People really couldn't understand how such a thing that shattered their worldview could happen. A master needs years of hard work and a large amount of medicine to reach that extraordinary state of transformation. To put it nicely, Fu Xue's age is a teenager, but to put it bluntly, her hair hasn't even grown out yet. Not to mention that the physical condition has reached its peak. It is not even certain that the bone sutures have closed. The young officer turned around to look at the situation that was somewhat out of control, licked his dry lips, and was about to stand up to stabilize the situation. Lin Wang, who was sitting next to him, patted his arm gently, his eyes fixed on the no wound check on the checklist with Fu Xue's name on it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Wang said softly, "Change the picture back to its original state." "Yes." The young officer pressed the button in his hand. Switch the screen back from thermal sensing state. The scaly wounds that slowly opened up on Fu Xue's skin made his pupils begin to tremble uncontrollably. No bright red blood flowed from those scaly cracks, but instead an orange-red light was revealed, like flames burning in the air. He was very familiar with this situation. Just 2 days ago, he had witnessed it on the corpse of the Thunder Lion. That breath of destruction, even after the death of the angry Thunder Lion, it did not completely dissipate. Overlimit. She can also enter the overlimit state? Chapter 97. The Power of One Punch. Overlimit? You said Fu Xue entered the overlimit state? Isn't that the ability of the Earth Beast? Isn't her strength and ability now leaping up another level? Can humans really reach this state? I would say that both Earth Beasts and humans can enter the awakened state. So why can't we enter the translimited state? Many school officials sounded excited, almost jumping to their feet. Only Zhou Feng swallowed slightly and asked in a low voice, "Isn't she near death in the overlimit state?" As for her risking her life to defeat Shen Dao, these words instantly silenced the surrounding school officials. The expressions on their faces were dull. Overshooting is the final counterattack before death. Even if humans learn it, they will still use it as a life-changing tactic on the battlefield of Earth Beasts. Anyway, at least it's not used to win first place in competitions. What the hell? You're too impulsive. Can you stop this? If something happens, we will lose a martial saint in Great Xia. This is fucked. I've never heard of this thing being able to stop halfway. What the hell did you do to teach this person, Zhou Feng? You've ruined a good kid. Suddenly, a school officer became angry and pointed at Zhou Feng and started scolding him. Zhou Feng did not dare to refute, although he had indeed never taught Fu Xue. But at this moment, he couldn't help but review in his mind everything he had said to Fu Xue in his life. Just when the people behind were about to start a fight, Lin Wang knocked on the table lightly and said, "Okay, sit down. At least I don't think she would be so irrational as to risk her life for the championship. So what do you think?" A school officer asked impatiently. "I think she..." Lin Wang looked up at the girl on the big screen who was laughing wildly, and he admired her no matter how he looked at her. Maybe it controls the overlimit state? Everyone was confused. Control? Overlimit? Even the various races and tough bodies of the Earth Beasts can't do it. So how can she do it? Laugh. Fu Xue gently turned her neck, making a slight clicking sound. Her skin began to crack, then miraculously healed. This process repeats itself over and over again, as if undergoing a strange metamorphosis. If a pair of wings could grow out of his back, this state could be called the curse of heaven. Boom! Under the puzzled gaze of everyone, Fu Xue slowly turned around and punched the mountain behind him. The hundreds of meters long mountain range cracked like fragile glass under this blow. In less than 2 minutes, it collapsed with a loud noise. Among the ruins, red-hot black dust erupted. The overwhelming black intertwined with the burning red dots was like a harbinger of the end of the world. Fu Xue smiled at Xindaoi. "Fortunately, I gave it a try, otherwise I would have killed you directly." Xindaoi's eyes kept trembling. Normally, he should have been watching his opponent's movements, but at this moment, he was looking at his hands that were shaking uncontrollably in a daze. The next second, a hot fist rubbed against his cheek. The huge heat caused his hair to curl slightly, and then a strong wind like a storm blew over. Just the huge wind force caused him to retreat dozens of meters. And when he turned back and saw the rows of fallen trees, his throat rolled and sweat fell down his cheeks. Sweat. Xindaoi stretched out his hand and wiped his forehead. Looking at the wet marks on his palms, his face was a little bitter. From the beginning to the end, he just used his strength to push Fu Xue. How could this be the sweat shed due to fighting? But this was exactly where he felt most powerless. Fear. It means that he will not be able to catch up with the opponent's strength for at least 5 years. For him in the past, it was simply a fantasy. "I admit defeat, completely admit defeat." He took a deep breath and said with his last dignity, "As you said, all the halo and glory on my body belong to you." Then he raised his hand to greet his teammates and left the home court. The red-haired girl from the Imperial team and another boy followed him silently, heading towards the armored vehicle on standby in the distance. "Brother, are we leaving like this?" Xinling, a girl with burgundy hair, asked in a low voice. "At least we should challenge the Xindu team and win second place for the Imperial capital, right? Once they lose, all points will go to the winning team, which means their points will be cleared directly. Due to the withdrawal of the third-place Qilan City, at this time, as long as the points of the fourth-place Xindu team are taken away, they can return to second place. And the Xindu team is completely the fermented bean curd of their Imperial team." Xindaoi was silent all the way. It wasn't until he jumped onto the armored vehicle that his legs slipped and fell off. Only then did Xinling realize something was wrong. He grabbed Xinling's shoulders in a panic and said with a trembling tone, "Help me?" Only then did Xinling feel the trembling and fear coming from her brother. Her pupils dilated slightly. Who else? Fu Xue's eyes were bloodshot, revealing a chilling and violent aura. His sharp eyes swept over the players watching from a distance one by one. All the players she saw felt a chill, and their pupils involuntarily narrowed under this aura. Are you joking about riding a horse? Is this a level of power that should be exerted? A player standing far away trembled and couldn't help but take a step back. Just when he felt a little embarrassed, he found that everyone took a few steps back. In comparison, he was the most solid. Someone said in a complicated tone, I finally understand why she is so crazy and why she doesn't want this free win champion. Did Shindawi not react to that punch? Or did he know he was outmatched and didn't take it? Shindawi is like this, let alone us. A player couldn't help but sigh. She is right. No one dares to take action. Fu Xue's initial bold words have now been fully realized. And even more. At least if Fu Xue doesn't leave, no one will dare to step forward, let alone start a fight. The barrage was completely stagnant at this time. From God's perspective, they see more clearly. The power of that punch made the entire mountain tremble, and cracks snaked and rolled through the mountain like an earth dragon. The moment the mountain cracked, its interior burned red, like a volcano erupting, spewing out billowing ash. This can no longer be said to belong to human power, right? Bushkaman, I was thinking just now why I turned around and punched the mountain. Are you afraid of directly beating Shindawi to death? It's scary. Can anyone tell me that everyone in the third level has this kind of strength? I, a little Camilla who has just stepped into martial arts, is already numb. Are you numb? You're numb. That's right. I'm a third-level warrior and I'm numb too. I just want to ask if the black men in Dongha province can still speak? They won't all be frightened, right? An ID who had been cursing Fu Xue before sent out a line of words. I admit that I am blind, and I voluntarily support the birth of a new king. With this strength, you can even participate in the International Warrior Exchange competition. If Fu Xue is given another year to grow, I can't even imagine how much champagne will have to open that day. Chapter 98. Alive, double blessing. Come on, follow me and take a look. Lin Wang picked up the military cap on the table and put it on his head. He believed that Fu Xue had the ability to control this situation, but he still felt a little uneasy. Aren't you going to wait until the game is over? Isn't it a bit against the rules of the game to go so early? A school officer whispered, immediately earning angry glares from everyone. When he was a kid, he was definitely the type of student who liked to raise his hand to remind the teacher when he forgot to assign homework. The most troublesome first place in qualifying has been directly locked. By the time we arrive, qualifying may be over. The young officer stood up and answered. According to the situation in previous sessions, the number one player will have to be challenged back and forth for at least many rounds. Only those who persevere in the end deserve the title. But now, the situation that Fu Xue mentioned did indeed occur. No other team dared to challenge. This kind of unprecedented dominance is difficult for even the Imperial team to achieve. Although Shindawi in the previous term was strong, he was not as strong as he is now. When he really had the ability to dominate the national martial arts competition qualifying, a stronger Fu Xue happened to appear. This was Fu Xue's first real entry into the national martial arts competition, and he sat on the throne of the absolute ruler. Lin Wang looked at the young officer hesitantly. Seeing him nod affirmatively, he continued. That's what I thought. Let's go. It was a little different from what Fu Xue had imagined. With the consent of many contestants, she returned to the armored vehicle to rest. But soon the armored vehicle started up on its own. Originally, Fu Xue thought that they were going to return to the dormitory of the base, but unexpectedly, they were pulled into a triangular gate. The officer driving the car opened the door for them personally. Please get out of the car. The tone was much gentler than in the initial qualifying round. Chao Jun and Lin Yu were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them as soon as they jumped out of the car. Dozens of officers were standing in a neat row outside. The middle-aged man in the front even had a golden star on his shoulder strap. The two were startled and quickly made way. As pure loafers, they are very self-aware in their hearts. Under everyone's gaze, a hand slowly placed on the door frame of the armored vehicle, and several fingerprints instantly appeared on it. Clatter! Fu Xue jumped down, and a burning breath hit her face. Is this the over-limit? The officers present couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Seeing it on the screen was completely different from seeing it in person. The aura of wanting to destroy everything almost made their hearts palpitate. Considering the opponent's performance on the field, no one present except Lin Wang dared to guarantee that they could suppress her. How do you feel? Do you need a checkup or a rest? Lin Wang didn't rush to say anything, but asked with concern. My body hurts a bit, but everything else is fine. Fu Xue frowned. I still feel like hitting someone. Have you considered how to exit the extreme state? No. I tried it after I learned it, and it really feels great. Lin Wang was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and his face became visibly anxious. Quick, prepare cooling measures. You have a special physique. If you try to cool down, you might have a chance to save your life. The young officer standing next to him pressed his earphone with a panicked look on his face and kept giving orders. When Fu Xue came to her senses, she was already standing beside a huge ice pool. The room was cleaned very well. A female military doctor in a white coat took out several bottles of medicine from a medical cart. Some distorted words came out from under the mask. We don't have any treatment for your condition, but these are medicines to replenish your physical strength and relieve mental stress, which may be of some use. But don't worry, we will do our best to find a way to end the overlimit state. I'm not that miserable, actually. At least I won't die. Fu Xue twitched the corner of her mouth and jumped into the ice pool under the other party's stern gaze. She has infinite resilience and eternal life. I am God's chosen one, and I am afraid of this. The moment she jumped into the ice pool, the ice cubes that were close to her began to smoke and melt quickly. She was quite reluctant to jump in at first, but now she finds soaking in the ice pool quite comfortable. All the muscles in my body were stretched. Fu Xue buried her head in the water, spitting out bubbles. Fu Xue basically just lay in the ice pool. When you wake up, someone will bring you food, and when you're full you can go back to sleep. It was not until 7 days later, when the wounds on his body had stopped cracking, that he walked out under the astonished gaze of the female military doctor. She opened her lips slightly and said, Major General Lin has postponed the time for you to absorb the earth marrow and blood for a few days. If you feel you have recovered, there will be a special car to take you there. Fu Xue nodded. The female military doctor pushed the medical cart away in a daze, mumbling to herself in self-doubt. Does ice cooling really have an effect? This is a Nobel-level discovery. Fu Xue rolled her eyes. Rather than saying that the ice cubes had an effect in cooling down, it was better to say that she was actually soaked to death and then came back to life. It's better not to get into this state next time. Going into this over-the-top state is really strong, but it's hot and painful. The key is to die once to cool down. Bully value plus 100, gain 100 kilogram strength. Why do people still give bully points? Fu Xue scratched his head. She hasn't done anything bad these days. Isn't Shindawi still convinced? But after thinking about it, she didn't care. Anyway, this thing was given to her for free. I have spent 1,200 kilograms of strength lying in the ice pond these past few days. He is a nice guy. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, human, chosen by God. Life level, 34.5. Strength, 15,224.71 kilograms. Speed, 36.41 meters per second. Mental strength, 80.9. Combat power, 1,974,311.92. Entries, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. Big bully, gold. Compulsory acquisition, gold. System backpack. Fixed card ×1. Mission. The Great God's Orphan. Click to expand details. Blessing. Click to expand details. Not bad. When Fu Xue was about to close the panel, she suddenly saw a small red on the blessing column. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Reach out your little hand and click on the blessing column. 7 curses, 7 blessings. Part 1 Iron pathogens. 7 curses, 7 blessings. Part 2 Plant pathogens. Introduction. Blood strengthens life. Your extremely powerful lesions can corrupt plants, turning them from ignorance to self-awareness. So that's how it is. Can I get a blessing every time I die? Fu Xue reacted quickly. Some even speculated what the next blessing would be like. After plants, it should be a living thing, right? Then what? Chapter 99. Everyone is lying down, so why can't it be me? You should change your clothes first. It will take some time to check the venue. The female officer who led the way said gently, There is hot tea in the room that can warm you up. She put down the folded clothes and closed the door gently. Fu Xue looked around the room in front of her. The room is not too big, but the white walls and warm yellow wood furniture are much better than the model dormitory. Fu Xue looked at her complexion in the mirror, and it was indeed not very good. Her skin was already a shade whiter, and after 7 days in the ice pool, she was almost pickled. Looks like a dead person. Call. A wave of heat rose from Fu Xue's body, evaporating all the coldness in her body. When I looked in the mirror again, I felt much better. The The clothes left behind by the female officer was a military uniform. Navy blue jacket and trousers with gold horizontal stripes sewn on the cuffs and collar. It was wrapped in a slim-fitting shirt and a pair of black military boots on top. The only difference between the uniforms and those of the officers she had seen before was that there were no military ranks on the epaulets. It was simply embroidered with silver rose and peony petals. The slim-fitting military uniform made her figure look even taller. Without any contrast, she looked to be over 1.7 meters tall. Her fair face took on a murderous aura against the backdrop of the clothes. More handsome than in my previous life. Fu Xue looked at him twice more, and for a moment she didn't know whether she was sad or happy. Stop it, buddy. You want to poach people from our martial arts association? Why are you torturing me? Zhou Feng frowned and said angrily, if I could dig it out, would I still be torturing you here? The school officer representative from the imperial capital also said angrily, you two families have cooperated, and with our imperial capital joining us, why can't it be possible? Don't you know why not? Zhou Feng glanced at him when he heard that. Although there are some gaps between Tianhe City and Donghe Province, the two can still barely reach a balance. If we add the capital, then it will be the end. Once the heavyweight resources were put down, the two companies instantly became the green leaves setting off the imperial capital. From Chao Jun's behavior, I can tell that you are a responsible instructor, the school officer from the imperial capital said patiently. For the sake of Fu Xue's future in martial arts, you have to persuade her for us, right? I will. Zhou Feng nodded and slowly said in the other party's ecstatic eyes. But now the resources from our two families are enough for her. When they are not enough, I will come to you. With a relationship like ours, you're still trying to play this trick on me. It's so damn unfair. Before he could finish his words, the door behind him was slowly pushed open, and almost everyone looked back instantly. The moment he came in, almost the entire place fell silent. But the eyes of everyone present were more than 1 degree hotter. Admiration, envy, curiosity, and so on. The worst among them were the reporters holding cameras. I didn't expect that we would meet again in this way. The world is changing so fast. Liu Beibei looked at the girl who was slowly walking to the front with a very complicated expression. 2 months ago, she and the other party passed each other at the examination center of Tianwu University. At that time, she didn't say a few words to the other party because she had to get the video, but now she can only raise the camera and take pictures from a distance. Even the slightest movement could result in being asked to leave the meeting room. I thought of the exaggerated articles that the editor had already written and the increasingly heated discussions online. The gap between being a college entrance examination candidate and being the #1 person in Dasha is too big. She couldn't help but sigh again. Click. Liu Beibei pressed the shutter button. In the photo, Fu Xue had a slight smile on her lips, while Lin Wang was smiling kindly and beckoning her over. Lin Wang glanced at Fu Xue and said with satisfaction, yes, you look very suitable for military uniform. Are you interested in coming to the front line? Many school officers in the field were stunned. If it weren't for the fact that the person standing on top was a major general, they would have wanted to rush up and hug Fu Xue and sprint 100 meters. The danger on the front line is not just talk. For example, the awakened earth beasts have not been seen in the rear for almost 100 years. On the front line, especially in the Great Hole, sometimes when you are caught in a chaotic battle, it is not just your strength that counts in surviving. Although Fu Xue is a genius, he is not yet a strong man. I'll go if I have the chance. Fu Xue said a little embarrassedly. The front line is definitely a place to reap military merits, but unfortunately, this thing is useless to her. Her current goal is to make a lot of money, then consider entering the frontline beast battlefield to harvest skills, and finally complete the system task. The major general in front of him should be at least level 7 in strength, and the general in the hive city should not be much worse. Once your strength reaches around level 7, you can go and take a look at the nest city. Good. Lin Wang looked at Fu Xue more cordially. He glanced at the few contestants standing in the front row, and his tone became indifferent. Everyone is here, so there is no need to delay the awarding. Immediately afterwards, an officer came up with badges and awards. The rest of the team sat below and looked at the 3 teams on the stage with envy. Among them, Xindao's eyes were the most complicated. They have already put on commemorative iron badges, and the real awards have ended long ago. This time, the award ceremony for the top 3 was postponed specifically to wait for Fu Xue. Real special treatment, but no one has an opinion. The third-ranked team is brass-colored. If it weren't for the weapons exclusive to the 3 of them engraved on it, it would look like a warrior badge at first glance. Xindu team ranked second. Holding the silver badge in his hand, Li Ji had a strange expression on his face. Ever since he knew that Qilan City was participating in the competition, he knew that he might get third place. When he saw Fu Xue kill the Golden Thunder Lion, he thought that entering the semifinals would be a success, but now, fuck, why am I still second? No one will remember the second place, unless it is the Shindu team that is always second. Thinking of what Cricket had said about him online, Li Ji wanted to roar to the sky. It would be better to get third place. He took a deep breath. He glanced sideways at Fu Xue, who had a calm expression, and Chao Jun, who was feeling a little uneasy beside her. Then he glanced at the two little kids beside him who were laughing foolishly and almost fainted from anger. He didn't expect the two little dings to help him win first place. After all, Fu Xue's strength is even more terrifying than Shindaoi's. Shindaoi went from challenging local warriors like Chao Jun, defeating geniuses from all over the place, and finally won the first place in the national martial arts competition. It took him nearly 6 years to prove that he was the best in Dasha. And what about Fu Xue? It only took one punch. It took less than 2 minutes to easily replace Shindaoi's position. If he had this kind of teammate, would he still be like this? Li Ji was almost dying of acidity. It's all about lying down. Why can't that person be me? Chapter 100 The Breath of God. The last thing that came to Fu Xue's eyes was a golden badge that was obviously larger in size. In Lin Wang's hand, it exudes an aura of dignity that is almost tangible. In the center of the badge, a powerful character Yi is clearly visible. Surrounding this large character are two delicate lightning and fire patterns. With the refraction of light and subtle changes in angles, it seems as if they are breathing like a living thing. Almost all the contestants had some envy on their faces, and the rest were filled with deep awe. The strength is too strong. According to Li Ji, they only had a vague understanding of Fu Xue. It was only after they heard about Fu Xue's true level from the instructors of their respective teams that they felt truly desperate. A warrior with 3 talents. Fight against the super-limited Thunder Golden Lion and awaken 2 abilities through this battle. Entering the super-limit state with human resources, no matter which one it is like hearing a letter from a foreign language to them. That punch. Do you know how much psychological damage it causes to a martial artist who comes to participate in the national martial arts competition? After awakening, you have embarked on another path. You can try to resonate this badge if you have the chance. It shouldn't be difficult with your understanding. After Lin Wang finished speaking, he patted Fu Xue's shoulder affectionately, handed the badge to her personally, and then gave her an earnest instruction. Try to avoid going into over-limit states in the future. It's bad for your health. The reporters sitting in the back row were stunned when they heard this. The journalists who are qualified to enter the base for interviews undoubtedly have outstanding professional qualities and abilities. They have actually done their homework on most of the information. Over the limit, huh? Is that what I thought? No wonder her punch was so powerful. It might have exceeded the limit of the 4th or even 5th level. However, this state seems to be quite dangerous and consumes a huge amount of energy, right? So what Major General Lin said means that her body has been overdrawn, a reporter suddenly realized. Should this ability to burn one's life in exchange for power be banned from the national martial arts competition? Several reporters looked at each other and wanted to say a few words in a low voice. But when they were given a cold look by the young officer in front of them, their anuses tightened immediately. Fortunately, Lin Wang waved to the young officer at this time, and the young officer quickly handed over the silver briefcase in his hand. Lin Wang said to Fu Xue, "Since you have awakened 2 talents, the effect of the low-level earth marrow has become much smaller. I specially replaced it with a better one for you." Knock. He gently pressed the switch, and a faint scent of grass came out from inside. Then the layer of black velvet covering the filler was revealed, and 3 sealed injections were placed in the groove. The liquid in the injections is milky white, but the one in the middle is slightly different. A rich white liquid with a light golden color rolled softly inside, emitting a wisp of light golden mist. Like dewdrops in the morning light, they have a sense of holiness that is not of this world. Hiss, pure earth marrow? Seeing this scene, those who know the value of things couldn't help but feel jealous. The so-called low-level, high-level, and pure levels are all a type of earth marrow. It's just that some of them are extracted from the soil through complex processes. The earth marrow extracted in this way will not only have defects, but will also be diluted with each additional process. Pure-grade earth marrow is extracted from a well-preserved or similar to stalactites. The earth marrow inside is so rare that it can only be counted in drops. It's truly a rare find. The price of such a small jar would be conservatively around 1 billion in exchange for military merit alone. This is because there is a significant discount for the rank of Major General. If it were placed on the market, the price would be even more terrifying, tens of billions. I'm afraid the Shin family in the imperial capital won't be able to afford so much money at the same time. Everyone glanced at Shindawi, who looked calm, and shook his head with emotion. For Shindawi, Fu Xue's pit is a bit unusually big. Okay, this session is over. Lin Wang smiled at Fu Xue, and then said lightly, Fu Xue, follow me, and the others will disperse. Then he waved his hand, turned and walked towards the side door of the conference hall. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Fu Xue followed with a little doubt. After walking out of the side door and entering a corridor, Lin Wang said hesitantly, we are opening up a new cave on the front line. The resources are very, very rich, but the fighting there is quite brutal. After thinking about it, I think only you and Shindawi are qualified to enter among these people. He paused, coughed lightly and explained, there aren't many resources under the ground. Almost all the beasts can only plunder energy from other beasts. The ones who survive are the top hunters. You have to think about this carefully. Fu Xue raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard that. This makes the place sound like a huge poisonous insect breeding farm. Aren't those beasts that came out to kill terrifyingly strong? Don't worry, the strongest beast masters are temporarily suppressed by the martial saint. You just need to deal with the smaller ones. Lin Wang laughed. Do you have any intention of going here? I suggest that you go there to broaden your horizons. Even if you don't go deep into the area, just take a look around. The real battlefield is not like this playground built for you by the 7 major war zones. Fu Xue's eyes lit up when she heard Dongfang Yi's name. If she went there, she might be able to get the last 2 volumes of 8 Dermas of the World for free. And as we can see from the Thundering Golden Lion, the skills of earth beasts are much stronger than those of humans. It's a pity that I don't have enough money, otherwise I would have bought them all. Humanoid beast. Who can bear this? You can think about it first, and then contact me through your local warrior association or your instructor. Lin Wang stopped. He looked back at Fu Xue with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand and shook hands with her gently. Looking forward to seeing you there. Your physique doesn't seem to be suitable for duck injections? The female military doctor wore a white mask and looked at the rotten needle in her hand with a puzzled look. I've already used a high-temperature resistant needle that only grandmasters would use, but why can't I get it in? This is not right. Can I take it orally? Fu Xue sniffed and asked with her head tilted. Absorption through the stomach is a bit slow, but this is the only way now. The female military doctor's mouth twitched under the mask. Fu Xue took it carefully and gently unscrewed the injection port. The liquid in the injection is thick and heavy, like flowing mercury. Drink it all in one gulp. The liquid slid down her throat before she could even taste it. It doesn't taste good either. Fu Xue smacked her lips. But soon, she felt a stream of heat surging from deep in her abdomen, rushing to her limbs and bones like a tide. Even with the naked eye, one could clearly see that the white mist was expanding beneath her skin, spreading along the lines of her blood vessels. The temperature is rising. Her skin began to glow red, as if it was ignited by an inner fire. More than 300 acupuncture points all over the body continuously emit a series of crisp sounds, like setting off firecrackers. Laugh. This special power raged in her body like a flood or a beast. From the internal organs to every strand of hair, there is a subtle yet terrifying power everywhere. You drank the marrow of the gods, SSS+, and gained the skill God's Breath LV1. Chapter 101. 1 million combat power increase. Laugh. In another room, Li Ji clenched his fists lightly. Feeling the power surging in his palms, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. The military doctor beside him handed him a pair of glasses. Thanks. Li Ji expressed his gratitude to the military doctor with a gentle smile, and then put on his gold-rimmed glasses gracefully. He was in no rush to leave the room, but began to rhythmically relax his now slightly stiff body. This kind of dull feeling has rarely been experienced since he was promoted to a first-level warrior. This shows that his body and strength have experienced a comprehensive improvement, which means that his martial arts cultivation has made another significant leap. It should break through the 4th level soon. There was a hint of imperceptible pride in his tone. At this age, if Shindawi hadn't been weighing down on him, he would undoubtedly be the most outstanding warrior of the contemporary era. Shindawi won't get a reward this time. Maybe we can really have a chance to meet each other next time? Li Ji thought of this, and the smile on his face became even brighter. This sworn enemy must defeat him once, otherwise there will be no hope for the rest of his life. As for Fu Xue, he didn't dare to think about it at all. He felt that no matter how strong he was, he still didn't have enough physical fitness to withstand the opponent's punch. He can win 10,000 times, but he only needs to lose once. Forget about leaving a complete corpse. It would be a success if we could leave half a pound of ashes. Not to mention that Fu Xue was currently receiving an injection of pure earth marrow next door. He couldn't help but feel a little envious when he thought of this. Pure earth marrow was a luxury that he could not even dream of. If he could use pure earth marrow just once, he would be willing to be the number one for the rest of his life. Bang! A loud noise came from outside, and Li Ji walked out immediately. This? He looked at the scene in front of him, a little surprised. A man as strong as an iron tower was staring awkwardly at the twisted and deformed door handle in his hand, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. The military doctor behind him smiled kindly. It's normal to be unable to control the sudden emergence of new power in the body. Chao's army? Li Ji's pupil shrank slightly. The opponent was just a second-level warrior before, but judging from his aura now, he may have broken through to the third level. Those muscles, which were already exaggerated to the extreme, now made him feel that every muscle in them carried explosive power. It completely subverted his identity as a scoundrel and faintly exuded a tiger-like power. Yu Guangzhong saw a graceful figure walking out of a door not far away. Life is so unpredictable. Lin Yu muttered something. I haven't done anything, so why is the change so great compared to the 9 years of hard training? Hard work is totally useless. You guys deserve to die. Li Ji's mouth twitched when he heard this. Oh shit. Is this human language? You have actually broken through to the third level? Lin Yu nodded and greeted Chao Jun. I'm stuck at the peak of the third level. It's a pity that I didn't take this opportunity to break through to the fourth level. Chao Jun smiled innocently and said in a somewhat obsessed manner, compared to breaking through the third level, I actually want to learn Fu Xue's punch more. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the room nearby, as if a giant god had descended upon the earth. The people standing in the corridor felt their minds go blank in an instant. Under that huge deterrent force, their bodies trembled slightly involuntarily, as if they were frozen in place, unable to react in any way. Until half a minute later, the momentum receded like the tide, and everyone gradually regained their senses. Can your aura alone overwhelm me? Li Ji's scalp almost tingled, and his voice trembled a little. Is it the Grandmaster aura of Major General Lin? There's no way the Major General would be here. Is the noise coming from Fu Xue's room? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Fu Xue? Their heads turned a few times hesitantly. That's impossible. This is Earth Marrow, not the 9 Transformations Golden Pill. How could it allow her to break through to Grandmaster level directly? This was the first thought that popped into everyone's mind. But they all ran towards Fu Xue's room at the same time. Boom! Fu Xue felt as if countless dormant volcanoes suddenly awakened within her body, violently erupting magma. The blood is burning. God's eyes are as sharp as lightning. Between her bones and muscles, tiny but sharp forces quietly grew, and just one glance at them made others feel an indescribable tingling sensation. The female military doctor standing by was shocked by the strong aura emanating from the girl and couldn't help but step back. It wasn't until her back slammed into a solid wall that she came to her senses. The throat rolled slightly and a slight swallowing sound was made. Qi-Jin, I have reached the 4th level? Fu Xue looked down at her hands and asked in confusion, why are they golden? Shouldn't they be colorless? Qi-Jing. This sign often means that the warrior has opened up all the acupuncture points in the body and started to build up the endless circulation of the big and small Zhoutian in the body. The effect of the Earth's marrow is truly terrifying. It was a good decision to participate in this national martial arts competition. She could clearly feel that the power accumulated in her body was still continuously strengthening her body. Then she narrowed her eyes and looked at the log on her system with some confusion. Blood of the gods, breath of the gods? Is the origin of the Earth's marrow so great? Fu Xue clenched her hands slightly, and a layer of indestructible energy emerged from her taut skin, the breath of God. A layer of golden light enveloped her entire body, as if a god had descended from heaven. In an instant, Fu Xue even felt that everyone in front of her was as small as an ant. Check the panel. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, human, chosen by God. Life level, 37.9. Strength, 20,274.31 kilograms. Speed, 41.14 meters per second. Mental strength, 82.1. Combat power, 3,010,133.76. Entries, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. Big bully, red. Compulsory acquisition, gold. System backpack, fixed card ×1. Mission, the Great God's Orphan. Click to expand details. The combat power has increased by more than 1 million. Fu Xue said in surprise. The effect of the Earth's marrow is too exaggerated. The breath of God seemed to make her enter a transcendent combat state. It's as if everything is under control. This is definitely the most powerful combat skill she has ever acquired. Chapter 102. 10 billion acquisition. Do you want them all? In the corridor, Ma Hongyun and Lin Wang walked side by side, and the two of them talked in low voices like old friends. Although Ma Hongyun is only a 6th-rank warrior, his status is no different from that of the president of the Warrior Association and the rank of Major General. Of course, this is just how it looks. At least the military district's investment is much bigger than his. You are really generous. You can even take out the pure earth marrow? Ma Hongyun said with emotion. He was still a little dazed at the moment. They, Tianhe City and Donghe Province, funded Fu Xue in the hope of making a short-term investment. But by short-term, they expect a period of 5 to 6 years, instead of just 1 to 2 months. The changes happened so fast that the S-level contract drawn up by Tianhe City and Donghe Province looked like a game of house. What she can give back to me is far more than what others can give me. Lin Wang said calmly, for such a genius, of course I have to give her the best. After she is injected with the earth marrow, she should be at the 4th level, which can also lay the foundation for future grandmasters. You can rest assured to leave her to our care. Then 2 days later, the person was taken away by you. Ma Hongyun twitched the corner of his mouth. Haha, we in Tianhe City are preparing to take our great hero home. Right at this moment, a thrilling aura permeated the air. The two men stopped talking immediately and frowned briefly. Whoosh! Their figures shuttled through the air like phantoms, leaving behind a series of blurry afterimages, and quickly rushed towards the source of the momentum. Before they arrived, the intermittent sounds of voices in the air reached their ears. I have personally seen the Grandmaster in action. His aura is definitely not inferior to that of the Grandmaster. Is pure earth marrow so terrifying? Is she injecting earth marrow? Could it be that she ate a master? The door handle turned gently. The light sound was like thunder to them. The group of people suddenly stopped talking and stared at the door in front of them. Click. Fu Xue walked out. Her skin was covered with a jade-like mist, and the dazzling golden light gave her a layer of gold, just like the rising sun. But it also seemed to take away the color of everything around it. At this moment, everyone's vision became slightly blurred. They involuntarily lowered their heads and looked at their shoes. A strong wind blew by. 2 figures stood in front of Fu Xue one after another. Good. Lin Wang looked at the girl in front of him with burning eyes. Then he no longer concealed the aura of a master, and an almost colorless energy burst out from his body, causing cracks to appear on the walls and floor. The explosion of this energy made the whole room seem to tremble. Everyone present suddenly felt as if a huge rock was pressing on their chest, so heavy that it made it hard to breathe. Bursts of muffled groans came one after another. Some people even had a trace of blood flowing from the corners of their mouths under the pressure of this momentum. A golden thread flashed in Fu Xue's eyes, and the unquestionable golden light on her body began to surge as if provoked. Breath of God. In the eyes of everyone, the golden light on Fu Xue's body seemed to condense into a giant god that sheltered the heaven and earth, and the endless power seemed to evaporate all the air around it. Good. This earth marrow was given to the right person. A hint of admiration flashed in Lin Wang's eyes. He smiled slightly, and the aura on his body receded like the tide. At such a young age, you already possess the qualities and potential of a grandmaster. When will you reach the door of the 7th level? Lin Wang said with relief. Becoming a grandmaster will be a natural progression for you. There was a sound of swallowing saliva from the audience. Suppressed murmurs could be heard from time to time. Fuck, are you kidding me? You're only a few levels deep and you're already a master. Are you superhuman? In such a hot day, several contestants present were sweating all over. Their hands and feet were cold, and their heads were buzzing. A 3rd-level quasi-grandmaster? That sounds like a fucking ghost. The gap between him and Fu Xue was already so big that it was despairing. Then they discovered with even greater despair that not only were they much weaker than her in strength, moreover, compared to the rugged warrior road under their feet, the other party's road, a smooth road ahead, Grandmaster's talent, Grandmaster's power? Ma Hongyun wiped the sweat from his forehead, his throat rolling continuously. 6th-level warriors are called quasi-grandmasters, but that doesn't mean they can really step into the 7th-level grandmaster realm. He was stuck on these 2 steps when he was young. By now his body has entered the decline period of a warrior, and he is still stuck at these 2 steps. The difficulty can be seen. And Fu Xue, even at the 4th level, had already broken through these 2 chasms that could be considered as insurmountable. Damn it! How come the gap between people is even bigger than the gap between people and dogs? Not to mention the group of little kids next to them. Even Ma Hongyun was so shocked that he almost vomited blood. Fortunately, she came from my side. When Ma Hongyun thought of this, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. Fu Xue, Shindawi set off 2 days ago. Lin Wang couldn't suppress the excitement in his voice. Tell me, what worries do you have? As long as you are willing to come to our military area, I can give you everything you want. When Ma Hongyun heard this, a wry smile appeared on his face. Good guy. It seems that the power of the master not only stimulated him, but even Lin Wang was not immune. A dignified major general, to be able to say these words is obviously to have completely let go of his attitude. Can I give you money? Fu Xue said hesitantly. In the military area, military merit is more valuable. Lin Wang saw her persistence and asked strangely, how much do you want? 10 billions or hundreds of billions? It doesn't matter. Fu Xue licked her lips slightly. Even with her current psychological quality, she was a little embarrassed to ask for the money. The people around were stunned when they heard this astronomical figure. That's almost the annual GDP of a small city, right? Even a true 7th-level master wouldn't dare to speak like this. No, this is not how the military district's money is spent, Lin Wang said calmly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. If Major General Lin really agreed, it would shatter their outlook on life for more than 20 years. Fu Xue was a little disappointed, but it's understandable. When it comes to money, quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes. Hundreds of millions and tens of billions are almost not the same thing. But at this moment, Lin Wang slowly said, you should have at least 2 transcendental martial arts skills, right? How about a buyout fee of 10 billion for each? When everyone present heard this number, their heads suddenly began to buzz, and even their bones began to tremble. You mean a super-level martial arts? Fu Xue's pupils suddenly began to tremble, and an expression of inexperienced people appeared on her face. I have more than a dozen on me. Do you want them all? Chapter 103. Still accepting? Half a day later. In a small reception room, all the senior officers still in the base were sitting in front of the black solid wood round table. They carefully looked through the martial arts in their hands, and after thinking for a while, they marked a square root on the report one after another. It is indeed a super-level martial art, but it also has its flaws. Rather than being a flaw, it's more like it raises the bar for practice. Without top-notch physical fitness, practicing these martial arts might cause serious harm to oneself, another officer added. If he's been training like this since he was young, no wonder he's become so strong. An officer couldn't help but twitch his cheeks. It's all thanks to her strong recovery ability. Who else can practice this? Everyone present couldn't help but remain silent. Not long ago, Fu Xue was bitten by the angry thunder lion. Normally speaking, for a beast of this level, having one bite to break one's arm in half would be considered a minor injury. But she didn't have any wounds at all. If the sleeve of her clothes hadn't been broken, they would have thought she had been poisoned by the mushrooms she ate. Plus, it took 7 days to endure the aftereffects of the over-limit state. Superman. What is Dasha Superman? How could anyone who knew the inside story dare to treat her as an ordinary person? Everyone felt relieved when they thought about it this way. It was estimated that in Fu Xue's eyes, many martial arts skills seemed as simple as addition and subtraction. Her physique allows her to do many things that normal people cannot do. In the end, all the qualified martial arts were handed over to Lin Wang, who was sitting in the main seat. He flipped through the report in his hand and couldn't help pursing his lips. They are indeed all super-level martial arts, ranging from C level to A level. This time it was his turn to feel his scalp numb. The buyout price of 10 billion per copy was just an excuse to withdraw money from the military region. In his opinion, 20 to 30 billion was the maximum, and it was within his ability. More than a dozen super-level martial arts. Where did you wholesale it from? Even those old experts who study martial arts cannot gather so many. But they are not suitable for the general public to practice, as they are all restricted martial arts. Restricted does not mean that those under the age of 18 cannot purchase it. It's like the skull-crushing leg technique that was derived from the leaf-stepping step created by Major General Lin, which reversed the originally graceful leg technique to make it extremely powerful. For warriors whose physical fitness is not good enough and whose leg skills have not reached level 3, the martial hall will not grant purchasing rights at all. There are more than 1 billion warriors in Dasha. There are probably only about 10 or 20 million people who can reach level 3 in leg skills. The threshold is too high, and if the audience is too small, the commercial value of martial arts will be greatly reduced. Let alone hundreds of billions, it would be a blessing to be able to sell it at a price of 100 million. But there were some unexpected gains. Blood power. The content of this martial arts book is quite simple, and Lin Wang closed his eyes slightly. After a moment, a blood-red aura slowly emerged from him. This martial arts book is quite good. It can nearly double to triple your strength. It feels like the prototype of the over-limit state, but the damage to the body is much less. Although it is somewhat harmful to the body, it is a good thing to save the lives of soldiers on the front line and is suitable for popularization in the army. Hiss. When everyone heard Lin Wang say this, they gasped. She really developed the super limit state step by step? I know that this state cannot be used just by opening up the Ran and Du meridians. How can it be possible to reach the sky in one step without being disassembled? 3 times the strength? Ma Hongyun asked tremblingly. Doesn't that mean that as long as I learn this martial arts skill now, I can deliver a punch comparable to that of a master? So to speak. Everyone swallowed hard. Double or triple your strength? This means that their strength has risen by nearly a full level, almost out of thin air. No wonder Fu Xue has the strength to win. I'm afraid that if she doesn't enter the over-limit state during the game, she will definitely win Shindawi. The physical fitness must be in place, otherwise the muscles will dissolve when the punch is thrown. When half a foot has stepped into the power of the Grandmaster, it is also half a foot into the coffin. Lin Wang saw Ma Hongyun's face was a little excited, and there was some warning in his tone. Everyone present slowly cooled down from the excitement. He nodded slightly, picked out a few books from the pile of martial arts in front of him, and said to Fu Xue, I can estimate the value of this blood power book to be 20 billion. I will buy out these 2 books at the price I mentioned before. As for the rest, it is really beyond my ability. Lin Wang still said this in a somewhat easy way. Even if a martial arts saint were asked to make a decision on hundreds of billions of dollars, he would still have to hesitate for 2 or 3 months. 40 billion? Fu Xue pursed her dry lips, her eyes clearer than ever before. Then Major General Lin, I have no use for the rest. Why don't you take it for a bargain? How about a package of 20 billion? The others were speechless after hearing this, but considering Fu Xue's identity, they still explained patiently. The thresholds for these martial arts are too high, and they are very harmful to the human body. Not everyone has the same physique as you. Do you have anything normal? The price is at least 5 times higher, if not 10 times higher. Seeing that Fu Xue was completely silent, everyone's voices gradually became lower. Why are you silent? Is it really impossible to find a normal one among more than a dozen reborn-level martial arts? At this moment, their hearts were filled with excitement. Cough. Lin Wang coughed lightly, narrowed his eyes and said, I can use 10 billion of my personal funds, plus 1 million of military merit to buy it. He still lost money at this price. But the most important purpose is to deliver military merit to the other side. Once you register for military status, who will care about the loss of money? Can. Fu Xue's eyes lit up instantly. No matter whether the military merit is useful or not, at least I got another 10 billion. With the term book fragrance, it is almost a business that makes a lot of money for her. The 2 of them made a fortune, but the Dongha province that was intercepted suffered a real loss. The meeting is over. Just as a group of people began to leave the conference room in an orderly manner, Fu Xue's voice suddenly sounded behind them. Major General Lin, if I have other super-level martial arts in the future, will you still accept them? When everyone heard this, several question marks popped up in their minds. Super-level martial arts are not something that can be found easily anywhere. What kind of mood was she in that made her say these words, as if she was chatting with the scrap collector at the door? Although Lin Wang thought so in her heart, she couldn't help being shocked by the martial arts that Fu Xue had just given her. If this happens a few more times, won't their military region go bankrupt? Let's talk about it later. Chapter 104 Why Don't I Know You? Jiangning Provincial Airport. VIP Lounge. Fu Xue was wearing a black and blue casual outfit, and a pair of sunglasses on her nose. She stroked the golden badge in her hand from time to time, and a warmth spread from her palm to her limbs. Dungeon. As long as you become the city lord, you will basically never be short of money again. Thinking of what Ma Hongyun said, her eyes hidden under the sunglasses could not help but fluctuate a little. It's a pity that it seems that the projects in the underground city are being tightened now. Come to think of it, this has something to do with her. At the National Martial Arts Competition, Qilin Cheng was beaten up by her. Then the opponent withdrew from the game without giving any face. You have to know that this is a national competition, a project jointly created by 7 military regions. Can you just go and do it? The entire upper echelons of Dasha were in uproar because of Qilin City's arrogant attitude. Dasha even stationed troops and exchange personnel in Qilin City, considering the already tense situation on the front line. The already tense situation instantly became even more tense, but fortunately Qilin City did not reject Dasha's conditions, and there was still room for easing the situation between the two sides. According to Ma Hongyun, if there is a possibility of rebellion, not to mention tightening the underground city project, I'm afraid it will be directly cancelled in the future. It would be fine if Qilin City didn't rebel. Fu Xue sighed slightly. Let's prepare for the worst and try to apply for the underground city project before then. It requires the strength of an 8th level warrior, but I'm so strong, 7th level? Or 6th level should be enough, right? She thought to herself. She heard bursts of laughter and looked back. Several boys and girls dressed as students sat together. They all had excellent looks and temperament, and occasionally glanced in her direction. Wow, is she planning to travel to northern Xinjiang as well? Such a small girl, all alone. Can she protect herself? Who are you calling small? Are you polite? Fu Xue's ears twitched. I heard that the beasts there eat people. A girl couldn't help but giggle after hearing this. What kind of beast doesn't eat people? You act like a fool. The fair-skinned girl blushed slightly when she heard that. Seeing Fu Xue looking at her, she lowered her head awkwardly, revealing her red ears under her long hair. It's pretty cute. The corners of Fu Xue's mouth curled up slightly. So pure. Like a college student. After a while, the other party slowly raised her head, pulled her best friend to sit opposite Fu Xue, and asked shyly, "Are you also planning to go to northern Xinjiang? You keep asking these nonsense questions," the big-eyed girlfriend said with a smile in her eyes, deliberately teasing. "This is the lounge for going to northern frontier. If not, why are you waiting here?" The calm face of the fair-skinned girl instantly heated up again, and she asked softly, "Do you want to join us? We have a 2nd-level warrior in our team who should be able to protect you." Fu Xue blinked. If she hadn't been on a mission, she would have been tempted. "Thank you, but I have other things to do there." "Oh." A trace of disappointment flashed across the girl's fair face. Just as she was about to get up and leave, a strong hand slammed on the table. The snacks and mineral water on the table all jumped upwards. "Why are you hesitating? Do you still doubt that we can't protect you?" A young man in a slim gray shirt confidently struck a pose to show off his muscles. Fu Xue straightened the overturned mineral water bottle expressionlessly. "Your thigh is not even as thick as the forearm of someone I know, so don't show it off." The muscular man's eyebrows were raised. He blushed much faster than the girl. He retorted unconvincedly, "I really don't believe it. I am also ranked in the top 10 experts in Suwu University. Do you know how valuable this is?" "I don't know. I haven't started college yet. What's wrong?" The atmosphere between the two people became increasingly tense. The other students on the side were suddenly a little hesitant, but due to the muscular man's prestige among them, they did not dare to persuade him. Seeing the fair-skinned girl's watery eyes were a little flustered, her best friend sitting next to her quickly stood up and dissuaded her. "Don't mess around. We are all kind-hearted. Don't let us think we are here to cause trouble." The muscular man curled his lips. "I obviously meant well, but she didn't appreciate it, and she even insulted me. I'm just stating the facts," Fu Xue said calmly. The girl who tried to dissuade him touched her forehead helplessly. She reached out and touched Fu Xue's head. "Be good, don't talk nonsense. Although this guy is a bit annoying, he still has some strength." Fu Xue tilted her head and said, "Do you know Chao Jun? Compare yourself with him, and you'll know I'm not lying." Who doesn't know the champion of this year's National Martial Arts Competition? The muscular man was so angry that his face became even uglier when he heard this. "You still insist on bringing this bastard champion into this matter. I even said that I know Fu Xue. Do you believe me?" "Oh." Fu Xue was about to take off her sunglasses. The door to the lounge was suddenly pushed open. Several soldiers in uniform walked in with serious expressions. The muscular man instantly swallowed what he was about to say. Instead, Fu Xue waved at them. I'm here. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, several burly soldiers trotted over quickly and saluted Fu Xue. Show me your ID, please. Here, this is the document Major General Lin wrote for me. Fu Xue rummaged through her backpack and handed over a carefully folded piece of paper. The students in the lounge were stunned when they heard this. To be associated with the Major General? How powerful must this girl be? And looking at the postures of these soldiers, the battle-hardened aura on them does not seem fake at all. They may even be the elite in the army. Otherwise, the feeling of oppression wouldn't be so strong. Yes, please come with us. The fighter planes are waiting below. After the leading soldier finished reading it, he returned it to Fu Xue very respectfully. Then they quickly picked up Fu Xue's suitcase and the weapons wrapped in the silver safe. Seeing this situation, the muscular man swallowed involuntarily, and a layer of sweat beads appeared on his forehead. Fu Xue twisted her waist after sitting for a long time, and followed a few soldiers to leave. But he suddenly stopped at the door. She turned around slowly, took off her sunglasses, and revealed her little face. You said you knew me. She pretended to be confused and said softly to the muscular man, How come I don't know? Seeing that the other person opened his mouth but couldn't say anything, she nodded with satisfaction. Then, Fu Xue cast her gaze at the fair-skinned girl sitting in the chair and snapped her fingers lightly. Pa! As a crisp sound rang out. A pinch of electricity jumped at her fingertips and condensed into a glowing love heart. Thank you for your concern. We'll meet again in northern Xinjiang if there's a chance. Chapter 105. You really have a million merits, don't you? Fu Xue's figure disappeared at the door of the lounge, and the air in the room seemed to start flowing again. Between the girl with rosy cheeks and the pale, muscular man, the girl's best friend was the first to recover from her shock. Did I just touch the head of Dinglong Tianjiao, who was the top scorer in the same year? She stared blankly at her shaking hands, her voice filled with disbelief. I haven't washed my hands for a year. Damn it, there's no way I can delay my graduation this year. What the hell? Who would have thought that we could meet this year's National Martial Arts Competition champion just by going to Northern Frontier to earn some credits? Come on. We should be able to see what's going on at the airport from the terminal. Let's go check it out. A young man excitedly pushed open the door of the lounge, and a large group of people rushed out following him. A large crowd of onlookers had gathered in front of the huge, transparent glass of the terminal. Heated discussions broke out one after another. Fuck, Black Hawk 16, this is the fastest transport plane, right? This quality, this frame will definitely beat the US one. Looking at the model of this aircraft, it should be a fully equipped fighter. Could it be flying over from the northern border? Who are you picking up? It's such a grand show. If I could be picked up like this once, I would even be willing to use the national flag as my blanket. A group of college students became excited upon hearing this and used their strong bodies to squeeze to the front row. Below the airport, a huge black fighter plane was parked there quietly, as if waiting for something. This is the fighter plane that will take over this year's double champion, Dinglong Tianjiao. We just ran into her in the lounge on the way to Northern Frontier. The surrounding noises suddenly quieted for a moment, and everyone's eyes widened. The so-called dragon ascending. That is, climb up the dragon gate. But there is another meaning, which is the inheritance of the 9 sons of the dragon that has existed in Dasha since ancient times. Only the strongest quasi-grandmasters of Dasha can obtain this inheritance and use it to gather the power of a grandmaster like a real dragon. The 9 sons of the dragon ascending to the sky. The lonely desert in northern Xinjiang is covered with a layer of red landforms that looks like the setting sun. The destination was a group of small, earth-gray houses, like a few grains of sand in this vast desert. Lonely and rough. As soon as Fu Xue got off the plane, a burly soldier greeted her. The skin on his face is rough, his features are regular, but his eye sockets are deep. The whole person showed a very neat energy. He was wearing an indigo military uniform, with the same number of stars on his shoulders as Zhou Feng, and both had the rank of colonel. Welcome to the area under the jurisdiction of the 236th Regiment of the Northern Xinjiang Military Region. I am Colonel Liang Jianya under Lin Wang. Liang Jianya's voice was clear, but it didn't sound very suitable for his figure. If you go a few hundred kilometers further, you can see the Sea of Death. Then you can see the largest cave in the world. He showed his white teeth and stretched out his calloused hands. Fu Xue shook hands with him gently. I guess Major General Lin didn't tell you anything, right? Liang Jianya saw Fu Xue nodded hesitantly and said with a smile on his face, Shindaoi is here too. Hee hee. When Fu Xue heard this, a smile appeared on her face. Isn't this kid very convinced of his defeat? We must strike hard. We should have learned about the concept of cave classification in high school, right? The cave here is level 4, between extremely dangerous and dangerous. I know that. Fu Xue nodded in understanding. Level 4 often means that most of the beasts under the cave are 4th level beasts, but this does not mean that there are no higher level beasts. There are usually a small number of earth beasts that are 1 or 2 levels higher, serving as the beast masters of the caves. However, I heard from Major General Lin that these beast masters have been suppressed by the martial saint, so if we don't head straight for their lairs, we shouldn't run into them. You seem to be a good student, unlike me, who joined the army because I couldn't continue studying. Liang Jianya laughed. Also, the situation here is a bit complicated. The mixed crowd of mercenaries who came for profit is relatively simple. The most troublesome thing is the religious issue in the northern border. I remember that the caves were always cleaned up by sending troops. How come it became mercenaries who went in to clean it up? Fu Xue asked puzzledly. Logically speaking, a new catacombs represents a vast new resource, and the army can gain resources while controlling danger. There's no reason to hand these jobs off to someone else, right? At least before Fu Xue came, she thought she was going to assist the army in their mission. It was like this before, but we really haven't been able to spare any time in the past 2 years. Liang Jianya shook his head helplessly. The Great Void is expanding too fast, so we can only resort to this last resort. Oh, by the way, it's best to be careful of the spiritualists who sneak into the cave. They worship the earth beasts on the totems and believe that they are gods who come to save and rule all living things. He rubbed his forehead with a headache as he said this. To be honest, I also want to tell you how to distinguish the spiritualists, but the various factions within their sects are all a mess. The most common way to distinguish them is that most of these believers use bear paws for sacrifices, spiritual communication, etc. Just remember this. If you see one, just catch him or kill him on the spot. Kill him? Fu Xue asked doubtfully. Even though she can tear a beast apart with her bare hands, she has always been a good citizen who abides by the laws of Dasha. These people are anti-human elements. It's not an exaggeration to say they are traitors. Liang Jianya said with some gritted teeth. At least their death can purify the air on Blue Planet. After he finished speaking, he realized that there was a lot of emotion in his tone, so he patted Fu Xue's shoulder and changed the subject. You've been on a plane all day today, so take a good rest. With your strength, as long as you don't go too deep, it won't be difficult to get 1,000,000 merits. Fu Xue's eyebrows twitched when she heard this. It would have been fine if she didn't mention the millions of merits, but her heart ached as soon as she did. I have 1,000,000 military merits in my hand now. Do you support exchanging them for money? Fu Xue said in a low voice. Liang Jianya opened his mouth slightly and was stunned for a moment. No, my friend just said it casually, and you just listened to it and that's it. How? You really have it? He had been on the front line for 8 years, and the total military merit he had earned was only about 100,000. This is what he achieved after countless life and death struggles. Is this the strength of Dinglong Tianjiao? Liang Jianya was sweating a little. The term, top scholar, is a bit far-fetched for him, a soldier who just dropped out of high school. However, he had occasionally seen a few city champions parachuting in, and their strength seemed to be not much different from his. But this new 1,000,000 military merit, the stark contrast is so hurtful. No, I can't. He choked up for a long time before speaking awkwardly. Military merit and points are not allowed to be linked to circulating money. Besides, most of the things you need for exercise can't be bought with money, so why change them? I know, but I can't spend it. Fu Xue is about to crack. Chapter 106. I understand the novice tutorial. Where can I start the killing? So what if I'm the champion of the national martial arts competition? Isn't Shin also a champion? He still lost a team of people on the first day. A bunch of inexperienced kids rush forward without knowing anything. No matter how much money I have, I don't want to lose my life. The members of the lynching team leaned against the cold wall, with reluctance in their voices. They are all warriors who came out of lynching, and now that they are together, it can be regarded as finding a small group for themselves. Liang Jianya said that as long as we ensure that the little girl comes back alive, we will give our entire team A-level protective clothing and ice tungsten steel weapons. A man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks couldn't help but said, after doing this, we will have the strength to move from the outer circle to the inner circle. We can also get a share of the energy mine discovered in the inner circle. Everyone couldn't help but hesitate after hearing this. What the skinny monkey said is right. Their current strength is not really that strong among the cleaning teams. The only advantage is that the origins of this group of people are relatively clean. After all, they are all from the same hometown who can open a few hot pot tables when they return to Clinching. The Clinching team is now in an awkward situation where they can't drink enough soup and can't eat meat. Winning this big deal means we have entered the mainstream. Finally, their eyes fell on the woman leaning against the wall smoking. She was wearing a brown windbreaker, her nose was tall and straight, her eyes seemed to be covered with a thin layer of dust, and her perfect facial features made her look very heroic. Sister Hong, how about this? You make the final decision. We will all listen to you. One of them spoke up, and the others nodded. As the only 5th-level warrior in the team, even though Li Xiaohong was reluctant to interfere in the team's operations, no one dared to ignore her opinions. It's a free reward. Why not go? Li Xiaohong raised her eyebrows, and under everyone's puzzled gaze, she put out her cigarette and said, "The champion of the last national martial arts competition has already arrived. Is it possible to guess who will come this time? It is most important to seize this opportunity and get in touch with him." What the hell? Sister Hong is saying? Isn't that the one who's on Dinglong? She can kill me with one punch? Hiss, if it's really Fu Xue, we don't know who will protect whom. We can just act as tour guides. Since no one has any objection, I will reply to Colonel Yang. The next day, the sun had just risen and the air in northern Xinjiang still carried the chill of the night. Next to the descending elevator in Cave 1, the figure of a young girl stood on the edge of a cliff thousands of meters high. She held a Fong Tian Hua Ji with red patterns on it that gave off a hint of evil, and tilted her head to look into the pitch-black cave. It was pitch black, as if any light that fell in would be swallowed up completely. It's really her. When the members of Lin Cheng's team saw this familiar figure, their eyes widened slightly. He really was the champion of this year's national martial arts competition. Then they can finally relax their nervous little hearts. Although I am young, but she is also a big shot who can collapse mountains and split the earth with one punch, and her battle record can be verified. Pa. A stone was kicked down by Fu Xue. When they saw this scene, their hearts suddenly started beating fast. If we were to say where the most likely place for an accident to happen during this trip to the outer ring of the cave is, it would probably be that the other party would fall off a cliff. Everyone stepped forward with a hint of excitement. "Hello, we are the Clinching team responsible for your safety this time," Li Xiaohong said with a smile. "I am Li Xiaohong, a level 57 warrior." Fu Xue nodded lightly upon hearing this. She hasn't heard anyone mention the issue of level to her for a long time. For her now, let alone level, even rank is meaningless to her. There is only a difference between being killed with one punch and having your life exchanged for hers. Fu Xue, level 40, right? When the members of Lin Cheng's team heard the level that Fu Xue said, they were stunned for a moment. Although they were prepared for the gap between them and this kind of genius, no one expected the gap to be so big. Fourth level warrior? My God, how old is she? The man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks said almost in a groan. Level 40 at the age of 18? I wouldn't even dream of doing something this big, said another person with a bitter face. They are the saddest ones in the team. As warriors in their 30s, they are still stuck at the 3rd level. Fu Xue was groping for the elevator in front of several people. The bottom of the elevator was a thick steel plate with rice grain shapes engraved on it for anti-slip purposes. For steel cables, almost as thick as her forearms, were tightly hooked onto the 4 corners of the elevator. This should be enough to take a car down, right? Fu Xue asked curiously, pointing at the SUV that brought several people and said, "Why don't you drive over here?" Li Xiaohong said, "This time we are only responsible for getting you familiar with the environment in the cave. As for the deeper parts, we are powerless." Seeing Fu Xue nodded in understanding, Li Xiaohong called on the people in Lin Cheng's team to stand on the elevator. Then he took out a black magnetic card with a gold edge from the pocket of his windbreaker and swiped it lightly on the machine. Click. The sound of the machine opening was heard, and the elevator began to descend vertically to the bottom. "You should have this positioning watch, right?" Li Xiaohong tapped her watch and said, "It will show the approximate distance of the cave and define the inner circle, outer circle, and core area based on the size of the cave. For example, in this small level 4 cave, the outer circle is 21.9 kilometers away. If you go further inside, you are likely to encounter level 5 earth beasts looking for food. Of course, this is not absolute." Fu Xue also tapped the watch on her hand. A picture similar to a radar map suddenly appeared on the surface. The red dot was located at the very edge of the radar map, with 0.01 kilometers written below it. Li Xiaohong continued, The beasts in the cave are very difficult to deal with. If it were an inexperienced warrior, he would probably be eaten alive by a beast of the same level in the first encounter. It is best not to use flashlights and life unless necessary, as they will attract earth beasts. If conditions permit, spiritual exploration is the best. The air gradually became chilly as the elevator descended. From time to time, the roar of monsters could be heard in my ears, and the sound echoed in the cave. There were also some small ground beasts hanging upside down on the cliff like bats. Wait until the elevator reaches the bottom. Fu Xue has already learned the most basic knowledge about the cave from Li Xiaohong. The visibility here is horribly low. Ordinary warriors are almost like blind people. This reminded Fu Xue of when she was a little rookie, timidly exploring the fog of the spiritual world. Li Xiaohong's voice was obviously much lower when she was explaining. It seemed that the other party remained extremely vigilant regardless of whether this was the outer circle or the inner circle. Fu Xue asked, "I roughly understand what you said. Where is the 5th level earth beast you mentioned?" Li Xiaohong wanted to remind Fu Xue to be more careful. But when she saw Fu Xue's eyes, her voice stopped abruptly. Fu Xue's eyes were shining in the darkness, a green light that could only be seen in the eyes of cats, filled with the dangerous aura of an apex predator. Chapter 107, Overlord Level Earth Beast. In the dark, the sound of scales rubbing against each other is subtle and continuous, accompanied by the unique, hissing sound of snakes breathing. The snake-like monster curled up in the crevice of the rock, with only its triangular head exposed outside. If you didn't look carefully, you might mistake it for some rubble. This place is the Snake Rock Forest, and the giant rock snakes inside are the outer circle's dominant level earth beasts. If a fight really breaks out, it will be difficult for me to protect you surrounded by so many small beasts. Li Xiaohong whispered. The states of earth beasts are generally divided into 3 types: unawakened, awakened level, and superlimit level. The so-called Overlord level was summarized by people who explored the caves, and this title does not change with the state of the earth beast. Overlord level. The only way out is to kill. Yes, that 100-meter-long crack we passed by earlier was created by the tail of this giant snake. We know you are very powerful, but some earth beasts cannot be judged simply by their level. The woman wearing glasses from the lynching team nodded. This rock snake is huge, and it's a rock-type beast that was born with awakening. In addition, snakes don't rely on their eyes to see, so it's very difficult. In the darkness, the members of the lynching team couldn't help but burst into tears. They would rather risk entering the inner circle and challenging their own weaknesses than face the terrifying Overlord-level earth beasts. The previous group of people took a route that the lynching team had already explored thoroughly. But halfway through, Fu Xue suddenly took control of the team and brought them here in a daze. If it weren't for the prominent rock features that reminded them, this group of people were so confused that they slid into the belly of the giant rock snake. Don't worry, I brought you here, and I will definitely bring you back. Fu Xue's voice came faintly from the darkness. She also understood the concerns of the lynching team. But when she saw the gray gem light spreading to the soles of her feet, she couldn't help it. I'm level 38.6 now. Seeing how much noise this is making, all the parts of my body combined can raise me by 1.4 levels, right? Fu Xue muttered in a low voice. Pa. A crisp sound broke the silence in the darkness. Fu Xue's black combat boots ruthlessly crushed the head of a small rock snake. The smell of blood in the air instantly aroused the snake's agitation. Silk. The low roar was like a fuse. The next second, everyone heard the sound of tongues sticking out and scales biting each other. Li Xiaohong quickly turned on the flashlight's dim mode. Although the light was dim, it was enough for them to see the scene in front of them. Countless small gray snakes were wriggling on the ground, one close to the other, forming a dense gray tide. Their soft bodies blend together, as if they were living waves surging on the ground. In an instant, everyone's hair stood up, and they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. Even Li Xiaohong, who was not afraid of these small beasts, couldn't help but take a step back. It has nothing to do with strength. No normal person can stand such a weird scene. Leave. I can't stand this. The woman with glasses suppressed the urge to scream and spoke tremblingly. Fu Xue did not say anything, but stuck the Fong Tianhua Ji into the ground with an expressionless face. Clang. A crisp sound of metallic collision echoed in the darkness, and Fu Xue suddenly raised the Fong Tianhua Ji. That force carries tremendous power. In an instant, the ground hundreds of meters ahead was lifted up by her blow. Boom! The sound of shattering continued to ring out from near to far, like the roar of a ground dragon. The sound of scales rubbing against each other quickly died down. Groups of bloody corpses were wrapped in soil and stones and fell to the ground with a dull, sticky sound. The ground within a radius of hundreds of meters was plowed clean by Fu Xue within 10 seconds, and the power like that of an earth dragon has not been exhausted yet.
Zhang.
There was another sound of metal clashing, and 5 dark red shadows shot out from Fu Xue's weapon. In the blink of an eye, those fish that had managed to escape were pinned to the ground. The beasts hiding nearby and watching let out roars, and countless shadows were flying towards a place far away from here. On this ravaged land, only Fu Xue's figure was still standing. Oh my god, this strength. Is it too exaggerated? Sister Hong, this strength is about the same as yours, right? She's a little stronger than me, and I guess she hasn't used her full strength yet. Li Xiaohong whispered. Everyone's throat tightened. Before anyone could sigh, someone suddenly said, "Fuck, this just woke Onyx up. She doesn't seem to be planning to retreat. What should we do? Should we run?" You're crazy. Guess why that team fought so hard to get Shindawi out? After all, we still have the title of martyr for sending her out. At least the child won't have to worry about it in the future. Damn it, I should have known better than to take this job. At this moment, the ground suddenly roared and shook. Boom! A huge earth beast suddenly emerged from the ground, and its heavy body hit the ground, shocking the hearts of everyone present. Sister Hong, are you sure you can win that thing? The man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks swallowed his saliva and almost cried. It can't be done. Li Xiaohong looked embarrassed. I can't even hit the rock formations on this defensive awakened earth beast, let alone hurt it. Then there's no other way. Let's go for it. If you die, you will be remembered by such a future boss for a lifetime. Maybe it can even be recorded in the national annals, and my name will go down in history, he thought with a certain smile. Cece. The air was filled with the bloody smell of its dead companions, and this smell filled the tip of Rock Snake's tongue. Its snake tail trembled slightly, and its pupils shrank to the smallest size. There are a few outsiders here today, so we won't bully you, little snake. Fu Xue looked at the hammerhead snake, with a swollen head in front of her, and a contemptuous smile appeared on her face. I'll send you to death quickly. A subtle layer of electric light floated over her body. As she clenched her hand tightly, the buds on the Fong Tianhua Ji instantly fed the blood that had been drawn from her body back into her body. The Lin Chang team that followed suddenly stopped. The frightening aura emanating from Fu Xue made them dare not get close at all.
Laugh.
A flash of lightning tore a bright track in the darkness. Boom! A huge pillar of lightning flashed above the rock snake's head, releasing dazzling light. At this moment, the lightning even illuminated half of the cave, making everything around it as bright as day. A wave of heat with a burnt smell came over them, and the members of Clinching's team belatedly covered their eyes. Chapter 108, Don't you want to see her? She's here. When everyone opened their eyes again, Fu Xue had already stood on the giant snake's head as a victor, standing out in their eyes. The name of the Demon King, after all, it is not wrong. Li Xiaohong spoke with some hesitation. Didn't she say she was only at level 4? To defeat this overlord-level earth beast, one must be at least at level 6. A man swallowed and said dazedly, You call this level 40? Should I go back to level 39? Sure enough, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. The people in Lin Cheng's team had complicated expressions. They didn't feel anything when watching the video, but when Fu Xue's strength really appeared in front of them, only then did I know what the oppressive power of the devil was. At what level do you want to learn how to fly a Gundam? Fu Xue kicked the cracked stone skin, revealing the little snake underneath that was only the size of a python. She reached out and took off the rock-like amber gem from the other person's body. Awakening, Earth LV5. You spent 240 million and obtained Awakening, Earth Level 5. You spent 47.6 million and obtained Stone Affinity LV8. Deal done. Fu Xue twisted her ankle expressionlessly, then stepped down. Goodbye. You are very powerful. Defeating a 4th-level Earth Beast is like a piece of cake. A shirtless man laughed heartily as he collected useful materials from the dead beast with some effort. You will definitely have a great future. My sister Aji is so beautiful and has not yet married. I will decide for her to marry you. Elder brother. The girl named Aji threw a stone in embarrassment. Her face was a little red, but no one could see it under the cave. Haha, she's shy. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. The shirtless man raised the dead earth beast to block the increasingly powerful stones and said with a smile, To be honest, I have never seen a boy of your age in the desert who came to the cave to wander around. You are a born warrior. There's no need to comfort me, Shindawi said with a bitter look on his face. I just killed someone a few days ago, so you are the only one willing to give me a chance. No, no, no. How can you say that? That's because they haven't found a place where you can show your strength. The shirtless man shook his head and pointed at the big wolf head in his hand. You should deal with this kind of beast. Earth beasts like the little rock snake require more strength than skill. He paused for a moment. A person like you can kill an earth beast of the same level as yourself within a few days of entering the cave. I dare say no one can do it. Thanks. When Shun Dao heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face. He said with some emotion, but you probably didn't watch this year's national martial arts competition, right? There is someone stronger than me. If she were to come here, she might be able to kill an earth beast of the same level that day. After facing real life and death, Shindawi was somewhat able to look past the shadow he received in the national martial arts competition. At least they are both from Dasha. At best, the two of them will be rivals, not enemies. I don't watch those big competitions. Although you couldn't see the expression on the shirtless man's face in the darkness, you couldn't hide the doubt in his tone. But if you want to say that there is someone as strong as you, I don't believe it. The people walking by couldn't help but said, I don't believe it either. You are already much more powerful than our desert warriors. How could there be a second person? Is that person the same age as you? I really want to go out to the village and see the outside world. For years younger than me, Shindawi said calmly, and he is not as strong as me, but much stronger than me. The surrounding northern Xinjiang people were a little skeptical at first, but they all shook their heads when they heard this. You are already very young. People younger than you are probably just babies. You say you are stronger than you? Are you being modest? That's too exaggerated. Alamu, do you believe it? The shirtless man laughed boldly. Look, the best braggart among us here shook his head. Unless I see you, you will be the biggest braggart here from now on. Right at this moment. Sizzle. In the distance from them, an astonishing flash of lightning burst out, instantly illuminating everyone's faces. What a strong awakening power. It's also the most difficult thunder to survive in the cave. The shirtless man's pupils shrank, and he whispered hurriedly, abandon all the spoils and evacuate the cave. We can come down again after others find out the truth. Brother, that seems to be where Onyx is. Maybe two awakened earth beasts are fighting. We can go and get some good deals. Aji said, you're the only one who can think of this. Can others think of it? Then we have to be careful of the beasts on the ground and the wolves that come to fight for our territory. The shirtless man angrily cursed in the local dialect. Just for that little bit of meat on the goat's head? Aji was instantly scolded and shrank his neck. A group of people suddenly put down their things in a panic and began to quickly prepare to leave the cave. On the other hand, Shindawi, who was sitting on the ground, looked at the place where the thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in a daze. This electric light looks slightly familiar. Fu Xue's terrifying punch seemed to appear before his eyes again. He said in a daze, she's coming. Chapter 109 New Entry, Gluttony. Open the System panel. Expanding the Character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, Human, chosen by God. Life level, 40.9. Strength, 21,274.31 kilograms. Speed, 43.14 meters/second. Mental strength, 92.7. Combat power, 315,172.16. Entries, Favor of Life, green. Fragrance of Books, red. Feast, red. Big Bully, red. Compulsory Acquisition, gold. System Backpack, Fixed Card ×1. Mission, The Great God's Orphan. Click to expand details. Entry extraction has been completed. Please select the entry to load, 0/1. Note, the entry obtained by advancement has a selection time limit of 24 hours. Please make a decision as soon as possible. Gluttony, gold. Your appetite increases greatly, your digestive ability becomes extremely strong, and eating will enhance your physical fitness in all aspects. Side effect, your meat is fresh, rich, and delicious. Review, one person is full, the whole family is not hungry. One person, 1,000 faces. Read after a brief physical contact, you can perfectly simulate the other person's face and race. Side effect, you will gradually lose yourself in the changes. Comment, when the curtain opens, the whole world will be your stage. Love brain, read you need a sweet love. You are invincible when you are in love. Side effect, The IQ of the whole world drops 1,000 times, including yours. Evaluation. This cure still makes me drool. The first two are so strong. Fu Xue's mouth twitched, and her eyes widened slightly. Why are you so lame now? It was hard for her to imagine drooling while having a sweet love affair. It's so fucking scary. The first two entries are difficult to choose. Fu Xue was a little confused. Judging from the quality, the entry, 1 person, 1,000 faces, is undoubtedly better, but there is a question. What is she going to change into? If you transform into a land beast, you will not only be beaten by other land beasts, but also chased and beaten by human warriors. Isn't this pure oil cake? Turn into a small animal or something? She didn't have any infiltration missions. Fu Xue frowned and thought for a long time, and found that the most common use might be to have sex with other girls, and then go home to change your body to generate electricity. I can't play such a perverted game. Fu Xue couldn't help but hold her forehead with her hand, and then fixed her eyes on the word gluttony. Gluttony also has some flaws, and when combined with the negative effects of the feast entry, it becomes a bit of a headache. However, if the positive aspects are used well, the result will be 1 + 1 greater than 2. Lock on 1 person, 1,000 faces, and choose gluttony. Fu Xue thought about it and decided to focus on improving combat power. A fixed card has been used to lock 1,000 faces in 1 person, red. This entry will appear in the selection column the next time the host obtains an entry. Ding! Gluttony, gold, entry has been loaded. Goo! As soon as she came to her senses, Fu Xue touched her hungry stomach in a daze. I'm hungry and want to eat. The members of Clinching's team walked up with numb legs and feet. The mud covered with blood and flesh made a strange crunching sound when they stepped on it, giving them a strange feeling of stepping on shit. Several people stood behind Fu Xue, looking at the slender giant python inside the rock snake shell, and couldn't help but marvel at it. The rock snake inside is only this big? It turns out that the biggest difference between small rocks and big rocks is really the difference between them. Li Xiaohong shook her head, squatted down and began to collect the spoils. You guys should also quickly collect the useful things around you. Otherwise it will be troublesome if someone comes later. Several people agreed immediately. Their long-term cooperation allowed them to have a clear division of labor and walk towards 4 different places. Except for those battle maniacs and lunatics, no one goes down to the cave to fight for life and death. It's all about collecting loot, so you can exchange it for other items from others. In recent years, one can even exchange military merits directly at military garrisons. After accumulating enough military merit, the wide variety of goods is better than going to private buyers and getting bitten. Please bring me some delicious food if you find one. Fu Xue was too lazy to collect them, but that didn't stop her from giving careful instructions to a few people. Then she closed her eyes slightly and slowly mobilized the thick and heavy power in her body. In a moment, her white and tender hands were covered with a layer of hard mud. If you tap the blade of the Fang Tian Hua Ji gently with your hand, it will make a bang-bang sound. Without the foundation before awakening, I can't seem to build a Gundam. Fu Xue felt a little regretful, but I guess I can save on protective clothing in the future. Although there is no need for that. Her physical condition problem was already half known to Dasha. The Dasha officials just confirmed that there would be no strange symptoms and didn't say much. This should correspond to a defensively gifted warrior. I really want to go and restock it before Qilin City closes down. They are bad people, but their talents are innocent. At this time, a jubilant voice suddenly sounded not far away. Everyone come here quickly. No wonder Rock Snake has been occupying this place. There is a huge blood pool here. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately gave up digging for food in the soil and rushed over. When the few people arrived, the man with a pointed chin and monkey face adjusted the brightness of the flashlight with trembling hands. After the dim light was turned on, a pool of bright red blood appeared before everyone's eyes. This color is definitely the best of the best. One tube costs hundreds of thousands. How many hundreds of millions does it cost? What kind of luck is this? I don't believe it. This is all fake. I should still be sleeping in the base, ha ha ha. Billions are right in front of them, and one has to say they are really jealous now. It was difficult for Li Xiaohong to face such a huge fortune calmly. Her heartbeat quickened as she said, You really think it's luck to see Fu Xue win so easily? If she didn't have enough strength, she would have been eaten alive by Onyx. Damn it. I hate snakes the most in my life. If I had the strength, I would definitely come here to wipe them out first. The woman with glasses slapped her thigh hard, full of regret. I'll kill the small ones and make snake soup, and I'll pull out the tendons and skin the big ones. The red color of the blood pool was reflected in Li Xiaohong's gray pupils. She looked away reluctantly and said to Fu Xue, I guess a lot of people will come here soon after hearing the noise. We can only take as much as we can. Oh, is that so? Fu Xue narrowed her eyes slightly. Then there should be some talented warriors. Should we be able to find a warrior who is wasting his talent? As for the earth blood, she was never prepared to give up from the beginning to the end. Who the hell are you to dare to rob me, the chosen one of God? I want them all. Chapter 110. Outsiders are too unruly. At first, the lynching team used a sealed syringe to extract it carefully. However, seeing that the blood pool was bottomless, he simply picked up the plastic bag and scooped some water out. It didn't take long before their packages were filled to the brim. Not only were his hands full of things, but he even had several bags hanging on his arms. In the dim light, their figures looked somewhat bulky. However, for warriors, the weight of these large and small bags is nothing. Oh my God, this pool is really big. Conservatively speaking, there should be 40 liters of earth blood, right? 500 milliliters is one portion. 400 million. Damn, it's a pity that half of it is still not available. Those old guys got it for free. Fu Xue asked in confusion. This much is only worth 400 million? Talent. When the Lin Cheng team heard this, they were stunned. They knew that she had a great background, but they didn't expect it to be so great. Would you like to have a drink? Fu Xue asked calmly. The eyes of the lynching team suddenly lit up. In fact, several people had the same idea before, but Fu Xue didn't say anything and they didn't dare to ask. Since they can't take it away anyway, why not give it to them at a lower price? Several people immediately bent down, scooped up a handful of blood and started drinking it. When their bodies felt a little hot, they all stopped. If you continue in this situation, you will become too weak to be replenished, and in severe cases you may even die. Fu Xue glanced at the half-empty pool of blood and pondered in her mind. Bring them with you next time? It's too much trouble to go back and forth for 400 million. Thinking of this, she looked down at the Feng Tian Hua Ji in her hand. There was a faint, bloodthirsty desire coming from above. There was no sound when I killed the earth beast. I thought only my own blood could feed it. Do we need high-quality blood? Fu Xue was a little speechless when she thought of this, and then slowly extended the Feng Tian Hua Ji into the blood pool. Gulp, gulp. The blood in the pool formed a whirlpool at the point where the Feng Tian Hua Ji landed, and blood bubbles appeared at the same time. Under the surprised gaze of the crowd, the water surface of the underground blood pool sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. A spring of moderate size was revealed, from which a drop of blood oozed out from time to time. There's another spring? Li Xiaohong's eyes twitched. She really didn't know what kind of top luck Fu Xue had. This situation can be reported to the military district. Once they determine the specifications of the blood spring, they will give you a military merit. Judging from the situation, it should be around tens of thousands. Of course, you can also keep it for yourself and find some people to guard it. Although it is slow, it is also an inexhaustible pool of blood. As a fifth-rank warrior, if she was willing to sell herself, her value would far exceed the price of dozens of low-level earth blood. But she was really greedy for these tens of thousands of military merits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked coming to the caves on the front line to look for opportunities. Military merit? How many tens of thousands? The group of people didn't know if it was their own illusion, but they always felt that when Fu Xue said these two words, each one was more disdainful than the other. It's useless for me to get military merits. Fu Xue said, you can report to the military district yourself. These will be my reward to you. Several tens of thousands of military merits were all given to us? The members of Lin Cheng's team were all a little dazed when they heard this. After converting tens of thousands of military merits, they were actually a few cents more valuable than the blood they were carrying in their bags. Even if it is divided equally among several people, it is still a huge sum of money. The things that we exchanged for tens of thousands of military merits are worth hundreds of millions. Someone was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. He choked and said, besides, Colonel Yang had already discussed the reward when he assigned the mission. We really don't deserve it. Woo woo woo, big man, you keep it. When you become successful, don't forget that we once hugged your thighs. Fu Xue looked at the people in front of her who were almost crying, coughed lightly and said lightly, I'll tell you, just take it. Several members of the lynching team took a deep breath, their eyes reddened. Boss, I will go through fire and water for you in the future. Fuck it. Even if I die here, I will take all the blood on my body with me. Otherwise, I will be wasting these things. Okay, That's enough for here. Fu Xue listened to everyone's boasting, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Now I should go deal with those guys who come with bad intentions. Schwa. As soon as Fu Xue finished speaking, several dark shadows landed not far away. One of them took out a flashlight and shone it at them. He first looked at the faces of several people, and then the light fell on the bulging blood bags carried by the Clinching team. Good boy. You guys are so lucky that you didn't even inform us when you found the underground blood pool. Shorty? We can talk about new and old grudges later. Li Xiaohong frowned when she heard this familiar voice. These bloods are not ours. They all belong to the top martial arts scholar next to us who was appointed by the military district. If you have anything to say, let's talk in private. The dwarf was stunned for a moment. Then he shone the flashlight on Fu Xue's face and looked at her carefully for a few times. Hiss, it really is? He suddenly hesitated. He could just provoke the Clinching team because they had no official background, but he would never dare to cause trouble for someone as powerful as Fu Xue. At this time, other people also rushed to the scene one by one. However, some people had good hearing and heard their conversation. They did not rush forward, but whispered in the dark. Fu Xue, why is the champion of the national martial arts competition here? This is difficult. I don't want the military district to come to my door. Everyone was still somewhat rational at first, but then a sentence coming from somewhere made them feel confused. My goodness, the blood they carry on their bodies must be worth hundreds of millions, right? With such a large amount, could it be that they discovered a blood pool? Everyone present suddenly paused, and only their heavy breathing could be heard in the darkness. They just arrived a little earlier than us. Why should they take away all the spoils? The cave has its own rules. Everyone who sees it has their share. That's right. Isn't that what the inner circle energy mine is like? Can a third-level warrior cover the sky with one hand in the cave just by relying on his status? That's right. People from other places are too unruly. The sound of footsteps continued to ring out all around. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, the members of Clinching's team couldn't help but break out in a thin layer of sweat on their foreheads. There are too many people, and quite a few have escaped from the inner circle. Li Xiaohong's throat also rolled slightly, and she clenched her teeth. She had hoped that Fu Xue's name could scare off the group of people, but unfortunately she still underestimated the temptation of this huge mountain of gold placed before everyone. At this time, Fu Xue's faint voice sounded. Of course I follow my rules here. Chapter 111. My rules are the rules. The atmosphere in the field became heavy again. I really don't want to go against the future Grandmaster Deng Long. The dwarf rolled his eyes and said with a smile, how about this? Kick out the useless people from the Clinching team, and let our Scorpio team escort you. Fu Xue said calmly, no need, just get out of the way. However, the members of Clinching's team were so angry when they heard this that they started cursing. Who the hell are you calling a loser? No matter how useless we are still better than a backstabbing bastard like you. Scold me, but you are not allowed to scold our sister Hong. Come and rob if you're brave enough. I'll beat you up or not. Have you forgotten who was beaten by Sister Hong before? You are just relying on the fact that your teammates are stronger than us. Just a little bit stronger, so you dare to act so arrogantly here. The person who spoke last had a guilty tone, but it was not about what happened to Li Xiaohong. Instead, the dwarf's teammates are basically all at level 5 or level 4, and there is also a talented warrior among them who is much stronger than their overall strength. Hey, how come you, a bunch of wimps who only dare to hang around on the outside, suddenly become so courageous? The dwarf frowned slightly, but he didn't care about the scolding from Clinching's team. Instead, he confidently displayed the aura of a 6th-level warrior. And now? A heavy atmosphere weighed on everyone's heart. He narrowed his eyes slightly and enjoyed everyone's silence. In this small level 4 cave, there are almost no Grandmaster-level characters, and most of the resources are meaningless to the Grandmaster. Even though he had just broken through to the 6th level, he had already stepped onto the top step here. Fuck, I came here for nothing. Why don't we just attack him together? You come first? He doesn't want to monopolize the spoils here, does he? This is a bit too much. What can we do? A true 6th-level boss probably has no interest in coming to the outer circle to steal things. He is the only one who doesn't have the spare capacity of a strong man at all. Someone couldn't help but whispered. Schwa. The dwarf's figure quickly disappeared from the spot. He instantly appeared in front of the warrior who was speaking, grabbed his wrist, and slammed him hard in the middle of the crowd. Boom! A loud bang was heard. Suddenly someone looked over there with a flashlight. The other person's face was covered in blood. His right hand was bent at an angle that was completely against the human body, and his body was shaking slightly. Everyone's pupils couldn't help but shrink. So fast. Is this the strength of the 6th level? Is this, the person on the ground, the captain of the Spirit Dogs, the 4th-ranked team in the mission hall? Hiss. Isn't he a 5th-level warrior? How can he be so weak in front of a 6th-level warrior? He couldn't even land a single move. Looking at the Spirit Dog team again, they said nothing and looked like they were being bullied. The group of people instantly lost their desire to fight for it. It's over, it's over. The lynching team was also shocked when they saw this. Now, let alone keeping the spoils, the coordinates of the blood spring might be reported first by the Scorpio team. You have already seen my strength. The dwarf smiled slightly, turned to look at Fu Xue and said, I'll give you a discount. I only want 30% of the spoils, and I'll escort you up safely. How about that? Get out of the way. Fu Xue narrowed her eyes. This is already a good deal. The dwarf was stunned for a moment, waved his hand, and his teammates also took a few steps forward and continued. With one 6th-level warrior, 2 5th-level warriors, and a warrior with spiritual talent, can't we get 30%? Li Xiaohong's heart sank, and she said to Fu Xue in a low voice with some guilt, I'm sorry, these things may not be safe in their hands. I'm remiss. The girl's usual cold words rang in everyone's ears. I've said it twice, and I don't have the patience to say it a 3rd time. Li Xiaohong was stunned for a moment, then turned to look in the direction of Fu Xue. I saw the other person standing there quietly. His face remained calm, but there was a hint of impatience in his eyes. Either you just hit me, or you get out of the way. Everyone showed a hint of disdain in their eyes when they heard this. In other words, Fu Xue was the champion of the national martial arts competition and possessed extremely brilliant talent. Otherwise, they would have laughed at her. As expected of someone who came from the city, his whole body exudes a kind of clear stupidity. He doesn't even have the most basic ability to judge the situation. The dwarf was slightly startled, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. My fee is reasonable. Even if you ask the military district to come in person, there is nothing wrong with this condition. But the next second, boom! An incomparable sky-shaking lightning burst out from Fu Xue's body. It was like a rolling thundercloud, and tingling electric currents passed through everyone's scalps. It seemed as if everyone's head was covered by the mighty power of heaven. The smile on the dwarf's face froze slightly. The thunder on Fu Xue's body was so intimidating that it suppressed all his momentum in an instant. Not to mention the 6th-level warriors, even a master standing under this thundercloud would feel the mighty power as if a king was in front of him. Fu Xue took a step forward, and her figure disappeared from everyone's sight. The dwarf's pupil shrank, and the lightning shadow almost drew a Z-shaped trajectory in the air. He easily passed through his teammates and came in front of him in an instant. Are you looking down on a quasi-grandmaster? The dwarf's eyes widened and he shouted angrily, How dare you come to me? The words have not been finished yet. A pair of pure golden eyes slowly lit up in the darkness. Breath of God. Everyone's body suddenly stiffened. Even the dwarf, the 6th-level grandmaster, is no exception. He opened his eyes as wide as possible, and the other person's golden eyes were reflected in his pupils. The pressure between heaven and earth seemed unbearable, and made him almost want to kneel down and worship. A slender hand was holding his neck. Only then did he realize that he had been lifted up abruptly without knowing when. Boom! Cracks like spider webs suddenly appeared on the ground. Everyone present came to their senses and suddenly got goosebumps all over their bodies. What is this feeling? It's so scary. I feel like my skin is being peeled off. Is it coming from her? It's even more terrifying than the aura of a grandmaster I've seen. Could it be that she had already participated in the Dragon Ascension before she reached the 6th level? Wait, Shorty lost? Hiss. Everyone gasped and took a step back. Now they are really unsure of Fu Xue's strength. People from big cities are so scary. I don't care what your rules are here. Fu Xue's golden pupils glanced coldly at everyone. My rules are the rules. Chapter 112, Babysitting Mission? That means being carried away by the baby. Are you sure it's her? This isn't right? How come even the young master has popped up? The people from northern Xinjiang opened their eyes wide and could hardly speak clearly. They didn't understand, but they were shocked. The shirtless man glanced at Fu Xue from a distance. His throat rolled several times before he whispered, You said he is stronger than you, but he is too much stronger. It's indeed too strong. How on earth did she do it? Xin Dao's eyes trembled, and he took a deep breath, trying to calm the waves in his heart. After a series of blows, he has actually slowly accepted the fact that his time has passed. In the face of Fu Xue's strength, he even felt that it was acceptable to settle for second place. But seeing Fu Xue's current strength, he found that he was a little naive. Shindaoi knew very well what would happen next. There will be no second place in the future. The only difference between Fu Xue and others. Have you ever been an opponent of this kind of person before? Someone in the team couldn't help but whisper. I, a 5th-level warrior, couldn't even muster the slightest desire to resist. What you're saying is really nonsense. People of the 6th level are like that. What's there to say about you, the 5th level? I believed you when you said she was better than you. The shirtless man sighed and patted Shindaoi's shoulder, saying with a dull look in his eyes. However, I now suspect that you were bragging when you said you could only survive 2 moves at her hands. The people next to him couldn't help but nodded. Being killed in 1 move is about level 60. If you can survive 2 moves, isn't it still slightly better than level 6? Looking at the crowd in the distance that had turned from surrounding to defending, Shindaoi's face was filled with unspeakable complexity. After a long silence, he said softly with a sigh, "She hit it too deeply. I can't tell which are her real strengths, which are the strengths she wants me to see." Tisk, isn't this the lynching team's car? A man with bright yellow hair and punk-style clothes jumped off the SUV. He tapped the hood of the khaki SUV with his fingers. I remember this wasn't Xiao Xia's former team? A team is being carried by just 1 girl. What a joke. No, she hasn't found a husband at her age, so she needs a place to show her motherly love, right? The people around couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Ha ha ha. You are so wicked. Be careful or someone will hear you and kick you to death. Xiaopeng, who came out of the lynching team, twitched the corner of his mouth and felt a little annoyed in his heart. Leaving the lynching team didn't mean that he hated that place. He just felt that bringing a few burdens with him would really delay their progress. He once persuaded Li Xiuhong to kick out all those 3rd-level warriors, reorganize the team, and improve efficiency. Unfortunately, he did not get the other party's opinion, and in the end he could only run away with someone who had the same idea as him. Although their status in the Evil Blood Squad is much lower than that in the Lynching Squad, in terms of harvest alone, no 8 lynching squads can catch up. With their current strength, do they still dare to go down to the cave? Have they figured it out and are ready to serve as a buffet for the earth beasts? Hiss, I remember something. Someone from the military district came to see them yesterday. Isn't it another mission to take care of the children? That's it. One of them couldn't help but shook his head. If they can't get in, then we can just drive away. Not all of them will survive. The punk man listened to everyone's teasing with a slight smile on his face, but soon he was stunned. Everyone realized something was wrong and immediately stopped talking, looking in the direction the punk man was looking. As the cave elevator slowly rises, a group of people walk towards them, talking and laughing excitedly. At the front of the team, the figure of a young girl was particularly eye-catching. She exuded a faint smell of blood and glanced at everyone calmly. However, almost no one noticed Fu Xue at this time. Everyone in the Evil Blood Squad's attention was attracted by the blood bags hanging on Lin Cheng's team. The members of the lynching team quickly walked up to the Evil Blood team. Li Xiuhong nodded to them perfunctorily as a greeting. Please move aside. We have to go back. The punk man was stunned for a moment. Then he removed his arm from the car and made way for the road. Under their shocked gazes, bag after bag of earth blood slowly filled the trunk, and the rear wheels of the SUV seemed to sink a little. The trunk was so full that it couldn't be closed, which really dealt them a huge blow. Oh my god. What kind of shit luck did the lynching team have? Where did all this earth blood come from? Did they buy up the entire earth blood pool? A member of the Evil Blood Squad said with envy as he looked at the car's back as it left. Maybe it's not just luck, the punk man said in a slightly complicated tone. Have you seen the stone python that Li Xiuhong is wearing? It still exudes the aura of a 5th-level earth beast. Compare it with the little snake in the snake rock forest. It looks like an enlarged rock snake, but it doesn't look too strong. What's wrong with it? Someone asked curiously. It seems. The punk man sighed and shook his head. As far as I know, there is only one 5th-level earth beast in the snake rock forest, and that is the overlord-level rock snake. Huh? Everyone is not stupid. After going through this, they actually have a vague understanding of what is going on. After all, how could a pool of blood be left on the ground for people to pick up? That means that while the lynching team is taking the kids down to the cave, they can also defeat the overlord of the Snake Rock Forest? Oh my god, how is this possible? Even Li Xiuhong at level 6 can't do it, a team member said doubtfully. You bullshit, take care of the baby. I guess the baby should take care of them. The punk man spoke with a trace of regret on his face. Didn't you see? The one who came was Fu Xue, the one who could split a mountain with one punch. If there was a mission to take care of a child like this, I would do it too. This conclusion exploded among the crowd like thunder, and the expressions on everyone's faces couldn't help but distort slightly. Who could have thought that the lynching team, who were just laughed at by them, would have such bad luck to turn things around? Xiaopeng, who was at the end of the team, and the teammate he brought with him looked at each other. They both saw regret in each other's eyes. The thought of just passing by the full amount of earth blood and the connections of the most dazzling genius of this generation. Chapter 201 I deliver them personally. On a small earthen slope, the dark-complexioned man put down the telescope and couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Do you think Fu Xue is stronger than our General Lu? The person next to him sat down on the sand, looking at the sky with dilated pupils, as if he could still see Fu Xue's figure from a few days ago. Not sure. The dark-skinned man smiled. Comparing a 7th-level Grandmaster with an 8th-level Grandmaster, this conclusion was actually very clear. At least I would rather be beaten to death by a road warrior than become the thick water in that area. When he said this, he thought of the huge mirror he had just seen, and his body shuddered uncontrollably. Just then, a skinny hand rested on the dark-skinned man's shoulder. Young man, can you lend me your telescope? Kai Mingdao smiled at him and said in a very calm tone. The dark-skinned man turned around curiously and glanced at several people carefully. They seem familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen them before. However, when he saw Feng Zhanzhan accompanying him, he was very sensible and lent the telescope in his hand to her. Hiss! Kai Mingdao raised the telescope and his eyes immediately focused on the black, scorched earth in the distance. Just now he thought it was some special landform. But now, when he zoomed in through the telescope, he found that it was a completely flat mirror. The concave mirror surface looks like an exquisite porcelain bowl. In addition to the dark black lines dotting the bottom, there is also golden sand formed by the gravel falling on top when it solidified. What's even more terrifying is the size of this bowl. From a flat surface, there is no visible edge to it. It's so huge that it's hard to imagine. Just by looking at it, you can feel a sense of great power, undoubted power. Melt the entire area? There was shock in Kai Mingdao's eyes. His skinny hands were clenched into fists, and even the white beard at the corners of his mouth was trembling slightly. What melted the entire area? Asked the blue-eyed woman in confusion. See for yourself. Kai Mingdao took a deep breath and handed the telescope in his hand over. As several people took it and looked over, hissing sounds were heard one after another. Several masters put down their fingers with some trembling. Their minds started buzzing for a moment. At this moment, it seemed as if 1,000 hornets were flying around in their heads. Everyone looked at the huge black stone silently, and no one thought that it was just the tip of the iceberg. Melt. The muscular man chewed on this word, and the muscles on his face began to twitch. You mean this huge piece of glass was made by someone? Have you forgotten why we are here? When they heard this, they immediately reacted and looked at Feng Zhanzhan who brought them here. At the same time, there was a deep sense of doubt in his eyes. Feng Zhanzhan pursed her lips and said slowly in their incredulous gazes, all the trapped psychic biological weapons have now been turned into liquid and cast into that area. Boom! Several masters present felt as if their heads were hit hard. The muscular man looked at his palm the size of a palm leaf in confusion. Is the Grandmaster so strong? Also a 7th-level Grandmaster. How come he doesn't know that his potential is so exaggerated? The others looked at each other in bewilderment. They came here to solve the troubles in the southern military region, but now it seems that they are of no use. After a moment's silence, someone suggested, do you want to go meet Fu Xue? A circular building stands in the center of the southern military district. On a whim, Tulu Jinglong built a swimming pool in the southern military region. There is an underground river below that provides a constant supply of water. Laugh. The icy cold air flowed out from the crack in the door below and the tiny gaps between the bricks. Feng Zhanzhan's hard heels fell on the mat floor, making a tapping sound, and she gently pushed open the door of the swimming pool. A huge chill came over me, instantly added a layer of moist luster to her face. Call. Fu Xue exhaled a mist of water vapor from her nose, and the bloodshot in her pupils almost spread to the skin at the corners of her eyes. The over-limit state is fucking torture. But the ice pool responsible for cooling her down wasn't a great place either. Originally, this cold air was just like a cold shower for her. But now, after experiencing 10 times the pain, I felt a tingling sensation all over my body. Why does the over-limit state melt the entire body into energy? It seems like... Fu Xue's fair little face was filled with dullness. She lay on the blue and white tiles at the bottom of the pool, the light in her eyes dimmed. Regret. In short, I regret it very much. Guard. Feng Zhenjin walked over and called softly. Fu Xue turned sideways like a salted fish and snorted to indicate that she was still online. Although she told him not to worry about it, the other party would come to check on her physical condition every hour responsibly to make sure nothing unexpected happened. Several grandmasters have come from the imperial capital, and a great grandmaster wants to see you. Feng Zhenjin hesitated for a moment, then said, If your health is not good, should I go and inform them now? What's the matter? Fu Xue opened her mouth and immediately exhaled a hot breath, and the cracks on her skin also made a sound like tearing cloth. Red energy circulated around her body. In an instant, the pool water around her began to boil, and hot bubbles continued to bulge towards the surface. Now, whenever Fu Xue made any slightly bigger movements, she would feel a sharp pain in her body. The severe pain would arouse the excessive energy in her body, causing even greater tearing. The two belong to a cycle. It hurts and it's tiring. Still hungry. Fu Xue couldn't say that her mental state was unstable. She could only say that she really wanted to bite someone now. Vice General Lin invited them to help you clean up the spiritualism. Feng Zhenjin and Fu Xue looked at each other, then scratched their heads in confusion. She briefly explained the whole story. After they went there, they wanted to meet you. Fu Xue was about to refuse when her brain twitched slightly. His eyes immediately fell on the system prompt, and he saw a conspicuous message displayed on it again. 31.9 kilometers to the right, 2 m above, level 7 danger detected. 31.9 kilometers to the right, 1 m above, level 6 danger detected. This distance is already on the edge of the southern military region. You still dare to come over here? Fu Xue's eyes narrowed slightly. The strong murderous intent and the cold air in the air intertwined together, instantly making Feng Zhenjin shiver. She opened her mouth slightly, and her clear eyes became dull. There's no need to be so angry. Don't get excited. I'll let them go right away. Need not. Fu Xue slowly stood up and said in a cold voice, I'll deliver them myself. Chapter 202. The Roar of the Dragon. This is the large rock tea collected by Major General Lin. Please enjoy it slowly. A female team member with a chubby face and a very friendly look brought a cup of tea to the masters who were sitting there. It does smell good. Kai Mingdao put his mouth close to the cup and blew gently on the tea, causing it to ripple. The smile on his face almost never stopped at this moment, and he even praised the sand table in the office that was stepped on by Fu Xue. The expressions on the others' faces cracked slightly. However, the other party is in such a good mood now, and they certainly can't miss the opportunity to gain a good impression from the other party just by opening their mouths. Even the tea-tasting masters who didn't like tea very much took up the teacup and took a sip, then began to praise it. It has a light bitter taste when it enters the throat, but it soon turns to sweet. The blue-eyed woman pursed her lips and smiled. Others also racked their brains to think of some words of praise. His behavior fully demonstrates the 4 words, human nature and worldly wisdom. The tea neatly placed on the table began to create tiny ripples. This noise instantly alerted the masters present. Bang! The office door slammed loudly. Feng Zhenjin flew directly in under the shocked gazes of several masters. Before she could even catch her breath, she hurriedly said, Hurry up and leave. We don't have time to guard the town today. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound of the air tearing. A vague shadow flashed by outside. If there hadn't been a trail in the air that looked like a red snake's shed skin, some people would have thought they were hallucinating. What the hell is that thing that whizzed past? Wei Qingshan looked at everyone with a dull expression and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. We should be the ones guarding the town, right? Feng Zhenjin stared at the departing shadow in amazement, and her not-so-bright brain froze for a few seconds. What's going on? It seems that Fu Xue didn't come here. Kai Mingdao was slightly stunned, and his ears moved slightly. A smile that couldn't be hidden by his beard suddenly appeared on his face. Such a keen perception. Perception? Perception of what? Feng Zhenjin said blankly. 2 auras appeared in the north. Kai Mingdao drank the tea in his cup in one gulp, then stood up slowly and said, Let's go and see. Really? Several other masters closed their eyes slightly, and their invisible magnetic fields passed through the buildings of the base. Electrical appliances that were operating normally flashed a few times, and then continued to function as usual. They opened their eyes suspiciously. Then they looked at each other, and a hint of self-doubt appeared in their eyes. Even according to the approximate range given by Kai Mingdao, they did not find any clues. Everything in the base is normal. A few minutes later, standing on the base of the southern military district, they looked at the small black dot-like shadow in the distance and couldn't help but have a few question marks in their heads. No, this must be several dozen kilometers away, right? It's okay for an 8th level sect. But Fu Xue is also at the 7th level. Why is she not only so powerful, but also has such a long range of perception? What kind of hexagonal warrior is this? Kai Mingdao took a look at Fu Xue's condition and his brows immediately frowned. Wawa, go back and rest first. Just by getting close to Fu Xue, one can feel the tremendous heat coming from her. Fu Xue's skin was almost translucent. The tiny capillaries and blue veins underneath can be seen with the naked eye. This is obviously the physical limit. Thinking of this, Kai Mingdao couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied with Wu Hanxiao. How old is this kid? Hasn't he ever thought that the situation on the front line changes every day? Is the old man confused? Kai Mingdao stroked his beard and thought silently in his heart. Then he raised his eyes to look at Fu Xue and said in the softest and most caring tone in his life, "Thank you for your hard work. Just leave this to us." Fu Xue's scarlet eyes turned and slowly fell on the other person. An invisible aura spread from the other person. As he slowly smoothed out the wounds on her body, Fu Xue suddenly felt as if a lot of cotton was stuffed into her blood vessels. Magnetic field. Fu Xue felt the energy in her body that seemed to replace the blood flow. The bloodshot in her eyes faded, and she gently clenched her palms. The effect is unexpectedly good. After all, for Fu Xue, reducing the pain a little bit is equivalent to reducing the pain 10 times. I didn't expect that magnetic field energy could be used in this way. Fu Xue nodded slightly to the old man to express her gratitude. Then she looked at the dark shadow in the distance with an expressionless face. The werewolf's face was reflected in her narrowed eyes, but what concerned her more was the bitten, severed hand in the other's arms. There was a blood-stained platinum ring on the ring finger. If Fu Xue remembered correctly, this is the ring that Lin Wang has always worn on his hand. Boom. Her breathing became disordered for a moment, and a huge cyclone burst out around her body in an instant. Other teams from the southern military district went to besiege those 5th and 6th level werewolves. She arranged for the 3 deputy generals, who were 7th level masters, to kill the 7th level Wolf King. But Fu Xue never expected that they would fail. The other party was even more provocative and came directly to the southern military region with the broken arm. This action made Fu Xue laugh so hard. Give you face. Although Fu Xue's tone was calm, several deep red cracks appeared again on her already calm fair cheeks. I don't know what you guys are up to, but I'm really furious now. Countless invisible spiritual threads emerged from behind her and pulled out the weapon from a master standing next to her. The skinny master felt the spear behind him being inexplicably pulled away, and he let out a puzzled sound. My gun? The other masters instantly shifted their gaze upwards. They could feel the terrifying energy wrapped around the gun. It's not a magnetic field. Yes, it feels more like a spiritual thread. The only psychic in the Grandmaster team had a dull look in his eyes, and then he muttered to himself, "It's not right. This shouldn't be psychic metal." When the others heard this, their eyes also became dull. The only pain point of the psychic is that he can only control telekinetic metal. If Fu Xue could really break free of this shackle, coupled with her terrifying strength, hiss! The Grandmasters present couldn't help but gasp. They quickly looked at Fu Xue, but soon the expressions on their faces froze. The spear was floating behind Fu Xue in a strange posture at this moment, and then it seemed to be bent by an invisible big hand. The gun body made a crisp sound as it could not bear the weight. This move. Everyone's palms clenched into fists involuntarily, and their pupils trembled slightly. Any warrior who has experienced that incident, I'm afraid I'll never forget the grace of the martial saint's fatal shot during a great disaster. Wu Jin Dragon Roar. Chapter 203, I have already chosen a burial place for it. Outside the southern military region base. In a military jeep, the dark-skinned man driving the car was stunned for a moment, then suddenly pounded the steering wheel hard. No, brother. The old man we met before. He slapped himself on the mouth and then said, "That old man looks a bit like the pillar of the country." The sturdy man lying in the back seat was so frightened that he sat up. Soon he realized something, curled his lips, and slowly found a more comfortable position to lie back down. You almost scared me to death. Why would someone of Guaju's status come to our side for no reason? The national pillars are basically the decision-making body of Dasha. Almost all events, big or small, have to pass their inspection. although Guazhu's strength can rank among the top even among the 8th level warriors. But unless there is a particularly huge crisis in Dasha, they will not act rashly. The meaning of the national pillar is the pillar that stabilizes the country. All right. The dark-skinned man thought about it and said, maybe I didn't sleep well these past few days. I'll make up for it when I get back. He stretched out his hand and just yawned, but what he saw out of the corner of his eye stunned him. What are the guards doing on the city wall? The man in the back seat stuck his head out of the car window and said with a smile, it should be to tell everyone that she is in good health. After all, she was in a horrible state when she came down from the sky. I don't have to worry about her health now. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, a violent aura swung out from the city wall, and a white circle of energy quickly spread out with Fu Xue as the center. Boom! There was a roar that echoed through the heavens and earth. As the two men stared in amazement, the aura suddenly rushed towards them. Just the escaping breath turned the dust on the ground into a huge wave dozens of meters high. In the face of this natural disaster, the military jeep seemed to have become a small boat that could capsize at any time. The thickened glass of the jeep instantly shattered into pieces with a hissing sound in the air. The sand hit the car body with a dull clang-clang sound. They knew that Fu Xue was very powerful, but only when they faced her could they truly feel the terrifying and powerless feeling. Fuck the guard. We are family. The dark-skinned man shouted with trembling lips. Old Huang, you come shout a few times too. The person behind him ignored him. The dark-skinned man looked back at his teammate and found that he had collapsed under the seat and was offline. After a moment, he came to his senses. The horrific blow had already passed over their heads and rushed to a farther place. Boom! Less than 2 seconds passed and the ground shook violently. The dark-skinned man took a deep breath as if he had survived the disaster. It seemed as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out by the blow, and he collapsed on the seat. I'm scared to death. He was almost scared to death by the revolving lantern. Roar. The roars of dragons resounded in the sky above the southern military district. The spear that was twisted to the extreme instantly turned into a winding trajectory, stirring up fierce sandstorms in the air. The silver-white dragon bloomed in everyone's pupils. Whoosh! The spear that traveled several miles hit the small black directly. Then a huge tornado was created in the desert. Gudong! The thin spear master looked at the sand foaming in the distance. His throat tightened, and he swallowed hard. As a semi-authority in the art of spears, he had never dared to imagine that his spear would be able to produce the infinite dragon roar. After all, this is the killer move of the great Siam martial saint. As a grandmaster, he is still a long way from being a 9th-level warrior. Is this the unique skill of the martial saint? Kai Mingdao's clear eyes opened as wide as possible in an instant, and the hand that was stroking his beard tightened, pulling out a few white hairs. As a pillar of the country, he is fully aware of the inside story of the ceremony of ascending the throne. But that's what makes it even more shocking. Fu Xue had never even come into contact with the martial saint. She only fought a battle with the young Dongfang Yi in the Bayan Palace. Has he already learned the martial saint's unique skills? Coupled with Fu Xue's tenacious and powerful psychic-like abilities, it is entirely possible to transform the injury-for-injury move into a starting move. As Kai Mingdao thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a thin sweat on his forehead. If there really was a warrior who gave him the invincible dragon roar at the beginning of the fight, he would just leave without saying a word. Damn it, is it necessary to fight? Is that a werewolf from the spiritualism? He took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and then hesitantly asked, what happened? In fact, everyone present could see a slight problem. There are so many masters present, and there is also a great master in charge. In fact, when the two werewolves appeared in their sight, death was already inevitable. But Fu Xue, despite her poor physical condition, used the martial saint's infinite dragon roar to completely kill the opponent. Several masters never spoke for the enemy, but at this moment they couldn't help but have some doubts in their hearts. No, this werewolf broke the law of heaven? 2 days ago, I asked the 3 deputy generals of the base to encircle and suppress the 7th-level werewolves. Fu Xue suddenly paused here. There was no need for Fu Xue to finish the rest of the sentence. The other people present had already knitted their brows into a knot, considering that they had not seen Lin Wang in the southern military region. It is obvious that something has happened to the 3 deputy generals of the southern military region. Don't worry about this. Kai Mingdao, the old man, was somewhat at a loss. He quickly said to comfort him, it's not that easy for the Grandmaster to die. They should be hiding somewhere. Mr. Kai is right. A 7th level master has a very tough life. Wei Qingshan patted his chest loudly and then said, "We are here to help, so leave this matter to us." Call. A breath of hot air blew out of Fu Xue's mouth. Several deep red cracks appeared on her cheeks again, and sharp fangs were exposed at the corners of her mouth. There was an obvious murderous aura coming from his body, and his entire body seemed to be blown up. "Don't bother looking for them. I have a way to lure them over here," Fu Xue said in a low voice. Then she raised her eyes slightly and looked at the huge black cloud appearing in the distant sky. It was a huge blood cloud formed by the evaporation of impurities in the sand. Besides, I have already chosen a burial place for it. Chapter 204. Eyes Clear. Hotan area. As the blackness of the sky completely swallowed up the light, the twinkling stars in the sky were reflected on the mirror. Fu Xue narrowed her eyes. If she ignored the materials inside, she really had a romantic feeling of standing on the sea of stars. Hiss. Fu Xue squeezed out a bit of blood and energy from the Feng Tian Huaji again, and the red mist drifted around with the cold wind. She looked back at the masters standing not far away, then crossed her arms and waited quietly. In front of the wild beast with a keen sense of smell, her blood and energy are the best bait. Not much time passed. Boom, boom. The heavy but extremely fast footsteps caused the ground to shake slightly. A half-hunched wolf king can be seen from a long distance away. It was about 2 meters tall, with a pair of glowing animal eyes staring straight at Fu Xue. Sticky, smelly saliva kept dripping from the corners of its mouth. The aura that only belongs to top hunters makes the air feel creepy and piercing. It looks quite powerful, but 3 grandmasters should be enough to take it down anyway. Without the blessing of the energy and blood, Wei Qingshan noticed something was wrong and got goosebumps all over his body. Just relying on strength and speed? This should be the 7th level Wolf King. But what's the difference between this and the Earth Beast? That is to say, if it doesn't move, it's almost the same as any other werewolf. The blue-eyed woman paused for a moment, then continued. If any of the 3 lieutenants fails to maintain a safe distance, he will be killed instantly. Several masters' expressions were moved when they heard this. The image of a certain master being torn to pieces by sharp claws suddenly appeared in my mind. For the Grandmaster, the magnetic field, in addition to affecting the aura, can also be seen as a 70 to 80% damage reduction. The Master's physical fitness is ridiculously strong, plus the ability to resist attacks. It is completely enough to ignore attacks below 20,000 pounds. If you want to rely on pure strength to seriously injure the Grandmaster, the punch must have a force of at least 500,000 to 700,000 kilograms. This kind of strength relying solely on physical strength is a number that no one dares to even think about. Boom. When approaching Fu Xue, the Wolf King stopped vigilantly. His eyes flickered around to where people might be hiding. But soon all his attention was occupied by Fu Xue, whose bloody red tongue licked his teeth and whose throat kept swallowing saliva. When Fu Xue saw this scene, her expression remained calm. Her alloy combat boots rubbed lightly against the smooth ground, making a squeaking sound like nails scratching glass. Roar. The Wolf King shook his ears, bared his fangs and growled at Fu Xue in a warning. "Do you know what this is?" Fu Xue said with interest. She didn't expect the other party to reply, so she gently twisted her wrist and quickly continued, "The black marks in here are all your compatriots." The words haven't finished yet. Fu Xue's figure disappeared instantly. The speed was so fast that it directly broke through the Wolf King's retina, leaving no afterimage on it. Laugh. All the hair on the Wolf King's body suddenly stood up, and his beast-like perception made him almost instinctively swing his claws towards his hair. But before that, the black alloy boots had already made close contact with his face. Boom! A huge groove was suddenly plowed out on the mirror surface. The response was very quick. Fu Xue narrowed her eyes and calmly withdrew her white palm. If she was just 0.1 seconds slower, she would be able to grab the Wolf King's upper and lower jaws, then tear it in half in an instant. Roar! The Wolf King staggered back. His pupils trembled as he stared at the deep fingerprint on his nose. This was the first time he broke out in cold sweat since taking the medicine. No, it's impossible. The Wolf King's dark green pupils contracted tightly, and then his back muscles shook violently. 2 silver-shelled injections shot out from the gun like bullets. Crack! He opened his mouth wide and bit the 2 injections hard, crushing them into pieces. He swallowed the red liquid mixed with the metal inside. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones rubbing against each other continued to come from his body, mixed with the sound of skin tearing like tearing cloth. Red blood suddenly burst out from the Wolf King's body. But that was not chi and blood, but bright red blood beads squeezed out from its tiny pores. The aura on his body became even more terrifying. Ouch! He howled at the waning moon. I have to say, the current atmosphere really feels like that of a foreign horror movie, a master said with a smile, and when he saw that everyone else had serious faces, he slowly closed his mouth again. Take action. I have a bad feeling. Kai Mingdao suddenly straightened his body and scanned the deserted desert with an eagle-like gaze. Even though he was an 8th-rank sect leader, an inexplicable panic suddenly spread in his heart at this moment. It was as if I was being stared at by something terrifying. Just as several masters ignored the discomfort and prepared to set off, the mirror beneath their feet suddenly reflected bright silver moonlight. Everyone present slowly raised their heads. The scene in front of him instantly made his pupils shrink into needle points, and the hairs all over his body stood up. I saw that the incomplete moon was moving at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into a full moon. Boom! A surge of blood and energy appeared one after another in the desert. These are all the locations of the werewolves. Kai Mingdao took a deep breath. His brows were twisted into a shape of a chan, river shape, and an expression of fear appeared on his face that he couldn't help but show. Wei Qingshan, who was standing by, swallowed hard at this moment, and cold sweat broke out on his back. That is to say, if those werewolves had survived to this day, there must be at least 300 more people with auras comparable to those of a 7th-level master. When the other masters heard this, they couldn't help but feel a chill running down their spines. If this really happened, not to mention the southern military region, I'm afraid that except for the important pass of Dekongdong, guarded by the martial saint himself, other military regions will slowly fall. The only difference is the speed of time. Strength. The Wolf King's speech became increasingly unclear. Reason slowly peeled away from his mind, leaving only pure animality. A lightning-like crack appeared in the middle of his pupil as he stared at Fu Xue's figure, revealing only a strong sense of madness. Food. Fu Xue felt the terrifying aura and silently took a step back. Afterwards, an aura of an 8th-rank sect and 8 7th-rank masters rose into the sky. The overwhelming momentum instantly pressed the Wolf King to the ground. Crack, accompanied by the crisp sound of his skull hitting the ground. The cracks on the mirror quickly spread around like a spider web, and the Wolf King's crazy eyes suddenly became clear. Chapter 205. Accepting a disciple? He now has the strength to touch the 8th level. I can't suppress him for too long. Kai Mingdao floated in the air and said in an enjoining tone, Wow, finish him off as soon as possible. 8th level? Fu Xue's eyes were stunned for a moment. Then she looked at the little hillock that was lying on the ground and struggling. Although they are both at the 8th level, he can suppress another 8th level without being able to move just by his aura. How big is the gap between these levels? Good. Fu Xue took a deep breath and slowly walked to the front of the Wolf King. The deep red cracks on her body gradually turned into bright yellow, and the scorching heat made the ground beneath her feet soften. Wait. The Wolf King stopped struggling, his muscles trembling with fear. Let me go. I will tell you everything I know. Fu Xue's eyes fell on her task panel. She didn't think such a pawn could have any real insights. Or if she could really get information from the other person, it might be clues deliberately used to mislead her. Oh, I don't care. Fu Xue responded faintly, then squatted down and placed her palm gently on the Wolf King's head. Laugh. A claw with a scarlet aura instantly grabbed towards her head. The white light on Fu Xue's body flashed briefly. Amid everyone's astonished gaze, the fierce claw pierced across her cheek. Bang! A heavy fist hit the Wolf King's temple. Fu Xue's 5 fingers pierced directly into his head, and blood and energy continued to flow into the Wolf King's body. A voice with a hint of anger floated out. Furnace of heaven and earth. Boom! Several masters suddenly felt that a huge furnace appeared out of thin air in front of them. They quickly took a step back. The burning sensation like magma under their feet made them immediately activate the magnetic field in their bodies, and they were pulled into the air. After they paused 1,000 meters in the air with lingering fear, they adjusted their mood and looked down. An unforgettable scene was reflected in their pupils. The area of nearly 200 kilometers below was like a large lake with a stone thrown into it, with ripples gradually spreading out from Fu Xue as the center. The master's eyes were dull, and their mouths were open. Although they knew that the following masterpiece was done by Fu Xue, When this move actually appeared in front of them, the impact that such a majestic and great power brought to them was simply unparalleled. The blue-eyed woman lost her composure and asked in a stuttering tone, "Is this the move? I'm also a master. Can I learn it?" The atmosphere among the crowd was silent for a few seconds. I have to say that the blue-eyed woman's words are always to the point. The heartstrings of the masters present were plucked for a moment, and then their hearts were beating hard. On the path of martial arts, the one who achieves success comes first. If I could really learn this trick, I could even ask them to pay me a visit and pay me homage as my master on the spot. Several people could clearly see her pressing the wolf's head and slowly squeezing it downwards towards the magma-like liquid. The Wolf King's hill-like body completely shrank, and the water in his body had obviously evaporated. Waves of cyclones emerged from Fu Xue's body, leaving traces of cyclones on the ground. As everyone waited in silence, Fu Xue forcibly melted the Wolf King, who had barely reached the 8th level, into the land beneath their feet. Call? Fu Xue let out a hot breath from her mouth. Part of the alloy combat boots and trouser legs she was wearing had melted, making her look quite horrible. She shook off the sticky liquid on her hands, and her skin made a hissing sound as it cooled down. When Fu Xue opened her eyes, several masters were standing in front of her with different expressions, and they didn't say a word for a long time. "I've had a good rest," Fu Xue said lightly. It's okay. If you're tired, you can rest for a while." The blue-eyed woman paused for a moment, then continued under Fu Xue's puzzled gaze. "By the way, are you planning to accept the disciple?" Several question marks popped up in Fu Xue's little head. Is there really any trace of the great Tao in this world? The square-faced middle-aged man held the steering wheel with one hand, stuck his head out of the car window, and said in amazement, "We have already traveled 10 kilometers? I didn't expect that a guy like you with thick eyebrows and big eyes would say so many dirty words." The man in the back row smiled and said, then he glanced at the woman next to him, "Look at Xiaoxi. She's completely crazy now. That's because you don't know how to shoot." The woman named Xiaoxi ignored him and continued stroking the spear covered with dragon scale cracks in her hand with an obsessed look on her face. This was the spear they had retrieved from the epicenter of the explosion. Look at the force from top to bottom. She couldn't help but tremble. Perfect. Even. This moment. Boom. A loud bang hit the roof of their car. They were stunned for a moment, and then saw a large amount of blood flowing from the roof of the car to the windshield. The square-faced man stepped hard on the brakes. A middle-aged man with a broken arm crashed into the hood of the car and then fell to the ground with a dull thud. "Fuck. I told you to pay more attention while driving, Captain." The man in the back row showed a look of horror on his face. "Now we're in such a mess." "I don't have any." The square-faced man spread out his hands in confusion, his face full of grievance. The three of them quickly opened the car door and jumped out. Although they did not see the face of the fallen man clearly, just seeing the golden star on his shoulder made their hearts tremble. "Major General?" Half an hour later, Feng Zhenjin received the urgent news and rushed to the military hospital at the base at the fastest speed. The medical saint, whose body was still stained with blood, took off his medical mask and said with some regret, "There's no way to save that arm, but Major General Lin is still very strong." "Good." Feng Zhenjin took a deep breath, then pushed open the door of the medical room and walked in. Lin Wang was half sitting on the head of the bed at this time. His eyes were red, his face was dark blue, and there was almost no flesh on the sides of his cheeks. In his only remaining hand, he held a cigarette, and from time to time he would frown and take a puff. Seeing the person coming in, Lin Wang instantly broke the cigarette in his hand. "Didn't you ask Fu Xue to come? I have something urgent to say." "I'm glad you're okay," Feng Zhenjin said in a low voice. "The guard has taken people to hunt the 7th level Wolf King. She is not in the base now." "Fuck it." Lin Wang's hand instantly bent the handle of the bedside. "What I want to talk about is the Wolf King. Its strength far exceeds that of a 7th level master. We can't deal with it at all." He took a deep breath and quickly thought of a solution. "Well, aren't there still a lot of flares in the base? Let's get out now and call her back." Feng Zhenjin groaned and quickly explained, "The garrison commander went with the support of the imperial capital." "Fuck. Didn't you see that all 3 of us grandmasters are in trouble?" Lin Wang looked at his empty shoulders and clenched his teeth. "It will take at least 5 masters to take it down." But 8 grandmasters came from the imperial capital. When Lin Wang heard this, the anxious expression on his face froze, and then he asked in disbelief, "How many?" 8 grandmasters, and an 8th-rank national pillar. Chapter 206. Lin Wang. Where the hell did this guy come from? National pillar. Lin Wang's head buzzed. If Dasha is likened to a giant, then the 8 national pillars are equivalent to the aorta connecting to the ventricles. Just now he was thinking that there might not be enough people. But now he felt that using these people to deal with a 7th-level Wolf King, the Wolf King's pomp and circumstance was too big. Lin Wang pulled the corners of his mouth, his tense face relaxed, and said in a relaxed tone, "Then it seems I have nothing to worry about." Although he said this, Lin Wang paused and quickly asked, "By the way, how are the werewolves being cleaned up?" "They have all been wiped out," Feng Zhenjin said. "So fast?" Lin Wang frowned when he heard the news. "Casualties? How are they?" It's not that he doesn't trust the people under his command, but he really couldn't figure out how to defeat such a large group of werewolves in such a short time. He had expected that he and his 2 lieutenants would work together to deal with the unstable factor of the Wolf King. Then, they joined forces with Fu Xue to start from the 4 corners to eliminate the enemies in the area to the maximum extent possible. In the end, the plan was aborted because of their mistakes. The threat posed by leaving such a group of werewolves gathered together is too great, so there is no reason to stop once the bullets are fired. There were no casualties during the elimination process. Feng Zhenjin said. Well, Lin Wangkai let out a half sigh, but was immediately blocked by Feng Zhenjin's words. He looked up in shock. Ah? Even if he had half of his arm torn off by the Wolf King, had to run in the freezing cold desert all night, and was hit by a military vehicle when he arrived at the base, his emotions would not have been as turbulent as they are now. Feng Zhenjin opened her mouth, but didn't have time to speak. Bang! The sound of a door opening came from behind her. A hot wind blew in, and the walls of the medical room, which were cracked due to disrepair, instantly curled up. Guard! Feng Zhenjin quickly stood up from her chair, and there was even respect in her eyes as she looked at Fu Xue. Fu Xue responded simply. Her eyes moved and finally fell on Lin Wang's right arm. It can be seen that it is broken at the joint. A trace of blood seeped out of the bandage, dyeing it red. Lin Wang understood the moment he saw Fu Xue. Over-limit state. This ability that once shocked Fu Xue the most has now become an insignificant halo on the other party. Guard, the national pillar. When Lin Wang saw the 2 people, his body instinctively tensed up and he greeted them. But any big movement would tear the wound. The sound of wounds tearing rang out in the air, and the nerves on his face couldn't help but twitch violently. If you are injured, take a good rest. Kai Mingdao said softly. How are the other 2 deputy generals? He was slightly injured, but they led the Wolf King away from me, so it should take some time for him to come back. Lin Wang explained. That's good. Kai Mingdao nodded, then his eyes fell on his arm. The medical conditions on the front line are not very good. You should come back to the capital with us for treatment. But the military district, Lin Wang's eyes were filled with worry. It was simply because Fu Xue was too young, and the military district was under great pressure at the time. With only the assistance of 2 deputy generals, can she manage this huge southern military region? You don't have to worry about that. Kai Mingdao could see his worry at a glance and stroked his beard with a smile. In terms of ultimate combat power, she may not be as good as Jinglong, but no one is more suitable than her to guard an area. The others glanced at Fu Xue with complicated expressions on their faces. You do not say. Once they get angry, the entire area will be evaporated. This kind of destructive power is much stronger than a simple 8th-level sect. At least they still have to clean up the ground with one punch after another. Have a good rest. Fu Xue shook her head, which was aching. Even in her softest tone now, it sounded strangely cold and hard. She thought about it and finally shut her mouth. Several masters exchanged a few words with Lin Wang. Then the people in the medical room left one after another, leaving Lin Wang with a private space to recuperate. Seeing that Feng Zhenjin was about to follow him out, Lin Wang quickly called her and asked in confusion, What do they mean by this? What did Fu Xue do outside? Feng Zhenjin pondered for a moment, then said, Let me put it this way. She briefly explained what Fu Xue had done in the past 2 days. A few minutes later, melting the 200-kilometer Hotan area, Lin Wang chewed these in his mouth, with a look of confusion on his resolute face. Does this sound like it happened on Blue Planet? Didn't he just run in the desert for 2 days and then fainted for half a day? Where the hell did he go when he woke up? Imperial Capital. In the living room of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. Thanks. The well-dressed blonde old man smiled and took the hot tea handed over by Wu Hanxiao. I always like the black tea here, especially the one you treasure. We are old friends, and you have been helping me a lot recently. Wu Hanxiao took a sip of tea and spoke in a very kind tone. The man in front of him is almost always responsible for handling the roots of the gospel company in the United States. The cult of spiritualism, which was so brazen in the beginning that it dared to assassinate people in the city, has now almost disappeared thanks to the help of the old gentleman in front of him. It's like this: we want to bring Fu Xue to the United States. Seeing Wu Hanxiao's frown, the blond old gentleman pursed his lips and smiled. No, no, don't rush to refuse. Then he pulled a rolled-up list from his breast pocket. The list was stretched to almost the length of an adult's arm. Wu Hanxiao shook his head helplessly. He really didn't expect that they would poach people from his side. He is a pillar of Dasha and is in charge of the heartland of Dasha. Is it crazy to give away the most brilliant talent you have? In addition to training and preparing for the dungeon, the purpose of sending Fu Xue to the northern frontier was also to prevent the recurrence of poaching from Tianwu University. Then his eyes fell on the list. Wu Hanxiao had no intention of sending Fu Xue away. He was just going to take a look at the opponent's chips and estimate his strength. He took the list and scanned it quickly. Boom! It was as if countless nuclear bombs were dropped into his mind, blowing him dizzy. Even the expression on his face was a little out of control for a moment. It includes various advanced technologies for civilian, medical, and military use, and even a considerable part of them have uses that he can hardly understand. As long as you are willing to let us train Fu Xue, all these technologies will be given to you for free. The old gentleman said with a smile. Your country has already achieved all of them? Wu Hanxiao looked up in disbelief. It's impossible that all of this long list are recent technological breakthroughs. Just look at the list of exoskeletons, genetic modification, and a few other advanced technologies. As long as the other party is willing to take it out, it can instantly overwhelm Dasha. But in the past few hundred years, the combat power of the two countries has been almost at the same level. Plus the nonchalant tone when giving away such a precious thing. Wu Hanxiao's originally stable heart was suddenly shrouded in an inexplicable panic, and he began to palpitate involuntarily. Your country? The blond old gentleman smiled and said, I think you may have misunderstood. I represent Liberty City. Wu Hanxiao asked in confusion. Isn't that the capital of your country? No. The old gentleman shook his finger and said with a smile, the United States belongs to Liberty City, but Liberty City does not belong to the United States. Chapter 207. The person in the photo. The atmosphere in the reception room was silent for a few minutes. Wu Hanxiao took a deep breath. The thin piece of paper in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds at this moment, causing his fingers to tremble slightly. I'm sorry, but I must decline this offer. The blond old gentleman pursed his lips on the rim of the cup for a moment and asked in confusion. These things are enough to boost Dasha's overall strength by 100 years. Are you just going to give up like that? Wu Hanxiao calmed his confused emotions and said expressionlessly, the only answer I can give at this time is no. I knew you would say that. The old gentleman smiled softly, but honestly, you don't have much room for refusal. Wu Hanxiao frowned tightly. The blond old gentleman in front of him stood up and made a gesture to leave. But before that, the other party took out 2 prepared things from his shirt pocket and then slowly handed them over with his fingertips. I'm leaving first. You can think about it for a while. The old gentleman picked up the black wool hat beside him and bowed slightly. Wu Hanxiao looked at the other person's back as he left indifferently. He took a deep breath, then lowered his inquiring gaze to the table. 2 flat objects were stacked together, with a gold-stamped business card on top. A golden knight's sword is engraved on it, with 2 gorgeous wings connected to the hilt, forming a holy pattern. Temple? Wu Hanxiao said softly. He learned about this organization from Ma Hongyun. An unknown organization actually hides the youngest 8th rank master and a senior U.S. official. This may even be just the tip of the iceberg revealed by the other party. Wu Hanxiao picked it up and looked around to make sure there were no tracking gadgets on it. Then his eyes fell on the photo below. Dongfang Yi. The photo shows Dongfang Yi's appearance, but he looks quite old, and his beard looks extremely sloppy. He smiled at first, but soon realized something was wrong. His background should not be in Dasha. How could he go out like this if he is so particular? Suddenly, his pupils shrank into the size of needles. Wu Hanxiao walked quickly to the bookshelf behind him. He took down a thick file from it and turned it accurately to a page. He took the photo that was obviously taken in recent years and compared it with the photo that had obviously yellowed. Oriental Ran. Disappeared 149 years ago. The identity is... Dongfang Yi's father is also a talented warrior who is not much inferior to his son. Impossible. Wu Hanxiao's pupils couldn't help but tremble violently, so he is now 247 years old. For a warrior, this is already his last years. Not to mention the weakness of his energy and blood, which is like being half a step into a coffin. He should at least look old. But the people in the photo are really too young. Compared to him, Dongfang even looks older. Wu Hanxiao took a deep breath, and just as he took out the standard black cell phone from his pocket, a call came in. He looked at the number belonging to Kai Mingdao, and his brows frowned instantly, with a bad premonition coming to his mind. Is the other party using two methods at the same time? Wu Hanxiao opened the quick-acting heart-saving pills he carried with him and swallowed two of them fiercely. He nervously pressed the answer button. Hey, is there anything wrong over there? Not only is nothing wrong, something terrible has happened. Kai Mingdao's happy voice came from the receiver, almost making Wu Hanxiao faint for a moment. But he soon realized something was wrong. If his own little genius was poached now, and this old naughty boy could still be so happy, he really deserves to be beaten with a bronze belt. You speak first, Wu Hanxiao said in a low voice. Kai Mingdao was completely unaware of the anxious mood here. He chuckled and said, I sent you the photo. Look at it and guess what it is. Wu Hanxiao twitched the corners of his mouth and was speechless for a moment. Then his eyes fell on the picture that popped out of the phone. A black transparent object with some curvature. There are some wavy marks on it. Even if only a corner is exposed, it still occupies the entire layer. Is this glass? It looks a bit rough. Wu Hanxiao said this calmly, but then the other party's words instantly caused a crack in his adjusted facial expression. Haha, you guessed half right. Kai Mingdao laughed twice before continuing. The diameter is 200 kilometers. Fu Xue burned it with her blood. Wu Hanxiao's head was buzzing with excitement from the news, as if someone had hit him hard with a hammer. 200 kilometers in diameter. Burned? Can these two words go together? But he was silent for a moment, and then silently accepted the explosive news. A bitter smile appeared on his face after realizing it. No wonder he suddenly came here to poach people. The other party has already completed the operation, and he just received the news now? The matter in the northern border must be resolved quickly. Please come back as soon as possible. Wu Hanxiao slowly picked up the remaining photo with his fingers and said in a very serious tone, I have something important to say. Laugh. Along with the healing of the last crack in the body, Fu Xue came back to life. She twisted her body, which was almost frozen to death, and her bones made a series of crisp sounds. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, demigod, chosen. Life level, 74.2. Strength, 67,214.90 kilograms. Speed, 83.21 meters per second. Mental strength, 734.0. Combat power, 70,112,991.01. Items, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. Big bully, red. Danger sense, red. Too big to fail, red. Conjugate pain, red. Big sin a gluttony, red. Big sin a jealousy, red. System backpack. Refresh card X1. I've been lying there for the past few days and nothing has changed. Fu Xue curled her lips, then turned her gaze to Ci Fu for the first time in a long time. Chapter 208. Double Blessings. Being Handsome for Life. 7 Curses, 7 Blessings. Part 1 Iron Pathogens. 7 Curses, 7 Blessings. Part 2 Plant Pathogens. 7 Curses, 7 Blessings. Part 3 Biological Pathogens. 7 Curses, 7 Blessings. Part 4 Energy Pathogens. Introduction. All the energy you come into contact with will be corroded and assimilated, and they will surround you endlessly. Fu Xue's brows furrowed slightly, and traces of blood and energy flowed out of her body. But unlike the bright red color before, it has now turned into a dark green color that makes people feel very uncomfortable. Sizzle. As soon as this green energy and blood came into contact with the air, it was like oil and water coming into contact with each other. Drops of green liquid splashed onto the matte floor. In an instant, the marble floor seemed to be corroded by strong acid, and countless oil bubbles appeared. The strong, pungent smell of sulfuric acid hit me in the face, and there was almost a burning sensation in the air. This? Fu Xue looked down at her hands. The expression on her face became a little complicated for a moment. If you're talking about intensity, then it's definitely there. After all, the burning sensation will only occur if the qi and blood are stimulated to evaporate to a certain extent. Now, if she releases her qi and blood, any fragile warrior who comes into contact with her will lose half his life. Her qi and blood were already abundant, and she was constantly assimilating the energy around her. It is not an exaggeration to call it a walking natural disaster. But, damn, this green is so ugly. Call. Chi and blood are stirred. The sound of the wind was heard around Fu Xue. She looked at the green Hades robe on her arm, and the expression on her face could not be suppressed at all. It would be fine if it was pure green. The key is that there are many burnt yellow spots on it, giving people the feeling that the vegetables are moldy. Give me back my original underworld heavenly clothes. Fu Xue pursed her lips and her eyes turned red with anger. After lying in the icy pool for 8 days, every pore felt like it was pricked by needles, but she remained stubborn and didn't say a word. But now she felt like she was about to cry out loud in the next second. The intensity is only temporary. Being handsome is for life. If I had known there was such a big pit, I should have chosen to kill my father. Fu Xue sniffed and gritted her teeth. She squatted on the ground and sulked for a while before turning her gaze to the next blessing. As for why there are 2 blessings, Fu Xue was silent for a moment, then brainstormed for a while and buried that memory deep in her head. I was so hungry when I woke up. She wouldn't say anything else. 7-fold curses, 7-fold blessings. Part 5 Soul Pathogens. Introduction. Your existence is enough to pollute the most noble soul. No one will refuse the gift of life. Does this feel like manipulation? Fu Xue closed her eyes slightly, and in her mind there seemed to be several transparent threads like spiritual thoughts. The closest one was the Feng Tian Hua Ji in her hand. The thin thread trembled slightly, and a very human feeling of grievance emerged. She could even sense Lin Yu's emotional ups and downs, who was thousands of kilometers away. Fu Xue's mind moved. Lin Yu, who was thousands of miles away, had a trembling hand, and the water in the cup instantly splashed onto her face. The other party's clear emotions were immediately conveyed through the silk thread. What the hell? This is a good way to play micromanipulation. Fu Xue laughed for no apparent reason. Of course, she was just thinking about it. If she really had a troop, she would just frame it and attack it in a simple and crude way. After laughing, Fu Xue showed some difficulty on her face. She had been considering whether to use her own blood to cure Lin Wang, but now she would not do so unless she had no other choice. We can only think of other ways. Fu Xue sighed in embarrassment. After all, Lin Wang gave her an extremely precious piece of pure earth marrow when her pocket was cleaner than her face. In addition, his injury was actually partly related to his orders. It cannot be said that it must be completely cured, but at least it must reach a normal level. Blue Star's technology is quite advanced in physical medical treatment, and reconnecting broken limbs and bones are basic operations. After all, the body is the most basic and important capital of a warrior. But no matter how good the medical care is, they are not the chosen ones of life like Fu Xue. The new flesh and blood is much worse than the original one. For a 7th-level master like Lin Wangyuan, who is superior to ordinary people, it is particularly difficult to recover from such a serious injury. It's like a steel can wearing some kind of medieval heavy armor, but with arms as delicate as a baby's. Perhaps we can find a solution in the cave. Fu Xue couldn't help but shook her head, still holding a glimmer of hope in her heart. Blue Star even has the blood of the gods and all kinds of weird things. This kind of restorative medicine should not be absent. If not, the corners of Fu Xue's mouth curved up confidently. She stood up and stretched her body. As her bones stretched, there was even the sound of muscles rubbing together in the air. That's probably because we haven't explored the cave deep enough. Across the ocean, Liberty City. The huge city glitters along the river bank, as if it is a gem inlaid in the land. This is the largest warrior city on Blue Star so far. This area alone accounts for half of the world's top warriors, and everyone walking inside has a powerful aura. From the sharp eyes hidden under their pupils, you can tell that they are incredibly strong. If someone's eyes could penetrate the deep strata beneath his feet, he would be able to see the intricate and grand palace below. Laugh. Elena swiped her ID card, and a metal door that was a meter wide slowly fell down. She looked at the almost countless capsule-shaped cabins in front of her, and her usually strong gaze trembled involuntarily. Elena lowered her head and walked to a sealed capsule. The entire machine is forged from tough black steel and covered with a layer of translucent glass made of an unknown material. Even after hundreds of years of cold and destruction, it still looks brand new. Elena was sure that the person lying inside was correct. Then she pressed the unlock button next to her, and an orderly green light suddenly lit up inside the capsule. Bang! The translucent hatch slowly opened. The tightly sealed air conditioning inside suddenly leaked out, even making her shiver at one point. Kacha kacha. The man's body was covered with a thick layer of ice, but at this time, cracks gradually appeared on the ice. There was a crisp sound like a coconut shell being smashed. The man slowly sat up from inside, his eyebrows even stained with tiny ice crystals. He looked at his surroundings expressionlessly and asked in a calm tone, "Have we left Blue Star?" Chapter 209, Ice Crown Waiting. "It's not time yet." Elena couldn't help but shrink her shoulders and said in a low voice. The sound was even colder than the air here. If there wasn't really no one in the base, she wouldn't want to come here and contact this person. Elena is always criticized by little girls for being a warrior with muscles all on her brain, but she thinks that's because the other party has never seen Dongfang Ren. Otherwise, my opinion of her would have changed a lot. Good. Dongfang Ren nodded. He was not interested in going into the matter further. He lowered his eyes and asked concisely, "So other than this, why did you wake me up?" "The princess asked me to come." The man in front of Elena's eyes moved for a moment, and then she continued, "A genius has appeared in Dasha, and the princess hopes you can bring her to the temple. Any conditions are acceptable. Her information is in the S archives." The purpose of the temple has always been to attract the world's top talents, but its ultimate goal is to serve the princess. Since the purpose is to conquer, it is impossible to use force right away. Some warriors may be like manhwa, who can be conquered by fighting a few times and showing his strength. But if some people are soft-hearted and not hard-headed, you have to try another approach. At least Fu Xue belongs to the latter type, who is more troublesome in their analysis. S-file? Dongfang Ren raised his eyebrows, with a shocked expression on his face. Does she have the potential to be included in the S-file? Under the temple's extremely precise detection mechanism, everyone's potential can be seen almost clearly. Take Elena's own strength as a reference. Even though she was the youngest 8th-level warrior to date, she was only classified as a B-level warrior. Dongfang Ren, who had climbed out of the oppression of life and death and whose mind was full of cultivation, was classified as an A-level warrior. During this nearly 1,000 years, the people who were identified as S-level warriors by the Holy Temple, including the ones he heard now, there were only 3. He broke through to the Grandmaster level at the age of 18. Isn't that exaggerated? Elena shrugged. Dongfang Ren's face, as hard as ice, twitched. Even though there was still no expression on his face, Elena could already hear his suddenly beating heart. "Come with me." Elena waved her hand, then she walked in front and continued, "If there is a chance, bring Dongfang along as well. It is better to leave with us than to stay on the already broken blue planet." It was basically Elena who was talking, while Dongfang Ren followed behind her and listened silently. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already walked to the door. Elena pressed her ID on the sensor. As the thick door slowly closed, she took a last look at the countless quiet capsules inside. Each of them was a talented warrior who was once prominent. Cold Springs area. The man in the thick wool coat exhaled a breath, and the skin on his face was almost cracked from the cold. It's hard to imagine that there is such a cold place in northern Xinjiang. I really can't stay in this place for another day. When will the shift relief come? The man in the woolen sweater couldn't help but complain. The black-faced man standing next to him swung his arms and occasionally raised his legs high. He used this method to activate his blood and qi, although it didn't have much effect in this kind of cold air that seemed to penetrate into his bones. Paralysis. The dark-faced man twitched his lips and said in a somewhat defensive tone, "These are all magical damages. How can I defend against them?" The harsh climate here has greatly weakened the qualities of the two people. The two were silent for a while. Then swear words kept coming out of his mouth. Right at this moment, roar. A huge beast roar was heard, and cracks quickly spread across the hard ice surface. It was as if the earth was split into two in an instant. Suddenly, the two of them paused. They didn't care about the cold at this time, and quickly lay down in the ice debris made of sand. The two men's pupils trembled slightly, and they slowly looked at the huge hole in the distance with fear. Visible cold air continued to emerge from inside, covering the area within hundreds of miles around with a layer of frost. The two of them knew very well what was making the noise. The 3 dukes and 7 marquises among the earth beasts. There was once a record of freezing an entire city in an instant. With just a breath, it can gracefully prey on 7th level or even 8th level earth beasts. This terrifying existence, one of the 7 marquises, the Ice Crown Lord. The two men buried their heads in the smoothie like ostriches, and except for a slight tremor in their bodies, they hardly dared to move. In front of this kind of earth beast, warriors like them, no matter how many there are are just serving pieces. Even with Dasha's size, it would be difficult to deal with this kind of beast, but fortunately this place is remote enough. It is enough to monitor the other party regularly to make sure they do not leave. After a while, by the time the noise had completely died down, a thick layer of frost had formed on the two men's bodies. Click. The man in the woolen sweater laughed a deep laugh and said, "You've survived another day? That's impressive. It just woke up from a nap and got nowhere." The dark-faced man rolled his eyes and continued, "We have to take turns during this period. If you are tired, go back to the tent and rest. I will keep an eye on this place for a while." "Okay." The woolen man was not pretentious. He nodded, walked to the snow camouflage tent, and gently patted off the ice on it. The man in the woolen coat was just about to get into the thick tent when he paused when he heard the faint sound of the accelerator. "Fuck, is he here to take over?" The black-faced man raised his head in confusion when he heard this, and the expression on his face cracked. "I saw two military jeeps driving one after the other on the frosty surface. The frosty ground caused the tires to slip a bit, but the driver even stepped on the accelerator twice. Where the hell did this new recruit come from?" The black-faced man took a quick look at the terrifyingly quiet cave, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. "We've even reached the cave. Are you afraid that the beast inside won't know how to get a meal when you step on the accelerator so hard?" He tilted his head to look at the man in the woolen sweater who was jumping and waving, and kicked him directly. "You are laughing at me. Stop them quickly." The man in the woolen coat got up from the ground and rubbed his buttocks in pain. He opened his mouth with a puzzled look on his face, but before he could ask a question, buzz! The huge beast roar resounded in the air again. The white air waves visible to the naked eye spread in circles carrying the cold air. "Fuck!" The man in the woolen coat shuddered and his feet slipped a few times before he stood up. "Brother, stop it. I'm still young." Chapter 210. This signature is wrong. Who allowed you to come here? The black-faced man stood in front of the military vehicle, his already dark complexion now looking as dark as charcoal. He continued in a very rude tone. "Didn't the military district tell you not to come to the restricted area unless necessary?" If he wasn't afraid of alarming the beast below, he would have kicked it directly to wake it up. "If you want to die, find a quiet place and die by yourself." A jeep was driving around here and the gas pedal was on, like a water ghost trying to drag his team down with him. Click. There was a sound of frost covering the car door breaking. Under the astonished gaze of the black-faced man, a young girl in military uniform with a childish look gently jumped down. As Fu Xue's black combat boots stepped on the ice, a crackling sound was made. The ice on the ground began to melt rapidly with her as the center, and the steam slowly rose into the sky. "Take back your blood." The black-faced man didn't have time to sigh, and when he saw this scene, he said with suppressed anger in his voice, "You don't know any rules. Who let you in?" The man in the woolen coat silently rubbed the cracks on the ice with his feet. His eyes flashed a few times, and a feeling of extreme horror welled up in him. There was a slight smile on Fu Xue's face. If she were to release her qi and blood, the entire area would be melted. In fact, this is just the master's body's self-regulation in a special environment in order to maintain an efficient state. Fu Xue opened her mouth and was about to explain. Squeak. The sound of tires sliding on the ground was heard. Feng Jinjin opened the car door and jumped out. She walked up to the dazed black-faced man and handed him her ID. "Captain Feng?" A hint of doubt appeared in the black-faced man's eyes. "Approval for this operation," Feng Jinjin whispered. "Just check it and let us go." The black-faced man put away his indignation upon hearing this, and then lowered his head to examine the so-called permission to act suspiciously. There were no problems with the various procedures, including the stamping of the official seal. Just as he was about to let it go, a name he caught sight of out of the corner of his eye immediately made him put up several question marks over his head. "To come here, you need at least the signature of a deputy general?" He even wiped his eyes with some suspicion, and then said with some doubt in his tone, "I have never heard of the name Fu Xue, because I just got here recently." Fu Xue said lightly. The black-faced man felt numb when he heard this, and his hands holding the document were shaking. "Little girl, forging an official seal will result in a court-martial." Cough. Feng Zhenjin whispered. "This is the acting commander of the Southern Military Region. Logically, he is one level higher than the deputy general." Boom. It was like a 1,000-pound rock thrown into the water, and the waves it created almost suffocated the two people who heard it. The two looked at Fu Xue and dumbfounded. She even looks younger than their children. Such an important position as a garrison commander now has a youth version? Is this true? If something like this happened, wouldn't Dasha be hit by an earthquake? Said the man in the woolen coat in disbelief. Are you kidding? The black-faced man smiled and glanced at Feng Zhengjin's expression. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be joking, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Then he stole another glance at Fu Xue. The other party noticed his gaze and gently turned her eyeballs to glance at him sideways. Although he didn't say anything, the overwhelming pressure made him take a step back. Fuck. The black-faced man lowered his head in confusion. He tightened his throat cautiously, but the sweat on his back seeped out directly. Being a military commander at such a young age, he couldn't even imagine his future achievements. When he raised his head and looked at the girl in front of him again, his eyes had completely changed. This is not a little girl. It is clearly a big Buddha. Permission for action approved. The black-faced man handed the document back with a smile, and then he said softly, "Don't look at it. This is just a level 7 complex cave. But because of the presence of a marquee-level earth beast, it can be said to be infinitely close to an 8th level cave." Fu Xue said, "I've seen it in the cave documents. You can investigate nearby, but don't provoke the Ice Crown Marquis." The black-faced man's voice trembled as he spoke the last 3 words. This is the real death hanging over their heads. It is impossible not to be in awe and not to be afraid. Fu Xue glanced at him, then nodded to Feng Zhengjin. "You stay here. I'll go in and take a look myself." Before Feng Zhengjin could respond, flutter. The gravel under Fu Xue's feet splashed up, revealing the slightly muddy sand underneath. The whole person looks like a graceful dragonfly. He clicked on the ground a few times and disappeared in front of several people. By the time they reacted, Fu Xue had become a tiny black dot. Hiss. The man with the black face and the man in the woolen coat took a breath of cold air at the same time and couldn't help but clench their hands in their sleeves. I didn't even see an afterimage. Was it really just drifting away like the wind? Team Feng. The man in the woolen sweater swallowed, lowered his voice and continued to ask, "What is her background?" Feng Zhengjin looked away from the rapidly moving black spots. She raised her eyebrows and said, "You don't have any impression of this name?" The dark-faced man frowned and pondered for a moment. No. He seemed to have thought of something, but he quickly shook his head in denial. "My only impression of this name is that of the little girl who defeated Shindawi in the national martial arts competition." Suddenly, his expression froze slightly. To be honest, the two people look quite similar. And the age difference doesn't seem to be that big, but the guy who participated in the national martial arts competition at that time should have been only at the 3rd level, right? The difference between his strength and the current guard's strength is simply heaven and earth. The black-faced man's cracked lips moved. He was just about to ask a few more questions, but Feng Zhengjin's words made his head split. "That's her." The air was silent for 2 seconds. Then, crackling sounds were heard from both of them at the same time. Their whole bodies were about to burst, and they felt as if they had hit the jackpot. Suddenly, my whole body started to hurt. "Huh." The dark-faced man raised his voice an octave, then lowered it belatedly. "Didn't she just graduate from high school this year?" The CPU of the man in the woolen coat was smoking, and white mist visible to the naked eye came out from above his head. The two people next to him could even hear the sound of their brains restarting. "Captain Feng, I'm not well educated, so just tell me the truth." The man in the woolen coat took a deep breath, his eyes as determined as a tall nut. "Have we been on duty here for several years?" Chapter 211. What a big gym. Feng Zhengjin's mouth twitched, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer this question. What is the purpose of guarding here? The dark-faced man changed the subject and asked with anticipation, "Is the capital going to make some moves? Is it preparing to clean up this area?" The man in the woolen coat beside him also showed a hint of joy on his face when he heard this. If the imperial capital wants to send people to clean up the area, they will definitely be transferred back to their original posts, and they will be exempted from the next 6 months of duty. I don't know. Feng Zhengjin shook her head gently, and before the two of them showed any disappointment, she continued, "But even if the emperor doesn't take action to clean up, the town guards should be able to do so." How to clean it up? Recruit non-staff warriors? The two looked at each other and saw their own confused expressions in each other's eyes. If there are non-support warriors who can come and deal with the earth beast of one of the 7 marquises, then Dasha is really full of hidden talents. Feng Zhengjin raised her chin towards the distance. The two looked over there and instantly caught sight of the small black, standing at the edge of the cave, leaning its body as if observing. The next second, under the horrified gaze of the two people, the other party leaped up and completely disappeared from their sight. What the hell? Are you going down there alone? Feng Zhenjin smiled with some pride on her face and was not surprised by the result. Crack! Fu Xue's boots fell heavily on the ground, leaving a sunken footprint on the ice. The temperature below the cave is extremely low, and you can see white air exhaled with every breath. A white light ring lit up above her head, suddenly illuminating the surrounding environment as if it were daytime. A thick layer of ice surrounded the entire cave. It is covered with icicles, some of which have been carved into sharp ice edges by the wind. Fu Xue looked at the corpse of the giant beast in the corner and frowned deeply. The beast is dead, but from time to time a small bulge would appear under its skin, where a group of small ground animals would hide to keep warm. Nausea. Fu Xue shook her head slightly. A green tongue of hot fire appeared out of nowhere and licked the corpses. Without even a wailing sound, they instantly turned into ashes and fell into the puddle. A complex catacombs does not consist of just one catacomb. Instead, it is composed of several underground caves connected together, and there may even be more than one exit. The upper layer is mostly filled with small animals that can't survive, but the beasts become stronger as you go down. Boom! A mammoth, whose tusks were 5 meters long, fell to the ground with a loud bang. Fu Xue walked forward and touched the warm body of the earth beast, and a surge of energy and blood that made the entire cave tremble surged out of her body. Underworld heavenly clothes. Thick, dark green blood gushed out from her white palms. The entire body of the mammoth was wrapped up and then continuously compressed inwards. It's like forcing an elephant to wear mouse skin, until it becomes a star about 3 centimeters in size. Extremely concentrated qi and blood. But now it has been completely assimilated by Fu Xue's life energy. Those with strong mental abilities are absorbed by Fu Xue's mental thoughts, while those with strong life forces are refined into concentrates using the Hades heavenly clothes. Fu Xue's main focus is not to waste. Buzz. An image of stars appeared behind Fu Xue, and she slowly took it in. At this moment, the stars in the sky behind her were almost twice as thick as before. It was so heavy that it almost bent Fu Xue's body slightly. I do feel it a little bit, but it's almost reached its limit. Fu Xue could feel the tube, connected to her body for transmitting energy. Those life energies were slowly expanding her meridians and acupoints to a terrifying extent. If the meridians of the human body were to appear on the surface of the body, then others might lose their sanity when seeing Fu Xue's appearance. Call. Fu Xue exhaled a breath of white air, and her eyes fell on the milky white blocks in the middle of the crystal clear ice. Then she squatted down, with flames rising from her 5 fingers, and gently pressed them on the ground. Fu Xue quickly took her hand out, and the blood and energy covering her skin instantly evaporated all traces of moisture. As expected, large caves contain good things. Fu Xue's eyes lit up. She held an irregular, oval-shaped object in her hand, and with a slight shake, she could feel the liquid rolling inside. Unopened pure earth marrow. Fu Xue licked the corner of her lips. She didn't waste it, and put it into her mouth directly with the shell. You ate the marrow of the gods, SSS+, and obtained the eternal flame level 2. You drank the god's bone, SSS+, god's breath LV2 LV.3, eternal flame? Fu Xue raised her eyebrows, calmed down and mobilized her energy. A holy flame rose from her fingertips. Different from the restlessness of ordinary flames, this flame gave Fu Xue a sense of calmness. White. Fu Xue opened her mouth in surprise, and her eyes suddenly lit up. But other than that, she didn't find anything special. Withered. She thought she would live with the green shit for the rest of her life. This trip is worth it. Fu Xue's clear eyes widened in surprise, and she was directly hooked by the small flame. After admiring her new energy color for a few seconds, she opened the system panel contentedly. Start appreciating your own progress. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, demigod, chosen. Life level, 75.9. Strength, 73,110.80 kilograms. Speed, 85.11 meters per second. Mental strength, 804.0. Combat power, 83,244,301.65. Items, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. Big bully, red. Danger sense, red. Too big to fail, red. Conjugate pain, red. Big sin a gluttony, red. Big sin a jealousy, red. System backpack. Refresh card X1. Blessing. Click to expand details. Not bad. In just 3 or 4 days, The life level could improve by 1.7 levels, which was beyond Fu Xue's expectations. But in addition to the rich harvest in the cave, the growth brought by life energy should also account for a considerable proportion. After all that life energy is consumed, repeating this 2 or 3 times will probably allow us to enter the next stage. Ice Crown Marquee. Fu Xue pondered for a moment and narrowed her eyes slightly. In the gem vision, the bright ice crystals blocked her view like a whirlwind, but the huge crystal hidden underneath was slowly spinning in the shadows. What a huge gem! Chapter 212 now, this is my territory. Northern Xinjiang. Western Military Region. You're very skillful. Are you interested in coming to my place? The speaker was a man with a centipede-shaped scar on his face. He wore a white lining on his upper body, but the 2 gold stars on the epaulets of the military uniform hanging on the hanger revealed his identity. Guarding the Western Military Region, Duan Chunfeng was stunned for a moment, then said vaguely, "Let me think about it. Tisk, all the good talents have been taken away by other military districts." Huang Yalan sighed. Thinking of the news coming from the neighboring military region, he almost cried with envy. Caw! He broke the bone spur with his fingertips. After a little polishing, a round bone ball that is incomplete but exudes great power is completed. Huang Yalan placed it contentedly on the display cabinet behind him, where there were 7 more bone balls like this one. Are these the 8th level earth beasts you have hunted? Duan Chunfeng asked with some envy in his tone when he saw his actions. He also spent more than 30 years on the front line. But the number of 7th level earth beasts that he has killed with his own hands so far is not this many. Most of them were injured and fled. The principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy also applies to ground beasts. No one wants to face a dying beast. Yes, I made 9 display stands. Huang Yalan glanced in the direction of the window and said to himself, I thought I would never be able to complete it in this lifetime, but I didn't expect that I have already installed 8 of them. There should be an extraordinary ending. Duan Chunfeng followed his gaze and looked over, a moved expression on his face. Ice Crown Marquis? The earth beasts that were given the titles of Duke and Marquis have never been killed. The reason why earth beasts are given titles is because they have their own territories. In that territory, not to mention fighting, even breathing and moving may seem like a luxury. Warriors below the 8th level may not even be able to see it. This seems to be really difficult. A smile appeared on Huang Yalan's face. He wanted to say something else, but the satellite phone on the table suddenly rang. He listened to 2 sentences after he answered the phone. Then I was stunned by the message on the phone. Wait a minute. What do you mean by jointly developing the Iceground Caverns? Of course I know this is your order to guard the city. Could it be that she wants to build a military area above the Ice Crown Marquee? Duan Chunfeng's head buzzed when he heard this, and he raised his head in confusion. Is this any different from digging up trouble for Tai Sui? The Ice Crown Caverns has very little output due to its harsh environment and is only classified by Dasha as a level 7 complex cave. But after all, there is an 8th level top-level Earth Beast Marquee below. High difficulty, low reward. The price-performance ratio is so bad. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out who would want to develop that area. After a few words of conversation, Huang Yalan hung up the phone, then took off his coat and put it on. He couldn't help but complain, isn't it ridiculous to choose to attack the Iceground Cave now? Duan Chunfeng stood up and asked, isn't Lu Jinshou always very calm? Why did he suddenly take such a risk? It has nothing to do with Lu Jinglong. It was Fu Xue's order. Ah. When Duan Chunfeng heard this unexpected name, he froze in place for a few seconds. Fu Xue. The Fu Xue I know? That's right. She. When did she become a guardian? Duan Chunfeng asked in disbelief. I remember she was working under Major General Lin before, wasn't she? Being able to kill a 7th level master when he was only at the 5th level. He certainly knew that Fu Xue's strength was terrifying. But this rise in status is too damn fast. Duan Chunfeng fought his way up and finally became a major general after many setbacks. Compared to him, Fu Xue was like riding a rocket. It shouldn't have been 2 months yet, but something big has already happened. Huang Yalan smiled and said, he was very tolerant of this talented talent. Would you like to join us in the fun? I guess she was just impulsive. After all, a new official has 3 things to do when he takes office. How could the imperial capital approve this kind of action? Duan Chunfeng asked puzzledly, curling his lips. The status of a little girl is incomparable. Huang Yalan sighed, and then continued, the imperial capital has specifically instructed us guarding the city to try our best to cooperate with her actions. A question mark appeared on Duan Chunfeng's head, and he swallowed hard. These garrisons can be said to be one of the most important axes of the entire Dasha, besides the martial saint and the 8 national pillars. Even the 8 pillars of the country would not easily interfere with their actions. More importantly, the guard in front of him seemed quite positive except for complaining a few words. 7th floor. Call. A gust of cold wind that seemed to be able to freeze the soul forced its way into the cracks between Fu Xue's bones. Suddenly her brows were tightly furrowed, and several crackling sounds of bones were heard from her body. Fuck, is his strength so terrifying? Fu Xue's face turned pale with pain. The distance between her and the Ice Crown Marquis was at least 100 miles. Fu Xue didn't even see the other party's shadow, but the cold wind almost blew her away. Hold head high. The painful roar shattered the ice on the ground. Suddenly, the gust of air, carrying broken ice crystals, collapsed towards Fu Xue like an avalanche. Don't you know I have anti-armor? Fu Xue curled her lips. A tiny flame emerged from her chest and then enveloped her entire body. The underworld's heavenly clothes. Swish. She instantly held the Fong Tian Hua Ji in her hand in front of her. His pupils shrank into needle points, and every move of Dong Fengyi's body in the Bayan Hall kept appearing in his mind. Then a force spread from her shoulders to her arms, and finally accurately reached her fingertips. Dragon covers the body. Huff. A silver-white dragon stands proudly. He instantly split the ice storm in front of Fu Xue and let out a long dragon roar towards the wind and snow. Are you still angry? Fu Xue pulled the corner of her mouth and gently shook her sore wrist. I should be the one who is angry. She was so shocked by the cold slap in the face that she lost her mind. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have been shattered. Fu Xue took a deep breath. She was not going to continue playing with the other person in this snowy place. Boom! A tremendous amount of energy and blood suddenly burst out from her body. The green energy and blood immediately occupied the center of the space. Immediately afterwards, the pure white snow and wind were like a piece of white paper, wantonly painted with Fu Xue's breath. Green flames hung above the ice. This scene is full of spring, as if spring has arrived in an instant. Fu Xue shook her palm to shatter the ice debris on the Fong Tian Huaji. She gently stretched out her tense body, a smile appearing on her face. Now, this is my territory. Chapter 213 Snow Wolf King, Ice Crown Marquis. Roar. The pure white snowstorm dissipated. A huge monster appeared naked in front of Fu Xue. It was a giant snow-white wolf with 2 long horns on both sides of its forehead. Maybe he can be considered a relative of the crown. This should be the origin of the word ice crown. What a beautiful snow wolf. Fu Xue's eyes widened a little. If this thing hadn't been baring its teeth at her, she might have run up to it and jerked it off. The snow wolf has beautiful fluffy fur. In Fu Xue's eyes, she even looked like a pampered and indifferent lady. The giant white wolf slowly raised its limbs from its prone position. Its light brown pupils revealed a human-like doubt, and then its nose gently sniffed the air. A pair of animal eyes suddenly stood up, and the anger was clearly revealed. It would be nice if I could raise one. Fu Xue felt a little regretful. Then her pupils rolled back, entered the gem vision again. Countless filaments wandered in the air, even making the space in front of him slightly distorted. Run straight towards the huge gem on the giant wolf. Domain, a Lord of Snow, and Wind LV5. The giant white wolf seemed to have sensed the danger as well, and its body suddenly tensed up. A howling cold wind suddenly arose, gracefully protecting the giant white wolf in the middle. Fu Xue raised her eyebrows somewhat unexpectedly. The alertness of warriors is completely inferior to that of beasts. The sensitivity unique to wild beasts is extremely exaggerated. The earth beasts may not know what mental power is, but they can definitely sense it. This is the first time I've seen Fu Xue who doesn't even try to hide. That should be the end of it. The next second, the thoughts touched the body of the giant white wolf. Accompanied by crackling sounds, ice threads thinner than a hair appeared in the air. Countless strands of ice intertwined in the air, creating a horrifying scene, and then shattered piece by piece in the cold wind. Can spiritual thoughts be frozen? Fu Xue's pupils shrank a few times, and her head tilted in confusion. Sure enough, I can't expect to easily defeat this kind of opponent. There was no expression on her face, but the corners of her mouth twitched twice in pain. Laugh. Steaming blood and energy overflowed from Fu Xue's body. Circles of air waves visible to the naked eye continued to spread outward. The entire cave even shook continuously under this enormous force. Wait for Fu Xue to open her eyes again. The golden vertical pupils turned slightly. Cracks appeared on her skin, and one could see the flesh and blood inside slowly dissolving. A surge of green flame surged out from behind her, waving like a flag. Woo! Blackened cracks appeared on the giant white wolf's flesh. It staggered and lowered its front legs, making a standard attacking stance. Thick cocoons of ice formed on the thick fur. Where the claws touched the ground, icy silk slowly spread from the inside to the outside. Whoosh! A white shadow quickly passed through the air, and even formed a glacier trail where it passed. Sizzle! Countless lightning bolts suddenly exploded from Fu Xue's body. In an instant, the flesh and blood in her body, which was already dissolving rapidly, turned into boiling energy. The white shadow paused in the air. The sound of bones breaking was like firecrackers exploding, and it fell to the ground with a bang. Huge pothole in the center. The giant white wolf whimpered in pain and rolled around wildly inside, kicking up a cloud of dust. Call. Fu Xue exhaled a breath of hot air, and the physiological tears in the corners of her eyes evaporated completely. A strong murderous aura emerged from the Feng Tian Huaji. The overwhelming momentum caused the ground beneath her to sink every second. I have to go back to lie dead again. Boom. The friction of the air made an extremely sharp whistling sound. There wasn't even any trace of Fu Xue left in the space, as if she had disappeared out of thin air. Fu Xue had even gotten close to the giant white wolf. But the other person's pupils were still moving, trying to capture her figure. Clang! There was a loud sound of metal clashing. A huge and conspicuous air wave vibrated in the air, and everything it touched was instantly smashed into pieces. Crack! The ice wall protecting the giant white wolf shattered, and tiny ice chips flew out. There was a sharp sound of wind in the air. However, before it hit the ground, it was completely melted by the hot blood. Exterior of the cave. Are you sure there's someone down there? Huang Yalan turned around and asked with some confusion. In his perception, there was no one below, let alone the breathing of a ground beast. Like a dead land. If this place wasn't a place for jokes, he would even suspect that they were making fun of themselves. Yes, it's here. The dark-faced man was quite confident at first, but when asked by an 8th rank guard, he became a little unsure. Could it be possible that she left through another exit? You guys. Huang Yalan took a deep breath and said calmly, if you can't save her, you will stay here to guard the Ice Crown Marquee for the rest of your life. The 3 people who were being scolded looked at each other, their eyes full of sadness. Call? Huang Yalan looked at the silent cave expressionlessly and let out a breath. I never thought of coming here so early, but this is quite interesting. A huge momentum suddenly burst out from him. The huge movement even stirred up a vortex in the clouds in the sky. He inhaled the swirling white mist into his nostrils, and his chest swelled up as if a balloon was being blown up. Under the gaze of everyone, his whole body was slightly twisted. Everyone present couldn't help but tremble. Even Duan Chunfeng, a master, could not withstand this power and silently took 2 steps back. Boom! A roar that shook the heavens, and the earth exploded. Feng Zhenjin said in a stunned tone, This, Huang Zhenshou has already gone down? I didn't feel any fluctuations, and I didn't even see a shadow, the man in the woolen coat said with his eyes wide open. It's so powerful that it's terrifying. Fuck, why is the phantom still moving? I haven't moved yet. Huang Yalan slowly straightened his back and looked down with a serious look. Something is rushing up from below. As his words fell, the earth suddenly shook violently. They suddenly felt like they were standing on the crater of a volcano that was about to erupt. Huang Yalan's brows were tightly knitted together, and the huge amount of heat that escaped even burned the magnetic field he supported red. Boom! Green flames shot up into the sky, like flames escaping from hell, completely covering the original color of the sky. Fuck! Is this fucking burning legion opening a portal down there? Countless green ghost fires fell to the ground, turning the ground into a scorched earth. In this place that should have been a dead place, something was pushing up the black, scorched earth. One by one, dark green branches poked out. Chapter 2:14 Father and Son Meet. Front. Big void. The first thing that caught my eye was a huge, bottomless hole, which looked so abrupt as if someone had cut out a piece of flesh from thin air. A large number of tiny cracks extend around the cave, but if you really stand in front of the crack, you will find that the so-called small cracks are also several kilometers long and hundreds of meters wide. Countless densely packed black dots crawled out from the abyss and then scattered in all directions. Each black dot represented a large ground beast. From time to time, One could see a stream of energy sweeping through, clearing out a large area in an instant. Boom! The thick, snow-white gun wind, like a dragon's, pierced out, instantly tearing the air in front of it apart. Several nimble beasts that stood in front of the gun wind were immediately pierced through, with huge bloody holes on their bodies, and they fell to the ground twitching. But even so, no one dared to approach. The terrifying physical strength of the earth beasts can enable them to remain active for nearly a quarter of an hour after death. Swish! Dongfangyi retracted the spear in his hand, and his calm eyes slowly sank into the cave. A tall man wearing a streamlined combat suit and holding two sheephorn hammers in his hands easily tore through the blockade of these terrifying beasts and killed his way to the side of the martial saint. The tall man's face was stained with pungent blood, which slowly corroded into pits. He said hurriedly, "Commander, the riots in the Great Void these days are too serious. We need support from other military regions." Dongfangyi didn't have the energy to clean up those beasts. He stared at the cave like an eagle. His brows slowly furrowed. His muscular body supported the loose casual shirt, and his body felt tenser than ever before. "Retreat," he whispered, then added seriously, "All military districts evacuate the northern border." As the last words of Marshal Saint fell, the tall man was stunned for a moment, then looked over with straight eyes. A Martial Saint who could remain calm in front of a ninth-tier earth beast. Now they are taking such an extremely alert stance, which shows the seriousness of the problem. His body began to tremble slightly. How horrific would it take for Dasha's pillar of support to decide to abandon this excellent buffer zone? What happened? "The three dukes are right under our feet," Dongfangyi said expressionlessly. "He is the commander-in-chief. Don't panic even if the sky falls." Hiss! Cold sweat oozed from the tall man's forehead. His eyes fell on a palm print on the edge of the cave that was more than 10 meters in size. Behind it spread a huge crack several thousand meters long and hundreds of meters wide. A terrifying giant ape the size of a hill suddenly popped into his mind. Could it be Lord shaking the earth? So far, the ones that have appeared in Dasha's vision, only the curious jumped out of the cave and took a look at the earthshaker. But even just one step resulted in the casualties of nearly 400 high-level warriors. A layer of black energy floated up from Dongfangyi's body, and the strong aura made the ground beneath his feet slowly sink. "The three dukes are here." Boom! This news was like a nuclear bomb. The tall man stopped what he was doing and stood there in a daze. Right at this moment, a visible aura swept across the area. If you looked from the sky, you could see that all the black dots exploded into a bloody mist. The soldiers present looked over suddenly. Then their pupils began to tremble wildly. A man who looked about 70% similar to the Martial Saint walked slowly towards them under the gaze of everyone, stepping on flesh and blood. With this kind of strength, could it be that he is a 9th-rank Martial Saint? Fuck, why does he look similar to our leader? Someone compared them for a few times and said in a daze, could it be that the Dongfang family has 2 Martial Saints at the same time? This news immediately cheered them up as they had been working hard for the past few days. Even the tall man let out a slight breath of foul air on his face, although he didn't know where this Martial Saint came from. But as long as the 2 Martial Saints join forces, they should be able to resolve this disaster. When he looked at Dongfangyi, the smile on his face quickly disappeared. At this moment, Dongfangyi was holding a spear. His fingers on the spear handle trembled twice, and murderous intent was flying all over his body. Dragon faction, dragon tail swipe. A cold shout came from behind the tall man, and the sharp wind from the gun grazed the tip of his ear. The violent hissing sound of the air almost tore his brain apart. Dongfangren held a black spear in his hand. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he rushed forward at the same time. Dragon faction, dragon tail swipe. 2 dragons, one black and one white, appeared out of nowhere in the air. 2 dragons meet. The dragon's roar immediately created a huge storm around it. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the 2 tails collided violently. Caw! A slight sound of fine iron colliding was heard. The next second, a white cyclone visible to the naked eye exploded, instantly shaking up the dust and sand hundreds of kilometers away into huge sand waves. It's like an extremely huge salon curl. And at this moment, they are in the eye of the hurricane. How is it possible? Shin Daoi in the distance was knocked down by the escaping aura, but he looked at the 2 intertwined dragons in the sky with a dull expression. He was feeling really uncomfortable at the moment. Dragon School is a unique skill created by Wu Shang, and he has not learned it yet. Now suddenly another ninth-level martial saint who can use this trick pops up, and he will be unable to deal with it. Isn't he the same as us? I thought he was also from the Dongfang family? It's over. The tall man's face looked a little bleak, and the words of Wu Sheng rang in his ears again. There is a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Bang! Dragon covers itself. Dongfang quickly spun the spear. Silver scales protected him firmly, and sparks exploded from above from time to time. The violent whistling sound stopped, and a long groove had been plowed out on the ground beneath his feet. No one else can learn my martial arts. Dongfang took a deep breath, then raised his head in disbelief. You are still alive? Long time no see. Dongfang Ren nodded lightly. Even though Dongfang was sure of the other party's identity, all the muscles in his body were still tense. There was no warmth or affection between the father and son. Instead, there was an indifference that made everyone around him feel suffocated. Where is Fu Xue? Dongfang narrowed his eyes. Since the other party appeared here, Fu Xue's location was probably known to him. We haven't had time to visit you yet. It seems that you are in some trouble here. Dongfang Ren raised the corners of his mouth a little, barely smiling. So we came to help you first. We? Who else? Dongfang Ren opened his mouth and was about to speak, but a loud bang that echoed throughout the entire northern border made his voice swallowed back. Boom. Chapter 2:15 Assyrian Princess. Boom. Everyone present raised their heads at the same time and looked towards the distant horizon. Suddenly, their pupils were filled with green flames. An exaggerated green pillar of fire shot up into the sky and pierced straight into the clouds. The top of the pillar of fire spread out at the highest point, like an umbrella slowly opening above their heads. In the Big Void, which is considered to be the most dangerous area on the blue planet, 8th-level Earth beasts are commonplace, and 9th-level Earth beasts can also be seen occasionally. What kind of scenes have they not seen? But no one present had ever seen this scene before. Gudong. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but feel their throats tighten, their eyes widened, and they stood there in a daze as if they were under a spell. Then, the sound of swallowing could be heard among the crowd. Is the world ending? Damn it, I haven't lived enough yet. What the hell is this? A handsome man with long hair cursed in a low voice. The tall man's head was buzzing, as if a dozen strong men were hitting him on the head with hammers. Unexpected things happened one after another, which made him completely exhausted. He subconsciously looked towards his biggest supporter on the front line. Suddenly, the tall man's heart felt as if it was immersed in ice water, and it felt cold. The expression on Dongfang Yi's face completely sank. You can tell how disordered his breathing is from the rising and falling of his chest. Is this one of yours? It shouldn't be. Dongfang Ren shook his head uncertainly, which was rare. In the dim office, only a warm yellow desk lamp was on. Ice-ground caverns, you dare to think so? The commander of the northern military region couldn't help but chuckle. Almost every new town commander would think of going over there to take a look. This should be considered as the special inheritance of the frontline garrison. With old Huang here, she shouldn't have suffered such a big loss. The northern guard touched his uneven cheek. Half of it was normal skin color, and the other half was a dark red that looked a bit dull. He hadn't even met the Ice Crown Marquis at that time, and half of his cheek was torn off by the violent snowstorm. I still feel a slight tingling sensation when I touch it. I wish this girl was my child. When I think of my own child who trembles so much that he can't even stand up straight when he sets foot on the front line, he couldn't help but sigh. A good father produces a good son. Pain. It hurts so much. When he lowered his head to look at the documents again, the green flames had already covered the warm yellow light and were reflected on the craft paper. Flames burned through the translucent windows. The northern garrison commander was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly stood up and walked quickly to the window. What is this? He took off his glasses, wiped them carefully, blew on them, and pressed them on the bridge of his nose. But the scene in front of me remained unchanged. A green sky curtain hangs across the horizon. It was as if the world was ending. Big void. Below the cave, the dark air fluctuated from time to time, faintly revealing 3 giant beasts as big as hills. In the front was a giant gorilla covered with long black hair, with protruding fangs and arms covered with stone-like keratin. The other one was a giant python that was about 30 or 40 meters tall when it was coiled up. It was hard to imagine what its body looked like when it was fully stretched out, and its entire body was shining with a unique metallic glow. There was another one whose entire body was wrapped in swirling blue flames, with one of the horns on its forehead broken off, revealing the burning red flesh underneath. Three earth beasts as big as small hills squatted on the ground like stone statues. The nameless force field that they unconsciously emitted directly pressed all the surrounding beasts to the ground, making them unable to get up, just like the kings among the beasts. Three dukes. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, as if the air had stopped circulating. It was not until the girl's voice slowly came from the darkness that the space suddenly relaxed and time began to flow. What you did has crossed the line. Do you want to start a full-scale war? The princess calmly glanced at the three giant beasts in front of her. It seems that these kings who can dominate the underworld are like ants. As her voice fell, the bodies of several giant beasts shook suddenly. A ball of dark blue pigment exploded in the pupil of the right eye, gradually occupying the entire pupil. Their larynx made a crisp sound of shifting. Then, a somewhat weathered voice of an old man came out from the mouth of the three-headed beast. I just wanted an appetizer. Why get so mad over such a small matter? The voice paused for a moment, then said with a smile, How about this? We split her in half. That's enough. The princess interrupted him coldly. She is mine. Don't try to take advantage of her anymore. Princess of Assyria, you are not even a fraction of my age. Will the naive plan really work? Return to your empire with everything you want. The old voice said lightly, There is no such good job in the world. The princess frowned tightly, and a sense of anxiety emerged for some reason. We have a common enemy, so why don't we put aside our grudges and work together to solve it first? He hadn't finished his words. Boom! A huge tremor came from the mantle. The huge amount of energy made the two men's faces tremble at the same time, and they suddenly looked towards the area where the fire column erupted. Cosmic energy? The princess's clear eyes widened slightly. No, it's deeper but more disordered. The jewel on her crown hummed, constantly absorbing the free energy in the air. Suddenly, the image of the ice crown area appeared in her pupils. The principle is similar to that of snakes spitting out their tongues to absorb scents from the air, but it is tens of thousands of times more precise. You don't need to criticize my plan, the princess said expressionlessly. Then the girl in the white dress slowly dissipated into the air like powder blown by the wind. The next second, Ka! A heavy and terrifying aura distorted the space. The almost boundless void was trembling. The three-headed beast closest to her had blood oozing from its skin. The bones of the three beasts were crushed into powder, and they turned into a pool of meat paste and fell limp on the ground. The earth beasts that had just been suppressed by the three dukes lost their pressure and raised their heads. They looked at the flesh and blood that exuded terrifying power. Their eyes glowed faintly, and saliva kept flowing from the corners of their mouths. Several powerful earth beasts approached greedily and were directly vaporized into wisps of black smoke. The other earth beasts just stood there in a daze. After a while, a sigh filled the air. What a pity. Then an invisible gaze swept across all the earth beasts in the big cave. Dark blue flames burned in their deep pupils. Eat it. Eat up all the blood and flesh. Chapter 216. No, this thing can be a pet? 3 more chapters to go. Oh my god, this place is really a bit scary. The man in the woolen coat looked livid with alertness at the deadly silent cave in front of him, and his throat couldn't help but roll violently. The expressions of the others were equally solemn. They are not afraid of the existence of land beasts here, but they are afraid that all the land beasts here will die. As long as there are beasts alive, it means that this seemingly horrific disaster is not completely fatal. But this road is like a dead end. The further they went down, the more depressed they became. It's over. There is nothing alive. There was a hint of tears in Feng Zhanzhan's voice, and she spoke with great guilt. Don't worry, Huang Yalan comforted him lightly, and then said, Before the cave erupted, there should have been no living creatures alive here. If we go further down, we might be able to find her. Duan Shenfeng's brain froze for 2 seconds after hearing this. He took a breath and asked with some doubt, Hiss, you mean? Fu Xue has already cleared out the beasts on these 3 levels before this. About 80%. Huang Yalan said this casually, concentrating more of his mental energy on the scene before him. Clear out this place. Is she alone? The black-faced man asked hesitantly. It should be. Feng Zhanzhan sniffed twice, then affirmed, It should be fine. The man in the woolen coat and the man with the black face looked at each other after hearing this. They both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They knew that Fu Xue should be quite powerful, and being able to serve as the acting garrison commander would definitely make her a key focus of Dasha. But I never thought her strength could be so outrageous. Is this guy still a human being? Layer after layer was quickly swept away by the crowd. until the footsteps landed on the 7th floor. Huang Yalan suddenly raised his hand, and the people behind him held their breath. If there is any movement, try to be quiet. As these words fell, everyone even mobilized every muscle in their body, fearing that any noise would wake up the creatures inside. In this atmosphere of overwhelming pressure, it seemed as if an invisible hand was tightly grasping their hearts in the darkness. Their hearts skipped a beat with every step they took. Soon, a slight sound like that of a mosquito or fly was heard in the air. So cute, accompanied by the sound of rubbing fur and neon language drilling into their ears. Yosi, yosi. Oh? A few question marks popped up in everyone's heads. They looked back at the dark and terrifying path they had walked along. This girl is taking the wrong road. The group's pace quickened a bit, and before long they all stopped at the same place. The scene before them completely frustrates them. I saw a girl in military uniform kneeling on the belly of a giant white wolf, rubbing its chin with a very enjoyable expression on her face. No. Why is she smoothing the dog's fur? The man in the woolen coat was so angry that blood was about to spurt out of his mouth. Who would understand how they felt after walking all the way here with fear and trepidation, only to see such a heartwarming scene? There is a reason why our garrison commander does this. Feng Zhenzhen was stunned for a moment, then her tone became more energetic. The expressions on the others' faces were extremely complicated, and they were too tired to complain after hearing this. However, the atmosphere in the team was much more relaxed. At least Fu Xue was not in trouble, which also indirectly indicated that the green pillar of fire was not as scary as they imagined. Aren't there still 2 creatures alive? Damn, I can even stroke the dog's fur energetically, different from the relaxed expression of the person next to him. Huang Yalan's mind exploded the moment he saw the giant white wolf. It was as if someone had blown the wrinkles out of his brain in a Black Hawk fighter jet. This? Huang Yalan felt as if his tongue was tied, and for a moment he couldn't even speak clearly. As his ultimate goal as a warrior, he could definitely draw the Ice Crown Marquis's appearance in detail with his eyes closed. He thought of countless possibilities, including the scene of himself freezing to death in the snow. But I never expected that the Ice Crown Marquis would show his belly to others like a puppy and make a cute gesture. My head and scalp are itchy. Is it because his imagination is too lacking? To be honest, this big white wolf does look really cute. Can I touch it? It's not easy for a ground beast to run to the bottom layer. I really don't know how she tamed it. Duan Chunfeng breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile on his face. Huang Yalan glanced at them indifferently. What he said next was like dropping a high-yield nuclear bomb on everyone's mind. That's the Ice Crown Marquis. The originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly froze. Others looked over blankly and asked in a low voice, Are you kidding me? Huang Yalan calmly withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and walked towards Fu Xue. The rest of the people were completely stunned. Their whole bodies were shaking uncontrollably, their mouths were slightly open, and their souls seemed to be rushing out of them. When I look at that warm scene again, their pupils suddenly shrank into needle points as if they had seen some horrifying scene. What the hell? What the hell? The ending tone of the 2 wow-s is more upturned than the previous one. Is that the fucking Ice Crown Marquis? Who created the frost that froze me like a fool? No, can this thing be tamed? The black-faced man twitched his lips and said absent-mindedly, Impossible! Absolutely impossible. As soon as the black-faced man thought of a certain possibility, he felt dizzy and as if he was about to be split in 2. We've been keeping track of them for decades, and this is all they found? Southern Military Region. In the air-conditioned swimming pool, Fu Xue lay down and whispered, Open the panel. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, demigod. Chosen. Life level, 78.7. Strength, 75,110.80 kilograms. Speed, 86.11 meters per second. Mental strength, 841.7. Combat power, 128,119,311.74. Items, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. Big bully, red. Danger sense, red. Too big to fail, red. Conjugate pain, red. Big sin a gluttony, red. Big sin a jealousy, red. System backpack. Refresh card X1. Blessing. Click to expand details. The combat power was originally hovering around 90 million. After obtaining the abilities of the Ice Crown Marquis, his fortune instantly soared by nearly 40 million. Just a few skills can have such an effect. It's too exaggerated. Fu Xue raised her white and tender palm. The palm of his hand immediately rolled up all the cold air in the room, forming a small ice storm. Ouch! The giant white wolf rubbed her cheek. Okay, I got it. Fu Xue used her spiritual thoughts to wrap around the Fong Tian Hua Ji, and regardless of the weapon's resistance, she squeezed out a pool of blood. Although mixed with other blood, the flavor is still hard to conceal. Fu Xue is a bit hard to swallow, but it should be just right as dog food. Fu Xue froze it into a red lump of ice and stuffed it into the snow wolf's mouth. There's not much left, so eat it sparingly. Chapter 217 Fu Xue. I fight aliens? In fact, Fu Xue was surprised to conquer the Ice Crown Marquis. In the overlimit state, the blood in her body is more like a viscous liquid energy. In fact, it is no different from flowing magma. Want to control the Ice Crown Marquis with blood? I'm afraid that when the blood splashes on it, it will explode into a small hole. The assimilation range of life energy seems to be very large. Fu Xue thought of the scene she saw when she jumped out of the cave. The earth turned into a scorched earth. From time to time, you can see green flames that have not been extinguished. Everything that lives in the ice cap region is filled with the breath of life. That's right. It's a thing, not a beast. The breath of life that permeates the earth beast is relatively normal. It's just a little bit toxic and has a stronger recovery ability. But the rest seems a bit weird. Birds with burnt wings walked on the ground with swollen flesh. What's even more outrageous is that the cacti have more than doubled in size, dragging their well-developed roots along the ground. Fu Xue was dumbfounded when he saw this situation. She didn't dare to say a word about what happened in the cave. Fu Xue knew it very well in her heart. Even if she told the truth, Dasha probably wouldn't do anything to her. At most, a few garrison commanders and national pillars gave her some instructions with complicated expressions. But she couldn't help feeling guilty about setting off firecrackers in her own yard and setting the house on fire. It has nothing to do with me. Fu Xue grunted in fear. Then she stretched out her little hands to comb the giant white wolf's hair. Use your palm to straighten the surrounding hair to cover the bald spot in the middle of your forehead. The connection between my followers who have been assimilated by energy and me is so weak. Fu Xue narrowed her eyes slightly. She has a very clear sense of the context of things that she has transformed herself. And those assimilated by energy are like a tangled ball of wool, with no desire to sort it out. She simply has no ability to control these things. The white giant wolf would be so obedient. The main reason is that the dog food made by Fu Xue is delicious, and the other party likes a cool environment. Now all the blood and energy in her body has been replaced by life energy. Whether using qi and blood, gang qi, or even the breath of the gods, it is difficult to guarantee that life energy will not dissipate outwards. Fu Xue certainly didn't want the pollution to expand into Xia, but she couldn't just catch them one by one and feed them with her blood. Fu Xue's brows were twisted into a knot, and then she set her eyes on the blessing column on the panel and sighed. I don't want this thing anymore. These blessings have reached the threshold that she can accept. But now Fu Xue's combat state is actually very difficult to escape from the favor of life. When facing a strong enemy, the first thing she thought of was not to run, but driving over the limit, and the opponent exploded. Even Fu Xue's entry construction is partially related to favor of life. Just at this moment, the cold system prompt sounded in Fu Xue's ears. Bite. Triggered quest. Crown of Assyria. Mission introduction. The Assyrian Empire was once the most powerful overlord in the Starry Sea. They extracted a large amount of cosmic energy and melted it into a luxurious crown. Get it and replace the Emperor of Assyria? Task reward. Gift item pack X1. Purification card X1. Is there actually a space empire? Fu Xue muttered in a low voice. In her previous life's history of the Earth, there had never been any trace of aliens. However, she felt relieved when she thought about her evil god entries. She wouldn't be too surprised if there was a subspace in the universe. Then Fu Xue glanced at the task reward column. She asked suspiciously, Purification card? What is this thing used for? Use a purification card to specify an entry to remove negative effects. Note, the original ability of the entry is completely retained. Can it also eliminate negative effects? Fu Xue's eyes widened a little in surprise, but soon shrank again. I can barely walk sideways on the blue planet now. If I really want to enter the universe, I am afraid I will be no stronger than a primitive man. There is a huge gap between this thing and her current state. Da-da. A gentle knock on the door echoed in the quiet swimming pool, and a soft girl's voice came from the crack of the door. "Excuse me, can I come in?" "Come in," Fu Xue said lightly. Most of the time it was Feng Zhanjin who came to meet with her, but occasionally a nurse would come in to check on her condition. She assumed the unfamiliar voice was a nurse coming to check on her. But as the door of the swimming pool was slowly pushed open, the slender wrist seemed to be carved from white jade, and the exposed skin seemed to be glowing. The girl was wearing a white dress. Her clear eyes turned around and stared at Fu Xue with curiosity. That inexplicable calmness made Fu Xue's eyes dazed for a moment. Then she quickly looked at the other person, her eyes fixed on the crown on the girl's head. The center of the crown is guarded by countless sparkling little gems. There was a translucent gem the size of a pigeon egg inlaid there. Thick and disordered white mist surged inside the gem. The invisible energy held the rising cold air in place, as if they were in another dimension. Fu Xue took a deep breath and focused her eyes on the tasks on the system panel. Her brows frowned unconsciously. My nerves tensed up instantly and my body sat up straighter involuntarily. Although the expression on her face was tense, Fu Xue felt a little uncomfortable inside. She was still wondering how she had triggered such an outrageous task without any reason. I didn't expect that when I turned around, someone found me at the door. What concentrated cosmic energy, balabala? Fu Xue couldn't understand it at all. But just hearing the name alone is much higher than the blood and strength of a warrior, and I am still recovering. The bag was blown up by someone. Fu Xue now really wanted to point at her nose and question the system. I'm here to fight aliens." The girl in the white dress squatted in front of the giant white wolf. Even though the white giant wolf has lost the power of the Ice Crown Marquis, it can still crush most of the 8th level earth beasts with its strength alone. But at this moment, he didn't even resist in front of the girl in the white dress. The big wolf lowered its head listlessly and lay on the ground, not daring to move. "It's indeed much cuter than the ones I've seen." The girl in the white dress turned around and asked softly, "Can I touch it? Are you okay?" Fu Xue twitched the corners of her mouth and said expressionlessly, "Damn it, this alien is quite polite. He even asked before he started. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have come all the way from Liberty City to get here." The girl in the white dress pursed her lips and chuckled, but soon her expression turned serious. "I am here to formally invite you to join the temple." Chapter 2:18 Warcraft. Fu Xue's vigilant eyes froze for a moment. She thought of countless possibilities, and she had an outline of the plot of Dasha's battle against aliens. The only thing she didn't expect was that the other party was here to recruit her. Is the temple's way so wild? "I'm not interested in joining any other organization." Fu Xue declined politely. First of all, Dasha is the motherland where she was born. In addition, the people here are quite nice to her, and a considerable part of their attitude is due to the filter from her previous life. Of course, Fu Xue is not a hypocrite. For a certain country on the other side of the ocean, she also uses the filter of her previous life. No, this is not a betrayal. The girl in the white dress smiled and continued. "The temple is a loose organization. I don't ask you to fulfill any responsibilities. I just offer you a choice." "What choice?" Fu Xue asked with a raised eyebrow. "The road to transcending the 9th level. Ice Crown Caverns." The rough outline of the military base has been constructed. In the strategic room at the center, more than a dozen people were sitting on chairs. They all had 3 silver stars hanging on their shoulders, and they gathered in front of the sand table in the Ice Crown area with serious expressions. "We need to arrange 2 grandmasters and a team to patrol here," the long-haired soldier with dark eyes said in a somewhat indescribable tone. "When I was surveying the terrain, I saw a large number of cacti there extracting water. If this is not stopped, the groundwater in this area will soon be polluted." "Are you sure the groundwater is drinkable?" "To ensure safety, we can only step up logistics and transport water from various military regions." The square-faced man next to him rubbed his forehead with a headache. The long-haired soldier suddenly fell silent. The changes that occurred in the Ice Crown region truly disrupted their thinking. Under normal circumstances, establishing a stronghold must ensure basic resources. But this doesn't work at all in the Ice Crown area. Now the resources and beasts here. At this time, perhaps a more inclusive word should be used to summarize what they have seen and heard in these days. World of Warcraft. Everything is mixed together. It's a complete mess. He looked at the scarred coach sitting in the main seat with a pleading look. Then he whispered, "Guard, these monsters must be wiped out. Otherwise, once their sphere of influence expands outside the ice cap area, it is likely to cause the expansion of pollution. This is a huge blow to various facilities on the front line." The others present also nodded in agreement. Adjutant Han is right. Any trivial matter must be viewed through a magnifying glass on the front line. The speaker paused for a moment, then continued. What's more, the impact of this thing is completely comparable to the leakage of biological weapons. We must speed up the handling. But we are a little short of manpower right now, and the southern military region is also in trouble. The eyes of everyone present instantly fell on Huang Yalan, who was sitting in the main seat. When others saw him stroking his chin in thought, they immediately shook their heads. Everyone who worked under him knew the significance of this action. Others may be thinking this way, but for Huang Yalan, an old martial artist, it is basically the same as being distracted. It's been like this since I came back from the garrison. It should be a trance. The long-haired soldier whispered. The garrison was in the center when the green flames erupted. No wonder. The captain who had just arrived said with sudden realization. They were quite a distance away from the eruption of the fire column, but they were still so frightened that they were speechless. Faced with such an unreasonable disaster, they wondered if their own performance would be any better. The air has been quiet for too long. Huang Yalan, who had been in a trance, suddenly came back to his senses. He coughed lightly and said, the issue of clearing the ice-ground region can be put aside for now. I have already requested assistance from 2 other military regions, including the imperial capital. Our current mission is to speed up the development of ice-ground caverns, and finally hand it over to Fu Xue to completely clear this area. If we leave it to the southern military district, can they do it? A sturdy soldier asked with some doubt. The southern military region is the military region closest to the city. Most of the time they were dealing with the beasts that escaped from the caves, and their strength was relatively weaker than that of the other military regions. There was no intention of looking down on the brother military regions in his words. The main thing is that this matter is indeed related to the security of the front line. 1 or 2 days at night may cause big trouble for the major military regions. It's not the southern military region, it's Fu Xue, Huang Yalan said, knocking on the table. The people present were even more confused after hearing this. Huang Yalan's words were very clear. Instead of entrusting the clearing mission to the entire southern military region, he entrusted it to Fu Xue alone. It sounds even less reliable than handing it over to the southern military region. Guard. Someone stood up anxiously. Even if you want her to gain experience, you wouldn't choose this time. This may have something to do with the decision of the entire Dasha. Isn't this a bit too hasty? I heard from the southern military district that she evaporated the entire area. Hundreds of miles of land have been burned into glass. Huh? You really believe that? I know she advances quickly, but is she already at level 9? Just when everyone was arguing, a thin man in military uniform strode in. The skin on his face was clearly divided into red and white. 2 buttons on his clothes were not fastened correctly, and even the 2 gold stars on his epaulets were a little crooked. Everyone looked over there, and from the state of his clothes they could tell how anxious the other party was. The next words that came out of the other party's mouth instantly shocked everyone present. Old Huang, I heard that Fu Xue tamed the Ice Crown Marquis? Luo Qing, the northern garrison commander, clapped his hands vigorously and asked with a big laugh. Where is it? Let me see. The air in the room suddenly became quiet. Everyone present, whether questioning or agreeing, shut up at this moment. Those who stood up to question looked particularly confused. Ice Crown Marquis. Holy shit. Is this true? Both garrison commanders said so. Someone curled his lips and said, even if we don't guarantee its authenticity, at least it must be true. The others felt their throats tighten when they heard this. There is no record of the 7 marquises being killed so far. However, the biggest reason is that an 8th-level warrior cannot defeat him, and a 9th-level martial saint will not spare the time for such things. Someone could kill the 7 lords, but taming them? This thing is so much more difficult. Even from the moment they became warriors, they never thought that beasts could be tamed. The few people who sat down picked up the mineral water on the table with some trembling and poured a whole bottle of water into their dry throats. Just now, I didn't say anything. Chapter 219. What? Are you very dissatisfied? A choice. After the girl in the white dress left, Fu Xue slowly stood up from the ice pool. She looked down at her white palms. Under that strange energy, he has completely healed and is even much stronger than his previous normal state. Cosmic energy. A small gem was held between Fu Xue's fingertips, and she looked at it with some curiosity. A hole smaller than a needle tip was carved out inside. A wisp of white mist rose above her head. The tiny pupils began to move slowly, as if countless pairs of eyes were staring at the scene in front of them at the same time. Sense of time. Only then could Fu Xue barely see the wisp of energy curled up and swirling inside. Crack. The gem was crushed by her in an instant. The water in the ice pool suddenly seemed to lose weight and floated up. The tiles embedded in the ground shook slightly and then were crushed out of thin air by an invisible force. Fu Xue's eyes widened slightly. It is outrageous that this cosmic energy, which is thinner than a hair, can behave so exaggeratedly. It is even much higher than the power that a grandmaster can display. Call. Energy quickly burst out from her body and enveloped the filament back. Then Fu Xue suddenly felt a loud bang in her body, as if a huge curtain of water suddenly fell from a long-dried riverbed. If Fu Xue's body was originally a full cup of water, now it is in a state where the water is about to overflow. But even so, the improvement brought by those scratches on the cup wall is huge. Buzz. The sound of energy colliding in her body was like a cosmic explosion. More than hundreds of millions of cells died and were reborn every second. A star map slowly emerged behind Fu Xue. The star map, which was originally somewhat empty, was filled with more and more stars as the acupoints in her body opened smoothly. A dense but silent starry sky slowly formed. But as the golden light from Fu Xue's heart shone through her chest, the entire star map gradually began to come alive and slowly rotated around her. It was as if Fu Xue was the center of the universe. Several people in military uniforms stood at the gate of the southern base. The leader was a handsome man, holding in his hand a sand snake as thick as a bucket, its entire body dark green like seaweed. The steel knife on his back was smoking and had been corroded beyond recognition. "Captain Xiao, what brings you here?" The soldier with a haggard face loaded the last box of supplies onto the military truck and looked over with some surprise. "Come here to resupply on the way." The handsome young man said this expressionlessly, then walked in with a swagger. The weathered man's eyes twitched slightly. A fresh-faced recruit walked over, dusted himself off, looked at the other's back and whispered, "I've never seen anyone carry a whole beast on his back after hunting, like a peacock seeking a mate. What are you pretending to be? You little brat, who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, dares to talk about other military commanders behind their backs?" The weathered man kicked him on the butt, then continued with a smile, "But you are right, this is a peacock with its tail spread out." Most of the combatants from the southern military region have already rushed to the Ice Crown region. Only a small number of on-duty personnel and logistics personnel are left here to prepare supplies. Basically, they are new recruits who have just arrived at the front line and have not yet experienced training. Aren't there a few military trucks at the 372nd Regiment's base? You two can load up the supplies and borrow them for a few days. Feng Zhenjin held the list in her hand and directed the logistics in an orderly manner. Fu Xue hasn't done any serious work for more than a few days since arriving at the southern military region, and the only document he has flipped through so far is the cave list. Other times, either you are cultivating yourself, or you are on the way to cultivating yourself. Feng Zhenjin was forced to change from an armed personnel on a mission to an all-round secretary who can do everything. Right at this moment, everyone in front of Feng Zhenjin stopped what they were doing and looked behind her with some surprise. Hiss, judging from its size, this thing must be at least a 5th-level earth beast, right? And is this a newly discovered subspecies of sand snake? This must be an elite team. Why haven't I seen them in the base? I guess he came from another military region. The scales emitted a rainbow spectrum due to the sunlight, and the terrifying power that had not yet dissipated even made some people shrink their shoulders. See this attitude. The short-haired young man in the elite team couldn't help but sneer. After all, this is a frontline military district. Why are they so cowardly? Many people turned pale when they heard this. The voices gradually faded away. Everyone in the southern military district looked over with unfriendly expressions, and a faint smell of gunpowder filled the air. "Shut up." The handsome young man turned around and scolded. The short-haired young man curled his lips somewhat defiantly when he heard that, but at this time he still lowered his head obediently. Feng Zhenjin took a deep breath and asked, "Captain Xiao, what are you doing here?" The handsome young man nodded. He pulled out the corroded iron from his back, revealing the gaps like tiger teeth in front of everyone. "Our team's weapons have been corroded due to the clearance of the ice crown area. We would like to borrow a few level 6 standard weapons from the southern military region for emergency use." Feng Zhenjin curled the corners of her mouth slightly. If she had not just attended the meeting in the Ice Crown region in person, she would have almost believed what the other party said. "I remember the order from the garrison. No need to eliminate the beasts, just focus on developing the resources in the cave." Feng Zhenjin stared into the other person's eyes and continued expressionlessly. "You killed a contaminated beast and brought it to the southern military district? Are you willing to take responsibility for the pollution leak? By the end, this sentence already had a questioning tone. No matter how good her temper was, she couldn't tolerate someone blatantly bullying her military region. The members of the elite team looked at each other guiltily. Originally, they just urged their captain to come here to take a look, and they really didn't consider the possibility of pollution leakage. The handsome young man looked a little unhappy. He pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. At least the captain of the brigade must be present at the meeting. The short-haired young man curled his lips and whispered, "Even our captain is not qualified to go in. You are not as strong as our captain." The handsome young man pulled his arm tightly and said in a deep voice, "That's enough." The other members of the elite team were also confused. They knew that this kid was unruly and difficult to tame, but they never expected that he would be so bold as to provoke and talk about the captain of another team in their own military district. In this situation, no one dared to complain when someone broke their legs and threw them away. The short-haired young man frowned, shook off his captain's hand, raised his head, and was ready to continue speaking. Buzz. The slight buzzing sound made everyone's head tremble. They followed the sound and looked towards the swimming pool not far away where the noise came from. Suddenly, everyone was stunned where they were. I saw countless golden rays of light poking out from the cracks in the wall, and the light was visibly getting hotter and hotter. It's as if there is a dazzling sun locked inside. Fuck, I'm going blind. Waiting for the people present to react. The physiological tears that filled their eyes made it impossible for them to see the scene in front of them clearly. I could vaguely see the figure of a young girl standing in the air. Why? Are you very dissatisfied? Chapter 220. Sun and moon shine together, and new entries. The atmosphere on the field was silent for a moment. They all thought the remark was directed at them, but breathed a sigh of relief when they realized who was inside the swimming pool. It turned out to be our garrison commander. I almost fainted from fright. The sand mirror in the Hotan area was melted by the Guardian, right? This is the first time I have seen such a powerful warrior. I guess that's the case. Someone hesitated for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. Did the guard hear them talking and come out to help us? You can't be sure. When the people in the southern military region heard this, they immediately turned their heads meaningfully. After all, this kid is too arrogant. He really needs to be punished. I don't dare. The young man who had a defiant look just now was now stammering and unable to speak. His body was trembling slightly, his cheeks were frighteningly pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from his forehead to the ground. As the golden light was slowly collected by Fu Xue into her heart, her eyes fell on the snow wolf, which was jumping around like a husky because its feet were hot on the ground, and she couldn't help but chuckle. When the members of the elite team heard the voice, they trembled all over. Feng Zhanjin went to the ice ground region for a meeting on my behalf, and I personally issued those 2 instructions. Fu Xue paused for a moment and said calmly, "Is there a problem?" When the members of the elite team heard this, their heads buzzed. As a town guard, it was unlikely that Fu Xue would lie to them here, but if what the other party said was true, it would be too unbelievable. The 3 guards on the front line are now in the ice crown area. Are you willing to give such a young deputy the right to issue orders? The implication of this needs no further explanation. Go back to your military region to receive punishment. Fu Xue said calmly. Yes. Upon hearing this, several members of the elite team tightened their throats, then accepted the punishment with bitter faces. With Fu Xue's favor, they would definitely suffer a lot when they returned to their garrison. Several people glared at the short-haired young man. When they turned around, a large area on their backs was already soaked, and their bodies were somewhat limp as they supported each other and left. Fu Xue turned around and glanced. It turned out that the large swimming pool had disappeared, leaving only a huge, scorched earth pit with steam rising from it. She pondered for a moment, then looked at her secretary. Is it possible to repair it? Feng Zhanjin's eyes twitched a few times. Sometimes I really don't want to go to this class. Fu Xue stared at her for 2 seconds, and then she looked away silently, unable to bear the resentment. I'm a little busy now. You can hold on for a while. In the living room. Boom. Fu Xue sat cross-legged on the sofa, the stars around her slowly moving around her. The sun and the moon shine together. Compared to the furnace of heaven and earth that consumes energy and qi, this ability combined with endless life energy is really suitable for cleaning the floor. Just drive the sun and moon and run a lap in the ice crown area, and you're done. This saves the process of storing blood and taking excessive rest. Open the panel. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, demigod, chosen, life level, 81.2, strength, 109,241.51 kilograms, speed, 101.11 meters per second, mental strength, 841.7, combat power, 164,205,720.04. Items: favor of life, green; fragrance of books, red; feast, red; big bully, red; danger sense, red; too big to fail, red; conjugate pain, red; big sin a gluttony, red; big sin a jealousy, red. System backpack. Refresh card X1. Blessing. Click to expand details. Task. Conspirator. Click to expand details. Assyrian crown. Click to expand details. Hiss. The first time Fu Xue saw the panel, she hissed and murmured in disbelief. Strength exceeds 100,000 kilograms, and speed exceeds 100 meters per second? That one tiny bit of cosmic energy boosted so much. Fu Xue licked the corner of her dry lips, and the huge gem hanging on the crown suddenly appeared in her sparkling eyes. If I could really absorb all the cosmic energy inside, wouldn't it just take off? What Super 9 is nothing but a pipe dream. I guess it won't be a problem for him to blow up Blue Star with one punch. She now wished she could just hold the other person's head and start biting it. But it is very likely that he will be punched into a snow sauce before he can jump. What a shame. Fu Xue shook her head with some regret and glanced over the blessing column on the panel. With the treatment of the girl in the white dress, she should have skipped the near-death stage. The blessings have not increased as a matter of course. This thing is really useful. Fu Xue still sighed. What a pity. Then she rubbed her hands and her eyes fell on the entry below. Entry extraction has been completed. Please select the entry to load, 0/1. Note: the entry obtained by advancing is limited to 24 hours. If you do not choose, the system will randomly select it for the host. Start from scratch. Red, you can freely choose the direction of genetic evolution and completely control the future development direction. Side effect: you will evolve from a cell. Evaluation: natural evolution has always been described by only one simple and crude word: failure. Now you will define success yourself. Peach blossom: white, your peach blossoms are overflowing, and more people will like you. Side effects: Xingyu is very active and difficult to control. Evaluation: whether you become the king of the sea is up to you. Gourmet captive: red, you can possess any creature and gain all its powers. Side effect: you must be eaten by someone to activate this ability. Comment: in order to prevent being picked, food ingredients usually evolve deadly toxins. Fu Xue squinted her eyes and looked at it carefully twice, and then her little face suddenly frowned. What the hell is this? The only thing that seems to work is start from scratch, but starting from just cells is too abstract. Whoever chooses is an idiot. As for peach blossom, Fu Xue simply ignored it. If she looked at it a few more times, she really wanted to punch the system into a cookie. Captive to delicious food. Fu Xue's mouth twitched. Am I the ultimate ingredient? Although it seems the most ridiculous, it is an entry with a lot of room for manipulation, but I don't want to try it at all. Let's just brush it. Chapter 221 Fu Xue. No, I have to find a way to get to the table. System: a captive of delicious food. Fu Xue tooted, then continued, use the refresh card for starting from scratch. Bite. Refresh card has been used for start from scratch. Ultimate creature: red, you possess abilities that surpass those of all other creatures. Side effect: gain everything, lose everything. Evaluation: you are not allowed to be a human being anymore. Fu Xue took a deep breath. The corners of her eyes twitched twice, and even the blue veins on her forehead were trembling slightly. She couldn't accept this unknown side effect. This everything may refer to the destruction of the relationships around her, but Fu Xue believes in the system. She simply didn't believe it would be so simple. I'd better go and be my ultimate ingredient. Fu Xue grumbled somewhat dissatisfiedly. At least it can hedge the risk of side effects from binge eating. She finally gave herself a few seconds to regret. Fu Xue felt that she might not be able to defeat the aliens in 24 hours and become the emperor of the Sea of Stars. She could only frown and say unwillingly, choose captive of gourmet food. Bite. The entry of the captive of gourmet food, red, has been loaded successfully. It's a shame. Fu Xue slammed her palm viciously. She had finally raised her life level to 80, but when she drew out this entry, she was so angry. Fu Xue pondered for a moment, thinking with some doubt. Do aliens eat humans? In her opinion, The girl in the white dress was the perfect candidate for possession. Firstly, her appearance met her aesthetic standards, and secondly, she was strong enough. And it happens to be related to the tasks in the system. It would be fine if the other person was an alien wearing a leather suit and big eyes. But he looks no different from the people from Blue Star. Even though Fu Xue thought she was really delicious, she was still a little unsure. It seems that we have to change our target. Her gaze slowly fell on the taskbar on the system panel, and fell on the 3 words, conspirator. It seems I have to give you some sweets first? Rustle. The vines tore at the gravel on the ground, rolling past like a thick carpet. A military jeep was tightly wrapped by the demonized cactus roots. Several people inside were sweating profusely and using military daggers to cut off the roots that were sticking out. They were a team that received orders from the military district to come to the Ice Crown region for support. Old cat, where the hell did you drive the car to while I was taking a nap? The middle-aged man with a square face didn't care about his identity as the captain at this time and started cursing. Is this still Blue Star? When you wake up, the cactus can walk. The man named Lao Mao stepped hard on the accelerator. Boom. The engine of the military jeep made a loud roar. The car body shook a few times, and the powerful grip of the tires quickly rolled in a dozen roots. This gave everyone who were still busy cleaning a sigh of relief. Only then did the old cat have time to spare. He said rather aggrievedly, "How the hell should I know? I just followed the same path I took before. I seem to have seen this in a document issued by the military district." A girl with short hair, tied into a bun, whispered. She lowered her head and dug out a document wrapped in brown paper from the storage bag behind the seat. This is it. The middle-aged man with a square face took the cowhide back. There was a fax document stored inside. There are several pictures printed on it without color, and the names are marked below. A new kind of monster? The square-faced man took a deep breath and continued reading. The highest individual possesses the strength of a 6th-order earth beast and has a very strong recovery ability. They will follow their instinct to absorb water from the surrounding environment. If they're seen, they can be killed or expelled according to the situation. Everyone in the car held their breath and felt the air suddenly become thinner. Can this thing have the strength of the 6th level? Then wouldn't opening a car door be like opening a can? Someone swallowed and whispered, "That's the highest individual. I think the one we encountered isn't very strong. It's a 6th-order individual." The square-faced man shook his head palely. In the stunned eyes of everyone, he continued, "It's just that it hasn't entered the combat state." Huh? So were we just tickling him? The old cat picked up his dagger and took a look. There was still a trace of light green juice on it. The girl with the bun looked behind her. There were several roots growing inside and outside the water tank at the back, and only a thin layer of water was left inside. Her pale face was covered with beads of sweat, and she said with a slightly trembling voice, Maybe it thinks we are the source of underground water." The others followed the girl's gaze, and their scalps suddenly felt tingling. It was as if a hungry lion was licking its head with its hot tongue. For a moment, everyone didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Their eyes were fixed on the movements of the roots. Wait a few minutes until the water in the tank is completely drained. Boom! The whole car body twitched suddenly. Then the thick roots pried open a gap on the door frame of the military jeep and rushed in impatiently. "It's over. This thing is really targeting us. Is there any water in the car besides the water tank?" It's nothing more than the water in their bodies. The faces of several people gradually became gloomy, and the atmosphere became somewhat desperate. Now they dare not to annoy this 6th-level cactus. But there is no way to escape. I can only wait to die here passively. Suddenly, a subtle, childish shout rang out along with the sound of sand hitting the car door. "Xiaobai, kill them." When the people in the car heard someone coming, they instinctively showed expressions of joy on their faces, but they were quickly suppressed by reason. It doesn't sound like a group passing by, but rather like a little girl who accidentally entered this area. Given what happened 2 days ago, why are there still people so stupid as to come here? The square-faced man sighed, then continued with a smile. "It's a dead end anyway. Let's help this little girl while we still have the strength." "That's pretty good. I thought I was going to die here in vain." The young man sitting in the back row drew out his weapon with a clang and grinned. "I'm sorry, brothers." The old cat pursed his lips, moved them a few times, and said sorry in a deep voice. Just as he was about to continue speaking, boom, boom. The huge and heavy footsteps made the ground shake, and the kitten doll hanging in the car shook wildly. The roots quickly pulled away from the jeep, leaving marks on it that looked like whippings. Fuck, this thing seems to have entered combat mode? What's that outside? Could it be a land beast coming here to fight for territory? The old cat shrugged and whispered, I can't imagine what the beasts here look like. Chapter 222. It's normal to cause some trouble. What is that white shadow? It looks so damn big. The short-haired young man in the back row unconsciously exerted force on his saber until his hands turned white, and his pupils opened as wide as possible and spread outward. It was obvious that the other party was just rushing over, but it gave them a sense of grandeur and inescapability, as if they were facing a giant tsunami. If this strange cactus still makes them feel that they can fight, the real body of the white shadow had made several people lose the ability to escape, and they could only sit in the car in a daze, waiting for death to come. Swoosh. The cactus that made several people feel despair couldn't even last for a second. In an instant, it was torn to pieces by the unstoppable momentum. The light overhead dimmed rapidly. Then, as the few people stared in astonishment, the giant white beast leaped over their heads and stomped heavily on the ground. A clear girl's voice came from behind Bai Ying. I'm in the front to clear out the beasts. You guys follow closely. When the people in the car heard this, they felt their brains twitching and their eyes opened as wide as possible, as if they had seen something horrible. Gudong. Watching the figure receding like a storm. The old cat's throat tightened, and he couldn't help licking the corners of his cracked lips. Am I hallucinating? Is there a person sitting on this thing? No. I heard it too. That earth beast can kill a level 6 thing in seconds, so it must be at least a high-level level 6 earth beast, right? The bun-haired girl hissed. More than that. The square-faced man let go of his hand with a complicated expression. He opened his palms and saw that they were full of black powder. The door handle he had just grabbed had been crushed into pieces by him without him noticing. If I hadn't taken a nap and was stuck in the car, being also a level 6 monster, he might not necessarily be afraid of the cactus monster. But the giant white beast just now made him feel what it was like to be feared, from beginning to end. He took a deep breath, his lips trembling as he said, It's very likely a 7th level earth beast. Boom. This sentence instantly dropped a bomb in everyone's head. As soldiers who have fought against the beasts on the front line, no one knows the wildness of the beasts better than them. It's not that no one has tried to tame the beasts, but the end result was either death or disability. Now that such a powerful example passed by them, some people even felt as if their worldview was cracking. Ice cap area. The long-haired young man wore a gas mask on his face and a protective suit made of thick rubber. He reached out and took out a piece of green mineral, examined it for a few seconds, and then poked it lightly with his glove. Puff. Green pollen-like substance sprayed out from it. This kind of contaminated material is thrown directly into the destruction area, the long-haired young man said with a frown, and then he waved to the checkpoint in front of him to let them pass. A short prevention and control worker came over. He shook off the heavy sweat in his shoes and said in a muffled voice, Forget about the water source. I think there's something wrong with the ground veins here. How can we clean it up without digging deep into the ground? I know what you want to say. The long-haired young man looked back at him and shrugged lightly. I think I'll have to ask a martial arts saint to come here and reshape the terrain. Hiss. Reshaping the terrain is a bit too harsh. The man in the protective suit hissed, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face under the mask. Reshaping the terrain may only take half a day for a martial saint, but the huge noise would cause the entire cavern within a radius of thousands of kilometers to riot, and millions of beasts would flee in all directions. They dare not even imagine this scene. If Fu Xue can't do it, there is a high possibility. The long-haired young man said expressionlessly, looking at the attitudes of the 3 guards. This place will definitely be dealt with severely. I don't believe it unless she brings the ice crown marquee to my face. The short prevention and control officer hadn't finished speaking yet. Then he suddenly felt a chill, and his sweaty shoes were instantly frozen into a big lump of ice. He raised his head with some trembling and looked into the lantern-sized animal eyes in front of him. The cold air exhaled from the huge snow wolf instantly formed a layer of frost on the gas mask. His pupils quickly spread out like paint soaked in water, and the gray-white soul floated out of his head visibly. Come on, for real? Fu Xue jumped down from the top of the snow wolf swiftly. I'm going to look for the other guards now. Please find a place for Xiaobai first. If it's hungry, you can feed it some green spicy strips first. After Fu Xue left, the long-haired young man slowly came back to his senses. He looked at the giant beast in front of him with his head tilted and looking at him, with a wry smile on his face. If this thing is hungry, will he still be alive? This? Huang Yalan looked at the tightly sealed marrow, his eyes slightly wrinkled. Originally, The marrow should be a pure white liquid, but as the concentration increases, it gradually turns into a milky white state. But now this thing looks like moldy milk, and there are even moldy spots on the liquid. Of course, something that has been fermented for thousands or tens of thousands of years cannot become moldy. The only possibility is that it was contaminated by the previous fire. Don't worry about it, just send it to the little girl. Luo Qing raised his eyebrows and said, she needs resources now to break through to the 8th level. 8th level? Huang Yalan was silent for a while, then nodded silently. In the Ice Crown region, they certainly would not simply be collecting resources. Various teams would also be sent out to scout the terrain. The clues didn't catch anything. They just sorted out some of the clues a little bit. Minerals and organisms touched by the green flames will be contaminated to some extent, but there is an exaggerated omission. Although the Ice Crown Caverns is completely controlled by the Ice Crown Marquis, but the beasts inside are not vegetarians either. The complex type of the Ice Crown Caves can be understood as migratory. The Earth beasts could not survive next to the Ice Crown Marquis, so they could only desperately dig out an environment for survival nearby. Just like migratory birds fly south in the winter, how could the beasts on Earth that could survive in extremely cold environments not survive a fire that wasn't intended to kill them? The only possibility, before the flames erupted, all the beasts on Earth had been wiped out. The strength is even more terrifying than I imagined. Huang Yalan let out a breath and sighed. Even if the green column of fire was not caused by Fu Xue, there is a high probability that it is related. However, from her actions of exterminating all the beasts on the ground, it can be seen that it was not intentional. A warrior's powerful individual weapon. Plus, in a place like the front line where there are many incidents, it's normal to cause some trouble, right? The difference is that Fu Xue is stronger. The incident caused the 4 military regions on the front line to become nervous. Chapter 223. Already at the 8th level? There is always a wave behind to push the wave ahead. Luo Qing replied with a smile. Suddenly, the warrior's premonition made him stunned for a moment, and he walked quickly to the window. His eyes pierced through the rough dust and passed through the stunned crowd. Then he looked straight at the giant white wolf that was standing in front of the checkpoint. The snow wolf pricked up its ears alertly and looked back with its constricted dark green pupils. Ice Crown Marquis. Luo Qing touched his aching cheek and said in a low voice. Although he had never actually seen the true face of this Earth Beast Marquis, but for some reason, he had a sense of confidence that the other party was the terrifying existence. Hey, why is Qinlang stunned? Huang Yalan raised his eyebrows jokingly, stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Are you thinking about the days when you were young and were sent to the ICU before you even saw the shadow of the Ice Crown Marquis? Go to hell. Luo Qing said with a laugh. The two chatted and laughed for a while. Then his eyes slowly fell on Fu Xue. The invisible energy floating on the other party made their hearts palpitate instantly. After a few seconds of silence, Huang Yalan took a deep breath. With some suspicion in his tone, he said, why do I feel that she is a little different? In fact, they can't be said to be different. Although Fu Xue's appearance has not changed, in the eyes of the two people, she has completely changed. The invisible magnetic field seemed to solidify into a barrier around her. All the dust and gravel that came into contact with it were shattered into pieces in an instant. This method of magnetic field refraction, there is no doubt that he has entered the 8th level. That's not a wrong feeling. Luo Qing moistened his dry throat, then whispered, she is already an 8th rank sect master. Huang Yalan opened his tiger eyes as wide as possible, his eyeballs almost popping out. Big void. In a huge office, Wu Hanxiao took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the heavy wooden door in front of him. Inside stood a father and son who looked extremely similar. Although he had already learned about what happened here over the phone, but when this senior brother who had disappeared long ago appeared before him again, he couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. When I left, the Great Void was less than 500 kilometers across, but now it's already this big. Dongfang Rian, with a somewhat ferocious look on his face, stared at the map hanging on the wall and said, after hearing the noise, he turned around and looked at Wu Hanxiao who had walked in, and asked expressionlessly, long time no see, how is the teacher? Wu Hanxiao's eyes flickered for a moment, and he said insincerely, the teacher is in good condition. That's good. Dongfang Rian smiled. He took down the larger world map and said in a deep voice, then let's talk about cooperation. Cooperate? Wu Hanxiao opened his mouth, but he hadn't finished his next words yet. Dongfang Yi, who was standing on the other side, slammed the table hard, leaving a sunken palm print on it. The premise of cooperation is sincerity. How can an organization like yours that hides its true colors have the sincerity to cooperate? Dongfangren looked back and said calmly, I stand here with a clear conscience. Wu Hanxiao frowned slightly, and from the other party's tone, he knew he had completely resigned himself to the other side. He raised his hand to comfort Dongfangyi, who was on the verge of exploding, and after a moment of silence, he said, in that case, what does the temple want to cooperate with Dasha for? The remains of an ancient civilization. Dongfangren tapped an area in Africa with his knuckles. This place. Wu Hanxiao frowned fiercely. On the satellite, a huge riot just happened here. Because the ley line flower inside has bloomed. Dongfangren explained, and then said calmly, the temple hopes that Fu Xue will represent Dasha in the development of the ruins. This kind of major riot involves 8th level or even 9th level earth beasts. I won't agree to it, Wu Hanxiao said, shaking his head. There is a huge gap between the riot scene and the cave. The cave can be simply understood as a pig farm, where accidents may happen, but they are relatively under control. But once the beasts riot, the enormous power brought by the beasts is not something that a normal warrior can match. As an 8th level warrior, she is undoubtedly the most powerful candidate, Dongfangren said. The moment these words came out, Wu Hanxiao felt as if his head was hit hard by someone. He looked up in disbelief and asked, Level 8. So fast? You drank the blood of the corrupted god, SSS+, God's Breath LV3, Immortal God's Breath LV4. Vomit. Fu Xue stopped halfway through vomiting. She suppressed the sour feeling in her stomach and mobilized the energy from her body. A golden aura emanated from her body. Different from the pure gold color before, the divine breath is now mixed with a few strands of green life energy. Bang, bang. A subtle explosion sounded in the energy. Fu Xue opened her eyes slightly. She thought that the abilities gained from the blood of the corrupted god were contaminated by life energy. But the situation before us is actually more like two energies fighting like mortal enemies. The consumption speed has increased, but the aggressiveness has become stronger. Fu Xue half closed her eyes. It's a positive thing for her. After all, now the divine aura has been completely surpassed by life energy in all aspects except appearance. The ability to communicate is too vulnerable in the face of assimilation. Call. Fu Xue slowly withdrew her aura. He glanced at the dazzling array of items on the table, and his face turned visibly pale. You drank the blood of the corrupted god, SSS+, Immortal Eye Breath of the god LV5, Immortal Eye Breath of the god LV6. You drank the blood of the corrupted god, SSS+, Naruto Armor LV4, Immortal Naruto Armor LV5. You swallowed the Red Corruption Bloodstone, SSS, and obtained Scarlet Corruption LV1. You ate the Poisonous Holy Snake Slough, SS, and gained Poisonous Breath Level 3. For days later, Fu Xue tremblingly poured the last drop of earth marrow into her mouth. She never thought that she would drink this stuff until she vomited. Finally, I upgraded the Breath of God to Level 9. Fu Xue took a deep breath and opened her system panel with trembling fingers. Open the panel. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, demigod. Chosen. Life level, 81.9. Strength, 117,411.81 kilograms. Speed, 103.11 meters per second. Mental strength, 850.1. Combat power, 182,214,121.56. Items, Favor of Life, green. Fragrance of Books, red. Feast, red. Big Bully, red. Danger Sense, red. Too Big to Fail, red. Conjugate Pain, red. Big Sin a Gluttony, red. Big Sin a Jealousy, red. Captive of Food, red. System Backpack, no. Blessing, click to expand details. Task, Conspirator, click to expand details. Assyrian Crown, click to expand details. Just a 20 million combat power increase? Fu Xue widened her eyes. If this had happened in the past, her mouth would have been broken with laughter. But now this little improvement is just icing on the cake for her. Vomit. Suddenly, a fishy and rotten taste surged out of the throat and pressed against the tip of the tongue. Fu Xue bit her tongue hard. The blood filled with the smell of rust fell into her throat, and her face color slowly relaxed after rolling several times. Chapter 224, How Come It's Daybreak When I Turn Around? Bang. Followed by the sound of the car door being slammed. Lu Qingming took off his protective suit and threw it into the car. Fuck, Captain, you're steaming. The short man shook his sweaty hair. He shivered suddenly when the cool night breeze blew. Why are you shaking your hair like a dog? Damn, you're making me sweat. You've already been marinated to your heart's content, and you're still looking down on me? The shorter man jumped up, grabbed the man's shoulders, and then rammed his fist into his temple. Lu Chengming glanced at the two people who were showing off in silence. Then his eyes fell on the neatly parked military trucks and jeeps. As time went on, more and more vehicles drove into the venue. These vehicles, including the entire ice ground area base, need to be completely destroyed. The scene of the entire area slowly melting suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his face turned slightly pale for a moment. After a few seconds, he let out a long sigh and gently patted the shoulders of the two people beside him. Looking at your condition, it's no wonder that the guards have buried you here. When the people from other military regions who were still unloading the truck heard this, their eyes suddenly widened a little, and they all pricked up their ears to listen carefully. The rumors in the ice ground region right now are outrageous. It has been confirmed that Fu Xue has reached the 7th level Grandmaster level at such a young age. As for the other things like melting a 200-kilometer area, and how he single-handedly charged into the ice ground caverns and captured the ice ground marquee alive, even the green pillar of fire that was shaking the front line was pressed down on Fu Xue. Anyway, according to rumors, Fu Xue is so powerful that she can stand shoulder to shoulder with the martial saint. Captain Liu, stop joking. The two people who were just starting a fight paused at the same time, their faces turning pale at that moment. Although I know this is a joke, but the scene that flashed through their minds at that moment was enough to give them a myocardial infarction. As one of the witnesses of the melting of Hotan region, they really couldn't figure out what kind of warrior or beast could survive such a situation. Just that mirror of more than 200 kilometers. Just one look at it will make people lose the courage to fight. Haha, there's nothing to be afraid of. I can just slide out. When the short man saw others looking at him, he said something tough, but he still put his arm down obediently. The others who were paying attention immediately raised their eyebrows. I said it couldn't be true. Let's just say the distance of a sliding tackle is 50 meters. The man wearing glasses nodded with satisfaction, and then continued, this range of blood and chi diffusion is the normal value. To be honest, I really want to believe it, but your mother's claim of 200 kilometers is too outrageous. I would have believed it if it was only 10 kilometers. Isn't it obvious that he was joking? Did you really hear something from it? The slightly older man shook his head and laughed, then slowly said, it will be destroyed soon anyway, so we will know everything by then. Why are you making blind guesses? Right at this moment, the lights on the barbed wire gave the yellow signal to clear the area. Suddenly, everyone's voices fell silent, and everyone rushed towards the exit in an orderly manner. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, damn, it seems to be coming. Everyone present was stunned, including Lu Qingming, and they all subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. A black light suddenly appeared in the black sky. It drew visible waves in the sky, pushing the clouds on both sides apart. The black light was very fast and arrived above everyone's heads in an instant. Oh shit, it's coming so fast? The short man raised his head and stared at the shadow blankly, then suddenly reacted. Then, in the astonished gaze of everyone, his blood and energy gathered wildly, and his two legs almost left an afterimage as he ran outside. Hey, what is he doing? Someone asked his teammates hesitantly, and his teammates responded with confused expressions. Until someone from the southern military region loudly explained, brothers, run! We are here to guard the city. I really didn't brag to you guys before. I'm leaving first as a token of my respect. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of blood and energy burst out from the soles of his feet. Bang! A small pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and then his figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Gudong! Many people swallowed awkwardly. Although I didn't know what was going on, I started to get nervous for some unknown reason. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, everyone silently quickened their pace at this moment. There should be no one left. Fu Xue closed her eyes and sensed carefully again, confirming that everyone in the area had been completely evacuated. Use your consciousness to slightly stir the vague threads connecting you. Although it is impossible to completely control the polluted earth beasts, it is still very simple to issue an order to lure them. Then countless dense stars appeared around her and slowly swirled around her. Hiss! There was a sound in the air like that of thread being drawn. The space around Fu Xue became visibly heavier. She slowly opened her golden eyes. The sun and the moon shined together. Boom! A surge of heat surged out of Fu Xue's body. The golden light spread along the texture of her skin. outlining an extremely sacred pattern. A halo appeared close to her skin. It was an extremely dazzling red-gold halo. After a while, everyone was evacuated to the safe area designated by the military zone. There were a lot of people here, and they all looked over there curiously, but the vision in the dark was really poor. Some people have noticed floaters, but I can't see anything else. Just when everyone was getting impatient, a sturdy man with a rather fierce look glanced at his watch and said in a muffled voice, "I've been waiting for 4 hours. If you don't come, I'll go back to sleep." As soon as he turned his head, he was stunned. If I remember correctly, it should have been evening just now? How come it's already dawn the moment I turn around? Chapter 225, Desert Golden Sun, Lord of Snow and Wind. The whole world seemed to suddenly become quiet. The fierce man's eyes paused for a moment, and suddenly he realized something in his heart. His short hair, which was less than a finger long, stood up visibly. He turned around slowly. In an instant, countless brilliant golden lights filled the pupils, coating the bodies of all the people present with a layer of gold. Come on, for real? Some kind of martial arts? Such a powerful energy. The man raised his eyes slightly, staring at the figure in the golden light. What is she going to do? Some of those who came to watch the fun were already a little scared. They actually never expected the commotion to be so grand. The process of cleaning the ground is either for warriors to turn over the soil, or to apply for firepower coverage from the imperial capital. Those who didn't understand what was going to happen were still in a daze, while the soldiers of the southern military region who were familiar with the procedure had already begun to gasp. Soon, the initial golden light that fell on them brought a warmth like the rising sun, dispelling some of the coldness in the air. But when the heat in the earth accumulates to a certain level, it suddenly turns into a stinging heat. Boom, boom. The earth suddenly began to shake continuously. Beasts of various sizes had green flames in their eyes as they rushed towards the center of the hotspot. A huge cloud of dust was raised on the ground. But in the eyes of everyone, this is like a moth flying into a flame. Once the beast approaches a certain distance, its body will quickly deflate like a leaking balloon. The fur on its body and the scales that were as hard as gold and iron made a hissing sound as they melted. In the end, only the vague outline of the bone sculpture was left standing on the ground. The vast wasteland was cracked. A circle of walls of varying heights, made from the flesh, blood, and bones of earth beasts, stood coldly before them. Boom. A weapon in someone's hand fell into the sand with a dull sound. The faces of everyone present were completely numb. Their brains had lost the ability to think, and they stood there like puppets. These earth beasts cannot be said to be powerful enough to be terrifying. But his physical strength is definitely far beyond that of these 5th and 6th level warriors. What's more, it's definitely not in the inner circle of illumination. It melted after just a simple photo? Just died. A great sense of horror emerged from the bottom of their hearts, turning into an electric current running through their bodies, and all the hairs on their bodies stood up. Terrifying strength. But what's even more terrifying is this method that is so incomprehensible. Wait until the movement of the earth stops. Fu Xue paused for a moment and slowly retracted the golden light on her body. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, she stretched out a small hand that was dazzlingly white in the dark. Following Fu Xue's action, everyone's hearts suddenly skipped a beat and their brows twitched in fear. They almost subconsciously wanted to turn around and run. But at this time, a bone-breaking chill spread through the air. Everyone's bodies involuntarily stopped where they were. The crystal white cyclone in Fu Xue's hand was reflected in his pupils. Realm, Lord of the Wind and Snow. As these words fell, a snowflake as transparent as crystal and as sharp as a knife floated down from the sky. Call. In just a blink of an eye, the entire area was completely buried in the glacier. This cold air seemed to freeze the blood in their bodies, and the 5th and 6th level warriors were frozen so hard that they hunched their shoulders like grandsons. Dead, dead, dead. The warrior with glasses had pale lips and stared blankly at the figure hovering in the air. I'm wrong. I can't understand it at all. Lu Qingming moved his stiff body, and suddenly a thawing sound like the friction of ice cubes came out. His trembling eyes dropped blankly. At this moment, he couldn't even feel his own breathing. He sighed with trembling lips. Stronger. Although the previous eradication of the Hotan area was very vigorous, but whether it was the longer melting time than this time, or the violent energy and blood when Fu Xue fell in front of him, it proved that it was not easy to do that. But now, Fu Xue made him feel so relaxed. It seemed as if she could destroy the entire area just by raising her hand, as if the entire world was looking up at her breath. Click. Fu Xue crushed the thin layer of ice, covering her hands expressionlessly, then looked towards somewhere in the distance and nodded slightly. It's over. It's over? Huang Yalan, who was hundreds of miles away, put down the telescope in his hand with a dazed look on his face. Then he looked at Luo Qing, who was standing next to him with a confused look on his face. Luo Qing was stunned for a few seconds. Then he lifted his sleeves with trembling hands. He glanced at the second hand on his wrist, which had just completed 3 full revolutions. 3 minutes. Even though you can't see a single person within a distance of 200 or 300 kilometers in northern Xinjiang, a quick calculation will reveal how terrifying this distance is. Luo Qing took a deep breath and felt his tongue was a little tied. It will take only 3 minutes to destroy 3 cities the size of the imperial capital. Huang Yalan was stunned when he heard this, although the scene in front of him did shock him for the whole year. But after the comparison, a sense of horror spread all over his body. If Fu Xue deployed this method in the city, it was like pouring boiling hot iron into an ant nest. There was no hope of survival for the others. Dongfangyi leaned against the window, looking at the desert that was gradually getting darker. The desolate land was so quiet that it was frightening. The tip of his nose moved slightly, and he could still smell the smell of blood in the air that seemed to never dissipate. Wu Hanqiao sat at his desk with his brows twisted into a chan shape. The documents placed on it were almost taller than him, and when he occasionally relaxed his brows, he could still see the mark in the middle of his forehead. I think, Dongfangyi suddenly spoke up, and after a pause he continued, why not take this opportunity to let Fu Xue go out and have a look? Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. The international situation is extremely turbulent right now, and the temple is watching closely. Wu Hanqiao rubbed his dizzy eyes, feeling as if the words were printed on his retina. How can I let her go without any worries? If we really leave Dasha, the situation will be completely out of control. The temple was even just a secondary reason. After all, their intention towards Fu Xue was always to recruit her, especially the so-called remains of ancient civilizations located between Europe and West Asia. Although it cannot be said that all these countries are hostile to Dasha, they are not good neighbors either. No matter how big Dasha is, it is still out of reach. There are martial saints in the White Elephant Kingdom, Gaul, or the British Empire. If they take action, Dongfangyi's sudden tense body caused Wu Hanqiao to pause. He stood up with a bang, and all the energy and blood in his body was tense. Just when he was about to ask what happened, the scene that happened in front of him made him stand there in shock. A dazzling golden sun rises from the horizon, blowing away the dust in the air. Chapter 226, The Big Shot in the Military Region. This is... He took a deep breath and said in a daze, there's movement coming from the ice crown area. Dongfangyi narrowed his eyes slightly, and his pupils were completely dyed golden by the light. After several seconds, he came back to his senses and continued. I remember they reported the action plan a few days ago. Wu Hanqiao moved his lips a few times, but couldn't utter a word. He slowly sat down on the chair with a complicated expression, his mind a little confused. The ice cap area is at least 800 kilometers away from the Big Void, if not thousands of kilometers away. They didn't mention this in the document, but soon Wu Hanqiao shuddered, raised his head suddenly and realized something. This can't be. Although the words were not finished, both people in the room understood what was said next. It seems that my worries are a bit unnecessary. Wu Hanqiao didn't know whether to be happy or bitter at this moment. He shook his head and said with a smile, they do have a martial saint in charge? Dongfangyi looked at the setting sun and said sharply, but do you really have the guts to let them come out? He is not dead. The effect is quite good. I look just like a little princess. The neatly dressed female teller looked at the blonde girl in princess outfit in front of her and praised her from the bottom of her heart. But this lowly's sister is even more stunning. She secretly glanced at the graceful girl with the corner of her eye. She had a top-notch temperament and a jeweled crown on her head. That kind of noble demeanor makes people dare not look directly at it. The female teller couldn't help but sigh in her heart at the disparity in her vision. She is still working hard here, but there are people in the world who live like princesses. Wrap it up. The princess looked at the blonde lowly with satisfaction. Well, the blonde girl sighed very maturely, then obediently carried the purchased items on her back. I kind of want to complain, but I don't dare to do it in front of the big boss. Boss, it's almost done. I think I should go back to work. The blonde lowly's calves were shaking with tiredness. Don't worry. The princess patted her head and said with a smile, There are two nice ones over there. I'll take you to try them on. The blonde loli felt like the sky was falling. Her boss can take in all the items in the mall with just one glance, but she really has to try them on one by one. She really wanted to take out her computer and post a help request on it. What should I do if my husband likes to take care of the kids too much? Urgent. Right at this moment. The smile on the princess' face faded a little. She tilted her head to look at the distant horizon. Her eyes slowly filled with a layer of golden light. She could see the scene thousands of kilometers away. The shadow of the Imperial Guard, whom he had once glimpsed by chance, slowly overlapped with Fu Xue. The princess came back to her senses from her shock and said, "The price of the earth vein flower is still too low as a bribe." Then she smiled and looked at the blonde loli who was biting her nails. "It looks like you really have to go back to work overtime." "Real?" The princess placed her slender wrist on the blonde's shoulder, and the space around her instantly became illusory and unstable. A layer of white light flashed across the two of them, and they disappeared directly from the sight of the female teller. With a dull look on her face, she reached out her hand and touched the air. The fragrance was still spreading in the air, but the person had completely disappeared. She shuddered and said with trembling lips, "What the hell? What the hell did I see?" "Remember what I told you after you go in. Your uncle will be able to help you once you join the army." Ding Lu, who exuded the aura of a noble lady, gave serious instructions to her son. The major general they came to visit today had actually returned from the front line. If you really get down to it, his status is even higher than Ding Jian's. "I see." Ding Long took a deep breath. In order to please the other party, he even specially prepared a set of clothes similar to military uniform. When you wear it, you stand straight and look really energetic. Bang bang. Knocked on the door twice gently. As footsteps sounded, a handsome soldier opened the door. He looked at the two of them with some confusion. "Who are you?" Ding Long's eyes fell on the other person's shoulder. The 3 stars representing the colonel were shining brightly on it, and he hissed in his heart. Even in the military area, after returning to the city, they still arranged for a colonel to serve as the other party's adjutant to take care of his daily life. This was such an honor. "We are here on behalf of Ding Jian to express our condolences to Major General Lin," Ding Lu said with a smile as she picked up the gift in Tilly. "Good." The lieutenant nodded when he heard the name and led the 2 men to the house they were entering. After going up the stairs, a surge of burning blood rushed towards me. Ding Long couldn't even open his eyes for a moment. An extremely strong man was standing in front of the barbell. The heavy barbell plates make people feel a little jealous just looking at them. Lin Wang twisted his muscles, and his bones suddenly made a crisp, crackling sound. Then he took a deep breath, stretched out his weak right hand, which was contrary to the texture of his other skin, and tremblingly lifted the 1,000-pound barbell. Boom! When the barbell landed on the ground, Lin Wang's skin had turned all red. He picked up the towel beside him, wiped the sweat off his face, and walked over. The adjutant explained, "These two are here to express their condolences to you on behalf of young Master Ding. He just came here a few days ago." Lin Wang glanced at the two of them calmly, and then said, "Just tell me what you want." Ding Lu was stunned for a moment when she heard this. She suddenly thought of her brother. These high-ranking soldiers were too direct in their words, which caught her off guard. "This is my son, Ding Long." Lin Wang took a look and gave a perfunctory compliment. "He looks very handsome." Ding Lu pursed her lips and said, "He is only 18 years old now, but he is already a second-level warrior. He has won almost all the martial arts competitions except the Qilin Cup." At this point she paused. "I wonder if you are interested in training a soldier? The conditions are pretty good." Lin Wang nodded, and then continued in the other party's expectant eyes, "You will definitely pass the military recruitment. No need to come and ask me." The adjutant beside him couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Ding Lu's expression was a little embarrassed, and she opened her mouth to say something. A guard came in, saluted first, and then whispered in Lin Wang's ear, "An important figure from the military region is here to see you. Please get ready first." Chapter 227 Major General. "It's not a convenient time now. Sorry, I can't entertain you." The adjutant escorted the 2 men to the door and forced a smile on his face. "It's okay, we just came at the wrong time." Ding Lu laughed dryly, then picked up the box in her hand and said, "This is the gift we prepared. Inside is a 9th-grade long sword forged from gold-patterned iron. Please give it to Major General Lin for me." "That won't be necessary." The adjutant refused familiarly and closed the door quickly. Bang! The breeze created by the closed door gently ruffled Ding Lu's long hair by her ears. She looked at the closed door in front of her and took several deep breaths before she caught her breath. The expression on her face was extremely ugly. In Tianhe City and even in Donghe Province, even the president of the Martial Arts Association has to give the Ding family some face. After all, they really did have a major general. Although the gap between a colonel and a general is only one step, this step can kill countless warriors. If the colonel is a noble son from a poor family, he can still make it to the end despite all the hardships. Then the major general is undoubtedly from an aristocratic family, representing the honor of 3 generations or more. What right does a mere colonel have to shut her door? Ding Lu narrowed her eyes. If the other party didn't work for a major general, she would have kicked him in and he wouldn't dare to say anything. Let's go, and find your uncle when the time comes. Ding Lu lifted the hair beside her ear and said calmly, I don't believe he really doesn't recognize me as his sister. Good. She smiled dotingly. Don't worry, I will definitely arrange a good future for you. Next to her brother, the other party would not show mercy because of the relationship between uncle and nephew. But it was simply too comfortable to follow someone like Major General Lin, who was so powerful and unlikely to return to the front line due to injury. The future and security are firmly in your hands. As soon as the two walked out of Lin Wang's courtyard, a red sports car parked on the side of the road stopped in front of them. Lady. The driver got out of the car and respectfully opened the door for the two of them. Just as they were about to get in the car, 2 black business cars drove towards here one after another. Although the vehicle's exterior specifications look quite low-key, but in the eyes of several people, that arrogant aura almost overflowed. Move the car. The driver opened the car window, and the dark blue officer's long sleeves stretched out of the window, and he waved his white gloves back twice. Ding Lu took the foot that she had taken out and then silently retracted it. The person who can be solemnly received by a major general must be of extremely noble status. Now this scene further confirmed her thoughts. The driver was stunned for a moment, then quickly got in the car and turned a corner to move to a place where he would not be in the way. Ding Lu watched the 2 cars turn into Lin Wang's yard one after the other. The major general straightened his collar hastily, while his adjutant and other police officers in the villa lined up neatly on both sides. From her angle, she could only see the silhouettes of the people at the front of the 2 teams on the left and right. What a grand ceremony! Ding Lu's beautiful eyes flashed. Even though she followed Ding Jian, she had never seen such a solemn scene. It's hard to imagine how noble the person sitting inside must be. After the vehicle stops, an officer opened the car door. Everyone present had a serious look on their faces, their eyes fixed on the swaying figure in the black car window, not daring to breathe. Click. A pair of pitch-black military boots stepped out of the car and stepped firmly on the rough concrete floor, making a slight but firm sound. Everyone's breathing paused for a moment at the same time. Then, a girl in a dark blue military uniform walked down. The tight leather belt around her waist highlighted her slender waist, and a pair of long black military boots brought out her long legs. His figure is extremely well-proportioned and slender, and his posture is as upright as a newly sprouted sapling. As soon as Fu Xue stepped out of the car, an inexplicable aura emanated from her body, instantly suffocating everyone else. In an instant, she became the center of everyone's attention. Lin Wang was stunned for a moment when he saw the expression on the girl's face. He had never thought that she was such a big shot. After all, the other party has only been to the front line for a few days. When he came to his senses, his eyes moved slightly and fell on the golden star on Fu Xue's shoulder strap, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Major General? As a frontline soldier, he knew very well the meaning of being a general. The biggest difference between him and lieutenants and colonels was just one: real power. When Fu Xue was a colonel, she could only reluctantly serve as the acting garrison commander of the southern part of the city, and this was due to her special resume. Now, if anyone mentions the position of guarding the city again, they can just throw out the word acting. Ascend to heaven at the age of 19? Even though Lin Wang had expected it in his heart, he still couldn't believe it at this moment. As for the soldiers who were lining up in front of Lin Wang to welcome the guests, after seeing the young face of the girl, all of them fell into a daze. A bit too young. For a moment, they even wondered if they had picked up the wrong person. Fu Xue took the military cap handed to her, put it on her head lightly, and a smile appeared on her fair face. Fu Xue, why are you here? Lin Wang's tone was somewhat complicated. As the name came out, everyone present felt as if their heads were bitten by a zombie and their minds became rigid. Young man, Major General. Although these 2 words look similar, they really never thought of connecting them together. The issue of the southern military region has been resolved. Lin Wang asked subconsciously. He quickly realized that he had asked a stupid question and shook his head with a smile. solved, ready to go out and do something. Fu Xue looked at Lin Wang and said, "You've recovered quite well." After a brief greeting, the two walked into the house. Ding Long looked at Fu Xue, who walked into the villa. The skin on his face was taut, and it was visibly apparent that his entire body was tense to the extreme. His eyes were widened to the maximum, making one wonder if they would fall out if he exerted a little more force. She. The questions in his heart almost filled the gap in his throat, but when the words came to his lips, he stammered and couldn't say a word. You have to be well-maintained to look so young. Ding Lu looked at Fu Xue's back and muttered to herself. If it wasn't the wrong time and the wrong person, she would even want to go up and ask the other party for a skincare formula. She noticed something was wrong with her son and gently pulled Ladin Long's hand. But the other person seemed to be nailed to the ground. How could she appear here? How is it possible? Beads of sweat rolled down Ding Long's forehead, but he seemed to be oblivious to them. He had long ago accepted the fact that he was not as good as Fu Xue. But until this moment, the other party appeared in front of him in such a noble manner. He realized how big the gap between them was. Chapter 228. Taking half of the summer with you when you go out? What's wrong? Ding Lu was stunned for a moment, then quickly squatted down and wiped the sweat off his forehead with her sleeve. Suspiciously asked, "Do you know her?" It's not that she looks down on her son. The main reason was that she herself couldn't even have a conversation with the Major General in a formal setting. Ding Long doesn't even have the energy to come into contact with such people on a daily basis. Of course I know her. Ding Long took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, "She is the woman in the training camp." Ding Lu's mind was still unclear when she heard this, but soon her eyes became rounder. Her body trembled violently, and a buzzing sound continued to ring in her mind, as if a car engine was igniting in her brain. Ah! Ding Lu's tone was even a little bit at a loss at this time. But isn't she only 19 years old now? This was beyond her understanding. The reason why the Ding family can dominate Tianhe City is all due to the military achievements earned by Ding Jian. Even though the other party had no intention of supporting them, everyone conceded that he was the Ding family's biggest backer. This is the influence of a major general. And now her own son told her. In front of her was a man who was only 19 years old, but was already taller than the mountain they were relying on. The air was somewhat silent. Ding Lu's eyelashes fluttered a few times, and her eyes flickered as she looked towards the closed door. A trace of confusion appeared on her usually arrogant face. So he really is a young man? This is the tea that Mr. Wu sent. It's much better than the big rock tea I treasure. Lin Wang personally poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Fu Xue. He asked curiously, "You just went to the front line not long ago. Why are you back so suddenly?" Fu Xue said, "Dasha is preparing to cooperate with the Holy Temple, and they specifically asked me to go there. Although you are strong now, there are still gods like the martial saint." Lin Wang frowned fiercely. "With your speed, it's only a matter of time before you break through to become a martial saint. Why do we need to take risks? Haven't the national pillars considered this issue? They just told me about it and said they respected my choice. This? You are going to go out by yourself? Don't be stupid. A genius like you can disrupt the balance of the country. Once you leave Dasha, you will most likely be killed." Lin Wang said in a faster tone. Fu Xue raised her eyebrows slightly. These things that were almost on the surface had been analyzed to her in detail by several national pillars. But what she wanted was to put herself in danger. Otherwise, how could she do anything about the things that were plotting against her? It was too safe to hide in Dasha. Almost 90% of the attacks disappeared before she even saw them. Like a conspirator who wants to eat himself. Apart from a wave of incoherent attacks on the front line, they were suppressed and unable to make any headway elsewhere. To deal with this kind of old silver coin, you have to fish hard. The second is the earth vein flower, which can heal most diseases and injuries. To be honest, if Lin Wang hadn't been injured. Otherwise, even if this thing was placed at her feet, Fu Xue wouldn't even give it a second glance. Several national pillars have also taken this into consideration. Fu Xue shrugged, a little helpless but happy, and said, "Originally I was planning to take the Black Hawk to Africa. But they were dissatisfied with the small number of people on board the Black Hawk and insisted on arranging a warship for me." Lin Wang and his adjutant were both stunned for a moment, and then they heard Fu Xue continue to say, 8 great masters have been arranged, as well as quite a few grandmasters and logistics personnel. It is roughly estimated that there are several thousand people. Oh? The two were silent for a moment, and several question marks popped up in their heads. There are only about 100 8th level sects existing in Dasha. Excluding those who are old and frail, and those who hold fixed positions, there may only be 20 to 30 people left in the end. Are you planning to take half of the summer with you when you go out? The two of them looked at Fu Xue with somewhat demented eyes. Their lips moved a few times, but they couldn't utter a word. This guy is out for a collaboration? People who don't know might think that Dasha has taken a fancy to that piece of land and is preparing to send people over to take it back. Lin Wang held it in for a long time. His face turned red, and he said dryly, "In that case, then I have nothing to say." Tianhe Port. Several towering ferries stand on the ice like small mountains. This is one of the largest seaports in northern Dasha. In addition, it is also a tourist destination. After all, large ships are rare in the mainland. Dad, aren't you cold? Today's temperature is only -9 degrees Celsius. For a level 43 warrior like me, it's no different from using an air conditioner. The middle-aged man in a white sports t-shirt smiled and wrapped his son's face with his strong arms. The warm breath immediately made the little boy's face turn rosy. Wow, that's amazing. The little boy looked up in admiration. Two college students, wrapped up like dumplings in military coats, looked at each other. The cold wind blew and they all shivered, with innocent discomfort showing on their faces. Then he squatted quietly in a corner to avoid the wind. "Liangzi, can you come out and prepare a good strategy next time?" The college student with a chubby face said in a deep voice. Another college student who looked tall and thin even when squatting was not convinced. He stiffened his neck and said, "Why didn't I prepare a strategy?" Along the way, the hotel, the subway, the small restaurant, which one was not arranged clearly for you? How dare you say that? The round-faced college student was immediately furious when he heard this. "Didn't anyone tell you that the port here is closed in winter? You asked me to come and see the big ship. Is that really just to see it?" "Well, that's not necessarily true," the tall and thin student said stubbornly, pointing to the staff who were removing ice below. "They are removing ice now. Maybe we can go out to sea soon?" "I hope so," the round-faced college student said unhappily. The two of them exhaled white breath. "I squatted on the ground and waited quietly for the ice breaking to be completed. From time to time, when my legs became stiff, I would stand up and jump. After a while, the entire sea surface of Tianhe Port was cleaned up. Just as the two were about to find staff to ask, they suddenly froze. Buzz. On the distant horizon, a huge black shadow slowly rises. A huge steel ship broke through the waves. Its movements are neither fast nor slow, but give people a feeling of unstoppable force. The two of them opened their mouths in a daze, not even caring about the cold wind rushing into their mouths and noses. From a distance, they all saw some large-caliber weapon barrels exposed on the deck of the giant ship. What the hell is this? Chapter 227 Poseidon. It doesn't look like the atmosphere is very relaxed. Are you sure we can go out to sea in this situation? The round-faced boy rubbed his red cheeks from the cold, with some confusion in his eyes. No, buddy. You still care about going out to sea? The tall and thin boy excitedly grabbed the other's collar, shook it vigorously, and continued excitedly. This is the Poseidon ship. The Poseidon ship? What the hell? Doesn't the Poseidon ship only go out when a giant sea beast appears? The round-faced boy was stunned for a moment, and his face turned visibly pale. Tianhe City hasn't encountered a sea beast attack in decades. The tall and thin boy started to lose confidence as he spoke. No, I can't be so unlucky. Boom. There was a loud bang as the warship docked. What followed was the sound of surging waves. The huge draft of the warship pushed a lot of seawater ashore. For a moment, all the traffic on the road stopped. Countless people stopped and looked at the giant that blocked out the sky with blank expressions. The huge body gave them the most intuitive feeling. An absolute sense of power. A cold breath came from the armor of the warship, and the air seemed to have become several degrees colder. Some people even shivered uncontrollably. Compared with the real behemoth, the ships docked nearby are just like small hills. It took a long time for someone to come back to their senses. A local from Tianhe City sniffed and said in a halting tone, "Hiss, Tianhe Port, no, it can't park something this big, right? Isn't this thing a warship? I can't imagine what happened here that required sending out such a thing. Fuck, I just bought a house here, stop it." Just when everyone was still a little confused, a black business car drove straight in. However, due to the severe traffic jam on the road, they soon stopped halfway. Although this black business car is not expensive, it does have an inexplicable temperament. He instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the car door being slowly pushed open. Then they saw someone get out of the car. The first thing that caught his eye was this man wearing a neat military uniform and holding a rather large silver weapons box in his hand. Soon someone noticed the two sparkling gold stars on the other person's shoulders, and there were even gold spikes on the sides. Suddenly, there was a sound of breathing on the road, and many people couldn't help but suppress their voices and whispered. But when the other party raised his head, the expressions of everyone present were suddenly startled. Because what came out of the car was an extremely young-looking girl. She looked 17 or 18 years old, even like a high school student. Many people were confused. Their lips moved for a while, and they didn't know what to say. The girl glanced at the people around her with an indifferent expression, and then walked towards the warship in the distance. Her movements seemed neither hurried nor slow, but in fact she ran several points faster than most people. When the other party was about to walk under the warship, the people present finally came to their senses and started talking about it. "What the hell, Major General? You think too much. I was a soldier before, and I was still a private after 2 or 3 years. The crew-haired man paused for a moment, then said firmly, "It must be a young man playing cosplay. There is no way there is such a young Major General. Indeed, renting a commercial vehicle doesn't cost much. Wouldn't it be funny if she walked over like that? One look at her face would tell that she's not the right person. But it's hard to say whether the Major General is that young. Don't forget that Fu Xue has gone to the front line to guard the city. Isn't this more impressive than a Major General?" While everyone was still discussing, the girl had walked to the front of the warship. She stood there alone like an ant in front of a giant. Ka! In the dull gaze of the crowd, the gangway loaded on the side of the warship trembled and then slowly extended to the girl's feet. A troop of soldiers in white navy uniforms hurried down to greet her. Ah! The tall and thin boy who was watching closely was so shocked that his brain suddenly stopped working and his eyes almost popped out of his head. He stood high up and could see everything going on below. In addition, he paid a little attention to the military field. I recognized the big man who led the way off the boat almost at a glance. "Oh my God, what the hell is this?" The tall and thin boy kept swallowing saliva in his throat, and the hair on his body stood up. The round-faced man beside him asked doubtfully, "I don't quite understand, but is her identity of high value?" "It's high, so damn high. It's as high as several floors." The tall and thin boy licked his lips awkwardly and clenched his fists tightly. Captain Clinching of the Poseidon ship came out in person to greet us. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. But he was personally received by the captain of the Poseidon. What good would it be if he didn't approve? The facts are right in front of us. The tall and thin boy was a little confused for a moment. The captain of this warship? The round-faced boy looked at the huge creature that blocked most of his vision. His eyes widened. "That's really amazing." The tall and thin boy looked at his smiling friend with an indescribable look and couldn't help shaking his head. Only when the other party doesn't quite understand this aspect can you still laugh out loud. He now felt that his worldview, which had been consistent for 20 years, had been shattered. Bang! The loud sound of the tide hitting the hull was endless. Fu Xue pursed her lips, her face a little speechless. A normal person might have ignored these small waves, but she couldn't help but magnify them instinctively. "Are you uncomfortable riding a boat for the first time?" Clinching smiled in understanding. "It's still winter now. It will be a pain to be in the Mediterranean, affected by westerly winds and rainy days, as well as the difference in ocean current pressure connecting with the Atlantic Ocean. The waves there are unusually large. It's okay. It just takes a little getting used to," Fu Xue said lightly. Clinching was stunned for a moment, then he quickly reacted. He had forgotten that the girl in front of him was a powerful 8th rank master. Adjusting your body's response is as easy as eating or drinking. When he was stunned, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and Elena walked in wearing high heels with a smile on her face. She waved and greeted Fu Xue enthusiastically. "Hi, do you still recognize me?" Fu Xue lowered her eyebrows and nodded speechlessly. Clinching's gaze froze on the other person's face for a moment. This person sent by the temple was at least quite famous in his generation. After all, when others became an 8th level sect, he was still stuck at the 6th level. Even though they had never met, it was already overwhelming for them. But now the situation had changed. This youngest 8th level warrior has already moved to their Dasha warriors. Clinching's gaze fell on Fu Xue's fair face, and the other party raised her eyes and tilted her head in confusion. He first scratched his cheek in embarrassment, and then couldn't help but sigh in his heart. And no one will break this record in the future. Chapter 228. 99%. The rest is for others to share. Cough. Clinching coughed lightly, and seeing that the atmosphere in the room was a little awkward, he quickly said, "Since you're here, let's get started." "Okay." Elena shrugged and took out a small white ball from the bag she was carrying and placed it on the table. As the sphere rolled a few times, countless rays of light shot out from it, instantly constructing a holographic sand table. Fu Xue's eyes widened slightly. She glanced at Li Chuanxing's expression. From the other person's confused expression, it can be seen that he has never seen this thing before. "This is the plate of Africa and the surrounding marginal areas," Elena said simply, then flicked it gently with her hand. A certain special area was instantly magnified dozens of times. A pattern that looked complicated yet organized appeared in front of the two people. "This is where the ancient ruins are located, and the earth vein flower is in the very center. No one cares about the caves in that part of Africa, so there are powerful beasts guarding almost the entire plate, and there are also some brave warriors who are ready to join in the fun." "Anyone else?" Fu Xue raised her eyebrows. "It's quite a lot. It's abnormally many." Elena's voice suddenly dropped 2 degrees, and her face became gloomier as she said, "It is possible that someone behind the scenes wants to muddy the waters." "A lot." Fu Xue chewed these words in her mouth, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. "Although she didn't think she would be there alone. But I didn't expect that there would be so many people visiting the so-called ancient civilization ruins. However, considering that there might be someone behind the scenes, she was not too surprised." When Elena saw Fu Xue's calm look, her expression froze for a moment. Then she looked at Li Chunsheng and shrugged to indicate that she had said everything she wanted to say. Li Chunsheng walked around the holographic map twice and then pointed to a certain place on the map. "The warships will land here, in the Gibraltar Gorge. Docking here can reduce the chance of encountering deep-sea beasts in the Mediterranean and Atlantic Oceans. We cannot land without permission, so we can only provide you with a safe base close to you." Fu Xue nodded. "On the blue planet, warriors are actually equivalent to large-capacity missiles jumping into your face. With the force that Dasha has deployed now, it can easily overthrow all the regimes in the African plate. It would be strange if anyone could agree. The warship was so close that we were angry but dared not say anything. Dasha cannot go too far and should at least save some face for others. And don't be fooled by Li Chuanlai's official language. In reality, he still has to follow the lead. As long as no one finds out, isn't that the same as not having logged in? Those masters all stayed on the Poseidon to ensure the safety of this stronghold. I'm afraid the pressure this time will be quite great." "Are you sure?" Elena raised her eyebrows and said, "I can ask the temple for help. It's a little more difficult than before," Fu Xue said lightly. Elena showed some disappointment in her eyes when she heard this. "He is indeed a genius, but he seems to be a bit of a bully. Why do you lack confidence when you are out in the outside world?" But then, the words that came out of Fu Xue's mouth suddenly made the expression on her face freeze. 99%, the rest will be shared by others." The air was quiet for a moment. Several question marks popped up above the heads of the two people in the room at the same time. Li Chunxing was stunned. He reached out to pick his ears, suspecting that he had heard it wrong, but he did not doubt the girl sitting opposite him. "That's crazy. Too crazy. What does it mean to say this in front of all the beasts of the African plate and the world's top 8th-ranked sect? There is only one stone in the world, and you dare to monopolize 99% of it. North Africa region. Motown. As a once brilliant city in northwestern Africa, the resources here are extremely rich, and it is one of the few regions with very complete infrastructure. The most important thing is that there are absolutely no black people on the streets. Other countries in this part of Africa can be said to be barefoot, but she is the only one who has shoes on both feet." The top leaders of Emo City were very sensible and turned a blind eye to the warriors who entered their territory at this time. As long as there is no inspection, there is no violation. Inside a pub, the dynamic music can almost shatter one's eardrums, and the hot women on the catwalk are dancing passionately. A man with dreadlocks was sitting on the sofa in the corner, drinking silently. Then a blond man walked over slowly and smiled very friendly. "Are you here to explore as well? Do you want to join us?" The young man with dreadlocks was stunned holding the wine glass. He looked around, then pointed a finger at his chin in disbelief. "Me?" He laughed awkwardly. "Did you find the wrong person? When I mentioned the unusual movements of the beasts here, your ears twitched slightly." The blond man smiled and then said, "The number of warriors who came here is beyond your imagination. If we don't stick together, we may not even get a bowl of soup." The young man with dreadlocks looked a little surprised when he heard this. The man in the windbreaker sitting at another table raised his glass to him. Seeing this, he couldn't pretend anymore and said in a low voice, "Srei, I always like to go alone. Oh, so. The blond man didn't show any disappointment on his face. He just chuckled and said, then I hope you don't encounter a shrike on the road. When the young man with dreadlocks heard the name, his raised legs stopped in midair. His face suddenly turned pale and his throat rolled uncontrollably twice. The shrike is a rather cruel bird. It hangs its prey on thorns and then pecks at it bite by bite. A warrior who can be given such a title is naturally not someone who is easy to get along with. Maybe it would be a good thing to die in front of him. Okay, you convinced me. The young man with dreadlocks grumbled and sat down timidly. Then he called to the waiter, please give my friend 2 glasses of sunset tequila. Then the two of them squeezed onto the table together. They briefly explained their own strength, and then the topic turned to the cause of the riot. I got some gossip from the black market. The young man with dreadlocks took a deep breath, and there was some uncontrollable excitement in his tone. It was the earth vein flower that caused the earth beasts to riot. It is said that just one sip can completely heal the hidden injuries in a warrior's body. Chapter 229 Scepter, yesterday's one chapter. The blond man and the man in the windbreaker twitched their faces twice. Seeing the other party's performance just now, they really thought that the other party was well prepared, but they ended up getting a big dump. The blond man said with a twitching mouth, if you go to Motown and pick up 2 random people, they might all know this news. The young man with dreadlocks had a question mark on his face, and then he said viciously, fuck, that fat guy cheated me out of $20,000. The man in the windbreaker shook his head speechlessly. He now regretted bringing this guy into the team. It was obvious that this newbie had heard the news from somewhere and came here to fish in troubled waters. Bringing this newbie might make things more difficult. But he didn't lie. It was indeed the earth flower that caused the riot of the earth beasts. The man in the windbreaker whispered, and the staff is missing. Hiss. The blond man took a breath when he heard the news, and his brows were instantly twisted into a knot. The young man with dreadlocks opened his mouth in embarrassment. He wanted to ask whether this was a person or a thing, but he felt it would be too stupid to say it out loud, so he could only sit there in silence. In this case, the earth vein flower has nothing to do with us, a group of 7th-level warriors. The blond man saw the doubt in the young man with dreadlocks, and he explained in a bitter tone, the scepter of Jerusalem. The one with the leprosy? This sentence made the two of them confused. The two of them quickly blocked his mouth tightly and shouted, if you want to die, don't drag us down. The 8th-rank sect is powerful enough to monitor not only the entire city, but at least half of the city cannot escape their eyes and ears. The only difference is whether they care or not. The young man with dreadlocks reacted and his eyes widened. The hair on his body stood up in an instant, and he swallowed nervously. The 3 of them sat at the table in silence, and no one dared to speak. The young man with dreadlocks wiped the sweat off his head and hesitated for a long time before he dared to speak. Who is the strongest warrior among the 8th level? That's right. If it weren't for hereditary leprosy, he would probably have already broken through to the 9th level and become a martial saint. The importance of this earth vein flower to him is self-evident. Those 8th-tier masters might still have a chance, but this group of 7th-tier masters combined wouldn't last more than 1 round against the other side. The 8th-rank sect probably wouldn't be interested in the materials of those earth beasts. We can just eat some of their leftovers? A motel somewhere in Motown. The boss here is a middle-aged woman with curly hair. She picked up a yellow spoon and absent-mindedly fed rice paste into her young son's mouth, frowning from time to time and looking at the closed door not far away. Thinking of the guest's dignified appearance, she couldn't help shuddering and muttering, I don't know what that weirdo is doing in there. She originally didn't want to let someone who was wrapped up so tightly live in her house, but she couldn't resist because what he gave her was too much. Even if I buy her small hotel, I think there will be some money left. For the sake of money, she can tolerate it as long as the place is not burned down. She reached out and pinched her son's chubby cheeks. Xiaobao, you'll have milk powder to drink tomorrow. Just then, the sound of wheels rolling on the mud was heard. The curly-haired woman raised her head, and suddenly the spoon in her hand fell to the ground. An extended luxury car stopped in front of her. As the car door opened, 2 muscular young men stepped out. Wow, wow. The baby in my arms suddenly started crying. The murderous aura they exuded scared the child so much that he burst into tears. Then an old white man in a black suit got out of the car. He had a head full of white hair but an unusually rosy complexion, and looked even more childish than her son who was just born not long ago. The white old man glanced at her calmly, then turned back and said to the 2 bodyguards behind him, You stay here, I'll go by myself. The 2 bodyguards nodded solemnly. If that person really wanted to kill someone suddenly, there would be no way to save him at such a close distance. After saying this, the white old man straightened his suit. He picked up the black safe handed to him by the bodyguard and walked straight to where the curly-haired woman thought the weirdo lived. The curly-haired woman was stunned. She wanted to take a sneak peek, but was instantly frightened by the fierce looks of the two bodyguards and shrank back under the counter. The old white man knocked on the door twice gently. A hoarse sound like sandpaper rubbing against glass came from inside the house. "Come in." He pushed the door open and walked in. The room is quite crowded, with the bed, sofa, and cabinets piled together. If you are a little fat, there may not even be a place to step. However, the people inside can create an air of nobility here. The person sitting in the shadow of the sofa was wearing a gray cloak that covered his entire body, leaving only the silver mask on his face exposed. Judging from the slightly rugged cloth that was stuck to his body, his bones and muscles had been deformed to an extremely exaggerated degree. He held a black scepter in his hand, which gave people an inexplicable sense of calmness. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." The white old man showed a rather apologetic smile. "Dear Scepter, I must apologize for this. But you also know my current situation, and it is quite troublesome to come here." He then asked in a quicker tone, "Have you decided to agree? This is really good news." "I'll decide based on the situation," the man in the silver mask said halfway in a hoarse voice, and suddenly started coughing madly. After a while, he slowly recovered and continued, "Ahem. Dasha is a huge monster to me. I will only try it once. Your assurance is enough." The white old man smiled and said, "Please rest assured. We will take good care of the aftermath." Cough, cough, cough. Silver Mask coughed violently. Seeing this, the white old man gently placed the black safe on the table. "Here is the potion you need. It will last for a month." Silver Mask reached out and dragged the safe in front of him. A hand that seemed to be burned by fire grabbed a needle and injected it into his blood vessel. As the drug in the injection disappeared, his condition gradually calmed down. The white old man smiled and said, "Let me congratulate you on obtaining the earth flower." He paused, then continued, "When your body recovers to its peak, I am confident that I can make you the strongest 9th-level martial saint in the world." Chapter 230. No, is it that serious? Motown Port. A beautifully decorated cruise ship docked at the shore. But what is more eye-catching is the giant squid sea monster lying on the deck, with a total length of about 30 meters. Tentacles that account for more than half of its body size hang on both sides of the cabin, and the hull is covered with dents caused by the suction cups. The blue blood spread across the sea surface, causing the big fish below to swing their bodies almost frantically, splashing water everywhere. Hiss! The Motown fisherman who saw this scene gasped. Anyone who has gone fishing at sea knows this squid. It has been causing trouble in the nearby waters for 5 years. Countless ships have been overturned. Even now, most fishermen still feel a little nervous when they see this thing. After all, if they encounter it at sea, it means life and death. Was he killed? A rough-skinned fisherman laughed out loud. "Finally, I don't have to worry about going out fishing every day. Look at them. I don't expect the Motown government to stand up, but they can't just ignore us." As soon as these words were spoken, many people immediately echoed them in agreement. That's right, letting this thing wreak havoc on the sea for so many years. As a result, a passing warrior easily killed him. If it were you, I'd say those useless guys should kneel down before the warriors who attacked them and beg them to stay here. That would be considered a useful thing to do. In fact, Motown was also wronged. It's not that they don't want to. It's just that they simply don't have the ability to do it. It usually only takes a strong warrior to defeat the Earth Beast. Sometimes you don't even need to be very strong. As long as you have enough people, you can repel the beasts. But sea beasts are completely different. To defeat sea beasts, you need advanced warships, and secondly, the warriors must be elite enough. Both are indispensable. There are only a few master-level warriors among them. The remaining 6th-level warriors can't fly out of thin air, so if the boat capsizes, they will basically melt into the sea. On the cruise ship, "Thank you both for your help, otherwise we would have suffered heavy losses." The greasy businessman in a fat suit respectfully handed over 2 black cards. "This is the black card of New Century Cruises. You 2 adults can take all the cruises of our company for free." In front of him stood 2 brown-skinned warriors, one tall and one thin. Judging from his facial features, he seems to be from the White Elephant Country. They were just standing there, but the aura they exuded was enough to make the surrounding ship's security feel breathless. The tall warrior raised his eyebrows ostentatiously, took the black card, looked at it carefully and said, "As the White Elephant King's guards, we basically won't leave the White Elephant Kingdom. It makes absolutely no sense to us." The fat businessman was stunned when he heard this, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a slightly trembling hand. Although the White Elephant King is not as good as several hegemonic countries on the Blue Star, but as the economic heart of Asia, it is also an absolute giant. Then what do you mean? The tall warrior took a look at the environment of the cruise ship and then slowly said, "How about giving this cruise ship to our king?" The corners of the fat businessman's mouth twitched and his heart was bleeding. The cost of building this entire luxury cruise ship is hundreds of millions of dollars. Although the two of them did save a lot of losses, this huge demand almost gave him a myocardial infarction. But he didn't dare to refuse rashly. After all, if someone offends someone of this status, the company will definitely not protect him, but will cut off ties with him as quickly as possible. "Please give me some time so that I can contact the headquarters to discuss it," said the fat businessman with a forced laugh. "Of course, no problem." The tall warrior shrugged and threw the black card on the ground. "But when I come back, I want to hear the exact news." "Yes, yes." As the fat businessman waved his hand, the sound of a machine turning was heard. Click. The gangway of the luxury cruise ship slowly descended. The two White Elephant Nation warriors looked over at the same time, and a smile appeared on the face of the tall and thin warrior. He smiled and said to the people around him in the language of the White Elephant country, "Captain, it's time for us to enjoy the praise of these natives." Two warriors with powerful auras appeared on the gangway without any disguise. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Before they had time to marvel at the strength of the two men, the sound of a car engine turning suddenly came from behind them. Two black luxury business cars appeared in front of everyone. The Motown people present frowned, and their expressions were a little dull. They recognized it almost instantly as the car of the Lord of Emo City. "Is this true? This old guy is here so soon?" A dark-skinned young man muttered to himself, "Why is the efficiency suddenly so fast?" Sure, the city lord can hear it in the car. But the city lord's speed was really fast this time. As long as we are sincere enough, maybe the two warriors can really stay here. Are you dreaming? Such a warrior must have a backer we can't afford to offend. Suddenly, someone ruthlessly shattered his fantasy. Well, that can always establish a good premise. The two warriors who had just walked out of the gangway were also slightly stunned. They really didn't think that the mayor of Emo City would come out to meet them in person. But if you think about it carefully, as the personal guard of the White Elephant King, it is not strange to be treated with courtesy by the city lord. The two of them straightened their bodies slightly, with a hint of satisfaction in their eyes. Then, in full view of the public, the black business car slowly drove past the two of them, leaving them where they were, and drove off to a farther place. The air was somewhat silent for a moment. Everyone could even hear the sound of crows cawing through their heads. "What is he doing? Is he deliberately playing tricks on us?" the tall warrior said angrily. His brows were tightly furrowed, his muscles pushed up his loose shirt, and he was already in combat mode. "I wanted to just jump down and overturn the car." The skinny warrior narrowed his eyes slightly, following the vehicle with his gaze. He curled his lips and was about to say something. Bang! A wave suddenly hit the calm sea surface, making a loud noise. The thin warrior was stunned for a moment. His eyes quickly swept across the sea in the distance, and his pupils suddenly shrank. I saw a warship of exaggerated tonnage suddenly rising from the sea. The separated waves created huge waves on both sides, rapidly approaching the port. Wrong. He felt his throat suddenly become dry, and asked hoarsely, "What's that coming over there?" The tall warrior followed the line of sight, and his eyes instantly widened. Poseidon, Dasha's warship. How did this thing suddenly get here? Could it be for the earth vein flower? Thinking of this, the expression on his face almost got out of control. No. Is it really that important for such a small thing? Chapter 231. To them, I am the surprise. Fuck you. I really can't count on the city lord. Someone's mouth twitched, and he complained unhappily, "I really don't know how such an incompetent city lord could gain the king's favor." Before he finished speaking, the noise around him suddenly became quiet. The person who was speaking was stunned for a moment, still wondering why no one joined him in scolding the city lord at this time. A huge shadow suddenly enveloped him completely. When he raised his head, his eyes suddenly widened. The steel behemoth, dozens of meters tall, made a huge roar. The overwhelming feeling of oppression made his breath choke and his thighs were trembling slightly. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the warship slowly approached the shore. Boom! The sound of the anchor hitting the water made everyone's ears tremble. What is this? Someone asked in a trembling voice. The person who came here doesn't look very friendly. Can any one of us deal with this thing? Have no idea. I suddenly remembered that I haven't collected my clothes at home yet, so I'll go back first. As the saying goes, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. The city lord who had just been criticized by everyone has now become a savior in their eyes. Countless eyes were fixed on the man in a suit who walked out of the car. He adjusted his sleeves with a calm expression, then stood safely under the warship. This gesture made the Motown people present breathe a sigh of relief, and the tense atmosphere seemed to suddenly begin to flow. This doesn't seem to be a provocation. Motown is such a small place. How can this thing be used to destroy it? The fashionably dressed mixed-race girl patted her chest and let out a breath. Then she continued hesitantly, "This seems to be Dasha's Poseidon ship?" Everyone who heard this was stunned for a moment, and clear swallowing sounds were heard one after another. The Poseidon ship is a legendary existence for those who live in coastal cities. This warship is one of the few in the world that has the ability to kill 8th-level sea beasts. Just one record is enough to firmly secure a place in the world's fleet. Everyone's eyes glanced at the giant squid monster on the luxury cruise ship. If this 6th-order sea beast fell in front of the Poseidon ship, it would probably be torn into pieces in less than a second. Normally, this kind of killer weapon should only be guarding the coast of Dasha. Why did it suddenly come to Emo City? Opportunity. A small young man clenched his fists excitedly and said with wide eyes, "Lord City Lord, seize the opportunity." Except for a few young people who agreed, everyone else shook their heads helplessly. Those two warriors might be won over by offering some favorable conditions. And giants like Dasha on the blue planet, even if you offer someone a sky-high price to take you in as their younger brother, they may not agree. Click. Ahmed Latif, the mayor of Motown, opened the car door and walked out. Looking at the driver who had stretched out his hand halfway, he frowned and ordered, "Let the reception car drive forward a little. Don't stop behind me." The driver was stunned for a moment, but moved quickly under the other party's stern gaze. Wait for the vehicle to stop at the designated location. He wiped the sweat from his forehead nervously and stood with the other receptionists. Latif hastily straightened his collar, took a deep breath, and looked at the giant ship that was gradually slowing down. The Poseidon is a national treasure no matter which country it is in. With such a warship escorting him, he didn't even dare to guess who was sitting inside. It's impossible that the national pillar of Dasha has also come to Motown, right? A few minutes later, a salty and cool breeze mixed with the smell of steel blew in my face. Caw. The Poseidon slowly extended its gangway. The person who appeared in front of him immediately afterwards made his pupils shrink suddenly to the size of needle points. A young girl in black casual clothes walked in front. Two adults, whose faces were even different from each other in race, surrounded her in front. Elena? Latif chewed on the name in his heart. The blonde woman was obviously an internationally renowned 8th-rank grandmaster from the United States. The other Asian man, who looked to be around 30 years old, was also quite powerful. Judging from his military rank, he should be a powerful figure on the Poseidon. He wouldn't be surprised if the two of them appeared anywhere separately. But at this moment, this situation made his head smoke. These two people are completely incompatible in terms of identity and status, and there is even a natural opposition. How can Americans be on Dasha's warship? How could this happen? While he was confused, the three people had already walked in front of him. Latif immediately put away his messy thoughts. He showed a sincere smile on his face and said enthusiastically, "I am the mayor of Motown, Ahmed Latif. On behalf of Motown, I welcome three distinguished guests here." When Fu Xue heard this, there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. She had prepared to kill everyone here, but it seemed that she still had to go through some procedures after coming down. She didn't know what to say at all. "I didn't expect to alarm you. We just came here to take a look at the Earth Beast riot," Clinching said in a soft tone. Latif's eye twitched. If he looked back a little, he would be able to see a steel behemoth as big as a mountain. "Can you drive this thing over on the way?" Haha. Latif laughed dryly and didn't know what to say for a moment. Fortunately, someone broke the awkwardness at this time. "Arrange a room for me. I'm stiff after sitting on the boat for several days," Fu Xue said calmly, and then said to the two people behind her, "Take a short rest. I will be able to set off tomorrow." Set off? Latif's brows arched in doubt, and his heart was shaken violently. "Are you also planning to go to the area where the beasts are riding?" He glanced at the two people following the girl. Seeing that they all had expected expressions, my mind was immediately confused. Even though there was a slight difference in race, he could tell that the girl was not very old. Well, there are many 8th level earth beasts gathered in the riot area now, Latif said in a somewhat euphemistic tone. Accidents always happen on the earth beast battlefield. If Fu Xue died outside, he wouldn't even look at her. But if he died in Motown, he might be blamed for his death. Who can handle this? You don't have to worry about that. Fu Xue glanced at him, tilted her head and said, to them, I am the surprise. Chapter 232 Fu Xue. I am very obedient. Motown defends the base. Fu Xue stood in front of the gate made of black steel. She reached out and touched her Fong Tian Huaji. The originally delicate and smooth material now had rough pores on it, and it even felt a bit cutting. The telekinetic flying knife at the back has completely become a decorative tail wing. Is there any material that is more resistant to darkness? Fu Xue pondered for a moment and quickly discarded the idea. She was too lazy to feed it with blood anymore. The weapon might become completely dark the next day after it was raised. Tisk. Fu Xue couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Damn it, the entry I picked actually blocked my way to becoming stronger. It's going to make her feel sick. Never mind. Fu Xue raised her eyebrows slightly, and the tail of the Fong Tian Huaji shrank with a click. Although it's about to break, it won't stop me from killing my way through here. She admired it for 2 seconds and looked quite satisfied. Although this thing is almost out of the category of weapon and becoming a collectible similar to a figure, but it still looks quite exquisite. At this time, suddenly, a somewhat awkward shout came from behind her. Miss, wait a moment. The Asian man ran up to Fu Xue breathlessly. He put on a smile and looked around. Those two adults. He suddenly stopped talking halfway and swallowed hard. Just because it's not happening in the open doesn't mean it's not following in secret. Ultimately, this is still giving Motown face. Otherwise, if a top warrior from an 8th rank sect could walk openly on the street, no one would dare to say anything. What's up? Fu Xue asked expressionlessly. In fact, the person standing behind her was far beyond the other party's imagination. Including Li Chunlai and Elena, a total of 10 8th level masters were hiding in the dark and watching here silently. Of course, it was impossible for an 8th level sect leader to follow her so conspicuously. But if they hide their bodies a little, warriors below the 8th level will basically not notice them at all. Even more tragic, there is no 8th level sect here. Not to mention Motown, the whole of Africa is like taking off all its pants and being naked in front of Dasha. If there is no international intervention, it only takes one newly promoted clan leader to flatten and round all the beasts on the African plate, except for the high-level beasts. Please accept this. The Asian man wiped the sweat from his forehead and handed over a watch with both hands. Fu Xue tilted her head slightly. There are no hands inside the watch. Instead, there is a blue liquid like mercury separated by transparent glass. The dial is not engraved with numbers, but with a compass-like scale. This is a warrior watch issued to registered warriors in Motown. The resonant liquid inside will generate vibrations to the carrier within a 30-mile radius. If you run into any trouble, just go in the direction of the wave, and you will encounter Motown warriors. The Asian man explained in a low voice. It looks pretty. Fu Xue praised. With a certain maritime custom appearance, one can tell at first glance that it is an exquisite handicraft produced by a seaside city. As for practicality, Fu Xue can only be said to be better than nothing. Under normal circumstances, it is basically a function that is not used. Bang! A sound like a coconut shell cracking was heard. Fu Xue shook off the blood in her hand and looked at the beast on the ground with some regret. What a waste! It would be better if no one followed. If there was no one around, she would just suck the beast in with a gust of wind, and not even a bone would be left. But you should be a little more restrained when you are with your own people. It was too bloody and weird. Fu Xue was afraid that the elders of Dasha would think that they were born in the wrong way. Now she has to maintain the image of being well-behaved and sensible even when she is hungry. Well, before leaving, Fu Xue glanced at the minced meat on the ground and sighed deeply. What a pity! Several great clans hiding in the dark looked at the pool of blood at Fu Xue's feet and the pile of earth beast corpses behind her. They have seen even bloodier scenes before. But who understands? The girl who was so excited to be on board the ship a few days ago and was visiting the whole ship was now shocked by the explosion and killing of the earth beast. The old men were completely stunned. She looks like a cute girl, but what's wrong with this method? The expressions on the faces of several bigwigs were slightly embarrassed. It cannot be said that the means were cruel. It can only be said that the attack was not very friendly. They have followed all the way until now, and have not even seen a complete corpse of the earth beast. When we meet, we get a slap in the face. When we are far apart, we get 2 slaps in the face. The strength is stronger than I thought, but this is... The middle-aged man said vaguely. I think it's a good idea. It's better to be ruthless so as to protect yourself. Several people were discussing with each other with a relaxed look on their faces, but soon their expressions turned serious. A hellish scene appeared before everyone's eyes. All I saw were complete animal skins hanging on the trees, bulging with lush branches and leaves, and blood dripping slowly along the branches. The carefully placed things seemed to be the fruits of the tree. In a corner not far away, there were a few bloody beast cubs. All the fur on their bodies was stripped off. But at this moment, there are still a few of them still struggling to survive, making chirping sounds from their mouths. The brows of the 8th level masters present were immediately tightly knitted. They can accept bloody scenes. After all, the battlefield is ruthless, and no matter what means are used, it doesn't matter as long as one can save his life. But this method of killing is different. This is really a bit. This method. An 8th rank master who looked a little younger pondered for a moment. It should be the infamous Shrike. The other's eyes suddenly tightened when they heard this. This person is considered a freak among the 7th level masters. He committed several massacres, but was eventually released due to insufficient evidence. Everyone knows the actual reason. The talent pool of the Federation has shrunk to a certain extent. In order to keep up with other countries, they finally decided to keep this antisocial warrior and even let him become a master. However, as their strength grew, the other party still did not restrain themselves and their behavior became more and more intense. Sometimes even the federal country that protects him can hardly stand this kind of cruelty. We can only bring him to court and make a statement. A helpless act of, we know what you did. Please be more restrained in the future. The scum among warriors. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly. The existence of such people is simply polluting the air. I'm going to kill him. Just when his body moved slightly, an old man with white hair and beard held his wrist, shook his head gently and said, his strength is not enough to cause any trouble, so let the little girl handle this matter herself. We must let her see the vicious people among the warriors. Chapter 233 Shrike. Fu Xue's expression frowned slightly. Then her white palm twisted in the air. The skulls of those baby earth beasts made a crisp, crackling sound, and the miserable whimpering sounds in the air suddenly disappeared. Fu Xue thought that nothing could shock her, but she had never seen such a scene. I don't understand, but I'm shocked. What kind of deep hatred must this be? Could it be that everyone in the family was eaten by the earth beast? She muttered a few words in a low voice. Fu Xue shook her head gently, and then the noise coming from her ears made her turn around immediately. No, there is so much blood along the way. Why don't we see any dead beasts? The young man with dreadlocks muttered in a strange tone. It doesn't make sense. Who cares about these scraps when they can kill beasts at will? Looking at the traces on the ground, it seems to have been smashed. Maybe a top-level master passed by here. During riots, there is always a shortage of warriors willing to die, the blond man said calmly. We must be patient if we want to win in the end. Right at this moment, the young man with dreadlocks who had just pushed aside the bushes stopped where he was. In the eyes of the 2 people behind him, even the blood color around the other person's ears disappeared. Gudong. A dull sound of swallowing saliva came from the throat of the young man with dreadlocks. The other 2 people's bodies tensed up instantly, and they slowly looked towards the distance, their hair standing on end. I saw a young girl standing quietly under an animal bark tree. A layer of deep red murderous aura lingered around his body, and his clear pupils were fixed firmly on the figures of the 3 people. A huge sense of fear, as if being stared at by a prehistoric beast, came over them, and their legs and feet went weak for a moment. Shrike? The young man with dreadlocks said with a tingling scalp. The hair of the other 2 people also stood up instantly, but after 2 seconds they let out a breath. The man in the windbreaker raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, Don't be so surprised, okay? Don't you even know that Shrike is a man? The blond man didn't say anything, but his face was already turning a little blue. The young man with dreadlocks was silent for 2 seconds, and then explained awkwardly, I saw that she was full of murderous intent, and she was standing under this thing. I couldn't wrap my mind around it for a while. Fuck. I think you have no brains. Fu Xue looked at the 2 men who were about to fight, and a trace of speechlessness appeared on her face. How brave must one be to cause internal strife here? My two friends are not getting along. The blond man smiled at her sheepishly, and then his eyes fell on Fu Xue's wrist. Resonance watch? Are you a local warrior from Emo City? Although he asked a question, the expression on his face was quite certain. Without waiting for Fu Xue to reply, he continued, I suggest you don't go any further. The tragedy here was most likely caused by the Shrike. When he gets angry, he will really kill people. At the end of his speech, the smile on his face faded and his tone became very serious. Thank you for your warning. I will be careful. Fu Xue nodded lightly to express her gratitude, but she had no intention of changing the route, and her steps were still heading in the same direction. It only takes 2 days to walk straight from here to the ruins of the ancient civilization. Changing the route is just a little later. But Fu Xue felt that this was unnecessary. If she really met this so-called Shrike, wouldn't it be better if she just crushed him to death? The man in the windbreaker hugged his shoulders and snorted. He glanced at the young man with dreadlocks next to him with some disdain. Another brainless one. I really should tie you two together and throw you into the riot zone, so you can survive for a day? He suddenly froze in the middle of his words. A cold gaze almost instantly penetrated his body, and he couldn't help but shiver violently. The man in the windbreaker raised his head and looked over. The girl just now had stopped and was standing on the pool of blood, looking at herself quietly. The air seemed to be suddenly sucked out. That extremely panic-stricken feeling of oppression once again appeared in the hearts of the three people. The three of them breathed a little quickly, and there was deep shock in their eyes when they looked at Fu Xue. They just thought that the momentum was an illusion caused by the scene. But at this moment, I realized that the seemingly young girl opposite me, it seems that I am much stronger than them. But Fu Xue tilted her head and said, I don't think you are very smart either. Pa. The sweat on the windbreaker man's forehead was like oil stains, falling to the ground in large drops, splashing light dust around. Buzz. The resonance watch on Fu Xue's wrist suddenly vibrated, and the sky-blue water droplets inside kept hitting the wall. She raised her brows slightly. A gust of wind carrying a strong smell of blood brushed everyone's noses, causing Fu Xue to rub her itchy little nose. It's so lively here. A man in a flamboyant red battle suit landed on the trunk of a giant tree, licked the corner of his lips with his scarlet tongue, and said. The man's face looked somewhat childish, but the knife scars on his cheeks made him look extremely ferocious. Plus the bloody smell that always lingers on his sleeves. Just one look at it made several people shudder. The thorn-whirling sword. Is it a Shrike? As the blond man's words fell softly, the two people standing beside him felt a buzzing sound in their heads, and even their hair exploded. Their bodies subconsciously stepped back step by step. I can't be so unlucky. Damn it. Why did he suddenly come back? He shouldn't have stayed here for so long, said the man in the windbreaker with a grim face. Fu Xue's eyes flickered innocently. Then her eyes slowly fell on the ring-shaped objects bulging on the other person's arms. If I'm not mistaken, there should be no less than 10 resonance watches inside. Of course, it is impossible that such an outrageous number were all donated by Motown. It is likely that it is the spoils obtained by the other party from hunting down marching warriors. Crunch. Shrike drew out the thorn-covered long sword from his back, and the thorns on the guard pierced into his palm fiercely, even making a sound of friction on the bones. The blood spread along the sword guard, gradually dyeing the sword edge red. His face suddenly turned red, as if this pain was a great enjoyment for him. The Shrike's light brown eyes swept across the crowd, and he whispered in a groaning tone. Where do we start next? Chapter 234. You deserve the most painful death. Also asking for leave too. Fuck. What should we do if he jumps on our faces? The young man with dreadlocks looked at the blonde man for help. Although he was a bit innocent, but it is still clear who is the backbone of the team. It's very simple. The blonde man took a deep breath, and his expression suddenly calmed down. Solve it yourself. It will be less painful this way. When they heard this, their expressions immediately fell apart. They practiced martial arts for decades, not just to have time to commit suicide in front of other martial artists one day. The young man with dreadlocks still held on to his fantasy, but the man in the windbreaker had already sighed dejectedly and sat on the ground with a look of despair on his face. Facing an 8th rank master at such a close distance, it can be said that their chance of survival is close to zero. As for the remaining pitiful chance of survival, I can only pray that my previous worship was not in vain and that God will show his mercy. Great expressions. The Shrike admired the desperate struggles of the few people, A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and his inverted triangle eyes narrowed viciously. It's really funny. The girl's voice rang clear in everyone's ears. Several people looked over at the same time, and were shocked to see that the other party had no fear at all. The smile on the Shrike's face froze, and his cold gaze instantly moved to the girl who had been almost ignored just now. Well, it looks like you want to cut in line. As he spoke, he took a step forward. In an instant, the blood on the field began to ripple, red blood rose up, and then rushed straight into his body. A huge red vortex appeared in everyone's eyes. The rising blood mist formed a funnel shape and continued to gather in the palm of the Shrike. At the same time, his limbs became visibly thinner, layers of red bloodshot appeared in his eyes, and the veins under his eyelids were clearly visible. The aura refined by the Great Master is not something that ordinary people can enjoy. As a reward, he grinned, revealing his white teeth. I won't let you die until I've had enough fun. The air seemed to suddenly become sticky. The three people present looked at the Shrike's insane state, and terrified buds began to grow in their hearts. The 8th rank sect in front of him fully demonstrated his strength, with an overwhelming momentum. Powerful, eerie, and terrifying. At this moment, they felt a pair of skinny hands tightly grasping their hearts. I felt like my heart was going to explode in the next second. I can't stand it anymore. The man in the windbreaker was breathing heavily. He clenched his teeth tightly, and then his aura suddenly shook. The strong heart veins below his chest broke instantly, and he lost support and collapsed to the ground. Goo! The young man with dreadlocks kept swallowing his saliva. He grabbed his chest with trembling fingers, but he couldn't muster any strength no matter how many times he tried. That's it. Fu Xue watched the appearance and end of the opponent's blood vortex the whole time, and the expression on her face was a bit hard to describe. It's too much thunder but little rain. At first she thought it was an effect similar to the furnace of heaven and earth that evaporated chi and blood. I didn't expect that it was just the ability to refine essence and blood similar to some kind of initiation technique. In order to torture others, they can even extract their essence and blood. Are you out of your mind? Although I am not afraid of your little tricks, but if you provoke me. Fu Xue pointed her white palm at the person in front of her expressionlessly, then clenched her fist. You deserve to die in the most painful way. Furnace of heaven and earth. Boom! The moment the words fell, the heat wave spread violently in the air like a volcanic eruption. The entire space seemed to be stuffed into a hot furnace, and the heat distorted everything around it. Waves of steaming air instantly crushed everything around. The trees turned into silky fibers and floated away. The stones were shattered into powder, and even the dust was melted into one piece. The Shrike, who was in the final state, didn't even react at this moment. When he looked down in confusion, all he saw was his skin dripping like a candle. A flash of horror crossed his face, but it only lasted for less than a second before quickly collapsing. And behind, the blonde man and the young man with dreadlocks were completely stunned. The two men's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and they were so shocked by the scene before them that they were almost speechless. The burning blood licked their skin, but could not dispel the bone-chilling coldness in their bodies. A dignified 8th rank sect was actually transformed into an inconspicuous puddle in front of their eyes. 8th level sect. He is a warrior standing at the top of the world, although the two seem to have escaped from the vortex of life and death crisis. But his expression became even more dazed, and he could hardly tell whether it was reality or a dream. Fu Xue patted her wrinkled clothes lightly and snorted in confusion. What's up with the man in the windbreaker lying on the ground? Could it be that when I took action just now, I subconsciously killed him as well? Fu Xue quickly rejected this idea. If she attacks this guy, there will be no intact body left. But to her it didn't matter whether this person was dead or alive, and Fu Xue was too lazy to delve into the reasons. In the end, she just glanced at it indifferently, then turned around and walked towards the route she had expected. The remaining two people stared blankly at Fu Xue's departing back, and they were still unable to recover until the other party completely disappeared from their sight. The wind blew gently through the venue. A burnt smell blew past their noses, and they both shivered violently. Is what just happened true? The young man with dreadlocks asked in a daze, Why do I feel like I'm having a nightmare? The blonde man glanced at the man in the windbreaker with regret. Then he let out a long sigh, and the fear of surviving a disaster came to his mind. It's all true. The girl just now, is she still human? The young man with dreadlocks asked from the bottom of his heart. The blonde man was speechless for a moment when he heard this question. The two looked at each other, neither daring to give a definite answer. Motown. In a duplex villa overlooking the sea and the river. Latif shook the wine glass in his hand, and the red wine hit the wall of the glass, making a clattering sound. The huge vessel docked at the port was now reflected on the floor-to-ceiling window of the villa, almost completely blocking his view. He took a sip of red wine and the expression on his face suddenly froze. The two big guys I dealt with yesterday were a bit hasty. He hurriedly arranged many things without thinking them through. But now that Latif had some free time to review it, he was stunned. Why do I feel? He hissed, a little incredulous. Why do I feel like the girl is the leader among the three? Thinking of this, Latif's heart skipped a beat. If you think along this line of thought, it seemed like there was suddenly some reason for these two arguably opposing bosses to work together. Secretary, he shouted to the door, then quickly put on his suit. Prepare a car for me to defend the base. Chapter 235. There is indeed one person who meets the requirements. You've already left? Latif, who came in a hurry, sighed slightly. Yes, but you don't have to feel too sorry. The Asian man standing in front of him smiled and continued. The two big bosses who followed her have already hidden themselves. They definitely don't want to show up now. She is the one I'm looking for. Latif said expressionlessly. The Asian man's expression froze when he heard this, and he asked in confusion, is there something wrong with her? Although the genius who was escorted here by two great masters to train is indeed worth making friends with. But a genius is just a genius now. Their city lord is also ranked among the top among the masters. What's more, he is the lord of Mo City, and the 8th level sects coming here will also give him some face. Latif was too lazy to explain to his men. He waved his hand and said, arrange a place for me to stay near her as soon as possible, and keep me informed whenever she returns to the base. Yes. The Asian man walked forward and opened the car door for the city lord. Latif straightened his sleeves and was about to sit down when his eyes caught sight of the two warriors who walked in from the door. His brows suddenly frowned. One of them was carrying a corpse on his back. The corpse was dressed quite neatly, with very few blood stains and dust. All these signs proved that they had not encountered any beasts that could threaten their lives. When he looked at the man behind them, his eyes became a little suspicious. Latif raised his head and said, go and bring them over for questioning. They look suspicious. The Asian man followed his gaze, and his expression suddenly became clear. The mercenaries who come to Africa are all here for profit. This kind of team, which has no friendship at all, will always be backstabbed due to uneven distribution of spoils. In order to retain these mercenaries, Motown is quite strict in this regard. After all, the continuous influx of these people is one of the most important factors in maintaining stability on their border. The Asian man exuded the aura unique to a 6th-level warrior, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Don't move. He took out the golden lion badge representing the defense base from his chest and walked towards the two men aggressively. Otherwise, I have the right to call the marching guards to kill you. Alas, this kind of thing always happens every month. But judging from their expressions, they seem to be very regretful. Maybe they made a mistake. Someone sighed as he looked at the pale expressions of the two men. It is inevitable that unexpected treasures will always make people excited. When the Asian man walked around the two of them, his body suddenly stopped. The invisible magnetic field flowing through the opponent's body surface subtly repelled him. Grandmaster? For a moment, his pupils were shaking. The Asian man swallowed hard and looked back at the mayor of Maching with a bitter expression. Under the other party's expressionless gaze, he finally gritted his teeth and pulled the two of them in front of Latif. After walking just a dozen steps, he was already sweating profusely. The Asian man was soaked in sweat. His lips turned bluish-white, and he was in a state of mild dehydration. Fortunately, the two masters looked dazed and did not do anything out of the ordinary, allowing him to complete these steps alive. The people nearby opened their mouths slightly when they saw this scene, and someone immediately asked in a low voice, Captain Shun is at least a level 68 warrior. How could he be so scared? A warrior with narrow eyes tightened his throat, and then his eyes suddenly became hot. Could it be that there is a master warrior among them? What level of treasure must it be to be able to arouse the greed of a grand master? However, as Latif's cold gaze swept over them, the excitement of the crowd was instantly poured with a bucket of cold water, and the evil thoughts were directly extinguished. What did you do? Latif stared at the expressions on the two men's faces and asked, did you kill him? The blond man's dilated pupils slowly gathered together, and he barely came back to his senses under the pressure of this grandmaster-level aura. He looked around, and after seeing the face of the person in front of him clearly, he let out a breath. Finally back. The blond man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead weakly. His lips trembled as he said, "We just encountered a shrike in the forest." The surrounding environment became quiet. The pupils of everyone present suddenly shrank, and the sound of hissing became one. "What happened? Why do you look like the sky has fallen?" A white man who was not in the right state asked the people around him in confusion. "The Shrike of the Federation. Haven't you heard of this name?" Seeing him shaking his head, someone took a deep breath and explained. "You can think of him as an antisocial, rank 8 master. 8th level sect." When these 4 words came out, everyone present couldn't help but tremble slightly. This level of warriors entering Africa? It's like a man-eating shark scurrying into the shallow water of a beach for sightseeing. It's a complete buffet. Although Latif was shocked, he did not believe the blond man's words as easily as others. He said in a deep voice, "How could the 2 of you escape from Daezong's hands?" He glanced at the intact body of the man in the windbreaker and continued calmly, "And I don't know when he will be merciful enough to leave the victim with an intact body. The fact is that you 2 are lying." Latif's eyes narrowed fiercely. Fortunately, he happened to come here today. If these 2 people really spread this rumor, all the mercenaries in Motown would run away within 2 days. The young man with dreadlocks looked up in amazement. If he hadn't experienced it personally, the logic in the other person's words would obviously be more reasonable. "We are lucky to have come back alive," the blond man laughed bitterly. "If it weren't for the warriors from Moching, we might not have been able to come back at all." A question mark appeared on Latif's forehead. What the other party said was so outrageous that I didn't know where to refute it. As the mayor of Emo City, he only possesses the strength of the 7th level. Where does he come from to kill a warrior of the 8th level? First, register the crime, then send them back to their country and leave it to their government to judge. Latif rubbed his aching brow and waved his hand. Dealing with a 7th level grandmaster was not within his job scope. Behind the other party is not only powerful strength, but also huge financial resources invested by a country to cultivate them. Really? Why don't you believe it? Hearing this, the young man with dreadlocks became anxious. She completely evaporated the Shrike in just a few seconds. You should have the impression that she was a young-looking Asian girl? The blond man hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Her weapon is a relatively unpopular halberd, and she is wearing a Motown Resonance wristband on her wrist. There are not many Asians coming to Africa, and coupled with the restriction of girls and the unpopular weapons, the Asian man standing next to him felt a sudden shock in his heart, and someone who met this condition suddenly appeared in his mind. I can tell you with certainty that those who meet the conditions you mentioned." Latif was interrupted by the sound of the Asian man next to him inhaling. He immediately frowned and looked over. "City Lord." The Asian man kept swallowing his saliva, his lips moving up and down for a long time before he squeezed out a few words from his throat. "There is indeed one person who meets this condition." Chapter 236. Do you have something to ask me? I went to see off the warriors escorted by Dasha this morning. The Asian man took a deep breath and got goosebumps all over his body. At that time, I gave her a resonance watch so that she could join the surrounding Motown warriors. Latif's head started buzzing when he heard this. At this moment, it seemed as if countless bombers were circling in his mind and dropping bombs, thoroughly plowing his cerebral cortex. Impossible, an 8th level sect. That's an 8th level sect. Latif waved his hands somewhat rudely, but soon calmed down, and his pupils could not help but tremble continuously. On the way here, he had been thinking about what ability this girl had to make the 2 opposing 8th level masters cooperate, but he never expected that the news he would get in the end would be such shocking. That's right, thriller. Latif didn't know how old the other person was, but he was probably no more than 50 years old. In a few seconds, it can melt an 8th level Shrike? This is an even more terrifying record, which means that the opponent has no problem walking sideways in the realm of the sect. I'm a step too late. He inserted his fingers into his hair in annoyance, staring at the forest in the distance, and muttered to himself, she should come back, right? You spent 2 million military merits and obtained the skill Overlord a Ganting LV9. You spent 1.297 billion blue star coins to obtain the skill Dehydration Resistance level 8. You spent 521 million and obtained the skill Iron Shell LV8. You spent 31 million blue star coins to obtain Toxin Resistance level 8. What do you think? Fu Xue closed her eyes slightly. The tiny hairs on her body slowly stood up like the antennae on an ant's head, and all the movements within thousands of kilometers around her were taken in by her perception. She could even hear the earthworms wriggling beneath the ground and the friction of ants' feet on the soil. Fu Xue opened her eyes with a look of surprise. Perception had always been her weakness. She always felt that laying down her mental power was troublesome. He always runs over and punches without caring about anything. Now, this overlord skill made up for it all at once, and it was even better than mental power. It was difficult for mental power to penetrate into the soil, but her sense of hearing allowed her to penetrate about 100 meters into the soil. It is useful for exploring mining sites and dormant beasts. Open the panel. Fu Xue said silently in her heart. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, demigod. Chosen. Life level, 83.1. Strength, 131,279.97 kilograms. Speed, 105.99 meters per second. Mental strength, 1004.2. Combat power, 200,149,032.19. Items, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. Big bully, red. Danger sense, red. Too big to fail, red. Conjugate pain, red. Big sin a gluttony, red. Big sin a jealousy, red. Captive of food, red. System backpack, no. Blessing, click to expand details. Task, conspirator, click to expand details. Assyrian crown, click to expand details. Unfortunately, the level of life is improving too slowly. Fu Xue glanced at the panel for a few times and sighed deeply. If no one was following her, her life level could at least be raised by 2 more levels. Fortunately, the spiritual power and entries she gained could barely sustain her life. Otherwise, she really would not be able to pretend any longer. Ka. Fu Xue opened her eyes expressionlessly. She casually tore off the giant claw in her hand, and white body fluid splashed out, like extremely concentrated sulfuric acid burning the soil to a scorch. The giant scorpion with black armor under her feet let out a roar. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the shell that came into contact with the sole of her shoe, spreading like a spider web all over the giant scorpion's body. Crack! A loud explosion like thunder was heard. This huge, overlord-class scorpion beast turned into pieces of black debris that spread on the ground, and the entire earth let out a cry of pain. To be honest, several of the big clans had already become numb to Fu Xue's strength, but when they saw the scene before them, their eyes couldn't help but waver. Hiss! This girl's hands are so sharp. Dazong, who had white hair and a youthful face, exclaimed, she has almost killed all the people in this riot area, right? The figure of a martial saint. The figure of a martial saint. The person who was speaking did not mean that Fu Xue had the qualifications to be a martial saint, but that he already had the demeanor of a martial saint. I guess the old martial saint has never experienced the scene of 3 days of Ling Tian and Dasha, right? A middle-aged man stroked his beard and said with a smile, as long as he holds on for a few more years, he will definitely see this unprecedented scene. Most of the others thought of the scene where the 3 generations of martial saints of Dasha stood together. Those eyes, which had always been as calm as a lake, slowly began to show a dazed look. The hair on Fu Xue's arms slowly stood up, her brows were twisted into a Chan shape, and her pace quickened. But as she came hundreds of miles away, the sound of muffled footsteps continued to be heard unexpectedly. I thought it was just a coincidence, but I didn't expect you were following me. Her eyes looked into the distance, with a faint smile on her face. Since you don't dare to show up, I will come to find you in person. In front of several big bosses, Fu Xue suddenly changed her steps. Countless fine dust suddenly burst out behind her. A large, smooth pit appeared on the ground, and she disappeared in an instant. Swoosh! Her figure shot out like a cannonball. With every step she took, her speed increased a little bit, and in the end, only a white dotted line remained in the air, dividing the space. 3 minutes later, bang! The fierce wind hit the ground, suddenly raising an earth wall that was more than 10 meters high. Fu Xue's figure gradually solidified, and she squinted her eyes and looked at the person in front of her who was covered in a cloak and had a silver mask on his face. Under the other party's stunned gaze, she tilted her head and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Chapter 237, of course. I will kill you. Call. The silver mask's rough breathing hit the iron faceplate. Through the holes in the mask, one could see his eyelids narrowed and his bloodshot pupils rolled twice over Fu Xue. I don't know what you're talking about. He leaned on the long staff in his hand and continued walking forward as if nothing had happened, and faint words came out from under the silver mask. The silver mask steps were not as easy as those of ordinary warriors. Instead, each step he took was extremely heavy on the ground, and he looked like a robot with inflexible joints. Real? Fu Xue raised her eyebrows and looked at the person in front of her. You don't look like a good person in this outfit. Before she finished her words, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard behind her. Swish, swish, swish. The 9 great leaders all landed in front of Fu Xue, protecting her in the middle like a horn. Things may not be what you think. An old man with white hair whispered to Fu Xue and explained, this holy city's holy staff has always been dressed like this, and he is recognized as the strongest sect in the world. Let's try not to provoke him. Fu Xue's eyes widened slightly. Since arriving in this area, she has never seen the big bosses so nervous. During the process, these big companies just followed her and had no intention of interfering. But now they all suddenly appeared, and some even stared at the silver masks in front of them nervously. Godfrey. The white-haired old man took a deep breath and asked in a complicated tone, You are still alive? Why am I dying? Godfrey stopped and said, The bodies of several big men were instantly tensed to the extreme. Circles of white air waves spread out along with their breath, and suddenly the surrounding dust and leaves were blown up. They can't help but be nervous. Unlike this group of warriors whose upper limit of strength is the 8th level, the real upper limit of the one in front of them should be at the level of martial saint. However, because hereditary leprosy is difficult to cure, he fell from the realm of martial saint several times. This incident was news that shocked the world at the time. In the end, Godfrey's body weakened to such an extent that he could only rely on constant blood transfusions to maintain his tenuous life. This genetically rooted disease was once the most feared outcome for warriors. The other party had not left the holy city for more than 10 years. Just when everyone was speculating that he should have died of illness, his appearance broke the rumor. It seems that Dasha has really produced an extraordinary genius. Godfrey's eyes swept over several people and finally fell on Fu Xue. The expressions of the others suddenly changed. The huge pressure almost instantly emptied all the air around him, and his cloak fluttered. With the corner of his mouth twitching, Godfrey considered the pros and cons for a few seconds. This formation of 9 grandmasters escorting the team was really too exaggerated. What shocked him even more was that the girl's strength was also that of an 8th-rank master. In total, he has to face 10 big masters. If he were still in his physical prime, there would still be some chance. But now his physical condition has declined, and coupled with his old age and weak blood, he can only face 2 or 3 big men at the same time. His cheeks twitched slightly as he thought of the potion that had been promised to restore him to his youthful state. Although he still felt somewhat unwilling, he temporarily suppressed his murderous intent. Under the tense gazes of several people, Godfrey raised the arm under his cloak slightly and grabbed something on the other side fiercely. The air in that area stagnated, and then suddenly contracted towards a center. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the sky. A golden figure flew out from the center of the explosion. Elena's expensive red high heels were inserted into the ground, and the heels broke during the sliding process, plowing 2 long grooves on the ground. Her long legs were trembling slightly. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and walked to the side of several big men in silence. Godfrey's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this. Thoughts kept churning in my mind, and I couldn't understand why a master from the other side of the ocean would stand with the great master of Dasha. He looked at the girl with terrifying strength, and an extremely terrifying but somewhat logical guess came to his mind. Godfrey suppressed his disordered breathing and said calmly, You all should know why I'm here. Don't get in my way. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Seeing Elena's embarrassed look, you can tell that the opponent's strength should be even stronger than that of the great leader. It would be best if we could avoid fighting. This big man who had reached the rank of martial saint several times had brought them too much psychological pressure. Although the earth vein flower is precious, it is only icing on the cake for Fu Xue. Even until now, they have never seen the word bottleneck in Fu Xue. As long as you improve steadily, it won't take long to reach the realm of martial saint. But for Godfrey, this earth vein flower is something he is willing to fight for at all costs. This risk can be taken, but there's no need. The flower of the earth vein is not important to us. The white-haired old man took a step forward and said in a light tone, If you want. Before he could finish his words, the clear voice of a girl came from behind. Etc. Everyone's thoughts paused for a moment, and they turned to look at the girl with a smile on her face. Elena's brows knitted together, and she said in a low voice in Dasha language with an unpleasant expression, "He is still very strong. Although it has declined compared to more than a decade ago, the title of the largest group is still not an undeserved reputation. There is no second duel. The title of number one proves that Elena really believes that the other party has the ability to suppress all the big brothers of the same level." The expressions of the people present changed slightly, and they looked at Fu Xue with some concern, fearing that she would say something offensive at this time. "Don't worry." Fu Xue noticed the worry of the others and pursed her lips shyly. "I just have a small question that I would like to ask him to answer." Everyone felt relieved upon hearing this. One of the masters smiled and livened up the atmosphere. "The little girl just asked a simple question. There's no need for us to make such a big fuss. We have all made concessions. The holy staff will not get angry over one issue." Fu Xue listened to the words of several masters beside her with a smile on her face, and her eyes slowly fell on her system panel. 5.34 m ahead, extreme killing intent, level 8 danger. Fu Xue stretched out her arm, and her eyes followed its direction, measuring the distance between the two of them. No more, no less, just 5.34 meters. To be honest, she hadn't paid much attention to the panel prompts since she entered the riot zone, because there were so many dangers here. If I hadn't taken the time to take a look just now, I would have been fooled by this guy in front of me. "What's your problem?" Godfrey said calmly. "I would like to thank you for your answer in advance." The corners of Fu Xue's mouth kept curling up, and she looked into the indifferent eyes under the mask. Then she said calmly, "I'm confused. Your strength is so low. Why are you called the number one in the sect?" As Fu Xue's voice fell. Moment. It was as if time had stopped in this area. Everyone present stopped talking abruptly, and their expressions and movements were completely frozen in the last second. Chapter 238 Dasha Daezong. Cool. Godfrey's brows arched under the silver mask, and he instantly pushed the mask up a little. There was a second of confusion in his eyes, and he even wondered for a moment if he had heard it wrong. Kaka. Fu Xue twisted her wrist, and her pupils quietly turned pure gold. An aura of perfection continued to emanate from her, and a light as hot as the sun seeped out from her skin. Several bigwigs around were so shocked that they instinctively took a few steps back. Their heads are still buzzing, as if a whole nest of bees were pouring into their brains through their ear canals. I have no idea how the situation, which was so stable just now, suddenly turned into what it is now. The lips of several masters moved a few times, but they did not have time to say any words of advice to Fu Xue. A strong gust of wind blew past their cheeks. Boom! In an instant, the whole earth trembled. A gap of extremely terrifying depth appeared where the silver mask had originally stood. The cracks quickly spread like a spider web to thousands of meters around. Then the large pieces of soil that the ground had split into were shaken into the air, and billowing smoke and dust filled the air. Laugh. A figure pierced through the smoke and walked out. The boundless magnetic field rolled around Godfrey. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the shadows instantly covered the earth completely. "What on earth are you doing?" Godfrey asked in a stern voice. "Can't tell?" "Of course." The corners of Fu Xue's mouth rose slightly, her eyes narrowed coldly, and her lips moved slightly. Before she finished speaking, she had already started moving at an extremely fast speed. Her heels stepped on solid ground in midair, creating a violent wave of air, and her whole body rushed out like a hurricane. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Fu Xue's figure almost penetrated their retinas. She punched Godfrey hard in the face, knocking him away. At this moment, what she had just said had just fallen into everyone's ears. "Of course, kill you." Boom. A towering earth wall stretched across the entire area, almost dividing the world in front of everyone's eyes into two halves. Swoosh. Without any hesitation, Fu Xue's figure instantly turned into a gray light and drilled into the dust, disappearing from the sight of several big men. A young clan leader still couldn't figure it out. Did I lose my memory? How did the fight start? Although the other people's faces were not as confused as his, they also had some complicated expressions. "It's already like this, don't worry about the reason." Although it seemed that Fu Xue's beating was unreasonable, everyone, in the mood of protecting their child, suddenly exuded a fierce aura. The auras of the 12 great masters appeared on the field at the same time. The dark clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed into spiral clouds. The burst of energy at this moment even caused half of the African plate to tremble. Even the ground thousands of miles away could not withstand this force, and gradually cracked into huge cracks. The native Africans all stopped what they were doing and stared into the distance with dull eyes. Even though they were extremely far apart, they could feel that breath melting their sight. Many people clenched their hands, and their bodies began to tremble involuntarily. After a while, someone slowly reacted. What happened there? Could it be that a ninth-level Earth beast participated in the riot? If that happens, we will all die. No one in the entire continent will be able to escape. The despair in the burly black man's eyes almost overflowed. What the hell? What's going on? A master in the crowd looked up in confusion. This is not a ninth-level Earth beast at all, but the situation seems to be a little more extreme. The auras of the 12 great masters all pointed their swords at the same time. Is this going to be a world war? Isn't this a bit too hasty? Boom! Balls of fire were created by the collision of magnetic fields. Wherever the fire went, the ground was shattered. Rows of tropical trees fell down in a chain reaction. Several great leaders of Dasha were about to rush into the smoke, but their movements all paused. Then everyone's eyes focused on one point, and the dust there suddenly shrank. It was constantly surging as if a chemical reaction was taking place, and then exploded outwards in an instant. The two figures came into everyone's sight again, and the fighting figures were almost mixed together. Godfrey's cloak was torn into pieces of varying sizes, and before his magnetic field could condense, the girl punched him and sparks flew. Every punch she threw was like a mountain pressing down from thin air. The energy and momentum in Godfrey's body were easily stirred in her hands like paste. Crush. A completely crushing battle. The huge masses floating in the air moved slower and slower until they stopped in midair. Isn't this wrong? Hiss, why is she suppressing the holy staff? Isn't Godfrey's strength above that of Daizone? When someone said this, they immediately looked towards Elena. I'm not wrong. Elena took a deep breath and said with a twitching face, is it possible that she is too strong? Then what's the point of us coming here? Said a big boss with a dazed look on his face. At this time, Godfrey's voice of shock and anger came from high above like thunder. Are you not coming to stop her? Bang! A heavy punch carrying a fierce wind hit his face hard, smashing the silver mask into pieces and revealing the horrified face underneath. Various thoughts kept swirling in the minds of the people present. He had ascended to the rank of martial saint several times and was recognized as the #1 in the world. But he couldn't defeat this 18-year-old girl from Dasha. Every time the masters of Dasha took a glance at the scene in front of them, all the hairs on my body stood up in pleasure. P.S. There was a problem with the second chapter yesterday. Sorry, Doc. Chapter 239 got in no style. He's asking us to stop the little girl. The young leader glanced at the key members and said hesitantly, do we still need to go? The other great clans of Dasha did not speak. Instead, those who should look up at the sky looked up at the sky, and those who should look at the ground looked at the ground, and they all pretended not to hear these words tacitly. It seems that we have the upper hand, so why should we stop it? As for the fear of offending the other party, Fu Xue had offended him the first second she said that, and there was no turning back. Even with Dasha's size, we are not afraid of the other side. They don't even care if others bring the matter to the International Martial Arts Association, and it's okay for them to report the criticism to the whole world. However, they had to write in detail the entire process of suppressing the scepter of the first in the summer before they were allowed to send it out. Boom! A violent gust of fist wind instantly locked the space around Godfrey. He lifted the black scepter with heavy movements. The violent friction scraped out countless tiny sparks on it, and the whole long staff was burned red. Call? Godfrey gasped, shards of his mask digging into the skin of his face. The constantly flowing blood made his already terrifying face even more terrifying. But Fu Xue knew very well that apart from looking a little embarrassed, the other party had no other injuries at all. She now knows how difficult it is to kill an 8th-level clan leader. If you don't exceed the limit, it will take at least several days and nights. Until one of them was exhausted. Just like a turtle. Fu Xue narrowed his eyes slightly. Her eyes fell on the crystal-clear gem hanging on her spiritual thread. Gaudy no style. LV9. This gem is not as gorgeous as the others. If it weren't for Fu Xue's sense of time that allowed her to capture all the details, she probably wouldn't have even seen it and would have probably ignored it. Placed on the scale of the system panel, the weight of this gem far exceeds Elena's 8th-level ability, time perception. The price reached a terrifying 100 billion. All of Fu Xue's current assets combined could not even pay for 1/3 of the price of this ability. TSK, I still don't make enough money? Fu Xue wrinkled her nose slightly in dissatisfaction. then slowly drew out the Fong Tianhua Ji from her back. When Godfrey saw this scene, his eyelids drooped and he gently wiped away the bright red blood on the corner of his lips with his rough fingertips. It seems that you must fight for the flower of the earth veins. As he uttered this sentence, the murderous intent in him began to surge. Even if he only embarked on the path to becoming a martial saint for a few short months, he is a genuine martial saint. Can't tolerate humiliation from younger generations. The sound of cloth tearing could be heard. The gray cloak he was wearing was shredded into rags, revealing a horrible body that had been beaten thousands of times. Glory to our God! Godfrey's pupils were filled with a rich white holy light. The hair on the back of the head turned white, and the skin on the surface of the body gradually became transparent. The delicate blood vessels and internal organs exposed underneath slowly moved to a more suitable position, squeezing like crazy like a water pump. Gaudy no style. At the same time, Dragon Sect. Fu Xue raised the Fong Tianhua Ji high, and her arms began to turn dizzily, with silver scales faintly covering the area. Dragon covers the body. Hold head high. A gigantic silver dragon roared towards the sky, like the overlord that controls the sky. The air above was twisted into a knot at this moment. The huge sound waves gathered in the air to form a circle visible to the naked eye, and quickly spread out to the surroundings. What's going on? Latif, who was far away at the defense base, looked at the trembling ripples in the wine glass with a slightly stunned expression on his face. Boom! With a harsh sound, the windows in the room shattered, broken glass fragments covered the floor, and dust from the ceiling fell down. He walked quickly to the broken window, and the huge dragon in the distant sky suddenly appeared in his eyes. Dragon faction, Dongfang Yi. Latif's eyes were wide open, his throat rolling back and forth, and he felt his mouth and tongue were extremely dry. Although Africa is rich, it is still not worthy of the martial saint's personal visit. When he thought of a possibility, his scalp felt numb and cold as if someone was pressing on ice. Latif stared into the distance in a daze. You're not here for that girl, are you? Are you Dongfang Yi's disciple? Godfrey narrowed his eyes slightly and continued with an echo in his voice. But your dragon school martial arts are really not that good. You haven't even figured out the functions of your martial arts. He looked at Fu Xue twice, his eyes full of doubt. What kind of technology did Dasha invent to give birth to a warrior like you? I learned 2 tricks secretly, Fu Xue said calmly, and I think this trick is just right for blocking the view from outside. Godfrey frowned. In his eyes, the several big clans outside have always been in the same camp as Fu Xue. This sentence immediately confused his thinking. But at this point, it doesn't matter what the other party is thinking. The opponent created an excellent opportunity for him. As long as he kills the girl in front of him, he can regain his peak body and peak strength. Thinking that the power that had slipped away from his hands in the past could one day return to his body, Godfrey's body couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Boom! A huge roar was heard. His figure was like an arrow that was drawn to its full length, tearing open a vacuum area in the air. But just as his fingertips were about to pierce the girl's head, what happened in front of him caused his pupils to suddenly shrink into the size of needles. Caw! The sound of flesh and bones being torn apart could be heard softly. The girl's arm suddenly broke. Before he could react, he saw a brand new arm piercing through the blood and holding it tightly in its hand. Your abilities seem pretty good. Fu Xue smiled palely and continued calmly, but it belongs to me now. Then in Godfrey's astonished eyes, the roots of Fu Xue's hair suddenly turned snow-white, and her exposed cheeks revealed the jade-colored bones underneath. The nerves under the girl's eyes twitched slightly, and her eyes quickly locked on him. God. No style. Chapter 240. Why? He is too weak. Wow. You used it even more skillfully than at the dragon ceremony. The old man with white beard had shining eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It looks quite similar. I guess it's not much different from the Eastern martial saint. They laughed and talked for a few words. Then their bodies moved quickly, leaving only blurry figures behind. Several great men could accept defending Godfrey and the country behind him, but could not accept the battle being out of their control. After all, sometimes accidents happen unreasonably, and they won't allow them to happen as long as there is even a slight possibility. Bang! A great warrior bumped into the dragon scales that were flashing with cold air, and he was stunned and stopped where he was. They were so busy praising Fu Xue that they didn't notice anything wrong with the dragon covering its body. Isn't this wrong? How come he was wrapped up in there and blocked from outside? The masters present were speechless for a moment as they looked at the dragon that had kept them out. Isn't dragon cover a defensive martial art? One of the great sects hissed. He looked at the flawless dragon body in front of him, and for 2 seconds he even suspected that his memory was confused. Did I remember it wrong? Since the dragon's body is blocking the outside, doesn't that mean she will have to face the Holy Staff's ultimate move directly? It's possible to break the dragon's shield, but who can guarantee that Fu Xue inside won't get hurt? What if I lose my temper at the critical moment? No. The white-haired old man took a deep breath and said, just looking at Fu Xue's stupid move, you can tell that her condition is really worrying. She doesn't have enough experience fighting against a large group. We can't let her face it alone. He now even suspected that Godfrey, who was previously suppressed, was showing weakness to the enemy. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. The dim eyes narrowed decisively, accurately capturing the breath under the scales, and then the skinny hand like a crane's claw slowly stretched out. Just when he was about to tear apart the aura condensed from the scales. Call. The scales in front of everyone's eyes disappeared, and a clear blue sky appeared before their eyes again. Immediately afterwards, a figure fell heavily from the air, creating a huge hole on the ground. The hearts of those present skipped a beat at the same time. But soon, their attention was attracted by the white-haired girl standing upright in midair. The girl's skin is transparent, and you can see the pulsating veins, pure blood, and jade-like bones underneath. All over my body, from inside to outside. It seems as if they are made of the most precious jewels in the world, filled with a feeling of perfect creation. Just one look at it makes one feel ashamed. This is... The white-haired old man opened his eyes wide and murmured in disbelief, Godfrey's. Wu Xue. It probably just looks like. After all, she learned the dragon school martial arts after just one look, so it makes sense for her to learn the Wu Xue now, right? The leader who was speaking looked at the person next to him, and he himself could hardly believe what he said. Although Fu Xue had learned Dongfang Yi's dragon school martial arts after only a few glances. But it is just a martial art after all, something that can be traced. If martial arts can be compared to gears at work, then the skill is like an electronic component that is precise to the millimeter. If you take a wrong step, the result will be that the component will be scrapped. Godfrey's Wu Xue once made him be called the warrior closest to God by the International Martial Arts Association. Just imagine how horrible the learning difficulty is. It would be difficult for others to understand the principle in their entire lives, but Fu Xue mastered it completely in just a few breaths. If this wasn't Dasha's own people, at this moment, they couldn't help but curse inwardly, monster. Call. Fu Xue's face turned pale. But for now, there was no expression on her face. She lowered her head and looked at her palms. In this state, there is no need for any moves at all. It can indeed be called no style. The magnetic field energy controlled by the Grandmaster only floats on the surface, while Wu Xue integrates the magnetic field ability into the body. This operation is a bit like adding a limiter to the overlimit state. It is more stable, and you won't fall asleep after using it. She doesn't really want to die now. Apart from the pain, the most important reason is that the accumulation of blessings is a bit too terrifying. If she relaxes her control even a little, it could turn into a plague disaster sweeping the world. Open the panel. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, demigod. Chosen. Life level, 84.7. Strength, 152,134.13 kilograms. Speed, 108.19 meters per second. Mental strength, 1,104.2. Combat power, 232,431,195.56. Entries, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. Big bully, red. Danger sense, red. Too big to fail, red. Conjugate pain, red. Big sin a gluttony, red. Big sin a jealousy, red. Captive of food, red. System backpack, no. Blessing, click to expand details. Task, conspirator, click to expand details. Assyrian crown, click to expand details. It's worth all my efforts now. Fu Xue pursed her lips, feeling that the pain in her body had been reduced a lot. 3,000 W combat power increase. Wu Xue can at least occupy half of it. The power of the stylus amplification can completely rival the super limit, and can even be temporarily considered a super limit upper level skill. But it is only limited to super limit level 3. Fu Xue pondered. Her eyes sparkled at the thought. She would have to find an opportunity to upgrade her super limit skill level in the future. Her strength was so sufficient that she didn't even realize that the super limit's increase was not enough. Fu Xue withdrew her gaze from the system panel and immediately saw several big men observing her cautiously. Laugh. A transparent magnetic field energy seeped out of the blood and skin and dissipated invisibly into the air. Her transparent skin instantly returned to normal. Fu Xue gently brushed the long white hair on her neck with her hand and blinked her eyes to temporarily maintain the magnetic field. She was even secretly wondering when she would have the skill of red-eye special effects. White hair and red eyes are perfect for her XP. Elena glanced at Godfrey, whose breath had dissipated not far away. His lips moved twice, and he asked with a complicated expression, "How did you do it?" The other grandmasters also looked over with curiosity. It can be said that this group of people all fought their way up, but no one could understand how the trend of this battle changed. I have lived for decades, or even hundreds of years, but I have never seen such a bizarre battle. I said it at the beginning. Fu Xue paused for a moment, then continued with a calm expression. I don't understand how he could be called the number one in the sect when he is so weak. Chapter 241. The spoils of war can only be left to the victor. 4. What happened? Her combat power suddenly increased by 30 million. The woman who was speaking had long wavy chestnut hair. She has an Asian face, but her facial features are very three-dimensional and she looks like a mixed-race person. At this moment, her brows were furrowed, and her beautiful eyes looked in astonishment at the combat power value displayed next to the girl on the screen. Alice, is there a bug in the monitoring software? The blonde lowly tapped on the complicated panel a few times and then shook her little head. There was no problem with the monitoring software. The mixed-race woman's eyes were a little dazed. If there is no problem, could it be that the girl on the screen's combat power soared by 30 million in these few seconds? Could it be that he has achieved a breakthrough to become a martial saint? She licked her red lips and inexplicably felt an electric current running from her spine to the top of her head, making her scalp numb for a moment. But looking at it this way, the change of 30 million combat power value is too small. After all, the martial saint is called the secondary transcendent by them, and warriors of this level can have a basic symbiosis with magnetic field energy. Compared with the inefficient method of utilizing magnetic fields on a large scale, they have completely become the masters of the magnetic field in a small area. Just then, a red dot lit up on the screen. Something unusual has happened to the martial saint of the Federation. Alice raised her head and said, "Should we go inform the princess?" "He is just a martial saint who only has 10 amps. The mixed-race woman shook her head expressionlessly and then continued, "Notify Dasha and let them solve it themselves." The remains of ancient civilization. There were ruins everywhere and fresh blood emitting a burning smell. But the place that should have been a scorched earth was actually growing extremely lush grass seedlings. It is almost 2 or 3 meters high and can completely block people's sight. Most of the earth beasts hid back in their lairs because of the huge noise happening outside, and only a few of the most powerful earth beasts were moving forward cautiously. This allowed people to enter this barren land again. I told you this was a good opportunity. The man wearing an exoskeleton armor, with slightly curly hair and a curry-like look, said with a smile, "As long as we can bring back the earth vein flower, we'll have hope of breaking through to the 6th level. You've come up with a good idea this time." The muscular white man walking in front looked back, then walked quickly forward with a fiery mind. Rustle. The sudden noise made the two of them stop in their tracks. Shoo. The white man raised a finger. He walked towards the sound and slowly pulled away the overgrown weeds. Then his pupils suddenly shrank and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A fire snake with brown scales as thick as a bucket was less than 5 meters away from him. The fire snake curled up into a circle with its head buried under its body, and its tail trembled as it swept across the branches and leaves, making a rustling sound. Seeing that the other party didn't notice him, the white man slowly closed the bushes and retreated fearfully. "Fuck," he cursed with trembling lips. "That guy looks like at least a 7th-level earth beast. I almost went straight to heaven to report to God. This is a good thing." The curry man laughed instead, facing the other party's angry eyes and said, "They are all frightened by the noise outside and dare not move. Now we just need to take the treasures from this ruins before they come to their senses, and we will be completely safe." These words immediately enlightened the white man, and a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. Their pace involuntarily quickened, and they stopped and walked along the way, and soon arrived at a pool surrounded by emerald green mist. Almost at the same moment, the two people's eyes were attracted by the wonderful sight in the center of the pool. A huge, translucent flower emitting a soft glow is quietly blooming. The light blue mist slowly spread along the outline of the petals, forming a faint halo. The curry man's eyes lit up, and he jumped directly into the pool. The white man standing nearby clearly witnessed that the wounds on Curry's legs were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this the flower of the earth vein? His eyes were wide open, and for a moment he was in a trance. Before the white man came, he had never thought that the treasure that caused the beasts to riot in Africa could fall into his hands so easily. Hua hua. As the two people walked, the water flowed along their legs and divided into two waves, with ripples appearing around them. The flower of the earth vein is within reach. The two of them couldn't suppress their excitement, and their bodies were shaking slightly and uncontrollably. Just as their palms were about to touch the roots of the earth vein flower, a stone suddenly fell from above their heads, and the splashing water splashed on the two of them. The sudden change almost caused their hearts to stop, but the figure they caught a glimpse of in their peripheral vision made them freeze at the same time. At some point, a young girl appeared beside them. The two looked at each other and could only see horror in each other's eyes. Don't you know the rules? A white-haired girl stood in the air, her head tilted, and the corner of her mouth curved upward. To the victor go the spoils. Their bodies trembled in unison. Only those who have reached the Grandmaster level can possess this ability to fly in the air. They risked their lives to come here, but they didn't expect that in the end they would end up with a mantis catching a cicada while an oriole was waiting behind. But this is us. The white man was unwilling and tried to argue. But the curry man next to him quickly grabbed his hand and bowed very respectfully. Master Grandmaster, the spoils here naturally belong to you. At the signal from the curry man, the two men left the scene even faster than when they came. The curry man didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he was almost at the exit of the ruins. He said in a somewhat hurried tone, "Do you really want to reason with the master? If she wants it, she can take it. It's better than losing our lives." But we clearly got there first. The white man couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, but his voice became smaller and smaller. He was also very clear that he, a mere fifth-rank warrior, could not compete with the Grandmaster. But when I think about how I almost lost my life and ended up returning empty-handed, don't say you're unwilling. At that time, he almost couldn't help but rush up and want to fight with the other party. Let's go. Seeing the expression on his face, the curry man shook his head, reached out his hand and pushed open the door of the ruins as quietly as possible. The two of them cautiously poked their eyes out. The scene that followed made them feel as if they were struck by lightning, and the hairs all over their bodies stood up. Several terrifying beasts as big as hills occupied their entire sight. These beasts had a huge gap on their heads, and blood gushed out from the wounds, flowing into a river on the ground. They all lost their breath and lay quietly on the ground. It was cast into a wall of flesh and blood thousands of meters long, shockingly stretching across the exit of the ruins. Instantly, both of them felt numb from head to toe. In a flash, the image of the white-haired girl standing calmly in the air emerged in the minds of the two men. The white man's legs went weak and he sat down on the ground, sweating profusely. She is actually an 8th-rank master. The curry man looked a little dazed, looking at the horrific scene in front of him with a complicated expression. The final winner here. Chapter 242. Yo, are you shy? Mission accomplished. Fu Xue stretched out her fair little hand and pushed the transparent leaves that were sticking out of the silver safe back inside. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. Are you still planning to take it back to Dasha? Li Chunlai asked in a low voice. Yes, Fu Xue nodded. I think Lin Wang can't eat such a big one, so leave some for my parents. The expressions on the faces of the others were stunned when they heard this. When he looked at Fu Xue again, his eyes were full of love, even more loving than when he looked at his own granddaughter. Fu Xue looked down at the suitcase in her hand. According to the information, this thing is a treasure that can treat hidden injuries in the body and remove impurities from the 5 internal organs. For warriors, this is simply a magical object. Those warriors stuck at level 69 spend hundreds of millions of dollars to clear the hidden injuries in their bodies, struggling with the Grandmaster realm. I guess as long as I take a bite of the earth vein flower, I will be able to break through to the Grandmaster level. Thinking of this, President Ma suddenly popped up in Fu Xue's mind. It seemed that the other party had been stuck in this realm for decades. She paused as she handed over the safe and said, "Give some to President Ma as well." President Ma? Is that the spiritual master's President Ma Yoshing? It seems he is the president of Tianhe City's Martial Arts Association. A great master said after a brief thought, "I remember he should be a quasi-grandmaster." Quasi-grandmaster? Never heard of it. Everyone thought about it and shook their heads in unison. Not to mention that the other party is a quasi-grandmaster of the 6th level. Even the real grandmaster is far away from them. According to the levels of the pyramid, both the 6th and 7th levels are still in the middle level of Dasha, while the 8th level sects stand at the top of the pyramid, especially those large companies like them who specialize in serving the imperial capital. If Lin Wang didn't have the background of a frontline general, their impression of him would be almost zero. He was decisive in killing the beast, but he was very careful with small matters. That's great. Every detail is worth remembering. The white-haired old man stroked his beard and continued with satisfaction. Good boy. Really a good boy. Elena, who was standing by, couldn't help but tremble a few times when she heard several people praising her nonstop. The Dasha people's habit of praising their young is indeed well-deserved. Even if Fu Xue ate someone alive in front of them now, this group of people would probably find a reason to excuse her. But you are indeed a nice person. Elena praised in a low voice as soft as a mosquito. Pa! The lollipop in Alice's mouth fell to the ground, and the mixed-race girl standing beside her with a cold expression was also stunned. Is this still Irene? The mixed-race girl stared at the screen blankly and continued to murmur. When did she learn to speak softly? As a genius who is only second to a few super warriors, Elena has a strong tendency to dominate others in her bones. Plus the emotional intelligence that can pull down the average. Whether in actions or words, he has always been strong regardless of the occasion. They had never seen such a humble look on each other's faces before. The boastful atmosphere at the scene suddenly became quiet. Suddenly, everyone present looked over here. Even Fu Xue looked over with a puzzled look. Elena's lips moved a few times, and she turned her head expressionlessly. Her earlobes, hidden by her blonde hair, turned slightly red. I just thank her for sticking up for me. Question mark. 2 big question marks appeared in Fu Xue's eyes. Then it suddenly dawned on him. This guy didn't think that he was venting his anger by killing Godfrey, did he? The corners of her lips curled up a little, and then she admitted it calmly. The instrument on Elena's ear lit up. I don't know what she heard, but she suddenly pursed her lips tightly. After taking a few seconds to calm down her embarrassed expression, she managed to speak calmly. The martial saint of the Federation is heading here. When everyone heard this, their minds instantly tensed up and their brows unconsciously twisted into knots. The atmosphere suddenly changed from the relaxed and cheerful one just now and instantly fell into a thick quagmire. Martial saint? This word was pronounced a little awkwardly by a senior official. Martial saint. A warrior on the path to perfection. What this title reflects is absolute strength, an invincible existence that can suppress an entire country with just a wave of his hand. Even a great sect standing at the top of the martial arts world becomes insignificant in the face of a martial saint. Hundreds of grandmasters have a chance to defeat a great master, but thousands of great masters can't even hurt a martial saint. That kind of strength cannot be accumulated by quantity at all. We are making too much noise here. After all, Africa is the home of the Federation. Silver-eyed martial saint? The current situation of the Federation? The white-haired old man stared at Fu Xue and said in a deep voice, with his style, he would never let us leave here easily, even. He didn't say anything else, but everyone else understood it very well. The Federation is now half dead. They absolutely did not want to see another martial saint appear in Dasha, which would free up one of them to influence the situation. Escape? A great leader frowned and muttered, but soon shook his head. There is no way to escape from the sight of the martial saint. The speed of Wushang exceeds 1,000 kilometers per hour, and it only takes less than 3 hours to get from the federal headquarters to Demo City. At this speed, they probably won't even have time to reach the edge of Africa. The temple has already notified Dasha. Elena frowned halfway through her words, and she took off her headphones in dissatisfaction and said, Dasha is more than 10,000 kilometers away from here, and even if they go as fast as they can, it will take 4 hours. Why didn't you inform the princess about such an important matter? You did this. She took a deep breath and continued, Don't you know that we cooperate with Dasha out of sincerity? The green light on the headset flickered on, followed by a soft laugh that rang in everyone's ears. How dare you say that to me? The voice inside paused for a moment, then said calmly, Calm down, even though facing the martial saint will only lead to your death. But it's different for that little girl whose combat power is as high as 240 million. As this extremely exaggerated number fell, boom! It was as if a nuclear bomb of huge magnitude had been dropped into everyone's mind. The storm that arose easily tore all thoughts into pieces. Their eyes were focused on Fu Xue in astonishment, their fists clenched unconsciously, and they were even unable to speak for a moment. Ah! Didn't Fu Xue's test combat power at the Dragon Ascension ceremony be 2.7 million? The young master's face was shaking as he said in disbelief. It's only been a few months and her combat power has increased by nearly 100 times? One of the masters asked with trembling lips, "Are you sure that this instrument has not been damaged by the magnetic field? Is it reliable?" For an 8th rank sect, this combat power is simply terrifyingly high. There is no way the monitoring equipment could go wrong. The woman in the headset chuckled and then said, "If you don't believe me, do you see that she looks a little panicked?" Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately turned their eyes to Fu Xue. Her pupils, which had dilated slightly due to her distraction, slowly shrank back to normal, and her expression twitched. The expressions of several big bosses present were somewhat complicated. Where does this feeling of being caught distracted come from? Chapter 243. Half of the Extreme Beast's Corpse. Combat power exceeds 300 million. Although she has a combat power of 240 million, but I guess I can't hold out for a few more moves against the martial saint. Elena pursed her lips and said in a deep voice. In addition to the difference in combat power, there is also a difference in realm. The Zong and Wu Shang are like the manager and shareholders in a group. They are just users of resources, while the martial saint is the owner of the resources. In front of the martial saint, there is no difference between a great clan and a penniless beggar. The princess specially prepared a gift for her. After the baptism is completed, at least she will not be powerless to fight back. The woman in the headset paused, then continued in a commanding tone. "Put the headset back on. I'll tell you where to go." Hearing this, Elena silently put on her headphones again. The lights above flickered a few times, but no sound was heard. She looked around, then walked briskly towards an iron gate with green embroidery. Bang! A cloud of dust mixed with rust floated in the air. A huge venue suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Fu Xue looked up. In the middle is a pond covered with weeds, and on the left and right are compactly arranged standard rooms. Most of the door panels appear crooked due to years of disrepair. Elena led everyone to one of the doors, then clenched her right hand into a fist and knocked hard on it. Crack! With the sound of the shaft breaking, the entire door was torn off by her. A black corpse exuding residual majesty was exposed in front of everyone. The scorching breath seemed to have traveled through hundreds of years and exploded before their eyes. The cracked black skeleton revealed the identity of this earth beast. That was half of the remains of an extremely wild beast. What is even more shocking is that above this scene filled with the aura of destruction and filled with excessive corpses and dried blood, there are growing black flowers. Hiss! Everyone present gasped at the same time, their expressions almost frozen, as if they were suffocating. Extreme beast? The power left behind by the earth beast that died decades ago still makes me tremble. It is hard to imagine what kind of monsters those martial saints faced. Use the vitality of the earth veins to absorb the energy from the super-limited corpses. The voice of a great general trembled, his throat rolled unconsciously, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. The key is that such a horrible idea actually came true. Fu Xue slowly walked to the black beast's corpse and gently stroked the huge skeleton as thick as her body with her fingers. I silently praised the beautiful alien for being sensible, and then slowly opened my mouth. Then, amid the astonishment of the crowd, she bit down hard on the black bone. Crack? Crunch, crunch. Her cheeks suddenly puffed up like a hamster, making a constant sound that made your teeth ache. After chewing twice, Fu Xue paused and her eyes suddenly lit up. I thought it would be very painful to eat, but I didn't expect it to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside with small leaves on top. It tastes unique. Her eyes curved in pleasure, and she chewed faster. Elena's mouth, which was about to say something, trembled slightly, and her eyes became a little confused for a moment. The other big bosses were also silent for a long time. They swallowed the sour saliva in their mouths and couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be young. You can even eat this? In the underground base. Little Irene, why did your heart rate rise twice again? The mixed-race woman said teasingly, you, a rank 8 warrior, can't even control your heart rate? Her eyes fell on Elena's tense face, looking at her tightly pursed lips and her silent rebuttal. He couldn't help but hold his chest, laughing so hard that he fell backwards and even slammed the table next to him. Look, you're still shy. She wiped away the tears from her eyes due to laughter and turned her gaze to the screen, but her smile froze in an instant. Question mark. On the screen, the girl was taking a light bite with her mouth, tearing off the black animal bone very easily, chewing it a few times and swallowing it into her stomach. No, she is sick. No matter how rich the mixed-race woman's imagination is, she could never have imagined that someone would come up and take a bite of this thing. That's not how this thing is used. The mixed-race woman took a deep breath and was about to say something, but she saw the combat power value displayed next to the girl continue to soar. It rose by millions in an instant. The two people in front of the screen were stunned. The big and the small looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Cough. The mixed-blood woman coughed lightly and broke the silence. File this record and send it to the princess when she is free. You ate the SSS level, Extreme Beast Bone, and obtained Extreme Destruction, Wave LV1. You ate the SSS Plus level, Twin Flowers, and gained Chaos Resistance level 1. You ate the SSS level, Extreme Beast Bone, Super Limit LV3, Super Limit LV4. Amidst the puzzled looks of the crowd, they watched Fu Xue's aura grow higher and higher. She just stood there quietly, exuding a heart-pounding sense of oppression, as if every breath caused the air to vibrate. It even makes them feel palpitations. You ate the SSS level, Extreme Beast Bone, Super Limit LV8, Super Limit LV9. As the last system prompt sounded, Fu Xue's stomach felt full for the first time in a long time. Although it was only for a moment. Open the panel. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, demigod, chosen. Life level, 87.1. Strength, 222,928.58 kilograms. Speed, 131.24 meters per second. Mental strength, 1,404.6. Combat power, 352,431,195.56. Items, Favor of Life, green. Fragrance of Books, red. Feast, red. Big Bully, red. Danger Sense, red. Too Big to Fail, red. Conjugate Pain, red. Big Sin a Gluttony, red. Big Sin a Jealousy, red. Captive of Food, red. System Backpack, no. Blessing, click to expand details. Task, Conspirator, click to expand details. Assyrian Crown, click to expand details. Now I have so many 9th level abilities, plus my combat power. She muttered twice in a low voice. Should I be considered a pseudo-martial saint? Chapter 244. The Silver-Eyed Martial Saint arrives. On the Poseidon, a group of masters with strong energy and blood stood at the front of the deck, staring into the distance with their eyes wide open. The dome, which was blasted blank by the huge amount of terrifying aura, slowly returned to calm in their eyes. At this time, everyone's breathing began to flow, and for a moment, they started to discuss the matter. Hiss, is that a dragon covering its body? It was probably the little girl we were escorting who did it. She learned the dragon school martial arts after just 2 glances. Damn it, I thought the martial saint himself was here. That's a bit too much noise. The thin and bespectacled grandmaster muttered a few words, looked at the other side of the ocean and continued, I don't think the Federation will give us a good response. As these words came out, the faces of the others changed slightly, and their hearts sank a little. The federal state relies on the 2 African cities of Maching and Madu, radiating to nearly half of the plate, completely turning this place into the federal state's back garden. If something like this had happened, the federal army stationed in the Mediterranean Strait would probably have rushed here long ago, although Dasha blatantly sent the Poseidon ship to the Mediterranean. But compared to the arrival of 10 great men in Africa, this is nothing. Dasha can hold out, but I'm afraid they are coming for Fu Xue. You are worrying too much. There are 10 great leaders standing here. How much is the sum of all the leaders of the Federation? The sturdy man who was speaking patted his chest loudly. If they dare to say anything here, Chan, admire them. Here it comes. A deep voice sounded behind everyone. They raised their heads, and suddenly a group of steel warships appeared in their sight. Even from a distance of hundreds of kilometers, you can still hear the roaring engine. The 4 figures standing at the front of the deck immediately attracted everyone's attention. They were wearing brown and black gowns with copper buttons, and their hands in white gloves were clasped in front of them. He exudes an aura of awesome power, even more powerful than a ship sailing through the wind and waves. The 4 great men of the Federation stood there with their full aura, directly suppressing all the voices on the Poseidon ship. Soon, the Federation fleet docked not far in front of the Poseidon. The skinny white old man in the lead glanced at the great Xia Grandmaster on the boat and said calmly, "Please ask Captain Lee of the Poseidon to come out and talk to me." The first mate of the Poseidon, who was wearing the blue and white navy uniform of the great Xia dynasty, took a deep breath, walked up to the crowd and said, "Captain Lee is not available to meet. How about I convey the message for you? Dasha bypassed our checkpoints and illegally gained profits here." The skinny old man narrowed his eyes, pointed at the fleet behind him, and said with a sneer on his face, "Do you think we came here to negotiate with you? Hand over the illegal gains you have made here, and then hand over the large quantities that have entered the land to the Federation for trial." The brows of the many great Xia masters present at the scene suddenly frowned deeply. This area is indeed operated by the Federation, but this is difficult to make public. The two are only allies internationally. Handing over the so-called illegally acquired goods is already too much, and bulk goods represent the face of a country. If warriors of this level were handed over to other countries, it would be a shame for them. The air was silent for a moment. "How dare you make such an excessive request?" As the first mate's voice, which was tinged with anger, countless masters' spirits suddenly burst out from the Poseidon ship. "Do you think that Dasha has no one?" The momentum gathered by hundreds of masters rushed into the sky, easily stirring up the wind and clouds in the sky, and for a moment even the sky darkened a little. Waves suddenly exploded on the calm sea surface, and some sea fish could not withstand the pressure and floated up with their bellies turned upside down. Even though hundreds of great masters joining forces may not be as good as 4 great masters attacking at the same time, but it can tear off a piece of flesh from the opponent. The skinny old man's lips moved twice, and just when everyone thought he was going to say something, he suddenly turned to a certain place and knelt on one knee, with a look of reverence on his face. "Welcome to the martial saint." The other 3 federal chiefs and the Federal Royal Navy soldiers behind them also knelt down one after another. The great Xia Grandmaster present was slightly startled when he saw the opponents suddenly kneel down, but when they realized what was happening, their scalps seemed to be pierced by electricity and their hair stood up suddenly. Before he could show any surprise, an overwhelming aura loomed over everyone's head, and all the sounds in the world suddenly fell silent. In an instant, the Grandmaster's aura that had gathered around the Poseidon ship disappeared. All the masters of Dasha felt a sense of weakness at this moment, as if their souls had been sucked out. Why not? As this voice fell, the whole world came alive again. The faint voice clearly penetrated the sound of the waves and entered everyone's ears. In just less than a second, the clothes of all the people standing on the Poseidon were soaked with cold sweat. Their eyes unconsciously raised, and looked with some trembling at the silver figure standing in the sky. The other person's silver pupils emitted a cold glow, radiating spots of light on the sparkling sea surface. He put his hands majestically behind his back, and his whole body exuded the terrifying aura of a ruler. It easily pushed the hull of the Poseidon down several meters, and the steel plates made of fine steel also cracked into fine lines. 9th level Martial Saint. Coming. Silver-eyed Martial Saint. Fragmented words squeezed out from between the teeth of a great Xia master. As this name fell into everyone's ears, all the breath from their bodies was instantly gone, and for a moment they didn't even dare to breathe. 9th level. The fame these people enjoy is definitely not just the title of Martial Saint, but the power and status that comes with their strength. Their appearance represents the end of warriors. Regardless of the silver-eyed Martial Saint's intentions, and regardless of whether he was standing on the opposite side of them, as long as a warrior has embarked on the path of martial arts, he must be respectful. Perform the kneeling ceremony. This is above race, country, personal will, etc. The absolute transcendence coming from the martial saint. Even a master or even a great sect is not immune to this. Upon seeing this, everyone on the Poseidon looked at each other. A look of panic gradually appeared on their faces, and they slowly knelt on one knee on the deck. Welcome to the silver-eyed martial saint. Chapter 245 Full Power State. Welcome to the silver-eyed martial saint. The first mate of the Poseidon, Chun Shao, bent his knees with heavy movements, and the people behind him also slowly knelt on one knee. Before, they could fearlessly fight against the 8th level sects. But it is impossible to turn the spearhead towards the martial saint. As long as the enemy shows even the slightest bit of hostility, it will have a reason to kill everyone on the Poseidon ship. What's more, the martial saint's strength is too terrifying, and he can't arouse any resistance at all. These top masters who could destroy a mountain with a wave of their hands seemed like tiny mayflies in the aura of the martial saint. I couldn't even detect the other person's true face. I could only feel that vague greatness and terrifying feeling. Since Dongfang Yi is willing to send his disciple to me, the silver-eyed martial saint had no intention of asking everyone to stand up. His pale pupils turned and looked into the distance, his eyelids drooping slightly. Then I won't be polite. A terrifying force was spreading above everyone's heads. Visible circles of white air waves pushed away the air and spread out from the silver-eyed martial saint. When the many masters present saw this scene, some had a look of confusion on their faces, while others were furious and clenched their hands tightly on their legs. It felt like a huge rock was pressing down on my heart, and for a moment I even found it hard to breathe. They didn't know what this martial saint was going to do, but just by looking at the movement they knew it was definitely not a friendly greeting. Chun Zhao's fingers almost penetrated the thigh flesh, and the blood tore the white cloth. He barely opened his mouth and said, "Doing this kind of thing, aren't you afraid that the Eastern martial saint will come to the border of the Federation with weapons?" The silver-eyed martial saint turned his eyes and took a look in surprise. The power of just this one glance was enough to make Chen Zhao's throat unable to withstand the pressure, and there was a crisp sound of bones breaking. He turned his head expressionlessly and looked at the target location again. The movement paths of several ant-sized figures were reflected in his pupils. Even though they are thousands of kilometers apart, one can still detect the other person's Asian characteristics. The silver-eyed martial saint said expressionlessly, "Escape? Will it work?" But he hadn't finished speaking yet. One of the fleeing ants suddenly turned around, and a pair of orange-gold pupils looked at him from thousands of kilometers away. The silver-eyed martial saint frowned slightly. The next second, his eyes reflected a rapidly approaching fist, which came straight towards his face with unparalleled fierceness. Bang! A white and tender fist smashed heavily into the indifferent face of the silver-eyed martial saint. Huge cracks rolled past him on both sides, creating a huge vacuum zone in the air. No matter whether it was people from Dasha or the Federation, they were all completely stunned at this moment. The sticky and powerful aura made them feel that time had slowed down by 100 times. They immediately raised their eyebrows in astonishment. When I saw the scene in front of me, I felt my brain twitching slightly for a moment. Represents strength, dignity. The martial saint, who is known as the god on earth, was punched in the face. Although this terrifying punch that spanned 1,000 miles did not make him move a single step. But the golden statue in everyone's heart has already shown a crack. The silver-eyed martial saint narrowed his long and narrow eyes, and his pupils turned to look at the girl who was punching. Then he moved the muscles in his wrist slightly, and a gust of wind was created around him. This simple move threw the attacker dozens of kilometers away. Squeak! The silver-eyed martial saint followed the voice and looked towards his own palm. A few drops of bright red blood melted the magnetic field wrapped around his body and slowly dripped down. His originally calm brows wrinkled slightly. Pity. The girl's voice floated over from a distance. Fu Xue slowly pushed up her arm, which was somewhat torn apart by flesh and blood. Then he swallowed the pieces of internal organs that flowed out of his throat, his face turning an unhealthy red. There was silence for a few seconds. Crazy. Are you crazy? A Federal Navy officer opened his eyes wide in astonishment. How dare she attack the martial saint? The dignity of the martial saint cannot be violated. She is openly provoking the Federation. DAZN? The skinny old man who was still half kneeling in front of the deck looked at the people around him and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What a strange sect. Could it be that she is Dongfang Yi's disciple? If a warrior of the 8th rank sect's level appeared, it would be a huge event even for the dominant Dasha. There are no more than 200 active members in the entire world, and only 1 or 2 appear every few years. It can be said that every major group is aware of each other's identity. The appearance of the girl who suddenly appeared in front of him seemed a little abrupt. What's even more terrifying is that the other party actually has the courage and even the strength to attack the martial saint. Although it did not cause any effective harm, it was extremely insulting. The great Xia Grandmaster on the Poseidon helped Chun Zhao up and looked at Fu Xue's expression with a serious gaze. It's over. Judging from her face, she must be seriously injured. What should we do? Can anyone think of a solution? I shouldn't be so impulsive. The old and steady Grandmaster frowned and sighed. No matter what, he is a martial saint after all. Alas, it's a dead end now. Just now they had the chance to bet that the martial saint of the Federation would not be willing to break the rules. After all, Dasha's 2 martial saints also have considerable weight. But now the other party can act with impunity. Even though Dongfeng Yi was standing here with a gun in his hand, the silver-eyed martial saint was still in the right. You have the courage. The silver-eyed martial saint looked at the trembling girl and continued calmly. Dongfeng Yi's disciples are indeed not to be underestimated, but do you still have the courage to throw another punch? Who? Fu Xue's face was slightly stunned, but her overheated body made it impossible for her to think so much. Why not? After Fu Xue said this, she looked at her body shaking unconsciously in astonishment, with hot breath coming out of her mouth and nose. You don't understand at all. The corners of her lips trembled slightly. The skin on his body became visibly transparent, and the blood hidden underneath was exposed to everyone. The expressions of everyone present were shocked. Even the silver-eyed martial saint frowned slightly. Before they could even be surprised, they saw an extremely horrifying scene before their eyes. The blood wrapped under the girl's transparent skin suddenly boiled. Blood vessels quickly burst, bones turned into a pool of white mud, and internal organs melted into blood. The golden elixir in the middle of Fu Xue's chest seemed to be placed in a hydraulic press. It gradually cracked and shattered into pieces, emitting golden light. The breath of God, the Lord of wind and snow, the celestial clothes of the underworld, the sun and the moon shining together. Then, the awakened abilities representing top talents appeared in her palms one by one. Full power. The unrivaled power, with the tremendous fighting spirit in her eyes, swept across the entire sea. You don't understand at all. Fu Xue's whole body was burning with flames, revealing her sharp fangs. Is there anything more exciting than stepping on the high and mighty martial saint? Chapter 246. The martial saint bleeds? As soon as Fu Xue finished speaking, the dark green blood climbed up her cheeks and completely enveloped her whole body. Boom! The surrounding water surface suddenly collapsed. The sea surface beneath Fu Xue's feet was lifted up by this momentum and turned into a water column several dozen meters high. The green figure was like a flash of lightning on the battlefield, and the hurricane it created almost tore the air apart. Bang! The sound of the collision of the flesh was like the hardest metal hitting each other. The air seemed to freeze, and that second was infinitely stretched. Then, like a volcano erupting, a strong force erupted from the center of their collision, and white air waves spread out in all directions like a tsunami. Under the impact of this force, a huge bowl-shaped hole was blown out on the sea surface below. The surrounding seawater continued to fill in, but was heavily suppressed by the majestic momentum. The two figures moved again. The speed was so fast that it was beyond the reach of the naked eye. They could only see the inexplicable huge waves of air bursting out in the air. Caw-caw. Cracks appeared on the steel fleets on both sides, and the 100-meter-high waves hit the Poseidon ship anchored in the port. The warship, weighing nearly 120,000 tons, swayed and easily scraped a huge gap in the port of Maching. Boom, boom. The rocks fell into the sea and made continuous noises. The people from Dasha were holding their bodies nervously, and before they could make any expression, they could hear groans of pain. They looked in the direction of the sound. His pupils, which had originally looked a little dull, suddenly shrank into needle-like shapes, and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Everyone on the Federal fleet turned red like boiled shrimps. Their eyeballs were like red-hot glass beads, and hot blood squeezed out of their pores, falling onto the deck with a hissing and burning sound. On! Cries of pain rang out on the deck. The soldiers rolled on the ground, trying to relieve the pain. This purgatory was so intense that it made the hairs of everyone in Dasha stand on end. Many people touched their skin with trembling fingers and only breathed a sigh of relief when they found nothing unusual. Accompanied by the sound of splashing water, the expressions on everyone's faces twitched a few times, and they unconsciously took several steps back. Fuck, I'm scared to death. A young master wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with trembling lips, "Are these people collectively possessed? What's going on?" "I don't know, but it should be a good thing, right? Good news?" The warrior with glasses twitched his lips and said, "If you attack someone's weak spot when you can't beat them, you will get anger in return." Everyone felt heavier again after hearing this. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, the figures of the 10 great masters fell on top of everyone's heads. With the support of a large sect, everyone felt a little relieved, although it was of no help for a martial saint at this level. The pressure will not disappear, but it will be transferred. This kind of thing still needs to be handled by the big clans. How can their little hearts withstand the destruction of such a major event as the advent of the martial saint? However, The expressions on the faces of several masters were a bit unhappy. They had originally agreed to run away separately and wait for some time for Dongfang Yi to arrive. Who would have thought that Fu Xue would stab Wu Shang in the face with a sudden blow? I knew she was brave, but I didn't expect her to be so brave. The young man said with a complicated expression, Gofrey is not as brave as the martial saint. Do we have a chance to force the martial saint back if we join forces? Is there a terrifyingly powerful psychic nearby who is influencing their thoughts? To be able to do this, one must have at least thousands of mental powers. Then, is he still a human? Hiss. At this moment, a great master took a deep breath and said with a shocked look, It seems that the martial saint has also been affected? Upon hearing this, the grandmaster below immediately looked up at the sky. The huge waves were pressed down on the sea surface by an invisible force. For a moment, there was an eerie calm. What did you do? There was a magnetic field that distorted light on the body of the silver-eyed martial saint, and his silver pupils glanced deeply at Fu Xue. He had no injuries on his body, but his face looked sickly pale. Under the incredulous gaze of the crowd, a drop of crimson blood dripped from his nostril, falling with great power. Boom! This drop of blood from the martial saint fell on the sea, instantly blasting a huge hole on it. The tiny blood beads condensed and did not disperse under the washing of the sea water. There is even an invisible magnetic field floating above it, which always prevents the surrounding seawater from getting close. This concave sea surface exists so strangely above. Quiet. An absolute silence spread in everyone's hearts. Even the great Xia Grandmaster, who had always had fantasies about Fu Xue, was confused at this moment. The worldview that has been maintained for decades seemed to be suddenly alkalied by the scene before my eyes. Their so-called fantasy was just a hope that Fu Xue could survive this battle. But I never thought that the martial saint would be injured. How could an 8th-rank sect leader be beaten to the point of bleeding by a martial saint? It doesn't make sense. It's totally impossible to happen. The crowd's emotions fermented and then subsided, and many people slowly came to their senses. When they realized what had really happened, their eyes suddenly lit up, and even their bodies trembled with excitement. The martial saint who is unrivaled in the world. It's bleeding. Laugh. A burst of scorching breath suddenly gushed out from Fu Xue's body. The Hades' heavenly clothes on his body would occasionally crack, revealing a body underneath that looked like flowing magma. As expected of a good disciple taught by Dongfang Yi, he can still move. The silver-eyed martial saint spoke calmly, but he took an unnoticeable step back. At this moment, he felt an inexplicable pain and itchiness in the bones of his body, as if there were ants chewing his bones with their mouthparts along his blood vessels. Curse? The silver-eyed martial saint thought of some mysterious rumors about Dasha, and his brows furrowed slightly. As a person trained by Dasha, does he carry a curse? His eyes once again glanced at the hellish scene below. Corpses were floating up and down in the sea. Their bodies first heated up and then were immersed in the seawater, and now they are slightly stiff. The silver pupils trembled slightly and shifted to the girl who was being controlled by the magnetic field. After thinking for a long time, he finally felt it necessary to resist the curse and take action. Otherwise, in the end the girl in front of him would inevitably turn into a curse lingering over his head, 100 times more terrifying than the current one. What a shame. It would be better if it were a warrior from my federation. He spoke softly, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared less than a few meters in front of Fu Xue. He formed his hands into claws and grabbed the air in front of him. The wind around suddenly rose, and the white cyclone converged towards the center. Even the light was twisted into a vortex, as if the celestial pole was twisted. Chapter 247. Transformed into an extreme beast. No, that's totally wrong. Fu Xue seemed oblivious to the pressure from the outside world, and the pain also made her thinking speed reach its peak. After absorbing half of the corpse of the extreme beast, he reached the super limit level 9. In addition, there is a series of ability enhancements and a tremendous amount of energy and blood blessing. With countless abilities added together, her power should undergo a qualitative change. If an 8th level beast possesses super limit abilities of the same level, it would probably be easy for it to tear through the 9th level barrier, right? Why can the earth beasts tear up the food chain, but she can't? The buffs are fully stacked, and this is all you can do. Fu Xue's mind was spinning rapidly. If she had a temperature gauge, you will find that compared to other parts of the torso that are terribly hot, the brain is likely to explode. Soon, Fu Xue found the key point. The human body is not suitable for controlling violent power. Under the gaze of the silver-eyed martial saint, she whispered, "Your weak bodies force you to hone your abilities." The silver-eyed martial saint narrowed his eyes slightly and asked calmly, "Why, you're not human?" "If necessary." The green flames on Fu Xue's body gradually died out, revealing the magma-like core underneath. She forced a clear smile on her unclear facial features. "I can be not." If her skin was cracked before, it was probably shattered now. Orange-red magma containing terrifying energy overflowed from Fu Xue's body. Those are all liquid energies that have lost their muscle effects. Under Fu Xue's control, it was molded like plasticine into a moving volcano hundreds of meters tall. Hold head high. The roar of the giant beast created circles of white air waves in the air. The ground in Motown, and even further away, was shaking slightly. Hearing this familiar roar, some elderly locals stood up in a trance. It was still morning, but the sky was dyed red. In everyone's eyes was reflected the terrifying, four-legged, winged dragon king standing in the sea of fire. But it has a more resounding name in this land. Extreme Beast. Boom! The fiery red claws slammed heavily on the body of the silver-eyed martial saint, and in an instant he flew backwards a terrifying distance. A terrifying sea wall was created on the sea surface. The figure of the silver-eyed martial saint smashed into a small island with a diameter of dozens of kilometers before he managed to stabilize his body. Puff! A deep red blood mist gushed out from the mouth of the silver-eyed martial saint. He raised his head. His silver eyes fell on the giant beast in the distance, and his indifferent pupils couldn't help but shake slightly. The black and red dragon slowly raised its head and opened its ferocious mouth that looked like magma flowing out. The terrifying black and purple energy slowly gathered inside, and before it was completely condensed, an invisible throbbing feeling was already spreading outward. Destruction wave. No matter whether it was the powerful chief executive or the chef who managed logistics on the Poseidon, they all had their mouths wide open with a stunned look on their faces. With a deafening roar, a purple-black laser gushed out from the dragon's mouth. It instantly tore through the barrier of space and rushed towards the figure. The sea surface boiled under the impact of such power, and water vapor rose instantly, forming a white mist. Laugh! A deep ravine appeared out of nowhere on the sea surface, as if the sea was divided into two. The surging sea water rolled on both sides of the ravine, trying to fill the sudden huge crack. But the remaining power from the destructive wave alone can easily evaporate the seawater. Boom! The purple-black laser and the martial saint's magnetic field collided with each other. The magnetic field rippled violently under the impact of the laser, as if a huge rock weighing thousands of pounds had been thrown into the water. Soon, these magnetic field energies quickly melt away under the high temperature of the laser and become invisible. Without resistance, the destructive wave passed through the chest of the silver-eyed martial saint at a speed close to the speed of light, causing a huge roar not far behind him. The huge amount of energy that gushed out instantly tore his body into pieces. The stirred seawater was heavily suppressed by the huge breath, and all that remained in everyone's eyes was a spectacular steam belt, like a giant white dragon winding in the air. Everyone shuddered as if the laser light had brushed across their scalps. It was not until a hot breeze with the smell of the sea blew on their cheeks and made their hair curl up that everyone came to their senses. There were bursts of inhalation sounds from the crowd. This, ah? A middle-aged man, the back of his shirt soaked with sweat, said in a trembling voice, "How did the situation become like this? What the hell? Can this guy transform while fighting?" The birth of the extreme beasts has always been inferred by experts. The young man who was speaking put on his glasses with shaking hands, which kept dropping glass shards. He took a deep breath and continued, "Could it be that this is how the previous beast was born?" The expressions of everyone present suddenly changed when they heard this. They looked up at the giant dragon emitting a breath of destruction not far away, and all the muscles in their bodies couldn't help but shrink. "I don't even have the courage to look up a second time. It shouldn't be that bad." The Zong, who was standing above everyone's heads, spoke slowly. Unlike the people who stayed here, they saw with their own eyes that Fu Xue had eaten half of an extreme beast, which might be the reason why he was able to transform into an extreme beast. Although I suspect that the other party might be a transformed earth beast, this kind of thing has no scientific basis. Well, I just thought about it for a while and then put it out of my mind. The next moment after the words fell, the black and red dragon's gaze fell here. The nerves of the people, including several big bosses, suddenly grew nervous. They did not feel safe at all, even though they were hundreds of kilometers away. Is this girl's body okay? This time the overlimit is unexpectedly strong. Even the beasts can't handle this. How can she? If they didn't still hold out some hope, they would have started greasing their feet by now. When everyone's heart was in their throat and about to jump out, the black and red dragon nodded gently at them, then flapped its wings and took a running start on the water like a baby bird learning to fly. Call. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The tense muscles on their faces relaxed, and the tense atmosphere eased a little. Hiss. Someone took a deep breath and exclaimed, "How can you still maintain your sanity in this state?" Chapter 248. Soaring Combat Power. Defend the base. Under a huge air raid shelter. This is a hiding place specially built to avoid the impact of the Earth Beast riot, buried dozens of meters underground. The damp and cold air hissed inside, and the corners were covered with gray spider webs. Several distinguished figures stood in the room with different expressions, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. The Asian youth swallowed, and the sweat on his face was covered with a layer of dust. "City Lord," he said awkwardly, "the Federation fleet has arrived. Shouldn't we go out to greet them?" Latif glanced at the other man with a frown. Seeing his pale face, I couldn't help but shake my head, forgiving him for asking such a low-level question. It's true that the Federal Republic is a close ally of Motown, but when he got the news that the Federal fleet was going to meet with the Dasha fleet, he immediately found a place to hide. No way. He couldn't afford to offend these two big guys. "City Lord, I think we can go and take a look." Another fat man with a smooth face narrowed his eyes greedily, rubbed his palms, and continued, "The Federation has 4 great leaders stationed across the strait. They will definitely find a chance to bleed the people of Dasha. The implication is that they want to take advantage of the fact that someone is backing them up and collect a toll from Dasha. Just a little leak would make Motown a fortune." Hiss, it seems possible. If we had a sea god ship like the Dasha, then ordinary sea beasts would probably no longer be dangerous. That's enough. Latif saw that the noise in the room was getting louder and louder, so he said in a low voice, "Dasha only has 2 great lords in public, but secretly there may be more than 6 or 7 great lords." 6 or 7 great leaders? As soon as everyone's voices stopped, the expressions on their faces suddenly became honest. When the fat man heard this, his face turned pale, his mouth shut, and he looked around fearfully, fearing that a big shot was listening to him. Boom! A loud roar suddenly sounded. Dust and powder kept flapping in the air, and then fell like snowflakes, forming a thick layer on the ground. The fat man jumped up in fear, prostrated himself on the ground, and cried out in a trembling voice, "Don't kill me. I know I was wrong." After a few seconds, the sound gradually stopped. As soon as he looked up, he saw the indescribable looks from several people. Even though he was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush slightly. I didn't expect this group of people to make such a big noise. Before the fat man could finish his words, boom! It was as if a loud bang that resounded through heaven and earth was spreading rapidly along the earth's crust. This carefully built safe house was crushed to pieces in an instant. The heavy soil collapsed under the horrified gaze of the crowd, burying them all underground. Paw! A hand with mud between the fingers pierced through the ground, grabbed a big tree, and used the force to lift himself up. Latif raised his eyes with a solemn expression, regardless of his dusty appearance. Then the pupils contracted to the extreme in an instant. A dark purple beam of light pierced through the sky, like a magical weapon that could shatter the dome. Surrounding it were fiery red clouds, and the shadows constantly moving within them had been deeply engraved in his mind decades ago. The muscles all over his body were shaking uncontrollably, and even his cells were dissolving abnormally. Latif's lips moved a few times, and the sound was rough as if it came out from between his teeth. "Extreme beast. I suggest you speed up a bit." The mixed-race woman's somewhat embarrassed voice reached Dongfang Ren's ears through the headphones. He deadpanned, "This is the fastest speed. What happened?" Her choice was somewhat different from what I expected. The mixed-race woman took a deep breath and said hurriedly, "If you get there within 3 minutes, there might still be hope." "I can't do it," Dongfang Ren estimated in his heart and shook his head. The mixed-race woman in front of the screen took a deep breath when she heard this, and her expression was a little embarrassed for a moment. She could choose to shake the princess over, but the other party had specifically reminded me of one thing before that. She is monitoring the movements of a powerful being. Try not to disturb her unless it is important. To be called a powerful being by the princess, even if the mixed-race woman used a pig brain, she She knew that the other party's strength was terrifying. Maybe it is also a planet-level existence. It's true that Fu Xue is a member that the temple values very much, but that also depends on what she's compared to. The mixed-race woman paced back and forth hesitantly for a moment. She glanced at the girl on the screen who was unable to move due to the magnetic field and couldn't help but sigh. Feel sorry. She looked a little regretful and murmured softly, but it's also your fault that you are stubborn and don't listen to any advice. If he had listened to her a little, with such terrifying fighting power, he would not have ended up in the current situation. Alice at the side sat up a little straighter, biting her nails, not knowing what to say. Call? There was a sound like that coming from a bellows, accelerated to the extreme. The orange-red fluorescence reflected on the cheeks of the two people. They raised their heads to look over, and then they froze in place. The figure of the girl reflected in their eyes gradually melted away. But the combat power on the screen did not disappear, but soared at an extremely fast speed. 570 million, 600 million, 700 million, 900 million, 1.2 billion, until the shape of the giant beast was completely solidified. The combat power figure was fixed at the terrifying number of 1.4 billion. The mixed-race woman felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body felt numb for a moment, and all the thoughts in her mind were turned into a mess. Her mouth opened unconsciously, and her eyes slowly widened as if she had seen something unbelievable. Fuck me. She uttered a curse word in the American style, took a deep breath with a twitching face, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. Over the limit. It's really over the limit. What? Dongfang Run on the other side was confused and frowned, saying, say it again in Dasha language. He is not very proficient in foreign languages and is limited to simple daily applications. In addition, the other party's voice was unclear, and he spoke a long string of gibberish. He couldn't understand a single word of this long and difficult sentence. Dongfang Yi, who was following not far behind him, moved his head slightly and looked over with a probing look in his eyes. What's wrong? Dongfang Ren continued to move forward, and the fierce cold wind swept across his cheeks, carrying the voice to the back. Can you reach your destination in 3 minutes? Dongfang Yi narrowed his eyes and was about to say something, but the noise coming from afar instantly attracted his attention. Boom! Crimson occupied a corner of the sky, as if doomsday had come. A dark purple beam of light shot straight into the sky, and a moment later a scorching sea breeze blew out 2 wind belts on their sides. Chapter 249 Wushang. Do you need help? This is. Dongfang Yi sniffed the air, and his brows instantly furrowed. A stream of deep red blood rose from his body, and the terrifying aura gradually calmed the surging waves below. Then his speed suddenly exploded, and his figure passed through the air like a string of light. In an instant, he surpassed Dongfang Ren by a large margin. Are you willing to explode your essence and blood? Dongfang Ren's eyes flickered a few times, and he shook his head with mixed feelings. At the same time, his speed also increased to the extreme, closely following behind the figure. 8 minutes later, a terrifying figure descended over the port of Mo City. The impact of just coming to a standstill created an air cannon at an extremely terrifying speed. Dongfang Yi's eyes quickly took in all the surrounding conditions. There were small branches, mud, and even corpses floating on the sea. Mo Town not far away was full of ruins, and the water level was almost up to the waist. His eyes swept across the devastation before him, and the terrifying beast gradually disappearing in the distance. Finally, it slowly fell back to the area in front of it. The unique aura of the martial saint swept across the sea, and his brows were immediately tightly twisted into the shape of a Chan character. Then he grasped the black spear and dropped it on the scarred Poseidon ship. Where's Fu Xue? The Grand Master who was asked was stunned for a moment. After seeing the face of the person in front of him clearly, he became excited instantly. He opened his mouth several times but couldn't form any words. I. Silver eyes. Dongfang Yi scanned again, but did not sense Fu Xue's breath. The bones in his hand that were holding the spear made a crisp sound of crackling, and he continued to ask with murderous intent in his eyes. Where is he? The undisguised aura of the martial saint alarmed the great men in the cabin. They all came out and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that it was their family. The white-haired old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, You are late. The matter is over. Dongfang Yi's face froze for a moment, and for a moment he was a little confused about the current situation. If he really arrived late, how could the other party still talk to him with a smile like this? Don't tell him that he can force back a martial saint with the help of the several big sects in front of him. As a martial saint, I know how ridiculous this is, but there is another possibility. That means the silver-eyed martial saint didn't come at all. Dongfang Yi's heart suddenly skipped a beat and his eyes were fixed on the figure following behind him. A sense of foreboding came to my mind. Laugh. The spear roared like a dragon and directly pressed against Dongfang Ren's throat. The air was instantly frozen by the huge aura, and everyone present was so shocked by this huge change that they were speechless. The smiles on the faces of several big bosses faded, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Since Silver Eyes didn't appear here, Dongfang Yi's brows twisted into a knot, and he continued expressionlessly, "Then I want to ask, why did you lead me here?" Dongfang Ren stretched out his hand to push away the spear in front of him, but the other party's hand shook slightly and the tip of the spear even penetrated into his skin. He said calmly, "I received news that a martial saint did appear here. You're still lying." Dongfang Yi narrowed his eyes and his teeth almost chattered. The white-haired old man standing nearby seemed to understand something and hurriedly stepped out tremblingly to smooth things over and said, "Wait, Eastern martial saint." Seeing that both of them were looking at him, he shuddered and said, "I think you might have misunderstood. The silver-eyed martial saint from the Federation did arrive just now." Dongfang Yi frowned even more tightly, and his hands did not relax at all. "Then tell me where Yin Tong is, and where is Fu Xue?" The silver-eyed martial saint should be there, but he could be anywhere. One of the chieftains still couldn't believe it. He whispered with a twitch in his mouth, "It was probably beaten to pieces by that little girl." "You mean Fu Xue defeated the silver-eyed martial saint?" Dongfang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he asked in a puzzled tone, "Has she broken through to the realm of martial saint?" "That's not the case." The white-haired old man pointed to a certain place and said with a complicated expression, "She turned into an extreme beast and beat the silver-eyed martial saint to death." Dongfang Yi looked in the direction his finger pointed. His expression tensed, and he said in a low voice, "Are you kidding me?" Before he could finish his words, the gigantic beast flew to Dongfang Yi at an extremely fast speed and stared at the two people who were confronting each other with its golden red eyes. "Martial saint, do you need help?" An excited girl's voice rang in his ears, and Dongfang Yi's hands and feet froze instantly. With a dull expression, he stared into the lantern-sized animal eyes. He squeezed out a few words with a bit of a hoarseness in his throat. "It's okay. Go and have fun." It was not until Fu Xue flew hundreds of kilometers and plunged into the water with a red tail like a comet, creating a huge wave like a tsunami. At this time, Dongfang Yi gradually came to his senses. He put the black spear behind his back without saying a word and moved his lips a few times, and thousands of words merged into one sentence. "What's going on?" Mediterranean Sea. Somewhere where ocean currents meet. A small boat covered in rust and with barnacles clinging to its sides was spinning in the current. The bearded man at the helm looked at the dark clouds in the sky. He gritted his teeth to steady the steering wheel, then walked quickly down and picked up a fishing net. The thin old man was surprised when he saw him running down. "Why are you running down here instead of steering the ship?" When the beard came down, a wave hit his face. He shook the water off his chin, then spat out a mouthful of seawater and said, "The redback shrimps are gathering together, and catching more in one net can bring in tens of thousands of dollars in profit. My son needs a lot of money to break through to level 29, and isn't your granddaughter old enough to be sent to a warrior school?" As he spoke, he smoothed the fishing net with his calloused hands, and with his tense arm muscles, he threw it into the air in a beautiful arc. As he pulled the fishing net tighter, the red color gathered inside immediately brought smiles to the two men's faces. "With your help, I don't have to worry about next year's tuition fees." The thin old man smoothed his arms, revealing his slender arms. He walked over and followed the bearded man to pull the fishing net back. But then the thin old man's eyes began to tremble, and he quickly reached out and pried open the bearded man's hands that were holding the fishing net. The bearded man frowned and watched the full bag of money fall down. "You?" Just as he was about to open his mouth to curse, he saw a huge mouth several dozen meters in size emerging from the water. He swallowed all the fish in that area into his mouth in one gulp. The two people who saw this scene had their legs shaking and their faces turned visibly pale, as if they had been soaked in sea water for a long time. "May Poseidon bless you." The thin old man made a gesture and said in a trembling voice, "I have been on the sea for decades and have never seen such a big sea beast." Chapter 250. What the hell? Are you testing an old cadre with? 5 more. Quick, quick, turn the rudder. Turn the rudder. With the thin old man's shout, The bearded man finally came back to his senses from his shock. The seawater kept pouring in, forcing him to crawl into the cabin. When he raised his head, a huge vortex had appeared in front of him, and at its center is a huge mouth that can swallow almost everything. All the hairs on his body stood up uncontrollably, and he steered the ship at the fastest speed he had ever run in his life. But what was despairing was that the suction force in the whirlpool firmly grasped the bottom of the boat, pulling them to the edge of the whirlpool step by step. The two looked at each other and could only see each other's pale faces. It's over. At this moment, the thin old man saw a figure passing through the dark clouds out of the corner of his eye. Just when he thought it was a hallucination before his death, a touch of fire burned the dark clouds red. Like a light bulb that was suddenly lit, the tungsten filament inside became incredibly hot. Immediately afterwards, a figure like a falling comet crashed into the sea. Boom! The waves that were so close almost overturned the boat, but fortunately, the waves under the sea began to surge and pushed the boat further and further away. The huge waves slammed against the deck and the thick cabin glass. The two men's bodies hit the hull hard. They ignored the pain in their bodies and looked forward in shock. The blood almost dyed the entire sea red, and the scene before them was like the bloody sea in hell, almost suffocating. A huge black and red figure emerged from the sea. The bearded man couldn't help but swallow hard, his mind going blank. Next to such a giant, his boat looked like a Lego toy. Hua hua. The huge beast leaped up, and the blood on its body splashed onto the cabin glass like rain. The blood from high-level sea beasts was like sulfur, easily leaving black and yellow marks on the transparent glass. The two stared in amazement at the giant beast's back as it flew into the clouds. It was not until the sea breeze blew and the damp and cold feeling made them shiver violently that they gradually recovered from the shock. We survived? We actually survived? Poseidon. The thin old man prayed devoutly and murmured, "This must be the sea god blessing us. Thank you for the blessing of the sea god." On the Poseidon, Li Chunlai walked out of the conference room, leaned over the railing and exhaled a breath. He saw a golden shadow, raised his hand and gently greeted, "Are you going to look for Fu Xue again?" Elena turned her head expressionlessly and explained, "I just saw her shadow disappear beside me, so I was going to check in the room." "You care about her more than we do now?" Li Chunlai made a joke, but was stared at coldly by the other party. He laughed awkwardly, "Don't worry, she will come back when she has had enough fun." Elena withdrew her gaze indifferently, picked up her high heels, and turned into the cabin. As she walked inside, she noticed the lingering heat in the air. Her eyes lit up and her pace quickened instantly. "Already back?" Bang! Elena pushed open the door of Fu Xue's room. The scene in front of her made her cheeks slightly red, and a trace of bright red blood dripped from her nose. Under warm yellow light, the girl's back was facing away from her, revealing her fair and delicate back, and she could even catch a glimpse of her slightly sunken waist the moment she entered the room. Fu Xue paused for a moment, put on her white lining, and turned back calmly. She could accept being seen by a woman, but when she turned around and saw the other person's appearance, her face showed a look of surprise. "You are..." Elena wiped the blood from her nose awkwardly and took the initiative to explain. "As a warrior, it's normal for me to have blood overflowing." Fu Xue closed her mouth and looked at her silently. "You better be. Next time, knock before you come in and wait for my permission before coming in," she said calmly. "Also, what do you want from me?" "I have a question." Elena took a deep breath. "Explain." Elena looked serious and asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" "Huh." Several question marks appeared in Fu Xue's head, and her adjusted expression slowly cracked. "No, and there won't be any in the future." "Then, can you give me a chance to pursue you?" Elena said with a smile. "Ah." The question marks on Fu Xue's head have been filled up. "Are you foreigners so direct?" Her CPU almost overloaded. Fu Xue's throat rolled nervously, and she looked at the blonde woman in front of her with her eyes. She felt a little confused for a moment. A closer look reveals that the freckles on both sides of this woman's cheeks add a lot of points, and when she smiles, quite cute. "I haven't thought about that yet." Fu Xue scratched her head, with a strange expression on her face. This is not a lie. At most, she is only 2 or 3 months away from turning 19. Before, we were still in the realm of premature love. "I understand." Elena's rosy lips curled up slightly, and she winked at her sexily. Fu Xue was distracted for a few seconds, and when she refocused her attention, the other person had already left. Fu Xue sat on the bed, sweating profusely, and wiped the sweat from her face. Oh my god. Why are you suddenly using this to test the old cadres? After a while, she slowly came to her senses. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Fu Xue muttered to herself. Then her eyes fell on the system panel. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, demigod. Chosen. Life level, 88.6. Strength, 270,497.38 kilograms. Speed, 142.19 meters per second. Mental strength, 1,617.0. Combat power, 400,623,314.97. Items, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. Big bully, red. Danger sense, red. Too big to fail, red. Conjugate pain, red. Big sin a gluttony, red. Big sin a jealousy, red. Captive of food, red. System backpack, no. Blessing, click to expand details. Task, conspirator, click to expand details. Assyrian crown, click to expand details. Chapter 251, Compassionate Pathogens. It's a pity that I didn't get the Martial Saint's ability gem, otherwise I might be able to reach level 90 directly. Fu Xue muttered a few words under her breath. Although she said this, there was no regret on her face. The extreme beast state, plus a little bit of magnetic field energy, is enough to crush the Martial Saint. These things are just icing on the cake for her. It's a pity that the energy is consumed too quickly. Even though Fu Xue tried hard to suppress her nausea, she was still in a state of, I'm eating, eat. In the end, it didn't last more than 3 days and it was completely gone. Fortunately, she has found the correct way to open the super limit. If the human body structure is used as the foundation, most of the gem abilities she gained when she upgraded her life level are actually useless. But it's different when it comes to earth beasts. If we talk about the power route alone, we still have to look at the earth beasts. That kind of powerful structure is simply born for battle. Shaking her head, Fu Xue then focused her attention on the blessing and clicked on that column with a slightly nervous mood. 7 curses, 7 blessings. Part 1 iron pathogens. 7 curses, 7 blessings. Part 2 plant pathogens. 7 curses, 7 blessings. Part 3 biological pathogens. 7 curses, 7 blessings. Part 4 energy pathogens. 7-fold curses, 7-fold blessings. Part 5 soul pathogens. 7 curses, 7 blessings. Part 6 compassionate pathogens. Introduction. The infected creatures will spread the mercy from the Father God until the whole world joins the big family. Oh shit. Fu Xue's eyes suddenly opened wide and her pupils couldn't help but tremble. Now the only ones who can truly be called infected are Linyu, Xiaobai, and a few weapons. If we want to completely eliminate the possibility of a major plague, we can only use humane destruction. Her brows were slightly twisted, but soon Fu Xue relaxed and lay down on the bed. Forget it, the infection is contagious. Judging from the situation of these animals, even if they are really infected, the consequences are not very serious. At least the appearance won't become ugly. And it is also a good thing for warriors who always have to face the danger of earth beasts. If the big guys were stronger, they wouldn't be so hard to die. She is usually too lazy to control these people infected with pathogens. In the end, everyone just needs to ignore the slightly changed pupil color and directly and perfectly connect to the new life. All benefits. Fu Xue scratched her cheek, her eyes fixed on the last blessing that had not yet appeared. It should be all good. The ship rocked slightly. Fu Xue rolled a few times on the bed and wrapped herself in the quilt, looking like a cute caterpillar. That's strange. She raised her worried eyes and looked towards the round window above her head. From time to time, you can see the surging waves crashing in, making a splashing sound. Although she couldn't see the route, Fu Xue knew very well that the Poseidon was on its way home. We are all going home. Why hasn't anyone taken action yet? Fu Xue buried her little head in the pillow in confusion, leaving only the furry back of her head exposed. The small target, the earth vein flower, was taken away, and the side quest of defeating the Martial Saint was completed at the same time. But the person she was waiting for didn't show any clues, not even any signs of testing. It seems like he's suddenly not interested in her anymore. Then I got this entry for nothing? Fu Xue curled her lips and looked at the task with some regret. As long as she is eaten by the opponent, she can not only gain the opponent's power, but also have new God-chosen items to choose from. Compared to the generous rewards, the process can be ignored. But there is nothing we can do if they don't want to come. Let's think about how to make money. Fu Xue pursed her lips. The ability gems of a ninth-rank martial saint are likely to be around tens of billions, and the total number of gems on his body may be hundreds of billions. The money I saved for 2 or 3 months was spent in one day. She really can't afford such consumption in the billions. Fu Xue tilted her head slightly. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Now that I'm so strong, the dungeon should be easy to conquer, right? Federal headquarters. Led by 2 waiters in suits, a silver-stretched VIP car slowly stopped in front of the federal headquarters. Who is this? Don't you know the rules? How dare you park your car like this at the federal headquarters? A young warrior whispered. He has a prominent nose, relatively thin lips, and his overall appearance is different from that of most people in the Federation. Everyone present could tell at a glance that he was from the Black Bear country, and many of them showed a hint of rejection in their eyes. You are ignorant. That is the vehicle of the silver-eyed martial saint. The young warrior's eyes trembled when he heard this, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. He wished he could go back 2 seconds and slap himself hard. Caw. The rear door of the VIP car opened gently, and a young man with silver hair walked out. He narrowed his eyes, raised his head, and said proudly, "Why didn't Luther come out to greet me? Isn't he going to sit in the position of the Federation president?" The people around felt ashamed for a moment when they heard this. Only the son of the martial saint dares to be so arrogant. If anyone else said so, their legs would be broken in the next second. The waiter had beads of sweat on his forehead and explained in a low voice, "Chairman Luther is organizing a meeting. What's the use of his organization without my presence?" The silver-haired young man sneered. As the son and agent of the silver-eyed martial saint, his words could to some extent be understood as being spoken by the martial saint himself. No matter how the president of the Federation organizes the meeting, he will have to make the final decision in the end. The silver-haired young man straightened his suit, and without looking at the shivering waiter beside him, he walked towards the open door of the headquarters. Bite! The sound of an elevator arriving was heard. The silver-haired young man walked towards the door in his sight with familiarity, put his palm on the door handle, and pushed it hard. Bang! An empty echo echoed in the huge conference room, and the sparse voices inside suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked over. When they saw the silver-haired young man walking in, everyone's eyes immediately changed from confusion to pity. The silver-haired young man was very annoyed by being looked at. He was about to explode when his eyes suddenly caught sight of several huge keywords on the screen. The silver-eyed martial saint. Falls? His face turned extremely pale in an instant, and the buzzing sound in his head almost made it impossible for him to think about his current situation. Impossible. My father is a martial saint. He can live another 100 years. The silver-haired young man thought for a moment, then stared viciously at the middle-aged man dressed as a professor on the stage. Luther, you want to embarrass me, right? I don't want to accept this reality, but it's a pity. Chairman Liu was silent for a moment. Then he raised his head and said, "The martial saint has indeed fallen, at the hands of a new martial saint of Great Xia." Chapter 252. Martial Saint Escort? The huge conference hall fell silent for a moment. It was not until a moment later that the crowd gradually came to their senses, and the sound of surprised gasps suddenly became one. The new martial saint. Someone's face was so ugly that he was twitching. Doesn't Dasha already have 2 martial saints? How come there is another one? Could it be Qin Pei? It's not too surprising that he broke through to the 9th level. But considering his age, he probably won't live long. It would be better if this were the case. The silver-haired young man quickly recovered from his panic, and he chuckled calmly. How can a newly promoted martial saint kill my father? Just because he is young? Ridiculous. Everyone who heard this also reacted, and their thoughts became a little confused for a moment. At the 8th level, it is very difficult to determine the true winner between warriors. The magnetic field on the body of the 9th level martial saint almost formed a domain of its own. As long as the opponent's strength is not enough to break the magnetic field, it basically means that those attacks are in vain. How could a newly promoted martial saint defeat the silver-eyed martial saint? But the key point is that the president of the Federation would not have the leisure to spread rumors about the martial saint, right? A mere federal chairman cannot withstand the wrath of the martial saint. For great clans and the fleet stationed in the Mediterranean Gorge also disappeared at the same time as the silver-eyed martial saint. Chairman Luther sighed and pulled up a satellite image on the screen. Above you can see a large area of red representing high energy. This was the situation at the time. The energy that exploded inside had exceeded the limit of our detection, and it is different from the energy reactions of all previous martial saints. It is estimated to be an extremely violent and difficult to control force. He once again pulled up a picture taken by a drone from high altitude. The entire ocean appears mottled with bright spots under a special filter, as if observing cell tissue in a petri dish through a microscope. We organized several searches and detected high-energy blood reactions within a 200-kilometer radius. Chairman Lude's hair stood up when he said this. He took a deep breath and continued. This new martial saint is not weak. Even, the strength is so strong that it is terrifying. The naked evidence is right before our eyes. Everyone present felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck them on the head out of nowhere, leaving them burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. But there was one person who was more devastated than anyone else present. Impossible. The silver-haired young man took 2 steps back in a trance, and then his eyes turned red and he gritted his teeth. I now order you to dispatch the Royal Navy. Dasha must pay the price for daring to do such a thing. Chairman Luther shook his head and looked away. Next, we need to discuss whether to change our strategy towards Dasha to a friendly one. Are you crazy? The silver-haired young man roared when he heard this. Everyone present looked back at him, then shook their heads under his glare and pressed the green buttons on the table indicating their agreement. Even your uncle would agree if he came here. Some people were still afraid of the remaining power of the Wuxing family, so they explained in a low voice before pressing the button of agreement. The silver-haired young man's eyes were a little dull. Only then did he suddenly realize that no one cared about what he said after he left his father. For a while, he felt like a clown standing here. I'm not leaving. I want to see the big ship. The little boy was hanging on the middle-aged man's arm, looking like he was lying on the ground and refusing to leave. The long-haired woman who looked quite gentle at the side covered her mouth and smiled and said softly, There are big boats here. Whichever one do you want to take? Let Dad take you on it. Don't talk nonsense. The middle-aged man smiled helplessly. The big ship this kid is talking about is the Poseidon ship. How can I get on it? The gentle woman squatted down when she heard this and said, There's nothing we can do about it. We can only wait until Chun grows up and takes Dad up to see the big ship. The little boy's clear eyes froze for a moment. Then he raised his head and said, Okay, I will definitely take you to see the big ship later. The gentle woman smiled and stood up. Then out of the corner of her eye she saw a row of black commercial vehicles driving past her in a long queue, bringing with them a gust of cold wind. Finally, they were parked neatly on both sides of Tianhe Port. The middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank. Although the ships in the port could not be seen from this angle, the image of the Poseidon had already appeared in his mind. When they really saw a big ship, he was even more excited than his son. He stretched out his strong arms, clamped the 2 men on his arms, and then ran forward quickly. Buzz! Followed by a heavy humming sound. The attention of everyone around was drawn to it, and seeing the scarred Poseidon ship in front of them, they couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness in their throats. Oh my God! Why has the Poseidon become like this? Hiss! I remember the last major overhaul was the first time we went out to sea to subjugate an 8th-level sea beast, right? The person who spoke took a deep breath. I hope everyone inside is okay. Didn't someone say 2 months ago that Fu Xue also came aboard? Could it be that she was taken with him to defeat the sea monsters? It's hard to say, a young man interrupted. Don't forget that she is now a master, and she has long been able to participate in the subjugation of land beasts and sea beasts. Then, the man opened his mouth and swallowed his words. Forget it. I won't say discouraging words. Click. As the sound of mechanical twisting was heard, the gangway was slowly lowered. The people in Tianhe City sighed a few times and looked at the figure walking down the ladder with some nervousness. I saw Fu Xue. She seems to be fine. The young man heaved a sigh of relief. Then his eyes suddenly widened as wide as they could. Fuck. Why is there a martial arts saint standing next to her? When people heard this, question marks popped up in their heads. Their eyes swept around for a moment, and then each of them was stunned and unable to utter a word. The old martial saint of Dasha has been recuperating, while Dongfang Yi has never left the big cave since he took over as the commander of the front line, and has been guarding the frontline area. Now, Dongfang Yi has come out. Seeing him walking beside Fu Xue, talking and laughing, everyone present knew his purpose without even having to guess. Everyone's brains were confused by the scene before them. At this distance, the figure of the martial saint seemed only the size of an ant, but in their eyes he was far more eye-catching than the huge Poseidon ship behind him. Goo! Clear swallowing sounds were heard from the crowd. This was followed by a heartfelt exclamation. Oh my God! Is she asking the martial saint to escort her now? Chapter 253. A lieutenant general in exchange for a single sentence. Thanks for your hard work. Wu Hanxiao patted Dongfeng Yi on the shoulder. Then he looked at Fu Xue with a somewhat excited expression, and his lips moved a few times. Considering that this was not the place to talk, he swallowed the question and said, "Come on, let's talk in the car." The young major general who was following him hurried over and opened the car door. However, it would seem crowded if he went in after the three of them were seated. Although the young major general wanted to make himself familiar to the two men, he still closed the car door gently and stood behind the car with his back straight. "Why are you here, kid?" A tall leader glanced at him in surprise. "How was your grandfather's injury?" Seeing that the young major general only looked at him cautiously, the chieftain chuckled and said, "We are all family. There is no need to be so nervous." The young major general pursed his lips and whispered, "The injury is much better." "That's good. I'll find a chance to visit you when this is over." Dezong nodded to him and said with a smile in his eyes, "Remember to ask him to prepare some good food." "Yes." The young major general responded in a simple and shocking manner. Seeing that the other party did not continue to come up and talk to him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he is a master, even if he is a big sect, he would be confused for a moment if he suddenly saw a martial saint here. Moreover, every one of these big bosses passing by him was a big boss whose shadow he could not even see when he looked up. Just when he was a little absent-minded, a familiar figure entered his sight. Principal Chun? The young major general blinked vigorously, and then watched the other party get on the special car that was specially designed to receive large groups of people. His eyes gradually widened, and he was completely confused. As children who grew up in a compound, the two of them almost grew up wearing the same pants. He felt that the two were on the same level in terms of strength and honor. Principal Chun might be a little bit better than me? Of course. Definitely not much. But the scene before him really made him unable to hold back. He was still standing guard outside the car. "So why did you sit inside the sports car?" He took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask Dezong, who hadn't left yet. "Principal Chun, what's wrong with him?" The chief was stunned for a moment. This guy is really courageous. He paused and sighed in a low voice. One sentence in exchange for a lieutenant general. The young major general was stunned when he heard this. Even if it was the 8 pillars of Dasha, they probably wouldn't be able to promote a lieutenant general with just one sentence. Damn it. Could it be that this boy has been favored by the martial saint? The imperial capital military hall. Fu Xue pushed open the heavy door in front of her, and then noisy sounds quickly flooded into her ears. Hundreds of staff members were walking busily inside, and there were only a few large sand tables in the middle of the hall. "Wow." Lin Yu, who was following behind Fu Xue, poked her head out and said in an ignorant voice, "Uncle, do you usually work in a place like this?" "Not entirely," Lin Wang said in an awkward tone. Fu Xue looked back at Lin Yu, a pure-hearted college student whom she had hired from Dongha University to work for her at the cost of a piece of earth vein flower. There are earth vein flowers to remove impurities, and they also have super strong recovery abilities. Fu Xue can forcibly produce a grandmaster in a short period of time. Excluding the geocentric flower, which is not included in the price, it only takes a small amount of money to train a lifelong worker. The two people in front of her, plus Feng Zhenjin, who was raising xiaobai for her in the southern military region, 3 people and 1 dog were the entire team she had to build the underground city. Just at this moment, a man with an indifferent face walked straight towards her, then stretched out his calloused hand and introduced himself. "Dingjian, the person in charge of the 2K sandbox, hello?" These extremely concise words made Fu Xue's little head start to feel nervous, and then she realized that the other party was talking to her. "Hello. Mr. Wu has already told me, come with me." Dingjian didn't say much irrelevant words. He led them directly through the busy crowd and came to the front of the sand table. The numbers 1K, 2K, 3K are marked on the sand table in order. Fu Xue blinked her eyes. She had seen this thing once in the southern military region. It was actually a sand table with a complex cave constructed according to the number of layers. However, the level 7 compound cave in the southern military region was only a little over 2 kilometers long, but here she had already seen double digits. Even a level 9 complex cave like the Great Void is estimated to not exceed this number. The 1K mark means the depth of 1 kilometer, 2K means the depth of 2 kilometers, and so on, said Dingjian. "Is this the big empty sand table?" Fu Xue asked with some confusion. "Is the underground city built in there?" The surface cave was derived from the cave in front of you, but it has now been confirmed that the two are most likely unrelated. Seeing that everyone looked confused, Dingjian paused for a moment before continuing. "It's meaningless to worry about the name now. You can call this area the Origin Cave." Lin Wang and Fu Xue fell into deep thought. Etc. Lin Yu opened her eyes as wide as she could, her rosy lips trembling. You mean we should go to a cave 12,000 meters deep? Strictly speaking, we currently have no means to detect the true depth of the origin cave. The origin cave is definitely deeper than the current depth. When Lin Yu heard this, her mind was in a mess and she looked at Fu Xue for help. Fu Xue said she could help her become a master quickly, so she came here. No one said to go to such a place. Ahem, Fu Xue coughed lightly, her eyes sweeping across the sand tables one by one. Are these cities abandoned underground cities? No. Ding Jian denied it, and then said something that shocked everyone. There is a special civilization under the cave, just like on the ground. Redentia, also known as rats. They survive by gnawing on minerals underground. Their strength, even stronger than the earth beasts of the same level. The pupils of the three people trembled at the same time. Obviously, they were shocked by the news. Although earth beasts are powerful, even high-level ones have considerable intelligence. But they are still just beasts. They are not even as good as dolphins, which have developed a certain degree of sociality. From the beginning to the end, the beasts on Earth have been fighting each other, and it is a state of the survival of the fittest. Human civilization can be said to be unique on the blue planet. But now someone suddenly told them that there was actually a silent neighbor under their feet. This is a bit too scary. Chapter 254 New Mission, Mother Earth. But you can rest assured that the civilization in the origin cave is not very aggressive. They only move around near the mineral veins, so there won't be any problems as long as you don't provoke them. What we need to pay most attention to down there are the wandering beasts, Ding Jian said. Hearing this, Lin Yu and Lin Wang let out a breath. They really couldn't bear to think about what terrible things would happen if this civilization, which was even stronger than the beasts on the earth, coveted the resources on the surface of the earth. Absurd. A cold voice reached everyone's ears. The expressions on their faces froze for a moment. They looked in the direction of the sound, and then their bodies instantly tensed to the extreme. A girl in a white dress and wearing a crown stood quietly beside them, the superior aura emanating from her body washing over the air like a flood. But even with such a conspicuous presence, no one present noticed when she approached them. The auras of the two masters burst out violently, but in front of her, it was like snowflakes encountering a heat source, melting in the air without leaving any trace. Many of the staff around were startled by the noise, and when they turned around and saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned. This, a staff member wearing glasses said in astonishment. Why do I feel that the aura of the two masters cannot compare to that girl? Did Fu Xue have a conflict with them? That's not right. Isn't she standing right next to me? There shouldn't be a grandmaster as old as her in Dasha, right? The expressions of everyone present were already a little sweaty. After all, this was the central area of Dasha, where all their information about the origin cave was stored. To have all their hard work destroyed would be more painful than killing them. Just as someone gritted his teeth and pressed the emergency button. Don't be nervous, everyone. Fu Xue's not-so-loud voice instantly spread throughout the hall. She explained, just continue doing what you are doing. This is someone I know. All of the people present immediately let out a breath of foul air. For those of them who were at the core of this huge machine of Dasha, Fu Xue's reputation was at its peak. Even though some of them did not regard Fu Xue as the future martial saint of Great Xia, they did not dare to underestimate his future achievements. As these words faded into the air, the voices in the imperial capital's military hall became noisy again. What do you think? Fu Xue shifted her gaze back to the girl in front of her, although she was somewhat dissatisfied with her style of visiting without prior notice. But for this rich woman who can eat her fill with whatever she has left, this little flaw is harmless. You think they are not aggressive, but they just haven't touched the core area. The princess frowned slightly, stared at Fu Xue with her bright eyes and said, if something happens to you down there, I won't be able to help you. Fu Xue was slightly startled. Although she was not sure about the strength of the person in front of her, but judging from the skill she had shown before, he was probably stronger than a martial saint. Coupled with the bonus of her terrifying alien background, her strength may even exceed the so-called Super 9 level. Judging from the introduction of the system tasks, she is even more impressive than the conspirator. If even the top bosses can't interfere, what kind of monsters and demons must be in the source cave? In there? Fu Xue was about to open her mouth to ask a question when the cold prompt tone of the system rang in her ears. Bite. Mission triggered. Mother Earth. Mission introduction. The Golden Mother Goddess who lives underground. Her power is constantly expanding by gnawing at the Earth's core. Now, her existence has brought Blue Star into the final countdown. 30 years. Only the last 30 years are left. Mission reward, Divine Fire X1, Gold level item gift pack X1. My 3 pillars of blue star. Fu Xue's lips were trembling, and she couldn't help but curse in her heart. You 3 are more rebellious than the last. A mother goddess who can destroy the entire planet. He also has a community under his command that is similar to human civilization, but stronger than the beasts on Earth. These blue stars, destroy them quickly. However, 30 years is still a long time for Fu Xue. After all, it took her less than a year to advance from a warrior to an 8th level sect master, so she wasn't that desperate. The princess blinked in confusion, then continued calmly. I won't tell you much about what's going on inside. If you insist on going in, she took out a stone that was glowing with a faint golden color from somewhere. Pa. The stone drew a beautiful arc in the air. It finally fell into Fu Xue's hands, and she looked at it suspiciously. This is Earth Vein Energy Stone, the princess explained calmly. If you see this kind of vein in the source cave, stop. Fu Xue instantly captured the key words. Earth veins? The flower of the earth vein also has this word, and it sounds like it has something to do with the Earth's core. If the mineral veins were catalyzed by the energy escaping from the Earth's core, they would indeed poke at the sensitive points of the underground civilization. I see. Fu Xue nodded in understanding. The next second, I made up my mind to look for this kind of mineral vein after entering the source cave. She can eat it, but I can't? This doesn't make sense. Dude, why didn't you tell me you're a rich second generation? The young man in the white shirt was full of envy. I always thought you were just joking, but it turns out you are really the emperor. Hey, at most I'll come back and take over my father's company, and that's it for my life. The rich young man driving a silver sports car waved his hand. Brother, I only like women. The rich boy's hair stood on end when he saw his pretentious look, and he scolded with a smile. Fuck you. I'm not interested in your ditch at all. What a shame. The man in white shirt said with a smile. Just then, the car suddenly stopped. The man in white shirt turned around and saw the rich young man looking at him with shining eyes. The smile on his face gradually faded. I was just kidding, bro. What the hell? Stop blocking your dad from looking at the car. The rich boy pushed his head away and muttered, Blood warrior? That looks damn handsome. The man in white shirt followed the other person's gaze, and then his eyes dilated slightly. The crimson sports car was parked quietly on the side of the road, and standing in front of the door was a rather tall blonde. There are only 3 of these in Asia. This family is definitely very wealthy. The rich boy's throat rolled and he swallowed. His family background is actually quite good, as he has a master-level martial artist as his supporter. But compared with the person in front of him, he looks a little clumsy. He nervously straightened his messy hair, revealing his fair and slightly handsome face. He smiled softly. Brother, you get off first. What the hell? Chapter 255. Parking is not allowed here. The rich boy took a deep breath, then smiled, and walked over confidently and said, Beauty, are you waiting for someone here? He looked back at the military district office building not far away, and was stunned for a moment before continuing, This place is not suitable for parking? Elena, leaning against the car door, said nothing. She just moved her light blue pupils coldly and glanced at him with the slightly upturned corners of her eyes. Well, suddenly, the rest of the rich boy's words got stuck in his throat, and the thoughts that had popped up in his mind disappeared instantly. This look was even more oppressive than his father's, and it made him sweat profusely. Why are you still standing there? Are you suddenly scared? The white shirt smiled and hooked his neck, then said to Elena, Beauty, my brother wants to add a V. Elena looked at the 2 of them and said calmly, You are just ordinary people. There is nothing good about you. Don't waste my time here. Crack? When the 2 heard this, they seemed to be petrified and their entire bodies turned gray. It would be fine if the other person said this in a sarcastic tone. The key point is that the tone is straightforward, as if telling a fact. Real damage is the most real damage in this world. No, how could I believe it? The man in white shirt felt that he was accidentally injured and explained, I am a student of Imperial Capital Fengda, and this is a core disciple of Lung Du Guo. How could it be this evaluation? He wanted to continue saying something, but when he saw the hint of doubt in the other person's eyes, the man in white shirt felt a lump in his throat and almost suffocated. Let's go. The rich young man had long given up the idea of striking up a conversation. He dragged his good brother, who was in the bean-dipping state, back to the car in shame. No, buddy, why are you pulling me? The man in the white shirt blushed. Does she understand the value of a level 7 warrior academy? Why does she look down on me? I'm probably nothing in her eyes. It's normal for her to look down on us, given her family's financial situation. The rich boy didn't look disappointed, and even looked a little surprised. Besides, this foreigner really doesn't know anything. Dare you wait for someone outside the military building? Someone will come out and chase her away in a moment. Awesome. You really got it right. So soon? The rich young man was stunned for a moment, then his eyes looked towards the entrance of the military building. Two girls and a middle-aged man in military uniform walked out. When he saw the military rank on the other person's body, his eyes couldn't help but twitch twice. Fuck, he's a major general. She must be in trouble. As we all know, the threshold of the imperial capital is too high. If the power behind a major general in the imperial capital is really connected, even an 8th rank warrior would not dare to offend him. As soon as Fu Xue walked out of the military building, the expression on her face changed. She tensed her face and walked over and asked in a low voice, "Why are you still following me?" "Come to pick up my girlfriend." Elena blinked. Ah. Lin Yu was still a little dazed when she just came out. But when she heard these words, she came back to her senses instantly, and her eyes gradually widened to their maximum size. Everyone could even clearly see the eyeballs shaking like an earthquake. "You? This isn't it?" "Don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't agree at all." Fu Xue turned around and explained expressionlessly. "Oh." Although Lin Yu still felt something was wrong, she quickly calmed down. "Okay." Elena shrugged and knocked on the beautiful sports car behind her. "Do you want me to give you a ride?" "No." Fu Xue originally wanted to refuse, but her eyes suddenly lit up when she looked at the sports car. The streamlined shape of the car, coupled with the somewhat restrained dark red color, inexplicably gives it a tyrant-like sense of dignity. Then he looked at the military jeep that Lin Wang had driven over. It was covered in scratches, blood, and dust. Fu Xue immediately changed her tone. "It's not impossible." Elena smiled and opened the passenger door in a gentlemanly manner. "Please get in the car." Fu Xue turned around and gave instructions. "I have said everything I should have said just now. Be prepared to enter the Origin Cave in half a month." Then she lowered her head and was about to get into the sports car, but the gaze not far away made Fu Xue narrow her eyes slightly. "Wait a minute, I'm going to take care of something." Fu Xue whispered something to Elena, then slowly walked to the front of the silver sports car and knocked on the window. Buzz. The window of the sports car slowly rolled down. The two young men inside were a little stunned. The one sitting in the driver's seat asked softly, "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" Fu Xue glanced at the furnishings inside the car, then pointed at the military building at the back. "This is a military restricted area," she said calmly. "Move your car away as soon as possible and don't linger around." After saying that, he left without caring about their reactions. After all, Fu Xue was just giving a reminder. If you really don't listen, someone will come out to take care of you. The atmosphere inside the silver sports car was a little strange for a moment. The rich young man and the man in white shirt looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. After a while, boom, followed by the roar of an engine. The crimson sports car left ruts on the road, and the two men gradually came to their senses. "No, why are we the ones being reminded?" The corners of the man in white shirt's mouth twitched slightly. But now, without the rich boy's reminder, he already knew how powerful the background of the woman in the sports car was. Is there really a big boss in her family who is in charge? The rich young man standing by seemed to be oblivious to the question about the white shirt, but just kept frowning and thinking. Soon, the girl, who he had only met once just now, matched the figure in his mind. Suddenly his pupils dilated like shaken egg yolks. Plop, plop. His heart suddenly started beating, and the violent heartbeat even echoed in the closed car. Fuck. The rich young man shuddered all over. His hairs stood up, and he said with trembling lips, I just remembered who she is." "Who?" "Fuck, Fu Xue. She is Fu Xue." The rich young man shook his white shirt shoulders excitedly, almost shaking himself apart. "She followed the Poseidon ship to sink the Federation fleet a few days ago." Seeing the bewildered look on the face of the man in white shirt, he said in disbelief, "The Federation Martial Saint has disappeared. You don't know about such a big thing? Could it be that my brother is worth 500,000? The Federation said that he was missing, but everyone knew it. How could a warrior like the Martial Saint, who is at the pinnacle of humanity, get lost?" It just leaves everyone in suspense internationally, to show that it is not easy to bully. This means that Fu Xue participated in a war against the Martial Saint at this age, and we won. A resounding victory. In a battle of this level, just surviving is hell. I understand everything you said. The man in white shirt nodded blankly, then asked in confusion. But isn't Fu Xue from Dasha? That foreign girl doesn't look like one anyway? Who told you about her? The rich boy paused, and it was obvious from the expression on his face that he didn't expect the other party to ask such a question. I'm talking about the one who just knocked on the car door. Chapter 256, she is almost as old as my mother. I can't beat her. Call. The fresh and cold mountain breeze passed through the gaps between Fu Xue's fingertips. She happily found a comfortable position and half lying on the seat. Elena stepped on the brakes, her eyes curved. I heard that the wind outside feels better at this speed. How do you feel? Fu Xue was stunned for a moment. Then she retracted her hand that was outside the window as if she had received an electric shock and said in a low voice with a slightly red face, "Don't use such obscene thoughts to deconstruct my actions, okay?" She was quite beautiful in her life, and with the bonus of the energy and blood of a high-level warrior, it was not an exaggeration to say that she was a 9-point beauty. The remaining 1 point is due to her modesty. It's not like she doesn't have that thing. So why is her head filled with this yellow garbage? Damn it, who are you looking down on? I apologize. The corners of Elena's mouth curled up slightly, and the ending tone was a little ambiguous. Turn your eyes over here. I want to show you something. Not interested. Fu Xue's cheeks puffed up slightly. However, she couldn't help but take a glance when she heard the friction of fabric that seemed to be massaging her earlobes. The scene before her made her expression suddenly freeze, and the rosy blood instantly rushed from her neck to her cheeks. Elena stretched out her slender fingers and gently pinched the edge of the hip skirt, pulling it up a little bit. It just happens to reveal the lace edge of the black stockings. Do you want to touch it? She whispered as if she was whispering. Fu Xue opened her eyes wide in shock, and her pupils were a little moist. Her entire back was pressed against the car door, making her look weak and helpless. The high temperature on her cheeks had caused her CPU to be a little overloaded. Every time I tried to look away, I was attracted back by the black stockings that were digging into my flesh. After a shocking struggle between heaven and man in her mind, Fu Xue replied in a whisper as soft as a mosquito. Is this okay? Is this okay? Elena smiled but said nothing. You're really good at it. Fu Xue sighed in her heart, stretched out her trembling little hands, and the expression on her face looked like she wanted to cry but had no tears. She is almost as old as my mom, and there is no way I can beat her. Everyone, please be more alert. The young man in colonel's uniform knocked on the soldier's arm expressionlessly, and a dull sound of bones colliding was heard. The soldier on guard grinned silently, then said in a somewhat uneasy tone, Captain, is something going to happen down there? In the past few months, the entire legion has entered the army, plus an 8th-level master. For Dasha, which had long given up exploring the source cave, this action was so large that it was terrifying. Now things are still not settled, and Dasha is sending important figures down. He couldn't imagine what kind of big commotion was going on inside. The young officer opened his mouth and was about to speak when he heard the roar of an engine not far away. A battered military jeep stopped in front of everyone. A middle-aged major general and a rather young girl walked down from above. Lin Wang. Lin Wang took a few steps forward and pointed at the girl next to him. Lin Yu, this is our pass. The young officer lowered his head to check twice, then looked up at Lin Yu in surprise. 22. He didn't care how old the other person was, but this information made the three people present breathe a sigh of relief. At this age, what big problems can there be? At most, he might find a relative to go in and give him some experience, right? I hope it's not a big deal. After all, staying in a place like this makes one feel nervous every day, and what they want is stability. Lin Yu did not say anything, but looked at the huge alloy door in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. The entire gate is 20 meters high, almost like a tall building standing before your eyes, integrated with the surrounding mountains. The young officer looked back and explained with a smile. This door was built when the origin cave was first discovered, and it is made entirely of level 9 alloy. It can withstand the attacks of an 8th-level warrior for about 3 days. Even if a martial saint comes, it will take 2 moves to completely destroy it. All of them are grade 9 alloy? Lin Yu opened her eyes wide in shock. After she was invited by Fu Xue, Imperial Capital University generously gave her a credit worth a fortune. At the same time, the 9th-level alloy known as Grandmaster material was also unlocked on the exchange table. Just a small piece would cost about 1,000 credits. Even if she spent all her credits, she could only buy scraps. That's right. When he said this, his tone was full of pride. But except for Lin Yu, The few people who knew the inside story couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This giant gate, which cost trillions of dollars to build, embodies the highest craftsmanship of Dasha. In the end, it was not used to defend against underground dangers, but to prevent backstabbing by one's own people. The result is a bit disappointing. There aren't many dangers in the origin cave, so I can't adapt to the cave environment in advance. In addition, some warriors in the depths are quite crazy, but you probably won't have the chance to meet them. The young officer talked for a long time, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Then he waved to the people watching from a distance, indicating that the door could be opened. I won't say any more. You guys go in? We are not all here yet, Lin Wang said in a low voice. Oh, then let's wait a little longer. The young officer was suddenly stunned before he could finish his words. Goo. He looked at the familiar figure in the distance. His throat rolled a few times, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His lips were a little stiff as he said, The remaining person you are talking about is Fu Xue. The two people who met nodded as a matter of course. Their eyes went dark, and for a moment they felt like the sky was falling. Although Fu Xue is still young, she is now a military guard, and her importance has increased several degrees in an instant. Add to that the horrific battle records he had heard from others, and he really had no idea what the other party was doing here. What's wrong? Fu Xue looked down at the dull-eyed young officer with a suspicious look on her face, and she covered her slender neck with her hand, feeling a little guilty. Could it be that there are lipstick marks on it? Her feet tensed up in embarrassment, and the rough stones on the ground were innocently crushed into powder. Boom! With a deafening bang, the door was completely lifted up. Hurry up, hurry up, Fu Xue urged expressionlessly. Chapter 257. They are all traitors. Is there any difference? Boom. With a heavy sound of landing, the whole earth shook. In the ears of several people, the world suddenly became quiet, and the only sound in the air was the sound of insects turning over the soil. Fu Xue's pupils lit up in the darkness. With the support of the most advanced night vision capabilities, there is actually no difference between here and daytime. There was nothing special about the situation here. It was even more boring than the cave Fu Xue had visited before. But if you think about it carefully, there is no problem. Those sand tables in the military headquarters hall that depict the caves in great detail are not there for nothing. I guess every fork in the road has been walked thousands of times by people. There were a few dim lights on in the narrow corridor on the side, and a large elevator about 30 meters long and wide was sitting there. And there are definitely quite a few of these elevators. Fu Xue saw 7 or 8 of them at a glance. These things are equivalent to trains on the surface, and they were basically built after the source cave was cleared. Be able to deliver logistical supplies and support troops to the destination as quickly as possible. Can I help you with the lighting? Fu Xue asked, retracting her gaze. No, I was fully prepared before I came. Lin Yu was a little nervous and quickly refused in a low voice. Then she reached out and groped for the backpack on her back, took out a few glow sticks, shook them gently, and handed one to each of them. I can see that you must have made a lot of preparations. Fu Xue looked at her pink magic wand and asked with a complicated expression, Why is there a pink one? I bought the white one. Lin Yu scratched her head in confusion and guessed, Maybe the seller sent the wrong goods? Fu Xue opened her mouth, and seeing the other person's visibly frustrated expression, she had nothing to say for a moment. Even felt like laughing. Ginger is more spicy with age. Lin Wang on the side forced down the curve of his mouth. He said aloud, The different colors just happen to distinguish us. This time you hit the jackpot. But this is basically limited to the two of them. Fu Xue is not only a highly perceptive master, but also a psychic with extremely exaggerated mental power. Although Fu Xue herself is not proficient in detection, the added value brought by her mental power of nearly level 1700 is enough to crush those detecting mind masters. Even in such pitch-black darkness, she could capture accurate information within 2 seconds, whenever there was any movement. Oh, that's good. Lin Yu smiled shyly. Fu Xue shook her head and pinned the glow stick to her lower back, then led the two of them to one of the large elevators. The elevator is a fully open type, more like a freight elevator. There is a small pillar on the front right with a dozen triangular buttons on it, representing 1K to 12K of the origin cave from top to bottom. Which floor are we going to survey? There's already Qilin City on the 12th floor? Lin Yu asked cautiously, Shall we go to the 11th floor? Too shallow, let's start with 20K. Fu Xue said expressionlessly, and then she pressed the 12K button with her finger. Click. The simple and durable mechanical structure in the elevator made a crisp sound, and then the entire elevator fell rapidly downward at a speed that was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Lin Yu just let out a scream, but before she could even ask her question, she was blown away into the air. Origin Cave. In the 12K military camp, a burly man with a centipede-like scar on his cheek walked in quickly, and he almost bumped into the town guard's office. Dang! The blood-stained standard weapon was thrown on the table, and he said hurriedly, "Another person is missing. It's Li Xiaoming from Class 12. Qilin City has changed a long time ago. It is no longer the city of hope it used to be. Now it is a hell of a devil's cave. Be careful with your words." The woman who had remained silent while sitting in the office chair raised her head. She narrowed her eyes under her long eyebrows. "Whether Qilin City changes or not is not up to you. Let's talk about other things when Lu Jinglong comes back. Don't bother me with such trivial matters anymore." The scarred man's face choked when he heard this, but he didn't dare to say anything else. He simply couldn't understand how the old martial saint, such an easygoing person, could raise a daughter who was as cold as a machine. Yes. The scarred man walked out unwillingly. After the other party left, Zhang Qinqiu stood up. She stretched out her finger and touched the gap on the weapon. Her face instantly turned ashen. There are very few battles in the Source Cave, and a new batch of garrisons arrived not long ago, and they all have almost brand new weapons. If this kind of standard weapon is used to kill a 5th-level warrior, even if it just hits the bone, it will leave a small gap. And at this moment, there was no flaw at all on the standard long sword in her hand. After finding this clue, Zhang Qinqiu spread out the list of people who had disappeared in those days. A possibility gradually came to her mind. Evil warrior. Her brows knitted tightly together, and she whispered, "Is there a traitor in the barracks?" Zhang Qinqiu knocked on the table a few times, and soon a middle-aged man who looked quite decent walked in. "Guard, what do you want me to do?" Zhang Qinqiu sorted out the information in his hand, handed it over and said, "Check the common points of these things." The middle-aged man took it and looked at it. All of these records record dead soldiers, most of whom died in the mouths of earth beasts, and 2 individual cases were killed in an attack by Qilin City. What happened to them? Didn't the pension arrive? The middle-aged man was confused for a moment, then he sighed and said, "If there is anything in common, it seems that they didn't leave a complete body. However, this situation is normal when facing earth beasts." Zhang Qinqiu's next sentence made him freeze in place, with all the hairs on his body standing up. "I suspect it's an evil warrior. Go investigate it thoroughly." The middle-aged man's scalp felt numb for a moment, as if a cold hand was massaging his scalp. Evil warrior. It is well known that the bodies of powerful earth beasts contain extremely strong nutrients, and eating them will greatly increase qi and blood. Well, warriors are no different from them in some ways. This gave rise to the evil practice of not having the strength to kill the earth beast, and instead stabbing it in the back to get blood clots. Hasn't it been cleaned up long ago? His throat rolled twice with a rough sound, and he murmured in a low voice. Zhang Qinqiu frowned and pondered for a moment, then said in a cold tone, "If it doesn't work, I will initiate an internal purge." Internal cleansing? The middle-aged man quickly came to his senses and tensed up. "We are in a state of preparation for war. This is not a good time." Zhang Qinqiu's gaze fell on the outline of the city in the distance, looking at the silver glow floating around it. "What we have been guarding against are traitors, and what we want to purge are also traitors," she said with a cold look in her eyes. "Is there any difference between the two?" Chapter 258. I asked you to come and explain. Captain, what does it say inside? Don't mention it. The scarred man came out angrily. "I was the one who brought Li Xiaoming into the army. He died in such an unclear way." He took a deep breath, but did not continue to complain about Zhang Qinqiu. But everyone saw the indignation on his face. A thin-cheeked young man in the team had a twinkle in his eyes and whispered at the right time. "The people in Qilin City have traitors written all over their faces. How long can we endure this?" "What the hell?" The scarred man gritted his teeth, his cheeks slightly bulging. "As long as the guard gives the order, I will rush over and kill them immediately." "Me too. Damn it, I'll avenge Shaoli then." There was a barely perceptible smile in the thin young man's eyes. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but a violent friction sound interrupted his thoughts. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Everyone present looked up in unison. Not far away, a cable about as thick as a person was shaking slightly, and the shadow of the large elevator scratched it, creating countless sparks. The red sparks splashed into the moist soil, cooled quickly, and then emitted pungent green smoke. Unlike the soldiers who were standing outside with anxious thoughts, when these frontline soldiers saw this scene, their hearts suddenly became hot. This place is a complete wasteland with no one living there. On the one hand, they came here to gain favor for resources, and on the other hand, to realize the ultimate dream of the people of Dasha. Achieve great success. Isn't it another guard? Someone opened his eyes wide, with uncontrollable excitement in his tone. 3 guards gathered here at the same time. I'm afraid they are really going to go to war with Qilin City. I want to see what kind of beasts these are who eat the best food in Dasha and want to take a bite of us in the end. I think it's better not to fight. After all, we are compatriots. As they were talking, a large group of people gathered over there. Boom! Followed by a heavy roar. The giant elevator suddenly fell down, and the dust and debris it created blurred everyone's vision. Ahem! A violent cough came from the dust, followed by a burst of rapid, deep breaths. Everyone's faces were slightly stunned. The deeper you go underground, the thinner the oxygen becomes. It is indeed difficult to breathe when you first arrive here, but that is for warriors below the Grandmaster level who have not received special training. Someone came to his senses and couldn't help but whisper, "It seems that the one coming here is not the garrison. Just this physical fitness doesn't sound very strong, maybe even weaker than the warriors in the camp." The thin young man's eyes flickered when he heard this. He took out an oxygen mask from behind, put on a smile, and walked in. A white and tender hand stretched out from the dust and mist, and then, under the surprised gazes of everyone, "Pa!" The hand tightly grasped the thin young man's neck. The sudden change caused everyone's brain to short-circuit. The scarred man who came with the thin young man reacted the fastest, and everyone's eyes widened instantly. "What you do?" Along with his roar, several powerful forces burst out like a hurricane. With a loud boom, several wind belts visible to the naked eye were torn out in the air. This aura was enough to shake a 6th-rank warrior, but it didn't even lift the corner of Fu Xue's clothes. Her eyes swept over everyone present casually. In an instant, everyone felt their muscles tense up involuntarily. It was as if the person standing in front of them was not a single person. Instead, it was a ferocious beast that could easily tear them apart and devour them. Everyone's throat rolled slightly, and for a moment no one dared to speak. Lin Wang and Lin Yu looked at Fu Xue in surprise. However, considering her status, she would not let it go for no reason, so everyone remained silent. Seeing that the thin young man's face had turned from pale to purple, the girl did not seem to intend to let go. The scarred man frowned and said seriously, "This is one of Dasha's most important military fronts. You have no right to mess around here. If he really fights alone, he might be afraid of 2 points. But now behind him is an entire military camp, including an 8th-level guard. Of course I'm qualified." Fu Xue took out a dark gold medal with an expressionless face. There is a black spear engraved on it, and a red ribbon is held in the shape of a bow underneath. The Southern Military District is guarding the front line. This is the privilege that the Martial Saint has given me to order all the military districts in Dasha to take. Everyone present seemed to be shocked as if an electric current rushed from the soles of their feet to their heads, and they were almost unable to move. At this time, no one even dared to question the truth. Who is so bold as to forge the terrifying state apparatus of Dasha and the military emblem of the god on earth, Wu Sheng? Goo. The sounds of inhaling gradually merged into one. Everyone was sweating profusely. This was hundreds of times more powerful than they had imagined. Seeing that everyone was silent, Fu Xue slowly withdrew her gaze and looked back at the thin young man in her hand. "Strange, this should be the first time we meet." She searched the memories in her head and said with certainty, "Otherwise, how dare you have murderous intentions towards me?" The thin young man's pupils dilated slightly when he heard this. The back, which was already wet with sweat, was almost stuck together. He just wanted to build a good relationship now, and he only had a vague idea of what to do in the future. The other party has seen through it? In an instant, he felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to his forehead, and all the hairs on his body stood up. When he looked at Fu Xue again, his eyes were filled with inexplicable fear, and even the strength to struggle seemed to have been completely drained away. The scarred man at the side wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his voice became 8 octaves weaker. You must have made a mistake. He just wanted to give you an oxygen tank." When the thin young man heard this, he nodded frantically as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. "You're just being stubborn." Fu Xue tightened her palm slightly. I'll tell you everything." The thin young man was almost frightened to death, and he almost used all his strength to shout out these words. Fu Xue simply glanced at him calmly, her tone calm but with unquestionable indifference. I'm not interested. Crack. Followed by a crisp sound of broken bones. Everyone felt a chill down their spine, and their hair even stood up in horror. The limp corpse fell to the ground with a thud, making a dull sound. Fu Xue twisted her wrist and said expressionlessly to the stunned crowd in front of her, "Tell your guards to come over and explain to me." Chapter 259. Damn, I don't understand how this works at all. Thump, thump, thump. Accompanied by several hurried footsteps, Zhang Qianqiu's tall figure appeared behind the crowd. She was slightly stunned when she saw the strange scene in front of her. This picture was actually quite different from what she had imagined. Everyone gathered in a circle, and in the center lay a still warm body. The girl standing in front of the corpse had cheeks that were young to the point of being childish. She even had a very childish pink glow stick hanging around her waist. No matter how calm Zhang Qianqiu was, he was stunned for a few seconds at this moment. Then she took a deep breath, walked over and half-knelt, and said respectfully, "Great Commander." Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly realized one thing. Seeing the Martial Saint's military badge was equivalent to the arrival of the Martial Saint. Even though the people present had some doubts about the truth of the matter, at this moment they all followed the crowd and half-knelt on the ground. Believe first, then trust. If it was really a fake military badge, there would naturally be more terrifying people to punish her. It's not their turn to question the truth of this matter. Oh my God. Lin Yu covered her mouth, feeling a little numb for a moment. She quickly suppressed the cough in her throat and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Her little face turned red in a short while. Fu Xue was shocked by the situation for a moment, and then the cold expression on her face couldn't help but melt a lot. This kind of treatment where everyone almost worships him. It's so cool. Can the military badge of the Martial Saint alone have such an effect? She looked down at the cold badge in her hand, her eyes flickering twice. The significance of the Martial Saint is several times more important than she imagined. It's a pity that I was busy playing these past few days. Fu Xue pursed her lips, her mind suddenly heated up. Level 8 is boring. It's time to become a Martial Saint. No one present dared to raise their eyes, their hearts tense to the extreme. He was afraid that his previous actions would displease the Commander-in-Chief's agent. If they knew what Fu Xue was thinking, they would probably be torn apart. What's going on? Fu Xue asked, tilting her head. It's only my first day here. Are your people so unfriendly? Everyone broke out in a sweat when they heard this question. This sentence obviously included all of them. They opened their mouths, not even knowing from which angle to start their rebuttal. After all, even those who saw the whole thing happen here were confused at this moment. The air was eerily silent. It was as if it had solidified into some heavy solid mass, suffocating everyone present. Zhang Qianqiu was speechless. The soldiers she called over were stammering and unable to explain what had happened, so she had no idea what to explain. But then she quickly grasped the flash of inspiration in her mind. That's impossible. Zhang Qianqiu murmured in a low voice, and soon came back to his senses. Commander, can I check his physical condition? Fu Xue nodded. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Zhang Qianqiu stretched out his white palm and kept groping inside the dead young man's mouth. From time to time, there would be the sound of nails and teeth rubbing against each other, and fingers would occasionally poke the skin of the corpse's face. Even though everyone present were soldiers who had witnessed the brutal scenes on the battlefield, some of them were swallowing their saliva with sore cheeks. Pa! Zhang Qianqiu pulled out her hand expressionlessly, and her smelly saliva stained with blood and foam dripped down her nails onto the ground. Her long eyebrows were furrowed tightly, and her eyes were filled with a fierce light. Because of the different qualities of the meat of the beasts, chefs have to use many unique procedures to make the meat edible. But those who often eat human food know that they are basically eaten raw. Wouldn't it be so spicy to ask the chef to do this? This causes the undissipated qi and blood in the human body to impact the weak oral cavity, forming a special lump inside. Zhang Qianqiu took a deep breath and looked at the dead young man with complicated eyes. This evil warrior who was hiding in the military zone almost caused her to issue a purge order. Within just a few minutes, he was completely crushed to death by the girl in front of him. Regardless of strength, it is an insight that is terrifying to the extreme. Crack. Zhang Qianqiu's finger bones were almost cracking from being pinched. Then, under the frightened gaze of the scarred men, he slowly walked towards them. Wait, Zhenxiu, please speak politely. The scarred man looked at the bloody hand that was stretched out to him, his throat surging wildly, and his ferocious face looked like he was crying. But under the suppression of an 8th-rank master, these struggles were in vain. In Fu Xue's shocked eyes, it can be said that a cruel scene happened right before her eyes. Vomit. She looked at the people who were vomiting all over the place and asked with a twitching eye, "Any questions?" "They are not evil warriors." Jiang Qianqiu narrowed his eyes, then pointed at the corpse on the ground and said, "But he is." The three people who were lying on the ground and almost vomiting bile turned their heads to the side at the same time when they heard this name, and their bodies even stopped vomiting instinctively. Their lips turned visibly pale, and they opened and closed several times but could not utter a word. Evil warrior. This name is almost like thunder in everyone's ears. At that time, it even forced Dasha to launch a nationwide purge, which was barely suppressed after sending a large number of supervisors. The matter was not completely ended until Dongfangyi appeared and strangled all the rebellious warriors. Betrayal, cruelty, and cunning. This is the label that everyone in Dasha finally put on the evil warriors. It is also the label that best suits them. How could he be an evil warrior? It took the scarred man a long time to utter a word in a trembling voice. Jiang Qianqiu looked at the scarred man, narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is it him who instigated me to go to war with Qilin City these days?" "No way." The scarred man began to doubt himself. It shouldn't be? But the other members of the team gradually came to their senses, and someone whispered, "Captain, he has mentioned Qilin City quite a lot these days. As long as we go to war with Qilin City, many warriors will die on both sides." Hiss. The people present felt their scalps turn cold when they heard this. Even if he steals a few, no one will notice. The scarred man was dizzy at the moment, and when he raised his head again, there was even some relief in his eyes. If this continues, I'm afraid that in the end, not even a bone will be left of him. Several of them shivered several times out of fear, but the feeling of chill was still in their hearts. But fortunately, things ended inexplicably. Or rather, all this is just incomprehensible to them. When everyone looked at Fu Xue's figure again, their eyes revealed an emotion as if they were looking at a monster. Oh shit. As expected of the commander-in-chief, every move he makes is incomprehensible. Chapter 260 Level 90, New Entries. An evil warrior? Fu Xue tilted her head in confusion. Seeing this, Lin Wang, who was standing by, came over and whispered in her ear to explain. Fu Xue's expression gradually became complicated as she listened to the words, and then countless question marks appeared above her head. Even though she had all the right timing, location, and people, she never had such an idea. This group of people ate first? Fu Xuepa shook his head speechlessly, then flipped through his system prompts. After confirming that no one in the barracks was hostile to her, she nodded with satisfaction. "Help us arrange accommodation." She pondered for a moment, looked at the Marshal Saint military badge in her hand that was shining with golden light, and blinked gently. As a commander, her power should be unlimited. It just so happens that these few days, I am only one level away from breaking through the 90th level of my life. It should be enough to take a bite of the resources here. Make a list of the resources stored here and send it to my room. Fu Xue said calmly, "I want to try to see if I can break through to the 9th level." After saying that, she walked towards the center of the military camp. Looking at Fu Xue's departing back, everyone's eyes were almost dazed, and they all stood there like puppets. Some people couldn't help but pick their ears, and for a moment they even suspected that they had heard it wrong. 9th level? Jiang Qianqiu whispered to himself with some doubt. A question buried in the bottom of my heart finally couldn't help but ask, is this the acting garrison commander that Lu Jinglong mentioned? Lin Yu, who passed by her, shook her head and said, "That happened several months ago. Fu Xue is no longer the acting garrison commander." Jiang Qianqiu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. Can a few months be a long time? For a warrior, a few months is not much different from a week for an ordinary person. Whether it is qi and blood or other things, they are all improving by millimeter. Not long for me. Lin Yu pursed her lips and whispered, but I saw with my own eyes that it took her less than a year. From being a first-term student in the training camp to now being in the same frame with the Marshal Saint. And half a month ago, she went from being a senior student to a senior who was about to graduate. The Earth Beast meat here is quite interesting. Fu Xue took out a shiny, moist fish from the plate. But if you focus your pupil on it, you can see that it is a layer of light golden energy. It looks similar to the Earth Power Stone. She rubbed her belly and whispered, "It's a pity that I've already eaten it, so now I can't compare it." Fu Xue felt that this was probably because the closer to the Earth's core, the easier it was for the dissipated energy to be absorbed. In other words, it's marinated. You ate, SS level, mineral-eating red fish, Mineral eating LV1, mineral eating LV3. Crunch, crunch. Fu Xue chewed it twice and felt that it was a bit like glass shards. But now she is tired of ordinary food, so it is nice to change to this rougher taste occasionally. Open the panel. Expanding character panel. Name, Fu Xue. Age, 18. Race, demigod. Chosen. Life level, 90.0. Strength, 331,799.47 kilograms. Speed, 147.99 meters per second. Mental strength, 1,720.8. Combat power, 430,623,314.97. Entries, favor of life, green. Fragrance of books, red. Feast, red. Big bully, red. Danger sense, red. Too big to fail, red. Conjugate pain, red. Big sin a gluttony, red. Big sin a jealousy, red. Captive of food, red. System backpack, no. Blessing, click to expand details. Task, conspirator, click to expand details. Assyrian crown, click to expand details. Earth Mother Goddess, click to expand details. My life level has broken through level 90. Fu Xue pursed her lips, but I'm still a little short of becoming a martial saint. This was the first time such a large level of asynchrony had occurred in her. The threshold to become a martial saint is indeed very high. Fu Xue shook her head. She had already sensed the process of the magnetic field being absorbed into her body when she was in the formless state. But no matter how hard her body tried, it was like drawing water with a bamboo basket, and in the end, only a few drops of water were retained. Fu Xue didn't know whether this was fast or slow. However, considering that there are only a dozen or so martial saints in the world, this speed is actually acceptable. It's nothing more than a lot of hard work. Then Fu Xue took a deep breath nervously and looked at the entry column. Entry extraction has been completed. Please select the entry to load, 0/1. Note, the entry obtained by advancing is limited to 24 hours. If you do not choose, the system will randomly select it for the host. Religious fanaticism. Read the God and miracles you believe and will never abandon you. Side effect. This universe will face the war of gods in heaven. Evaluation. Life, wisdom, courage, and happiness are important, but faith is indispensable. Malicious empathy. Gold. When you hurt an enemy, the pain will spread to all enemies around you. Side effect. You will feel the same. Evaluation. Pain? But this is how the enemy feels. Shouldn't you feel happy about it? Capitalist sin. Greed. Read. Your desire for wealth is like that of a dragon, allowing you to see through all hidden treasures. The more you gain, the stronger you become. Side effect. Compared to other treasures, you are the most dazzling jewel. Evaluation. You shine. This seems like both are possible. Fu Xue was about to suffer from decision-making difficulty, and there seemed to be nothing wrong with these three entries. Then let's rule out malicious empathy first. If there is red, choose red. If there is no red, choose gold. Moreover, Fu Xue took another look and immediately discovered a blind spot. This entry seems to be linked to conjugate pain, but in fact it is useless. But does any enemy that can be defeated need the help of this entry? She turned into an extreme beast and slapped him into a small pancake. As for the side effects, they are outrageous. Damn it. The enemy can no longer feel pain when he dies, so what should she do? Fu Xue hissed in fear. This is the most terrifying episode with entry conflicts. If you choose this one due to shaky hands, your life will be over. Then her eyes slid across the two entries above and below for a moment. Fu Xue pursed her lips and said, "Load me. The great sin of greed. Bite." The entry for the great sin of greed, red, has been loaded. Where did the penguin entry in chapter 261 come from? It's a pity that you can only choose one. Fu Xue sighed softly. Just look at the three words God and miracle in the entry for religious fanaticism. Fu Xue knew that it had a terrifyingly high gold content. As for the side effects, they can be completely ignored. After all, isn't it the responsibility of everyone to shoulder the entire universe's affairs together? Rounding it off means free riding. However, sin, greed, was useless to her before, but now the timing of its arrival is perfect. I'm so short of money. The money you earn can be saved as fighting power, and then pledged when it is useful. There is also an additional exploration ability to quickly accumulate wealth. After the entry is loaded, a small gray treasure chest appeared on Fu Xue's system interface. Black iron treasure chest. A small amount of treasure is stored inside. Combat power increased by 27.1%. Note: Consuming all the treasures can bring unexpected gains. A big question mark appeared in Fu Xue's eyes. Where does this inexplicable feeling of being scammed come from? I've arrived in another world and the penguin is still chasing me? Only a 30% increase in combat power. Fu Xue looked thoughtful. She didn't have much money at the moment. At most, she had a few hundred million in pocket money, plus some fixed assets from rewards. It is estimated that about 100 million can provide 1% of the combat power. Not bad. She muttered in a low voice. It's a pity that those infected people should not be considered my property. Otherwise, just randomly picking out a few grandmasters from the threads connected in her mind would be worth tens of billions. Thinking of this, Fu Xue suddenly had an idea. The entry clearly states that she is the most precious treasure. Doesn't this mean that she is valuable? Fu Xue held her arms expressionlessly, and her face turned pale before she took any action. Crack! Followed by a crisp sound of bones breaking. All the blood left Fu Xue's face, but her eyes widened slightly, because the number that her eyes were fixed on suddenly went up at this moment. 47.1%? Only Qilin City is still developing the origin cave. But they had locked the gate, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. If you want to continue going down? The soldier in charge of the exploration work hesitated for a moment, pointed to a route on the sand table and said, "You probably have to walk a few hundred kilometers here. I remember there is a cave here. Is there anything else I should pay attention to?" Lin Yu, who was sitting at the table taking notes, raised her head and asked, "There are several telekinetic metal mines over there, so there are several telekinetic earth beasts with 8th level strength roaming around there?" The exploration soldier whispered, "Telekinetic earth beast? Earth beasts can also use spiritual thoughts?" Lin Yu opened his mouth in astonishment. It cannot be said that the earth beast is a creature without any brains. It can only be said that it is completely brainless. It was hard for her to imagine how the earth beasts, whose minds were filled with fighting and food, could use abilities that most humans could not master. Zhang Qinxiu came in at this time. She patted the moisture on her clothes and said, "The telekinetic earth beast lives alongside telekinetic metals and survives by gnawing on the mineral veins. As they grow, they gain the ability to resonate with telekinetic metals, and strictly speaking, they do not use telekinesis." Lin Yu caught the key words, and her throat rolled over. In other words, the others are no different from spiritualists? That's right. Zhang Qinxiu nodded expressionlessly. In my opinion, that place is already a good place to build a city. If you are willing, I can help you deal with these telekinetic beasts. This place is not too far from our military zone. We can provide reinforcements at any time. And surveillance. Zhang Qinxiu did not speak out his thoughts completely, but narrowed his eyes slightly and observed the expressions of the two people carefully. After being in a stalemate with Qilin City for so long, she is completely on the side of denying the underground city. Moreover, Fu Xue's background was unimaginably great, but the imperial capital did not provide any team for her. It's enough to see their attitude. There are resources up there, so why do we have to go to the source cave? We can't make a decision here. Let's wait for the commander to come. Before Lin Wang could finish his words, he heard the girl's hoarse voice. "I don't need it." Several people present looked over and felt a little tingling for a moment. The girl in front of him was as pale as a dead body, but her lips were a sickly red. The upper body trembled slightly with the aftermath of the heart twitching. There was something strange in the air. If it weren't for the wrong identity, Zhang Qinxiu would have already been suspicious of the new commander in front of him. This state is more typical than that of the previous evil warrior. Not pretending. You have broken through to the 9th level? Lin Yu's eyes widened, and she asked in a low voice. Failed. Fu Xue said calmly, "Becoming a martial saint is not as simple as I thought. I guess I'll have to wait for a while." But her current state, it should be no problem to kill a martial arts saint with one punch. As she thought about this, her eyes fell on the treasure chest on her system panel that was shining brightly. Dark gold treasure box. It contains very precious treasures, unique, combat power increased by 500%. Note, consuming all treasures can get unexpected gains. It's not that it can't be improved further, but these combat forces are already sufficient for emergencies. The combat power of a martial saint, plus her own supermodel stats. As long as she doesn't meet the 3 ghosts in the system mission, no one dares to say a word to her when she walks around on Blue Star. When he really gets promoted to martial saint, Fu Xue plans to open the treasure chest and reset everything. The main reason is that it's not safe to keep a bunch of weird things in the house. She was a little afraid that if she came back too late, a little Fu Xue would run out and she would be embarrassed. It doesn't matter. With your talent, You will become a martial saint sooner or later. Several people comforted him almost in unison, and then breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fortunately, the breakthrough failed, otherwise this mental state is really scary. If everyone has rested well, let's get ready to set off. Fu Xue said lightly. Okay, we have already discussed 2 routes. Lin Wang was stunned for a moment, then said concisely, one set is about 820 kilometers to the east. There are a few telekinetic beasts wandering around there, and there are also a few large telekinetic metal mines. It is a good place to build a city. The other is to bypass Qilin City from the southwest and reach the 13K cave behind them. The total distance is almost 2,000 kilometers, and there is a high possibility of conflict with Qilin City. Lin Wang explained the interests involved clearly in a few words, and then everyone present looked at Fu Xue. I recommend you to choose the first path. Zhang Qinqiu explained, Qilin City's attitude towards Dasha is quite bad now. Oh, that's great. Fu Xue's face showed an expression that showed she wanted to confiscate the house. Then she said to Lin Wang slowly, won't the general be in Qilin City on the way? Let's go find her and catch up. Chapter 262, Opening the Door. This, Zhang Qinqiu was stunned for a moment, and she quickly tried to dissuade him. Qilin City is in deep trouble. There are at least a dozen or so major companies in there now. When everyone heard this astonishing data, they immediately opened their mouths wide. The population of Dasha is roughly estimated to be about 600 times that of Qilin City, and the number of households they currently own is just over 3 digits. This even includes data from the previous 200 years, and Qilin City was built less than a century ago. The ratio between the two is almost 1,000 times. Fu Xue did a quick calculation and couldn't help but mutter, doesn't that mean that there are many great masters everywhere, and the great masters are no better than dogs? Zhang Qinqiu's thoughts were interrupted when he heard this. You can say that. Then she took a deep breath and continued, I even speculate that Su Qilin may have secretly broken through to the martial saint level. Except for Fu Xue, everyone present felt as if their heads were hit hard when they heard this, and their eyes showed fear. In the past, if a martial saint appeared in Dasha, many people would even jump for joy. But now all they felt was a deep fear. The external manifestation is that the muscles of the whole body are tense, the hands are unconsciously clenched, and the teeth are slightly trembling. Martial saint? Then is there any point for us to stay here? Someone murmured to himself. Didn't the guard say he was guessing? Maybe Su Qilin didn't make a breakthrough at all, or something happened. She has the military badge of the martial saint in her hand. Should she be able to invite the Eastern martial saint? Everyone looked at Fu Xue with anticipation in their eyes. The pressure of standing against the martial saint is too great. When death is really imminent, there may not even be time to react. It's indeed a bit tricky. Fu Xue nodded. When everyone heard this, their expressions froze, and a question appeared on their faces. Then what? This is a possible martial saint. Is this your reaction? Coming back to their senses, they looked at each other. As the most powerful being in the world, the martial saint was only described as troublesome by the other party. For a moment they didn't know whether to call the other party arrogant or ignorant. Zhang Qinqiu opened his mouth, but was quickly interrupted impatiently by Fu Xue. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Fu Xue paused for a moment, then continued expressionlessly, if a fight really breaks out, you will just have to clean up the mess. Qilin City. The outer wall was made of a 12-meter-high alloy, covered with potholes and even a lot of blood stains that had seeped into the alloy. Unlike the military area where there are many open fires burning, this place relies on the faintly glowing mineral veins and environmental creatures for lighting. Looking down from a higher place, the whole city looks like a firefly lurking in the darkness. Ha! On the city wall, a man almost 2 meters tall squinted his eyes and yawned. He glanced at the skinny man who was already asleep next to him. He couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly, then stretched out his foot and kicked it hard twice. What's wrong? Is the other side attacking us? The thin man suddenly woke up, wiped the saliva from his mouth, and stood up suddenly. But when he looked around, he found that except for a few roars of beasts, the front was completely quiet. Why didn't I see that you were a coward before? What did you say? The thin man's brows knitted together. Why did my little brother suddenly turn against me? The tall man laughed disdainfully and said, I can take care of all these useless warriors on the opposite side by myself? Question mark. The thin man was stunned for a moment, wondering if the other party was crazy. There are several 8th-level masters there. So what? A bunch of warriors who can only talk big. The tall man raised his hand, and a violent thunderball appeared in his palm. I am a talented warrior at the awakening level. The thin man's eyes suddenly opened as wide as possible, and his mouth and tongue felt dry for a moment. Envy, jealousy, and hatred flashed across his face, and finally settled on a flattering expression. When did you become an awakened warrior? In Qilin City, a city filled with talented warriors, awakened warriors are extremely rare. As long as there are no major problems, it can basically be said that you will become a nobility for sure. This morning, he raised his head and said proudly, Captain Lee has invited me to join his team. I will be able to go down to the mine in a few days. Before the tall man finished speaking, a slight sound was instantly caught by her ears. After being in this environment for a long time, his pupils almost instinctively caught the creeping shadows in the darkness. It looks like someone coming from the opposite direction. The tall man showed a meaningful smile on his face, and harsh electricity flowed through his thick arms. I'm going to give them a good beating later. Great. I'll help you report the credit when the time comes, the thin man quickly agreed. The tall man snorted coldly, but the corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. However, when his gaze returned to the place just now, the smile on his face suddenly froze. The pupils trembled violently at this moment. I saw a dark green pupil slowly raised up and looked straight at him across a distance of dozens of kilometers. The sudden feeling of terror that came over him caused his muscles to tremble uncontrollably. Laugh. A sharp sound tearing through the air rang in the ears of the two men. Then, a stream of warm blood instantly solidified the flattering expression on the thin man's face into a mask. Boom. Oh shit. Fu Xue. He looked at the scene in front of him. A cold chill suddenly ran up from the soles of his feet to his spine, and he shuddered violently. For no apparent reason, a bloody hole the size of a fist appeared on the tall man's forehead. What fell behind him was just a tiny gray stone that was completely stained red. This? The thin man's lips kept trembling, and he couldn't even utter a word for help when he saw people passing by under the city wall. Soon, the sound of boots squeezing soil was heard in front of the gate of Qilin City. His heart instantly rose to his throat, as if it was going to jump out in the next second. Fu Xue said coldly, "Open the door."